Natural disasters and unknown viral influenza have suddenly swept across the blue planet, causing a global mutation of life forms, while unprepared humanity trembles in their homes. Chapter 1. The Arrival of Influenza and the Strange Woman. The National Meteorological Administration has issued a red alert for a cold wave today, the highest level of cold weather warning. In the coming days, the nation will enter a deep freeze mode, with rain and snow sweeping across the country, and certain regions facing severe blizzards. According to our station's reporter on the front lines, at approximately 1:45 p.m. on December 28th, Flight 9527 of Neon International Airlines, en route from Sakura City to Liao City, lost contact and crashed over Iron City in Province Shun. The aircraft was carrying passengers. Road Voice reports that on December 20th, an unprecedented outbreak of an unknown viral influenza occurred in Neon Country, with multiple confirmed cases of the virus detected domestically. In recent days, citizens exhibiting symptoms such as fever, cough, chest tightness, or convulsions are advised to seek medical attention at local hospitals. As Cao Ning aimlessly switched through the bus radio, a series of knocks echoed from the driver's side window. "Xiaowen, it's so cold outside. You shouldn't have come. What if you catch a chill?" Cao Ning hastily opened the window, a mix of reproach and concern in his voice. "Brother, I heard it's going to get colder these days, so I brought you some thick clothes. You must take care of yourself while on the road. Here is some soup. I made for you, drink it warm while you're on your way." And also, observing the girl outside, stamping her feet and exhaling puffs of breath in the frigid air, a flicker of affection and helplessness crossed Cao Ning's eyes. Su Xiaowen, the daughter of his neighbor. Both born in the same year, during Xiaowen's full moon celebration, their parents, due to their close relationship, arranged a betrothal over drinks. The two had played together since childhood, their bond growing ever closer. Especially after learning of their betrothal, Xiaowen visited the Cao household more frequently, practically clinging to Cao Ning every day. Cao Ning felt immense joy, fully confident in his father's wise decision from years past. The two families were well acquainted, and Xiaowen had always been a striking beauty. As she blossomed into adulthood, she became the most beautiful girl in the surrounding villages. One would have thought this idyllic life would continue perpetually. However, everything changed 5 years ago. That year, Cao Ning was a freshman in high school, and both his father and Su's father returned home from military service. They decided to invest a significant sum in purchasing a 54-seat long-distance bus, registering it with the Weiqing Transport Company to carry passengers. Having served as transport soldiers, they became drivers themselves to save costs. However, they encountered highway robbers. With their military backgrounds, they could not simply yield to such threats. During the scuffle, Cao Ning's father was stabbed multiple times and succumbed to his injuries on the spot. Su's father was also wounded, but was fortunate enough to survive due to timely medical intervention. Cao Ning's mother, already frail, could not bear the shock and soon followed her husband in death. Barely of age, Cao Ning was placed under the guardianship of his uncle. As the robbers were never apprehended, there was no compensation for his father's death. His uncle's family did not welcome him warmly, and Cao Ning often found himself going hungry. His aunt frequently urged him to abandon his studies and seek a job instead. Orphaned and living under the care of others, the once vibrant and cheerful Cao Ning became increasingly withdrawn. It was not until Father Su was discharged from the hospital that he learned of Cao Ning's plight. That very day, he visited, providing Cao Ning's uncle with a portion of money and bringing him back to his own home. As the saying goes, distant relatives are no match for close neighbors. Father Su truly treated Cao Ning as his own son. Although the Su family was not particularly affluent, they ensured that Cao Ning never faced hardship. At times, they treated him even better than their own daughter. Moreover, Su Xiaowen bore no jealousy and continued to dote on Cao Ning as she had before. As Cao Ning reached adulthood, he gradually emerged from the shadows of his past. However, due to his unsatisfactory academic performance, he failed the college entrance examination and opted to work alongside Father Su as a bus driver. Later, Father Su's long-standing health issues, stemming from a stab wound, drained the family's savings, leaving him bedridden. Misfortunes often come in pairs. Mother Su, who worked during the day and cared for Father Su at night, eventually collapsed at her workplace and was diagnosed with stomach cancer. Cao Ning, who regarded the Su family as his own, took on the responsibility. To ensure Su Xiaowen could continue her education, he altered his driving routes, working during the day and returning at night to care for his ailing guardians. Meanwhile, Su Xiaowen, attending university in the same city, sought to alleviate the burden by taking on tutoring jobs in the evenings. Observing Cao Ning's increasingly gaunt figure, she felt a pang of sorrow. Without consulting her family, she decided to suspend her studies and return home to care for their parents. Realizing the irrevocable nature of Su Xiaowen's resolution, the family acquiesced. In a bid to earn more, Cao Ning reverted to his previous driving routes. Brother, do you remember what I told you? Don't rely on instant noodles, it's not good for your health. We are not so impoverished that we have to neglect ourselves, she advised, concern etched on her face. Cao Ning nodded in agreement, accepting the various bags she handed him. All right, I understand. You should head back. Your uncle and aunt need someone with them. He affectionately ruffled her hair. It's fine, Aunt Wong is next door. If anything comes up, just call me, Su Xiaowen replied with a smile. Aunt Wong? Isn't she bedridden with a cold these days? Is she feeling better? Almost recovered, just a lingering cough. Cao Ning's brow furrowed slightly as he recalled something. Then she isn't fully well yet. You should go back and keep an eye on her. We can't let her pass on anything to your uncle and aunt. On your way home, stop by the pharmacy and pick up some cold and fever medicine. I heard on the news that the flu is quite severe lately. It's better to be prepared. Sure, brother. I'll pick some up on my way back. Oh, and the New Year is in 2 days. Come home early. I ordered your favorite roasted meat and pork knuckles from Xiangjia Barbecue. Su Xiaowen suddenly remembered and exclaimed, why spend money on such expensive things? Because you love them. After a year of hard work, you deserve to treat yourself. Plus, I heard from Luo Shui that her sister's grades improved significantly, and she sent me an extra 500 as a bonus today. Seeing Su Xiaowen's joyful demeanor, Cao Ning's heart swelled with both tenderness and guilt in these times. While other young women indulge in comparisons of food and pleasure at this age, Su Xiaowen sacrifices her cherished education to work and support her family. Fortunately, the family she tutors is kind, as Cao Ning has witnessed. Observing Su Xiaowen's well-worn yet cleaned-down jacket, which she has worn for several years, a wave of emotion washed over Cao Ning, prompting him to gesture dismissively. All right, it's time for you to head back. It's cold outside. I must prepare to depart soon. Sure, brother. By the way, Sister Luo Shui is attending a medical seminar in Wanqing these days. She told me she'll take your car on her way back. Please call her when you're about to leave. Su Xiaowen referred to Wong Luo Shui, a doctor at a top-tier hospital. Her younger sister, Wong Liu, is repeating her senior year in high school, while their parents, members of the National Scientific Expedition Team, are often away from home. The family is well aware of the Su family's circumstances and holds a deep affection for this resilient and hard-working girl, showing her much care. Understood, brother. Cao Ning nodded. I'll head back now. Please drive safely and return home early. You'll be waiting for you. After saying this, Su Xiaowen rode off on her somewhat shabby electric bike. Young man, is that your wife? Quite impressive. Such fine girls are rare these days. A nearby man in his 50s remarked, prompting Cao Ning to chuckle. As he watched her slender silhouette fade, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. I too wish for her to be my wife. Despite knowing her feelings for him, he felt unable to provide her with a decent life. Long-distance travel is no longer what it used to be in the past. Earning 30 or 40,000 in a month was not uncommon for those with a bit of courage. Nowadays, fewer people take long-distance buses, and with company restructuring after expenses, he barely brings home 10 or 18,000 a month. This meager sum is just enough to sustain a family's basic needs and purchase a few medicines. In such poverty, how could he dare to pursue a worthy lady? Wiping his nose, he stepped off the bus, pulling out a cigarette to light. As he neared the rear of the vehicle, he noticed a couple laden with heavy bags, returning home. Cao Ning frowned slightly, not because of their burdens, but due to the woman's persistent cough, a sound so harsh it seemed she might cough up her lungs. Even though she wore a mask, her pale complexion was alarmingly visible, with prominent veins standing out on her face. Typically, severe coughing would render one's face flushed, yet hers appeared eerily ashen. The man beside her, noticing Cao Ning's insignia on his arm, smiled apologetically. Sorry for being late, I had to stop to buy some medicine. Cao Ning waved his hand dismissively, stating, allow me to carry your luggage, please board first. Given the recent flu outbreak, for everyone's health, do keep your masks on while boarding. Rest assured, I have it with me throughout the journey. My wife has merely caught a cold these past few days, it's nothing serious. I apologize for the trouble, young man. Having said this, the man entrusted his luggage to Cao Ning and assisted the woman into the vehicle. After organizing the luggage compartment, Cao Ning signed off with the dispatcher standing at the door before boarding the bus. Glancing at the passengers in the cabin, he announced in a clear voice, ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelts, we are about to embark. Chapter 2. The Mutated Man Waiting, Backstreet of Guangzhou. Damn, what a tedious wait. Upon noticing a black Buick business vehicle parked behind the bus, Cao Ning extinguished his second cigarette. A portly man emerged from the car and hastily approached him. Sorry, Xiao, I was held up. Please hurry and move your things. The rotund man handed a cigarette to Cao Ning while turning to reprimand a few individuals inside the vehicle. Cao Ning tucked the cigarette behind his ear, observing as they lifted two long boxes into the already opened luggage compartment of the bus. Brother son, is everything all right? Haha, no worries, rest assured. Your brother son has been in this for many years. Once we reach Wanqing, someone will be there to receive it. That is half the job done. The other half will be taken care of by the person collecting the goods. The corpulent man chuckled, stuffing an envelope into Cao Ning's embrace, initially intending to say something. Cao Ning instead felt the weight of the thick envelope, glanced around cautiously, and promptly tucked it into his coat. Observing his careful demeanor, brother's son's smile widened. He turned and retrieved two gift bags from the car. This is our first collaboration. Over time, you'll come to know what kind of person I am. With the new year approaching, it's not much, so don't be ungrateful. Seeing the expensive cigarettes and liquor inside the gift bags, Cao Ning did not decline but accepted them. He understood the rules of the road. When receiving gifts, one must perform their duties well. After watching the luggage compartment door close, he wasted no time, bidding farewell to brother's son before returning to the vehicle. He placed the items beside the driver's seat, casting a slightly guilty glance at the passengers. Most were resting with their eyes closed, and those who were awake were engrossed in their phones. Everyone understood that a long-distance trip might involve a temporary stop for goods, so no one complained. Cao Ning breathed a quiet sigh of relief and settled back into the driver's seat, feeling the weight of the envelope in his pocket. A mix of nervousness and excitement swirling within him. This could equate to a month's salary. By the day after tomorrow, he could purchase more New Year goods and celebrate the holiday in style. The journey from Weiqing to Wanqing spanned a total of 15 hours. As noon approached, Cao Ning drove into a service area. While passengers went to fetch water and food, he adeptly made his way into the restaurant's back office. You're here. A young man, leisurely watching television, greeted Cao Ning with a smile upon his entrance. Zhang Lei, a high school friend, had some influence in the area. After failing the college entrance exam, he had opted not to continue his studies, and his family arranged for him to manage the contracted service area restaurant. Although the prices here were not significantly cheaper than outside, it provided an opportunity to converse with familiar faces and maintain relationships. Cao Ning tossed a cigarette to him and cheerfully inquired, "What's on the menu today?" "Just the usual, but we've freshly prepared some cured meat from Sichuan today. Take some with you when you leave." Zhang Lei, aware of Cao Ning's family circumstances, refrained from further discussion and had the dishes prepared and brought in. As they ate, Zhang Lei leaned in and whispered, "Lao Chao, have you noticed anything unusual while driving recently?" In the morning, Cao Lei, who had just eaten a few steamed buns, was deeply engrossed in his meal when he casually remarked, "What abnormalities? Isn't it still the same? Cattle and horses remain cattle and horses. Things have been rather unsettled lately. The flu outbreak over in Neon has been quite severe, and it seems that both Island City and Smoke City have reported numerous cases. I heard they've quarantined quite a few people," Zhang Lei whispered. "Isn't that unusual? It's not the first time we've faced such a situation. At most, a few days in the hospital will suffice. What is the fuss about?" After finishing his meal, Cao Ning wiped his mouth. "I'm not joking with you. I've heard this time it seems different. You know my third uncle, right?" "Yes, the one who drives for the second-in-command of Island City." "What about him?" Seeing Zhang Lei's serious demeanor, Cao Lei nodded. "He recently got infected while hosting foreign businessmen, and now my uncle's entire family, along with those officials who met the foreigners, are quarantined in the hospital. No matter their rank, they are not allowed to step outside even for a moment. And there are military personnel stationed at the entrance. The authorities even called my family these past few days to inquire if we had any contact with them. We've never encountered such a situation before." Upon hearing Zhang Lei's words, Cao Ning suddenly recalled the news he had heard that morning, as well as the woman on the bus who had been coughing persistently, causing him to frown. Surely it can't be that severe. Perhaps that woman merely had a common cold? Noticing Cao Ning's distracted demeanor, Zhang Lei continued, "When you're out on the road and interacting with many people, you need to be cautious. I still have some masks. Make sure to wear one." Cao Ning nodded in agreement. The two exchanged a few more words, glanced at the time, and realizing it was getting late, Cao Ning took his packed meal and departed. Back in the car, reflecting on his conversation with Zhang Lei, he felt a twinge of unease. He pulled out his phone and called Su Xiaowen. After confirming that her parents were fine, he felt somewhat reassured. He reminded Su Xiaowen to minimize her outings over the next few days and to wear a mask if she must go out. Su Xiaowen promptly agreed and urged Cao Ning to take precautions and stay safe. After ending the call and ensuring everyone was accounted for, he started the vehicle. As the clock neared 11 at night, the bus finally arrived at the Wancheng long-distance bus station. After instructing the passengers to gather their belongings, he hurriedly made his way to the restroom with a tissue in hand. As the bus entered Wancheng, he felt an overwhelming surge of urgency. Thankfully, the cold weather meant there were few vehicles on the road. Had they encountered the evening rush hour, it would have been a complete disaster. Approaching the restroom, he noticed a couple still seated, unmoving, which caused him to pause. "Excuse me, my wife is asleep. I'll wake her up now." The man, with a pale-faced woman beside him, looked apologetic. Cao Ning nodded and replied, "All right, please hurry. We'll need to clear the bus soon." "Of course, we'll be quick," the man assured him. Satisfied with the man's demeanor, Cao Ning said nothing further, opened the restroom door, and stepped inside. In that moment of comfort, Cao Ning felt a profound appreciation for life. He switched on the ventilation fan, lit a cigarette, and began scrolling through short videos on his phone. "Wife, what troubles you? Do not bite me." "Ah." The sudden scream from outside startled Cao Ning, nearly causing him to drop his phone. What is happening? Do they not understand that one should not disturb someone in the restroom? He forcefully knocked on the door, exclaiming loudly, "Be quiet. If you must shout, do it outside." After his outburst, the noise ceased. Satisfied, Cao Ning nodded and resumed scrolling through short videos. However, before long, there came another series of knocks at the door. Cao Ning furrowed his brow and muttered, "Someone's there." After his declaration, the knocking persisted, as if the person outside had not heard him, growing even more fervent. Bang, bang, bang. For years, Cao Ning had never felt so speechless. "Do they think my youthful appearance makes me an easy target?" After finishing up, he hastily pulled up his trousers and yanked the door open. "Are you deaf?" Before he could finish his sentence, a pale man, bloodied and with his mouth agape, lunged towards him. "What the hell?" Chapter 3. The Outbreak of the Zombie Crisis. What on earth is happening? Observing the man before him, thrashing about in a most alarming manner, Cao Ning instinctively raised his hand to keep him at bay. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this was indeed the man from the couple he had encountered earlier. Yet, the individual before him bore no resemblance to the person he had seen moments ago. His eyes appeared clouded, reminiscent of cataracts, while his face was marred by protruding veins, as though suffering from severe varicosity. A substantial portion of flesh was missing from the left side of his neck, oozing blood, while crimson liquid continued to flow from his mouth. What affliction could have caused such a grotesque transformation? Was he akin to a creature from a horror film? A zombie? Influenza? A sudden recollection flickered in Cao Ning's mind. As he witnessed the man lean down to bite his own hand, he swiftly delivered a powerful kick, sending the man crashing to the ground, before hastily securing the bathroom door. After bolting the lock, he turned and braced the door with his foot. Moments later, the sound of banging echoed from outside, accompanied by guttural roars that no ordinary person could produce. Panting heavily, Cao Ning struggled to regain his composure. What on earth is going on? Has a zombie crisis truly erupted? Is this some surreal manifestation of a film? Surely, it cannot be so absurd. Could it be a consequence of the influenza outbreak? Just as Cao Ning pondered whether he was being pranked by some production crew, his phone erupted with a flurry of message notifications. He quickly retrieved his phone, only to find an array of messages from numerous official accounts. The initial text warned of an influenza outbreak, advising citizens to remain indoors, and announcing a citywide lockdown. Subsequent messages urged those who had been bitten or injured by infected individuals to seek medical attention immediately. Cao Ning then opened a video application, scrolling through several clips of dancers, before abruptly encountering a video detailing the influenza outbreak. The footage depicted a throng of people fleeing in terror, pursued by an uncountable horde of infected zombies, while others lay prostrate beneath the gnashing teeth of the undead. As he continued to scroll, he found an endless stream of similar content, albeit set in various locations. The most prevalent phrases included influenza outbreak, zombie crisis, and the apocalypse has arrived. The driver group on the green messaging platform also relayed alarming information regarding the zombies, complete with audio and video footage. One particular video captured a real-time surveillance recording, wherein a driver was suddenly attacked by a mutated passenger who bit into his throat. The bus veered off the road, resulting in catastrophe for all on board. Good grief. The zombie outbreak is indeed real. Listening to the relentless banging and growling of the man outside, now more accurately referred to as a zombie, Cao Ning's face grew increasingly pale. What am I to do, trapped in this bathroom? This predicament is akin to a chef who cannot cook due to a lack of ingredients. Glancing around the bathroom, he noted a wooden mop, a pair of cleaning gloves, several rags, and a roll of tape. Cao Ning fell into deep contemplation. A mop dipped in filth? That might possess some efficacy against a human, but zombies are impervious to such contrivances. Moreover, the creature had already surged forward. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He fished out the keychain from his pocket. Attached was a small fruit knife. He seized the mop, snapped it in two, and, after considerable effort, sharpened the end of the broken mop handle with the knife. Gazing at the newly formed point, which appeared sufficiently sharp, Cao Ning felt a flicker of reassurance. At the very least, this can be considered a weapon. Fortunately, it is winter, and I am dressed warmly. Only my face and hands are exposed. After donning rubber gloves, I wrapped them tightly with duct tape several times to prevent any splatter of zombie blood from reaching my face. I washed a rag and secured it around my face with more duct tape. Feeling the tension in my hands, I glanced at the sharp wooden stick I held. Taking a deep breath, I quietly twisted the bolt on the door and suddenly flung it open. The zombie paused at the sight of the unexpectedly opened door, and I kicked it with force. As the zombie fell to the ground, attempting to rise again, I seized the moment and thrust the wooden stick toward its head. Crack! The stick lodged itself into the zombie's skull and snapped. Damn it! Is this a domestic mop? With the zombie about to lunge at me, I disregarded my frustration and aimed a kick at its head. Observing the still-moving creature, I summoned all my strength to stomp on its head. Eventually, the zombie lay motionless, its skull a mangled mess. Exhausted, I collapsed to the ground, pulled down the rag from my face, and gasped for breath. However, before I could catch my breath, another horrifying roar echoed from the back of the cabin. More? My heart raced as I scrambled beneath a nearby seat. After listening intently, it seemed there was only one zombie. Slowly, I raised my head to peer toward the rear of the cabin. There sat the woman who had been coughing earlier, now transformed into a zombie, clawing at the air from her seat. Is she paralyzed? No. She is strapped in by the seatbelt. Relieved to understand the situation, I stole a glance out the window and saw numerous zombies pursuing the living. A few were familiar faces, passengers from today's journey. Rescue was impossible. My priority was to ensure my own safety. As for the others, they would have to fend for themselves. I took a moment to compose myself and began to survey the cabin. Aside from the female zombie at the back, there were no others, at least none standing. When I had gone to the restroom earlier, the door had been ajar, and now it was imperative to secure it. Rising cautiously, I made my way toward the front cabin. The sight of scattered luggage and disemboweled corpses made me swallow hard. I hurried to the driver's seat and closed the door. The sealed environment calmed my nerves somewhat. Now, only the female zombie remained. Grasping a crowbar from beneath the driver's seat for self-defense, I headed back toward the rear cabin. Examining the woman trapped by the seatbelt, I scrutinized her closely. Her symptoms mirrored those of her bitten husband. Her eyes were clouded with a white film, her face marred by swollen veins, and her mask had a gaping hole from which dark red blood continuously flowed. A quintessential zombie appearance. Beyond that, I could discern little, as I was merely a bus driver, not a doctor. After sufficient observation, I approached her side. In order to ascertain whether the destruction of a zombie's brain was the sole means of vanquishing it, Cao Ning first thrust a crowbar towards the creature's heart. To his astonishment, the zombie, having sustained a punctured heart, continued to roar at him as if unharmed. Without hesitation, he withdrew the crowbar and plunged it into the creature's skull. This time, the zombie was rendered utterly motionless. To be on the safe side, Cao Ning jabbed a few more times. After completing this grim task, he sank into a chair. As he reached for his phone, poised to call Su Xiaowen, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding, detection of host zombie kill. Would you like to bind the Doomsday Fortress system? Cao Ning was taken aback. Was this a hallucination? A system? Such concepts were typically confined to the realm of fiction. In his youth, while his parents were still alive and he was engrossed in his studies, he had indulged in these novels, harboring a longing for an omnipotent system. However, after his family faced turmoil, he had ceased to indulge in such fantasies, realizing the necessity of confronting reality. Before he could fully process this revelation, the voice resonated in his mind once more. Would the host like to bind the Doomsday Fortress system? With the voice repeating, Cao Ning was convinced he was not imagining things. A glimmer of excitement crossed his face as he quickly responded. Bind. Chapter 4. The bus bound as the Doomsday Fortress. Ding. The Doomsday Fortress has been bound. Please choose a host within 1 hour. What is the host? Cao Ning instinctively inquired. The host refers to structures such as houses, tents, vehicles, ships, airplanes, trains. By acquiring upgrade points, the host can attain a more refined shelter and comfort. Regardless of the chosen host, a gene crystal purification function will be granted. As Cao Ning gazed at the array of potential hosts presented by the system, he remained uncertain about the gene crystal. However, he comprehended the essence of the other options. Was this not a sanctuary? He indeed possessed a house, but it was located in Weiqing. Not only was the outside teeming with zombies, but the fuel in his vehicle was also insufficient. System, can the host be changed in the future? Once the host is selected, it cannot be altered. Cao Ning nodded. Thus, he resolved to choose this long-distance bus. Although this vehicle was jointly purchased by his father and Sue's father, it had now become his to operate. He often traveled to distant places, spending nights within the bus, making it half his home. It had a restroom, and behind the driver's seat, there was a cabin for sleeping. Moreover, the system indicated that this was the apocalypse. Who knew what calamities lay ahead? By driving the vehicle, he could leave at any moment. System, I choose this long-distance bus as my host. The host has selected the long-distance bus, binding the Doomsday Fortress system. As the words fell, a blue beam of light swept from the front to the rear of the bus, resembling a laser scan. Binding of the chosen host is complete. A novice gift package has been issued. The host can view the details in the system. Before Cao Ning could fully comprehend the situation, a panel appeared in his mind. Doomsday Fortress Host. Cao Ning. Host functionality. 97. A healthy individual is rated at 100. Gene Warrior level. 0. Doomsday Fortress Host. Long distance bus. Bus members. Cao Ning. Bus comprehensive level. Level 0, 060. Click to view detailed levels and services of the bus. Doomsday Fortress upgrade points. 2. Earned by defeating zombies and mutated animals plants. System storage. Novice gift package. 1-1. Cao Ning glanced over the information, grasping the general idea. Defeat monsters, earn money, and level up. With continuous upgrades, both he and the bus would grow stronger and more comfortable. System. What does the Gene Warrior entail? Does it possess special abilities? The Gene Warrior does not possess special abilities. It represents a new type of human in the evolution of life, endowed with superior physical capabilities and extended lifespan. An extended lifespan? Does this imply immortality? As Cao Ning indulged in his musings, the system abruptly interrupted him. Please refrain from daydreaming, dear host. All things undergo cycles. Even the most advanced life forms have an endpoint to their lifespan. Cao Ning felt his face flush slightly from the system's retort and continued to inquire, System. How can one elevate the level of a Gene Warrior? Currently, one can extract crystal cores from zombies and mutated creatures by placing them into the bus purifier, or alternatively, acquire them through the system mall or gift packs. Crystal cores? The 2 zombies I just dispatched should possess some as well. I will search for them shortly. Subsequently, Cao Ning glanced at the novice gift pack within the system storage. System, open the novice gift pack. The novice gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained level 1 genetic warrior evolution liquid, level 1 weapon refining liquid, limited to cold weapons, and 100 upgrade points. The host's current level is such that the system's storage only contains 1 slot. The host can extract excess tangible items through thought. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Cao Ning was momentarily at a loss for words. Everything seems to revolve around leveling up. With a mere thought, the level 1 genetic warrior evolution liquid materialized in his hand. System, I can just inject this directly, right? Does it hurt? Faced with the unknown, particularly when it involves injecting something into his own body, a sense of apprehension washed over him. It varies from person to person. Everyone's reaction is different. However, generally, it is not very painful. Hearing the system's response eased his anxiety somewhat. Throughout the years of traversing the world, engaging in numerous skirmishes, he had never flinched. Regardless of the severity of the blows he endured, he never cried out in pain. Yet, he harbored an aversion to needles. Even the most charming nurse could not alleviate his reluctance. Now, gazing at the glimmering needle, Cao Ning couldn't help but swallow hard. Damn it, here goes nothing. He pulled off the needle cap, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and plunged the syringe into his arm. As the liquid surged into his body, he initially felt a wave of warmth enveloping every corner of his being. Just as he was about to exclaim in delight, suddenly, his blood seemed to boil. Cao Ning felt as if he were ablaze. System, you said it wouldn't hurt. Host, you were too hasty. The evolution liquid doesn't necessarily have to be injected. It can also be taken orally after removing the cap. Damn, why didn't you mention that earlier? Host. Injection absorption is significantly faster than oral absorption. Additionally, a friendly reminder, your shouting has attracted zombies. Thud, thud, thud. Cao Ning heard incessant banging and growling outside the vehicle, prompting him to clamp his mouth shut. Gritting his teeth, he endured, curling into a ball as spasms coursed through him. Thankfully, this sensation soon subsided. He suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. Clenching his hands, he heard his stiff joints crack. He felt as though he could fell a bull with a single punch. Before he could revel in his newfound vigor, the cold air inside the vehicle quickly chilled the sweat-soaked shirt against his skin. He hurriedly crawled into the sleep pod and wrapped himself in a blanket. After some time, he began to recover. While his physical capabilities had enhanced, he still could not withstand the chill. Upon checking the system panel, he saw that his genetic warrior level had risen to level 1, with his physical capabilities rated at 287. System, How is this capability assessed? The numerical value of physical capability represents combat power and lifespan. Cao Ning's spirit surged with excitement, gazing at the number 287. One cannot help but ponder the possibility of living for 287 years. Master, he inquired, do all individuals possess the same score for upgrading their genetic warrior level? Host, each individual's capabilities vary. This is assessed based on the purity and potential of the ingested genetic elixir. Cao Ning nodded, finding this acceptable. Not everyone possesses a master. This differentiation would allow for a widening gap in prowess. He too could emerge as a formidable leader in this post-apocalyptic world. If the physical capabilities upon advancement were uniform, the existence of a master would be rendered meaningless. He then retrieved a vial of red serum, the level 1 weapon refinement liquid. Master, how does one utilize this weapon refinement liquid? The host may select a preferred melee weapon, grip it firmly, and simultaneously apply the refinement liquid to both the weapon and their hand. The weapon's level will correspond to the host's physical capabilities. Should the weapon be entrusted to another, its true power shall remain unfulfilled. Cao Ning surveyed his surroundings. The only implement that could be deemed a weapon was the crowbar in his grasp. This would not suffice. It was rather unimpressive. Moreover, its length was inadequate. Suddenly, he recalled an 1.8-meter steel pipe in his luggage compartment. If he could later affix a spearhead or a long blade to it, it would undoubtedly be striking. However, retrieving items from the luggage compartment would require venturing outside, where zombies still roamed. What could he do? Beep. Chapter 5. The first attempt. A missed shot as Cao Ning pondered over his situation. A glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes upon hearing the announcement. Indeed, the novice package had also granted him an additional 100 upgrade points. A detail he had nearly overlooked. With the bus requiring only 60 upgrade points to reach level 1, upgrading was the logical first step. System. Upgrade the bus to level 1. Ding. The bus has been upgraded to level 1. At the moment the transformation was complete, Cao Ning felt a noticeable increase in the temperature within the vehicle. Glancing at the external temperature display, which read -15 degrees, he noted with satisfaction that the internal temperature was visibly rising, now at -5 degrees. With a thought, all information regarding his bus was revealed to him. Bus shell level 10100. Current shell defense can withstand certain handgun bullets. Glass privacy enhanced by 20. Bulletproof properties increased by 20. Bus power level 10100. Current bus speed increased by 20 and endurance extended by 20. Bus body level 10100. Current bus maintains a maximum internal temperature of 5 degrees Celsius. Stationary power for 5 hours, and a 500-liter water tank at a constant temperature of 5 degrees Celsius, with self-purifying drinkable water. Current water tank status is 0 liters. Bus chassis level 10100. Current bus can carry 20 tons, road noise reduced by 20, stability increased by 20. Tires can withstand handgun bullets, and fuel tank maintained at 5 degrees Celsius. Bus living area level 10100. Current bus area of 35 square meters. Height of 2 meters. Alternate space does not alter the bus's exterior. Bus luggage compartment level 10100. Current luggage compartment capacity of 10 cubic meters. Currently occupied 6 cubic meters. Alternate space does not alter the bus's exterior. Time is static and cannot store living entities. Apocalypse Fortress upgrade points 42. Cao Ning felt exhilarated seeing these substantial changes from just one level upgrade, particularly the increase in space. He envisioned a future where he could take Su Xiaowen anywhere they pleased. However, his daydream was interrupted once more by the system. Ding. The bus's comprehensive level has been upgraded to level 1. The host can now choose to construct a connection workstation or alter the functional layout of one living compartment. The functional layout referred to areas such as the bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, none of which required immediate changes as the existing facility sufficed. The pressing matter at hand was retrieving items from the luggage compartment. Although the bus had reached its destination, a zombie outbreak had swiftly ensued, leaving many passengers' belongings unattended. Regardless of their contents, even thick clothing would be beneficial, not to mention his own everyday supplies. System, create a connection workstation between the luggage compartment and the living compartment. Ding. The connection workstation has been successfully transformed. The host can select supplies from the cargo compartment through the system or the control panel, which can be concealed when not in use. Cao Ning gazed at the space where the 2 original seats had been, now transformed into a technologically advanced control station, complete with a screen displaying the cargo compartment's contents. Only the visible items could be seen. To examine the hidden contents, one would need to retrieve them. As Cao Ning navigated the screen, he suddenly spotted 2 boxes, precisely the 2 shipments that Brother Sun had brought aboard earlier that day. Brother Sun, whose full name is Sun Chong, is a prominent figure in the underworld of Longcheng, engaging in lending, smuggling, and gambling. Given the substantial bribes he had provided for this delivery, it was likely that these boxes contained contraband of some sort. With the zombie outbreak occurring, it seemed unlikely that anyone would come to collect the cargo. Therefore, he decided to make use of it himself, should someone eventually claim the goods. He could always deliver them then. Though the apocalypse had just begun and morality still held sway over people's hearts, he recognized that a benevolent disposition was no longer prudent. He needed only to take care of himself and his own. Beyond that, he felt powerless. With these thoughts in mind, he selected the 2 boxes. In an instant, the wooden boxes materialized on the workstation, their military-style appearance igniting a spark of anticipation within him for the treasures they might contain. After all, Brother Sun had spent considerable funds. Surely there would be something worthwhile, perhaps even a firearm. Using a crowbar, he pried open the lock of one wooden box. Upon opening it, Cao Ning was taken aback. It was filled to the brim with metal rods. Was this man's son so wealthy that he had nothing better to spend his money on? After investing so much, was he merely transporting rods? This was hardly contraband. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could it be that Brother Sun was merely testing the waters? For their first collaboration, he might have felt apprehensive and decided to transport something innocuous first. It was no wonder that someone who had survived in the underworld for so long remained unscathed. He was indeed cautious. As he examined the rods, Cao Ning made another discovery. These rods could be assembled together. This piqued his interest. With his exceptional manual dexterity, he assembled them into 10 rods, each an impressive 1.5 meters in length. Though they were metallic, he felt no significant weight, likely due to his enhanced physical capabilities. Following this, Cao Ning pried open another wooden box to reveal 2 exquisite compound bows and 2 bundles of arrows. It was the first time he had encountered such items in reality, and he found himself fiddling with them in fascination. Suddenly, an idea formed in his mind. With the number of zombies outside, despite having become a level 1 genetic warrior and being significantly stronger than the average person, rushing out recklessly would still be perilous. Instead, he could climb atop the vehicle, draw the zombies' attention, and eliminate them one by one from above. Without hesitation, he resolved to proceed. However, just as he was about to rise, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach. Perhaps it was best to eat first. The boxed meal he had brought along was no longer an option, as no one could endure an upset stomach. Consequently, Cao Ning rummaged through the passenger's luggage and unearthed several self-heating rice meals. While pouring water and preparing a meal, Cao Ning attempted to reach Su Xiaowen several times via phone, only to find the line perpetually busy, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. His neighbor, Aunt Wong, had been suffering from a cold for several days, her symptoms eerily reminiscent of the woman who had transformed into a zombie today. Earlier, she had visited the Su family to chat with Su's mother, which led him to a chilling contemplation. Surely, such kind-hearted individuals as Xiaowen and Aunt Wong would not encounter misfortune. Clenching his fists tightly, Cao Ning resolved that he must return and check on them. The cold was biting, reminiscent of a frozen state. Bundled up like a dumpling, he exhaled warm breath against the frigid air atop the bus. Glancing around, he noted that the number of zombies was relatively sparse. After all, this bus had arrived among the last at the station, and the waiting passengers had mostly dispersed. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant, wary that the remaining threats might be lurking behind the surrounding buses. With a long stick in hand, he gently tapped the bus roof. Thud, thud, thud. The surrounding zombies seemed to catch a whiff of something delectable, hastening towards his bus. After dispatching a few with his makeshift weapon, he gazed down to see over a dozen ravenous zombies still clamoring for attention, a sense of helplessness washing over him. The height of the bus was a disadvantage. In order to pierce a zombie's skull, he would need to position himself precariously atop the vehicle. The fresh snowfall had rendered the surface slick, and he had narrowly avoided slipping moments earlier. For his own safety, he reluctantly resorted to using a compound bow, an instrument with which he was not particularly familiar. Whoosh. Alas, he missed his target. His first arrow struck a female zombie in the chest, and he felt a twinge of regret. Yet, the weapon was undeniably powerful, boasting remarkable penetration. Howl, what are you barking at? It was merely a miss. Another attempt will suffice. Cao Ning steadied his aim at the female zombie's face, taking his time before releasing the bowstring once more. Whoosh. Astonishing. His second shot found its mark. Watching the female zombie collapse lifelessly, Cao Ning felt a surge of exhilaration, as if he had been possessed by the spirit of an archer. As the snowfall intensified, he gradually acclimated to the compound bow, embodying the essence of a solitary warrior standing upon a lofty peak, continuously drawing and releasing the bowstring. If one arrow failed to fell a foe, he would unleash a second. If the second proved ineffective, a third would follow. Chapter 6. Dr. Wong Luoxue in the Grand Hall of the Junwei Hotel. A sudden knock at the door sent ripples of alarm through the gathered crowd, akin to startled birds. Several law enforcement officers, armed with an array of anti-explosive weaponry, straightened in their seats. A female officer promptly gestured for silence. The others exchanged wary glances before stealthily approaching the entrance. "Who is it?" A deep voice resonated from outside, identifying itself as Chong Bin of the 2nd Division of the Armed Forces of Wanqing, here to provide support as per higher orders. One of the officers, evidently familiar with Chong Bin's voice, nodded to the others. However, to err on the side of caution, it was decided that he would open the door alone, while the others positioned themselves protectively behind him, gripping their anti-explosive gear. With a click, the door opened slightly. A group of soldiers clad in combat uniforms stood outside. The officer breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ushered them into the hall. The lead soldier scanned the room before approaching the highest-ranking officer present, Chong Bin, captain of the 2nd Division of the Armed Forces of Wanqing. He introduced himself. Li Ming, deputy captain of the Public Security Division of the Wanqing Law Enforcement Bureau. How is the situation outside? After the introductions, Li Ming inquired with a sense of urgency. The situation outside is dire. The streets are overrun with infected individuals. Wanqing has essentially fallen. What? Wanqing is lost. How can that be? Indeed, how could a city of millions simply vanish overnight? I must return. My wife and children are still at home. Chong Bin's words fell like a heavy stone into a tranquil lake, prompting several individuals to leap to their feet, intent on rushing outside. The law enforcement officers, despite having families of their own, swiftly intervened to calm the agitated crowd. As the highest-ranking official present, Li Ming was forced to set aside thoughts of his own mother and family, quickly asking, "What shall we do now? Should we wait for rescue here or?" According to higher orders, I am to lead a search for survivors in the city and transfer them to the armed forces of Wanqing, after which we will await further instructions. Li Ming's face brightened at this news. It was, after all, a glimmer of hope. "Then let us proceed with the transfer, Chang Bin." Chang Bin nodded and retrieved a list from his pocket. "Li, there aren't many vehicles available for the rescue. We will first assist those on this list. As per higher directives, more vehicles will arrive for further assistance." Li Ming accepted the list from Chong Bin and glanced over it, quickly grasping its contents. The names primarily included professors and medical personnel who had come to Wanqing for a medical exchange conference, along with some local administrators. Li Ming nodded and explained the situation to the crowd. Fortunately, most were reasonable and understood that transporting medical staff was paramount in combating the influenza virus. Although some were reluctant, they refrained from voicing objections. However, a few individuals grew displeased, immediately clamoring about why they were not prioritized for evacuation. "I am the head of Wani Group, and for the sake of one city, I have contributed significantly to the tax revenue. Is this how you treat us taxpayers? Why should they be allowed to leave first? My uncle is Director Liao from the Wan City Bureau of Commerce, and my husband is the chairman of Qingping Group." Observing the scene, Li Ming slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Silence. In the face of disaster, we must prioritize the greater good. What are you all shouting about? Without medical personnel, how can we treat and combat the flu? There are only so many parking spaces available. If you wish to leave, I shall not stop you. Go ahead and seek whoever you desire." Seeing Li Ming's furious expression, the group immediately ceased their clamoring, although they continued to mutter under their breath. As Chong Bin noticed the atmosphere stabilizing, he promptly addressed the crowd. "Rest assured, this hardship is temporary, and reinforcements will arrive shortly. Our team will remain on duty to ensure everyone's safety." Hearing these words from the armed forces, the crowd felt a sense of relief. For the armed forces held considerable respect, always at the forefront during crises. "Now, I will call out the names. Please come forward when I mention your name. Professor Sun Wei, Professor Ma Kai, Dr. Wong Luoxue." Upon hearing her name, Wong Luoxue felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. She was thrilled to receive assistance from the military but worried about her younger sister at home, uncertain if she had received similar help. "Comrade, may I inquire about the situation in Weiqing, Qixing?" Chang Bin was momentarily taken aback by the presence of this tall, stunning young woman, her eyes filled with concern. "Comrade," Wong Luoxue repeated, noticing Chong Bin's daze. "Oh, I apologize. I'm not fully aware of the current situation in Qixing, but the circumstances across the nation mirror those in one city. Do you have family there? Have you been able to reach them by phone?" Despite knowing the likely answer, Wong Luoxue felt a wave of disappointment. Since the zombie outbreak yesterday, she had been attempting to contact her parents and sister, Wang Liu. Her parents were safe in the mountains, facing minimal danger, but her sister's phone remained unanswered, causing Wong Luoxue immense distress. Her parents were often away, and while she and her sister weren't entirely reliant on one another, they shared a close bond. Her sister was quite the foodie, often taking the opportunity to indulge in delicious meals when Wong Luoxiwei was not home. The thought of her sister being out last night filled Wong Luoxiwei with dread. Do not worry. Once we return to the Wan City Armed Forces, I will have someone reach out to Wei Qing. Upon hearing Chang Bin's assurance, Wong Luoxiwei expressed her gratitude and returned to her colleagues. Li Ming soon finished calling the roll, and a few individuals had departed. Yet, he remained acutely aware of the situation. The sudden outbreak of zombies had caught everyone off guard. He had hosted a celebration for his promotion the previous evening, attended by numerous colleagues from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Their reactions had been notably quicker than those of ordinary citizens, yet even with some skills, they had suffered significant losses. It was needless to mention the plight of scholars and civilians, who were utterly defenseless. Observing that there were still a few spots available, Li Ming turned to Chang Bin and inquired, "How many individuals on the list have perished? Do you think we could take a few of the elderly and weak with us?" Chang Bin glanced at the list and then surveyed the faces of those present. Each individual bore an expression of hopeful anticipation. Children could board the vehicle, but parents could only take one. They were to embrace their offspring while boarding. Upon hearing Chang Bin's statement, some parents, carrying their children, were filled with excitement and hurried over. Is this child even a child? At this age? Can you really carry him? Chang Bin, looking at a robust young lad taller and sturdier than his mother, felt a wave of exasperation. Comrade, my son is still a minor. He is only 17 this year. How can he not be considered a child? The mother, her face flustered with indignation, was quick to retort, ready to argue. No means no. Do not quibble with me over semantics. We will start with the little ones. If you continue to bicker, when the rescue arrives, you will be the last to leave. Upon hearing this, the woman promptly took her beloved eldest son and departed. This minor incident swiftly passed, and Chang Bin soon selected several pairs of fathers or mothers with children. Li Ming and the other enforcers remained on site to assist the last group in their departure. Once the first group had gathered their belongings, Chang Bin led the way out. Observing the armed forces stationed in the corridor and outside, the departing survivors felt a surge of emotion. Squad leader, there is currently no danger outside. One soldier reported to Chang Bin. Good. Leave one squad here to stand guard until all civilians have evacuated. Understood. We will ensure the mission is accomplished. After assigning the tasks, Chang Bin turned to the survivors behind him and said, when we go out, no matter what you see, you must remain silent. If anyone makes a sound, it will jeopardize us all. Do you understand? The crowd nodded in agreement. Let us go. Once outside, head straight for the vehicle. Chang Bin led a contingent of soldiers out first, followed closely by the other survivors. As they exited the hotel lobby, a biting chill and heavy snowfall enveloped them immediately, before anyone could regain their composure. The sight of a mound of bodies nearly caused some of the more timid individuals to cry out. However, having witnessed the horrors of the previous night, they quickly lowered their heads and followed the main group in fear. Those carrying children promptly cradled them, turning them towards their chests. Once aboard the bus, a sense of relief washed over the passengers. I will reiterate, there may be infected individuals on the road ahead. We will fire upon them. Those who are frightened should close their eyes, and those with children should cover their mouths and ears. Is that understood? Looking at the soldiers armed and standing in the aisle, the crowd nodded in affirmation. Chang Bin turned around, a grave expression on his face, and patted the soldier in the driver's seat. Let us move out. Chapter 7. Collecting crystal cores as the snow burying the vehicle? Cao Ning rose to find the car windows shrouded in a thick blanket of white. Last night, after battling zombies on the roof until the early hours, he had returned to the vehicle's resting cabin and promptly succumbed to slumber. He vaguely recalled that, although the snowfall was considerable, it could not possibly have buried the car within just a few short hours. Approaching a glass window, he pulled it open, only to find it frozen solid. With a bit of effort, he managed to create a narrow opening. Gazing at the smooth layer of snow outside, Cao Ning jabbed at it forcefully. A biting gust of cold air surged through the fist-sized gap, causing him to shiver and instantly awaken. After clearing the snow from above and below, he beheld the transformed landscape, now draped in a silvery cloak, the snowfall seemingly heavier than the previous night. Outside, the lifeless bodies of zombies lay beneath a thick covering of snow. Were it not for the two zombies still inside the car, he might have thought he had merely dreamt the events of yesterday. He closed the window and turned on the kettle, preparing to have breakfast. While waiting, he took out his phone. The screen displayed 7:20 a.m., Yincheng, heavy snow, minus 30 degrees Celsius. Upon opening the device, he found the chat and message notifications flooded with 99 alerts, all manner of pleas for help and warnings. There were only 2 missed calls from unfamiliar numbers. Cao Ning paid them no mind and first dialed Su Xiaowen, but after several attempts, he encountered the same message. The user's phone was switched off. His brow furrowed deeper. Could it be that Cao and her uncle and aunt had truly encountered misfortune? He tried calling a few neighbors, but none answered. After a moment of contemplation, he decided that pondering such matters was futile. It was impossible to fly back at this distance. He resolved to first address the immediate concerns at hand. After sipping a steaming cup of strong tea, Cao Ning felt revitalized. This rejuvenation was also attributable to his newfound status as a level 1 warrior. In his previous condition, not only would he have struggled to engage in combat, but even a night of labor might have left him unable to rise the following day. He rummaged through the passenger's belongings and retrieved a kitchen knife, approaching the two zombies before him. Observing their pallid forms, he felt a twinge of melancholy. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. Together in death, the journey to the underworld would not be lonely. With a swift motion, he brought the knife down upon one of the zombies' heads. After some effort, he extracted two small red spheres, roughly the size of quail eggs. "Is this the crystal core?" he inquired. "Indeed, host. This is a non-grade crystal core," came the response. "A non-grade crystal core? How are these cores differentiated?" Each grade of crystal core possesses a distinct color. From non-grade to level 10, they range from red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, white, to multicolored. They also vary in shape and size according to the mutated creatures and plants. Cao Ning nodded in understanding. His curiosity piqued as he examined the two red crystal cores in his hand. He approached the control panel and placed them into the gene core purification storage slot, watching intently as the display on the control panel illuminated. Two unranked crystal cores are vital components in the creation of Level 1 Gene Warrior Evolution Liquid and Level 1 Weapon Refinement Liquid. The Level 1 Gene Warrior Evolution Liquid requires an additional 8 unranked crystal cores and 1 Level 1 Mutated Animal Crystal Core. The Level 1 Weapon Refinement Liquid also necessitates 8 unranked crystal cores and 1 Level 1 Mutated Plant Crystal Core. Do mutated animal and plant crystal cores need to be acquired as well? This presents quite a challenge. In this frigid weather, where can one find such items? Animals are manageable. A visit to the zoo might suffice. However, amidst the heavy snowfall, where might one procure plants? The botanical garden could be a possibility. Yet what if one encounters a horde of mutated plants? How would one escape then? System. Is it imperative to use mutated animal and plant crystal cores to synthesize these evolution and refinement liquids? Are there alternative methods? Indeed, host. There exists another approach. One can purchase them from the system marketplace, and I welcome you to peruse the offerings. Alas, that is akin to saying nothing at all. The system marketplace indeed boasts a plethora of exceptional items, from various grades of evolution liquids, extraction liquids, weapons to advanced technological devices. Yet all require a substantial amount of upgrade points. Merely a Level 1 Gene Warrior Evolution Liquid demands 500 upgrade points, while the Level 2 variant necessitates 2,000 upgrade points. This means one would need to slay an entire 2,000 zombies to acquire such points. Even standing idle while others do the killing would take an eternity. Not to mention, they must be alive. Rest assured, host, should you vanquish zombies that exceed your level, you will receive additional upgrade points for mutated animals and plants. That is somewhat reassuring. System, what is the highest level of zombies I can currently defeat? An unranked opponent is trivial. Level 1 poses no threat, while Level 2 presents a 50-50 chance. A 50-50 chance against Level 2? Wouldn't that round up to being unable to defeat them? Host, given the current biological evolution rate, the likelihood of encountering Level 2 zombies, mutated animals, and plants within the next 10 days is exceedingly low. Cao Ning nodded in agreement. That is somewhat comforting. According to the system, while they are not entirely absent, they are indeed rare. For now, the danger quotient appears diminished. It would be prudent to capitalize on this time to accumulate upgrade points. If I cannot purchase the Level 2 Gene Warrior Evolution Liquid, I can at least upgrade the bus. One must survive. In this apocalypse, one must not be overly concerned with appearances. This has been Cao Ning's guiding principle for survival over the past years. Having come to this understanding, he climbed atop the bus once more, rapping on the roof with a stick. Noticing that no more zombies were approaching, he returned inside the vehicle. Opening the door, he discarded the two zombies from within. Armed with a kitchen knife, he began to search for the spoils from the previous night. Though the bodies were frozen solid, they could not deter Cao Ning's fervent spirit. To his delight, he discovered not only unranked crystal cores but also several Level 1 crystal cores. These would serve as materials for upgrading to Level 2 Gene Warriors. After a lengthy search, he gathered scattered luggage back into the bus's storage compartment. He meticulously sorted through the items, retaining what was edible and discarding the rest. Settling into the driver's seat, Cao Ning leisurely lit a cigarette. The haul was quite satisfactory. 22 unranked cores and 4 first-level cores were obtained. Correspondingly, he earned 26 upgrade points last night. After factoring in the remaining upgrade points from upgrading the bus, he now possesses 68 upgrade points. Although the gap to elevate the bus to level 2 remains considerable, he can enhance the cargo hold's capacity, uncertain of what the future holds. He knows that gathering additional supplies is undoubtedly prudent. Upgrade the cargo hold with 68 points. Bus cargo hold upgrade completed. The current storage capacity is 78 cubic meters, with 4 cubic meters currently occupied. Based on the bus's dimensions, the cargo hold's storage space equates to nearly 3/4 of an additional bus. Cao Ning felt a sense of satisfaction. Now, the next task is to procure supplies and diesel. Supplies should not pose much of a challenge, as Wanqing is a prefecture-level city with numerous large supermarkets and wholesale markets. Not to mention, within the long-distance bus station, there exists a large supermarket. However, diesel presents a dilemma. In this frigid 30 degrees below zero, the diesel has frozen. After all, Wanqing is a southern city where most diesel is of grade 0, with grade 10 being the maximum used, making the northern grades of 20 and 30 rare. One must take things as they come. If all else fails, he may have to resort to warming the fuel tank. Fortunately, his vehicle has been upgraded and ignites easily. After clearing the accumulated snow from the windshield, he drove the bus towards the waiting hall. Chapter 8. The sixth brother of Wanqing. Is anyone there? Give a sign if you're alive. Cao Ning shouted loudly as he pushed aside the locked door, surveying the vast, empty waiting hall. After a considerable pause, silence lingered within. Something felt amiss. How could such a spacious waiting area be devoid of life? Even at this late hour, especially as the year-end approached, there ought to be someone on duty. Had everyone perished? After waiting for a while, the desolate hall remained mute. Fellow townsfolk, it's time to bring warmth, Cao Ning proclaimed, kicking the glass door. The brittle glass shattered spectacularly. What a delightful sensation. Grasping a long pole, he stepped over the shards of glass, gazing at the once bustling and vibrant waiting area. A twinge of nostalgia washed over him, but it was fleeting. Noticing the absence of both people and zombies, he made his way directly to the supermarket. Upon entering, he was exhilarated by the sight of an array of goods. Mine, all mine, he thought to himself. After searching in vain for a shopping cart, he hastened back to the waiting hall and retrieved a luggage cart. He began to load up items with vigor, neatly packaged food, biscuits, sausages, instant noodles. Next came bottled water, various beverages, and an assortment of snacks, cigarettes, alcohol, lighters. He made numerous trips back and forth. As he observed the nearly emptied supermarket, he recalled that there were several restaurants nearby. Although uncertain about the edibility of the food inside, he figured he might as well take a look since he was already there. Thus, he ascended to the second floor. At Wang Shifu Beef Noodles, he was taken aback by the pristine kitchen. Is it really necessary for it to be this clean? He mused. Yet, one does not leave empty-handed. Snatching a few iron pots seemed reasonable. With a long pole in his left hand and a pot in his right, he strolled a few paces before spotting an iron door. A cold storage. A flicker of joy illuminated Cao Ning's eyes. The owner of this noodle shop must have some meat. He set down his belongings and pulled open the cold storage door. Indeed, an assortment of meats hung inside, and the floor was strewn with boxes bearing the Wong Shifu label. Upon inspection, he discovered bags filled with pre-made noodle dough. In addition to that, there were numerous seasonings. However, a frown creased Cao Ning's forehead as he examined the meat. It didn't look particularly appealing. Having cared for Sue's parents, he had frequented the market to purchase meat and vegetables. While he had seen plenty of frozen meat, this particular state was rare. It might be zombie meat. Nevertheless, Cao Ning was not picky. He would take it for now. If he did not consume it himself, it could always be traded later. He had read enough apocalyptic novels to know that, later on, people would sometimes turn on each other over spoiled food. Trading this relatively acceptable zombie meat for crystal cores didn't seem unreasonable. He searched through several restaurants, most of which served fast food. He took what he could carry, discarding the inferior quality items. None of these were particularly valuable. The supplies in his vehicle were sufficient to sustain him for quite some time. He also needed to reserve some space for collecting fuel. From a Western restaurant, he found several cans of flamethrower fuel and dismantled some wooden decor from a Chinese restaurant. As he pushed the cart outward, a round of applause resonated from the staircase leading to the second-floor office area. Brother Cao, you are quite a remarkable individual. A deep voice pierced the silence of the waiting hall. Cao Ning turned to see a burly man emerging from the staircase, flanked by two intimidating-looking men. Following the trio were several men and women, some in station uniforms, and others merely ordinary passengers. Who might you be? Have we met before? Cao Ning inquired, curious about the scar-faced man's familiarity. Haha, we haven't crossed paths, but we are all acquainted with Old Son. The realization dawned upon Cao Ning that these three were likely here to collect something. Oh, so it is you. The goods are on the vehicle. Do you wish to take them now? Cao Ning chuckled. Brother Cao, consider the goods a gift, a token of friendship. Last night, you single-handedly vanquished so many zombies. You must be aware of the power of this compound bow, right? Fine words for a fine blade gifted to a hero. Upon hearing the scar-faced man's words, Cao Ning tightened his grip on the long staff he held. Thank you, brother. May I ask your honorable surname? One need not be too formal. Lu is my surname. My friends in Wanqing call me Lu Gu. Noticing Cao Ning's firm grip on the staff, Lu Gu's eyes narrowed slightly. I have long heard of Lu Gu's esteemed reputation. Meeting you today truly confirms your prowess. Haha, I am flattered. Brother Cao, you too are a figure of distinction. Last night's valor was indeed admirable. Lu Gu laughed heartily before shifting the conversation. Brother Cao, I have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead. Cao Ning responded with a chuckle. I would like to borrow your vehicle for a time. Rest assured, there will be generous compensation once the task is completed. As Lu Gu's request hung in the air, the entire hall fell silent. Cao Ning narrowed his eyes, pondering the audacity of their proposition after all his hard work. Gripping the staff tighter, he contemplated detaining them. Just as he was about to act, Lu Gu continued, Brother Cao, take your time to consider this. There is no rush. While speaking, he cheerfully produced a firearm from his coat. Seeing the gun in Lu Gu's hand, Cao Ning's expression turned grave. System, can a handgun kill me? Indeed. The system replied succinctly. Damn. After a moment of tense silence, a thought struck Cao Ning, and he turned with a smile, saying, no problem. Lu Gu borrowing the vehicle is an honor, but there is one condition. Oh, pray, speak freely, Brother Cao. Observing Cao Ning's change in demeanor, Lu Gu sensed he had backed down. The fuel tank is nearly empty. It won't take you far. Lu Gu's expression darkened as he responded, Brother Cao. Are you trying to deceive me? How could I? Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to lie. You know where I come from. It's a long journey, and the fuel is indeed running low. As you can see, I'm preparing to siphon some fuel from the wood and propane canisters on this cart. Cao Ning replied with a grin. Lu Gu's expression fluctuated. And after a moment of contemplation, he whispered a few words to his subordinates. The man quickly nodded and approached Cao Ning to request the car keys. Cao Ning understood that Sixth Brother did not trust him and wished to verify the truth of his words. It mattered little. The vehicle was nearly out of fuel anyway. Let him look. After a while, the subordinate returned and nodded at Sixth Brother. Haha, I, Lu, have underestimated your intentions. The third brother has taken this group to siphon the fuel. Gather as much as you can. Understood, Big Brother. The man referred to as the third brother, upon hearing this, disregarded the willingness of those present and began shoving everyone outside. Cao Ning feigned an intention to follow, but Sixth Brother called him back. Brother Cao, come and take a break. Let them handle the heavy lifting. But, Sixth Brother, the fuel is frozen. Sixth Brother waved his hand dismissively and confidently replied. My two brothers have experience with siphoning fuel. They know what to do. Come, sit and rest. He gestured towards the waiting area benches. Goodness, in such cold weather. Aren't you afraid of frostbite? At least find a room to warm up. Nevertheless, Cao Ning said nothing and walked directly over to sit on the bench. Sixth Brother, ever cautious, took a seat opposite him. After years of racing, Cao Ning was adept at conversing with anyone, whether human or ghost, with a flurry of flattery. He had Sixth Brother ready to boast. The distance between them gradually closed. As they exchanged cigarettes and shared laughter, a group of weary individuals entered after some time. Sixth Brother's subordinate reported that the fuel tanks were full, but the bus doors would not open. Little brother, I must trouble you once again. Sixth Brother stood up, shaking off the cold, and approached Cao Ning with a smile. Haha, brother, you are too polite. However, even if I open the door for you, you still cannot leave. Little brother, what do you mean by that? Suddenly, a swift shadow struck, shattering Sixth Brother's skull. Before his two subordinates could react, Cao Ning had already delivered 2 more blows. Chapter 9, Primary Weapon. Meow knife. Those who dare to steal my vehicle shall meet their demise. Cao Ning exhaled a plume of smoke, crouching down to seize the firearm from the hands of the Sixth Brother. With an air of nonchalance, he began to search the 3 individuals before him. His 2 subordinates proved fruitless in their possession, yielding only 2 folding knives. However, from the Sixth Brother's waist, he extracted a spare magazine, fully loaded with 12 rounds. Though the specific model eluded him, the thrill of handling a real firearm invigorated him. After all, who could resist the allure of a gun? Upon inspecting the magazine, he noted only 3 rounds remained. At that moment, those around him seemed to awaken from a stupor, their screams piercing the air. Faced with the grotesque sight of 3 lifeless bodies, several women collapsed in terror, while the men recoiled in fear. What are you shouting about? Is there a man among the deceased? Cao Ning furrowed his brow, annoyance evident in his tone. Please, don't kill me. I don't know them. The pallor on the women's faces was striking, their lips trembling uncontrollably. Cao Ning surveyed the crowd and fixated on a man clad in a station uniform. Where's the guard's duty room? The man appeared paralyzed with fear, prompting Cao Ning to repeat his question. "It's on the second floor," he stammered, trembling as he pointed upwards. "Let me there. Brother, my legs have gone numb. The man's face was ashen, utterly unwilling to accompany someone who had been jovial mere moments ago and was now a harbinger of death. "Oh, your legs are numb? Shall I remedy that?" Cao Ning brandished the blood-stained stick menacingly. "Brother, no need. I'm fine now. I'll take you there at once." He forced a strained smile and began to lead Cao Ning to the guard's duty room on the second floor. Upon reaching the door, which stood ajar, he noted the flickering embers of a fire within, suggesting that the occupants had sought refuge there. Cao Ning assessed the surroundings, approaching a battered iron door, marred with dents. "Are there firearms inside?" "Yes, they are for the armed forces stationed here." The station staff member nodded vigorously in response to Cao Ning's inquiry. "Does that little fellow have a weapon that remains unopened?" Curiosity piqued as he traced the bullet holes around the lock. "Brother, this is an explosion-proof door installed by the armed forces. It cannot be opened without a key or explosives." Cao Ning kicked the steel door with force. It yielded only to create shallow impressions, remaining obstinately shut. It seemed that even his formidable genetic warrior strength was insufficient to breach it. The staff member, witnessing the futility, was astonished. He knew all too well the door's sturdiness. Who would have thought that the Sixth Brother's relentless battering was less effective than this man's mere kick? Such terror. "What of the key?" "The key is with Captain Wong, but during last night's zombie outbreak, he was outside maintaining order in the square and was bitten by a visitor, transforming into a zombie," the staff member lamented, sorrow etched across his face. Cao Ning approached the window, gazing at the zombies aimlessly wandering the square, a shiver running down his spine. There were at least 100, perhaps more, visible in plain sight. The unseen is likely even more daunting. "Come here, point out who Captain Wong is." The man hesitated, frightened to approach Cao Ning, fearing he would receive a blow as soon as he finished speaking. "You need not fear. As long as you remain honest, I will not harm you." Though the words were reassuring, his smile resembled that of a cunning wolf. However, compelled by the gun in Cao Ning's hand, he cautiously approached. After observing for a while in the square, he pointed at a zombie, stating that is Captain Wong, the one in the wide-brimmed hat behind the railing. Following the direction of the man's finger, Cao Ning saw a zombie clad in a bomb-proof suit, trapped within an iron gate. It was somewhat distant, and there were more than one guard within. Besides Captain Wong, the other three wore bomb-proof helmets. Cao Ning could not help but grip the stick in his hand, uncertain whether he could shatter the helmet with a single strike. "You must have confiscated some prohibited items here, right?" The man nodded vigorously. "There are some in the warehouse at the back, brother. Do you wish to go there?" "Yes, take me there." The staff member, upon hearing this, retreated in fear, saying, "Brother, there are numerous zombies there. We cannot go." Not believing Cao Ning, the man led him into another room connected to the waiting hall. Below, a locked iron gate revealed a dozen zombies wandering restlessly. Last night, during the outbreak, Captain Wong led the guards outside. Our duty officer, seeing that they could not hold the line due to a lack of firearms, took his men to the warehouse to collect weapons. The holding room is connected to the warehouse, but unexpectedly, someone got infected inside. To prevent the zombies from escaping, the officer locked the iron gate from within. The staff member spoke sadly, witnessing his former colleagues transformed into grotesque figures. Cao Ning nodded, acknowledging the officer's commendable decisiveness and sacrifice. Arriving at the iron gate, the zombies trapped inside seemed to sense fresh prey, crowding at the entrance, reaching out hungrily. "You stand over there," Cao Ning directed, pointing to a dead angle beside the iron gate. He could never turn his back on danger during a confrontation and needed the man positioned where he could keep an eye on him. The man, understanding, hurriedly complied. Relieved not to face the zombies directly, armed with a stick, Cao Ning began to pierce the heads of the zombies one by one. In no time, several zombies lay slain, and Cao Ning yanked open the iron gate. This was stainless steel, primarily serving as a warning. In a lawful society, even the most unruly do not wish to break out. Of course, even if they tried, it would be quite difficult. However, for Cao Ning, it posed no challenge, as his strength had significantly increased. Thus, to the staff member's eyes, this scene appeared as if he were endowed with divine strength. Yet, that was not the end. Cao Ning's subsequent actions caused the man's pupils to widen in astonishment. Cao Ning methodically smashed open the heads of the zombies, extracting small orbs of various colors from within. It was utterly explosive. Not only was he a ruthless killer, but he also exhibited a disturbing obsession. After collecting the crystal cores, he noticed a sign indicating a warehouse for contraband and proceeded directly toward it. Peering at the door and hearing no sounds from within, he forcefully kicked it open. As the wooden door crashed to the ground, the staff member swallowed hard, his throat dry. Cao Ning stepped inside first, revealing a haphazard array of illicit goods. Metal rods, an assortment of knives, and chemical agents were strewn about. alongside several bundles of fireworks and firecrackers. Cao Ning rummaged through a cabinet and unearthed an ancient wooden box. Upon opening it, he discovered a long knife, reminiscent of a machete. The exquisitely adorned scabbard suggested it was more of a work of art. Drawing the blade, he admired the intricate blue patterns that adorned its surface. It was undeniably striking. He ran his fingers along the edge. It was sharpened to perfection. A gentle flick of his finger against the blade produced a clear, melodious sound. Indeed, this would serve as my level 1 weapon. You take these fireworks and firecrackers to the hall, he commanded. The man nodded eagerly, swiftly wrapping up several fireworks before hastening outside. Once the man had departed, Cao Ning retrieved the refining liquid for his level 1 weapon. Gripping the machete with his right hand, he poured the liquid over both his hand and the blade. The crimson liquid visibly seeped into his skin and the knife. Although Cao Ning felt no particular sensation in his body, the machete seemed to meld with him, becoming an extension of his very being. He swung the blade back and forth a few times, marveling at its fluidity. Spotting a metal rod nearby, he cleaved it effortlessly. With a sharp crack, the rod snapped in two. It cut through metal like butter. Examining the smooth edge of the severed rod, Cao Ning felt a surge of confidence for the impending battle. Chapter 10. A Farewell Journey, Early Death for Early Liberation. In the waiting hall, people huddled together, whispering in hushed tones. Upon seeing Cao Ning emerge, brandishing a long knife, his body drenched in blood, they immediately fell silent. One by one, they lowered their heads, resembling schoolchildren caught in wrongdoing. Damn, am I truly that terrifying? My aesthetic of violence is simply explosive. They failed to appreciate it. However, Cao Ning said nothing and proceeded straight to the entrance of the hall. You, take these firecrackers to the west side of the second floor and throw one every 5 minutes. Understood? He instructed a staff member clutching the firecrackers, glancing outside. Understood. All right. Go now and start throwing. The staff member nodded vigorously and hurried upstairs. Cao Ning's gaze shifted back to the window as he gripped the door handle. Taking a deep breath. This battle indeed carries a certain risk. Although I have engaged in close combat before, facing such a multitude of zombies is a first. Yet, this also presents an opportunity to test the limits of my level 1 genetic warrior's endurance. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, the sound of firecrackers erupted from the western side of the waiting hall. The zombies in the square, drawn by the noise, turned and rushed westward. After 2 blasts, Cao Ning pushed open the door of the waiting hall. The sudden appearance of a living person caused a portion of the zombies heading west to turn back and charge furiously towards him. In response, Cao Ning gripped his machete and commenced a ruthless slaughter, devoid of technique, relying solely on raw strength. It was all about sweeping strikes and powerful kicks. Initially, he felt a bit out of sorts, but thankfully, the knife was extraordinarily sharp. Whether it was a head or a torso, it could practically cleave through with ease. As he battled his way through, he reached the outer confines of the iron fence. Even though a few zombies inside donned heavy bomb-proof combat gear, they could not withstand the might of Cao Ning's machete. In a matter of moments, he brought them crashing to the ground. With a single-leg leap, he vaulted over the barrier. Approaching a zombie, he quickly retrieved a long chain of keys. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed one of the deceased zombies clutching a standard shotgun, its bomb-proof helmet shattered with a gaping hole. He could envision the despair that soldier must have felt when the mutation occurred. Picking up the firearm, he discovered it was devoid of ammunition and slung it over his shoulder. He searched the other zombies, but found no more supplies. Just as he was about to return over the railing, he suddenly noticed that the zombies, previously drawn by the firecracker sounds, were now charging back towards him. A dark mass of zombies approached, yet rather than fear, Cao Ning felt exhilaration. Having just slain 4 or 5 dozen zombies, he sensed minimal exhaustion. Aside from a slight sheen of sweat, he felt hardly fatigued. The advantage lies with me. Moreover, this wave of zombies is sufficient to elevate my abilities. With his machete in hand, he charged forward. Damn it, come here. Sitting on the steps, Cao Ning gestured towards the terrified crowd in the hall. At that moment, the frightened individuals seemed frozen in place, as though ensnared by a spell, hesitating to advance. I shall not repeat myself. Observing the wrathful countenance of the fearsome deity, the crowd timidly emerged. Cao Ning surveyed the quivering individuals, their legs trembling in fright, and drew forth a slender cigarette, igniting it with a flicker. Inhaling deeply, he exhaled a plume of white smoke. Do you wish to survive? The crowd nodded fervently in response. Good. Do you see these small orbs? Your task is to smash the brains of these zombies and retrieve such orbs. Cao Ning presented 2 zombie cores before the assembly. Upon hearing the command to strike the zombies' heads, several women immediately fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Brother, I am timid. I have never dared to crush even an ant. Brother, I have been faint at the sight of blood since childhood. Little brother, spare my sister. Her heart is weak. Witnessing their desperate pleas and retreating figures, Cao Ning gestured towards the scattered remains of the zombies, chuckling, "You need not go. You can end up like them. Little brother, my heart truly is weak." As one woman continued to beg for mercy, Cao Ning stood, shaking the blood and ice shards from his machete. "Sister, this is the apocalypse. There are no doctors for your heart. You shall die sooner or later. Why not let me assist you in finding liberation?" "No, no, little brother, my heart has recovered. I shall go, I shall go." Upon seeing the murderous glint in Cao Ning's eyes, the woman scrambled to her feet. She located a cleaver and hastened towards the fallen zombie. "And what of you? Any others with frail bodies?" Cao Ning was pleased with the woman's initiative. Without a little pressure, one would never realize how swiftly their ailments could vanish. The crowd dared not utter another word, hastily seeking suitable tools to commence the task of smashing heads and retrieving orbs. This is truly a devil. A single disagreement leads to slaughter, completely devoid of reason. Should this continue, I fear he may become akin to that sixth brother. Do not think of shirking your duties. I keep count of every kill. Those who retrieve more will be prioritized for a chance at survival. The crowd, hearing this, hastened their efforts, hoping to secure that precious opportunity. Cao Ning was not concerned about their escape. The long-distance bus station was still some distance from the city center. Furthermore, numerous zombies roamed outside the square. Given their fragile mental state, even with a vehicle, they would hesitate to venture out. Jangling the keys in his hand, Cao Ning proceeded towards the guard room on the second floor. With a click, the heavy blast-proof door swung open. The equipment within dazzled Cao Ning. Though it lacked the advanced firearms seen in foreign films, the arsenal was impressively comprehensive. 7 handguns, 6 rifles, 3 shotguns, and 2 sniper rifles adorned the shelves. An array of ammunition filled an entire cabinet. Tear gas, smoke grenades, flares, and flashbangs were plentiful. However, grenades were scarce, totaling just 4. There were also some blast-proof combat uniforms and anti-terrorism gear. The weaponry in this armory could nearly equip a platoon with firepower. All the effort spent acquiring the keys was well worth it. This was a substantial gain. Not only did he acquire firearms, but upon inspecting the upgrade points within the system downstairs, he realized that he had successfully dispatched a staggering 214 zombies within this short span of time. Although he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching level 2 for the bus, he could nonetheless select enhancements for 2 of the bus's ancillary functions with the available upgrade points. The mere thought of it filled him with delight. Eager to upgrade, Cao Ning procured a cart and transported all the firearms and ammunition from the warehouse back to his bus. As he approached the bus, he noticed several fuel barrels positioned near the fuel tank. He kicked them lightly and discovered a few still containing oil, albeit frozen. He did not mind, simply placing them into the luggage compartment. A token of appreciation, indeed. In these times when diesel is scarce, even a little is valuable. Taking out his phone, he checked for any messages from the Su family, but there were none. He then attempted to call Su Xiaowen, only to be met with the same message: the user is unavailable. Lighting a cigarette, he rubbed his forehead in contemplation, pondering his next course of action. Once he collects these crystal cores, a trip to the city is imperative. Now, while most survivors are sheltering in their homes, it is the perfect opportunity to scavenge for supplies. The journey back to Weiqing is likely to be fraught with peril. If the city is in such disarray, the highways will be no better. Delaying any longer might allow others to react, thereby complicating the acquisition of resources. Upgrade complete. The bus's exterior has reached level 2, and the luggage compartment has also attained level 2. The remaining upgrade points have been allocated to the luggage compartment. Chapter 11. The bus enters Wan City Ding. The upgrade as per the host's request has been completed. Bus exterior level 20500. Current defense can withstand the impact of certain rifle bullets. Privacy glass enhanced by 40. Bus storage compartment level 192,500. Current bus storage capacity is 292 cubic meters, with 76 cubic meters occupied. The alternate space does not alter the bus's appearance. Time stands still and cannot store living beings. Gazing at the nearly 300 cubic meters of storage space, Cao Ning rubbed his hands together with a hint of excitement. This could yield a considerable amount of supplies. To not fill it to the brim would be a travesty. Steering the bus, he pushed open the door to the auxiliary passage and drove into the square. Upon seeing the individuals who had gathered the crystal cores waiting at the entrance of the hall, Cao Ning turned off the engine and stepped down. "Brother, here are the ones I collected, totaling 34. A staff member responsible for setting off fireworks was the first to present a bag brimming with crystal cores. Cao Ning gave it a slight shake and glanced at the young man. "Not bad, quite nimble." "Hiki." The young man scratched his head, beaming with an innocent smile. "Brother, here's mine, totaling 14. Brother, this is mine." The remaining dozen or so individuals also handed their collected crystal cores to Cao Ning. He mentally calculated and found he was only short by 2. Never mind. Searching through all these corpses would be a hassle. All right, well done. As I promised, as long as you follow my instructions, I shall grant you a chance at life. And I intend to keep my word. Upon hearing Cao Ning's declaration, the crowd's eyes widened with eager anticipation. Who among you resides in one city? Please raise your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, most hands shot up, save for a couple who appeared to be a married pair. Where do you two hail from? Brother, we are from Xing City. With the new year approaching, we came to one city to visit relatives. Then that means you have a place to stay in one city. Cao Ning remarked, but the couple's expressions shifted to sorrow. There is a place. But our relatives have likely turned into zombies by now, they lamented. Cao Ning nodded thoughtfully and after a moment's reflection said, I need to procure some items in the downtown area of one city. Now, I present you with 2 options. 1, when we reach the main thoroughfare of one city, I will drop you off, and you can find your own way home. Or 2, accompany me to assist with some tasks, and as compensation, I will clear out a hotel room for you and reserve some supplies while awaiting governmental rescue. Of course, if you have your own vehicle, you may follow behind me. Consider your choices. With that, he turned and returned to the bus, placing the crystal cores into the purification and refining device. He then concealed the control panel, ensuring that nothing else had changed in the layout. Now, it resembled an ordinary bus. Seated in the driver's seat, he lit a cigarette and gazed out at the crowd. Originally, Cao Ning had intended to hastily find them a vehicle to send them off. However, the thought of needing to transport supplies to the downtown area alone would slow him down significantly. Moreover, it is certain that there will be zombies along the way. After eliminating them, someone must gather the crystal cores. Therefore, it would be prudent to recruit these individuals to serve as my tools. As for whether they might attempt to ambush me, anyone with a modicum of intelligence, having witnessed my capabilities, should refrain from such folly. The disaster has only just begun, and most individuals still possess a semblance of moral integrity. However, who can say what will transpire in a few days? Furthermore, people are generally drawn to strength. In this environment, as long as my martial prowess is formidable, they will tend to obey. After finishing my cigarette, I stepped down from the vehicle, and a throng of individuals quickly surrounded me. The decision could be made swiftly. Most were aware of whether they had surviving family members. Some would undoubtedly return home. Those who have perished would likely opt for survival in a secure location, with provisions, awaiting government rescue, warmth, and safety. Yet, whether they can wait for such assistance remains uncertain. It appeared that several had already made up their minds about returning to one city. The crowd glanced at one another, and only 3 or 4 raised their hands. Very well, board the vehicle. Those returning to one city, please sit in the front. Those assisting me, take the back. With that, Cao Ning boarded the bus. Once everyone was aboard, he closed the door and started the engine. As we passed through the toll booth, he crashed through it with a thunderous noise, immediately attracting the attention of the wandering zombies. Cao Ning disregarded them and drove straight over the zombies ahead. With the bus upgraded to level 2, its shell was remarkably sturdy. Dealing with these unranked and level 1 zombies was akin to child's play. Cao Ning navigated the bus, plowing through the horde. Wherever the zombies were dense, he steered the wheel in that direction, leaving a serpentine trail on the straight road. His exceptional driving skills elicited gasps from the passengers, who clutched their handholds in terror, internally exclaiming that this demon was a madman. Was Cao Ning insane? Certainly not. The zombies he crushed also contributed to his upgrade points. Although he could not collect crystal cores, that was of little concern. The Dragon Nation lacked neither people nor zombies. Simply crushing them sufficed. As for the crystal cores, there would be ample time to gather them later. Watching the upgrade points steadily increase in the system, Cao Ning couldn't help but smile broadly. The vehicle swiftly traversed the outskirts and entered the urban area. Strangely, although there were zombies on the road, they were noticeably fewer than in the suburbs. Were they all trapped in buildings? That seemed improbable. If the majority were confined indoors, the city would not have fallen overnight, as reported online. This thought sent a wave of anxiety through him. As the vehicle moved slowly, he scrutinized the surrounding environment. The entire city resembled a ghost town, enveloped in eerie silence. The passengers soon noticed this bizarre scene, holding their breaths in trepidation. The scarcity of zombies raised questions. Had the authorities and armed forces mobilized for rescue? Surely, there would be gunfire if that were the case. Upon reaching an intersection devoid of zombies, Cao Ning turned to the rear and announced, "Those heading to one city may disembark here." As these words were spoken, several individuals who had intended to disembark at Wancheng were momentarily taken aback. A man spoke up. "Brother, could you possibly take a right turn? My home is still quite a distance away." To which the driver retorted, "Do you think this is a taxi? If you wish to alight, do so quickly. If not, then join me in my endeavors." Just as the man was grappling with his predicament, a woman inquired, "Brother, where are you headed next?" "To Wanqing department store. If you wish to disembark there, that is acceptable, but you must assist me." After a brief discussion among the would-be passengers, they turned to Cao Ning and stated, "Brother, we shall accompany you. This place feels desolate and eerie." "Very well. More hands on deck are indeed welcome." With that, Cao Ning pressed down on the accelerator, steering towards Wanqing department store. Having traversed several intersections, the number of zombies began to increase, which provided Cao Ning with a measure of relief. "Now this feels somewhat normal," he mused, feeling rather ashamed that he preferred the company of more zombies. Yet, he could not entirely blame himself. Unusual occurrences often herald some form of peril. He had perused various apocalyptic novels, and such eerie desolation frequently signified the presence of a zombie king. A sentient zombie king would certainly be far beyond Cao Ning's current capabilities to confront. Nevertheless, such a scenario was unlikely to unfold. After all, the system had indicated that within 10 days, the evolution of level 2 mutated beings would be a rarity. He could hardly believe that a level 2 zombie could possess intellect. If that were the case, humanity would be doomed. As they neared Wanqing department store, a dark swarm of zombies began to follow closely behind the bus, at least several hundred of them. The area where the bus typically stopped was far too open, making it an unsuitable battleground against the undead. A skirmish would inevitably draw more zombies from the vicinity, placing them in a precarious situation. Fortunately, Cao Ning had visited Wanqing department store on several occasions and was aware of an internal parking lot designated for freight, given its central location and high land prices. The parking lot had 2 entrances, each narrow enough to accommodate only a large refrigerated truck. By blocking the bus in, he could ensure the safety of those behind them. The bus swiftly turned into the parking lot, and the scene was as he had envisioned. Upon halting, the bus completely obstructed the entrance, leaving only enough space to open the door. After securing the vehicle, he retreated into the sleeping compartment and retrieved a substantial bag of provisions, placing it in the aisle. Everyone needed to refuel and prepare for the arduous tasks that lay ahead. Chapter 12. The rescue team trapped in a tide of corpses as the meal commenced. A sense of trepidation enveloped everyone except Cao Ning. Although hunger gnawed at them, the low growls and relentless pounding from the zombies outside rendered the atmosphere tense and uneasy. However, as they observed Cao Ning relishing his food with an air of nonchalance, the others gradually began to relax. After all, in such dire circumstances, what else could they do? If the leader remained unfazed, why should they fret? Life was fleeting. It was prudent to indulge in a hearty meal before facing the inevitable. Once everyone had satiated their hunger, Cao Ning retrieved a toolbox from the front of the vehicle. "I will step outside to clear the zombies. Your first task is to dismantle all seats except for those in the driver's cabin and dispose of them. Ladies, grab some cloths and clean the interior of the vehicle. Do you all understand?" "Understood." The group responded promptly. "All right, let us get to work. Ensure the vehicle is tidied up by the time I return." With that, Cao Ning exited the bus. The internal parking lot was modest, sparsely populated with a few private cars and a large refrigerated truck, all blanketed in thick snow. After surveying the area and encountering merely 2 wandering zombies, it became evident that the devastation here was not severe. After securing the iron gate at the exit, he returned to the bus. Listening to the anguished cries of the zombies trapped behind the bus, Cao Ning swiftly leaped onto the roof. The appearance of living beings below sent the zombies into a frenzy, arms outstretched as if to embrace a sumptuous feast. The entire entryway was overrun by the undead, leaving Cao Ning momentarily at a loss for how to descend. Recalling the illumination flares he had scavenged from the guard station, he summoned a few into his hands. With their palm-sized glow, he pulled the safety pins and hurled one into the throng of zombies in the forefront, despite it still being daylight. The flare illuminated the surroundings with an intensified brightness. The blinding light instantly captured the attention of the zombies, who rushed eagerly towards it. Seizing the opportunity, Cao Ning leaped down and swiftly dispatched several zombies that approached the bus. He then pivoted and swiftly engaged the hordes in the passageway. This time, his movements were even more fluid than during his earlier confrontation at the bus station. The zombies fell like ripe wheat, collapsing in droves to the ground. "Captain, something feels amiss," a soldier driving a military vehicle suddenly exclaimed. The captain, seated beside him, merely nodded gravely, his expression taut as he surveyed the eerily silent street. He was acutely aware that all rescue teams in Wanqing, apart from his own, had been dispatched to the factories in the high-tech zone. Furthermore, there had been a multitude of zombies upon their arrival, yet now they seemed almost eradicated. This was no good omen. Something was undoubtedly amiss. 0203, this is 01. Please respond. The captain shouted into the intercom beside his shoulder. 02 received. 03 received. Soon, 2 responses echoed back. Now, increase vigilance and traverse this area swiftly. In case of an emergency, 03 is to halt and intercept. 02 understands. 03 understands. Upon receiving their replies, the captain urged the soldier at the wheel to accelerate. The more he observed the surroundings, the more alarmed he became. It was eerily silent, too silent. However, before long, the intercom crackled with panicked shouts and the sound of gunfire. "Captain, a horde of zombies has suddenly emerged from the right." Rat-a-tat-tat. Startled, the captain turned sharply to the right, only to behold an innumerable swarm of zombies charging towards them. The soldier in the back seat opened the hatch above and adjusted the machine gun's aim, unleashing a barrage upon the approaching undead. In an instant, gunfire erupted as zombies closed in from all sides. "Quick, change lanes. There's less to the left, steer left." No sooner had the captain spoken than the driver yanked the steering wheel. Thankfully, the armored vehicle was heavy, otherwise, it would have toppled over in the snow. As they veered left, the captain's heart sank further. The road was scarcely better, only slightly less congested than the right. "Captain, we're running low on ammunition. There are too many zombies. We've barely passed a few intersections, and several vehicles are already out of bullets." At this moment, the captain was drenched in sweat, scrutinizing the map to find the optimal route. Suddenly, he seemed to discover something, tilting his head toward the intercom. "Redirect to Wanching Riverside Avenue. Proceed past Li Jiao Bridge. 01 and 02 will go ahead to lay explosives. 03 will provide rear support." As the captain's orders fell, the intercom crackled back. 02 received. 03 received. Shortly thereafter, an armored vehicle and a bus traversed an ancient stone bridge. The doors swung open, and the captain surveyed the surroundings, commanding his soldiers. "Team 1, stand guard. Team 2, lay explosives on the bridge." Yes. With the tasks assigned, the soldiers executed their duties. On this side of the bridge lay a small park, virtually deserted in the frigid weather, resulting in a scarce number of zombies. The soldiers, armed with long poles, advanced to deliver decisive blows to the undead. Once the soldiers on the bridge completed their task and returned, another armored vehicle appeared at the opposite end, followed by a dense throng of zombies. The sheer mass of heads sent chills down everyone's spines. It was at least tens of thousands. "Detonate," the captain commanded as the armored vehicle crossed the bridge. Boom, boom, boom. With a resounding crash, the venerable bridge, which had stood for nearly a century, collapsed. Yet, it effectively halted the advance of the zombie horde. Across the bridge, the undead roared in frustration. Witnessing this scene, the captain wasted no time in urging everyone to board the vehicle and depart, for the deafening blast would inevitably attract more zombies to their location. True to his apprehensions, the convoy had hardly traveled a short distance when they encountered a fresh wave of zombies rushing toward them. The group had no choice but to continuously alter their route. "Captain, 03 has run out of ammunition." "Captain, the bus's wheels are stuck." "Captain, the machine gun is out of bullets." Upon hearing such disheartening news, a wave of helplessness washed over the captain. Is this how it all ends today? Damn it. I am only 23, with a promising youth ahead, unfulfilled dreams, and yet to experience love. "Captain," the voice beside him abruptly pulled him back to reality. He glanced around the vehicle, filled with the hopeful and questioning gazes of his comrades. He understood that he was the captain, and his team awaited his decision. After a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath, drew his knife from his waist, and affixed it to the muzzle of his gun. Tilting his head toward the intercom, he commanded, 01, 03. All units fix bayonets, cover 02 as they address the bus malfunction. 02 acknowledged. 03 acknowledged. Just as the soldier driving the vehicle fixed his bayonet, he was suddenly startled by a figure ahead. "Captain, look ahead." At the sound, the captain raised his gaze and was instantly taken aback. Good heavens. Chapter 13. Encountering Wong Luoxue. Is this never ending? Just as I finish off one wave, another emerges. On my way here, I certainly did not perceive the presence of so many zombies. After slicing my way through the corridor and out into the open, I felt exhilarated by the carnage. Yet I was swiftly approaching my physical limits. Fortunately, only a few remained in front of me. After dispatching them with a few swift strikes, I collapsed onto the roof of a nearby vehicle. My fingers trembled slightly as I extracted a cigarette and lit it. A puff of smoke alleviated some of my fatigue. Damn, I cannot continue this way. It is far too exhausting. Just as I was about to check my upgrade points, a sudden shout pierced the air nearby. Cao Ning turned to investigate the source of the commotion. A soldier stood atop an armored vehicle, waving his arms in my direction. Beneath him, the armored vehicle and a bus were encircled by hundreds of zombies. Through the windows, I could vaguely discern figures inside the armored vehicle and the bus. Is this a rescue team seeking assistance? Initially, I had no intention of getting involved. After finishing my smoke, I planned to return to the bus. Even if I were not fatigued, I could not recklessly engage in this chaos. In such tumultuous times, who could say what was truly at stake? What if they were wolves in sheep's clothing? Seeing me about to leave, the soldier on the armored vehicle grew anxious and called out, "Brother, please hold on. I am Chang Bin, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Armed Forces in Wanqing." I paused, returned a respectful gesture, and continued toward the bus. This unexpected interaction left Chang Bin momentarily bewildered. However, as I continued to ignore him, he shouted again, "Brother, you may choose to disregard us, but I implore you to assist those on the bus. There are esteemed professors and doctors from across the nation attending a medical symposium in Wanqing. In this dire situation, the country still needs their expertise. I sincerely hope you will lend your aid." A medical symposium? That phrase sounded strikingly familiar. Ah, yes. Xiaowen mentioned yesterday that Sister Luoxue was coming to Wanqing for a medical symposium. I glanced at the throng of figures on the bus. After a moment of contemplation, I called out, "Is there a doctor named Wong Luoxue inside?" Chang Bin on the armored vehicle was momentarily taken aback. Did they know each other? He grabbed the walkie-talkie and instructed the soldiers in Vehicle 02 to bring Wong Luoxue to the window to see if she recognized the man. "Captain Chang, that person is my brother. I know him." Before long, Wong Luoxue's excited voice came through the walkie-talkie. Chang Bin let out a sigh of relief and shouted, "Brother, Dr. Wong Luoxue is on the bus." I spotted a woman in a white down jacket waving at me through the windshield of the bus, and I couldn't help but exhale deeply. To see a familiar face in a foreign land felt rather comforting, especially since Luoxue often looked after Xiaowen. Regardless, I knew I had to offer my assistance. "I will handle the zombies surrounding the bus. You all take care of your own. Is that acceptable?" As I spoke, I swiftly dispatched a few approaching zombies. "Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much, brother," Chang Bin exclaimed, visibly elated by my willingness to help. I had truly astonished him with my ability to single-handedly slay dozens of zombies moments ago. After a brief pause, I made my way over. As he drew closer, Chang Bin was able to discern the visage of this formidable individual. A twinge of envy surged within him. Not only was this person remarkably skilled, but he was also strikingly handsome. Of course, when it comes to physical allure, he could not compare to the esteemed figures on the screen, such as Yen Zhu and Yen. Let us commence. Observing Cao Ning charge forward without hesitation, Chang Bin and the soldiers promptly emerged from the rooftops of their vehicles. Armed with long guns and daggers, they pierced through the skulls of the zombies one by one. Although there were numerous soldiers, their speed of elimination paled in comparison to that of Cao Ning. By the time Cao Ning had vanquished all the zombies surrounding the bus, the undead by the armored vehicles had yet to be fully dispatched. However, Cao Ning refrained from intervening further. As agreed upon, he was solely responsible for dealing with the zombies around the bus, and he would not expend any unnecessary effort. Moreover, the soldiers were quite capable themselves. Despite the perilous circumstances, their coordination proved effective. After a few minutes, they had successfully cleared the zombies in their vicinity. "My brother, thank you for your assistance. Without you, I fear my comrades would have perished today." Chang Bin approached quickly, his expression earnest with gratitude. "Haha, you flatter me. In times of disaster, it is you who must stand at the forefront." Cao Ning replied with a smile. At present, Chang Bin's demeanor was quite commendable, and given that they were comrades in arms, Cao Ning held a deep respect for him. "What is your name, brother?" "Cao Ning." Before Cao Ning could fully respond, Wong Luoxue, having just descended from the bus, rushed over and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Luoxue, faced with Wong Luoxue clinging to him, Cao Ning felt a bit awkward, unsure of where to place his hands. This is rather exuberant. Surely such excitement is unwarranted for a mere meeting. Feeling the gaze of those around him, he cleared his throat. Wong Luoxue's face immediately flushed crimson. Momentarily dazed, she could not comprehend why she had suddenly rushed forward to embrace Cao Ning. Perhaps it was due to his miraculous descent that saved them all, or perhaps for other reasons altogether. "Haha, since you two siblings are reunited, I shall not intrude. Do enjoy your conversation." Chang Bin, perceptive as ever, led the soldiers to repair the bus. "Very well, Captain Chang, please continue with your work," Wong Luoxue responded, guiding Cao Ning to a more secluded spot. "Did you sustain any injuries?" Wong Luoxue anxiously examined Cao Ning, pulling him back and forth to inspect for wounds. "Haha, fret not. With my skills, how could I possibly be harmed? You saw it all, did you not?" The warmth in Cao Ning's heart swelled as he observed Wong Luoxue's deep concern. He had tutored Wong Luoxue's younger sister, Su Xiaowen, for 2.5 years and often visited their home. Consequently, he understood Wong Luoxue's character well. Though she appeared cold to strangers, she was exceedingly affectionate towards those she cared for. "That's a relief. Upon hearing it was you, I was taken aback. By the way, what brings you here?" "I came to gather some supplies. I intend to return to Weiqing shortly. How about you? Will you accompany me back? Wang Luoxue's eyes sparkled with hope upon hearing that Cao Ning planned to return to Weiqing. However, soon her face was marred by a semblance of conflict. Sister Luoxue, what troubles you? She inquired. Alas, this viral outbreak has caught everyone off guard. The authorities are now preparing to establish shelters and gather personnel to combat the virus. According to the principle of proximity, I have been assigned to Wanqing. Upon hearing Wang Luoxue's words, Cao Ning felt it was inappropriate to voice further comments. Such arrangements made by the government were beyond one's control. Sister Luoxue, what about your sister? At the mention of her sister, Wang Luoxue's eyes instantly glistened with tears. I have no idea how she is doing now. I have been unable to reach her by phone. As she spoke, Wang Luoxue began to sob. Her tears left Cao Ning at a loss, for he had no tissues to offer. He could only continue to comfort her, asserting that those destined for good fortune would find their way, and a lack of news might still signify hope. After a while, Wang Luoxue managed to regain her composure and wiped her tears. What about Xiaowen? Do you have any news of her? Cao Ning shook his head gravely. In the past few days, I have tried calling them, but the phone has been off. Observing Cao Ning's distressed demeanor, Wang Luoxue turned to console him. Do not worry too much. Xiaowen is clever and will surely be all right. You're planning to return, right? Perhaps she is hiding and hasn't taken her phone. Cao Ning nodded, indicating he shared her thoughts. Cao Ning, may I ask you for a favor? Sister Luoxue, I understand. Once I return, I will search for Luoyu, and I will keep you informed of any news. Before Wang Luoxue could finish her sentence, Cao Ning grasped her meaning. Then I entrust this to you. If you find her, I hope you can take care of her. She has always been a bit scatterbrained. And I do not trust anyone else. I can only rely on you. If she is not found. Watching Wang Luoxue on the verge of tears again, Cao Ning quickly patted her shoulder, reassuring her, Sister Luoxue, rest assured, Liu will be fine. Meeting Cao Ning's resolute gaze, Wang Luoxue felt a wave of comfort. She recognized that this man, only a couple of years her junior, had shouldered the responsibilities of a family at such a young age and was remarkably trustworthy. If he were to find her sister, she would feel at ease. All right, then I entrust her to you. Sister Luoxue, do not stand on ceremony. Our bond transcends such formalities. Wang Luoxue was deeply moved by Cao Ning's words. Just then, Chang Bin, who had repaired the bus, approached. Brother Cao, I sincerely invite you to join the armed forces of Wanqing. With your skills, your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine. Chapter 14. Are there beautiful zombie girls? Chang Bin's earnest expression caused Cao Ning to pause momentarily. Is this a recruitment? As a native of Qi province, one is well aware that the end of the universe lies in such arrangements. Yet, given the apocalyptic circumstances, such considerations seem rather unnecessary. Cao Ning chuckled. Brother Cao, you may not comprehend the advantages of joining the armed forces at this moment. With calamities descending and zombies rampant, the nation is in dire need of talents like yourself. I dare say, with your skills, a battalion-level position is the least you could expect, along with a private room allocation. Observing Chang Bin's eager demeanor, Cao Ning waved his hand dismissively. Captain Chang, I truly appreciate your offer, but I am accustomed to a free-spirited life and cannot bear constraints. My sole desire is to return home and reunite with my family. Upon hearing this, Chang Bin grew anxious. This is a rare talent. Facing hundreds of zombies single-handedly, I've never encountered such a formidable individual. Moreover, my recommendation would carry significant weight. With this, he believed he could secure a promotion for himself. Brother Cao, by joining the armed forces, you could request the Weiqing military to assist in searching for your family. All right, Captain Chang, I understand your goodwill. But I genuinely have no intention of enlisting. Continuing this conversation may jeopardize our camaraderie. Recognizing Cao Ning's resolute stance, Chang Bin understood further persuasion would be futile. Such skilled individuals often possess a certain pride. To invoke national duty might yield counterproductive results. Very well, everyone has their aspirations. However, let us exchange contact numbers and connect on WeChat, shall we? Of course, that would be splendid. Sister Luoxue still intends to remain in Wanqing. So I kindly ask for your continued support. Rest assured, the treatment for medical professionals is superior to ours, with dedicated teams at their service. Chang Bin's assurance brought a sense of relief to Cao Ning. Regardless of the presence of a system, he would not enlist in Wanqing's armed forces. The uncertainty of whether Su Xiaowen and her parents were still alive would haunt him for a lifetime if left unresolved. Moreover, even if he were to join the armed forces, he would not naively believe he could command the Weiqing military. They were all occupied and would not regard him with any special favor simply due to his prowess. Without strength and connections, one remains powerless, regardless of the apocalypse. Furthermore, He possessed a system and a Doomsday fortress, making it even less likely for him to join these shelters. With ample resources at his disposal, enjoying a life of comfort far outweighed the drudgery of communal living. Nonetheless, Chang Bin proved decent, refraining from coercive recruitment. Otherwise, he would have to impart an unforgettable lesson. Even if Chang Bin belonged to the armed forces, after exchanging their contact information, Chang Bin and his group prepared to depart. Cao Ning, please ensure your safety on the journey back to Weiqing, and do keep me updated. Fear not, Sister Luoxue, we shall remain in touch. After a brief conversation, Wong Luoxue reluctantly boarded the bus. Farewell, Brother Cao. Wishing you a safe journey, may we meet again. Until we meet again. As he watched the convoy gradually recede into the distance, Cao Ning let out a sigh, pondering whether he would ever see them again in this lifetime. After a moment of melancholy, he resolutely strode towards the bus. Stepping over the mound of corpses, he effortlessly leaped onto the roof of the vehicle. Upon entering the cabin, he noted the cleared seats, which made the space feel significantly more spacious. The floor and windows were impeccably clean. The group gathered in the center of the bus to rest, and Cao Ning couldn't help but nod in approval. These individuals seemed relatively decent after all. Brother, you've returned. Someone called out. Yes, everyone has worked hard. Have some water, and let us move on to the next task. He replied, taking his seat in the driver's position and steering the bus into the internal parking area. The sight of the corridor filled from end to end with heaps of zombie corpses caused several individuals to vomit their lunch on the spot, while those who managed to hold it in appeared pale and trembling. Next, your task will be the same as this morning. Venture out and collect the small spheres from the zombies' heads. I will allocate food based on how much you gather, and the person who collects the most will receive a weapon as a reward. Upon hearing they would need to venture out again, trepidation washed over the group, and they hesitated to step forward. Brother, are there no zombies outside? One inquired. At present, there are none. As long as you remain quiet, you should be relatively safe. Moreover, I encountered the armed forces from Wanqing outside. They will soon enter the city to rescue survivors. The mention of the armed forces elicited a wave of excitement among the crowd. After the initial thrill subsided, a bespectacled man with a refined appearance spoke up. Brother, why didn't they come to escort us away just now? The moment he finished speaking, a hush fell over the group as they turned their gazes towards Cao Ning. Many wanting to voice their thoughts but refraining, their eyes betraying various unspoken meanings. Cao Ning cast a knowing glance at the man, fully aware of what they were contemplating. With a cold smirk, he remarked, they haven't gone far. If you hurry, you might still catch up. No, I'll listen to you, brother. The man hastily replied, sensing Cao Ning's displeasure. Cao Ning scanned the group and stated, the armed forces are limited in their capacity, for now. They can only rescue medical personnel. Once the situation stabilizes, they will swiftly enter the city to locate the remaining survivors. For the time being, your best course of action is to find a safe place and wait for rescue. And right now, only I can lead you to safety. The group nodded in understanding, ceasing their inquiries. What other choice did they have? Venturing out on their own would be akin to seeking death. It was far wiser to accompany Cao Ning in search of a secure haven. They had experienced the harshness of society. Living was paramount. Besides, Cao Ning had treated them well. As long as they obeyed him, they would be fine. Don't forget, there are zombies on the streets that I have slain. Be sure to collect them as well. Whether you enjoy a feast or barely scrape by tonight depends entirely on your efforts. Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd hurriedly approached Cao Ning, seizing the weapons he had meticulously prepared. Women need not accompany us. Come with me to the mall to gather supplies. Upon hearing their exemption, several women breathed a sigh of relief. This formidable brother was rather agreeable. The men, upon hearing Cao Ning's arrangement, felt a pang of yearning. They too wished to assist in the supply gathering, albeit only in thought. With tools in hand, they trudged towards the horde of zombies. Let us proceed. Cao Ning took the lead towards the mall. Though the back entrance was closed, it was not locked, indicating that the establishment had likely been in operation during the zombie outbreak the previous night. Otherwise, the main door would certainly have been secured. You all stay back. There are zombies inside. Only enter when I assure you it is safe. Upon hearing this, the women retreated hastily. Observing Cao Ning's not overly imposing figure, they felt an inexplicable emotion stir within them. This brother truly exemplified manliness. Although his words were often cold, he exuded a profound sense of security. As he pulled open the back door and gazed into the pitch-black corridor, Cao Ning called out loudly, "Is anyone there? If you are alive, make a sound." After a moment's wait, silence reigned within. He switched on his flashlight and stepped inside. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a freight elevator area. Advancing further, a fire door blocked his path at the entrance of the mall. Noticing the door bore no bloodstains, he gently turned the handle. With a creak, reminiscent of long-neglected hinges, The fire door swung open. The interior of the mall was significantly brighter than the corridor, illuminated by a hint of natural light even without the overhead lights. Cao Ning called out once more into the depths. Soon, a low growl of zombies echoed back. Supplies. As long as there are supplies. Gripping his long knife firmly, he strode boldly inside. As he beheld a dozen zombies charging toward him, Cao Ning dispatched them with ease, finding little challenge in the encounter. He pressed onward until he entered a spacious hall. The atrium of the mall soared 7 or 8 stories high, its glass ceiling now blanketed in snow. The dim atmosphere enveloped Cao Ning, rendering him as if he were in a bizarre realm, where unknown creatures could spring forth at any moment. Hey, are there any beautiful zombies? No sooner had he spoken than the low growls of zombies reverberated from all directions. Chapter 15. Survivors in the mall. As the zombies surged forth, I was taken aback by the sheer number of female zombies. Many possessed commendable figures, indeed striking. However, their faces, marred by varicose veins and grotesque wounds, detracted from their allure. Regrettably, you do not meet my aesthetic standards. There is no time for cherishing beauty. We must forge ahead. Cao Ning plunged in and out, his blade flashing with lethal precision. Gazing at the multitude of fallen zombies, he felt a pang of melancholy. A few had retained their attractiveness, their faces relatively unscathed. What a pity. No amount of beauty can alter your fate. He shouted a few times towards the upper levels. The sound of glass shattering echoed, accompanied by intermittent low growls. It appeared there were still many trapped above, confined within various shops. For the moment, he dismissed the thought. The upper floors primarily housed clothing and electronics stores. They could wait. The first floor was dominated by electronics and jewelry, with only a handful of high-end clothing boutiques. A supermarket was also located on the first floor, though it mainly stocked imported goods. Whether they were palatable remained uncertain, but the packaging was certainly voluminous. Essentials and food supplies were primarily found in the basement. Peering into the inky darkness of the elevator shaft, Cao Ning illuminated the area with his flashlight. Cautiously making his descent, he feared not sudden zombie attacks, but rather the eerie silence of lurking undead. The green emergency lights cast an otherworldly glow over the basement, resembling a netherworld. Although he did not believe in spirits, he felt a twinge of apprehension in this moment. Blessed be the infinite, he exclaimed, his voice resonating like thunder in the clear sky. After a brief wait, the supermarket remained eerily silent. It seemed there were no phantoms. Recalling his memories, he made his way to the section selling staples. Upon seeing the piles of rice and flour, Cao Ning felt a surge of excitement. With these visible provisions, one could sustain themselves for years. He then circled the supermarket, finding nothing amiss. Securing a small cart, he proceeded to the stationery aisle, filling it with items illuminated by his flashlight. Retreating to the elevator, he prepared to ascend. Let us go, it's safe inside for now. And we have quite a haul. We need to be swift, he instructed the women who had been waiting outside. Observing the once thriving One City department store, now littered with corpses, the women were still in disbelief. Though their legs trembled, they steadfastly kept pace with Cao Ning, realizing that proximity to him was their only source of security. This is a flashlight. Each of you take one. We will first gather rice and flour, he declared as he stepped forward. Brother, I know where the light switch for this supermarket is. One of the women piped up. Oh, you do? Cao Ning turned to assess her. Although slightly shorter, she was quite endearing. The girl, caught off guard by his gaze, lowered her head and replied, I previously worked part-time as a sales clerk in the supermarket. I know where the main power control for the backup electricity is. Haha, how fortuitous. You lead the way, Cao Ning said as the girl smiled at him, her heart fluttering with excitement. The aloof elder brother appeared quite handsome when he smiled. However, this was not the time for flirtation, and the young girl turned and walked inside. Cao Ning, accompanied by several others, followed her. Before long, they arrived at a room resembling a cold storage facility. On the wall was a locked electrical box. Brother, the master control is inside, but I lack the key, Cao Ning observed, noting that the lock was a simple hardware type. With a swift stroke of his knife, the lock snapped open. He opened the box and examined the operation buttons. Upon pressing one, the entire supermarket illuminated. Fortunately, the calamity had only just begun, and the basic utilities were still operational. All right, let us commence, he declared, and the group made their way toward the area piled with shopping carts. Let us start by moving these grains and oils. Once the carts are full, we'll push them to the elevator. The women, of course, complied with Cao Ning's instructions. Noticing their pace was somewhat sluggish, Cao Ning joined in. Thus, one shopping cart after another was filled, totaling approximately 20 carts. Cao Ning pushed from the rear while the women supported from the sides. Despite having become a level 1 genetic warrior, significantly enhancing his physical strength, pushing a long line of heavily laden carts still required considerable effort. Upon reaching the elevator, Cao Ning lifted a cart brimming with rice. Not bad, I can manage this. This cart contained around 20 to 30 bags of flour, weighing approximately 400 pounds. As they watched him lift the cart filled with rice, the women's eyes sparkled with admiration. How impressive. Two older women were nearly drooling, fantasizing about his physique. In bed, that would be something else. He could certainly take off. All right, you all continue moving. Focus on loading rice, flour, and oil. I'll take these upstairs first. Understood, brother. The women responded, their tones softened. Seeing their flushed faces, Cao Ning frowned. What are they thinking at a time like this? He couldn't fathom their thoughts. Let us start moving. The back and forth labor reminded him of protagonists in apocalyptic novels who possessed personal storage spaces. With a wave of a hand, they would effortlessly store everything within. How convenient. Unlike himself, who had to run back to the bus to stockpile supplies. Thus, nearly 100 shopping carts worth of supplies filled the first floor. Cao Ning instructed the others to keep moving while he pushed a cart toward the back door. After inspecting the surroundings for any anomalies, he opened the luggage compartment door. What lay within was no longer recognizable as a luggage compartment. It was now filled with swirling black mist. Curiously, Cao Ning reached inside, but felt nothing. This alternate space was indeed remarkable. Not pursuing further exploration, he began dumping the shopping carts into the compartment. Storing 0.5 cubic meters of supplies, 215. 5 cubic meters of space remaining. Hey, not bad. It even measures the inventory. Subsequently, Cao Ning continued his repetitive task, emptying one shopping cart after another into the luggage compartment, then arranging the carts neatly to push them back. Just as he was about to enter the supermarket, a sudden exclamation echoed from within. Though the sound was not loud, it pierced through the silence of the deserted mall. Cao Ning, gripping his long knife, hurriedly rushed inside. To his surprise, in addition to a few women transporting supplies, there were over a dozen survivors present. What was going on? Brother Cao? I was just about to check the fresh meat freezer when these people suddenly emerged from behind the counter, startling me, remarked an older woman. Observing the terrified expressions of the survivors, Cao Ning furrowed his brow slightly. These individuals were remarkably resilient when he had arrived. He had called out several times without eliciting a response. Were they planning an ambush? Why didn't you speak when I called out earlier? He inquired. We were frightened. A slender, seemingly astute young man replied. Frightened? What nonsense. I was speaking plainly. Do you not understand human language? Chapter 16. Are you attempting to showcase your superiority here? They were acutely aware of their own shortcomings and could not help but bow their heads. However, a man with glasses, who resembled an intellectual, spoke up with some displeasure. Young man, why such hostility? We did not intend to offend. Is it necessary to resort to insults? Cao Ning glanced sideways, disdain evident in his tone. And who might you be? The man cleared his throat and replied. I am Lu Wenbin, the vice dean of the law school at Wancheng University. Impressive. A dean indeed. Humph. The dean scoffed softly, adjusting his glasses perched on his nose. If you are so formidable, why not venture outside and confront the zombies? Why flaunt your superiority here? Upon hearing Cao Ning's retort, the dean's face flushed crimson. He wished to say more, but the sight of the knife in Cao Ning's hand silenced him. Observing the dean's disgruntled expression, Cao Ning smirked. When did a zombie outbreak occur in the mall? It was just past 9 last night, not even 10. The young man responded swiftly to Cao Ning's inquiry, fearful that the knife-wielding individual might act recklessly. With many people around during this time of year, is it just the few of you left in the mall? Brother, we are not entirely sure how many remain. There should still be some, but they scattered when the outbreak happened so suddenly. Zombies were everywhere, biting people. We fled here and hid until the noise subsided in the early hours. Recalling the harrowing events of the previous night, the group trembled involuntarily. Cao Ning nodded, scrutinizing the group once more. 8 men and 6 women, most of them quite young. As he contemplated how to manage this group, the young man inquired, Brother, what is the situation outside? Are there many zombies? Wancheng fell overnight, with a population in the hundreds of thousands. What do you think? Despite their awareness of the dire circumstances, the group still displayed expressions of sorrow and confusion upon hearing Cao Ning's words. Family gone. Friends gone. Everything lost. What are your plans? Cao Ning asked, observing their tearless faces. We don't know. We can't return home now. We can only hide here and wait for rescue. Rescue will not come swiftly. Let me offer you a suggestion. If you assist me in transporting supplies, I will provide you with a safe haven while we await rescue. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting confusion. Brother, what constitutes a safe place? Where you need not concern yourselves. Just know that as long as you do not act recklessly, you will survive for a considerable time. I am acquainted with the rescue personnel from the armed forces, and I will send them our location when the time comes. Upon hearing that Cao Ning knew the rescue team, most of the people agreed. Only the professor. adjusting his glasses, revealed a glimmer of insight in his eyes. Young man, this place has food and drink, and it is quite safe. Would it not be more convenient to send the rescue team our location from here? Incredible! It appears you have become addicted to leadership, even in the apocalypse. You still expect others to cater to you. All the supplies here belong to me. Once we reach a safe location, I shall grant you a portion as remuneration for your labor. What right do you have to claim these supplies as yours? Do you understand the law? This is a marketplace, protected by legal statutes. Are you not fearful of retribution from the authorities for your brazen theft? Furthermore, by what authority do you command us to work? The director appeared to be spiraling into a futile debate. Brandishing the knife in his hand contemptuously, he retorted, "If I say it is mine, then it is mine. Speak another word, and I shall not hesitate to slay you." Having spent the majority of his life as a director, he felt his dignity being affronted. This insolent brat dared to threaten him. He pointed an accusatory finger at Cao Ning, ready to unleash a tirade. Witnessing this, the few women who accompanied Cao Ning instinctively recoiled. They were all too aware of the intentions behind the now smiling face of Cao Ning. "You insolent whelp, did your parents fail to instill proper manners in you? Come. Let us see you try. If you do not strike." Just as the director was haughtily posturing, he suddenly beheld the sight of his own decapitated body. Everyone froze in shock. The terrifying visage of Director Liu sent shivers down the spines of the survivors, causing several young girls, unaccustomed to violence, to burst into tears. "He disagrees. What about you all?" Fortunately, the young man who had initially spoken began to grasp the gravity of the situation and promptly agreed to follow Cao Ning's directives. The blade was pointed at the remaining men. There was no room for dissent. They hurriedly nodded in compliance. Cao Ning then turned his gaze towards the women, whose sobs elicited a frown from him. "If you continue to weep, the next one to lie on the ground will be you." At his words, a strange silence fell. As if under a spell, the women immediately stifled their tears, their faces filled with terror as they looked at Cao Ning, their eyes brimming with pleas for mercy, silently begging for their lives. "As long as you obey, I can ensure your survival for a long time. Should you defy me or cause trouble, this shall be your fate." No sooner had he finished speaking than a knife pierced through the director's skull. Upon witnessing this, the crowd quickly vowed to be obedient. The women who stood behind Cao Ning, observing the fearful expressions of those around them, suddenly recalled the scene from earlier at the station, igniting a sense of nostalgia. However, now, as they beheld Cao Ning's ruthless act, their fear diminished significantly. After all, as long as they remained compliant and did not provoke him, their safety was assured. In this apocalyptic world, having such a formidable ally was indeed advantageous, especially when recalling how Cao Ning had effortlessly carried an entire shopping cart of rice upstairs. The older women felt their legs weaken with instinctive trepidation. This was truly remarkable. "Let us begin our tasks. You few, gather the supplies." The women who had accompanied Cao Ning, thrilled at their newfound authority, excitedly rallied everyone to commence the collection of resources. With the more visible supplies of rice, flour, and oil nearly depleted, they shifted their focus to other food sections, ranging from snacks and side dishes to fruits and vegetables, from frozen foods to live seafood. The temperature within the marketplace now plunges below zero, with the aquatic creatures encased in ice. Even the few that remain alive are hastily bagged. Cao Ning adheres to a singular principle: anything edible, drinkable, or usable must be taken away. The more people there are, the swifter the process becomes. Cao Ning ventured alone into the cold storage that housed the meat. Several compartments awaited him, and upon opening, he found them brimming with various cuts of meat. There was pork knuckle and large intestines, his absolute favorites. Accustomed to coarse grains, he could hardly appreciate finer meals. The pairing of white liquor with cured meats was nothing short of perfection. He promptly summoned others to assist in transporting the bounty. As he beheld the continuous flow of supplies being loaded into the luggage compartment, a smile spread across Cao Ning's face. This zero-cost acquisition was simply exhilarating. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, he decided to stash some provisions within the living quarters. Just then, those collecting crystal cores returned. The sight of their bulging bags filled him with uncontainable joy. The thrill of leadership, albeit fleeting, was indeed gratifying. Among them, the station worker amassed the greatest number of crystal cores. In an unprecedented gesture, Cao Ning offered him a cigarette. The young man received it as if it were a treasure, causing envy among his peers. Although they all had cigarettes, this one held a different significance. After collecting the crystal cores presented by others, he instructed them to gather the cores from the zombies he had just dispatched. Upon returning to the bus, he poured all the cores into the purification and refining device. Non-grade crystal cores, 869. Grade 1 crystal cores, 347. Damn. This was indeed a moment of ascendance. Chapter 17. The bus upgraded to level 2. Redeeming water molecule collectors. Today's efforts have undoubtedly borne fruit. Although I possess merely over 200 crystal nuclei, The number of zombies I have vanquished far exceeds this. In addition to the 200 zombies eliminated externally, there are over 300 more within the shopping mall. Not to mention those I may have overlooked. Accumulating over 500 upgrade points and 200 crystal nuclei represents a substantial fortune for Cao Ning at this juncture. The bus not only ascends to a higher echelon, with such a plethora of crystal nuclei, I can also exchange for some advanced technology within the system. Upgrade the bus to level 2. The bus shell and luggage compartment levels have both been elevated to level 3. Ding. The upgrade has been completed as per the host's request. Bus shell level 301,000. Current shell defense can withstand all firearm projectiles. Glass privacy attribute enhanced by 60. Bus power level 20500. Current bus speed increased by 40 and extended range by 40. Bus body level 20500. Current bus interior maintains a constant temperature of 10 degrees above zero. Parked power for 10 hours, and a water tank maintaining 10 degrees above zero, equipped with purification for drinkability. Currently the water tank is at 0 liters. Bus chassis level 20500. Current bus load capacity is 40 tons, driving noise reduced by 40, stability increased by 40. Tires can withstand rifle bullets, fuel tank maintains a temperature of 5 degrees above zero. With an additional auxiliary fuel tank of the same size. Bus living area level 20500. Current bus area is 60 square meters, height 5 meters. Alternate space does not alter the bus's exterior. Bus luggage compartment level 301,000. Current luggage compartment is 610 cubic meters, with 310 cubic meters occupied. Alternate space does not alter the bus's exterior. Time is frozen, cannot store living beings. Apocalypse Fortress upgrade points 328. Observing the bus's interior space, which has nearly doubled. A sense of homeliness envelopes Cao Ning. The increased height within the bus has significantly alleviated the previous feeling of confinement. The living area can be modified according to personal needs, with each level allowing for only one alteration. Therefore, careful planning is essential. Given the current circumstances, Cao Ning intends to modestly increase the width of the interior by just 1 meter, while extending the length to accommodate future occupants without overwhelming them. The front of the bus, designated as the driving area, requires no modifications. However, the upper section could be transformed into a bedroom with a mattress for comfort. The expansive glass would provide ample light and visibility. Moving further back, a lounge area could be developed, furnished with a sofa and dining table, while the kitchen remains open concept, featuring shelves stocked with everyday ingredients and snacks. Further along lies the restroom. However, the previous facility was too cramped and unsuitable for bathing. Therefore, Cao Ning plans to renovate it into 2 distinct areas, a restroom and a shower room. The system provides renovation and decoration services for the living area, reliant entirely on upgrade points, which are currently insufficient. However, one can also choose to prepare some electrical appliances and furniture themselves, transferring them into the vehicle for system integration, thereby incurring lower costs. Beyond that, there exists a conventional warehouse, and the specifics of space are of little consequence. In simple terms, it resembles a studio apartment. Opening the system marketplace, Cao Ning directly clicked on the search box and entered external water molecule collector. This cutting-edge technology, which he had observed the previous night, initially seemed of little use, but now, with the upgrade of the bus, he increasingly recognized the significance of such innovations. There are numerous advanced technologies available, but currently, the one that offers him the greatest assistance is the external water molecule collector. Naturally, it is also one of the only 2 pieces of advanced technology he can afford at the moment. The other is the self-purifying intelligent toilet, which essentially provides a means to cleanse oneself at any time and place, exuding a pleasant fragrance without any unpleasant odors. Wastewater and other impurities will automatically decompose and vanish, thus eliminating the embarrassment of emptying the black water tank. Alas, he finds himself still impoverished, only able to afford the most basic models, which still require 1,000 crystal course. Gazing at the description and pricing chart of the water molecule collector, Cao Ning felt a pang of regret. The low-level external water molecule collector can only function in rainy, snowy, or overcast weather, collecting 10 liters of water per hour. It contains a purifier, allowing the collected water to be boiled and made potable. Beyond that, its capabilities are rather limited. The mid-tier version can collect 50 liters of water per hour under most conditions, retaining the same functionalities but adding a defensive feature. Boasting a strength equivalent to half that of an apocalyptic fortress, priced at 10,000 crystal cores. The advanced model is truly impressive. Capable of collecting 500 liters of water per hour under any conditions, with defense strength matching that of the apocalyptic fortress, priced at 100,000 000 crystal cores. The higher the grade, the better the product, and naturally, the price reflects that. It seems that to live comfortably in a post-apocalyptic world, one must first engage in arduous labor. Nevertheless, he decided not to dwell on such thoughts and focused on installing the water molecule collector system. Purchase the low-level external water molecule collector and install it on the bus. Ding. The low-level external water molecule collector has been installed on the roof of the bus and is now connected to the bus's water tank, commencing the collection of surrounding environmental water molecules. Splendid. The system truly resonates with my desires. With the issue of water resolved, he proceeded to gather supplies. With over 300 upgrade points remaining, Cao Ning allocated them entirely to expanding the cargo hold's capacity. Seizing the moment, while the food had yet to spoil, he packed as much as possible. Additionally, there was a significant demand for everyday items and clothing, which could later be traded if surplus remained. He also needed a mattress, sofa, and appliances. Currently, the vehicle was a mere shell, requiring continuous enhancement. Upon returning to the marketplace lobby, he noticed an additional 100 or so shopping carts brimming with various supplies. Survivors returning from the outside were in the lobby, dispatching zombies to gather crystal cores. As Cao Ning descended to the basement level, he gazed at the nearly emptied supermarket, filled with a sense of nostalgia. The thrill of zero-cost shopping was indeed exhilarating. Continuous zero-cost shopping, an unending delight. At that moment, a young woman, who had previously worked part-time at the supermarket, approached, pushing a shopping cart brimming with snacks. "How much is left in there?" she inquired. "Just call me Xiao, Brother Cao. We have nearly finished moving everything except for the warehouse," the girl replied shyly. Glancing at Cao Ning, "Very well. Once this cart is emptied, you all should head upstairs to those shops and clear them out one by one. If you come across anything you particularly fancy, feel free to keep some," Cao Ning instructed. The surrounding survivors, engaged in moving goods, perked up at his words, excitement evident in their expressions. "Is that true, Brother Cao? Can we take bags and clothes freely?" asked a woman with a somewhat flamboyant appearance, her tone laced with playful charm. "Indeed, as long as you can carry it, consider it a reward for you all," he replied. The crowd buzzed with enthusiasm, hastening their efforts, especially the women, who, upon hearing they could take items without spending a dime, wished they had 8 hands to gather more. Cao Ning silently nodded. He understood that providing a little incentive would significantly boost productivity. Upon returning to the first floor, men collecting crystal nuclei approached, handing bags filled with the precious items to Cao Ning. Observing the numerous bags of crystal nuclei, his spirits lifted further. "Excellent. Now, follow me to clear the shops upstairs." Divide into 2 teams, one to collect the small spheres from the zombies' heads, and the other to transport supplies to the bus parked by the back door. One floor at a time. Chapter 18. What are you barking at? Although the Wong City department store was vast, the recent outbreak of zombies had led to the premature closure of most shops, leaving only a handful of stores still operating. Inside, the zombies primarily consisted of customers who had been trying out products or passers-by seeking refuge. The number of zombies varied from a mere 1 or 2 in some shops to over a dozen in others. For Cao Ning, dispatching them posed little challenge, especially with the accompanying survivors who assisted with these. Along the way, they also encountered a few hidden survivors. "Are you a rescue team?" Several elegantly dressed women inquired nervously upon seeing a group armed with knives and clubs rush in. "Do we look like one? What brings you here then?" "We're here to collect supplies. If you can assist us, please move those clothes to the hall on the first floor." The men, growing impatient with the women's incessant questions, felt a stark contrast to how they might have engaged with such ladies in the past. After a day of bloody turmoil, many were numb to the situation, eager to make a favorable impression on Cao Ning. They paid little heed to the women as they hurried forward with the main group. "What should we do? They look far from trustworthy. How are we to know? If we had known last night, we wouldn't have come out. What good is it to ponder now? Do you think, as the internet suggests, that this is the apocalypse?" The group of women chattered incessantly, failing to reach a consensus. Finally, a woman of apparent stature proposed. "From what they just said, it seems there are still people on the first floor. Let us venture out and ascertain the situation." Li Jie is right. They don't appear affluent. We could offer them some money to escort us back. Yes, it's too chaotic outside. Home feels safer." After a brief discussion, they made their way outside. The sight of zombies with crushed skulls nearly caused these pampered women to faint as they shrieked and stumbled along the way, inadvertently attracting the attention of the remaining zombies upstairs. The surrounding growls sent several of them collapsing in terror. "Help! Help! Whoever saves me, I'll give them 100,000. No, 1,000,000. Big brother, please come save me." The women cried out for help from nearby survivors, but few paid them any mind. Money? What good is that now? Cities across the nation had fallen overnight. having endured the carnage of the undead and the brutality of society. The survivors grasped one truth: the most valuable currency now was the resources necessary for survival. Only those still clinging to naive notions of wealth cared about money's worth. As they observed that the survivors in the distance were slow to respond, and noting the absence of the dreaded zombies, the women helped each other and dashed downstairs. They spotted several female survivors and hurried over to engage in conversation, though they struggled to comprehend their precarious situation. The haughty demeanor of certain individuals elicited widespread disdain. Growing weary of the incessant complaints, a young girl spoke up, declaring that if they wished to survive, they must diligently toil. For perhaps Brother Cao would lead them to safety. She added that if they chose idleness, they could pay a visit to the supermarket on the basement level and behold the headless corpse. Not just them, but also the others she gestured toward, recently rescued survivors. This group, unfamiliar with Cao Ning's methods, paid little heed to the call for work. When a few women, designated by Cao Ning to organize the labor, approached, they were met with indifference. Some self-proclaimed fairy-like individuals boldly asserted that aiding the weak was a man's responsibility. They argued that to save lives, one must work. They could just as easily choose not to save themselves, as no one was coercing them. What error was this, they scoffed, to be subjected to moral coercion? How utterly frustrating. This tirade garnered praise from the recently rescued survivors. Those aware of Cao Ning's methods observed the sorrow and schadenfreude in the eyes of those still oblivious to their dire circumstances. To abstain from labor signified a lack of worth. Without value, Cao Ning would not intervene. Further complaints would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. With mere words, the survivors present divided into two factions. The laboring survivors fell silent, attending to their tasks, while the other group predominantly retreated to a relatively clean safe to rest, with a few wandering about the mall. A handful of young men, appearing rather sprightly, confronted those transporting supplies towards the back door. "Why are you taking everything? What will we eat?" one demanded. "Is this mall yours? Get lost." Observing their brazen attitude, the survivor in charge of transporting supplies retorted, "Who are you to dictate what we can or cannot move? This isn't your property. I advise you to step aside quickly if you don't wish to meet a grim fate. We bear no responsibility for the consequences." Faced with such a confrontational tone, the young men, incensed, began to hurl insults in response. Tension escalated as the two groups engaged in a heated argument and shoving match. "What is all this ruckus?" A familiar voice halted the survivor in mid-sentence. The attention of those resting in the CAF turned towards the source. "Is he the Brother Cao they speak of?" One of the young men scoffed. With a swift motion, Cao Ning struck the frail young man, sending him sprawling. "Didn't your mother teach you not to shake your leg while speaking to others?" Upon witnessing their comrade being struck, the other two immediately sought retaliation. "You bastard!" In an instant, the young man's head fell, the scene suspended in time. "Ah, murder! Murder! Why are you barking like a dog? Aren't you afraid he'll discover you? Call the police, quickly." Yes, call the police." Panic swept through the CAF as patrons realized, in this ostensibly lawful society, there were those who would resort to murder over mere disagreement. Though they had witnessed this group shatter the skulls of the undead, it was a different matter entirely. As the undead were, in theory, already deceased. But now, these are living, breathing individuals. "You." The young man lying on the ground pointed at Cao Ning in terror. "What do you mean by you? Have they not informed you that all the supplies here belong to me?" Cao Ning inquired with an impassive expression. "Did they say that? And you still dare to obstruct me? Brother, spare me." With a swift motion, two blades fell, claiming two heads. At that moment, the survivors in the CAF could no longer contain themselves. Some individuals, disregarding all caution, smashed through the glass door and rushed outside. Yet, before they could take more than a few steps, they found themselves encircled by the approaching zombies. Witnessing their comrades being overrun by the undead, no one dared to intervene. They all turned back in a panic. "Lock the door," Cao Ning commanded coldly. Several survivors near the CAF quickly sought out sticks and chains to secure the entrance leading from the CAF to the mall. Chapter 19. Which of these women do you desire? Help? I implore you, open the door. I have a wife and children at home. I cannot perish. Do you possess no humanity? Will you merely stand by and watch us die? The survivors within the shopping mall gazed upon the frantic individuals in the CAF, desperately pounding on the glass door. Some looked on with pity, others with schadenfreude, but most exhibited a hint of madness and bloodlust. The absence of moral constraints was becoming increasingly apparent. Cao Ning observed all of this keenly. Had his parents been alive and his family intact, he might have been able to assist others. Yet reality dictated otherwise. He had already experienced this facet of humanity, albeit not in such a pronounced manner. Nevertheless, it mattered little. In this apocalyptic era, the principle of survival of the fittest reigned supreme. To thrive in this world, to lead a life of richness and significance, One must be more ruthless than others. Only when the CAF was overrun by zombies did Cao Ning finally speak, "Get to work." As they watched him depart, a shiver ran through the onlookers, their fear intensifying. This man was not only powerful, his heart was equally fierce. In their quest for survival, everyone hastened their efforts. Before long, the zombies within the entire mall were eradicated by Cao Ning. Subsequently, more survivors were discovered, and upon hearing the preceding events, they somewhat reluctantly assisted in gathering supplies. Although they had not witnessed the horror firsthand, the echoes of anguished cries still resonated in their ears. As dusk approached, the amassed supplies were piled beside the bus, resembling a small mountain. Upon seeing the bounty, Cao Ning was nearly overcome with exhilaration. If he were to utilize these resources alone, they could sustain him for several lifetimes. He distributed a portion of food, instructing everyone to enjoy dinner in the mall, while he commenced the task of stowing the supplies in the luggage compartment. When the storage space proved insufficient, he was fortunate to have dispatched numerous zombies while clearing the floors, thereby augmenting the luggage compartment by an additional 300 cubic meters. At last, he managed to secure the primary supplies within. Ah, at last, it feels like home. After securing the supplies, he turned to renovating the bus. Observing the fruits of his labor, Cao Ning felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The space was adorned with a bed, sofa, wardrobe, and a multitude of domestic essentials. Nothing was chosen on mere whim, but rather for their quality. However, it was not a haphazard display of opulence. The overall ambience emphasized warmth and comfort. The collected appliances, including a refrigerator, television, water heater, integrated stove, and range hood, had all been installed within the bus through the system's integration. The bathroom had expanded to more than 4 or 5 times its original size, now equipped with smart sanitary fixtures. The only lingering disappointment was the self-cleaning smart toilet from the system's marketplace, which remained unaffordable. It appeared that he would need to endure a spell of collecting black water before such luxuries could be attained. In the visible area of the bus designated for supplies, Cao Ning undertook further modifications, arranging shelves and freezers transported from the supermarket within this 20 square meter space. Arrange the rice, flour, oil, salt, and easily stored snacks neatly. The large freezer is filled with a variety of frozen foods and meats intended for consumption in the coming days. Observing the bountiful supplies, Cao Ning felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Setting aside the trivialities, when it comes to provisions, he could now rival 99% of the populace. After organizing these items, he proceeded to the market. Although he regarded the survivors as mere tools, they were obedient and industrious in their tasks. Thus, he felt compelled to honor his promise and secure them a safe haven. "Brother Cao, you're here." The group, having just finished their meal, swiftly rose to greet him. Their eyes shimmered with excitement and trepidation. During their meal, they had contemplated the possibility of Cao Ning filling the bus and departing, leaving them to fend for themselves. Beyond cursing their fate, they felt powerless, acutely aware of their inability to confront him. Now, witnessing his return, their anxiety was somewhat alleviated. "You all performed admirably today, and I shall uphold my promise to find you a secure location." Upon hearing this, joy illuminated their faces. At that moment, a timid voice emerged from the crowd. "Brother, could you take us back home? We can offer you a great deal of money, or perhaps assist you in other ways, as long as you return us safely." Cao Ning furrowed his brow and turned to the source of the voice. He noticed several affluent women seated together, their expressions a mix of anxiety and fear. "Assist you in other ways?" The women's faces flushed with embarrassment, misunderstanding his words as suggesting something more intimate. "Indeed. Whatever you desire." Though they often exchanged their possessions privately or engaged in collective practices, voicing such sentiments in front of so many felt somewhat shameful. However, they also recognized Cao Ning's formidable strength. They had heard that he had single-handedly dispatched the zombies in the area. Despite witnessing him eliminate a few aggressive youths, he exuded a sense of safety that was undeniable. Furthermore, his wild demeanor captivated the women, far surpassing the allure of their pampered companions or gym enthusiasts. While they had often taken pleasure in conquering others, they yearned for the thrill of being dominated themselves. With these thoughts, the women instinctively tightened their legs. Cao Ning, not oblivious to their intentions, recognized the natural inclination of the weak to cling to the strong, especially among women. In particular, the alluring charm of these mature women intrigued him, and he was not averse to engaging in conversation. After a long day of exertion, his nerves were frayed, and his frustration simmered. Yet, upon seeing these women, he felt no inclination toward them. Their looks were unremarkable, and their figures did not meet his expectations. Observing their fluidity in discussing such matters, he suspected they had a rather indulgent lifestyle. He thought to himself that if he were to indulge indiscriminately, he might one day find himself afflicted with an ailment. "Have you all been working just now?" The affluent women, taken aback, exchanged incredulous glances at Cao Ning. The implications of one's intentions seem exceedingly clear, yet he dares to inquire if she has been industrious. Is this individual deliberately obtuse, or merely lacking in social grace? Pray tell, does it appear that these hands of mine are suited for labor? She inquired, revealing a pair of hands as pristine as jade. Indeed, one must concede. Despite her ordinary looks, her hands were exceptionally well maintained, unequivocally not those of a laborer. However, the allure of superficial beauty can lead to one's downfall. He merely cast a cursory glance before continuing. I ask you, have you accomplished any work just now? No. What of it? The noblewoman, observing Cao Ning's indifference, felt a surge of indignation. When did her charm wane to such an extent, especially considering her pride in those exquisite hands, which were pampered nightly by her youthful companions? You've done nothing, yet you prattle on endlessly. What does that signify for you? What do you mean by that? Do you believe that your mere presence commands everyone's compliance? The noblewomen, unaccustomed to such blunt retorts, found themselves at a loss for words. The moment her words escaped, a chorus of laughter erupted from a nearby group, who had long harbored disdain for these women. Witnessing Cao Ning's rebuke brought them great satisfaction. Nevertheless, one noblewoman, seasoned in the ways of the world, quickly regained her composure. My dear sir, I sincerely apologize. We acknowledge our missteps. Might you inform us of any tasks we could undertake now? The other noblewomen immediately grew anxious, having never endured such humiliation at home, eager to retort, but were silenced by a fierce glare from their companion. Observing her demeanor, they promptly fell into line. This particular noblewoman not only held a prestigious position within their social circle but also served as the CEO of a publicly traded company known for her ruthlessness. Once, seeking excitement, she had learned that a young companion of hers had a childhood sweetheart at school. She summoned him, arranging for a group of 30 men to engage in unspeakable acts before him, all while compelling the young companion to partake alongside her. The witnesses of that horrific scene were forever haunted by the bloodshed they had witnessed. Upon hearing her words, Cao Ning recognized that this woman was formidable. He understood that such individuals were beyond his control. In her grasp, one could either submit or face dire consequences. Without acknowledging her further, he turned to address the other survivors. I shall arrange accommodations at a hotel for you shortly. Which among you desires these women? Chapter 20. The eerie atmosphere in the hotel. Cao Ning's words rendered the scene utterly silent. What do you mean? Do you think we are mere commodities? How dare you? With what you just said, do you believe I could make a call and ensure you never see the light of tomorrow? Do you even know who my husband is? Wong Defa, the owner of Defa Real Estate. Several affluent ladies flushed with anger, hurling accusations at Cao Ning. Yet, Cao Ning paid them no heed, directing his attention instead to the survivors. What? Are you unwilling? Who knows when rescue will arrive? Are you not satiated and bored? Moreover, you have the power to determine their fates. Don't you wish to experience the feeling of superiority over these ladies, who usually look down upon you? His words resonated like a devil's whisper, inciting a stir among the survivors, particularly the unmarried men, whose eyes glimmered with desire as they gazed at the affluent women. Wang Ping, a lowly worker in society, was accustomed to dealing with such a woman as his boss. She possessed little capability but a grand temper, often barking orders in the office. Each time he reported to her, if his work did not meet her expectations, he would be subjected to personal insults. He frequently endured unwarranted fines and overtime. Now, presented with this opportunity, and fueled by Cao Ning's provocations, the demons within him could no longer be contained. He yearned to unleash them. Even though the women before him were not his employer, they belonged to a class that perpetually regarded themselves as superior, looking down upon everyone else. Now that the apocalypse had descended, a brutal era of survival of the fittest had begun. Without hesitation, he exclaimed to Cao Ning, "Brother, I want the one with long hair." The others quickly followed suit, making their selections. "Boss, I want Wang Defa's wife. She owes me wages, and I shall take my revenge on her." "Brother, I want that official's wife." "Brother, I want that voluptuous one. I've never experienced anything like it." "Brother, I want the one in the middle. I know her." As the remnants of society brazenly chose their victims, the faces of the affluent women turned pale with terror. When had their esteemed statuses fallen to such depths? The leading lady promptly fell to her knees, clinging to Cao Ning's trousers, pleading not to be handed over to these men. She promised to offer him vast sums of money and even to become his woman. Cao Ning smirked. Where had that defiant demeanor gone? He grasped her neck as if lifting a chick. Ignoring her cries, he thrust her towards a gaunt middle-aged man. "Aren't you acquainted with her? She is now yours." A flicker of ecstatic madness shone in the man's eyes as he seized the affluent lady's head, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Cao Ning. With a resounding slap, he struck her twice. "Mr. Li, do you still recognize me? How do you wish to die? How dare you hit me?" With several more resounding slaps, the lady surnamed Li finally sobbed and begged for mercy. "Brother, Please stop. Do we know each other? Woe is me. Ah, Mrs. Lee, truly, you are a woman of high standing, yet prone to forgetfulness. You once employed someone to harm my daughter, who soon thereafter took her own life by jumping from a building. I still remember the blood that stained the ground. Subsequently, you orchestrated my family's bankruptcy. Heaven has eyes, and now you have fallen into my grasp. I shall tend to you with utmost care. In an instant, the noblewoman, Mrs. Lee, recalled that this man was the father of the girl she had wronged. She had invited considerable trouble upon herself. Eventually, overwhelmed by her guilt, she had sought to ruin his family. Reflecting on these events, upon seeing the man's eyes filled with malice, she understood that her fate was far from favorable. Trembling, she pleaded for mercy. After the middle-aged man expressed his gratitude to Cao Ning, he tugged at the woman's hair and dragged her towards the back of the crowd. All along the way, her cries echoed. Yet no one stepped forward to assist her. Even the female survivors, upon learning of the animosity between the two, exhibited disdain and a sense of justice served. Merely seeking thrills, they had devastated an innocent young girl in her prime. Such individuals are hardly deserving of life. If anyone wishes to take them away, let it be known, you must provide for their sustenance, as they have not labored for their provisions. Cao Ning waved his hand, cooling the atmosphere instantly. Everyone understood the significance of resources in these dire times. They were the very essence of survival. To feed her would mean facing hunger themselves. They were not fools, unwilling to jeopardize their own lives for trivial matters. A moment of quandary ensued, as they wished to indulge yet hesitated to expend too much. Then, a young man, struck by inspiration, spoke up. Why don't we take turns? Besides, who says they must be well fed? The amount they consume is at our discretion. Upon hearing this, the survivors present experienced a revelation. This is why the youth are often brimming with ideas. With Cao Ning's consent, they divided the bewildered noblewomen among themselves. Witnessing these once aloof women shivering before them ignited an indescribable pleasure within the hearts of the onlookers. Very well, now that we have allocated our shares, who will accompany me to the hotel across the street? The survivors eagerly volunteered. Cao Ning's words carried the weight of authority, though he was ruthless and cold-blooded. He proved reliable in execution. In hopes of acquiring more resources, they exerted themselves to impress him. Few female survivors stepped forward. For Cao Ning had previously stated that rewards would be given for diligent work, and they were preoccupied with sorting through their scavenged clothing and bags. Gazing at the luxurious brands they could only admire from afar, they found themselves filled with admiration for Cao Ning. Observing this scene, a slight smile crept upon Cao Ning's lips. A firm hand coupled with an occasional reward, and these individuals would easily dance to his tune. The Qingyun Hotel, situated in the heart of the commercial district, faces the Wan City department store across the street. Despite its modest size, it exudes a quaint yet luxurious charm. Comprising 5 stories, the first floor features a grand lobby, while the second hosts a restaurant along with various recreational rooms. The second and third floors are designated guest rooms, totaling 102 in number. The 5th floor accommodates several conference rooms available for rental, alongside the hotel's office and temporary dormitories for staff. Despite the hotel's grand decor and the pleasant light of the setting sun, Cao Ning felt an unsettling aura permeating the establishment upon his arrival. The ambience felt even more disconcerting than the previously empty shopping mall. It was as if invisible eyes were scrutinizing his every move, causing his heart to race with unease. After dispatching a dozen zombies in the lobby and on the 2nd floor, this sensation intensified. The kitchen of the restaurant was stocked with supplies, yet most of the fruits and vegetables showed signs of frost damage. Cao Ning decided against taking any of these, intending to leave them for the survivors, thus minimizing their provisions. Numerous guest rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors had been opened, revealing a state of mild disarray and some abandoned luggage. But no survivors or zombies were found. This peculiar absence unsettled not only Cao Ning but also the survivors accompanying him. Brother, given the quality of this hotel and the approaching new year, there should be more guests. It can't be just this few, one survivor remarked. Surely, there must be at least 2 living souls around. They couldn't all have fled. It's freezing outside. Even a fool wouldn't venture out seeking help. Have any of you noticed how particularly chilly this hotel feels? Another chimed in. Damn. I thought I was the only one sensing it. The group of survivors engaged in a hushed yet fervent discussion. Cao Ning furrowed his brow but remained silent, instructing someone to retrieve a room key from the front desk to inspect the rooms one by one. Most of the closed guest rooms were unoccupied, with only a few containing zombies, which were swiftly dealt with. However, the sensation of being watched grew increasingly palpable in Cao Ning's mind. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Brother, the 5th floor, Chapter 21, Level 1 Mutant Plants. Parasitic Dream Lotus. When the group arrived at the conference room on the 5th floor, the scene that greeted them was so revolting that nearly everyone, save for Cao Ning's. Rushed outside to vomit. How could one even begin to describe it? It was 1,000 times more repulsive than smashing a zombie's skull. The room was filled with no fewer than 20 or 30 individuals, their bodies entwined with nameless plants, the roots and stems transparent, revealing vibrant crimson blood coursing through them. Moreover, flowers of a blood-red hue sprouted from every orifice, eyes, mouths, ears, and even the lower regions of those afflicted. Alarmingly, some of these individuals were still alive, their limbs capable of movement. Upon sensing the presence of others nearby, a few reached out, seemingly in a desperate plea for help. Anyone who witnessed this sight would surely be haunted by the image of those plants. What on earth was this? Cao Ning was somewhat better off than the others, as he was aware that, in this apocalyptic world, there were not only zombies but also mutant plants and animals. Yet, even with his mental preparations, the grotesque scene before him was still unsettling. At that moment, the flowers of the mutant plants suddenly bloomed, releasing a cloud of pink dust. Instinctively, Cao Ning covered his mouth and nose. Several nearby survivors followed suit. However, this common precaution seemed futile. The pink dust enveloped them, turning their once fearful expressions into vacant stares, rendering them numb. Their bodies moved as if controlled by an unseen force, stepping mechanically into the conference room. The few survivors outside, witnessing this bizarre spectacle, instinctively recoiled. What is happening? Cao Ning furrowed his brow, realizing that he too had been enveloped by the pink dust mere moments ago, yet he felt no ill effects. It appeared that the dust had no impact on him. Pull them out, he urged. Brother, this. The surrounding individuals nearly panicked. Facing zombies, they understood their fate, but against such plants, they had no idea how they might perish. Frankly speaking, death itself seemed preferable to the torment of living in such a state. Rest assured, only those ensnared by the pink dust will lose their sanity. You must quickly extricate them. It won't be a significant issue. Cao Ning reassured them. Brother, you. Despite his words, the others were still too frightened to believe him. Seeing their hesitation, Cao Ning brandished his long knife. Not going? Then let us go. Reluctantly, they complied, knowing that refusing would indeed lead to their demise. This was no jest. They chose to face the peril rather than suffer a slow death. Once they had formulated a plan, they took a deep breath and charged into the room. Confronted by the horrifying scene within, they momentarily set aside their disgust. Before the controlled individuals could draw closer to the plants, a group of them pulled and dragged the afflicted out of the room. As they watched the struggling victims attempt to crawl back inside, some contemplated knocking them unconscious. However, no matter how hard they tried, it proved ineffective against those infected. Reluctantly, Cao Ning had to instruct them to fetch ropes to restrain the afflicted. He was not particularly concerned about their lives or deaths. Rather, he sought to ascertain whether those controlled by the mutated plants shared a symbiotic existence with them. Cao Ning entered with a knife, initially severing several blossoms of the mutated flora. Yet, to his astonishment, new buds visibly sprouted in their place. Immortal and indestructible, without hesitation, Cao Ning wielded his blade, severing both flowers and stems in significant numbers. However, these severed plants rapidly regenerated. Such remarkable resilience in this organism? Skeptical of its capabilities, Cao Ning instructed someone to fetch gasoline and gather flammable materials. As he ignited the kindling in his hands, the unknown mutated plants began to exhibit a change. The intense heat of the flames caused the plants to contract, including those entwined with human bodies, which retreated into the corpses. It appeared that you were not as formidable as I thought. I am merely curious about your true nature. Grabbing a barrel, he doused the plants and corpses with gasoline. The mutated flora seemed to sense the impending danger, releasing clouds of pink dust to assault Cao Ning. Having previously experienced this dust, he knew it posed no threat to him. Thus, even as the room filled with pink haze, he remained undeterred. He hurled a torch directly onto the gasoline-soaked corpse, and flames erupted instantaneously, causing the mutated plants to sway violently in the inferno. At that moment, the infected individuals bound outside writhed frantically, their screams echoing as if they were one with the plants. However, as the fire grew more intense, the swaying flora eventually ceased its movement, and the bound individuals outside fell silent. As the flames gradually subsided, the oppressive feeling of being watched dissipated. Cao Ning pushed aside the charred remains, meticulously searching for anything of value. Before long, amidst the ashes, he discovered a crystalline core that shimmered with a reddish-orange hue. It was larger than a zombie-esque core, roughly the size of an apple. After brushing off the ash, he tucked it into his pocket. Brother, look, one survivor pointed at the bound individuals, their eyes vacant, staring blankly at the ceiling. What is their condition? Are they dead or alive? Brother, their pulses indicate they are still alive, but cannot be awakened, resembling vegetative states. Cao Ning assessed the situation, uncertain of the fate of these individuals. Find a room to confine them for now. If they awaken and exhibit any unusual behavior, eliminate them immediately. Understood, brother. The survivor transported the individuals to an unoccupied conference room and secured the door. All right. Go fetch the survivors from the mall, Cao Ning instructed before striding out. Upon returning to the bus, he placed the mutated crystalline core into the purification device. Detected level 1 mutated plant, parasitic dream lotus. This core is undergoing level 2 mutation, but due to insufficient conversion. The host can be utilized to create level 1 weapon refinement liquid. Level 1? It can actually manipulate human consciousness? Songzi, what species is this parasitic dream lotus? Is it native to Blue Star? Upon reading the information, Cao Ning couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The evolution of mutated plants proved to be remarkably terrifying, rendering ordinary individuals utterly defenseless. Should these plants flourish, it would spell catastrophic doom for humanity. Henceforth, he must remain vigilant against such mutated flora. He parked the bus at the hotel entrance, grasping 2 large bags filled with pre-prepared supplies as he entered the establishment. At that moment, the survivors from the marketplace had also arrived at the hotel, diligently cleaning the premises. Earlier, Cao Ning had dispatched a zombie, splattering considerable blood upon the walls. This location would serve as his residence for the foreseeable future, necessitating thorough tidying. These supplies are your reward, he announced. There are still ample ingredients in the restaurant's kitchen. If you refrain from excessive indulgence, sustaining yourselves for 10 days to 2 weeks should pose no challenge. The group exchanged glances, realizing that all their labor had yielded such meager provisions. Nevertheless, they dared not voice their discontent, fearing Cao Ning's wrath might lead to dire consequences. I have also informed the armed forces and watching of this hotel's location. Now, let us await rescue in silence, he continued, interrupting any further thoughts they might have had. The weapons you possess are also bestowed upon you. I advise you not to squander them. Take advantage of the current lull in the zombie population to venture out and gather additional supplies. With that, he disregarded the thoughts of others and made his way directly back to the bus outside. Chapter 22. A rescue amidst the tempest. Cao Ning initially intended to drive out of the city before sunset. The journey from the city center to the highway would require traversing nearly half the city, prompting him to opt for the nearer national road. However, to his dismay, the exit from the city onto the national road was choked with traffic, a scene of chaos with vehicles strewn about due to numerous accidents. It appeared that following last night's zombie outbreak, many had sought to flee the city. Unfortunately, they were met with another outbreak, compelling numerous individuals to abandon their vehicles in haste. Observing the zombies meandering between the cars, Cao Ning quickly dismissed the idea of escaping via this route. Clearing a path through the congestion would likely take an eternity. Consequently, he turned his vehicle around and headed toward the highway. Better to navigate through the city than risk colliding with the undead. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the snowfall intensified, shrouding everything in darkness. Fortunately, the city's streetlights flickered to life, indicating that the power supply remained intact. The bus, which had been cautiously navigating the roads, gradually increased its speed. The city streets proved more manageable than the earlier national road. Despite the presence of accidents, a little maneuvering allowed for a passage. Just as he was about to exit the urban sprawl, Cao Ning noticed a throng of zombies besieging a bus ahead. He initially desired to ignore the scene, for he was no savior, nor could he play the role of a saint. Moreover, given the current circumstances, even if he were to rescue the passengers, it would likely yield little benefit. At best, he would earn a token of goodwill, only to be met with moral coercion from the self-righteous. It seemed far more prudent to take a detour and leave this place behind. Yet, as he turned the steering wheel, a sense of familiarity washed over him regarding the besieged bus. Retrieving a pair of binoculars from the dashboard, he began to observe. Beside the bus lay an overturned armored vehicle, and an ominous premonition struck him. Wasn't this the very rescue team he had encountered earlier that day? The fate of others was inconsequential, but crucially, Sister Luo Shui was on that bus. Remembering how she had embraced him at noon. As one of the few genuine friends he had, he felt compelled to check on her. Alas, to be called upon for a rescue, and yet be beset by misfortune. Had he known, he would have taken Sister Luo Shui with him when he had the chance. Realizing that now was not the time for lamentation, he reversed direction, illuminating the bus with his headlights. The zombies encroaching upon the rescue bus were instantly drawn to the light, converging toward Cao Ning. Drawing his blade and disembarking with resolute determination, he swiftly dispatched the few zombies in the vicinity. Approaching the entrance of the rescue bus, he knocked on the door. Recognizing the visitor, the door swung open promptly. "Brother Cao, you've saved us once again." The speaker was none other than Chang Bin, the captain of the rescue team, who was overtaken by a wave of gratitude at Cao Ning's timely intervention. The passengers, having witnessed Cao Ning's formidable prowess earlier, expressed their heartfelt thanks. "Where's my sister?" Upon noticing that nearly half the passengers were missing, and with Wong Luo Shui absent, Cao Ning's heart leapt into his throat. Upon hearing the ominous words, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. Speak. Have you all gone mute? Where's Wong Luoxue? Observing the predatory glare in Cao Ning's eyes, Chang Bin hastily interjected. Brother Cao, please, do not rush. Dr. Wong got separated from us. Separated? Where did this happen? Chang Bin gestured towards a nearby inn with its doors wide open, stating, Dr. Wong is inside, but I fear. Before Chang Bin could finish, Cao Ning, weapon in hand, dashed into the inn. The inn was modest in size, with the zombies on the first floor presumably lured away by the rescue buses. Ascending to the second floor, Cao Ning called out Wong Luoxue's name while fending off the encroaching zombies. He kicked open door after door, but found no trace of her. Continuing his search up to the fourth floor, he still encountered nothing, just as Cao Ning feared the worst for Wong Luoxue. A voice emerged from the iron door leading to the rooftop, filled with uncertainty. Cao Ning? Is that you? It's me, Sister Luoxue, it's me. Upon hearing the reassuring voice, Wong Luoxue opened the iron door, and, upon seeing the familiar figure, she leapt into Cao Ning's embrace. There, crying at your age? How unbecoming. You can laugh, but I thought I was done for. Wong Luoxue playfully punched his chest in response to his teasing. At that moment, Chang Bin and the others climbed up, and upon seeing Wong Luoxue nestled in Cao Ning's arms, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Had anything happened to her? Chang Bin would have been at a loss on how to face Cao Ning. They had agreed earlier that she would take care of herself. Yet trouble had found her that very night. What a slap in the face. Noticing the affectionate interaction between the two, Chang Bin quickly turned to descend the stairs. After offering some comfort, Cao Ning and Wong Luoxue moved to a spacious suite. Observing the diminished number of survivors, Cao Ning felt a twinge of confusion. Logically, although the armed forces in Wanqing were situated away from the city center, it should only take a little over 2 hours by car to reach them. Why then were these individuals still trapped in the city, surrounded by zombies? Chang Bin discerned Cao Ning's bewilderment and recounted their journey. Shortly after their separation at noon, they received information from the armed forces that a massive horde of zombies had besieged their base. The commanding officer instructed all rescue teams on the outside not to return, but to await further instructions. While other rescue teams were oblivious to this, Chang Bin's unit was conducting operations within the city, forced to circle the periphery repeatedly. As darkness approached, and with no word from the armed forces, Chang Bin decided to find a place to settle temporarily while awaiting news. This led them to the inn, which had fewer zombies, and the soldiers swiftly cleared it out, due to the presence of a wide and elevated sidewalk between the road and the inn. The buses could not approach, necessitating that the survivors walk in. However, as half the group transitioned, a sudden swarm of zombies appeared. The survivors heading to the inn were compelled to separate. Some remained on the bus, while others found refuge in the inn. Yet, with the overwhelming number of zombies, the glass doors of the inn were soon shattered. In a bid to divert the horde, Chang Bin had no choice but to send an armored vehicle, blaring its horn to attract the zombies away. Thus, a portion of the zombies lingered in place, relentlessly assaulting the bus and the inn. Fortunately, Cao Ning arrived just in time. Otherwise, today would have marked their demise. After hearing Chang Bin's account, Cao Ning couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. These individuals were indeed exceptionally unfortunate. What are your plans moving forward? Alas, what plans could there be? For now, we can only await notification from the base. Upon finishing his statement, Chang Bin rubbed his forehead, harboring unspoken thoughts. The fact remains that the base has yet to contact them, and it is likely that the situation is dire. Wancheng is merely a prefecture-level city, not a strategic stronghold, merely hosting a conventional brigade stationed on the outskirts. The soldiers at the base are mostly fresh recruits, their overall caliber inferior to that of the rescue teams dispatched outside, compounded by the lack of heavy artillery. The outcome is all too predictable. However, he could not voice these concerns. He must provide everyone with a glimmer of hope, and he was unwilling to accept the possibility of the base falling. Although Cao Ning was unaware of the precise circumstances at the Wancheng base, he sensed from Chang Bin's tone that the situation there was unlikely to be any better. The room fell into a contemplative silence, each lost in their own thoughts. As Chang Bin observed Cao Ning comforting Wong Luoxue, a sudden spark ignited in his mind. Currently, their options were either to await rescue or to break through, making their way to the provincial capital, Ba City, which lay over 100 kilometers away. There, the provincial armed forces were headquartered, likely capable of withstanding the onslaught of the zombies. If it were solely up to their small group, he would harbor no confidence. However, with Cao Ning's presence, the scenario shifted dramatically. Cao Ning's prowess in combat was well acknowledged. Even 10 of Chang Bin would not stand a chance against him. Brother Cao, I would like to request your assistance. Chapter 23. The shifting emotions of Wong Luoxue upon witnessing the gleam of hope in Chang Bin's eyes. Cao Ning immediately discerned his intent. How could he dare to speak after such a dismal accomplishment in the task I entrusted him with? Noticing Cao Ning's impassive demeanor, Changbin felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, for the sake of the survivors, he knew he had to voice his concerns. Brother Cao, I am aware that today's events almost? If I hadn't fortuitously arrived, my sister would have perished long ago. This was merely an accident. An accident? You speak so lightly of it. Pray, tell me, what is not an accident? Let's not dwell on it. Sister Luoxue can no longer remain in Wan City. I must take her away. Should another mishap occur, how shall I confront her parents? The mere mention of this ignited Cao Ning's ire. To maintain the greater good, Wong Luoxue had joined the troops in search of a solution to the virus. Reflecting on it, were it not for his own interventions on 2 occasions, this group would have long since perished. What kind of aid is this? Luoxue must be taken away. Continuing to associate with these individuals would lead to inevitable doom. Unconsciously, he clasped Wong Luoxue's hand tightly. As she lifted her gaze to meet his resolute and masculine profile, a blush crept across her cheeks. Cao Ning had grown more compelling than before, particularly when she recalled how he had saved her from peril twice today. An unexpected sense of reliance burgeoned within her, as being in his presence bestowed a profound sense of security. The fierce retort she had just delivered to Captain Chang made her feel enveloped in an overwhelming sense of safety. He was precisely the type of partner she had always envisioned. Imagining a future filled with unabashed intimacy between them, Wong Luoxue hastily covered her flushed face. Luoxue? Ah, what is it? Upon looking up, she found everyone in the room regarding her with knowing expressions, causing her cheeks to redden further. Luoxue, what ails you? Why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell? No, I merely felt a bit breathless. Yes, just a touch of breathlessness. But I am much improved now. Wong Luoxue quickly fanned herself with her small hand, attempting to dispel the awkwardness. Thank goodness. By the way, what do you think of my earlier proposal? What proposal? She had been so lost in her imaginings of their future together that she had not absorbed a word of the conversation between Cao Ning and Changbin. I wish to take you away. I cannot rest easy with you here. I am willing. Luoxue, you. Cao Ning was aware of Wong Luoxue's deep passion for her medical career and had anticipated a lengthy persuasion. He was taken aback by her unequivocal response. Dr. Wong, you must consider this carefully. It pertains to the survival of our nation. Indeed, Dr. Wong, the country requires us at this moment. Dr. Wong, Brother Cao is returning to Qishan. The journey is perilous and long. The moment the group heard that Wong Luoxue intended to accompany Cao Ning, discontent arose among them. Regardless of whether it is for the greater good of the nation or for other reasons, there are those who wish for Wong Luoxue to remain, with some persisting fervently in their efforts to retain her. They all hail from across the country. Why should you be the one to return home? I will accompany you back. Wong Luoxue gazed at Cao Ning, her eyes resolute as she spoke. Sister Luoxue, have you truly made up your mind? Yes, I have indeed made my decision. Everyone here possesses a wealth of knowledge, doctors, professors. As a newly graduated physician, I have little to offer. My presence would hardly make a difference. I believe it is best if I return home with you. Wong Luoxue was no fool. She could discern the implications of their words. Though it is uncertain if the current world can be deemed apocalyptic, the information online revealed a rapid descent into chaos. Not just nationwide, but worldwide. In truth, it seems akin to the end of days. Prior to this calamity, she had already recognized the society as one that devours its own. Now, the baseness of human nature would be magnified manifold. Reflecting on her experiences of the day, she realized that survival as a vulnerable woman in this dystopian realm was exceedingly arduous. Despite her medical skills, they were insufficient for her own protection. In simpler terms, the expertise she once took pride in appeared trivial in the eyes of these individuals. The research on the zombie virus was inconsequential. Its significance was minimal. Coupled with her appearance, she might very well become a mere plaything for others. Moreover, if the research were to fail and humanity could not avert this catastrophe, her chances of survival would dwindle to either selling her own body or clinging to the powerful, thereby becoming yet another object of desire. Rather than succumb to such a fate, she would choose someone she favored. Although she was unaware of the reasons behind Cao Ning's current prowess, she was well acquainted with his past. He had transformed from a cheerful, bright young man into the pillar of his family. Even amidst upheaval, he never complained, showing unwavering dedication to the Su family. This was not merely what Su Xiaowen had conveyed to her. She had conducted her own inquiries regarding the nature of her sister's tutor. Later, due to the weather, Cao Ning came to her home to collect Su Xiaowen, and gradually, their interactions deepened. What began as sympathy evolved into an undeniable affection. Yet, she had never dared to voice her feelings to anyone. Su Xiaowen often confided in her that her greatest wish was to marry Cao Ning and have her as the witness at their wedding. The thought of the well-mannered and understanding Su Xiaowen filled her with conflict. She was uncertain if Su Xiaowen was still alive. If she were, what would become of her? Never mind, she thought. There was no need to dwell on it. If Xiaowen were alive, she would wholeheartedly bless the two, while she herself would seek out her sister or return to their parents. Enough of this discussion. If Luo Xue can accompany Brother Cao back to Qixing, then let it be seen as a fortunate occurrence. All we need to do is focus on our own paths, spoke an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair, prompting an immediate hush among those present. Thank you for your understanding, Professor Li. Wong Luoxue expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Professor Li was a renowned virologist on a national scale, enjoying state support. In times past, not just Wong Luoxue, but even her dean would have found it challenging to engage in conversation with him. Today, Wong Luoxue truly felt grateful for being able to extricate herself from a predicament. It's nothing. Researching viruses is no simple endeavor. This particular virus leaves even me somewhat at a loss. Your involvement would be of little consequence. It would be better for you to return with Brother Cao. Perhaps you could spend some time with your family. The elderly man waved his hand dismissively. Cao Ning, upon hearing the elder's words, perceived sincerity and felt a modicum of affection for him. Noticing Cao Ning's demeanor brighten, Chang Bin approached him again, faced with Chang Bin's forced grin. Cao Ning merely pursed his lips. Brother Cao, we are counting on you for assistance. Don't try to flatter me. I'm not as formidable as you think. Seeing Chang Bin's face flush with frustration, Professor Li stepped in as a mediator. Brother Cao, Captain Chong hails from a military background and speaks bluntly. Please do not take offense. It would be wise to hear him out. With Professor Li coming to his aid, Chong Bin cast a grateful look. After all, Professor Li had also defended Wong Luoxue earlier, prompting Cao Ning to soften his expression. Very well, I shall grant Professor Li a favor, however. Let it be clear that you should not expect me to transport you to your base. Fine, I want to impose on Brother Cao. I merely wish to inquire whether you will be taking the national road or the highway back to Qixing. The highway. Excellent. In that case, could you possibly give us a ride? Captain Chong, I believe I mentioned earlier that I cannot accommodate you. There are no seats available in my vehicle. Cao Ning replied, displeased. No seats on a long-distance bus? Are you trying to fool me? Chong Bin silently grumbled, yet dared not voice his thoughts. He continued, Brother Cao, you've misunderstood my intentions. We do not require a ride in your vehicle. Then what do you mean? We have a bus, and we hope to follow behind you when we depart. I just checked the navigation and noticed that your route from Qixing to Qixing on the highway will pass through the provincial capital, Bixishi. The armed forces in Bixishi are not far from the highway. Upon hearing Chong Bin's words, Cao Ning contemplated the return route and indeed confirmed the presence of a service area in Bixishi. After a moment's reflection, he acquiesced. All right, that is acceptable. However, you must be prepared to work. Work? What kind of work? You will find out tomorrow. Now, it's getting late. I must return to rest. Sister Luoxue, shall we depart? All right. With that, Wong Luoxue linked her arm with Cao Ning's, and they made their way outside. Chapter 24. The deceit of a woman's words is this. Is this your bus? Witnessing the astonishing transformation within the vehicle, Wong Luoxue could scarcely believe her eyes. Just a short while ago, she had ridden this very bus. Who could have imagined that in mere days? The once foul-smelling and filthy bus had been transformed into a cozy and romantic camper van? Isn't it beautiful? Observing Wong Luoxue's astonishment, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride. Compared to the other survivors, this bus was a veritable fortress of luxury. It's truly exquisite. Did you select all this furniture and decor? Of course, it took quite a bit of effort on my part. I never expected you to possess such artistic flair. You were truly impressive. Wong Luoxue gazed at Cao Ning with stars in her eyes. Stop lingering at the door. Come inside. I'm afraid my shoes are a bit dirty and might stain. As she glanced at her grimy shoes, a wave of self-doubt washed over Wong Luoxue. Coming from a well-off background, she had never experienced such feelings before. Perhaps it was the environment, but the company that made her feel like an ugly duckling standing before the man she admired. I have some new slippers. Watching Wong Luoxue carefully remove her shoes, Cao Ning couldn't suppress a chuckle. Just take off what you're wearing. Huh? Right now? Isn't that a bit premature? A blush crept across Wong Luoxue's cheeks, her voice tinged with nervousness. What are you thinking? Your down jacket is filthy. Doesn't that bother you? Yes. Recalling how she had braced herself against the iron door on the rooftop of the inn. Her once pristine white jacket was now a disgrace. She quickly removed it, expecting a chill, but to her surprise, the temperature inside the bus was just right. She felt comfortably warm in her sweater. This bus is surprisingly warm. Is the air conditioning really that powerful, considering it's below freezing outside? The bus's air conditioning is excellent. Luoxue, why don't you go take a shower first? A shower? You can shower on this bus? Yes, of course. There's plenty of hot water. A nice wash will refresh you. I have a number of new outfits for you to change into afterward. Cao Ning led her to the shower area, explaining how to use it. Throughout the demonstration, Wong Luoxue nodded mechanically. It wasn't until the soothing warm water cascaded over her that she began to grasp the magnitude of the transformation. The cramped restroom that barely accommodated 2 people had now morphed into a spacious bathroom and shower area, both larger than before. The decor was even more luxurious than that of a 5-star hotel. Reflecting on Cao Ning's actions today, she realized he seemed to harbor many secrets. Yet, her curiosity was minimal. Regardless of what Cao Ning said, she chose to believe him. Having stepped onto his bus, she was, in essence, his. Whatever he wished to do with her was entirely up to him. After all, resistance was futile. He would reveal to her what he deemed necessary in due time. One must possess a sense of self-awareness. Relentless pursuit often leads to dire consequences. Clad in the attire prepared by Cao Ning, he wiped his brow and gazed towards Cao Ning, who was diligently engaged in cooking. The sight of him, so focused on his culinary endeavors, momentarily captivated Wong Luoxue. Outside, he could vanquish zombies, and at home, he could whip up a delightful meal. Not to mention, his physique was remarkable, and he was quite handsome. Imagining their future together made her legs feel weak. Allow me to take over. Cooking is not a task suited for a man of your stature. It's all right. Luoxue, yeah, I can manage. I often cooked at home. That was in the past. Things are different now. You've had a long and tiring day. Let me handle it. As the enticing aroma wafted towards him, Cao Ning turned around. He was momentarily entranced by Wong Luoxue's natural beauty, which far surpassed her made-up visage, especially her towering form, which seemed ready to break free from the veil of clouds. Cao Ning swallowed hard, feeling a rush of warmth coursing through his veins. What are you staring at? Move aside. Wong Luoxue felt a surge of joy as she noticed the way Cao Ning looked at her. It indicated that he still harbored feelings for her, validating her efforts to captivate his attention. Clearly, revealing her figure was the right choice. Luoxue, do you know how to cook? What do you mean? I have been a professional cook for 20 years. You should go freshen up. I'll take over. With that, she seized the spatula from Cao Ning's hand, their fingers brushing together, igniting a romantic atmosphere. As he gazed at her alluring silhouette in casual wear, Cao Ning felt a dryness in his throat. The allure was irresistible. Just as he was about to embrace Wong Luoxue, the innocent visage of Su Xiaowen flashed in his mind, causing him to freeze. I'll leave dinner to you. I need to wash up first with that. Cao Ning bent down and hurried into the shower. Observing his abrupt retreat, Wong Luoxue felt a mix of embarrassment and confusion. The atmosphere had been so perfect. Why did Cao Ning suddenly stop? Could it be that he was thinking of Su Xiaowen? The mere thought of Su Xiaowen filled her with a profound sense of moral conflict. Xiaowen regarded her as a sister, yet she harbored feelings for her beloved. In that fleeting moment, she wished fervently that Su Xiaowen were absent, so she could freely pursue a relationship with Cao Ning. The emergence of such a thought startled her. No, she must not think that way. Xiaowen would be just fine, and should they be together, she would genuinely wish them well. Rubbing her forehead, she hastily cast aside those thoughts. Meanwhile, in the shower, Cao Ning was equally tormented by conflicting emotions. Luoxue had treated him like a younger brother. What would she think if he were to act upon his feelings? And then there was Xiaowen, whose fate remained uncertain. How could he entertain such thoughts? Yet, another voice in his mind whispered persistently, in this apocalyptic world, why ponder so deeply? If you have the ability, you can have as many women as you desire. Would a woman like Wong Luoxue truly be at peace if she were to let you go? Sister Luoxue, there is no need to force it. It's all right. Everyone has their first time. Let it go. Do you find me unappealing? No, not at all. Xiaowen's first experience was quite similar to yours. Is that so? Indeed. Regardless of its veracity, I shall take charge of the cooking from now on. Sensing the conversation veering into uncomfortable territory, Cao Ning hurriedly interjected. He had anticipated that Wong Luoxue would indeed be adept at cooking, only to discover she was utterly inept. The simplest dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, was reduced to a charred mess, not to mention the other dishes. Ultimately, both the food and the pan were unceremoniously discarded outside. With time running short for cooking, the two opted for hot pot instead. Observing Wong Luoxue's contented expression, her face smeared with grease, Cao Ning found himself both amused and exasperated. It reminded him of a saying, a woman's words are but the whispers of a deceiver. After satisfying their hunger, the pair prepared to rest. Faced with only a single large bed, they found themselves in a quandary. Sister Luoxue, you may sleep in the bed while I take the sofa, he offered. No way, you have to drive tomorrow. Sleeping on the sofa would be too exhausting. How about I take the sofa instead? That works. Cao Ning's immediate acceptance left Wong Luoxue somewhat taken aback by his straightforwardness. However, since she had proposed the idea, she had to swallow her surprise. Cao Ning retrieved a fresh set of bedding and laid it out on the sofa, casually stating, "Sister Luoxue, this sofa is far more valuable than my bed. It's quite comfortable. You'll surely have sweet dreams tonight." Wong Luoxue pouted behind him, responding with a half-hearted chuckle. Truly a quintessentially straightforward man. Once they had settled in, Cao Ning switched the bus's lights to sleep mode. Yet, not long after, a faint voice emerged from the sofa. "Cao Ning, do you feel a bit cold?" "Not particularly. It's not too chilly, and the blankets are quite warm." "I'm scared." "Then come over here." Chapter 25. The unexpected kiss. The biological clock of Wong Luoxue awakened her at the appointed hour. She intended to rise and stretch. Yet the warmth of the bed was too inviting, compelling her to burrow deeper into the covers. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, startled to find Cao Ning mere inches away, almost letting out a cry. After a moment of recovery, as she peered through the curtains to observe her surroundings, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Clearly, the events of the previous day were not a mere figment of her imagination. The apocalypse remained as it had been. Gazing at herself curled up against Cao Ning like a koala, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Hadn't they separated the blankets to sleep last night? How had they ended up in the same cocoon? Yet, she felt no resentment. After all, it was she who had taken the initiative. Seeing Cao Ning still in slumber filled her with a sense of contentment. While they had not crossed the final threshold, the intimacy they shared could certainly be deemed a form of closeness. Her small hand clutched tightly around Cao Ning's waist, inadvertently brushing against his firm abdominal muscles. Her face buried deeper into his embrace. At that moment, Cao Ning felt quite helpless. In truth, he had awakened long ago. However, witnessing Wong Luoxue cling to him like an octopus rendered him hesitant to move, especially upon noticing the distorted shape of the giant peak through the dissipating mist. As a passionate young man, how could he remain indifferent? Initially intending to rise, he found himself entranced by her enchanting scent, making it impossible to extricate himself from the moment. He remained still until Wong Luoxue stirred, at which point he closed his eyes. Feeling the rapid thump of his heart beneath her, Wong Luoxue's face reddened further. So, this straightforward man had been awake all along, feigning sleep? It appeared he was not as innocent as he seemed. No, she decided, he must be punished for taking advantage of her while pretending to slumber. Suddenly, Cao Ning's eyes flew open. The sensation was electrifying. As he turned slightly, their gazes locked. Luoxue, good morning." With a pout adorning her lips, Wong Luoxue's expression was one of playful annoyance, causing his throat to constrict involuntarily. "Good morning?" Wong Luoxue was taken aback by the intrusion of Cao Ning's tongue, her eyes widening, only to soon fill with affection as she responded, albeit clumsily. After a considerable time, "I'm sorry, Luoxue. I didn't mean to. It's just that you were so beautiful, I lost control for a moment." "Lost control? Why didn't you continue?" I. Observing the conflicted expression on Cao Ning's face, Wong Luoxue felt a pang of sympathy. She gently caressed his cheek, speaking softly, "Is it because of Xiaowen?" Cao Ning glanced at Wong Luoxue, whose eyes were slightly reddened, and finally nodded. Wong Luoxue felt a lump in her throat but forced a smile. "I understand. I don't blame you. In truth, I have liked you for a long time. But because of Xiaowen, I treated her like a little sister. So I've never spoken of this to anyone, Luoxue." Cao Ning was left bewildered upon hearing that Wong Luoxue had liked him all along, although he had previously felt that Wong Luoxue treated him quite well. Such a candid confession caught him somewhat off guard. He had refrained from speaking up before, constrained by societal norms, but now, in a world that seemed to be on the brink of collapse, where survival until tomorrow was uncertain, he yearned to express all that he had previously kept silent. Yet, he was uncertain whether she would be willing to accept his feelings. Upon hearing Wong Luoxue's words, he understood her meaning all too clearly. However, instead of immediately agreeing, he silently summoned the system. "System, is there a way to ensure absolute loyalty from someone?" "Yes. The system shop offers a loyalty potion. Available for only 5,000 upgrade points or crystals. We welcome the host to make a purchase." "Damn, that's quite expensive, but having it is better than not having it at all. It seems I need to slay more zombies." It wasn't that Cao Ning didn't trust Wong Luoxue. He simply feared the unpredictability of human emotions. With this item, all his concerns could be alleviated. "Host, you can choose to designate an individual as a bus passenger, which allows you to assess their loyalty. However, this requires their voluntary agreement to board the bus." Upon learning of this feature, Cao Ning felt resolute. He wrapped his arm around Wong Luoxue's shoulders and declared, "I am willing, Sister Luoxue. Although we have not yet reached that final step. Sharing a bed means you're my woman. However, if you choose to be with me, it entails living on this bus. Are you willing?" "Yes." As long as you can accept me, I am willing no matter where we reside. Besides, this bus is quite nice, though the space is limited. It feels warm and comfortable. Wong Luoxue felt an immense weight lift from her heart upon hearing Cao Ning's acceptance. At that moment, the systems panel displayed Wong Luoxue's information. Bus passenger, Wong Luoxue, passenger's physical condition, 91, genetic warrior level, 0, passenger's occupation, doctor, passenger's skills, internal medicine, surgery, passenger's loyalty, 90, Sister Luoxue. There is something else I must tell you. Wong Luoxue gently placed her finger against Cao Ning's lips. I already know what you are going to say. It concerns Xiaowen. Right? I can understand that. After all, Xiaowen is your girlfriend, and I merely entered the picture midway. I owe her an apology. Sister Luoxue, let me speak. I've thought about this. If we find Xiaowen, I will clarify everything with her. If she agrees to accept me, then I will step aside. If she does not, I will seek refuge with my sister or my parents. In any case, I will not allow you to be put in a difficult position. Cao Ning was deeply moved by Wong Luoxue's words. He took her hand, solemnly stating, Sister Luoxue, no matter what, I will not let you leave me. I will talk to Xiaowen, whether she hits me or scolds me. Regardless, I will not let go of either of you. You're quite greedy, wanting both, she said, playfully pinching him in frustration. Hiss. Sister Luoxue, be gentle. Humph. You just take advantage of my fondness for you. How unfortunate for me and Xiaowen to encounter such a nemesis as you. This question, of course, Cao Ning could not answer, hastily laughing it off. He quickly got out of bed to freshen up. Observing Cao Ning's tall and well-defined physique, Wong Luoxue, lying sideways on the bed, couldn't help but lick her lips. Then, recalling that impressive pillar of strength, no, I must change into another piece of lingerie. By the time Cao Ning finished his meal and came down, Changbin had already been waiting outside the bus for quite some time. Seeing his clean and tidy attire, along with his rosy complexion, Changbin displayed a mix of envy and jealousy. This was hardly the appearance of someone bracing for an apocalyptic disaster. It resembled more of a leisure trip. Brother Cao, let us depart. Our team is prepared. Upon noticing the rescue team assembled and ready on the bus, Cao Ning nodded. Very well, let us set forth. The inn was neither far nor close to the highway entrance. What should have been a journey of a little over half an hour turned into an arduous 1.5 hours due to the heavy snowfall obscuring visibility. Upon reaching the highway entrance, Cao Ning felt a slight sense of relief. Although there was still traffic here, it was significantly less than on the national road. The congestion was only to the toll gate. To move from his position to the highway entrance required the shifting of about 40 to 50 vehicles. Be cautious. If anything seems amiss, return quickly, Wong Luoxue insisted, adjusting Cao Ning's clothes with continuous reminders. Rest assured, you know my skills well. I'll be off. You can relax on the bus, with a television and computer at your disposal. Enjoy whatever you like, and there are snacks to indulge in. I will head out first. Wait, what is it? MMM. Before Cao Ning could fully comprehend, Wong Luoxue pushed him against the car door and kissed him passionately. I will wait for your return. Seeing Wong Luoxue's cheeks flush with embarrassment, Cao Ning felt an indescribable emotion, akin to a devoted husband heading off to work while his beloved wife awaits his return. All right, I will take my leave now. Mua. Touching her cheek that had just been kissed by Cao Ning, she reminisced about that moment, her legs feeling somewhat weak. Closing the car door, she hurried towards the restroom. Chapter 26. So arrogant. Let's go slay some zombies. Cao Ning stood atop an abandoned vehicle, surveying the surroundings before determining his route and leaping down. Captain Chong, let us commence. I will handle the zombies while you move the vehicles. Upon hearing this, Changbin eagerly agreed. Realizing that the task was simply to relocate the cars, an undertaking far less daunting than confronting a horde of zombies. By the way, once I have dispatched the zombies, please ensure that someone retrieves the small orbs from their brains for me, he added, brandishing 2 crystalline cores for all to see. The group gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the glimmering objects in Cao Ning's hands. Young brother Cao, could you enlighten us about the utility of these items? Professor Lee inquired. Having encountered such crystals before, the previous night, while clearing out an inn, he and several colleagues had dissected a zombie and discovered one of these crystals within its brain. Lacking the necessary instruments, they were unable to ascertain its composition or purpose. However, they were certain that it held significant importance for the study of the zombie virus. Upon hearing Cao Ning express a desire to collect these crystals, excitement coursed through the group, as they believed he must possess knowledge regarding their secrets. I'm not entirely certain. I simply find them intriguing and wish to gather them, Cao Ning replied, unwilling to divulge more. Recognizing the need to rely on Cao Ning to lead the way, Professor Lee and the others refrained from pressing him further, understanding the delicate balance of their situation. They resolved to inquire about the crystals when the opportunity arose, or alternatively, to wait until they reached the base in Bashishi to conduct a thorough investigation with proper equipment. With Professor Lee silent, the others hesitated to voice their thoughts. Following Cao Ning's suggested route, Changbin quickly delegated tasks. One squad of soldiers, accompanied by able-bodied survivors, would push the vehicles, while another would collect the zombie crystals. The elderly and women were encouraged to assist where possible, while those unable to contribute were advised to remain inside the bus. Zombies wandering between vehicles were few, though many infected creatures remained inside the cars. Witnessing several families transformed into zombies within their vehicles evoked a sense of sorrow among the group. It was a time of celebration, a time to return home, and yet the world had turned into this grim reality. However, they did not dwell on their lamentations for long. They proceeded to drag the corpses out and move the cars aside. During their efforts, they also discovered a number of survivors hiding within the vehicles. The sight of soldiers clad in military uniforms brought tears of joy to the survivors' eyes. Yet, upon learning of the soldiers' mission, many expressed confusion and uncertainty. Captain Chang, how can you be certain that Bashishi is safe? Captain Chang, my home is not far from Bashishi. Could you take us back? My mother is unwell, and we need to get to the hospital quickly. Comrade, I am from the Wong City Tax Bureau. Is there a seat available on that bus? I am willing to pay for 3 tickets. I'm afraid that bus is not part of our rescue operation. A throng of individuals surrounded Changbin, their incessant chatter overwhelming him. At that moment, Cao Ning returned from battling zombies. Observing that only a third of the vehicle had been moved, his brow furrowing in concern. Captain Chang, you must expedite your efforts. At this rate, we may not leave the city today. All right, we'll get on it. I urge everyone, please do not crowd around me. Those wishing to accompany us to Bashishi, lend a hand in moving the vehicle. For those who are not, please attend to your own matters and do not hinder our efforts. He felt it was necessary to be courteous to Cao Ning. Yet he had no patience for the incessant prattling of the survivors. Normally, he could muster the patience to respond, but now, the pressing need was to exit the city and seek aid. He simply had no time to cater to their whims. Noticing Changbin's disregard, most of the crowd dispersed, returning to their vehicles to contemplate their next steps, while a few eager to follow Changbin joined the effort to relocate the vehicle. Cao Ning returned to the bus, where Wong Luoxue greeted him eagerly. How did it go? Were you hurt? I'm fine, just minor scrapes. Seeing Cao Ning's nonchalance, Wong Luoxue playfully tapped him. Don't be so cocky. Safety comes first. All right, I'll be cautious next time. As Cao Ning settled into the driver's seat, she perched herself on his lap. Gazing at the survivors outside, her curiosity piqued. I never imagined there would be so many survivors here. Are they all following Captain Chang to Bashishi? Feeling Wong Luoxue's delicate form against him stirred something within him. Stop it. That tickles. Haha. I won't do it anymore. Watching Cao Ning's playful demeanor, Wong Luoxue felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. You still haven't, he answered. Are these people also heading to Bashishi? Cao Ning glanced at the individuals outside and shook his head. Not necessarily. Everyone has their own intentions. Who knows where they wish to go? However, following Changbin seems to be a wise choice. After all, there is safety in numbers. Just as they were conversing, a knock sounded on the window. Cao Ning turned to see 3 young men, around 17 or 18 years old, dressed in a manner that suggested they were affluent. What do you need? As the window rolled down, the young men's eyes widened at the sight of Wong Luoxue sitting in Cao Ning's lap. After years of indulgence, they had never encountered anyone quite like her. Coupled with the warmth emanating from the bus, it solidified their earlier decision. Brother, is this bus for sale? How much? Just name your price. The leader spoke with an air of arrogance, as if purchasing a bus were as trivial as buying a cabbage. Not for sale. Ah. Do you believe my elder brother cannot afford it? Xinqing Construction is indeed a family enterprise of my brother, one of the top 10 developers in Wancheng. Purchasing your vehicle is merely a trifle. Upon hearing the flattery from his subordinate, the young man at the forefront lifted his chin with pride. He arched an eyebrow at Wong Luoxue, nestled in Cao Ning's embrace, as if to suggest that being with him is far superior to traveling in this bus. Wong Luoxue glanced at the frivolous young man, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. Having frequently attended gatherings with her parents, she had encountered many such wealthy scions, who often paraded their ostentation with little substance. Cao Ning, feeling mischievous, decided to tease these young men. So, you are quite affluent, are you? I wouldn't claim to be exceedingly wealthy, but I certainly stride confidently through Wancheng. Such bravado. Why not venture out and slay a few zombies to prove it? How dare you? If you lack the ability, refrain from boasting so brazenly. You appear utterly foolish. The wealthy heir suddenly realized he was the subject of Cao Ning's jest. I'll be damned. Come at me. Today, I shall make him aware of my prowess. His 2 lackeys, responding to their master's command, brandished their clubs, and began to vandalize the bus. In an instant, they drew the attention of the crowd, many of whom gathered to witness the commotion. Chong Bin, noticing the trouble brewing for Cao Ning, hurried over. "Stop. What are you doing?" The wealthy heir replied, "Brother, this does not concern you. This is my personal vendetta with him." His demeanor softened considerably upon seeing Chong Bin clad in combat gear. Though brash, he was not foolish. He dared not provoke the might of the state. Personal vendetta? Do you even know who owns this bus? Who? Observing the wealthy heir's cluelessness, Chong Bin felt a sense of exasperation. Where did this fool come from? Did he not witness Cao Ning vanquishing zombies moments ago? However, it was understandable that the wealthy heir did not recognize Cao Ning. Their vehicle had been parked quite a distance away, and they had only seen 2 buses approaching from the direction of Wanching's city center. Upon arrival, one bus was already occupied by several individuals, and stepping inside felt akin to entering a slum. The other bus, however, appeared quite upscale from the exterior. Thus, the trio decided to purchase this vehicle. They had not seen Cao Ning's earlier confrontation with the zombies at all. Just as Chong Bin was about to speak again, he was interrupted by Cao Ning stepping out of the bus. "Captain Chong, please attend to your duties. These individuals indeed harbor a personal grudge against me." Chapter 27. Life has no rehearsals. Take care in the next life. Though Cao Ning spoke with a smile, it appeared more unsettling than if he had remained expressionless in the eyes of Chong Bin and others. "Brother Cao, these are merely children who have yet to grow up. A little lesson will suffice." "Very well." Observing Cao Ning's sudden willingness to engage, Chang Bin felt a twinge of discomfort. However, since Cao Ning had acquiesced, there was no need for him to mediate further. As the personnel from the armed department departed, the onlookers among the survivors gathered closer. While they recognized Cao Ning's formidable combat skills and his prowess in dispatching zombies, it did not deter their envy of his luxurious bus. Cao Ning's vehicle far surpassed the rescue buses in quality, and every survivor present harbored a desire to board it. Moreover, with Cao Ning's exceptional strength, their prospects of living more comfortably in the future seemed promising. Cao Ning cast a glance at the restless survivors surrounding him, ignoring their presence, and strode directly towards the wealthy heir. "What is this? Have you suddenly lost your bravado? Were it not for the armed personnel present, I would have already sent you flying. Slap. Damn you. Slap. You. Slap. Brother, please. Slap. I was wrong, brother." Regardless of the wealthy heir's pleas for mercy, Cao Ning remained unyielding, delivering blows with unrelenting vigor. Before long, the heir collapsed to his knees, his eyes vacant, face bruised, and blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. As the beating continued, the heir ultimately lay motionless on the ground. His 2 lackeys dared not intervene, standing by in trepidation. They had contemplated fleeing, but the throng of onlookers rendered escape impossible. Upon witnessing the heir's complete unconsciousness, Cao Ning beckoned the 2 lackeys over. "Did you not desire a vehicle? Come, allow me to deliver 100 slaps, and we shall call it even." Upon hearing this, their faces turned ashen, and they knelt, pleading for mercy. Their elder brother had endured only 40 or 50 slaps. If they were to receive 100, it would surely be their undoing. "Brother, I was wrong. I no longer want the vehicle." Yes, brother, we no longer want the vehicle." Cao Ning chuckled. "If you do not wish for it, then what shall we do about my bus that you have damaged?" Gazing at the bus, which remained unscathed, the 2 were rendered speechless. "You can't be serious. You could simply take the money. Why insist on a reason?" "Brother, we will compensate you." "Not necessary." "Then, what shall we do, brother?" "We will heed your words. Your attitude is commendable. I shall not be overly harsh. The hand that struck the vehicle shall remain intact." Not only the 2 lackeys, but also the other observing survivors paled at the prospect. To lose a hand for merely striking a vehicle a few times seemed excessively tyrannical. Furthermore, they had gathered from online sources that the world had essentially succumbed to apocalypse, with nearly all functional departments rendered inactive. To demand a person's hands is akin to demanding their very life. Yet, due to the deep-seated beliefs entrenched in a society governed by law, they remain incredulous that one could perpetrate such an act. "What? Are you unwilling?" Chuba narrowed his eyes and brandished a long knife before the 2 men. "Brother, we acknowledge our wrongs. Spare us, and we shall never dare to transgress again." The 2 young men, gazing at the bloodstained blade, were so terrified that they soiled themselves. Although their circumstances paled in comparison to those of the affluent, their own modest means had afforded them a life of relative comfort, shielded from hardship. Faced with the prospect of losing their hands, they were utterly paralyzed with fear. "Brother, you are magnanimous. Grant us one more chance. Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. I shall not repeat myself. You may either take matters into your own hands, or I shall assist you." Cao Ning shook his head, his voice chillingly cold, as he kicked the iron rod he had used to smash the car towards them. The sight of the rod rolling toward them made them tremble uncontrollably. It evoked memories of those they had once bullied, who had likely felt just as they did now when their limbs were broken. Delay any longer, and it will not merely be a matter of hands. At this, the two men quaked, trembling as they grasped the rod, their hands turning pale from the strain. After a moment, one man suddenly stood up, his eyes ablaze with resolve as he fixed his gaze on Cao Ning. The other looked up at his companion, bewildered. If we are to die, we might as well fight. This hammer, if you do not act, will he truly let you go? Losing a hand is akin to losing one's life. Hearing his companion's words snapped him back to reality. He glanced at the rod in his hand, his determination solidifying. Damn, a man may die, but a bird will still fly. 18 years hence, I shall rise again. The two exchanged glances and charged at Cao Ning with the rod. Yet, the initially righteous one turned and fled halfway, leaving the other to charge forward in confusion. You scoundrel, you betrayed me. Brother, hold him off. I'll fetch help. WQNMLGB. Bang. Cao Ning had somehow appeared before the fleeing man, kicking him back with force. You are rather dishonorable, abandoning your companion to flee. At that moment, the fleeing man was stunned. How was this person so formidable? He had appeared before him in an instant. Was it teleportation? Yet, such thoughts were far from his mind. All he desired now was for Cao Ning to spare his life. Hey, do you wish to take revenge? Cao Ning ignored the pleading man on the ground and turned to face the one who had been betrayed. Brother, I do. The man glared at his kneeling companion, teeth clenched in fury. They had grown up together, and he could scarcely believe his friend had turned out to be such a traitor. They had thought that even in death, they would leave behind a legendary tale. Little did they know, the true fool was himself. Here, the knife is yours. How you seek your vengeance is entirely up to you. Cao Ning leaned against the bus and casually produced a short knife, discarding it onto the ground. He glanced back, observing that Changbin and his group still needed a while to move. With little to occupy himself on the bus, he decided it was more entertaining to watch the performance of the two. The sound of a lighter igniting, akin to the clarion call of a duel, filled the air. Ah, damn, we are brothers, and you're truly going for the kill. Brothers? Your utterance of that word is a blatant insult to the very essence of brotherhood. Ah, I was left with no choice. Must I not seek aid? Seek aid for what? Just the three of us. Where would you go for help? The surrounding survivors, witnessing the fierce struggle between the two, instinctively began to retreat, not solely due to the gruesome display, but also because of the young man leaning against the bus, smoking. They had come to grasp why Captain Chong was so cautious in his presence. He was an enigmatic figure, unrestrained and formidable. The outcome was rather straightforward. Only one would emerge alive. The two were evenly matched, yet the one wielding a weapon typically held the upper hand. However, he was not in much better condition, battered and gasping for breath. Brother, look, if I kill him, can we? Swish. The head rolled away. Life offers no rehearsals. Do this in your next existence. At that moment, Chang Bin and his companions approached, observing the grim scene before him. He frowned slightly, but refrained from speaking. In such a situation, it was not worth offending Cao Ning over a dead man. Cao brother, here are the collected crystals. The vehicle has been arranged. Let us depart. Cao Ning accepted the bag Changbin offered, giving it a shake before nodding in agreement and returning to the bus. Meanwhile, a multitude of individuals gathered around Changbin. Upon learning of Cao Ning's situation, aside from a few who wished to return to one city to find their families, most were eager to accompany Changbin to the armed forces garrison in Ba City. With the sudden addition of over 30 survivors to the rescue team, the bus could no longer accommodate everyone. Changbin could only instruct those with vehicles to follow behind the rescue bus. As for Cao Ning's bus, whether or not they wished to board, none dared to approach it. Chapter 28. Arrival at the Ba Market service area. The sky was overcast, and a biting wind howled incessantly. Despite the approach of noon, the snow showed no signs of abating. The visibility was severely impaired, causing the convoy to progress at a snail's pace. On either side of the highway lay a desolate, snow-covered landscape, devoid of life. Only the uneven, artistically shaped snowbanks hinted at the once thriving villages that had existed here. Cao Ning, do you think all those people beneath the snow have perished? Wong Luoxuan nestled against Cao Ning, casting a melancholic glance out the window. It cannot be said that everyone is gone, most, perhaps, though this calamity struck in winter. The rapid drop in temperature and snowfall caught many off guard. Coupled with the zombie virus, it is conceivable how few have survived, Cao Ning replied, a tinge of sorrow evident in his voice. However, Wong Luoxua soon adjusted her thoughts, reflecting that perhaps this was not entirely unfortunate. Freed from the constraints of a 9-to-5 existence and the complexities of societal interactions, being together with the person she cherished was, for her, a source of profound contentment. If they could also reunite with her sister and parents, it would feel utterly complete. Cao Ning, do you think we will always be together? she inquired. Of course. We will. In the future, we will have little ones, he responded warmly. Little ones? The notion of a family of 3 sparked a flicker of longing within Wong Luoshue's heart. When shall we have our little ones? Sensing the hopeful glimmer in her eyes, Cao Ning affectionately tousled her hair. We cannot predict what other calamities may befall us. Let us wait until the situation stabilizes before considering starting a family. All right. I will heed your words. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, followed by a crack. The bus came to an abrupt halt, and a chain of vehicles behind it collided, though fortunately at a slow speed, resulting in no casualties. Cao Ning, did we just hit something? Wong Luoshue asked with concern. A vehicle. It seems that a zombie outbreak has occurred ahead. I can vaguely see several cars that have crashed together. I will go take a look. You stay in the vehicle, he instructed. All right. Be careful and return swiftly, she urged anxiously. As Cao Ning exited the vehicle, Changbing approached him briskly. Brother Cao, what happened? Why did the bus stop so suddenly? We encountered an accident, Cao Ning explained, gesturing towards a car buried in snow nearby. He then leapt onto the roof of the nearest vehicle to survey the surroundings. Captain Chang, the accident doesn't seem severe. I estimate there are about 10 vehicles involved. I will check for any zombies around, but please ensure your team is cautious about any potential zombies inside the cars. Understood. I will send someone over to move the vehicles immediately, Changbing replied. Cao Ning brushed aside the accumulated snow on several car windows, noting that there were no abnormalities within, and continued onward. Upon reaching the front, he spotted a few zombies wandering about, their bodies cloaked in white snow. Perhaps due to the cold, their reactions were sluggish. As Cao Ning approached, they only then began to respond. With swift efficiency, he dispatched the zombies, deeming the few present not worthy of waiting for others to collect the crystal cores. By the time he returned, Changbing and the others had managed to clear the vehicles to the roadside, allowing the convoy to resume its journey. As they journeyed, they encountered numerous similar accidents along the way. The horde of zombies varied in size, some large and some small. Upon passing a particularly large service area, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a swarm of hundreds of zombies. After a fierce battle, Cao Ning decided to take a moment to rest before continuing their journey. Due to the urgency of their travels, both Cao Ning and Wong Luoshue opted for a simple meal, eschewing elaborate dishes in favor of a pot of mushroom and beef bone hot pot. After their meal, warmth enveloped them, and Cao Ning reclined on the sofa, rubbing his satiated belly, experiencing an indescribable sense of contentment. Such a lunch was a rare indulgence for him. Even before the apocalypse, he seldom enjoyed such fare, often resorting to instant noodles or boxed meals with little time for a proper hot pot. Wong Luoshue nestled against Cao Ning, browsing her phone, and was delighted to see her colleagues lamenting the inedibility of the distributed compressed biscuits, which filled her with a profound sense of happiness. In that moment, she felt as if she were not in a post-apocalyptic world, but rather on a leisurely trip, surrounded by delicious food and a comfortable environment, all thanks to the man beside her. Raising her gaze, she noticed his pronounced Adam's apple and, unable to resist, she licked her lips and leaned in. Overwhelmed, she gasped, finding it too much to bear. Looking into his expressive eyes, Cao Ning could not allow her to act recklessly. He responded directly. Not too much. Let us save some for tonight, all right? All right, then. I want. Why are you so mischievous? Where did you learn this? Just say yes or no. I yield to you. Seeing the beauty in his embrace, her face flushed with shyness, Cao Ning could not help but feel a surge of pride. However, with important matters still pending in the afternoon, he resolved to rest for a while. He had maintained the habit of napping for many years, and even now, as a level 1 genetic warrior with significantly enhanced stamina and energy, he found it hard to break this routine. Cao Ning. What is it? Gazing at the lovely figure in his arms, he could not resist planting a kiss on her. Stop it. It's 2 o'clock. We should set off. Is it already 2 o'clock? Time flies. Cao Ning was momentarily taken aback. He usually only napped for half an hour, but today he had slept for over an hour. However, upon seeing Wong Luoshue nestled in the blankets, he was reminded of the phrase gentle warmth. If you're tired, just keep sleeping. No, I want to be with you. I don't feel at ease with you driving alone. Wong Luoshue wrapped her arms around Cao Ning's neck, planted a kiss on him, and then hurried off to the bathroom to freshen up. Cao Ning chuckled, rubbed his face, and got out of the car. As he did, Changbin quickly approached him. Here are the crystal cores we just collected, a total of 327. Good. Have you all finished preparing? Cao Ning glanced behind Changbin and noticed that their group had significantly increased since the morning. Along the way and at the service area, they had encountered numerous survivors. Now, Changbin's rescue team had surpassed 200 members, and their convoy had grown to over 30 vehicles. Everything is ready. By the way, I just got in touch with the armed forces in Bashi. They will send someone to the service area in Bocking to assist us. That's great. You might say you found your organization. We owe our journey to Brother Cao. Without you, we wouldn't have made it this far. All right, enough flattery. Let's set off. Haha, let us go. As dusk approached, Cao Ning and the rescue team finally arrived at the Bocking service area. They parked the vehicle and waited for quite a while. Not only did they not see the expected troops, but the area was eerily quiet, evoking an indescribable sense of unease. The entire service area, filled with so many vehicles, revealed no signs of survivors, nor even any zombies. This unnerving atmosphere left everyone present with a foreboding feeling. Bang, bang, bang. Captain Chang, what's happening? Didn't you say someone would be here to meet us? Where are they? Cao Ning rolled down the window, and the person approaching was none other than Changbin. I'm not sure either. I just spoke with the armed department in Bashi. They dispatched 2 groups, but we have lost contact with them. Is there any other news? Changbin shook his head in resignation. This place feels abnormal. There must be something formidable here. Otherwise, we wouldn't find it devoid of even a single zombie. I feel the same. After contemplating, Cao Ning donned his coat and took his long knife as he exited the vehicle. You and your team check around for anything unusual. I'll take a look inside the service hall. Changbin nodded in agreement and hurried back to gather his team. Cao Ning proceeded cautiously, attentive to every sound, wary of any sudden appearance of danger. Midway through, he stumbled upon several armored vehicles belonging to the armed department. However, they were unoccupied, and the ground was littered with bloodstains, dismembered flesh, and spent shell casings. Drag marks led directly to the service hall. What kind of formidable entity could have decimated a well-equipped support team? Could there be second-level zombies or mutated creatures lurking here? Cao Ning tightened his grip on the long knife, moving even more cautiously toward the service hall. As he neared the entrance, a series of faint, squeaking noises reached his ears. Glancing around, he realized the sounds emanated from inside the building. He crouched by the door to peer inside. Just one glance made Cao Ning nearly retch from the hot pot he had eaten earlier that afternoon. Chapter 29. The Mutant Rodent Horde. Brother Cao. What is the situation inside? Observing Cao Ning's grave expression, Changbin and the others gathered around. The troops dispatched from Ba City have perished here. Is it a total annihilation? Were they overwhelmed by zombies or human adversaries? It is the mutant rats. What? Rats can mutate? However, upon reflection, the existence of zombies made the possibility of mutant rats seem plausible. Yet, he still harbored doubts. How could any mutated rat withstand the firepower of an armed force? Just as he was about to investigate further, Cao Ning grasped his arm. Do not go. If you do, you may never eat again, and you might inadvertently alert the enemy. Observing Cao Ning's earnest demeanor, Changbin halted, anxiously inquiring, what shall we do now? The rescue teams stationed in Ba City are occupied with their own missions and cannot spare anyone to assist us here. Cao Ning pondered for a moment, surveying the surrounding environment. Sending more personnel would be futile. The options were either to retreat and search for the Ba City station or to eliminate the mutant rats here, potentially solving a significant problem for Ba City. Changbin considered this and turned to Cao Ning. Brother Cao, what are your thoughts on this? I am indifferent. If we choose not to engage, we shall part ways here. However, I am intrigued by the prospect of ridding ourselves of this nest of rats. Changbin nodded and stated he would confer with his comrades. Cao Ning said nothing further and directly returned to the bus. Cao Ning, what is the current situation? Wong Luoxue inquired curiously at the doorway. The situation is dire. The troops sent for our rescue have been lost. Cao Ning briefly recounted the scene he had just witnessed, although he did not elaborate extensively. The thought of countless corpses being devoured by mutant rats sent shivers down her spine. So, what should we do now? Let us assess the situation. If they are willing to fight, I can offer my assistance. If they are not inclined to do so, we shall continue our journey home. What about you? What do you think? I sincerely wish to eliminate this nest of rats. In truth, Cao Ning also dreaded confronting this predicament. The mere sight of the densely packed rats, mutated or not, was unsettling. However, while inspecting the hall, he stumbled upon an unusual mutant rat. Its fur differed from the others, displaying a striking yellow hue. Perched atop the highest pile of corpses, rats are social creatures and invariably possess a leader. The presence of an orange crystal core indicated it was a level 2 mutant creature. Thus, this rat was likely a level 2 mutant. With an ample collection of level 1 zombie crystal cores already secured, acquiring the essence of a level 2 genetic warrior would necessitate a crystal core from a mutant creature. If this mutant rat was indeed level 2, it would be worth the risk. Though encounters with level 2 mutant animals would occur later, the exact timing remained uncertain. What if fortune did not favor them and they never encountered one? Aspiring to grow stronger requires a measure of luck, yet one cannot rely solely on chance. Why is that? This is exceedingly perilous. Although I have not encountered mutated rats before, Their capacity to devour both rescue teams and zombies suggests they possess an extraordinary strength, far surpassing that of the undead. What shall we do if you sustain an injury? Observing Wong Luoxue, her eyes reddened with worry, stirred a warm feeling in Cao Ning's heart. Fear not, you are well aware of my capabilities. Moreover, there is something within that can significantly enhance my strength. But I do not wish for you to take such risks. If something were to happen to you, how could I possibly endure? And think of Xiaowen. We should leave. We can gradually enhance our abilities. There are simply too many mutated rats. As Wong Luoxue spoke, tears began to stream down her face. She truly regarded Cao Ning as her pillar of support, unwilling to see him face any danger. Just as Cao Ning was about to comfort her, he noticed Chang Bin approaching briskly. Cao, do you have any strategies to eradicate these mutated rats? Fire. We could incinerate them? Indeed. These creatures have an innate fear of flames. Even if they have mutated, I doubt they have become impervious to fire. Chang Bin surveyed the sizable service area, pondering for a moment before nodding. This plan is feasible. I shall organize a team to collect gasoline and encircle this location. Cao Ning could not help but nod in agreement, recognizing Chang Bin's decisiveness. Regardless of the circumstances, he was a man of action. With their strategy settled, Wong Luoxue ceased her protests. As a woman, her role was to support and pray for the decisions of her partner, a lesson imparted by her mother. Therefore, she could only urge Cao Ning to prioritize his safety and flee at the first sign of danger. Cao Ning readily agreed. To ensure precaution, he drove the bus onto the highway. In the event he faced an insurmountable challenge, fleeing was his only recourse. The survivors from the rescue team followed suit, steering their vehicles onto the expressway. They could not engage in the extermination of the mutated rats. Their sole aim was to avoid becoming an additional burden to the warriors or to escape should the situation turn dire. Chang Bin and the soldiers systematically searched each vehicle for gasoline, pouring it around the service area building in barrels. Cao Ning remained active, utilizing his agility to spread gasoline atop the roof to deter any mutated rats from emerging. After saturating the area with gasoline, Chang Bin and the soldiers retrieved an armored vehicle that had arrived to assist from the market. They found an ample supply of firearms and ammunition to arm themselves. With all preparations in place, Cao Ning instructed Chang Bin and the others to shatter the doors and windows of the service hall, as the tempered glass was too sturdy. The sound of shattering glass and gunfire instantly startled the mutated rats within the hall, staring at the mass of bright red creatures. Chang Bin and his comrades were momentarily dumbfounded. Throw the fire, Cao Ning bellowed, snapping everyone back to attention. In an instant, countless gasoline bottles were hurled into the service hall and the swarm of rats. The burning gasoline clung to the rats, causing them to screech in distress. Those that remained unscathed quickly sought to escape the flames. These beasts are indeed fearful of fire, retreating as the surrounding gasoline ignites. Cao Ning's face lit up with delight as he swiftly stepped back, igniting the gasoline encircling them. In an instant, the entire service building was engulfed in flames. The intense heat gradually melted the surrounding snow. Within the fiery circle, an array of piercing cries erupted. Some mutated rats dashed out from the inferno, but were swiftly eradicated by Cao Ning and Chang Bin. While these creatures pose a calamity in swarms, they are relatively manageable when solitary or in small numbers. As dusk descended, the flames began to wane. The once grand service hall now lay in ruins, its splendor diminished. The ground was strewn with charred mutated rats, exuding the acrid scent of burnt flesh. Brother Cao, it seems, they are mostly dead, right? Chang Bin and the others swallowed hard as they surveyed their handiwork. It should be about right, but we must remain cautious. Come, let us gather the cores from these rats, Cao Ning declared, gripping his long knife as he advanced into the hall. With such a blaze, I wonder if that level 2 mutated rat has perished as well. Chapter 30. What are you still standing there for? Undress. As I stepped into the service hall, a nauseating stench of charred flesh assaulted my senses. The sticky remains of a gruesome scene clung to my shoes, nearly causing me to regurgitate my lunch. Amidst the chaos, I heard the unsettling squeaks of creatures that had somehow evaded the inferno. It appeared that these mutated rodents had gained a remarkable resilience, yet not without consequence. The few that still thrived were merely struggling in their final moments. Brother Cao, ugh, this is, ugh. Observing Chang Bin and the others retching uncontrollably, I shook my head and pressed onward. Where was that mutated rat king? If the ordinary mutated rats could still cling to life, I refused to believe that the formidable rat king had perished in the flames. It must be hiding somewhere. Everyone, stay vigilant. This lair of the mutated rat king may not be devoid of threats. Rat king? Brother Cao, that rat. Bang. Before Chang Bin could finish his sentence, he was hurled backward by a shadowy figure, skidding across the floor for several meters. Captain Chang. The sudden onslaught left the group momentarily stunned. Cough. I'm fine. Ugh. No sooner had he spoken than a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. The others rushed to his side, and they beheld a significant dent in the ballistic plate of his combat suit. Several soldiers gasped in shock. This latest model of protective gear could withstand the impact of ordinary rifle rounds, merely leaving small indents. What force could possess such devastating power? Captain Chong, how do you feel? Damn, I fear my ribs may be fractured. Chong Bin's voice was weak, his strength waning. This was a catastrophic loss, especially for the elite rescue team. An air of dread enveloped the group, as the looming threat of the unknown instilled a primal fear within them. Clutching their weapons, they remained ever vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Swish. Swish. Despite their precautions, they were powerless against the unseen assaults. One after another, they were sent flying. The soldiers fared slightly better, clad in their combat suits, which absorbed much of the impact. At worst, they suffered broken ribs and coughed up blood. However, the other survivors were not so fortunate. Some sustained severe injuries, while others were pierced through entirely. Cao Ning felt a twinge of anxiety. He could discern the shadow of the Rat King, yet its speed was astonishing. Moreover, it seemed to sense that Cao Ning was not inferior in strength, opting instead to eliminate those of lesser prowess first. Witnessing the gradual depletion of survivors, Cao Ning stepped forward to shield them. It was not out of a sudden moral awakening, but rather a realization. Each time the mutated Rat King claimed a survivor and devoured their heart, its form grew larger. Evolution. Consuming hearts allowed the mutated rats to evolve. Though uncertain of how many hearts it needed to consume for further evolution, nearly 20 survivors remained. He could not afford to take that gamble. What if the Mouse King devours the hearts of these 20 or so individuals and evolves? That would result in a level 3 mutated rat. At level 2, one would be evenly matched, but at level 3, it seems the only skill would be to flee. Quickly, carry the injured outside. I shall handle this. And do not forget to collect the rat cores outside. All right, let us heed Brother Chao's words. Hurry. 2 of you carry one. The mutated Mouse King seemed to comprehend that these individuals intended to escape and grew frantic. These humans were vital for its evolution. They simply could not be allowed to flee. It lunged forward, darting left and right, yet could not surpass Cao Ning's long blade, even sustaining a deep gash from the blade's edge. Gazing upon this human, who was no weaker than itself, the Mouse King's small eyes glimmered with unprecedented seriousness. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Curse your lineage. Aside from ambushing, what else can you do? Though the Mouse King did not understand the human's words, it sensed that they were not complimentary. It continuously shifted positions before Cao Ning, seeking to discover the human's weakness. However, a beast is still a beast, lacking patience. After a swift lateral leap, it transformed into a shooting star, hurtling towards Cao Ning's head. Cao Ning sidestepped, narrowly evading the Mouse King's strike. A cold sweat pouring down his brow. He could feel that had it struck his head, even if he survived, he would surely be gravely injured. The beast's speed was astonishing. This was proving quite troublesome. Having failed its initial attack, the Mouse King charged at Cao Ning once more. The duel unfolded with back and forth exchanges, each inflicting wounds upon the other. Cao Ning was struck several times by the Mouse King. The violent impacts caused his vital energy to surge. However, the Mouse King was not faring any better. Its body was riddled with wounds, bleeding profusely, and its speed had diminished compared to before. After several exchanges, both parties retreated momentarily. The hall fell silent, save for Cao Ning's heavy breathing. Thus, one human and one rat locked eyes, each seeking an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. System, is there anything that can counter this mutated rat? Yes, host. Level 2 highly toxic rat poison. 100 cores, level 2 animal traps. 200 cores, level 2 animal nets. 500 cores, level 2 animal guns. 1000 cores. Glancing at the items listed by the system, Cao Ning determined that the level 2 animal net was the most suitable choice for his current situation. Given the relationship between himself and the Mouse King, it was unlikely that the creature would consume the poison he provided. As for the animal traps, they required time to set up. Even if it granted him that time, it would not be foolish enough to leap into them. Regarding the animal gun, while it was indeed formidable, he simply lacked the necessary cores. Having spent 1,000 cores on a molecular collector recently, he was left with just over 200 cores, and along the way had only managed to gather an additional 600 cores. This was insufficient. He was too impoverished and had to opt for cost-effective choices. Observing the Mouse King still fixated on him, Cao Ning beckoned with a finger. Come forth, you wretched beast. Was this a provocation that could be tolerated? The Mouse King, with eyes ablaze, exerted all its strength and transformed into a swift arrow, hurtling towards Cao Ning. However, as it soared through the air, a vast net glimmering with an orange hue ensnared it in an instant. Upon crashing to the ground, the trapping net seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, pinning it down with relentless force. Observing the immobilized Mouse King within the net, Cao Ning felt an immense relief wash over him. Had he known of this contraption's existence, he would have spared himself the struggle. Though not inexpensive, its efficacy was undeniable. As the humans approached, fear finally flickered in the Mouse King's eyes. It squeaked and screeched incessantly, as if pleading for mercy from Cao Ning. Yet, Cao Ning showed no leniency, plunging his blade into the Mouse King's skull and extracting an orange crystal core the size of a quail egg. Huzzah! He had successfully gathered the materials for the Level 2 Gene Warrior Evolution Liquid. His capabilities and lifespan could be further enhanced. After tidying up the trapping net, Cao Ning exited the service hall. Upon learning of the Mouse King's demise, the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief. Without Cao Ning, they would likely have met their doom. Once the others had collected the crystal cores from the area, he returned to the bus. When Wong Luoxue saw him remove his clothing to reveal a body covered in bruises, her heart ached, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Enough of the tears. These injuries are not severe. Just a bit of rest will suffice. You always want to show off. Didn't I warn you about the dangers and urge you to return quickly? Sit tight. I'll fetch some medicine. Don't bother cooking tonight. I noticed some traditional herbs in the storeroom. I'll prepare a soup to invigorate your blood circulation and alleviate the bruising. Wong Luoxue's incessant chatter warmed Cao Ning's heart and moved him deeply. What is the greatest aspiration of a man who toils outside? Is it not to return home to a person who understands his hardships? Watching her bustling about, Cao Ning rose and embraced her tenderly. Why you after a moment. Wong Luoxue, her cheeks flushed, gasped for breath, nestled against Cao Ning's chest. Do you realize how anxious I was seeing you so battered? What would I do if something terrible happened to you? All right, I understand. This will not happen again. You sigh. I truly do not know how to express my feelings for you. I know you have your secrets, and I do not concern myself with them. I only wish for your safety. Understood. If danger arises again, I shall refrain from intervening. Please retrieve the medicine. I'll go wash up. Be cautious. Don't let the wounds come in contact with water. Actually, I shall wash you instead. Hearing Wong Luoxue's words, Cao Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. A bath for himself? Surely, he hadn't misheard. What are you still standing there for? Undress. Wong Luoxue's delicate face turned crimson as she nudged the dazed Cao Ning. She was acutely aware of what she had just said. Nevertheless, witnessing his injuries made her anxious about him aggravating them. Besides, she would eventually belong to him. Isn't it only natural to bathe her man? Chapter 31. I entrust my injuries to Dr. Wong. Even amidst the pervasive mist, it could not obscure the blush that adorned her cheeks. Upon witnessing Cao Ning's tall, statuesque figure, with muscles chiseled like a masterful sculpture, Wong Luoxue's heart raced uncontrollably. She could hardly bear it. What should she do? It felt as though something would break. Why has he stopped? The washing. It is finished, but he has yet to wash himself. Cao Ning gazed at Wong Luoxue with an expression of innocent bewilderment. Observing the flush on Wong Luoxue's face, which seemed on the verge of dripping with embarrassment, Cao Ning decided against teasing her further. Should he frighten her, it would not bode well. Just as he was about to usher Wong Luoxue out, he seemed to hear the sound of her swallowing nervously. Very well then. Hiss. Luoxue, why aren't you eating? Noticing Wong Luoxue's indifference towards the sumptuous dinner laid before her, Cao Ning wondered if it did not suit her palate. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? You only know how to bully me. My arms are sore, and I can hardly lift them to eat. Hearing this, Cao Ning maintained a stoic expression as he swept Wong Luoxue into his embrace. I shall feed you. Open your mouth. The meal was satisfying for both. Just after washing the dishes, a knock sounded from outside the bus. The visitor was a soldier known to Cao Ning. Brother Cao, we have collected some mutated rat crystal cores. This is merely a portion, as it grew too dark. For safety, we shall gather the rest at dawn. Cao Ning accepted the bag handed to him by the soldier, gauging its weight before nodding in approval. How is the situation with your captain? Currently stable. Fortunately, there is a doctor in the vehicle, so there are no major issues. Indeed, if one were to ascertain the most prevalent profession within the rescue team, it would undoubtedly be doctors. Moreover, many are renowned nationwide. Although there are no instruments available at the moment, several skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioners possess remarkable techniques. Keeping a few lives in balance is certainly within their capabilities. That is reassuring. You shall need to exert yourselves again tomorrow. It is our duty. Had it not been for your intervention today, we might not have returned. Well then, there is no need for thanks over such matters. Return early. I shall not see you off. With that, he closed the door of the vehicle. Noticing Wong Luoxue reclining on the sofa, engrossed in the television, Cao Ning chose not to disturb her and proceeded directly to the control panel behind the driver's seat. The placement of the control panel was remarkably discreet. Without Cao Ning's summons, it resembled nothing more than a stainless steel cover. This was not due to a lack of trust in Wong Luoxue, but rather because the device was exceedingly extraordinary, difficult for the average person to comprehend. As for when to reveal the bus's secrets to Wong Luoxue, that would have to wait until he procured the loyalty potion. He placed the level 2 crystal core into the purification and refining device. Casting a level 2 mutated animal crystal core, current possession, 76 level 1 zombie crystal cores, 315 unranked zombie crystal cores, 1 level 2 mutated animal crystal core, 46 level 1 mutated animal crystal cores, 193 unranked mutated animal crystal cores, 1 level 1 mutated plant crystal core, currently available for refinement, 1 level 2 gene warrior evolution liquid, 31 level 1 gene warrior evolution liquids, 1 level 1 weapon refinement liquid. Without hesitation, Cao Ning opted to refine the level 2 gene warrior evolution liquid. As for the level 1 weapon refinement liquid, having already utilized it, he deemed it unnecessary to procure another. Upon his return to Weiqing, he could share it with Su Xiaowen and Wong Luoxue. What is that in your hand? Wong Luoxue inquired curiously, eyeing the orange syringe Cao Ning held. This is a marvelous item. It can enhance my abilities. Really? Does it have any side effects? Is it harmful to the body? Can you use it after your injury? In an instant, Wong Luoxue's medical instincts surged forth, as she bombarded him with questions about the mysterious liquid. Rest assured, there are no side effects. I'll make sure you try it too, and then you'll understand. At the prospect of eventually receiving it herself, Wong Luoxue's curiosity waned. To mitigate any unintended consequences during his absorption of the evolution liquid, Cao Ning instructed the system to lock the bus. Learning from his previous experience, he chose not to inject the liquid but rather to consume it. Once in bed, he uncapped the syringe and gulped down the orange fluid in one swift motion. Wong Luoxue, standing nearby, wore an expression of deep concern. Despite Cao Ning's reassurances about the liquid's safety, a lingering apprehension remained. If anything were to go awry, she wanted to be the first to provide assistance. Initially, Cao Ning experienced no intense reactions. Much like his prior encounter with the level 1 gene warrior evolution liquid, a warm sensation coursed through his body, enveloping him in a comforting heat. However, as the warmth intensified, he felt compelled to shed his clothing, only to be abruptly engulfed by a chilling sensation, as if he had plunged into an ice chamber. A shiver coursed through him, the cold more severe than the temperature outside. Wong Luoxue attentively observed Cao Ning's expressions. Should anything seem amiss, she would check his forehead to gauge his temperature, acutely aware of the drastic shift from warmth to cold. Witnessing him curl up beneath the covers, shivering uncontrollably, she found herself at a loss. She hurriedly wrapped him in blankets, yet no amount of covering seemed sufficient. Scanning the surroundings, her gaze fell upon her own attire. Without a moment's hesitation, she removed her clothing, slipped under the covers, and enveloped Cao Ning in her embrace. This unreliable system is truly infuriating. Whether by injection or ingestion, the sensation of pain remains unchanged. In the future, I shall opt for injections, at least they are swifter. Just as he contemplated rising, he suddenly sensed a presence resting upon him. Lifting the covers, he discovered Wong Luoxue nestled comfortably in his arms, soundly asleep. Upon seeing her exquisite little face, Cao Ning could not resist the urge to pinch it. However, he soon realized something was amiss. Her body felt smooth, devoid of any barriers. Was it not an invitation to rise? Wong Luoxue, still in a daze from sleep, sensed an uncomfortable pressure against her lower abdomen. What is this? Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Wong Luoxue opened her eyes wide. Their gazes locked, and her delicate face flushed a deep crimson. You are pressing against me. Fear not, just watch me. Wong Luoxue felt somewhat bewildered. Before she could fully grasp the situation, she found herself lifted by Cao Ning. Is it still uncomfortable? As the warm breath brushed against her ear, Wong Luoxue felt her entire being soften. She first shook her head, then nodded. Does what we discussed during the day still hold true? Under Cao Ning's fervent gaze, Wong Luoxue bit her lip, her eyes brimming with profound affection. All depends on you. Inside the warmly lit bus, an aura of romance enveloped them. Wong Luoxue stood somewhat awkwardly before Cao Ning, her head slightly bowed, unable to meet his gaze. Clad in a white lace gown that enveloped a pink satin lining, and complemented by glossy white thigh-high stockings, her long, shapely legs appeared all the more perfect. The crowning touch was the pair of half-framed glasses perched on her nose. Tears of anguish streamed from the corners of Cao Ning's mouth as he trembled, uttering, "I entrust my injuries to Dr. Wong." Chapter 32. Overwhelmed Doctor. The morning sun streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow inside the car. Cao Ning lazily opened his eyes and glanced outside. The day seemed promising. Although the snow continued to fall, It lacked the oppressive gloom of the past few days. At this moment, both his heart and body felt rejuvenated. As he looked at the still sleeping Wong Luoxue beside him, his eyes brimmed with affection and tenderness. Last night had been arduous for Dr. Wong. She had tirelessly labored throughout the night for the sake of her own health. Observing her battered body, she had wept profusely while simultaneously tending to her injuries. As dawn approached, exhaustion overwhelmed her, causing her to faint. Gently brushing her disheveled hair aside, he leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her cheek. A faint murmur escaped Wong Luoxue's lips as she turned over and drifted back to sleep. Seeing her in such an endearing state made it difficult to fathom the frenzy she had exhibited the previous night. If she were an ordinary patient, he would have surely struggled. Fortunately, he was no ordinary individual. Stretching out his arms and rising, he admired his own physique, feeling a newfound strength coursing through him. Remarkably, the injuries sustained yesterday appeared to have vanished without a trace. He sensed that should he encounter the Rat King from the previous day again, he could easily dispatch it with a single strike. In fact, he felt capable of handling 100 or more with ease. Yet, the most significant revelation was the overwhelming vitality surging within him. He had an inkling that he could live for an exceedingly long time. With a mere thought, he accessed the system panel. Apocalypse Fortress Host, Cao Ning, Host Functionality. For 126, a healthy individual measures 100, Gene Warrior Level. 2, Apocalypse Fortress Vehicle, Long Distance Bus, Bus Members. Cao Ning. Wong Luoxue, Bus Comprehensive Level. 2, 328, 3000, Apocalypse Fortress Upgrade Points. 4,585 System Storage, Level 1 Meow Knife. 1-2, as he had anticipated. His bodily functions had indeed escalated to 426. If all went well, he could potentially live for over 400 years. The sudden surge in upgrade points took him by surprise. He had known there were numerous rats yesterday, but he had never imagined the bounty would be this substantial. This was a stroke of fortune. If he were to eradicate a few more nests of rats or mutant creatures, he would undoubtedly soar to new heights. However, such thoughts were merely speculative. Encountering more formidable foes could present challenges. Unless he had sufficient upgrade points to purchase weapons from the system, his only recourse might be to flee. System. Upgrade the bus to level 3. Enhance the vehicle's exterior and storage capacity to level 4. Ding. The upgrade has been successfully completed as per the host's request. Bus shell level 4, 0-1500. Current shell defense can withstand the power of all small explosives. Glass privacy attribute increased by 80. Bus power level 3, 0-1000. Current bus enhances speed by 60 and increases range by 60. Bus body level 3, 0-1000. Current bus maintains an interior temperature of up to 15 degrees Celsius. Parking power for 20 hours, and a water tank temperature of up to 10 degrees Celsius with a capacity of 600 liters. Self-purifying and drinkable. Bus chassis level 3, 0-1000. Current bus can carry 60 tons, reduces driving noise by 60, increases stability by 60, tires can withstand rifle bullets. Fuel tank temperature maintained at 5 degrees Celsius. And expands 2 auxiliary fuel tanks of the same size. Bus living area level 3, 0-1000. Current bus area is 100 square meters. Height is 3 meters. Alternate space does not alter the bus's appearance. Bus luggage compartment level 4, 0-1500. Current bus luggage compartment is 1,610 cubic meters. Currently occupied 932 cubic meters. Alternate space does not alter the bus's appearance. Time is suspended. Cannot store living beings. Doomsday Fortress upgrade points 585, seeing his little abode further reinforced. Cao Ning felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. The safer the bus, the safer he felt. The more storage space available, the longer he could survive. Returning to the system's personal page, he opened Wong Luoxue's information. Bus passenger, Wong Luoxue passenger physical function, 91, Gene Warrior level, 0, passenger occupation, doctor, passenger skills, internal medicine. Surgery, passenger loyalty, 98. Cao Ning was delighted to see that Wong Luoxue's loyalty had risen by 8 overnight. The transformation from girl to woman was indeed remarkable. However, to be prudent, he needed to quickly gather crystal cores to purchase loyalty potions. After freshening up, Cao Ning prepared to make breakfast. Today, he intended to properly nourish Wong Luoxue, especially after her blood loss last night. Before long, the aroma of the meal permeated the entire bus. Wong Luoxue, like a sleeping puppy, suddenly caught the scent of the food, sniffed the air, and lazily opened her eyes. She beheld a tall man skillfully wielding a spatula at the dining table. The sight of his resolute profile reminded her of the wildness of last night. Just as she attempted to rise, a sharp pain from her lower body made her gasp in surprise. This troublesome fellow, how could he be so formidable? Feeling the pressure on her back, Cao Ning paused with the spoon in hand. You're awake, or would you like to sleep a bit longer? The soup will be ready shortly. No, I just want to hold you. Wong Luoxua nestled her head against Cao Ning's back, greedily inhaling his scent. It was this very scent that had brought her to tears last night and facilitated her transformation into a woman. Cao Ning chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, the increase in loyalty was not in vain. Before long, the soup was ready. Cao Ning, noticing Wong Luoxua still clinging to him, gently patted her hand in resignation. Dear, do you wish to dine in this position? Wong Luoxua abruptly raised her head upon hearing this, her voice trembling as she inquired. What did you say? I asked if you intend to maintain this posture while eating. No, the previous phrase. Honey, darling. Wong Luoxua immediately turned to face Cao Ning, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Did you just call me wife? Indeed, you are my woman. What else should I call you? Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Wong Luoxua's cheeks as she tightly embraced Cao Ning's waist, burying her face in his chest and weeping softly. She could hardly fathom that Cao Ning would refer to her in such a manner. In her heart, the term wife belonged to Su Xiaowen. She felt like an intruder, unworthy of usurping Su Xiaowen's place. She had prepared herself to be the other woman and had accepted it willingly. Yet, unexpectedly, she had heard Cao Ning address her as wife so early in the morning. She was utterly overwhelmed with emotion, rendered speechless by joy. A wave of happiness enveloped her instantly. No, she mustn't be too greedy. Once they found Su Xiaowen, this title must be relinquished to her. For now, however, she could indulge in this moment. Husband. No, you should call me wife. Wife. Husband. Embrace. Me to bed. Cao Ning, somewhat puzzled, wondered why they should retire to bed when it was mealtime. Wife. The soup will grow cold if you don't drink it. It's all right. Your health remains unhealed, and I must check on you. As the sun reached its zenith, Cao Ning couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the beleaguered Dr. Wong beside him. Clearly, her medical skills were not yet refined enough, yet she insisted on pushing her limits. It appeared that Dr. Wong would not awaken anytime soon. The soup prepared earlier had gone cold. He decided to wait for her to rouse before reheating it. Rising to freshen up and don his attire, he stepped outside the bus. After advancing to the second tier of genetic warrior enhancement, his physical capabilities had indeed become markedly improved. He no longer felt as sensitive to the chill of the outside world as he once did. The service area appeared drastically different in daylight compared to the night before. Not only were the structures of the service area building charred beyond recognition, but even the surrounding edifices seemed to have suffered the ravages of war. It was evident that the fire from the previous night had been quite fierce. Just as Cao Ning prepared to disembark for some exercise, he noticed a group of unfamiliar soldiers approaching from a distance. Chapter 33. When words fail, do you resort to violence? Greetings, comrade. May I inquire if you are Comrade Cao Ning? Cao Ning surveyed the individuals before him, noting their seemingly upright demeanor, and nodded in acknowledgement. We express our gratitude to Comrade Cao Ning for the assistance rendered to the Wan City Armed Support Team and the survivors during the journey. Upon confirming that the individual before them was indeed Cao Ning, several soldiers saluted him. No need for formality, we all have our needs, I presume. And who might you be? We are from the Armed Corps of Ba City. My name is Li Chang, and I am the captain of the 2nd Battalion of the Corps. Cao Ning remained silent, patiently awaiting further elaboration. Last night, we received the battle report from the Wan City Rescue Team, detailing your courageous feats, Comrade Cao. We hold you in high regard. Cao Ning waved his hand dismissively, his cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Were it not for the systematic support last night, I would hardly have fared any better. Oh, it was merely a trivial matter, not worthy of mention. Comrade Cao Ning, you are far too modest. Following our deliberations at the Ba City Armed Department, we hope you will consider joining our ranks to collectively withstand this calamity. Cao Ning furrowed his brow. He had heard similar sentiments from Chang Bin. He promptly declined, asserting his lack of desire to affiliate with any faction, whether official or private. The group exchanged glances, displaying a sense of resignation. They were well aware that extending an invitation to Cao Ning would likely result in rejection. Nonetheless, they were eager to enlist the aid of such a formidable and skilled individual. Cao Ning's profile had already been presented on the conference table of the Ba City Armed Department's wartime command since last night. Upon learning about the previous evening's events and considering the intelligence provided by the Wan City Rescue Team, they had become increasingly intrigued by this seemingly ordinary young man who had displayed remarkable prowess amidst the apocalypse. They found it both astonishing and perplexing, with a touch of skepticism lingering. Their elite soldier could barely contend with a mere dozen zombies before succumbing to exhaustion. How could an untrained young bus driver possibly confront hundreds or thousands of zombies single-handedly? To draw connections, his father had served in the military, albeit as a driver. While his driving skills were impeccable, his hand-to-hand combat abilities were only slightly above average. They pondered throughout the night, unable to comprehend how Cao Ning could possess such strength. They were keen to recruit Cao Ning, not merely for research purposes, but also to assess his physical capabilities. However, considering his formidable abilities, the higher-ups in Boss City were hesitant to act too rashly. Cao Ning had committed no offenses. To use force recklessly to capture him could potentially create a formidable adversary. Although communication remained functional, this disaster was global in scale. Even with the state mobilizing rescue efforts, it remained largely a matter of local jurisdictions taking independent actions. The future was uncertain, prompting them to decide on a strategy of persuasion first. If persuasion failed, they would test his abilities. Ultimately, they aimed to tread lightly and avoid antagonism. Comrade Cao Ning, our nation currently faces a dire crisis, and it is our collective obligation. Cao Ning's brow furrowed slightly. Are you attempting to pressure me with lofty ideals? Captain Li, I have matters to attend to in Qixing. So let us put this discussion to rest. Comrade Cao Ning, I understand you wish to return to Weiqing to seek your family, correct? Our armed forces in Bashishi could coordinate with the Weiqing military to dispatch personnel for the search. They could send a rescue team on their own? How long could they search? Captain Li, some things do not require me to be so explicit. Li Chang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Having reached his current position, he had witnessed far more than the average individual. In the face of the apocalypse, countless souls have suffered. Among them are not just the wealthy and powerful, but also the finest talents from various fields and affluent merchants. With so many unable to be saved, how could they possibly seek out 3 ordinary individuals? Even if Weiqing were to agree, it would merely entail a visit to your home. If they find you, all is well. If not, it merely illustrates the unpredictability of life and the fate of individuals. Comrade Cao Ning, Captain Li. What do you mean by continuing this conversation? Observing Cao Ning's resolute demeanor, Li Chang recognized that further persuasion was futile. He then signaled to a tall, burly soldier beside him, who understood immediately. Brother Cao, I have heard of your solitary battle against hundreds of zombies in Wanqing. I am greatly impressed. My skills in the military are decent, yet I find myself exhausted after slaying merely dozens of zombies. Seeing the towering warrior before him, Cao Ning began to grasp the intentions of these men. Lacking literary prowess, they seemed to seek martial prowess instead. While Cao Ning harbored no desire for trouble, he was not one to shy away from it. What, pray tell, does this brother wish to convey with such lengthy words? Realizing Cao Ning had seen through him, the burly man's face flushed slightly. He chuckled. Brother Cao, to be honest, I have practiced martial arts since childhood. I am known as a martial enthusiast. Upon hearing of a master, I cannot help but feel a stirring in my hands. Cao Ning nodded in acknowledgement without replying. Walking over to a rugged vehicle nearby, with a gentle kick, the vehicle slid sideways several meters. This kick, employing merely 30% of my strength. Should you achieve the same, I would gladly spar with you. A group of onlookers stood in stunned silence. Is this the force a human can exert? And merely 30%? If one were to deliver a kick with full power, would it not shatter a person? Care to give it a try? Observing the terror etched on their faces, a smirk crept across Cao Ning's lips. No, it is I who lack discernment and have offended you. The burly soldier hastily waved his hands. Not only could he not contend with Cao Ning, but even that single kick would incapacitate him. That was not a mere 100+ kilograms of cargo, but rather a vehicle weighing over 2 tons. By the way, were we not supposed to have others gather the crystal cores? Have they completed the task? How could I forget such matters? Bring them over. Li Chang called out to those not far away. Several individuals, having received the signal, hurriedly approached, carrying large nylon bags. Comrade Cao Ning, there are over 500 crystal cores here. Do count them. Are all of them accounted for? The men nodded vigorously upon hearing this. Including those collected last night. We are still short by a few hundred. Though he does not mind the minor discrepancies, this deviation is hardly insignificant. Observing a few individuals stubbornly refuse to acknowledge the situation, Cao Ning chose silence. He decided to regard the crystal core as a contribution to the nation. However, he found no desire to prolong the conversation. With the crystal core secured, it was time for him to depart. After carefully placing the core in the vehicle, he stepped down once more. Before leaving, he felt it necessary to inform Chang Bin. Although their relationship was not particularly profound, their journey had been mutually beneficial. He dealt with the zombies while Chang Bin and his team managed the vehicle relocation and extraction of the crystal core. Their collaboration had been satisfactory. Observing Chang Bin, whose body was wrapped in bandages, Cao Ning couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. After explaining his intentions, Chang Bin did not insist on his stay, merely advising him to travel safely and wishing him success in reuniting with his family. As he returned to the bus, A delicate fragrance enveloped Cao Ning. "Dear, where have you been?" "I went to bid farewell to Chang Bin and the others." Wong Luoxue nodded, snuggling into Cao Ning's embrace, and softly said, "Dear, I'm hungry." "Where do you feel hungry?" "I'm just hungry all over." Chapter 34. Survivors of the mall service area once dreaming of wielding a sword and traversing the world, witnessing its splendor. The bus glided along the desolate highway, the echoes of the departure song faintly trailing behind. As the barren landscape receded, a sense of melancholy washed over Cao Ning. He never imagined he would roam the world with a sword, only to find that the splendor had vanished. Fortunately, he was not alone in this desolation. A beautiful companion accompanied him. The thought of her, Su Xiaowen's familiar visage and laughter, resurfaced in Cao Ning's mind. "Darling, the call still hasn't gone through." A heaviness settled in Cao Ning's heart, prompting him to press the accelerator deeper. Sensing his sorrow, Wong Luoxue felt a pang of empathy and clutched his garment tightly. "Darling, do not be disheartened. Xiaowen and her uncle and aunt are such wonderful people. They will surely be fine." "Yes, they must be safe." Cao Ning, observing the worry etched on Wong Luoxue's face, gently squeezed her small hand. He harbored a twinge of guilt, feeling somewhat despicable for entertaining thoughts of another woman in the presence of his own. Yet, she was so understanding, so considerate. Wong Luoxue seemed to sense his turmoil, enveloping his large hand with her own, resting her head on his shoulder. "Darling, you need not feel troubled. I am here of my own accord. As long as you think of me, I am content. When Xiaowen is found, I will heed her wishes." Cao Ning nuzzled her silky hair with his chin. "You need not feel this way. You are irreplaceable. In my heart, you and Xiaowen are equal. Follow your heart, and do not feel obligated to sacrifice your own happiness." Alas, in this apocalyptic world, how could he bear to witness a good girl suffer? Ultimately, he realized he was too kind, too soft-hearted. Perhaps this is the plight of those entangled in the web of life. "My love, what of your sister? Has she not responded?" Wong Luoxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she shook her head. The vehicle fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the occasional screams of zombies being struck by the bus. The journey from the market to Qixing was relatively smooth, devoid of significant disruptions. The service areas they passed were modest, with few zombies and survivors. However, the abundance of supplies within these areas was remarkable. In an effort to uplift Wong Luoxue's spirits, they fervently scavenged several service stations. They left no item unclaimed. Wong Luoxue truly experienced the joy of a zero-cost shopping spree. Her mood significantly brightened. Particularly as she beheld the towering piles of supplies, a profound sense of happiness and security enveloped her. She understood that the greater the resources, the longer and better her survival would be. Cao Ning drove ahead, while Wong Luoxue organized their bounty in the back. As she surveyed the ever-filling shelves, an indescribable sense of fulfillment washed over her. One lingering curiosity remained. No matter how they packed the supplies, it seemed the storage room could never be filled. She glanced at Cao Ning, who was focused on driving, and contemplated asking him about it. However, she ultimately refrained, recognizing it as perhaps a secret of her partner. Yet, she held faith that one day he would share it with her. Even if he did not, she resolved to content herself with her own responsibilities. She was uncertain whether she was truly love-struck. Regardless, as long as she was with her beloved, everything else seemed inconsequential. With this thought in mind, Wong Luoxue cheerfully resumed organizing the shelves. Although she worked at an accelerated pace, the accumulating snow and the traffic accident delayed the bus, which only reached the borders of Qixing in the evening. This region, being in the north, boasted far heavier snowfall than Wanqing. Approaching the new year, the influx of returning travelers resulted in increased traffic, further slowing the bus's progress. The vehicle pressed through the snow that barely reached the calves, forging a path through the congested traffic. They arrived at the familiar shopping mall service area. This mall served as the largest logistics hub in the north, remaining exceptionally busy throughout the year. Trucks traveling from south to north would invariably stop here for fuel and supplies upon entering the expressway. Reflecting on the once bustling service area, now overrun with hordes of zombies, Cao Ning felt a pang of nostalgia. The enormous umbrella lights in the plaza were unlit, leaving only the emergency lights to emit a greenish glow, casting eerie shadows on the grotesque, decaying faces, evoking a sensation akin to being in hell. The bus's lights instantly attracted the wandering zombies, who rushed towards it, incessantly banging on the sides, yearning for the delicious food within. "Darling, are we resting here for the night?" Wong Luoxue asked, her eyes wide with fear as she clutched Cao Ning's arm tightly. "Yes, it's dark now, and venturing further wouldn't be safe. We shall rest here tonight. We are not far from Weiqing, and if we set out in the morning, we should arrive by noon." Cao Ning replied. Upon hearing his plan, Wong Luoxue nodded in agreement. The couple then busied themselves preparing for dinner. "Station master, it seems a vehicle has arrived outside." "Yes, It appears to be a long-distance bus. Impressive, indeed, to navigate through such heavy traffic and reach here. Two heads peeked out from a third-floor window of the service area's office building, observing the recently arrived bus. The room behind them was spacious, resembling a conference hall, filled with approximately 50 to 60 people of all ages. Hearing the conversation, many gathered closer, their expressions filled with a glimmer of hope. They had been trapped here for several days, having made countless desperate calls to the authorities, only to find the lines perpetually busy. The outbreak of zombies had caught everyone off guard. As time passed, the barrage of pessimistic news and reports of family tragedies online bred a sense of despair among them, particularly as their food supplies dwindled. In the initial chaos of the disaster, survival was their only focus, leaving little thought for sustenance. Had it not been for a small storage room on the third floor containing some provisions, they might have perished long ago. Now, upon hearing of the arrival of outsiders, it felt as though they had spotted a lifeline. Team Leader Liang, is there any way to contact the vehicle outside? A middle-aged man, adorned in the attire of a wealthy businessman, inquired with a sense of urgency. The surrounding individuals, their faces filled with anticipation, awaited the response of Director Liang. Mr. Zhou, the radio station is not here. It is likely we cannot establish contact. Director Liang replied, his expression one of helplessness. What shall we do? What if he decides to leave? I miss my mother. I do not wish to die. I wish to live. Upon hearing Director Liang's response, the tension among the crowd seemed to dissipate, and several female survivors broke down in tears. Silence. Do you want to attract the zombies? Mr. Zhou glared at the group, admonishing them in a hushed tone. Such thoughtlessness. Your wailing could draw the attention of the undead before we even catch the notice of the bus. Originally, the group numbered over 100. But due to the reckless actions of a few, the survivors had suffered considerable losses. As the crowd fell silent under Mr. Zhou's reprimand, Director Liang hastily interjected, Everyone, please remain calm. It is not wise to attract the bus's attention. It may very well lead to the arrival of zombies. I believe this bus intends to rest here for the night and will likely depart at dawn. Let us take turns keeping watch, and come morning, we will devise a plan to contact him. Upon hearing Director Liang's words, the others gradually quieted. Following his guidance, they organized the night watch, while the remaining individuals returned to their respective places. Yet, none found rest. Their eyes were fixed on the window, yearning for the dawn to break swiftly. Chapter 35. Unboxing and Scavenging Supplies. Husband, do you really have to go out at such a late hour? Wong Luoxua voiced her concerns as she observed Cao Ning meticulously organizing his compound bow. There are so many trucks, undoubtedly. There are numerous supplies we will need in the future. It would be a shame to let them go to waste. Since it's still early, we should gather as much as we can. If we wait until tomorrow, it might take too much time. Just be sure to prioritize your safety and don't overexert yourself. Don't worry, I'll stay close. If anything seems off, I'll return. If you feel tired, you should rest first. Cao Ning gently tousled Wong Luoxua's hair. No, I'll wait for your return. I can't sleep soundly without you. All right, I'll be back soon. With that, Cao Ning fetched a ladder, opened the sunroof, and climbed atop the bus. In truth, with his current abilities, Cao Ning could easily charge into danger. However, amidst this apocalyptic landscape, it was wiser to proceed with caution. Since there was no immediate urgency, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. The zombies surrounding the bus gazed up at Cao Ning atop the vehicle, as if they had spotted a celebrity, wildly waving their arms. Observing the throng of undead, Cao Ning wasted no words. He swiftly nocked an arrow and drew his bowstring, executing the action with fluid precision. Although he had not extensively used the compound bow, his enhanced physical capabilities allowed for remarkable accuracy. Whoosh, 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 in stark contrast to his initial attempt. This time, every shot found its mark. In the swirling snow, the dim light cast an eerie ambience, punctuated only by the flickering of green emergency lights. Green Arrow. Yes, indeed, he was like the Green Arrow. Excitement surged through the third floor of the office building as they perceived a heroic figure saving the world against all odds. Yet, they restrained their cheers, aware that the surrounding zombies were no trifling matter. Attracting them could lead to disastrous consequences. Before long, Cao Ning had exhausted his quiver, and the ground around the bus lay strewn with fallen zombies. Setting aside his compound bow, he drew his long knife and leaped down. One swift stroke for each undead foe. Once he had effectively cleared the area, Cao Ning began to inspect the cargo containers of the trucks. This experience felt akin to unboxing surprises. Each container opened ignited a mix of excitement and trepidation within him. The first truck yielded hardware components. The second, renovation materials. The third, disappointingly empty. Is there nothing worthwhile? Not even something to wear or use. Cao Ning transformed into a diligent little bee, continuing his search. Thankfully, perseverance bore fruit. After inspecting over 10 vehicles, he finally stumbled upon a refrigerated truck designated for seafood. With a decisive strike, he severed the lock and opened the door to reveal an abundance of gift boxes. Upon opening one of the boxes, he gasped. Crabs, large shrimp, and various fish were meticulously arranged within. Judging by their quality, these must be premium seafood gift boxes. The entire truck was filled with at least 600 or 700 boxes. It appeared that seafood would no longer be a concern in the future, although frozen. In these trying times, such provisions were indeed a rare treasure. After securely closing the door, he climbed into the driver's cabin. Finding it empty, he noted that the door was unlocked. After rummaging for some time, he could not locate the keys. It seems I must resort to the old methods. Cao Ning bent down to open the protective panel beneath the steering wheel, locating the wires for the starter to ignite the engine. The vehicle was in remarkably good condition, starting with but a flick. Thankfully, this refrigerated truck had seen better days. Had it been a newer model, a key would have been imperative. However, older vehicles had their downsides, particularly the noise. Once started, it roared to life like an old ox pulling a cart, causing the surrounding zombies to stir in agitation. Fortunately, he had cleared the area of the undead, and now drove the refrigerated truck with a determined huff towards his bus. Opening the back of the truck, he began to toss items into the luggage compartment. Darling, I will help you, Wong Luoxue exclaimed as she rolled down the window, immediately shivering from the biting cold wind. Quick, roll up the window, don't catch a cold. Just stay inside the vehicle, he urged. Seeing Cao Ning's resolute demeanor, she reluctantly raised the glass. Watching his busy figure, Wong Luoxue felt a surge of emotion. She felt utterly useless, unable to assist Cao Ning in any tangible way. She could only wait for his return, ready to care for him. This time, I must hold on, she silently encouraged herself. Since the luggage compartment required no meticulous organization, Cao Ning worked swiftly, and before long, the entire truckload of seafood gifts was emptied. He drove the vehicle further away and resumed his search for supplies. The square was bustling with numerous cargo trucks, yet most of the goods were of little use to him: paper-making machinery, food processing equipment, cutting machines, poultry plucking machines. Although they were fine items, he had no knowledge of how to utilize them, and they would only take up space. Nevertheless, he gradually discovered a wealth of valuable goods: rice, flour, oil, salt, fruits and vegetables, an array of snacks and beverages, as well as clothing, home goods, and various electrical appliances. Truly, it was a logistics hub of the North. Before long, he came across several trucks transporting furniture. The furnishings were from renowned brands, their quality comparable to the sofa and mattress on his bus. The living space of his bus was about to expand, and some furnishings were just what he needed for decoration. When tired, one seeks a pillow. Let us take it all, he mused. Subsequently, he loaded everything that seemed useful without hesitation. By the time he finished, it was already late into the night. Realizing there was little of value left, Cao Ning prepared to return to the bus for some rest. Halfway back, he suddenly recalled that the service building had a pharmacy on the first floor. Logically, in this apocalyptic world, medicines should be among the scarcest resources, second only to food. As his physical capabilities improved, the likelihood of falling ill would significantly decrease, and his beloved would soon become a genetic warrior. The probability of needing medicine was low, but better safe than sorry, even if it went unused. It could serve as a valuable commodity for trade. The pharmacy's door lay shattered, with shelves askew and numerous medications scattered across the floor. There were no zombies inside, likely drawn away by his earlier actions. Glancing around, he found nothing but convenience bags that could be used for storage. He decided to bring the bus over. Making multiple trips would be a waste of time. Darling, are you finished loading everything? As Cao Ning returned, Wong Luoxue hurried to greet him. Not yet. I just discovered a pharmacy and drove over to load up, he replied. Wong Luoxue's eyes brightened at the mention of a pharmacy. That is excellent. After all, it relates to my profession. Moreover, in these chaotic times, medicine is quite precious. Husband, may I accompany you? I have some expertise in this area, and watching you busy while I feel utterly useless is disheartening. Initially, Cao Ning instinctively wanted to refuse, but upon seeing her eager eyes, he nodded. All right. But you must stay close to me. There may be other dangers around. Don't worry, dear. I will stick right by your side. Wong Luoxue felt a surge of joy at his agreement. When the bus arrived at the pharmacy, Cao Ning began to equip Wong Luoxue. To be honest, it wasn't so much equipping as it was layering her in several down jackets. Husband, I'm wearing too much. I can barely move, Wong Luoxue lamented, looking at her bulky attire. It's for your safety. Cao Ning chuckled, observing her nearly swaddled form. He felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have asked the armory for some combat suits earlier. After all, those bulletproof vests offered considerable protection. With everything prepared, they exited the vehicle. Under the harsh lights, Dark brown bloodstains marred the ground, casting an eerie atmosphere over the pharmacy. The sight of a half-eaten corpse behind the counter nearly made Wong Luoxue scream. Don't be afraid. He is already dead. Cao Ning gently reassured the shivering Wong Luoxue. Shall we return to the car? You need not witness this. No. I want to face these situations alongside you. Our family cannot rely solely on you. After a moment, Wong Luoxue lifted her gaze to Cao Ning, her eyes resolute. Very well, I will teach you some self-defense techniques when time allows. It will make future outings safer. All right, let us get started on the loading. As the saying goes, a man and woman working together makes labor light. Wong Luoxue held the bag while Cao Ning filled it, and soon the pharmacy was nearly stripped bare. The pharmacy itself was not large, primarily selling common medications, unlike the expansive pharmacies in the city. Husband, what is behind that little door over there? Wong Luoxue pointed to a small door beside a row of shelves. I don't know. It's probably a storage room. Let us go take a look. With that, Cao Ning took her hand and approached the door. Pressing his ear against it, he sensed silence within. He then knocked gently. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from inside. Startled, Cao Ning knocked again. Is anyone there? After a prolonged silence, he received no response. If no one answers, I will break down the door. No sooner had he spoken than some commotion stirred within. After a while, Cao Ning finally heard a slightly trembling voice. Who are you? Chapter 36. Wong Luoxue's close friend. Upon hearing the voice, Cao Ning felt a sense of relief. It was a woman, and she appeared to be quite young. I am here for supplies. After a while, a question emanated from within. How many of you are there? 2. How can you prove that there are just 2 of you? Cao Ning furrowed his brow. The barrage of inquiries seemed endless. Why should he have to provide proof? At that moment, Wong Luoxue tugged at his arm and whispered, Darling, the voice inside sounds familiar. I believe I know her. Are you sure? Wong Luoxue first nodded, then shook her head. Her voice was soft, and she merely felt a sense of familiarity. Why don't I speak? After contemplating for a moment, Cao Ning acquiesced. After all, Wong Luoxue was his partner. Since she had spoken up, it was only fair to afford her some dignity. If the person inside was indeed an acquaintance of Wong Luoxue and of good character, he could offer some assistance. Otherwise, it was of no concern to him. Hello. There are indeed just 2 of us. You need not be afraid. Shortly after Wong Luoxue's words, an excited voice responded from within. Is that you, Wong Luoxue? Is that you, Zhang Wei? Yes, it's me. It's me. As soon as the words were uttered, a small door swung open. In the dim light stood a tall girl, her body covered in grime, clearly having cried numerous times, making it difficult for Cao Ning to discern her original appearance. Sister Luoxue, woo-woo. Upon seeing Wong Luoxue at the entrance, the girl named Gao Yue dashed into her embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Sister Luoxue, please help my sister. What happened to Zhang Lan? Woo-woo, she fainted. As she spoke, Zhang Wei grasped Wong Luoxue's hand and led her into the small room, with Cao Ning closely following. Behind the door was a modest storage room. Although there was light, the illumination was rather dim. Upon getting a clearer view inside, Cao Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from some boxes filled with medicines, there was only one woman lying on the floor. The room was permeated with an indescribable odor, indicating that the 2 had likely not left this space for several days. When did Lan Lan faint? Wong Luoxue inquired while examining the girl on the ground. This afternoon, woo-woo. She said she wanted to take a nap and never got up again, woo-woo. Have you 2 eaten anything in the past few days? No. There's nothing to eat here, only medicine. It appeared she had fainted from hunger, dear. Wong Luoxue turned to Cao Ning, her eyes brimming with hope. He understood her meaning, nodded, and stepped outside. Before long, he returned with a bag of food. Upon seeing the provisions in Cao Ning's hands, Zhang Wei's eye sparkled, and she licked her parched lips. Eat. Cao Ning offered some milk and bread to Zhang Wei. Thank you. Taking the milk, she tore open the packaging without a thought for her unclean hands and began to consume it eagerly. Ah, there's glucose. Observing the bag of glucose that Cao Ning handed over, Wong Luoxue felt a flicker of emotion. She had not anticipated his surprising attentiveness. With Zhang Lan now unconscious, ordinary food would prove insufficient. Glucose, which rapidly replenishes energy, was undoubtedly the best choice. Gently prying open Zhang Lan's mouth, she carefully fed her the glucose. Vivi, how did you end up here? What about Uncle and Aunt? Upon hearing Wong Luoxue inquire about her parents, Zhang Wei, who was ravenously devouring bread, abruptly halted, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure and began recounting the harrowing events of the past few days. As the new year approached, their family had set off to return to their hometown in Jishir for the celebrations. After nearly 6 hours on the highway, they stopped at a service area in the mall, located between Weiqing and Jiqing, for a brief rest. Zhang's mother, feeling nauseous from the journey, accompanied the two girls and their father to a pharmacy to procure some motion sickness medication. Who could have foreseen the sudden outbreak of zombies, plunging the scene into chaos? Witnessing a blood-soaked zombie burst into the pharmacy, Zhang's father, in a moment of desperation, pushed the sisters into an unoccupied storage room and instructed them sternly not to open the door for anyone unless it was himself, insisting they wait for his return. After that, he turned to search for Zhang's mother. Little did they know, they would wait for 3 long days. The storage room held no food or water, and the sisters managed to endure until now. Zhang Lan, who had always been frail, finally succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Zhang Wei, too, was not in a much better state. She had wanted to sleep but vaguely heard voices outside. Eventually, she encountered the 2 individuals. Upon finishing Zhang Wei's account, Wong Luoxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, deeply moved by the sisters' plight. Moments later, Zhang Lan, who lay in Wong Luoxue's embrace, slowly opened her eyes. Confusion washed over her face as she beheld the familiar figure. Am I dead? Why do I see Sister Luoxue? Sister, you're awake? You're not dead. Sister Luoxue saved you. Ooh-hoo! You scared me to death. Seeing her sister awaken, Zhang Wei abandoned her bread and rushed to her side. Lan, how do you feel now? Where does it hurt? Sister Luoxue, I'm hungry. Recognizing the comforting presence of Wong Luoxue, Zhang Lan's tone took on a hint of childlike pleading. Here, drink some milk first, then have something to eat. Wong Luoxue carefully helped Zhang Lan sit up. Zhang Lan took small sips at first, but seeing the large bag of food on the floor, she soon began to eat heartily. Watching her devour the food with such fervor filled Wong Luoxue with a mixture of relief and heartache. The likelihood that Zhang's parents had perished weighed heavily on her mind. How would these 2 sisters manage to survive from here on out? Glancing at Cao Ning standing nearby, she wondered if he might offer assistance to the sisters. Throughout their journey, she had witnessed numerous survivors seeking Cao Ning's help, yet he had never responded. Cold and indifferent. Initially, she had felt some compassion, but that sentiment faded upon witnessing the darker side of humanity. In her struggle for survival, she would resort to any means necessary. She recognized that the world had indeed transformed. The time for compassion had passed. Yet, upon beholding her dearest neighbor and confidant, her heart softened. The look in Cao Ning's eyes was brimming with a plea for assistance. Her husband, observing Wong Luoxue's cautious demeanor, Cao Ning felt a tinge of helplessness. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, merely exchanged a knowing glance with her before stepping outside. Wasn't Sister Luoxue always single? Why had she suddenly found a husband? The 2 sisters, engrossed in their meal, abruptly lifted their heads to gaze at Cao Ning. Upon recognizing her visage, their expressions shifted, as if they had unearthed an extraordinary secret. Lan, you and Wei Wei continue your meal. I will step out for a moment. Sister Luoxue. Panic and unease filled their eyes. Their family had a long-standing friendship with the Wong family, their bond exceedingly strong. The 3 of them had shared a close friendship since childhood, growing up as inseparable companions. Wong Luoxue, being a few months their senior, had always taken on the role of a protective elder sister. Given the current circumstances and the absence of their parents, the sisters regarded her as their anchor. Fearful of abandonment at the news of Wong Luoxue's departure, they implored her with their expressions. Rest assured, I shall not leave. You may dine with peace of mind, and I will return shortly. With that, she turned and swiftly made her way outside. Chapter 37. The twin sisters, darling, could you possibly assist them? Wong Luoxue gently shook Cao Ning's arm, her tone laced with a hint of trepidation. What exactly do you wish for me to do? Could you take them with us? Luo Shui, to be frank, you must have noticed that the bus has been rather peculiar these past few days, haven't you? Do you truly believe I would allow 2 complete strangers aboard? Wong Luoxue was momentarily taken aback by his words, but soon grasped the gravity of the situation. He was right. The bus was indeed filled with oddities, not only robust and comfortable but also capable of storing countless supplies. Though he had not elaborated, the knowledge of such matters could undoubtedly lead to complications. My love, I apologize. I shouldn't put you in such a predicament. I promise I won't do this again. Please don't be angry with Luoxue. As she spoke, Wong Luoxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and Cao Ning was momentarily stunned. He had merely voiced a simple observation. How could it provoke such a strong reaction? He enveloped her in his embrace, murmuring soft reassurances. I am not angry. Please do not cry. Really? Indeed, I assure you, I merely wish to convey that while having compassion is commendable, an excess of it can lead to complications. Understood. I know I must curb such thoughts, but seeing Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei in their current state makes me. Wong Luoxue's words trailed off, fearing that her husband might be displeased. After a moment of contemplation, Cao Ning inquired, Are you well acquainted with them? Wong Luoxue nodded eagerly, and proceeded to recount the relationships and family backgrounds of the sisters. After listening, Cao Ning silently acknowledged that the Zhang sisters did not come from disreputable origins. The Zhang family owned a sizable company. Zhang Lan operated a beauty salon, while Zhang Wei taught art to children at an educational institution. Their family was well off, and overall, they seemed to lead a happy life. As long as their character was not severely flawed, he could extend a helping hand. The fact that they were twins added an unexpected ripple to Cao Ning's thoughts. Very well, let us return and inquire about their intentions before we proceed. All right, I will follow your lead. Wong Luoxue discerned Cao Ning's willingness to assist them and felt a rush of joy. She linked her arm with his and headed toward the storeroom. Upon their return, the Zhang sisters looked at them with anxious expressions. After the couple had left, the sisters had convened to discuss their predicament, though their phones had lost power. They were aware, even before shutting down, that the world had undergone a profound transformation. It would not be an exaggeration to call it an apocalypse. They feared their parents had perished, and there had been no news from relatives back home. Now, relying solely on each other, they felt utterly unable to navigate this new reality. While they were uncertain about Wong Luoxue's plans for them, they were resolute in their commitment to remain together, willing to do whatever it took. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cao Ning. We know you. Cao Ning was taken aback. He did not recall ever meeting these two women. Though their faces were smudged with dirt, it was clear they possessed rare beauty. Do you recognize me? Indeed. To be precise, our acquaintance with Xiaowen stems from her, as her mobile screen displays your photograph. Subsequently, Zhang Lan recounted the tale of how she came to know Su Xiaowen. While tutoring Wong Luoxue's younger sister, they frequently visited Wong Luoxue's home, and over time, they grew familiar with one another. Their impression of the gentle and understanding Su Xiaowen was exceedingly positive, leading them to regard her as a sister. Naturally, they were also aware of his story with Cao Ning. Though they had never met Cao Ning in person, they held great admiration for his deeds, believing him to be a worthy companion for Su Xiaowen. However, upon hearing Wong Luoxue refer to Cao Ning as her husband, they were taken aback, utterly bewildered. They were at a loss to comprehend the situation. Had Cao Ning betrayed her, or had Wong Luoxue intruded as a third party? Upon learning that they were acquainted with Su Xiaowen, Cao Ning's defenses waned somewhat, yet he discerned their skepticism towards him, which felt akin to being labeled a scoundrel. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing any objections, acknowledging his own shortcomings. He harbored a growing fondness for the two young women, considering their defense of Su Xiaowen. Since they were already acquainted, he decided to forego further pleasantries and inquired about their plans. The sisters exchanged glances and shook their heads. Where do you wish to go? Back to Weiqing to your home? Or do you seek refuge with relatives and friends? We're uncertain. Most of our relatives we've contacted have passed away, and we cannot reach anyone now. As they spoke, the sisters' eyes gradually grew red with unshed tears. They felt as if they were drifting without roots, engulfed by uncertainty about their future. Cao Ning, Luoxue, may we accompany you? Our parents are gone, and we truly do not know where to turn. Observing the sisters' tear-streaked faces, both Wong Luoxue and Cao Ning felt their hearts soften. We shall return to Weiqing tomorrow. You may join us. Really? Cao Ning nodded and continued. Upon reaching Weiqing, I can arrange a safe place for you and provide some supplies, but thereafter, you must rely on yourselves. The sisters were momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp Cao Ning's intentions. Do you mean that once we arrive in Weiqing, we will part ways? Yes. Why? Do you believe we have lived pampered lives, untouched by hardship? No, we can work, clean, and cook. Zhang Wei, standing nearby, quickly joined in. Yes, we can do all of that. My sister can cook and I can clean. We do these things at home. Please don't abandon us. Seeing the sisters on the verge of tears again, Cao Ning felt overwhelmed and hurriedly intervened. Enough. Stop crying. Let us discuss everything once we reach Weiqing. All right, we promise not to disappoint you. Please, lead us to the vehicle. Upon witnessing the resolute determination reflected in Zhang Lan's eyes, Cao Ning merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further discourse before turning to exit. Wong Luoxue, alongside Zhang Wei, supported Zhang Lan as they followed closely behind. Sister Luoxue, do you have any insight as to why Cao Ning insisted on our separation upon arriving in Weiqing? I'm not entirely certain. We shall see how he orchestrates things. Wong Luoxue replied, harboring some speculative thoughts yet unable to ascertain their validity. Previously, Cao Ning had mentioned that only those closest and most loyal to him would be permitted on the bus. What precisely constitutes closest and most loyal? Blood relations could be dismissed outright, as Cao Ning had lost both parents at a tender age, leaving him devoid of any familial ties. Beyond that, it could only pertain to a romantic partner. Could it be that only by becoming Cao Ning's women could they continue to share in life with him? A frown involuntarily creased Wong Luoxue's brow. Her concern did not stem from the fear of losing his affection to another woman, after all. Both she and he were experiencing their first encounter in such a manner, which would surely secure her a significant place in his heart. Moreover, she held a pragmatic view of the entire situation, recognizing that she had entered the fray late. Thus, any talk of other women seemed unwarranted. Though a tinge of discontent lingered, as long as Cao Ning's character was commendable and he harbored genuine feelings, she could acquiesce. Furthermore, given the steadfastness of Cao Ning's affliction, she felt ill-equipped to bear the burden alone. If another were willing to share this responsibility, it would indeed lighten her load. Contemplating these matters, she discreetly glanced at the Zhang sisters. Setting aside their equally striking beauty, she was acutely aware of their personalities. Having grown up together, the serendipitous reunion amidst the apocalypse was, in her view, a stroke of fortune. Her sole concern was whether the sisters could accept the notion of collectively serving Cao Ning. It seemed imperative to find a suitable moment to engage them in conversation. Lost in her thoughts, Wong Luoxue was suddenly drawn back to the present by Zhang Lan's soft whisper. Luoxue, how could Cao Ning possibly become your husband? Isn't he involved with Xiaowen? Chapter 38, Double the Joy. When the Zhang sisters boarded the bus, they were utterly astonished. Is this truly a long-distance coach? It resembles a luxurious motorhome. Luoxue, is this indeed Cao Ning's bus? Zhang Lan inquired softly. Yes, but he has modified it. What do you think? Our family is quite fortunate, isn't it? Observing Wong Luoshue's face radiating with pride, the sisters recalled her words before they boarded, her eyes glimmering with an inexplicable meaning. Nevertheless, as this was Wong Luoshue's choice, and given the current circumstances, the sisters refrained from voicing any objections. Instead, as they watched Wong Luoxue lead them through the bus like a gracious hostess, a twinge of envy and longing blossomed within their hearts. Although this bus may not rival the size of their own home, it exuded warmth and comfort, regardless of how the outside world fared. In the face of the so-called apocalypse, this bus surely served as a sanctuary. Resolutely, they encouraged themselves to perform admirably over the next few days, hoping to secure their place here. You should go take a hot shower first. I still have plenty of clothes for you to change into. Is there enough hot water on this bus? Upon seeing the shower room, the sisters could hardly contain their excitement. Both were fastidious about cleanliness, indulging in daily baths at home. In the past few days, they had managed their basic needs in a cramped storage room. Not to mention the layers of dust and grime clinging to their bodies, the odors they emitted had become increasingly unbearable. Rest assured, there will be plenty of hot water. I will fetch you some fresh clothes right away. Thank you so much. Is there really a need for such formality between us? By the way, Cao Ning found quite a few cosmetics yesterday. I'll get you a set as well. After saying this, Wong Luoxue headed to the storage area. The sisters noticed Cao Ning smoking in the driver's seat and swiftly shed their soiled garments. As the warm water cascaded over them, they experienced an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Sis, I feel as if I am dreaming. The fragrant body wash filled Zhang Wei with disbelief at her newfound salvation. I feel the same way, however. I believe our parents are watching over us from above. How else could we have encountered Luoxue? Zhang Lan allowed the hot water to wash over her, attempting to dissolve the sorrow of losing their parents. Sister, do you think Luoxue's actions are appropriate? Upon hearing her sister's words, Zhang Lan reflected on Wong Luoshue's comments from earlier by the bus. Influenced by her parents, she had been aware of societal rules since childhood. After growing up and opening a beauty salon, she had encountered a myriad of personalities. She couldn't say she resented Wong Luoshue's actions, she simply found them somewhat unethical. Fully aware of how much Su Xiaowen cherished Cao Ning, upon hearing Wong Luoshue's willingness to wait until Su Xiaowen was found before taking a step back, she was somewhat taken aback. Had Wong Luoxue not mentioned her long-standing affection for Cao Ning, Zhang Lan might have suspected he had bewitched her. However, upon further contemplation, it seemed that traditional ethics no longer suited the present era. Thus, she found herself at peace with the situation. Human beings are inherently drawn to strength, particularly women. Before the apocalypse, while those capable may not have had numerous wives or concubines, they certainly did not lack female companionship. After the cataclysm, this tendency will likely intensify, as human nature will be magnified 100-fold. It is indeed fortunate for Wong Luoxue to encounter Cao Ning. After all, she harbored feelings for him long before. Yet out of respect for Su Xiaowen, she buried those affections deep within her heart. Now, with the onset of the apocalypse, their paths have fortuitously converged. One could say it is a blessing in disguise. Reflecting on her sisters, she pondered, if Cao Ning were to reject her, what would her future hold? No, I must stay with my sister. She was no fool, fully aware that every action bears its own cost. Now that her profession had become obsolete, relying solely on cooking and cleaning, it was improbable that Cao Ning would choose to keep her around. Unless, suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. No, would that not mean vying for a partner with her best friend? Such a betrayal was unthinkable. It seemed she would have to devise another plan. Yet, once desire takes root, it is difficult to extinguish. In her mind, the image of Cao Ning gradually took form. Handsome, well-built, and, as Wang Luoxue had mentioned, quite skilled. Such a person would undoubtedly serve as a formidable ally in the face of the apocalypse. The little devil in her heart began to stir. Sister, what are you thinking? The intrusion of her sister's voice broke her reverie. Glancing at her sibling's inquisitive gaze, Zhang Lan felt her cheeks flush, stammering, and no, it's nothing, I just spaced out for a moment. Oh right. What I was saying earlier. Vivi, the world has changed. Why dwell on the past? Besides, since Luoxue can be with the one she loves, we should offer our blessings. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. That is true, but I still feel that Luoxue has wronged Xiaowen, considering how deeply Xiaowen loves Cao Ning. Observing her naive sister, Zhang Lan gently tousled her hair. Setting that aside, does Cao Ning bear no blame? Indeed, sister, I almost forgot. Cao Ning is quite the scoundrel. Being with Xiaowen while accepting Luoxue as well. Zhang Lan quickly covered Zhang Wei's mouth. Keep your voice down. What if someone hears? We are still in their home. We cannot take their hospitality and then criticize them. I understand, sister. I want to speak of it again. Zhang Wei stuck out her tongue playfully. Vivi, you have been too innocent. There are matters I have refrained from discussing with you, but given the current state of the world, it is essential that I do. Okay. Sister, please tell me. Do you believe that the two of us can survive in this world alone? Certainly not. Seeing her sister grasp some semblance of reason, Zhang Lan nodded and continued, as two young women, without the protection of the strong, do you believe this world wouldn't swallow us whole in an instant? Zhang Wei nodded, albeit non-committally. Besides her job, her only hobbies were watching films and reading novels. She had consumed her fair share of disaster and zombie tales. Without protection, a girl like her would face a dire fate. Even if she miraculously evaded disaster, she could not escape the treachery of human hearts. Although she had yet to witness the full extent of human malice, it did not imply her ignorance of it. Many had previously harbored ill intentions due to her appearance. Now, without the constraints of rules, those who survived would act with even greater impunity. Observing her sister's gradually resolute and radiant eyes, Zhang Lan felt a sense of comfort. Luo Xuan mentioned that Cao Ning was exceptionally skilled. He had rescued her twice from peril and had been invited to join the armed forces of Wanqing and Bashishi. Surely, he must be quite formidable. Therefore, if we wish to endure in this apocalyptic world, relying on Cao Ning is our best strategy. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement with her sister's sentiment. From now on, we must be diligent, keeping our eyes open for ways to alleviate his burdens. Alleviate his burdens? Yes. I will cook while you handle the cleaning. Let's keep ourselves busy. In this way, we can enhance our standing in Cao Ning's heart. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment, her gaze growing increasingly resolute. Rest assured, sister, I will do my utmost. After the sisters reached a consensus, they happily rushed to take hot showers. Cao Ning, engrossed in a film with Wong Luoxue, was momentarily stunned when he saw the Zhang sisters emerge from the bathroom. With their natural beauty, they resembled freshly bloomed lotuses. They eclipsed the influencers he had seen in short videos. While their features were slightly less refined than Wong Luoxue's, their allure was undeniably captivating. Especially in the nightgowns provided by Wong Luoxue. Had this been in the past, it would have been akin to sentencing himself to imprisonment. A double dose of beauty. A double dose of joy. To let such wonderful girls slip away would be an act of irresponsibility. Oh no. The tension was rising. Wong Luoxue immediately sensed the change in Cao Ning's demeanor. Ah man, even with a beauty in his arms, he remains unsatisfied. Tonight, I shall tend to your ailment properly. Casting a sidelong glance at Cao Ning, she playfully twisted her waist and approached her sisters. It's getting late. Let us rest early. For we have a journey ahead of us tomorrow. For tonight, you two will have to make do with the sofa. That's perfectly fine, as the hostess. You can have us sleep on the floor, and we shall comply. Zhang Lan teased. Wong Luoxue produced the bedding she had prepared earlier and laid it out for the two. Once the lights in the bus dimmed for sleep, Wong Luoxue began to stir restlessly. Dear, there are still people outside. Cao Ning gasped, feeling the pulse of his fate tighten. Wong Luoxue paid no heed to his words, blowing warm breath into his ear. Darling, it's time for your treatment. As the sounds from the front of the bus grew louder, the Zhang sisters, lying on the sofa, found sleep elusive. Sister, how can they behave this way when we are still out here? In the dim light, Zhang Wei's flushed face was unmistakable. Throughout it all, Zhang Lan remained silent. As she lifted her gaze, she beheld the scenery within the front of the car, observing Wong Luoxue tending to Cao Ning's ailment. The blanket over her legs had already taken on a distorted shape. Chapter 39. What a delightful aroma wafted through the air early in the morning. Awakened by the enticing scent of food, Cao Ning opened his bleary eyes. As he lifted his head slightly, he beheld a figure clad in a white long-sleeved shirt and an apron, busily engaged in the kitchen. Her long hair was elegantly coiled, with a few strands cascading softly by her ears. Bathed in the gentle winter sunlight, she radiated a soft halo. It is often said that diligent men are the most handsome, yet women possess the same allure. Truly beautiful. In contrast to the gentle woman cooking, another lady, donned in similar attire, was diligently wiping the windows with a cloth. Occasionally, she would exhale onto the glass, creating small animal shapes, and upon seeing her creation, she nodded in satisfaction. So lively and spirited. Faced with this delightful scene, Cao Ning felt reluctant to interrupt and simply observed. It wasn't until Zhang Lan finished cooking and turned around that their gazes met. Good morning. Morning. Upon noticing the well-defined muscles in Cao Ning's upper body, Zhang Lan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She quickly averted her gaze, picking up the cloth to continue polishing the gleaming countertop. In stark contrast to the bashful Zhang Lan, Cao Ning was far less reserved. He gently moved aside Wong Luoxue, rose, and donned his clothing. What soup have you prepared? It smells wonderful. Is it a nourishing mutton soup? To be so restorative, so early in the day? Seeing that Cao Ning remained silent, Zhang Lan assumed he was unaware of the soup's benefits. Thus she softly began to explain. This soup is meant to invigorate one's health. You must have been exhausted last night. Before she could finish, Zhang Lan abruptly fell silent, her mind racing with disbelief at her own words. How could she say he was exhausted? She had scarcely slept. Having witnessed the entire ordeal from beginning to end, she had seen Wong Luoxue go from tears to pleading on her knees, ultimately losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Cao Ning had appeared unfazed, casually retrieving a chilled beer from the refrigerator, lingering for quite some time before finally returning to sleep. No matter. Mutton is warming and replenishes energy and blood. Starting the morning with a bowl is quite beneficial. Noticing Zhang Lan's slight embarrassment, Cao Ning chuckled lightly before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Sister, what were you two just discussing? Zhang Wei approached, her eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at Zhang Lan. Nothing at all. Humph. I heard everything. Why ask? Zhang Lan replied, a mixture of shyness and annoyance evident in her tone. Zhang Wei, observing the closed bathroom door, linked her arm through Zhang Lan's. Sister, how could Cao Ning be so remarkable? What do you mean remarkable? Little girl, what do you know? Hee, sister, don't pretend with me. I've seen the files on your computer. I never imagined your tastes were so unique. Zhang Lan's eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at Zhang Wei. Those files were meticulously encrypted. How could her sister have uncovered them? Sister, what's the big deal? We are both adults now. Just because we haven't experienced it ourselves doesn't mean we cannot look. Back in college, my dorm mates and I often watched together. Upon hearing her sister's words, Zhang Lan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. All right, dear sister, I have it on my phone. If you wish to see it, I shall send it to you, and thus we shall be even. No need. If I want to watch, I'd rather. Zhang Lan immediately realized she had spoken out of turn once more. What was amiss today? Why had her tongue slipped so carelessly? Surely, it must be due to her lack of sleep last night. Yes, that had to be it. It was all Cao Ning and Wong Luoxue's fault. Had they not spent the entire night nursing the sick, she would not be in this state. Noticing Zhang Lan's hesitance, Zhang Wei teased. What are you looking at? Is it Cao Ning's? How impudent. I can see you're feeling a bit mischievous. Sister, that is inappropriate. Just then, Cao Ning emerged from the washroom, catching sight of the two sisters playfully tussling. The sight before him was quite overwhelming. Sensing his presence, the sisters quickly ceased their antics. Their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet Cao Ning's gaze. Not to worry, you may continue. A bit of morning exercise is indeed beneficial. Observing their discomfort, Cao Ning decided to spare them further teasing. He settled into a dining chair and lifted the pot lid. An aromatic waft of mutton soup infused with medicinal herbs enveloped the air. Gazing at the tender, well-cooked mutton, Cao Ning's appetite surged, and he beckoned the two to take a seat. Luoxue, are you not joining us for breakfast? She seems rather fatigued. I suspect she will rise a bit later. Let us eat first and save some for her. Zhang Lan remarked, glancing at the still slumbering Wong Luoxue. A flicker of envy and resignation flashing in her eyes. It must be said, Zhang Lan was indeed quite skilled in the kitchen. Cao Ning had consumed nearly half the pot of mutton soup on his own. Patting his satisfied belly, he leaned back in his chair. Zhang Lan, from whom did you learn to cook? This is truly delightful. I've just been experimenting on my own. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare meals for you in the future. Haha, that sounds splendid. Cao Ning neither affirmed nor denied her statement. Choosing instead to observe the two sisters a little longer, it was unwise to make hasty decisions based on a single meal. Zhang Lan perceived the unspoken intention and bit her lip, opting not to pursue the matter further. No rush. I shall take my time. With my culinary prowess, I am certain I can win his heart through his stomach. Cao Ning glanced at his phone. It was nearly 8 a.m. If they departed now, they should reach Weiqing by noon. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Approaching the front of the vehicle, Cao Ning noticed a sizable gathering of individuals. Furrowing his brow, he declared, I will go see what is happening. You two stay here. All right, be careful. Cao Ning waved, opened the car door, and stepped outside. Surveying the surrounding survivors, he estimated there were around 40 to 50 individuals of all ages, their appearances grimy and worn, suggesting they had endured difficult days. In turn, these individuals scrutinized Cao Ning as he emerged. Upon realizing he was a young man, many visibly relaxed. Little brother, are you planning to leave? A middle-aged man, dressed in a manner reminiscent of affluence, was the first to speak. Cao Ning nodded, remaining silent. Could you do us a favor? He inquired. What is it? Could you assist us by taking us to the city center? Upon hearing this, Cao Ning shook his head. I'm afraid that's not on my route. We won't ask for your help without compensation. I'll pay you 100,000. Just take me to the city, and I'll give you 100,000. Cao Ning retorted. Not even 100 million could persuade me to spend my time on such a venture now. All right, you all clear the way. The moment these words left his lips, the man was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. How can you be so heartless? In this time of calamity, we should be helping one another. Indeed, lending a hand won't take much of your time. Young man, if you assist us, we will jointly petition the authorities to commend you. Please. My child is still young. I implore you to lend us your aid. As he listened to the incessant chatter of the survivors, Cao Ning felt a growing irritation. He had witnessed such scenarios far too often in recent days. They had failed to grasp the gravity of their situation, still believing they were in a pre-apocalyptic society. Clearly, they had endured too little hardship. Were it not for this group obstructing the bus, Cao Ning would have disregarded the man entirely and returned to the vehicle. Young man, wait a moment. Chapter 40. A man's self-interest is paramount. What? Do you have something to say? Observing the middle-aged man before him, Cao Ning felt a twinge of impatience. Young man, where are you headed? Home. Ah. Your home is in Weiqing? Yes, what of it? The license plate clearly indicated Weiqing, and it was evident to any discerning eye. There was no need for subterfuge. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhou Yong. I possess several enterprises in Weiqing and have established quite the rapport with the second-in-command of the city. I have no time to indulge your ramblings. If you have business, speak quickly. Cough, cough. Zhou Yong was momentarily taken aback, his irritation swiftly quelled. Why was communicating with this individual so arduous? In his own company, he was treated with utmost respect, yet here he was, at a loss for words. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, he was compelled to acquiesce. Young man, my residence is not far from Weiqing, conveniently along your route home. Might you consider giving me a ride? Feel free to voice any demands you may have. I have no demands. This bus does not carry passengers. What do you mean by that? Instead of squandering time conversing with me, you might as well find another vehicle to return. Zhou Yong's countenance darkened instantaneously. He had remained courteous throughout. Yet this insolent youth continued to provoke him, truly believing him to be a pushover? Just tell me what it will take for you to bring us along. Are you deaf? Did my previous statement not convey my meaning clearly? Very well. Since it has come to this, you need not leave. Everyone, seize him and bind him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the young survivors behind Zhou Yong surged forward, brandishing an array of weapons, sticks, kitchen knives, daggers, everything imaginable. Listen. You have one last chance. Organize your thoughts carefully. Though Zhou Yong's tone was assertive, a discerning ear could detect a subtle tremor. He was well aware of the formidable prowess possessed by this young man. Yet, for the sake of survival, he had to take the gamble. Last night, he wielded a weapon with devastating efficacy, but now he was unarmed. He refused to believe that this youth, unarmed, could contend with so many. Setting aside the women and the elderly, there were 30 able-bodied men. Even if they were lacking in skill, they far surpassed the mindless zombies. They could exhaust him into submission. In the military, even the most skilled combatants could manage only 20 opponents unarmed. He doubted that this bus driver possessed the same capabilities as a soldier. If you desire the vehicle, simply state your intentions. Yet you wish to play the virtuous role of a maiden. Humph. I offered you a chance, yet you remain oblivious. Cao Ning, disinterested in further discourse with Zhou Yong, cast a disdainful glance at the encircling survivors. Consider your decision carefully. If you leave now, I shall treat this matter as if it never occurred. Should you persist in your folly, do not blame my subordinates for their lack of mercy. They had all witnessed Cao Ning's relentless slaughter of the zombies the previous night. His strength was utterly extraordinary. Unease and trepidation began to settle in their hearts, and some of the more timid among them instinctively took a few steps back. Zhou Yong observed a group of individuals thrown into disarray by a single utterance from a man, cursing them as a rabble. However, with the arrow already knocked, he had no choice but to release it. Failing to act would not only invite the ire of others but also render himself a target. He immediately shouted, "Without a vehicle, we shall perish. Those who wish to survive, rally to me." The previously hesitant survivors, upon hearing Zhou Yong's words, exhibited a fierce determination in their eyes. Indeed, to live, one must depart from this place. No matter how formidable the man before them, they must fight. If one does not act for oneself, they may face dire consequences. In an instant, all individuals raised their weapons and hurled them towards Cao Ning. Seeing this unfold, Zhou Yong felt a slight relief. With so many people, how could one man contend? Yet, contrary to his expectations, the outcome was unfortunate. Cao Ning transformed into a veritable human tank, crashing through the survivors with relentless force. Each punch and kick sent someone flying, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from their mouths. Soon, the air was filled with wails of despair. "Don't come any closer." Zhou Yong, his face pale with fear, attempted to maintain his composure as Cao Ning advanced. Regret flooded him. Had he known, he would never have gambled. How could he have provoked such a demon? "What is the matter? Weren't you quite arrogant a moment ago?" Cao Ning taunted. "Little brother, I was mistaken. I was foolish. Please spare me." With a swift motion, Cao Ning knocked him to the ground. "No, I prefer the defiant demeanor you had a moment ago. Recover it quickly." Zhou Yong spat out a few broken teeth, clutching his numbed cheek, his face a mask of terror. He felt as if his neck were about to snap from the blow. Is this damage even possible for a mere human to inflict? "I was wrong, please." The sound of slaps echoed throughout the space, drowning out all other noise. Whether lying on the ground or standing, none dared to breathe heavily. All faces were ashen, eyes filled with dread. Soon, Zhou Yong lay still on the ground, resembling a lifeless swine, his face a bloody and swollen visage, unrecognizable. "Do you still desire a vehicle?" Cao Ning slowly rose, speaking with nonchalance. After a prolonged silence, some survivors finally reacted, hastily kneeling in supplication. No, brother, we dare not." Cao Ning nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, brute force proved most effective. Reasoning would only embolden these individuals further. As the number of slain zombies increased, his preference for resolving issues through force grew stronger in the face of disobedient survivors. He was uncertain whether this approach was right or wrong. Yet it brought him immense satisfaction. "Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish." He relished the sentiment, observing the trembling survivors. Cao Ning chose silence and turned back to the vehicle. "Darling, are you hurt? You remain unaware of your husband's prowess. Dealing with these individuals is merely child's play for him." Observing the smug demeanor of Cao Ning, Wong Luoxue curled her lips in disdain. After circling around him and ultimately confirming that he bore no injuries, she exhaled in relief. "Darling, perhaps next time you should wield a knife when you exit the vehicle. Look at your swollen hand. It would be far more efficient to stab." The Zhang sisters, having overheard Wong Luoxue's audacious words, were left utterly astounded. Is this truly the same friend they had known? How could she utter such fierce and brazen sentiments? Surely, she had been led astray by Cao Ning. "Cao Ning, is that person dead?" Zhang Lan inquired, pointing at the motionless Zhou Yong sprawled outside the vehicle, her voice trembling slightly. "Not yet, but I reckon he will not survive for long." "Ah?" The sisters gasped, nearly voicing their shock. "That was a person, not a zombie." "What? Do you find this situation objectionable?" Cao Ning narrowed his eyes, reassessing the two sisters. Regardless of their beauty or culinary skills, if they could not align with his ambitions, he would not entertain them further. Even if they were acquainted with Wong Luoxue and Su Xiaowen, sending them to her home would suffice as an act of kindness. As for being labeled cruel, cold-blooded, or heartless, so what? One must be ruthless to navigate this world. In the future, he might even exceed his current deeds. Should these two exhibit an excess of compassion, they might find themselves in dire straits without understanding how they met their end. Initially apprehensive of death, the Zhang sisters felt an even greater trepidation as they witnessed the sudden darkening of Cao Ning's expression, particularly Zhang Lan, as she gazed into Cao Ning's eyes. Perceived not just displeasure but also disappointment and sorrow. A jolt of fear surged within her heart. Chapter 41. Wong Luoxue, because that person deserved to die. Since the outbreak of the zombies, she and her sister had been hiding in the storage room, never having witnessed the outside world. Although they had learned through their phones that the world had changed, remnants of their previous belief in the rule of law lingered. While Cao Ning's actions may have been justified, she found it difficult to accept the arbitrary taking of life. Humanity is a creature of contradictions, particularly women. For a moment, Silence enveloped the vehicle. Observing Cao Ning's impassive demeanor, the Zhang sisters grew increasingly pale. They trembled, huddling together like wounded kittens, eliciting a twinge of compassion from Cao Ning. He certainly recognized their feelings and understood their reactions. After all, not everyone can adapt immediately to sudden upheaval. The ruthless decisiveness and cold-heartedness typically exist only in films and novels. Even Wong Luoxue had not been immune to the shock of her first encounter with murder. Although she experienced fear, she managed to adapt relatively quickly, thanks to her profession, which had accustomed her to the vicissitudes of life and death in a hospital. Through Cao Ning's persuasive influence, coupled with her rational mindset, she understood that survival necessitated such actions. However, the Zhang sisters had yet to confront such experiences, having grown up in a harmonious and loving environment. Yet, that was now a bygone era. Life must move forward. Cao Ning could grant them time to adjust. But time was, after all, a limited resource. If they remained unable to accept this reality upon reaching Weiqing, he would have no choice but to abandon them. While he could procure loyalty potions, they required time to slay zombies. 2 individuals, 10,000 crystal cores, how long would that take? He could not afford to harbor 2 ticking time bombs by his side. Casting a glance at Wong Luoxue, he turned back to the driver's seat. The astute Wong Luoxue understood Cao Ning's intent and ushered the Zhang sisters to sit on the sofa. Luoxue, how can Cao Ning so casually decide the fate of others? Zhang Lan's eyes were red, her voice quivering slightly. Zhang Wei mirrored her sister's distress, clutching Zhang Lan's arm tightly and softly weeping. Do you think Cao Ning is too cold-blooded, too heartless, to kill at will? The sisters exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Wong Luoxue sighed inwardly at their expressions. If they continued to harbor such thoughts, their fates would likely become dire. In truth, her husband was a good man, despite his demeanor. That was merely his way with outsiders. To those close to him, he was tender and caring. Reflecting on her happiness since being with Cao Ning, a fleeting smile graced Wong Luoxue's face. Luoxue, but he has taken a life. Because that person deserved to die. The sisters gasped at her words. Gazing at Wong Luoxue, whose eyes brimmed with conviction, feeling an unfamiliar sensation arise within them. They instinctively leaned back, wondering if they perceived a change in her. As if she had been brainwashed by her husband. They nodded subconsciously in agreement. Have you ever contemplated the consequences if Cao Ning were to take those individuals aboard? Before the two could respond, Wong Luoxue continued, in such a splendid environment, with an abundance of resources, coupled with the allure of the 3 of us. Do you really believe that group would depart quietly? To be blunt, without Cao Ning, we would undoubtedly be reduced to nothing more than scraps. But there are women and children among them. Zhang Wei timidly interjected. That makes their departure even less likely. Do not be deceived by their frail appearances. These individuals are far more avaricious than their male counterparts. Those accustomed to royal comforts will hardly settle for squalor. This is no longer a society where altruism prevails. We live in an era where survival drives people to commit any act necessary. You have sheltered in the storage room these past few days, oblivious to the malice lurking in human hearts. In just a few days, this world will undoubtedly challenge your perception of reality. To survive and thrive, we must rely on Cao Ning. Upon hearing this, the 2 sisters fell into silence once more. Wong Luoxue chose to say nothing further. She understood that they needed time to reflect. Rising, she made her way to the cockpit, her heart brimming with happiness and security as she gazed at Cao Ning, who was intently focused on driving. Sitting beside him, she gently kissed his cheek. How are they faring? Much better now, with just a little guidance. They can grasp certain concepts. However, they still require time, as not everyone can adapt as swiftly as you. Seeing the admiration in Wong Luoxue's eyes filled Cao Ning with immense satisfaction. Gently caressing her cheek, he smiled. You were quite remarkable as well, adapting so quickly. Hee. It's all thanks to my husband's guidance, she replied, playfully grasping his wrist. What's wrong, dear? What do you think about the Zhang sisters? Cao Ning was taken aback, unsure of Wong Luoxue's intent. Did she wish for the sisters to become his partners? He admitted that allowing them on board had crossed his mind, but he never expected such a blatant suggestion. Moreover, could Wong Luoxue truly be so magnanimous? While she could coexist with Su Xiaowen, that did not guarantee acceptance of others. They seemed fine, just unaccustomed to the harsh realities of society. Noticing the conflicted expression on Cao Ning's face, Wong Luoxue felt a pang of bitterness. Indeed, men often feast on what is before them while casting glances at what lies beyond. However, the Zhang sisters shared a strong bond with her. And the fate of 2 defenseless girls in this apocalypse was all too predictable. Rather than letting others benefit, she would rather see her own husband gain from it. Husband, if you were to take another woman in the future, would you treat me as you do now? Never. Wong Luoxue was momentarily stunned by his response. What did Cao Ning mean by that? Did he grow weary after having what he desired? She had given him everything, only to be met with such a response? A wave of grievance surged within, and a mist formed in her eyes. It will undoubtedly be better than now. Could you not finish your words in one go? Oh, I thought you were disdainful of me. Observing Wong Luoshue's pitiful demeanor, Cao Ning quickly embraced her. He intended to jest, unaware of her profound reaction. All right, I promise I shall refrain from such jokes in the future. I apologize. Wong Luoshue wiped away her tears, firmly grasping her resolve. No, I am truly upset. Tonight, I shall thoroughly examine you to prevent any further nonsensical remarks. Spare me, dear wife. Witnessing Cao Ning's seemingly pleading yet genuinely exhilarated expression, Wong Luoshue shot him a glance of disdain. She planted a kiss on him before turning towards the living quarters. Observing her joyful figure in the rearview mirror, he chuckled and shook his head. The typically aloof Dr. Wong had transformed into this. Yet, this contrast is rather delightful, quite invigorating. The bus traversed the desolate road, and upon passing Zhonglei's service area, he contemplated stopping to take a look. However, the sight of zombies wandering about the area swiftly dispelled that thought. Among them, a familiar figure caught his eye, a zombie clad in a flamboyant yellow down jacket. Its face was nearly devoured, and one arm was missing. Yet, Cao Ning recognized at once that it was Zhonglei, for he had always donned such gaudy yellow attire throughout the seasons. Witnessing his former friend's transformation into such a state, Cao Ning was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Surely, you would not wish for this existence in this world. Sighing heavily, Cao Ning retrieved his compound bow and climbed atop the vehicle. After several moments of aiming, he finally released the bowstring. He gazed at Zhonglei, now lifeless on the ground, before returning to the bus. The road ahead lacked service areas, making it considerably easier to navigate. As the distance to home diminished, Cao Ning could not help but press the accelerator deeper. Chapter 42. Return to Weiqing, the old town. The bus gradually came to a halt before a row of modest bungalows. Gazing at the familiar house before him, Cao Ning hesitated to disembark. He felt a surge of trepidation. If his beloved relatives had transformed into zombies, he questioned whether he could bring himself to act against them. At that moment, a delicate hand gently entwined around his arm. Darling, I will accompany you. The resolute glimmer in Wong Luoshue's eyes warmed Cao Ning's heart. Shaking his head, he smiled softly and replied, There are some matters I must face alone. You should remain on the bus. But, dear Cao Ning patted her hand, easing her grip. Trust me, it will be all right. With that, he grasped his long knife firmly and strode purposefully towards the Su family's bungalow. Arriving at the entrance, he pushed the door gently. Creak, the door was unlocked. Cao Ning's expression shifted to one of concern. Uncle, Aunt, Xiaowen, I have returned. His voice was soft, akin to his usual greetings upon returning home. Yet, he was met with an unsettling silence. Taking a deep breath, he raised his voice. Uncle, Aunt, Xiaowen. This time, an unsettling response echoed from within. Growl, the low growl of a zombie reverberated through the air. Startled, Cao Ning stumbled back, leaning against the wall of the southern room. No, it can't be, they must be alive, he reassured himself, convinced that the zombies inside must have entered later. Yes, that must be it. Anyone who dares invade our home must face death. With gritted teeth, Cao Ning unsheathed his long knife, determined to confront the threat within. However, he halted after only a few steps. His eyes reddened instantly, a mist of tears welling up within, as he beheld the staggering figure of a zombie approaching him. He shoved it away. Get away. You are not my uncle. My uncle is paralyzed. He cannot walk, but the zombie seemed oblivious, reaching out its arms as it continued its advance. Get away. Tears streamed down Cao Ning's face as he pushed the zombie back once more. Perhaps he had exerted too much force. The creature crashed through the shattered window behind it. Growl, another low growl emanated from within. A woman, now a zombie, leaned out through the broken window. Upon seeing Cao Ning, her clumsy hands grew more agile. Ignoring the cuts from the glass, she clawed her way out. Witnessing such a transformation, Cao Ning could no longer contain his anguish. He could not recall the last time he had cried. To see the Su parents, who had treated him like their own son, in such a wretched state was unbearable. Tears flowed freely down his cheeks. How could this happen? Why? He repeatedly pushed the Su parents away, his voice rising in despair. Despite having slain countless zombies and people, this time he found himself unable to lift his blade. Before him stood his dearest kin. Memories flooded back of their past together, of the boundless care and assistance they had extended to him during his darkest and most helpless moments. Each time he set out, the elderly couple would offer countless reminders of concern, and upon his return, the meals would be prepared, and they would eagerly beckon him to wash his hands and join them for dinner. Recalling these memories, Cao Ning trembled all over. Pressing the two figures firmly against the wall, uncertain of how to confront the situation, after a considerable time, he gradually regained his composure. His gaze became resolute. The reality was unchangeable. The zombies before him were no longer Sue's father and mother. When they mutated, they departed from this world. Observing the grotesque, clawing forms of the zombies, he exhaled sharply. Retreating swiftly, he seized the long knife from the ground and instantly pierced through the heads of Sue's parents. Watching the lifeless bodies lie still on the ground, a shiver coursed through Cao Ning's body. Where was Xiaowen? Logically, such a commotion should have elicited a response if she too had mutated. With this thought, Cao Ning dashed into the house. The east room, empty. The west room, empty. The south chamber, empty. Not in the kitchen or the bathroom either. After rummaging through the house, he finally stumbled upon several mobile phones, only to find they were all out of battery. Had Xiaowen escaped? A glimmer of hope ignited within Cao Ning. If she had fled, it meant she was still alive. Dragging Sue's parents into the house, he cast a final glance at the abode that once brimmed with laughter and joy before closing the door to the main room. Just as he was about to exit the courtyard, a sudden thumping sound emanated from the kitchen. Though faint, Cao Ning caught the noise. Returning to the kitchen, he scrutinized the space anew. It was small, and everything within was clearly visible. What could be making that sound? At that moment, the thumping arose once more. A realization struck him. The cellar. How could he have forgotten? In Weiqing, those residing in bungalows often constructed cellars for food storage. However, with the advent of electrical appliances and the emergence of snakes, insects, and rodents, cellars had fallen into disuse. Most had become mere repositories for clutter. The Su family's bungalow had been built long ago, during the time of Sue's father, and was renovated when they married, though primarily above ground. The cellar had long been abandoned. Since moving in with the Sus, Cao Ning had hardly seen it, only knowing of its existence. Xiaowen? No sooner had he spoken than he heard the thumping sound emanating from beneath the water bucket in the corner. A flicker of hope crossed Cao Ning's face as he hurried to the corner. The plastic bucket had developed a crack, which Sue's mother had been reluctant to discard. Leaving it in the kitchen, removing the bucket revealed a wooden board on the ground. It seemed the person below had sensed the commotion above, as the knocking grew louder. Gripping the long knife, Cao Ning yanked the board aside. Upon seeing the person inside, tears welled in Cao Ning's eyes once more. The rich aroma of cooked dishes enveloped the entire compartment. In her slumber, Su Xiaowen caught a whiff and slowly opened her eyes. In an unfamiliar setting, softened by gentle lighting and a pleasant temperature, it took her a moment to regain her senses. Where was she? Had she died? However, the subsequent ache reminded her of her own existence. Struggling to recall the memories preceding her consciousness, Cao Ning's visage crystallized in her mind. Brother, have you returned? She wondered if she was merely hallucinating, but the thought of Cao Ning brought tears to her eyes. Just then, a cacophony of noise abruptly yanked her back to reality. Raising her gaze slightly, she beheld the silhouette she had longed for, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Cao Ning, allow me to take over. This soup is not meant to be prepared this way. It's all right, let me handle it. One will learn with practice. Zhang Lan observed Cao Ning's flustered demeanor with a touch of exasperation, yet a sense of equilibrium began to settle in her heart. No matter how proficient Cao Ning might be, he too had his shortcomings. Yet, this was the authentic Cao Ning. Recalling the words Wong Luoxue had spoken to her earlier that afternoon, she surreptitiously scrutinized Cao Ning, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She was not naive. She quickly grasped the implications of the day's events. Given the current state of the world, she realized she must adapt swiftly. Otherwise, she and her sister would face abandonment. Moreover, Wong Luoxue had indicated that if she wished to survive, she must rely on Cao Ning. In essence, this implied she would have to become Cao Ning's woman. To be candid, she harbored no aversion towards him, even after today's violent encounter. What proved difficult for her to accept was her lack of romantic experience. She was not psychologically prepared for such matters. And then there was her sister. If she wished for her sister to live, it seemed she too might need to become Cao Ning's woman. This posed a dilemma. Sister sharing a husband? How would that be perceived by others? As she pondered the nature of her relationship with Cao Ning, a faint voice emanated from the head of the bed. Chapter 43, The Ordeal of Su Xiaowen Mom. Please let Dad go. As Su Xiaowen returned home after purchasing medicine, she was met with a horrifying sight. Her mother was ferociously clawing at her father. Rushing forward, she grasped at her mother's clothing. How could her mother have transformed into this monstrous state in such a brief absence? Xiaowen, don't come any closer. Run. Her father bellowed, panic evident in his voice. Mom is fine. How could she go mad? Su Xiaowen exerted all her strength to pry her mother away. But her father felt a sudden lightness, gasping for air. However, the wound on his neck, seeping with blood, made breathing laborious. He was bewildered by the sudden change. Just that afternoon, everything had been normal, and now his wife was unrecognizable. At that moment, he felt the bite on his neck searing like flames, the sensation spreading through his body. Breathing became increasingly difficult, and the world around him faded into shades of gray. glancing at his daughter. An unsettling urge to devour her surged within him, shocking him to his core. Shaking his head, he managed to utter, "Xiaowen, don't think too much. Just run." "No, I want to stay with you," Su Xiaowen cried. Suddenly, her mother lunged towards her, mouth agape, ready to sink her teeth into her daughter's throat. "Mom, what's wrong?" "It's me, Xiaowen, your daughter." Su Xiaowen pressed her hands against her mother, attempting to keep her at bay. Yet, her mother's strength seemed magnified, and despite her terror, Su Xiaowen gradually found herself overwhelmed. Just as her mother's jaws were about to close around her, a large hand encircled her neck, lifting her away. "Xiaowen, find a place to hide. Wait for Cao Ning to return. Dad, hurry. You're not going to hold on much longer." Watching her father desperately cling to her mother, Su Xiaowen shook her head vehemently, tears streaming down her face. "Go," her father shouted, causing her heart to momentarily freeze. Observing the pallor of his face, she realized he too was on the brink of becoming like her mother. "Dad." His daughter's anguish cries filled him with sorrow and regret. "Xiaowen, without your parents you must rely on yourself. Be obedient. Run." Seeing her father's resolute farewell, she bit her lip, her heart shattering. After one last glance at her parents, she closed the bedroom door. Hearing the agonizing wails from within, Su Xiaowen collapsed onto the floor, tears pouring down her cheeks. "No, I must save them." With that thought, she reached for her phone to call for help from the hospital. However, after multiple attempts, she was met only with a busy signal. As the battery dwindled, she disregarded everything else and rushed outside to seek assistance from her neighbors. Yet, upon stepping out, she was taken aback by the chaos that unfolded before her. The once bustling street was now filled with panicked individuals fleeing for their lives, while bloodied figures emerged sporadically, tackling the fleeing populace and tearing into them with abandon. The sounds of wailing, shrieking, and desperate cries echoed as if one were in a disaster film. Yet, Su Xiaowen was acutely aware that this was no mere cinematic portrayal. It was a grim reality unfolding before her. A freshly fed zombie, having just risen, caught sight of Su Xiaowen, who stood frozen in the doorway. Despite having satisfied its hunger, the sight of new prey reignited its ravenous appetite. It howled and lunged towards her. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, turning on her heels and fleeing to the yard. In her frantic escape, she dashed into the nearest kitchen, slammed the door shut, and braced her petite frame against the iron door. Outside, the zombie battered against the door with ferocity. Su Xiaowen clenched her teeth, fighting back tears. Fortunately, after a while of fruitless attempts to breach the iron barrier, the creature ceased its assault, resorting instead to low growls directed at the door. With utmost caution, she slid the bolt into place and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. It took some time for her to regain her composure. And as she surveyed the cramped kitchen, a sense of bewilderment washed over her. Where could she possibly go now? Suddenly, an idea struck her, Cao Ning. As she reached for her phone, despair washed over her. The screen was shattered. No matter how she pressed the power button, it yielded no response. Her parents' phones lay abandoned in their room, but with a zombie lurking outside, venturing out was out of the question. Overwhelmed by hopelessness, she sank to the ground, drawing her knees to her chest, and wept quietly. Eventually, exhaustion overtook her, and she drifted into a fitful sleep. The plummeting nighttime temperature roused Su Xiaowen from her slumber. Blinking awake in the kitchen, confusion enveloped her for a moment. Suddenly recalling her predicament, she attempted to rise, but the ache coursing through her body rendered her feeble. After some time, she managed to prop herself up and peered out the window to scan the yard. A dark silhouette continued to meander outside, intermittently emitting low growls. Su Xiaowen's complexion paled, and she hastily sank back to the floor, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. Yet the biting cold compelled her to seek warmth. Fearful of igniting a fire that might attract the zombie, she scanned the kitchen for any sources of heat. Then, an idea struck her. There was a cellar in the kitchen, a confined space that could potentially shield her from the chill. Without a second thought, she pried open the wooden cover and leaped into the darkness, disregarding the filth within. Nestled in the small cellar, which barely accommodated her, she felt a semblance of relief. Tightening her down jacket, the cramped quarters offered her a modicum of security. Helplessness, sorrow, and despair surged within her, emotions overwhelming her as she pondered her fate. Would she survive? Would she ever gaze upon Cao Ning again? Leaning against the wall, weariness engulfed her. Various dreams flitted through her mind, some joyous, others grim, yet her slumber was restless, particularly the last dream. In it, Cao Ning had endured countless hardships to rescue her, and together they traversed the world in a bus. As he drove, she sat beside him, basking in the sunlight. Eventually, their love blossomed into a family, and she embraced the role of a mother. I once believed that a beautiful life was about to commence, yet during a quest for supplies, Cao Ning found herself encircled by countless zombies in a desperate bid for survival. Her heart sank into despair as she cried out repeatedly, "Brother, please don't leave me. Brother, please don't leave me." Suddenly, Su Xiaowen awoke with a start, a gentle yet warm sunlight grazing her face. Why does this place feel so familiar? The bus. Cao Ning. It seems I encountered Cao Ning last night. Just as she pondered this, a gust of warm air brushed past her ears. Instinctively turning her head, her eyes widened in disbelief. The one she had longed for had appeared before her, evoking a surreal sensation. She feared this was yet another dream. Silently, she gazed at the peacefully sleeping Cao Ning, her heart swelling with affection and reliance. Her small hand instinctively reached out to caress Cao Ning's cheek. The moment her fingers made contact, Cao Ning opened her eyes. "Xiaowen, you're awake? Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Brother, is this real?" Su Xiaowen's face reflected a mixture of joy and uncertainty. Cao Ning embraced her tightly, pressing a gentle kiss on her cheek. "Of course it's real. How could I ever deceive you? Oh, brother, I finally waited for you." Chapter 44. How to Sleep at Night. Uncle, Aunt, rest assured. I will take good care of Xiaowen. With a choked voice filled with determination, Cao Ning gazed at the freshly buried remains of Mr. and Mrs. Su, standing behind him. Su Xiaowen trembled, on the verge of fainting. Were it not for Wong Luoxue and the Zhang sisters supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. "Luoxue, please help Xiaowen back to the car." Just as Wong Luoxue was about to nod in agreement, she was interrupted by Su Xiaowen. "No, brother. I want to accompany Mom and Dad for the last time." The sight of her beloved parents being laid to rest was unbearable for anyone. Observing Su Xiaowen's frail figure, Cao Ning felt a pang of compassion. "It's all right, brother, I can hold on." Seeing the unwavering determination in her eyes, Cao Ning nodded and refrained from further comments. Such experiences are inevitable. Confronting them sooner rather than later is not necessarily a misfortune. A profound silence enveloped the gathering, broken only by the sound of earth being shoveled. It was not until the grave was filled that Su Xiaowen, her lips already pale from holding back, finally succumbed to her grief and wept. She broke free from Wong Luoxue and the Zhang sisters, collapsing into Cao Ning's embrace. "Brother, I no longer have Mom and Dad." Seeing Su Xiaowen in such anguish, Cao Ning's eyes reddened, tears welling up. How could he not empathize? Mr. and Mrs. Su had treated him as their own son, and he too dreaded confronting this outcome. Memories of warm moments shared as a family flooded his mind, leaving his heart heavy with sorrow. Yet, the departed are gone, and the journey ahead must continue. Gently patting Su Xiaowen's back, he whispered words of comfort. After a while, she settled down, nestled in his arms, softly sobbing. "Don't be sad. Uncle and Aunt Wuden want to see you like this." Once more, Su Xiaowen glanced back at her parents' grave, murmuring, "Brother, let us go home." "All right, let us return." Back on the bus, Cao Ning carefully laid Su Xiaowen on the bed. Wong Luoxue and the others did not disturb them, focusing instead on preparing the evening meal together. With Cao Ning's reassurance, Su Xiaowen's spirits lifted considerably. In truth, she had wept countless times over the past days. She had mentally prepared herself for her parents' fate, though she had never watched any zombie films. The horrifying scene she witnessed at the gate made her realize her parents were not faring any better. Yet, seeing them one last time today had been overwhelming. However, it was much more bearable now, for Cao Ning was by her side, providing her with a sense of security. "Brother, you won't leave me, will you?" Seeing the pitiable look on Su Xiaowen's face, Cao Ning's heart ached. He embraced her tightly, repeatedly assuring her he would never abandon her. "I will always be by your side, always with you. Brother, it's truly wonderful to have you around." Su Xiaowen closed her eyes, greedily inhaling the familiar scent. In his embrace, she found the safety she so desperately craved. A soft rumble emanated from Su Xiaowen's stomach, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. "Ha, come on, let's go eat," Cao Ning said, smiling as he took her hand and led her toward the dining table. At that moment, Wong Luoxue and the others had also prepared dinner, bringing forth an array of delectable dishes, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, to the table. Gazing at the sumptuous spread, Su Xiaowen's eyes widened, and her stomach's protests grew louder. Since boarding the vehicle the previous day, Wong Luoxue had refrained from feeding her, only administering nutritional fluids, fearing that her stomach might be damaged after several days without solid food. Today, as Su Xiaowen began to recover, the sight of the feast was too tempting to resist. She eagerly reached for the dishes, ready to indulge. "Don't rush. First have some soup to moisten your palate," Wong Luoxue said, pouring a bowl of fish soup for her. "Thank you, Sister Luoxue." As the aromatic broth wafted through the air, Su Xiaowen initially sipped it slowly with a small spoon, but soon lifted the bowl to her lips, drinking heartily. The sight of her voracious appetite brought tears to the eyes of her companions. Among the group in the vehicle, Su Xiaowen was the youngest. Having always regarded her as a little sister, witnessing her sobbing at their parents' graves had tugged at everyone's heartstrings. The others barely touched their meals, continually serving her more food. Brother, Sister Luoxue, Sister Lan, Sister Wei, you should eat too. With all this food in front of me, I want to be able to finish it all. Feeling slightly embarrassed by the mountain of food before her, while the others hardly touched theirs, Su Xiaowen protested. It's fine, eat as much as you can. You need to replenish your strength after all you've been through, Wong Luoxue reassured her, sitting beside her and pouring more fish soup. Seeing Su Xiaowen devouring her meal with such gusto, a hint of guilt crept into Wong Luoxue's voice. If it weren't for her, Cao Ning would likely have returned earlier. Throughout the dinner, apart from Su Xiaowen, the others hardly ate. Yet, witnessing her satisfied expressions brought them joy. Leaning back in her chair, Su Xiaowen caressed her pleasantly full belly, overwhelmed by a sense of indescribable contentment. Although her parents were gone, she was surrounded by her caring sisters and her favorite person. This was the happiest moment she had experienced in days. Sister Luoxue, Sister Lan, Sister Wei, how did you come to be with Cao Ning? She asked curiously, glancing at the three sisters who had always treated her with kindness. Wong Luoxue was not particularly surprised that she encountered Cao Ning, as she had entrusted him with a message when he departed. The chances of them meeting were high. However, she was most curious about the sisters, Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei, as they seemed unrelated to Cao Ning. Upon hearing Su Xiaowen's question, Wong Luoxue felt her cheeks warm slightly and cautiously glanced at Cao Ning, who subtly shook his head. She breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that this was not the appropriate time for revelations. If Su Xiaowen were to learn about their relationship, it might be more than she could bear. Subsequently, Wong Luoxue recounted the experiences she had endured over the past few days, albeit with some omissions regarding Cao Ning. The Zhang sisters also shared their own tribulations with her, though their words bore a hint of flattery towards Su Xiaowen. They were acutely aware of Su Xiaowen's significance in Cao Ning's heart, and if they wished to secure their place in the future, it was imperative to win her favor. As for the matter between Wong Luoxue and Cao Ning, they refrained from discussing it, leaving it to the two of them to navigate their communication. Upon hearing the trio's stories, Su Xiaowen transitioned from astonishment to a sense of lamentation, particularly when she learned that the sisters' parents faced circumstances akin to her own. This revelation prompted all three to embrace one another and weep once more. Ultimately, it was Cao Ning and Wong Luoxue who continually offered comfort, enabling the trio to gradually quell their sorrow. Following this, they engaged in light-hearted conversation, sharing observations from the days past. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, and soon it was deep into the night. After experiencing such emotional upheaval, Su Xiaowen found herself physically and mentally fatigued. Consequently, the Zhang sisters tidied the dining area while Wong Luoxue accompanied Su Xiaowen for a bath. Once everyone had completed their ablutions, they faced another dilemma regarding their sleeping arrangements. Chapter 45. Let us three squeeze together. It was indisputable that the spacious bed at the front of the bus belonged to Cao Ning and Su Xiaowen. Not only the three women, but even Su Xiaowen herself felt this way. This bus was Cao Ning's, and she had been affectionately called his wife since childhood. Now that an opportunity had arisen, she was determined to be with him. However, the sofa could only accommodate two people. And even if Wong Luoxue and the Zhang sisters were petite, 3 people would still be too cramped. Not to mention, the dynamics among 3 individuals were not something ordinary people could handle. How about I sleep on the floor? Zhang Lan suggested first. She felt that her and her sister's status was certainly not on par with Su Xiaowen and Wong Luoxue. If the sofa could only fit 2, she would let her sister have a comfortable spot while she took the floor without any complaints. No need. Let us 3 squeeze together, Su Xiaowen replied. Squeeze together? What do you mean? When Cao Ning returned from washing up, he found 4 women staring at each other with wide eyes. We were just discussing how we would sleep tonight, Su Xiaowen explained, revealing the dilemma at hand. Oh, is that all? Watch me, Cao Ning said. And to the astonishment of the 4 women, he emerged from the storage room with a mattress over a meter wide. Wong Luoxue was somewhat aware of the bus's peculiarities, but the others were oblivious. Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei had previously gone to the back storage room for cooking ingredients but had never seen a mattress inside. Su Xiaowen was even more surprised. Ever since she boarded the bus, her curiosity about it had grown. If it weren't for its exterior, she would have thought Cao Ning had acquired a new RV. After all, she had ridden this bus countless times and was well aware of its size. Even with the seats removed, there was no way the storage room could accommodate such a mattress. However, she held her tongue, trusting that Cao Ning would enlighten her. Before long, they tidied up the living area for sleeping, and once they settled into bed, Wong Luoxue smiled at Su Xiaowen and said, "Just be gentle tonight, okay?" "What are you talking about, Luoxue?" Su Xiaowen blushed at the teasing remark, her cheeks reddening. Yet, the thought of sharing a bed with Cao Ning tonight filled her with anticipation. This was a long-held wish of hers, and she never expected it to come true under such circumstances. Amidst the playful banter from the other women, Su Xiaowen shyly glanced at Cao Ning, who was wearing a mischievous grin as he looked back at her. Instinctively, she covered her face and dashed onto the bed. Cao Ning then turned to Wong Luoxue, whose eyes reflected a mix of guilt and well wishes. He said nothing but offered her a reassuring glance before activating the sleep mode of the bus. "What are you planning to do, Luoxue?" Zhang Lan inquired softly. "What do you mean, what to do? Just let it be." On a serious note, now that Cao Ning's official girlfriend has returned, what are your thoughts? Exactly, do share. Zhang Wei chimed in, leaning closer with a curious expression. "Keep your voices down, as if we want everyone to know." Wong Luoxue admonished, then slightly lifted her gaze to observe the two on the bed. Upon noticing the indifference of the person above, she reclined once more. "Alas, what else could be done? I might as well be a child." "Do you truly believe that?" Zhang Lan inquired, her expression one of disbelief, as she had thought Wong Luoxue was merely jesting. "What other option is there? Asking me to leave him is out of the question. Even if I must serve as a maid in the car, I shall not depart." Hearing the resoluteness in Wong Luoxue's words, Zhang Lan curiously asked, "And what if this calamity comes to an end?" "The same applies. I have given him all that I am, so I must follow him. I have chosen him for this lifetime." TSK. Where does Cao Ning derive such immense charm to enchant you so thoroughly? Amused by Zhang Lan's teasing, Wong Luoxue embraced her, whispering warm breaths into her ear. "No need to feign bravado. You will understand in due time." "Brother, may I pose a question?" Su Xiaowen nestled in Cao Ning's embrace, tracing circles on his chest with her fingertip. "What question? Just speak freely." Tightening his hold on the beauty in his arms, he felt a surge of emotion, for regardless of the circumstances, they were indeed sharing a bed. "Brother, how did you all sleep before I arrived?" Cao Ning's heart skipped a beat. He glanced down at her wide, inquisitive eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, Cao Ning still could not articulate a coherent response. Su Xiaowen's gaze shifted through various expressions before she earnestly looked at Cao Ning. "Brother, will you always be with me?" "Yes, I will." Xiaowen, Before Cao Ning could finish, Su Xiaowen sealed his lips with hers. After a prolonged moment, they finally parted. Su Xiaowen panted heavily, burying her head in Cao Ning's chest. "Brother, I love you. I love you too. Wait, what is it? Your body has yet to recover. Once you feel better." Overwhelmed by emotion, Cao Ning pressed down gently. Given his current stamina, Su Xiaowen would undoubtedly struggle to endure. Seeing the concern and affection in Cao Ning's gaze, Su Xiaowen nodded, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, greedily inhaling his scent. Regardless of the situation, she had indeed found herself with Cao Ning. Some matters are futile to overthink. He will reveal them to her in time. "Brother, let us sleep." "Very well, good night." "Good night." The warmth of the winter sun often induces a languid disposition. Cao Ning slightly opened his eyes, awakened not by his biological clock, but by the delightful aroma of food wafting through the vehicle. Just as he intended to stretch, he found himself tightly embraced by the warmth in his arms. Peering down, he noticed his already firm stature rising even further. The clouds veiling the mountains had long since dissipated, revealing a clear view. Cao Ning swallowed, feeling a dryness in his mouth, realizing that if he did not rise soon, he might lose control. Gently shifting the warmth from his body, he got up to dress. "Good morning." "Morning." As Zhang Lan busied herself with cooking, she heard a greeting from behind. Turning around, she caught sight of the still unzipped tent. With a slight tremor of his hand, the spatula slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. "Are you hurt?" "No. I'm fine." Just as Cao Ning intended to retrieve the spatula, an unexpected sensation compelled him to turn and head toward the bathroom. Zhang Lan, observing his hurried demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Who knew he possessed a shy side? However, recalling Cao Ning's earlier display of confidence, coupled with Wong Luoxue's words from the previous night, a warmth surged within her. She hastily rubbed her cheeks, attempting to dispel such thoughts. Upon reaching the washroom, Cao Ning felt a tinge of embarrassment creeping onto his face. The morning had taken an awkward turn. While washing his face, he suddenly sensed the tense fabric tightening around him. He lifted his head abruptly, only to find Wong Luoxue beaming at him. "Luoxue, you. What? Have you forgotten the old for the new?" "No. Am I truly that kind of person?" Noticing the faint blush on Cao Ning's cheeks, Wong Luoxue realized she had pushed too far. Although she understood the boundaries, a sense of grievance lingered in her heart. "Darling, I was wrong." Seeing Wong Luoxue's almost tearful expression of distress left Cao Ning at a loss for what to do, his hands still lathered with foam, leaving him unsure of where to place them. However, Wong Luoxue, witnessing his anxiousness, felt a flicker of joy. "Darling, no matter what happens from now on, as long as you hold me in your heart, that's enough." With that, she released the tension of the tent and sauntered away with a playful smile. "Truly, She was a captivating enchantress. Chapter 46. Do Zombies Hibernate? The bus traversed the desolate streets, a scene both eerie and unsettling. It seemed as though the zombies were hibernating, for few were encountered along the way. Yet, this peculiar absence only heightened Cao Ning's anxiety. According to the zombie apocalypse films he had previously watched, these mindless creatures should roam the streets fearlessly, indifferent to the harshness of winter or summer, in search of the living to devour. However, since the onset of the catastrophe, aside from the initial night at the Wong City station where hordes of zombies were sighted, there had been a conspicuous lack of them in Wong City and other locales. Particularly in Wei City, it felt akin to a ghost town. Could it be that zombies also hibernate? Cao Ning rubbed his forehead and lit a cigarette. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to set aside these musings. Such questions were beyond his purview. Perhaps the experts would provide clarity, assuming they were still alive. After a bumpy journey, the bus finally arrived at an upscale residential complex in the Eastern District. Observing the damaged entrance gate, Cao Ning drove the vehicle directly into the community. Inside the bus, Su Xiaowen and the others leaned against the windows, peering outside. Sister Luo Shui, do not worry. Luo, you will surely be safe. Indeed, Luo Shui, please try not to cry. The group offered their reassurances. After breakfast, Cao Ning convened with the women to discuss their forthcoming plans. Their objective was straightforward: to locate Wong Luoshue's sister, Wong Liu. According to the last chat records between Wong Luoshue and her sister, Wong Liu should be at home. However, nearly 5 hours had elapsed from the conclusion of their conversation to the outbreak of the zombie crisis. At that time, it was still light outside, and no one was at home. Given Wong Luoyu's usual habits, it was highly probable she had gone out to eat. A true foodie, she relished exploring new culinary delights, frequenting various dining establishments. With Wei City being so vast, no one could predict where she might choose to dine. Thus, after some deliberation, they resolved to first check her home. Should no one be present, they would then search the vicinity. The bus came to a halt beneath a 6-story villa. Cao Ning left the engine running as he surveyed the surroundings. It was eerily quiet, an oppressive stillness enveloping the area. Snow continued to fall, yet there were few footprints on the ground. It appeared that either zombies were scarce in this community, or they were simply lying in wait. Cao Ning retrieved binoculars to examine the situation behind the glass windows. Most of the residences remained still, though he occasionally discerned shadows moving behind a few of the windows. It seemed that there were indeed some survivors within the complex. However, these individuals showed no inclination to make contact, quietly observing the bus that had just entered the area. Cao Ning welcomed this silence. If these individuals were to shout, they might inadvertently attract lurking zombies, resulting in unnecessary complications. Please put on your jackets. We will disembark shortly. Cao Ning turned off the engine and faced Wong Luoshue and the others in the cabin. Brother, I want to go with you, Su Xiaowen pleaded, approaching Cao Ning's side. With so many of us, I fear I cannot protect everyone. It is best if you remain in the bus. The brother felt a profound sense of fear while being alone. He did not wish for Su Xiaowen to take any risks. So he stepped out of the car and locked the door, ensuring that no one could enter. Remaining in the vehicle felt safer than anywhere else. However, upon witnessing Su Xiaowen's pitiable expression, Cao Ning found the words of persuasion he intended to speak lodged in his throat. Very well. But you must stay by my side and obey me. Su Xiaowen's eyes sparkled like crescent moons at Cao Ning's consent. She hurried to the storage room to select a thick outfit for herself. Observing Wong Luoshue's reddened eyes, Cao Ning gently patted her back in comfort, saying, "Rest assured, sister. She will be fine. If she is not at home, we shall search elsewhere." "Yes, I know. I am just a bit frightened." The warmth of Cao Ning's concern nearly brought tears to her eyes. "She will be fine. I am here." Wong Luoshue felt a measure of solace at his words. It was truly comforting to have someone to rely on. Had it not been for Su Xiaowen's presence, she would have thrown herself into Cao Ning's arms. Shortly after, Su Xiaowen emerged from the storage room, having changed her clothes. Noticing Wong Luoshue's earlier distress, she rushed over to embrace her in consolation. This scene left Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei, the sisters, speechless. Would Su Xiaowen still be as amicable if she were aware of Wong Luoshue becoming Cao Ning's woman? While the women were dressing, Cao Ning exited the car first. Since Xiaowen was to accompany him, he needed to ascertain the situation inside before proceeding. It would be troublesome to manage several women during an unforeseen event. Upon disembarking, Cao Ning surveyed the surroundings. When he confirmed there was no immediate danger, he confidently entered the hallway. Though the elevator appeared operational, he dared not risk it. An unforeseen incident mid-journey could prove disastrous. This villa had 2 households per staircase, with the elevator centrally located and sharing a fire escape. After opening the fire escape door, he called out into the eerily silent hallway several times. After a moment's wait, he heard no other sounds, indicating the corridor was presently safe. He returned to the car and summoned the women down. Fortunately, Wong Luoshua's residence was on the 3rd floor, and they quickly ascended the stairs. After inputting the code, the group entered the house. Luoyu? Luoyu. They began to explore each room, the wardrobe, beneath the bed, behind the curtains. Even the refrigerator was not overlooked. After a thorough search yielded no sign of her longed-for sister, Wong Luoshue collapsed onto the sofa. Memories of playfully frolicking with her sister at home flooded her mind, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Witnessing Wong Luoshue curled up and weeping, each of the others felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Wong Luoyu was such a well-behaved younger sister, always chattering excitedly while trailing behind her during shopping trips, like a little bundle of joy. Reminiscing on these moments, the other women could not help but join Wong Luoshue in tears. Cao Ning found himself at a loss for words. Thus he resumed his search within the house, hoping to uncover some clues. However, this endeavor proved futile, and after an exhaustive search, he yielded nothing. Luo Shui, do you have a basement? Cao Ning suddenly recalled that such houses typically possess a subterranean area. Yes, I do. Let me take you there. Upon hearing Cao Ning's words, Wong Luo Shui ceased her tears, her eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. The group descended to the basement level, where they encountered several wandering zombies, which Cao Ning swiftly dispatched. The sight of the grotesque zombies nearly induced nausea in the women, who struggled to suppress their revulsion as they pressed on to the basement of Wong Luo Shui's home. Upon entering the room, disappointment washed over them once more. The basement was modest in size, predominantly cluttered with an array of gifts and miscellaneous items. A cursory glance revealed its entirety. The items were meticulously arranged, suggesting that no one had recently intruded. The group chose not to return upstairs, but instead made their way directly to the bus. After ensuring everyone was settled, Cao Ning instructed, "You all stay here on the bus. I will go out and assess the situation." Chapter 47. Confession. With a resounding crash, the security door collapsed. Cao Ning, wielding a long knife, strode into the room. Observing the deep, indented footprints on the door, he gained a renewed understanding of his own strength. Given his current capabilities, he realized that if he had exerted himself more at the Wan City bus station, he could have easily breached the reinforced door with a few more kicks. However, this was merely a starting point. As time progressed, the zombies and mutated flora and fauna would continue to evolve. To grow stronger and secure his place in this apocalyptic world, he must incessantly enhance his abilities. Once he concluded his tasks here, he resolved to venture out more frequently. Surveying the disheveled interior, a frown creased Cao Ning's brow. It appeared that someone had succumbed to zombification. At that moment, a low growl emanated from the innermost room, accompanied by the sounds of banging against the door. Noticing the door was shut, Cao Ning refrained from rushing in. He first conducted a thorough search of the other rooms, confirming that there were no living beings or zombies within, before approaching the door of the innermost chamber. Listening to the incessant pounding, he was uncertain how many zombies lurked inside, so he decisively kicked the door down. A swift glance around the room immediately eased his mind. Along with the zombie trapped beneath the door, there were 4 in total. A female zombie was bound to the bed, her body devoid of visible wounds. Yet black blood perpetually oozed from her mouth. 2 smaller zombies were tethered to the bed legs, crawling chaotically on the floor. The male zombie pinned under the door indicated that this had once been a family of 4. Faced with the clawing little zombies, Cao Ning showed no mercy. With a swift stroke of his knife, he severed their heads. In a way, it was a blessing for the family to have perished together. Donning his gloves, Cao Ning extracted the crystal cores from the deceased. These cores were of utmost importance. They were essential not only for purchasing loyalty potions but also, should he remain unsuccessful in locating level 3 mutated creatures, he might need to acquire level 3 genetic warrior evolution fluid from the system's marketplace. Adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, he scoured the room for useful supplies, primarily seeking food. As for clothing, the luggage compartment of the bus was already brimming with it. There was no shortage there. Naturally, he would also collect anything of value, such as gold and silver. While these might not hold immediate utility, they would surely be significant in the reconstruction that would eventually follow this apocalypse. Even if not used as currency, these precious metals could facilitate technological advancements down the line. After all, they occupied little space, so he took everything with him. After thoroughly searching several households, he found most to be similar to the first. Entire families had systematically transformed into zombies. Without hesitation, he repeated his process: swift strikes, extraction of crystal cores, and scavenging for supplies. A few homes, however, were devoid of zombies. Yet, given the disarray, it was evident that their occupants had fled during the calamity. His scavenging yielded primarily snacks and beverages, as most fruits and vegetables left out in the open had succumbed to freezing. Only the food stored in the refrigerator remained relatively intact. None of this could go to waste. After everything was packed, it was placed directly in the corridor. Noticing a substantial collection, Cao Ning first transferred some supplies onto the bus. Brother, why is there so much food? Several people gathered around upon seeing the abundance of provisions scattered about. Although there were considerable supplies in the storage compartment, no one ever complained about having too much food. We searched each household, and the inhabitants have turned into zombies. Leaving this food behind would be a waste, so I brought it back, Cao Ning said with a smile. Brother, is there more? Yes, quite a bit is still in the corridor. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaowen's eyes lit up, and she linked her arm with Cao Ning's, saying, Brother, I'm going with you. All right. Wong Luoxue also wished to accompany them, but upon seeing Su Xiaowen's delighted expression, she reconsidered. After all, Cao Ning belonged to Su Xiaowen now, and they had just started their relationship, lacking any private space. It would be best not to intrude upon their moment. Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei, the two sisters, were equally reluctant to play the role of a third wheel. Besides, this was a time for them to shine. As long as they remained diligent and considerate, they believed Cao Ning would not send them away. They immediately rose to organize the supplies they had brought back, categorizing them meticulously for the storage compartment. Cao Ning, perceiving their thoughts, said nothing and led Su Xiaowen off the bus. When Su Xiaowen saw him kick down the security door, her eyes widened in astonishment. When did you become so strong? Brother, you? Haha, aren't I impressive? Su Xiaowen nodded vigorously, her curiosity piqued. That's not urgent. Let's clear this place first. Seeing Cao Ning's decisive demeanor, Su Xiaowen opted not to say anything further and followed him into the house. The residence was quite tidy, devoid of any zombies. However, a few unwashed dishes were piled in the kitchen sink, suggesting the homeowner hadn't returned during the disaster. Cao Ning led Su Xiaowen to sit on the sofa. Xiaowen, what I am about to say might sound a bit strange, so please prepare yourself. Observing Cao Ning's serious expression, Su Xiaowen felt a pang of anxiety and timidly asked, Brother, are you going to leave me? Of course not. Don't you want to be my wife? Cao Ning replied with a smile. I do, of course. Brother, as long as you don't leave me, I will believe everything you say. Hearing that Cao Ning wouldn't abandon her, Su Xiaowen breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaowen, you must realize that the world has changed, right? Su Xiaowen nodded, recalling the many conversations she had shared with Wong Luoxue and others along the way. They had also gathered information about the current state of the world through their phones. Although television broadcasts had ceased, the internet was still accessible. Survivors shared their experiences online. Despite temporary shelters being established by official forces and various factions, despair and pessimism permeated every corner of the globe. We can never return to the society we once knew. From now on, we may spend most of our time, perhaps even our future, living on the bus. Are you willing to do that? Brother, wherever you are. I shall be. As Su Xiaowen's voice faded, a system notification echoed in Cao Ning's mind. Ding. One more passenger added to the bus. Bus passenger. Su Xiaowen. Passenger's physical condition. 95. Genetic warrior level. 0. Passenger's profession. Student. Passenger's skill. Cultivation and nurturing of crops. Passenger's loyalty. 100. Upon noticing Su Xiaowen's unwavering loyalty, Cao Ning was deeply moved. He had not anticipated his significance in her heart. Unable to contain his emotions, he embraced the enchanting woman in his arms a little tighter. Subsequently, Cao Ning recounted his recent experiences to Su Xiaowen. Upon hearing his tale, her eyes widened in disbelief, even with ample mental preparation. The outrageous nature of his encounters left her incredulous. The apocalyptic system, genetic warriors, a bus capable of carrying countless supplies. After absorbing this information, her mind was left in utter disarray. Chapter 48. Indeed, all men are just big pigs. Brother, are you certain you are not jesting? Upon witnessing Su Xiaowen's astonished expression, Cao Ning chuckled and replied, What do you think? Anyone would deem such things as mere fantasy. Although the system cannot display it, there are other feats I can demonstrate. Rising, he approached the dining table, grasping its leg with one hand, effortlessly lifting the solid wooden table weighing 300 to 400 pounds. Su Xiaowen could not help but swallow hard at this display. Brother, I believe you. I believe you. Please set it down. Don't injure your back. Haha, impressive, right? Cao Ning grinned as he lowered the table. Su Xiaowen suddenly lunged towards him, playfully tapping her forehead against him, her face alight with admiration. You have always been remarkable. Haha, but this is something you must keep to yourself, understood? Brother, am I the only one who knows about this? Upon seeing Cao Ning nod, a glimmer of delight flickered in Su Xiaowen's eyes. You are my closest confidant. There are things I do not wish to conceal from you. Yes, I understand. I shall not reveal this to anyone. Hearing her say this, Su Xiaowen felt an immediate sense of relief, burying her little head in Cao Ning's embrace. At that moment, she experienced an unparalleled sense of happiness and security. After a while, Su Xiaowen seemed to recall something, raising her head to look at Cao Ning. Brother, what about Sister Luo Shui? Cao Ning was momentarily taken aback, an unnatural expression crossing his face as he awkwardly responded. What about Sister Luo Shui? Brother, I am no longer a child. You need not shield me from certain matters. Noticing Su Xiaowen pursing her lips, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Cao Ning felt a surge of panic. Xiaowen, I am sorry. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Xiaowen's finger pressed against his lips. Brother, you need not say anything. In truth, I have known for a while that Sister Luo Shui has feelings for you, given how the world has transformed. It is good for her to be by your side. Xiaowen. Upon hearing her words, Cao Ning was momentarily speechless, as if something were lodged in his throat. Xiaowen was as perceptive as ever, discerning many issues from the smallest details. He had intended to conceal the matter, waiting for an appropriate moment to disclose it. Little did he expect she would broach the subject first. Indeed, he could not hide anything from her. Brother, all I ask is that you promise me you will never leave me. I promise. I will certainly not abandon you. Given Su Xiaowen's insistence, Cao Ning comprehended her meaning without difficulty. Humph. You must be feeling quite pleased, aren't you? Observing the corners of Cao Ning's mouth nearly breaking into a smile, Su Xiaowen playfully punched his chest in mock indignation. No, not at all. All right, stop with the double talk. You've truly profited from this. Caught in his own admission, Cao Ning could only cough lightly and chuckle. Although Su Xiaowen outwardly acquiesced, he could sense her underlying discomfort. In such moments, silence was often preferable. While the surface appeared calm, turbulent undercurrents brewed beneath. The only way was to hold her tightly in his embrace. Su Xiaowen nestled in Cao Ning's arms, resting her head firmly against his chest. Indeed, expressing such sentiments did little to soothe the turmoil within her. From childhood, the person she yearned to marry had found another woman who could endure such a fate. However, she soon found herself coming to terms with it. Even if Cao Ning were devoid of another woman now, his capabilities would undoubtedly attract others in the future. It would have been easier during the pre-apocalyptic era, bound by the constraints of law. Yet now, in this post-apocalyptic world, she lacked faith that Cao Ning's love would be enough to tether him for a lifetime. Even if he were disinterested, others would inevitably pursue him. Rather than succumb to despair, she preferred to have familiar individuals remain by Cao Ning's side. At the very least, their character was assured, and they would not harm him. Despite this reasoning, a sense of grievance lingered in her heart. She involuntarily shivered slightly. Sensing Su Xiaowen's distress, Cao Ning gently caressed her back, offering continuous comfort. Xiaowen, I have wronged you. It was my greed. However, rest assured, all I desire in the future is you and Luo Shui. What about Sister Lan and Sister Wei? This. Upon noticing Su Xiaowen's unwavering gaze, Cao Ning struggled to contain himself. This was exceedingly difficult, more challenging than slaying zombies. How could Xiaowen be so astute? Yet, he knew he could not retract his words and promptly sought to refute. I will find a place for them. They have lost their parents and are now utterly alone. Where do you intend to place them? Well, I haven't figured that out yet. This isn't a matter of not having thought it through. You've simply not considered it at all. You've already taken Sister Luo Shui. Are you truly unaffected by their beauty? Observing Cao Ning's evasive eyes, Su Xiaowen pouted. Men are indeed insatiable. They will never be satisfied. Fine. I'm well aware of your little schemes. Xiaowen, Su Xiaowen shook her head, clinging tightly to Cao Ning's waist. Brother, you must always treat me well. You are all I have now. Xiaowen, I will forever treat you well, now and always. Cao Ning declared firmly as he embraced the enchanting figure before him. After a while, Su Xiaowen pushed him away, pouting. All right, let us get to work. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return. Sister Luo Shui and the others are waiting. Seeing her mood lighten, Cao Ning secretly sighed in relief. All right, let's get to work. As he observed her hurried figure, Su Xiaowen, who had initially felt some resentment, couldn't help but smile. Despite his current entanglement with another woman, their recent conversation reassured her that she still held a significant place in his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, being with him was enough. With these thoughts, Su Xiaowen set about her tasks. The duo worked efficiently together, swiftly gathering supplies from several households. Unbeknownst to them, they ascended to the top floor of a building. True to his routine, Cao Ning knocked on the door, inquiring if anyone was inside. After waiting for a while without any response from inside, Cao Ning was about to kick the door open when a man's voice emerged from within. Who is it? Cao Ning retracted his foot and exchanged a glance with Su Xiaowen, a glimmer of joy evident in their eyes. After searching numerous places, they had finally encountered a living soul. I am from downstairs, here to find someone. After a moment, another voice inquired, downstairs? Which household? The Wong family on the third floor. Professor Wong? Who are you to him? I am a friend of Wong Luoxiue. Once the words were spoken, silence enveloped the room again. Just as Cao Ning intended to ask further, Su Xiaowen tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Brother, let me handle this." Cao Ning nodded, stepping aside to allow Su Xiaowen to advance. "Sir, we are looking for Wang Luoyu, the youngest daughter of the Wong family. Do you know anything about her situation?" After a brief pause, the voice from inside finally responded, "Do you have any food?" "Yes." With a click, the security door swung open. There stood two men, one old and one young, each gripping a golf club, their expressions wary as they scrutinized Cao Ning and Su Xiaowen. Behind them were two women and a little girl. Chapter 49. News of Wang Luoyu. Upon noticing that there were no others behind Cao Ning and Su Luoxue, the two men relaxed their postures and inquired, "What about food?" Without uttering a word, Cao Ning turned and went to the hallway, retrieving a bag of recently scavenged supplies. When the group inside beheld the abundant provisions, a flicker of delight crossed their faces. Particularly, the young girl, who had been shielded, licked her lips in anticipation. The younger man accepted the food from Cao Ning with a smile, saying, "Come in, make yourselves comfortable." He ushered the two into the room. Observing the way they devoured their meal, Cao Ning felt a wave of emotion wash over him. How long must it have been since they last had a proper meal? "My apologies. We've been out of supplies for a few days," the younger man confessed, noticing the astonished expressions on Cao Ning and Su Luoxue's faces. "That's all right. Finish your meal first," Cao Ning reassured him. After a while, the young man swallowed the last bite of bread and let out a satisfied burp. "Ah, what a comfort. I never anticipated that such seemingly unremarkable food could taste so delightful." The others, still munching on their meals, nodded in agreement, clearly in concurrence with his sentiments. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wong Gang, and these are my parents, my wife, and my daughter," he said after finishing his meal. Introducing his family to Cao Ning and Su Luoxue. "Cao Ning, this is my wife," Wong Gang stated proudly. In response, Cao Ning offered a brief introduction of himself and Su Luoxue. Upon hearing Cao Ning refer to her as his wife in front of so many people, Su Xiaowen felt a blush rise to her cheeks. It had been years since she had heard him say such words. She tightly clung to his arm, her face radiant with happiness. Were it not for the presence of others, she would have wished to meld into him entirely. "Wang Gu, are there many survivors like you in this community?" Wong Gang shook his head in response, saying, "Not many. In most buildings, there are only 1 or 2 households. Out of nearly 1,000 in the entire owner group, only about 20 are still communicating. Such a small number? Have they all turned into zombies?" The mention of zombies caused a wave of fear to wash over the group, as if they recalled a haunting memory. "I'm not entirely sure of the exact numbers. But that night, many did turn. As the snow fell heavier, it seemed the zombies took refuge. Some individuals organized to seek help, which attracted the zombies, leading to widespread infection, with only a few managing to escape. There have been sporadic attempts to scavenge for supplies, but none have returned. If we had encountered you today, my family would likely have ventured out in search of food as well. We are truly grateful." Cao Ning, reflecting on how the family had managed to survive thus far, regarded their resilience with admiration, not wishing to dwell on the grim topic. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's nothing, Wang Gu. Before we came in, I gathered that you knew about the condition of the Wong family's youngest daughter on the 3rd floor. Let my wife speak. She has met the girl." Cao Ning and Su Luoxue turned their attention to Wong Gang's wife, asking, "Sister-in-law, have you seen Luoyu?" The woman nodded and said, "I saw her that afternoon, the day the disaster struck. We were in the elevator together." Su Xiaowen's eyes lit up, and she promptly inquired, "Sister-in-law, do you remember what time that was?" It was around 7 o'clock, as I was picking up my child from tutoring classes." Cao Ning and Su Xiaowen exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with joy. The time frame provided by Wang Luoxue had been shortened by 3 hours. "Sister-in-law, do you know where she was headed?" "It seems she was going to the Lianshan shopping center in Hedong district." "Yes, that's the one. She mentioned a new restaurant had opened there and said she would let me know if it was delicious." "The Lianshan shopping center?" Cao Ning recognized it as a large-scale comprehensive mall that had just opened this year, surrounded by several mid to high-end residential complexes. The area boasted a clientele with considerable purchasing power, making it a flourishing hub for the dining industry. It was not unusual for Wang Luoyu to dine there. Having discerned the general location, Cao Ning and his companion felt it unnecessary to linger any longer. They rose to take their leave. "Cao, are you heading to Lianshan?" Wong Gang asked, noticing their intent to depart. "Yes, we're going to check it out." "You really shouldn't. I've seen videos from the same city. There are not only numerous zombies, but also many man-eating monsters." Observing Wong Gang's alarmed expression, Cao Ning remained unfazed. He held no fear of zombies. For others, it was a calamity. For him, it was merely an opportunity for experience. As for the man-eating creatures, they were likely mutated beings. The situation would dictate their approach. If fortune favored him, he might even advance further. Thank you for your concern, Wong, but we must investigate. Seeing Cao Ning's resolve, Wong Gang chose not to press further. All right, just be cautious. Given the young man's effort to provide for his family, Wong felt he had done his part by offering a word of caution. Cao, wait a moment. I wonder if you plan to visit the armed forces base? Just as they were about to exit, Wong Gang's voice called out from behind them. Wong, what do you mean by that? The armed forces are currently constructing a shelter and many people have gone there. What I mean is, if you're heading that way, could you take us along? I'm sorry, but it's not on our route, Cao Ning replied, shaking his head. Noticing Wong Gang's hesitation, Cao Ning frowned and said, Wong, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Could you take us with you? Times are too tough. Wong Gang finally expressed his intention. They had seen the bus enter their neighborhood from their apartment upstairs. They noticed that a single man, accompanied by several women, had just entered the building. This implied that he possessed some degree of strength. If they accompanied him, perhaps their family could survive. I'm sorry, but that bus is full. Wong Gang felt his intelligence insulted. How could a bus that accommodates 40 to 50 passengers be unable to fit his family of 5? Moreover, only 5 individuals alighted during the entire journey. It is improbable that there were no available seats within. He simply did not wish to take them along. Nevertheless, in the interest of survival, Wong Gang was determined to make one last attempt. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Cao Ning suddenly stiffened, as if sensing something, and without a backward glance, hurriedly led Su Xiaowen down the stairs. Open the door, beautiful, I implore you. Young lady, can you bear to witness our plight? We mean no harm. Please open the door and assist us. Save my child. Upon reaching the ground floor, Cao Ning and Su Xiaowen were met by a throng of individuals surrounding the bus, a diverse assembly of men, women, and children, fearing that knocking would attract the zombies. They each pleaded softly for the door to be opened. Cao Ning strode forward, overhearing their desperate entreaties, and spoke in a hushed yet firm tone. You must leave at once. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Chapter 50, I am going to slay zombies. Will you follow? The previously boisterous survivors fell silent, turning to regard the newcomer. Observing the long knife grasped firmly in Cao Ning's hand, they instinctively took several steps back. Young man, you must be the owner of this bus, a middle-aged man with an air of authority ventured to inquire. Yes, you should leave quickly, Cao Ning replied, disinterested in their plight, knowing they merely sought to persuade him to lead them to safety. He waved his long knife dismissively, urging them to disperse. How can you be so cruel? We are merely asking for help. Why brandish a weapon? Another voice piped up. Indeed, speak to us civilly. Where is your decorum? As the knife danced dangerously close, a cacophony of shouts erupted as people scrambled to avoid it. A few elderly individuals muttered discontentedly from the sidelines, lamenting the lack of respect shown by today's youth towards their elders. If you possess such manners, why not converse with the zombies? They might appreciate your eloquence. Spare me your complaints. Cao Ning rolled his eyes in exasperation. If these individuals had the courage to confront him directly for the bus, he might have admired their audacity. Engaging in discussions of decorum was utterly futile in their current dire situation. If adhering to civility ensured survival, he would gladly preach it daily. Young man, we are truly at our wits' end. Please, have mercy and take us with you. The middle-aged man implored, desperation etched on his face. Behind him stood a woman clutching a child, her eyes filled with anxiety and dread. Cao Ning was not devoid of compassion. This scene stirred something within him. After all, they all sought to survive, and that was not an unreasonable desire. However, relying solely on words without any willingness to contribute was hardly a favorable arrangement. Do you even know where I am headed? I am off to slay zombies, and you wish to accompany me? His words left the crowd momentarily speechless, rendering them at a loss for words. Isn't that simply absurd? Young man, we do not intend to follow you indefinitely. If possible, could you take us to the Armed Forces Department? They are accepting individuals. Cao Ning scrutinized the middle-aged man, noting his rational demeanor, which surpassed that of the others. What benefit do I gain from this? You mustn't exploit our plight, the man replied. Indeed, we ought to assist one another in these trying times. Broaden your perspective. Only then will you find a clearer path ahead. As Cao Ning finished speaking, the older individuals began to lecture him, their discourse gradually elevating to the lofty ideals of patriotism and civic duty, leaving him utterly bemused. If you persist with this idle chatter, perhaps you should reconvene for a tea party. I lack the time to indulge your musings. Noticing Cao Ning's growing impatience, the middle-aged man swiftly silenced the others. Young man, I understand that no effort is rendered without reward. State your desires plainly, and we will do our utmost to fulfill them. Finally, someone who spoke with sense, When would they cease their preachy rhetoric? How utterly hypocritical. Cao Ning nodded in approval at the middle-aged man's forthrightness. Thus, I do not wish to impose upon you, yet it is evident that you cannot board the bus. However, you may drive your vehicle in my wake while I attend to my affairs, possibly making a stop at the Armed Forces Department. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's countenance fell. This was hardly a secure proposition. In recent days, he had encountered numerous accounts online of survivors who, while attempting to flee in their own cars, found themselves besieged by zombies. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, he was interrupted by Cao Ning. If you wish to depart, then you shall drive yourselves. Furthermore, since I am escorting you, there will undoubtedly be a toll for the road, which shall be compensated with provisions. 10 pounds of food for each adult, half for the children. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chaos. This is robbery. How shameless of you. How could you be so heartless? What will we eat? Sir, we have no food at home. If we did, we wouldn't be seeking help. Silence. If you find it too expensive, then seek your own rescue. The crowd fell silent, some displaying discomfort, while others seethed with indignation, regarding Cao Ning as if he were a rapacious landlord from a bygone era. I am not a preacher. I cannot offer you salvation. If you wish to gain without giving, then you may as well depart. The group stood dumbfounded, their eyes glistening with resentment, as if they wished to devour him whole. Young man, my family has gone days without food. Otherwise, we would not risk coming out to plead for assistance. Is there no alternative means of compensation? The middle-aged man said, his face contorted with distress. A grown man stood with reddened eyes on the verge of tears, as the women and children behind him clung to him, their eyes brimming with moisture. Seeing this scene, Su Xiaowen's eyes also glistened with tears. She thought of her parents. Had they still been alive, they would likely fare even worse in such a predicament. She tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Brother." Cao Ning glanced at her helplessly, shaking his head. This young lady was far too kind-hearted. Could they not see through this charade? Who has gone days without food yet retained such a healthy complexion? He acknowledged that some individuals were indeed on the brink of starvation, but at this juncture, that was hardly the case. In Weicheng, especially during the festive season, which household would not stock up on provisions? Even the less fortunate in the village would manage to acquire some food as the new year approached. 3 to 5 days without sustenance was simply implausible. Moreover, this was an upscale community. Not to mention rice and flour, the gift boxes alone would be plentiful. Surely, they were not merely filled with milk and pickles. Not a single person present exhibited signs of a poor complexion. He was not particularly in need of their supplies. To speak frankly, the provisions in the vehicle would suffice for the 5 of them for a year and a half without issue. However, he was intent on establishing rules. If one begins with selfless generosity, what would happen when subsequent demands arise? A favor owed can breed resentment. Once an individual becomes reliant, any failure to meet their expectations could lead to unrest. He was not afraid of their rebellion. A swift strike would resolve the matter. However, it is troublesome, for he is not a mindless killer. Upon catching the glance that Cao Ning directed towards her, Su Xiaowen ceased her words. She understood that Cao Ning had his own plans. She needed to align herself with him, considering his perspective rather than her own. There is no need for you to perform this charade for me. You are well aware of your own circumstances. I shall refrain from further remarks. If you wish to depart, then barter food for passage. Otherwise, go wherever you please. I shall wait here for half an hour, and after that, I shall not be accommodating. With that, Cao Ning grasped Su Xiaowen's hand and strode towards the vehicle. A few individuals, noticing the car door ajar, rushed forward. Anticipating this, Cao Ning swiftly retaliated. Ah, my face. Murder. Murder. Blood splattered against the pristine snow-covered ground. Everyone recoiled in terror, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed upon him. Cao Ning nonchalantly flicked the blood from his long blade, lazily remarking, "If you wish to die, just say so. After all, I have already taken the lives of more than 1 or 2. Chapter 51. In its presence, all beings are equal. 2 dead and 2 severely injured. Aside from the anguished cries of the wounded, none dared to utter a word. Everyone was rendered speechless, some trembling with fear, even wetting their pants. Was it truly worth 2 lives for a mere car? Not a shred of remorse was afforded to the deceased. Cao Ning's calm words struck a dissonant chord within their hearts, reverberating like a deep-sea bomb. After surveying the crowd, Cao Ning chose silence and returned to the car. Just as he reached for Su Xiaowen's hand, she instinctively recoiled. The terror in her eyes dimmed his spirit, prompting a strained smile from him. "Xiaowen, perhaps you should rest for a moment." With that, he turned and took his place in the driver's seat. Lighting a cigarette, the smoke enveloped him, offering a fleeting respite from his turmoil. Reflecting on the fear etched in Su Xiaowen's gaze, an inexplicable anxiety settled within Cao Ning. Given her innocent and kind nature, she would undoubtedly struggle with this reality. Yet, Such experiences were inevitable. The sooner one faced them, the sooner transformation could occur, perhaps not entirely a bad thing. He hoped she would emerge from this ordeal swiftly. The haze of smoke helped to ease his worries. Behind the car, the atmosphere was equally tense. The scene of Cao Ning's violent act had not escaped their notice. Wong Luoxue, however, remained relatively unfazed. Having witnessed much in recent days, she had grown somewhat numb. She believed Cao Ning's actions were justified. In this apocalyptic world, one could empathize with the plight of strangers but should never indulge in sympathy, lest they become victims themselves. The insatiable human heart had always sought more, a truth that resonated even more profoundly now. Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei, the two sisters, were not as composed as Wong Luoxue but fared better than Su Xiaowen. They had encountered their share of brutality before. Observing Su Xiaowen's expression, Wong Luoxue sighed. The earlier incident had undoubtedly impacted her. She gently guided the rigid girl to the sofa. Xiaowen, consider this. Why did Cao Ning do all of this? It is all to protect us. Luoxue, I understand. Is it because Cao Ning's readiness to kill feels so foreign to you? Su Xiaowen nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, exactly. She had always known Cao Ning well. Though he was fierce in fights, he would never harm others lightly. Yet, the brutality of his actions had shattered her preconceived notions. Wong Luoxue embraced Su Xiaowen, soothing her back gently. I know this is not who Cao Ning used to be, but these are dire times. If you do not support him, he may turn against you. In this world, people will do anything to survive. He does not wish to indiscriminately shed innocent blood, but he must act decisively. Without sufficient deterrence, people will take advantage, and we will be the ones to regret it. As Cao Ning's girlfriend, you need to understand him. Indeed, Xiaowen. It is not easy for Cao Ning either. Through the encouragement of her friends, Su Xiaowen gradually began to regain her composure. Yes, she is his girlfriend and should strive to understand and support him. He would never harm himself. Seeing Cao Ning silently smoking at the front of the car, her heart ached. His earlier actions must have deeply wounded him. He had confided all his secrets to her without reservation. How could she have acted so thoughtlessly? Even if he was wrong, she must stand by him until the end. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she quickly ran toward Cao Ning. Brother, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please don't be angry with me, okay? Seeing Su Xiaowen with tears streaming down her face, Cao Ning felt a profound sense of compassion. He wiped her tears away and gently said, How could I be angry with you? Anyone in this situation would be frightened. You have handled it remarkably well. Now, please don't cry. Really? Su Xiaowen asked, still uncertain. Indeed. I was just worried that what happened earlier might leave a shadow in your heart, fearing you might not be able to cope. Brother, I'm fine now. I feel much better. Let us hug. Honey, should we continue to follow that person? The middle-aged man's wife could no longer contain herself after returning home with her family of 3. Let us go. But he killed someone. The woman recalled the scene from earlier, her legs still trembling. She had only seen zombies being slain online. She had never witnessed the murder of a living person. Just because of a car theft, that man had killed without a moment's hesitation. Such a person is far too dangerous. What else can we do? Our food supply is dwindling. If we don't leave soon, we'll be trapped in this house. The middle-aged man felt a twinge of fear, but remembering that this was their only chance to escape, he resolutely held to his decision. Honey, isn't the armed department supposed to dispatch a rescue team? We don't have to go with him. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette, rubbing his reddened eyes. A rescue team? What rescue team remains? Just days ago, you spoke with Secretary Lee from the government. Didn't he say the armed department would send troops to rescue us? They won't come. Why not? Aren't you brothers with him? Besides, our company has paid so much tax to Wei Qing, they wouldn't just abandon us. Hearing this, the middle-aged man bitterly smiled and took a deep drag on his cigarette. Don't hold out hope. They did dispatch a rescue team, but many have perished. He won't squander resources for such a trivial connection. Therefore, we must leave this time. If we wish to survive, we must rely on ourselves. Hurry, gather your belongings. Take everything you can. I will search the annex for some items. With that, the middle-aged man extinguished his cigarette and strode out. After a while, he returned carrying a long box. Are you ready? Almost. This, you're carrying that? Isn't it illegal? The woman, sensing something, whispered as she observed the box in his hand. Illegal? Is the court even open now? This item is a source of courage. I fear nothing wherever I go. As he spoke, the man opened the box. Before me lies a meticulously crafted firearm, accompanied by several boxes of ammunition. A middle-aged man gingerly retrieves the gun, caressing it with great care. He is a seasoned aficionado of firearms, often indulging in the collection of realistic replicas. Once, through a community of fellow enthusiasts, he learned of an opportunity to acquire authentic weapons from abroad. which filled him with exhilaration. After thoroughly ensuring its safety, he spent 5 times the price abroad to procure this hunting shotgun. In his leisure moments, he often ventures alone into desolate areas to fire a few rounds for sheer enjoyment. Young man, he muses, do not be deceived by your prowess with blades. Before this, all are equal. I sincerely hope you will dutifully escort us to our destination, for refusal shall certainly lead to your regret in this world. Chapter 52. Where is the promised hellish scene? Weiqing, Lianshan shopping mall. Upon witnessing the horde of zombies before him, Cao Ning's expression turned grave. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the number of zombies in this area, the sight of such a locust-like swarm still left him in shock and bewilderment. Was this an assembly of every zombie in the city, gathering for a macabre celebration? The sheer number of these undead was at least 30 to 40,000. Even the most extensive zombie outbreaks he had encountered had never produced such an overwhelming effect. It was far too many. This was simply beyond his capacity to confront, let alone venturing into the mall to search for someone. Even the zombies outside could easily wear him down to his demise. Cao Ning, don't go. You cannot get into trouble. Wong Luoxue's eyes were red-rimmed as despair washed over her at the sight of the countless zombies. It was not that she didn't wish to find her sister, but the overwhelming number of zombies compelled her to consider Cao Ning's safety. At present, he was her pillar of strength. She could not allow him to take such a perilous risk based on uncertain information. If anything were to happen, not only would she not forgive herself for failing to save Su Xiaowen, but she also would not forgive herself for endangering Cao Ning. Su Xiaowen clung tightly to Cao Ning's arm. Although she remained silent, her eyes conveyed her reluctance to let him take such a risk. While she too was anxious for Wong Luoyu, Cao Ning's well-being took precedence. At this moment, Cao Ning felt a twinge of fear. He was not one to act recklessly, knowing full well the futility of such endeavors. He needed to survive for the sake of others. Self-sacrifice was beyond his current capabilities. With a sigh, he remarked, given the current situation, entering is exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing Cao Ning's words, Wong Luoxue, though in agreement, felt a tremor run through her body at the thought of her sister's plight. Had it not been for the Zhang sisters supporting her, she might have collapsed to the ground. Truth be told, she had harbored some premonition regarding her sister's fate. The internet remained operational. If her sister were safe, she would undoubtedly have reached out. Yet, until she saw her sister's corpse or witnessed her transformation into a zombie, she clung to a flicker of hope. However, now, confronted with the multitude of zombies, she recognized that the probability of her sister's survival was minuscule, almost non-existent. In this world, how could one be so fortunate? What extraordinary skill would be required to escape from the clutches of such a horde? Wong Luoxue grasped the handle in front of her in the driver's seat tightly, her voice trembling as she said, let us leave for now. Luoxue, it's all right. Perhaps this was simply her fate. What could she do? Being such a glutton. Woo-woo. She only loved to eat. What fault is that? Woo-woo. Seeing the concern and compassion in Cao Ning's gaze, Wong Luoxue could no longer hold back and collapsed into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Witnessing her heart-wrenching sorrow, the others felt a pang of sadness as well. Humanity is inherently empathetic, and they were all familiar with Wong Luoyu. Losing such an adorable and obedient sister was a profound loss for them too, with thoughts of their own loved ones. Su Xiaowen and the others could not help but weep, each cry more desperate than the last. This sudden outpouring of grief left Cao Ning overwhelmed as he hurriedly comforted and supported them, leading them back to the living quarters. The 4 women now regard Cao Ning as their pillar of support, clinging to him tightly, each reduced to tears. In this moment, Cao Ning experiences a blend of pain and joy. Such a scene is one he would not dare to dream of. After a considerable time, he finally manages to soothe their emotions. Wong Luoxue, while sobbing, wipes her tears and, upon recognizing her current state, feels her face flush with embarrassment. Instinctively glancing at Su Xiaowen. To her surprise, Su Xiaowen displays neither the shock nor anger she had anticipated. Xiaowen, I did not mean to. I understand, Luoxue. Hearing Su Xiaowen's words, Wong Luoxue breathes a sigh of relief, fearing that her previous actions might have led to some misunderstanding. After all, her earlier behavior was rather unethical. Yet, the next moment, Su Xiaowen's words cause her heart to race once more. Luoxue, I'm sorry for putting you in this position, Xiaowen. I already know. My brother told me everything. Upon hearing their exchange, Cao Ning feels somewhat overwhelmed. Although the atmosphere does not resemble a battlefield, it is indeed a situation of his own making. Remaining here is not a wise choice. He hastily rises and heads toward the cockpit. Observing Cao Ning's somewhat flustered demeanor, Su Xiaowen's eyes brim with sorrow. You bad brother. You create trouble and simply walk away. Wong Luoxue cautiously takes a seat beside Su Xiaowen, her face a mask of worry and unease. Xiaowen, I'm sorry. It's all my fault, Luoxue. It's not your fault. It's all that villainess doing. No, This isn't Cao Ning's fault. It was my choice. If you're unhappy, I'll leave right away. I don't want to create a rift between you Luoxue. Where will you go? Su Xiaowen gazes at Wong Luoxue's pained expression, feeling a mix of emotions. Luoxue, you two have. Wong Luoxue instinctively nods, then immediately shakes her head. Realizing her own confusion, she lowers her gaze. Luoxue, you don't need to go anywhere. Just stay here peacefully. Xiaowen, Su Xiaowen remains silent, merely blinking. In an instant, Wong Luoxue comprehends her intent, her eyes sparkling with hope. Thank you, Xiaowen, rest assured. I want to compete with you. I'll be the smaller one. Su Xiaowen interrupts, smiling as she grasps Wong Luoxue's arm. Luoxue, you're the elder sister. How can you be the smaller one? You need to think like that. Let us continue as we always have. It's just that wretched guy who benefits. Thank you. Xiaowen. Wong Luoxue's eyes shine with gratitude and delight. Since Su Xiaowen's return, this matter has weighed heavily on her mind. She was uncertain of the outcome. What if Su Xiaowen disapproved? She truly did not know how to proceed. Fortunately, the conclusion is favorable. She need not part ways with Cao Ning. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei, witnessing this scene, can't help but be taken aback. Is this really happening? Wasn't this supposed to be a battlefield? However, witnessing Wong Luoxue's acceptance brought a sense of joy to her heart, mingled with a tinge of envy and melancholy. Reflecting on her own situation, she pondered the uncertainty that would ensue if Cao Ning were to abandon her. What path would she then follow? As for Lan Jie and Wei Jie, what of them? Upon hearing this, the two sisters were momentarily taken aback, unsure of Su Xiaowen's intent. We are innocent in our dealings with Cao Ning. Do you wish to remain? We do, but that depends on what your partner thinks. The sisters nodded in agreement, having witnessed enough of the world's realities. Based on what they currently understood, there was no place that compared to the environment provided by the bus. Comfortable, safe, and warm, with familiar friends. For those who were all alone, this was indeed the finest sanctuary. I heard from my brother that he initially intended to go to Weijing to find a place to settle you down, right? Upon hearing Su Xiaowen's words, the sisters felt a tightening in their chests. What did this imply? Were they to be expelled? Given their capabilities, it was likely they would struggle to survive even a couple of days in this apocalyptic world. The thought drained the color from their faces. Xiaowen, we do not wish to leave this place. We have no family left, and you are now the only ones we are familiar with. Could you speak with Cao Ning and persuade him to let us stay? We are willing to do anything. Chapter 53, Sister, has the wish of our childhood been realized? Upon beholding the exquisite beauty of the Zhang sisters, Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei, both strikingly identical twins, Su Xiaowen couldn't help but reflect that if she were in Cao Ning's shoes, she too would be captivated. At the same time, a pang of regret washed over her. What kind of fate does Cao Ning possess, encountering such an abundance of romantic prospects along the way, each one more enchanting than the last? He was meant to be solely hers. Yet, the situation had already unfolded this way. Although she could rely on Cao Ning's affection to persuade the sisters to disembark from the bus, Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei had always treated her with kindness, and she could never abandon them. However, the secret of this bus was simply too incredible. If they were to remain, then unity with Cao Ning was imperative. Nothing detrimental to him or the bus could transpire. Thus, she resolved to make them her allies. Sister, have you not yet realized? Realized what? The sisters were momentarily bewildered, finding Su Xiaowen's words rather elusive. Brother has not mentioned these matters since we arrived in Weicheng. Suddenly, they were struck with clarity. Indeed, upon reaching Weicheng, Cao Ning had not expressed any intention to find a place for them. Not even upon arriving at her own residential community had he mentioned such a thing. Could it be that he truly intended for them to stay? Xiaowen, does that mean? Of course, brother intends for you to remain. But you must be united with him, becoming his people. The sisters were immediately engulfed in excitement. How wonderful it would be to finally stay. However, as the thrill subsided, they turned to her and inquired, Xiaowen, what does that last statement mean? Su Xiaowen smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate. Instead, she turned to Wong Luoxue and said, Sister Luoxue, please discuss this with Lan and Wei. I will go check on brother. With that, she rose and made her way to the cockpit. As Su Xiaowen departed, Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei settled beside Wong Luoxue, curiosity piqued. Luoxue, what did Xiaowen mean? The astute Wong Luoxue understood Su Xiaowen's implication and chuckled. The literal meaning. The literal meaning? To become his people? Ah? Zhang Lan was the first to grasp the significance, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wong Luoxue blinked playfully, grinning as she confirmed, that is indeed the implication. Upon realizing the weight of Su Xiaowen's words, Zhang Lan's face flushed crimson. Luoxue sister, what are you two discussing? Zhang Wei, slightly slower to comprehend, inquired with genuine curiosity. Zhang Lan glanced at her sister, a tumultuous mix of emotions swirling within her. The thought of serving Cao Ning alongside her sister felt utterly absurd. Yet now, with their desire to remain on the bus, they had no choice but to embrace this reality. Noticing Zhang Wei's continued look of innocent curiosity, Zhang Lan pulled her into an embrace and whispered a few words into her ear. "Ah, sister, this." Zhang Wei's face turned scarlet from her sister's revelations. However, contemplating their predicament, she found solace in acceptance. Holding Zhang Lan's hand, she smiled and said, "Sister, our childhood wish has come true, hasn't it?" "What wish?" Zhang Lan, momentarily taken aback by Zhang Wei's words, responded. "Don't you remember? You said we would always be together, never part ways, and even get married together." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Lan quickly covered her mouth. "What nonsense are you spouting? Childhood words should not be taken seriously." Zhang Wei forcefully pried Zhang Lan's hand away, chuckling, "Sister, actually, this is quite good. Cao Ning treats his own people very well. Moreover, have you forgotten that night? He is so impressive if we sisters don't." Seeing Zhang Wei about to ramble again, Zhang Lan hurriedly silenced her. After a while, she finally released her grip, allowing the flushed Zhang Wei to take deep breaths of fresh air. "What are you always thinking about, you little girl?" Zhang Lan pointed at Zhang Wei's head, exuding a mix of exasperation and affection. However, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her, recalling the first night on the bus when she caught a glimpse of Cao Ning getting up to relieve himself. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed with shame. "Brother, are you satisfied now?" Seeing Su Xiaowen pouting, Cao Ning embraced her tightly. "Xiaowen, I'm sorry for putting you through this." "Humph. You know that, right? What kind of girlfriend finds other women for her boyfriend? I regret it." Against Cao Ning's domineering nature, Su Xiaowen found herself completely entrapped in his embrace, her body going limp and sinking into his arms. "You only know how to bully me. Do you not want me to bully you in the future?" "I do." The tenderness and indulgence in Cao Ning's eyes filled Su Xiaowen with a profound sense of happiness. Regarding these matters, her mood improved significantly. As long as she could be with Cao Ning, everything else was inconsequential. "Brother Cao, where to next?" Just as they were immersed in their romantic moment, a sound of knocking on the car window interrupted them. Observing the middle-aged man's anxious expression, Cao Ning pondered for a moment before responding. "Let's head towards the Armed Forces Department." "All right." The middle-aged man was visibly excited upon hearing this. Finally, they were going to the Armed Forces Department. He had nearly been frightened out of his wits by the sight of the corpses when they arrived at Lianqing Mall. He had thought Cao Ning would drive the bus straight into them, which would surely have led to his demise had he followed. Fortunately, Cao Ning had wisely retreated before encountering the zombies. After receiving Cao Ning's orders, the middle-aged man briskly walked towards the back of the bus convoy. There were over 30 vehicles following Cao Ning now, most of which had paid the toll for passage. A small number of stubborn individuals, claiming they had no supplies, lingered at the end of the convoy. Cao Ning paid them no mind. He had plenty of ways to deal with them. First, they would have to work and help transport supplies for him. Little did they know, upon arriving at Lianqing Mall, they would encounter such a situation. "Mr. Li, what did that person say? Where are we headed?" Seeing the middle-aged man return, everyone gathered around eagerly. Among this group, Wong is undoubtedly the most well-connected in the armed department. Upon hearing this, everyone felt as though they had consumed a potent stimulant. However, they dared not raise their voices, fearful of attracting the zombies. Mr. Li returned to his vehicle, gazing at his daughter, who was soundly asleep. A surge of guilt and affection filling his heart. "Dear, do you think we will reach the armed department tonight?" "It's hard to say. If that person has no other matters to attend to, we should arrive by nightfall." "Sai, where is my gun?" "It's in the back seat. Please hand it to me. I have an unsettling feeling that this journey will not be peaceful." The bus set forth towards the southern part of the city. Along the way, although they encountered numerous clusters of zombies, they were varied in size and paled in comparison to the formidable group outside. Thus, their journey was fraught with unease but devoid of peril. Just as the convoy was about to leave the urban area, a multitude of zombies suddenly surged forth from every direction. Chapter 54. Alas, human life is worth so little. Faced with the sudden emergence of a horde of zombies, Cao Ning began to feel a twinge of anxiety. However, upon witnessing the formidable resilience of the bus, his spirits lifted once more. The relentless tide of zombies posed no hindrance to the bus's forward momentum. Inside the living compartment, Su Xiaowen and her companions, their faces drained of color, were understandably terrified. Yet, upon observing the figure ahead, a sense of reassurance washed over them. Realizing that they were safe, the group conferred and proceeded to draw the curtains, moving a small table to engage in a game of mahjong. Thanks to the bus's stable chassis, the impact of the zombies colliding against the vehicle was imperceptible. Cao Ning, glancing through the rearview mirror, noted the women engrossed in their game and couldn't help but marvel at their audacity. Nevertheless, witnessing their harmonious interaction filled him with an unprecedented sense of contentment. Their future lives promised to be filled with happiness, in stark contrast to the composed Cao Ning. The convoy trailing behind the bus was thrown into disarray. Their vehicles were mere family cars, fragile enough that even a minor scrape could cause significant damage. Under the current circumstances, several cars with thinner exteriors were sent hurtling away upon impact. The others fared little better, swaying perilously as they were buffeted by zombies on either side, akin to a small boat navigating through tumultuous waves on the brink of capsizing. Fortunately, with Cao Ning paving the way, the vehicles closely following the bus experienced considerably less assault than those further behind. After a tumultuous journey, they finally carved out a bloody path as they exited the city. Observing the rearview monitor, Cao Ning felt a pang of sorrow. Once a long line of vehicles, now fewer than 10 remained. In such a brief span, it was likely that 30 to 40 lives had been claimed by the ravenous undead. Human life, alas, is so undervalued in these times. Upon reaching a zombie-free zone, Cao Ning noticed the vehicles behind him flashing their hazard lights frantically, indicating their desire to halt. He decelerated the bus and pulled to the side, prompting the trailing vehicles to gradually come to a stop. Soon, the first vehicle behind the bus opened its door, and Mr. Li disembarked, striding swiftly to the side of the bus's cabin to tap on the window. "What's the matter?" Cao Ning inquired as he rolled down the window. "Brother Cao, the vehicle 1T start. The air intake is likely blocked and requires some maintenance," Mr. Li replied. The warmth emanating from the bus made Mr. Li's face beam with longing. This bus was extraordinary. It had plowed through countless zombies without sustaining any damage, and the interior was delightfully warm. Truly a luxurious experience. Cao Ning glanced at the time displayed on the dashboard and asked, "How long will you need?" "We still have some distance to cover to reach the armed forces. We'll have the obstruction cleared from the intake in no time," Mr. Li assured with a smile. "Very well, take your time," Cao Ning responded. "Apologies for the inconvenience, Brother Cao," Mr. Li said, handing him a cigarette. Cao Ning accepted it with a nod, choosing not to speak further. Understanding the unspoken cue, Mr. Li tucked the cigarette into his pocket and returned to the vehicle to fetch the necessary tools to address the air intake. Cao Ning examined the cigarette in his hand. 95, quite good. Although he had rummaged through numerous cigarettes, he had yet to smoke one. He casually tossed it into the nearby trash bin. At that moment, he dared not accept a cigarette from another, uncertain of what it might contain. Just as he was about to retrieve his own cigarette to light it, a fragrant aroma wafted from behind him. "Brother, may we step out for some fresh air?" Turning around, Cao Ning encountered the eager gazes of Su Xiaowen and her companions. "All right, there are no zombies outside, so it's relatively safe. Let us get some fresh air." "Higi, brother, you're so kind." After saying this, Su Xiaowen pecked him on the cheek and turned to change her clothes. Wang Luoxue approached, her eyes filled with excitement. Cao Ning, before she could finish her sentence, he enveloped her in his embrace. "Have you become so distant already? No longer calling me husband?" Wang Luoxue instinctively glanced at Su Xiaowen, who was changing her clothes, and whispered, "Husband, Mua. Now that is more like it." Her face flushed with embarrassment. She looked up at Cao Ning, her eyes brimming with affection and adoration. "I am truly overjoyed. Finally, I can be openly with you." "Silly girl. MMM. Just as they were sharing their tender exchange, a light cough interrupted them from behind. Wang Luoxue's face instantly turned crimson, and she pushed Cao Ning away. "Xiao and I. Luoxue, are you just going to let him bully you?" Su Xiaowen teased, leaving her momentarily flustered. "All right, there will be plenty of time later. Hurry and change your clothes." Yes, okay." Watching Wang Luoxue flee in a panic, Su Xiaowen couldn't help but reflect. The typically rational older sister now seemed like a lovesick fool. The contrast was striking. Isn't it sweet? No matter how good their relationship, girls will always vie for affection. Sensing a tinge of jealousy in Su Xiaowen's words, Cao Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, he wished to tease her further. "What sweet? What do you mean? I don't understand what you're asking." Seeing him play the fool, Su Xiaowen grew increasingly exasperated. Noticing her eyes welling with tears, Cao Ning realized he had gone too far. It was time to stop the jesting. He pulled her into his arms and engaged in a deep kiss. "You are the sweetest." Hearing this, Su Xiaowen felt a surge of happiness. She playfully pounded her little fist against his chest. "You only know how to bully me. Brother, you've become bad. This is just the beginning. There is much worse to come." Su Xiaowen was momentarily taken aback, but as she felt his strong hands wandering, she quickly understood what he meant. Limping in his embrace, she gasped for breath. "Brother, tonight, may I?" "You said it. MMM. At that moment, Wang Luoxue and the others had finished changing and entered the cockpit. Upon seeing the two, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Let us go. As they prepared to leave, Su Xiaowen glanced back to see Wong Luoxue and her companions wearing playful expressions, prompting her to lightly punch Cao Ning. It's all your fault, Sister Luoxue. Sister Lan, Sister Wei, let us depart. Let us ignore this troublemaker. With that, she took hold of the three and made her way toward the bus. The survivors, busy with their vehicle repairs, were suddenly struck dumb by the sight of four stunning women descending from the bus. Such beauty was a rare sight, and to encounter four at once was nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, two of them were twins. What kind of divine bus driver was this? How fortunate to have such enchanting companions. In that moment, they would have gladly traded places with Cao Ning. However, upon noticing that Cao Ning was also disembarking, the survivors quickly averted their gazes. They could fantasize all they wanted, but acting on those thoughts would be tantamount to courting death. This was a formidable figure, known to take lives at the slightest provocation. Su Xiaowen and her friends observed the curious survivors repairing their vehicle, but their intrigue did not compel them to approach. Instead, they engaged in some stretching exercises in front of the bus. After an indeterminate period, a sudden barrage of gunfire echoed from a distance. Chapter 55, The Mutant Monkey Horde. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, reverberating like thunder across the desolate expanse of wilderness. Cao Ning's expression hardened as he hastily instructed his companions to board the vehicle. He procured a ladder, opened the sunroof, and retrieved a pair of binoculars to scrutinize the source of the tumultuous sounds. The survivors, occupied with their repairs, abandoned their tools and swiftly took refuge within their vehicles. Yet, fear did not grip them, for firearms were prohibited among civilians in Longhua. The majority were under the control of the Armed Forces and Law Enforcement Bureau. The sound of gunfire sparked hope that they might encounter the very authorities they looked up to. Although the gunfire grew closer, it became increasingly sporadic. Soon, through the lenses of the binoculars, Cao Ning discerned the origin of the commotion. Approximately 30 or so individuals clad in tactical gear were desperately sprinting towards their location, occasionally glancing back to fire a shot. Adjusting the binoculars, Cao Ning's eyes widened in disbelief at what he perceived behind them. Monkeys? The number seemed to exceed 70. Had they disturbed a monkey's nest, provoking such relentless pursuit? Yet, with the soldiers drawing nearer, a wave of anxiety washed over Cao Ning. This was a dire predicament. The horde of monkeys was converging upon their position. Primates, with their agile limbs and high intelligence, possess remarkable learning capabilities, making them the most human-like of animals. What's more, these were likely mutated monkeys, their abilities enhanced exponentially. Observing the armed monkeys wielding sticks, kitchen knives, and an array of weapons, Cao Ning could scarcely contain his alarm. This was no ordinary situation. They appeared to be evolving into formidable adversaries. Quickly, break the door down, shouted a few of the faster ones as they approached the bus, raising their hands to smash the entrance. Without inquiring whether anyone was inside, they were intent on breaching the vehicle. Were they to be so brazen? There were people inside. What do you think you're doing? Stop. The soldiers, poised to force their way in, were momentarily stunned by this outcry. They quickly stepped back and caught sight of Cao Ning standing atop the vehicle. Comrade, we apologize, but we are under attack. Please, open the door. Hold on. What's your situation? Have you disturbed a monkey's nest? The soldiers' faces flushed with embarrassment, yet they promptly responded. Comrade, the situation is urgent. We kindly request refuge inside. Who knows who you are? You haven't even introduced yourselves, and you expect me to let you in? Am I some sort of fool? Cao Ning retorted, his tone far from courteous. Comrade, we apologize. We are the Weiqing Armed Forces Rescue Team. And I am Team Leader Li Kuan, said one soldier named Li Kuan, his demeanor respectful and sincere as he presented his military identification. Upon witnessing this, Cao Ning was nearly convinced of their affiliation with the armed forces, yet that did not guarantee their entry. I'm sorry, the bus is full. There are other vehicles behind. You'll have to squeeze in. The group exchanged glances, rendered speechless, but they ceased their protests and hastened towards the back of the bus, soon joined by others who had arrived. Upon observing the first three individuals who had arrived, they sprinted towards the convoy behind the bus. The others followed suit. Similarly, the horde of monkeys swiftly encircled the bus and the convoy. With a series of low growls, Cao Ning felt as if they were hurling insults. The monkeys divided into two factions. One group rushed to the side of the convoy, beginning to smash the windows, while the others set their sights on the bus. Spotting Cao Ning atop the bus, the monkeys, agile in their movements, swiftly ascended to the roof. However, sensing the imposing presence of the man before them, they merely continued to growl without making any aggressive moves. How infuriating. With grievances having their rightful owners, they should direct their ire towards those responsible. After uttering this, Cao Ning gestured towards the convoy behind the bus. Observing his actions, the monkeys atop the bus became agitated, gesturing towards Cao Ning as if feeling provoked. Cao Ning felt a sense of helplessness. Communicating with creatures that could not comprehend human language was utterly futile. Yet, standing idly in the chilling winter while getting drenched by the snow was hardly a viable option. Just then, a monkey, significantly larger than the others, climbed up from below. The other monkeys parted to make way. A monkey king. Witnessing this scene, Cao Ning found it quite amusing, akin to watching a live documentary of the animal kingdom. A few monkeys shouted at the newly arrived king, and his eyes gradually narrowed. After a while, the monkey king emerged, growling a few times at Cao Ning. Can you speak human language? Where am I to find a translator for your words? This is nothing short of ineffective communication. Cao Ning decided not to linger any longer. With a flick of his wrist, a metallic rod appeared in his hand. Get lost. Seeing Cao Ning brandishing the long rod towards them, all the monkeys erupted in chaos, dodging the rod as their cries grew even louder. The leading monkey king, having lost patience, let out a mighty roar and leaped towards Cao Ning. Spotting the monkey king's sharp claws, Cao Ning dared not underestimate the threat. He sidestepped, followed by a swift strike. However, the monkey's agility allowed it to evade the blow. Look at how cocky you are. Let's see how you handle another hit. Cao Ning executed a sweeping strike aimed at the monkey king's head. Unfortunately, it too was dodged. Unyielding, the monkey king pressed on with its assault. In no time, a fierce exchange ensued between man and beast. This monkey was undeniably a third-level mutated specimen. Otherwise, it would not have been able to evade his attacks so effortlessly. Cao Ning was slightly out of breath. Engaging in combat with this monkey necessitated some strategy. Contemplating this, he discreetly readied his capture gun. The sudden appearance of this object intrigued the surrounding monkeys. Their excited demeanor suggested that if they were human, they would undoubtedly exclaim in admiration. Unlike ordinary monkeys, the monkey king exhibited no unnecessary movements, fixating intently on the newly emerged item. It sensed that this entity would bring it peril. However, a beast remains a beast, devoid of patience. With a fierce kick, it charged once more towards Cao Ning. Now was the moment. Cao Ning sidestepped, evading the monkey king, and aimed directly at its back, firing a shot. A colossal net instantaneously enveloped the monkey king and the monkeys nearby. The ensnared monkey king and its companions were filled with terror, desperately clawing at the net that bound them. Such a splendid opportunity was not to be squandered. Cao Ning raised his staff and brought it crashing down upon the monkey king. Now, with nowhere to flee, the monkey king endured several brutal strikes. Curse it! Was the hide of this monkey truly so thick? Undeterred, Cao Ning struck down a few more blows upon the monkeys surrounding the monkey king, resulting in the immediate demise of several ordinary monkeys. The remaining monkeys, not caught in the net, regained their senses and, witnessing their leader ensnared, lunged wildly towards Cao Ning. Chapter 56, Have You Snatched the Monkey King's Wife? Confronted by the suddenly aggressive troop of monkeys, Cao Ning was fully alert. Ordinary monkeys would attack tourists at will. But these were not your average primates. They were mutated, possessing enhanced physiques and intellects. Moreover, monkeys are naturally adept at brawling, and their seemingly chaotic flailing was, in fact, a calculated display of ferocity. Compounding the chaos, the monkey king, ensnared in a trap, roared incessantly, directing the assault on Cao Ning. The situation left him somewhat flustered. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to withstand the risks of being injured, and he retaliated with powerful strikes. Any monkey that came into contact with his makeshift weapon was either severely injured or met its demise. As time progressed, the number of active monkeys atop the vehicle dwindled. The trapped monkey king, visibly agitated, let out a furious roar. The monkeys besieging the convoy abruptly ceased their actions and frantically climbed onto the bus. Damn it! How can they summon reinforcements like this? Just as Cao Ning attempted to catch his breath, he found himself surrounded once more by a fresh wave of monkeys, including 2 second-tier mutated ones. Their fur was a dark red with hints of yellow, suggesting they were on the verge of evolving into third-tier mutations. Cao Ning, wary of the situation, discarded his bent pole and drew his long knife. The glint of the blade caused several lesser mutated monkeys to instinctively retreat a few steps. However, the 2 second-tier mutated monkeys remained steadfast, their gaze fixed on Cao Ning as they emitted low, menacing growls. The other monkeys, reassured by the composure of their second and third in command, began to bark aggressively at Cao Ning, embodying a sense of bravado akin to a wolf hiding behind a tiger. Not one to back down, Cao Ning retaliated with a torrent of curses directed at the monkeys. Though the monkeys did not comprehend his words, the act of venting his pent-up frustrations provided him a brief respite. Despite their relatively low combat prowess, the monkeys were incredibly agile and exhausting to contend with. Thus ensued a fierce exchange of verbal barbs, with both sides engaging in a relentless war of words, each equally matched. Cao Ning found great satisfaction in his outbursts. Although his adversaries did not understand, the release of his suppressed emotions was immensely cathartic. Meanwhile, The Monkey King took advantage of the commotion to gnaw at the trap that bound it. However, the net was too resilient, and its attempts bore no fruit, leading it to gradually concede. Perceiving that Cao Ning was using this moment to regain his strength, the Monkey King let out a thunderous roar, rallying the monkeys to charge at him once more. At this juncture, Cao Ning had recovered a significant portion of his stamina and met the onslaught head-on. After considerable effort, he managed to fell the relentless horde of monkeys. With the monkeys vanquished, he did not pause for rest, but instead approached the trapped Monkey King. Gazing upon the fierce visage of the creature, he wasted no words, swiftly drawing his shotgun and firing several rounds to bring it down. The reason he did not utilize his long knife was simply due to his insufficient level of expertise. The primary weapon proved somewhat inadequate against the third-level mutated beasts. After collecting all the cores from the mutated monkeys, Cao Ning finally sank down to the ground, lighting a white cigarette that released a soothing plume of smoke, instantly easing his mind and body. At that moment, the rear doors of the bus swung open, and a group of soldiers clad in camouflage combat attire descended. Upon witnessing the multitude of corpses strewn about and Cao Ning, drenched in blood, they could not help but swallow hard. "This man is formidable. Comrade, thank you," called out a soldier named Li Kuan as he approached. Cao Ning offered no response, merely casting a sidelong glance at him. "Did you stir up the monkey's nest?" he inquired. "Ah, well, damn. If you disturb their nest, you ought to have the capability to handle the aftermath. Yet here you are, fleeing completely and leaving me to clean up the mess." The thought of it ignited a fury within Cao Ning. He admitted that he had intended to eliminate a few monkeys to procure cores for some women to create gene warrior potions. However, more than that, he had wished to observe the spectacle of humans and monkeys engaging in a chaotic brawl. Little did he expect to find himself in the spotlight. Awakened from a dying dream, the jester turned out to be none other than himself. Damn. A group of soldiers found their faces redden more than the rear of a monkey at Cao Ning's retort. Yet, there was no room for rebuttal, as the facts stood undeniably true. "Comrade, I sincerely apologize. The situation was critical, most of us were injured, and in such a moment." Cao Ning shot Li Kuan a disdainful glance and bluntly replied, "Enough. Next time you concoct a story, think it through thoroughly." Hearing this, Li Kuan's face flushed even more. To be honest, he had also contemplated assisting, but upon seeing the swarm of monkeys outside wielding long guns and short clubs, he had hesitated. Was this the same monkey that would grovel for a piece of bread? They were far too ferocious. Nevertheless, Li Kuan was a seasoned veteran in the army, adhering to the principle that if he remained unembarrassed, then all was well. As Cao Ning finished his cigarette, Li Kuan quickly produced his own and offered it, grinning widely. "Comrade, your external skills are astonishing. Where are you from? Have you considered joining the armed forces? Rest assured, with your abilities, your future will be limitless." Faced with Li Kuan's incessant chatter, Cao Ning felt a headache coming on. Limitless future? Following you to clean up messes? Well, that wouldn't be entirely accurate. Today's circumstances were indeed exceptional. Intrigued by Li Kuan's words, Cao Ning found himself wanting to learn why this group of monkeys was so relentlessly pursuing these individuals. It felt as though they had taken something valuable from the monkeys. "You haven't stolen the Monkey King's wife, have you?" The surviving bystanders who had also disembarked burst into laughter upon hearing Cao Ning's remark, instantly lightening the mood. However, the soldiers led by Li Kuan remained serious, their faces slightly flushed. "No way. You really did steal the Monkey King's wife?" Cao Ning was taken aback, wondering why they would so foolishly provoke the monkeys. Could it be? The apocalypse has arrived, and humanity is set free. The mere thought of such a scene caused Cao Ning to draw a sharp breath. Noticing the disdainful yet sympathetic gaze from Cao Ning, Li Kuan understood that his thoughts had strayed. It was not about stealing a monkey's wife. What could it possibly be? Cao Ning inquired with renewed curiosity. Li Kuan remained silent, casting a discreet glance at a soldier behind him who had his backpack secured against his chest. The soldier understood the unspoken cue and approached, handing the bundle to Li Kuan. Upon opening the bag, Cao Ning beheld its contents and instantly comprehended the situation. Wasn't this akin to the actions of a monkey trafficker? They had stolen a baby monkey, and of course, the mother would fight fiercely to reclaim her offspring. How infuriating it was to realize he had unwittingly become an accomplice. They had annihilated an entire troop of monkeys. Such a heinous act. He nearly wished to slap himself in disbelief. How could he have engaged in such an atrocious deed? It appeared he would have to drown his sorrows in alcohol tonight. Though he wondered about the taste of monkey meat. "Why did you steal it? Did it provoke you?" He sighed. "It was mandated by the higher-ups, claiming it was for research purposes." Li Kuan lamented, feeling helpless. Among the numerous rescue teams in Wei Qing's armed forces, only his squad was sent to capture monkeys. To his dismay, they had lost several brothers on this mission, brothers he had shared countless days and nights with. Just like that, they were gone. What was worse? He had ultimately been rescued by others. Reflecting on these thoughts left him feeling utterly frustrated. Chapter 57. How is the stir-fried bullwhip? Why are you capturing infant monkeys for experiments instead of adult ones? Cao Ning was filled with curiosity. He recalled that in films, the monkeys used for experimentation were typically mature. The sight of these individuals employing newborn monkeys for research left him quite perplexed. Isn't it obvious that the larger monkeys would easily overpower the smaller ones? Li Kuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he spoke. You truly are a remarkable bunch. Cao Ning nearly burst into laughter. Isn't this just a way to take out frustrations on the young ones? Nonetheless, upon witnessing the multitude of mutated monkeys, he began to comprehend the rationale. After all, even he found it somewhat challenging to engage in combat, let alone these ordinary individuals who had yet to evolve into genetic warriors. Even if they were warriors, they were only marginally stronger than the average person. Yet, when faced with these already mutated monkeys, they would still be at a disadvantage. Not to mention the third-tier monkey king. Even the second-tier monkeys would pose a significant threat to these individuals. At this moment, why are you still using monkeys for experiments? Cao Ning sensed an ominous premonition. The secrets of genetic warriors must have been uncovered. With its vast territory and countless talented individuals, Lungwa's researchers, once rescued, would undoubtedly delve into the study of this calamity. The existence of crystal nuclei could not remain concealed for long. However, he was still intrigued to know how far along these individuals had progressed in their research. Li Kuan's expression initially revealed his discomfort, but it quickly returned to normal. He glanced around cautiously and whispered, however, I heard from the department that experts have made significant discoveries and are now urging people to collect the brains and nuclei of zombies and various animals. You know about brain nuclei, right? Of course, you do. They are precisely what you just collected. With that, Li Kuan gestured towards the mutated monkeys with their skulls hollowed out. And then what? What specific discovery was made? I'm not entirely sure. They only mentioned a significant discovery and urged us to bring back as many brain nuclei as possible during our rescue missions. Cao Ning nodded subtly, maintaining his composure. It appeared that these experts had uncovered the secret of the crystal nuclei, at least recognizing that they contained energy and that the components differed between humans and animals. Once everything was clarified, the state would undoubtedly deploy more potent weapons to seek out these elements. Cao Ning felt a tightening in his chest. He needed to quicken his pace. Regardless of whether the genetic warrior serum would become widespread in the future, he must always remain ahead of the curve. At that moment, Li Kuan leaned in closer, a look of eager flattery on his face. Brother, I haven't yet asked for your esteemed surname. Please, just call me Cao. Cao brother. I can tell from your accent that you're also from Weiqing. Cao Ning nodded, unsure of Li Kuan's intentions. Would it be possible for us to negotiate? Could you provide me with some of these monkeys' brain nuclei? Of course, I'm not asking for it for free. If you need anything in return, just let me know. As long as it doesn't violate any principles. Upon hearing this, Cao Ning immediately understood, scrutinizing Li Kuan for a moment before responding, what I desire would violate principles. No problem. That one work. Li Kuan was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Brother Cao, I too hail from Weiqing. We are of the same kin. Please lend a hand. My brothers have perished in the field, and I have but a mere monkey cub to return with. I am truly ashamed to face our people. Noticing the sorrow etched on Li Kuan's face, Cao Ning stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before speaking. It is not out of the question for me to provide you with some crystal cores. Really? I cannot thank you enough, brother. Li Kuan was momentarily taken aback by the mention of crystal cores, but soon realized the two terms essentially referred to the same thing. Yet, in the face of dire circumstances, he could hardly afford to be choosy. Receiving them was what mattered. Do not be too hasty in your joy. I can indeed provide you with some crystal cores, but what can you offer me in return? What can I offer you? Brother Cao, do tell. Guns. Bullets. Cannons. Bombs. Brother Cao, do not jest about cannons. Even guns are out of the question. You know as well as I do that such things are prohibited amongst the populace in our nation. Cao Ning waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, times have changed. In the face of such calamity, one must possess something for self-defense. Li Kuan scrutinized Cao Ning closely, sensing an air of arrogance. Brother Cao, I cannot provide you with that, however. However what? You could join the armed forces. Once you enlist, you will have access to firearms. You can choose from the armory at your leisure. Brother Cao, consider joining the Weiqing armed forces. The opportunities here are boundless. And your talents shall not go unnoticed. Cao Ning rolled his eyes at Li Kuan's suggestion, feeling that he was far more suited for a life of swindling than military service. A coward with a loose tongue. What if I wish to live off others' efforts? That would be quite impractical. Then there is nothing more to discuss. With that, Cao Ning brushed off his trousers and prepared to leave. Li Kuan's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly grasped Cao Ning's arm. his face a mask of eagerness. Brother Cao, I truly cannot provide a firearm. There are principles to uphold. Let us be practical. Aside from that, what do you desire? What do I desire? As Cao Ning's eyes darted about, Li Kuan felt a tightening in his chest. He knew well what men covet: money, power, women, perhaps a lofty ideal thrown in for good measure. Yet, in these desperate times, ideals hold no weight. Mere survival eclipses all else. Money now resembles little more than scrap paper. As for power, he would not even entertain joining the armed forces. Thus, only women remained. The armed forces sanctuary housed numerous women, but such matters must be consensual. He could not stoop to abduction. Suddenly, a light flickered in his mind, as if an idea had struck him. Brother, are you in search of women? Woman? Seeing Cao Ning's momentary surprise, Li Kuan felt he had hit the nail on the head. He glanced around cautiously and whispered, "You know of the establishment on Whitehorse Street? They recently collaborated with us for a rescue operation, and there are numerous women there, of all kinds, including foreigners." "Indeed, you seem quite knowledgeable. Have you been there?" Seeing the lewd expression on Li Kuan's face, Cao Ning couldn't help but chuckle. "Do not speak nonsense. Previously, I accompanied the Enforcement Bureau on several occasions. How is it? You may choose freely among those foreign ladies inside. As for our own people, should they wish to accompany you, it matters not the number, they are all yours." Before Cao Ning could utter a word, the bus window slid open. "Dear, what would you like to eat tonight?" Upon seeing several stunningly beautiful women through the window, Li Kuan was momentarily taken aback. Are they celestial beings? They surpassed the women from the White Horse Club by countless degrees. Let's have hot pot. All right then, how about some stir-fried beef tendon as well? That seems unnecessary. Cao Ning couldn't help but shiver. It was likely that Li Kuan's earlier remarks had been overheard by the women, and although they wore warm and considerate smiles, their gazes towards him were decidedly unwelcoming. "Are you sure you don't want to eat?" No, let's just have hot pot." Very well then, dear, come back soon." With that, Su Xiaowen pulled the window shut. While the bus window provided a semblance of privacy through the system, he could still see that the women remained motionless by the window. A sense of righteousness filled Cao Ning's expression as he patted Li Kuan's shoulder and said, "I'm not into that." "Huh? Oh, yes, it was my oversight." Li Kuan snapped back to reality. Reflecting on the exquisite women he had just seen, he gazed at Cao Ning with envy. Not into that, yet there are so many beauties in the vehicle, particularly the pair of twins. You truly are incorrigible. Just then, a whimpering sound emanated from Li Kuan's backpack. Cao Ning's eyes brightened as he asked with a smile, "Is this little creature male or female?" Chapter 58. Acquiring 5 mutated monkey offspring, both male and female. What's the matter? Li Kuan was taken aback by the news and instinctively remarked, "Isn't there just one offspring in your bag? Is this creature hermaphroditic? Wong, come over here." As soon as Li Kuan finished speaking, 4 soldiers, each cradling a bag, approached. "Here, there are all kinds, both male and female." Cao Ning took a glance and indeed, there was a mutated monkey offspring in each bag. Moreover, 2 of the monkeys had fur that had turned a vibrant orange. "Did you steal these monkeys?" More or less. We left behind a few that were already dead." "Goodness," Cao Ning exclaimed. "No wonder the monkey troop is relentlessly pursuing you. You've effectively left them bereft of their lineage." Fortunately, the mutated beasts were not particularly formidable at this stage. If they were to evolve into more advanced forms in the near future, these individuals would undoubtedly be unable to return. The deceased monkeys had likely failed to undergo mutation. Mutation, after all, is a matter of probability, much like humanity today. Some individuals transformed into zombies from the onset, while others remained normal. However, mutated beasts differ from zombies. A zombie bite can infect others, turning them into zombies, while mutated beasts evolve into species akin to gene warriors. Their physical capabilities are far superior, yet they retain their intellect and instincts. How about this? Since you desire the crystal cores, let us exchange them for the monkey offspring. Upon hearing Cao Ning's proposition, Li Kuan readily agreed. Their task was to collect the crystal cores from mutated monkeys, given that they were unable to confront the larger monkeys. Acquiring these offspring was a necessity. To be honest, if he were to return without the crystal cores and with stolen offspring, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Only he knew how he ascended to the position of leader. Before the apocalypse, he was merely a clerk in the propaganda department of the armed forces. But he aspired to reach a higher rank and join a combat unit. Thus, he leveraged family connections to secure a position within the combat unit. Who would have anticipated that shortly after, disaster would strike? His original captain perished at the hands of zombies during a rescue mission, and by virtue of rank, he was thrust into a leadership role. Today marked his first solo mission as a team leader, and he was determined to fulfill the assigned task to achieve commendable results and to silence his critics. Now that Cao Ning suggested using the monkey offspring in exchange for crystal cores, he was indeed eager to comply. Regardless of the origins of the crystal cores, bringing them back was a testament to his competence. All right, Brother Cao, how shall we proceed with this exchange? Cao Ning stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, since we are brothers, I cannot let you suffer a loss. How about 4 crystal cores in exchange for 2 monkey offspring? 2 crystal cores for 1 offspring? Isn't that a bit insufficient, Brother Cao? Could you perhaps sweeten the deal? I will give you all of these. All of them. Li Kuan glanced around and pulled Cao Ning aside, whispering, Brother Cao, as your senior, I dare to call you little brother. To speak frankly between us, my mission only requires the crystal cores. The little monkeys are actually dispensable for this task. Brother, you must assist me. If you ever need my help in the future, just give me a shout. If I am unable to assist, my father is the deputy commander of the armed forces in the provincial city. Cao Ning was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this loquacious individual possessed such significant connections. However, he was not concerned about being deceived, for such matters were not typically trifled with, especially by someone from the military. Initially, he only sought the 2 monkeys that had evolved into first-level mutated beasts. He had just perused the system shop, where he discovered loyalty potions for taming beasts. Naturally, the price of these potions varied depending on the level of the mutated beasts. Yet, when injected into their blood, these loyalty potions could ensure absolute fidelity from the mutated beasts. Through his recent battle with the adult mutated monkeys, Cao Ning realized their formidable combat prowess. Their coordinated attacks and defenses made them exceptionally skilled in group confrontations. The monkeys in his bag were still young. By nurturing them from an early age and administering the loyalty potion, they would undoubtedly become a significant force for him in the future, serving as guardians for his women. After all, animals can often be more dependable than humans. Moreover, the evolution of mutated beasts was straightforward and rather brutal. They simply needed to consume 10 crystal cores from beasts of the same rank to evolve, without the need for any concoctions. Additionally, they were not picky eaters, readily accepting whatever food was available, or even hunting other mutated beasts if necessary, making it quite economical. He had initially thought it would be commendable to acquire 2 monkeys from Li Kuan, yet he was astonished to learn that he could have them all. Brotherly. I actually only wanted 2 monkeys for my wife to have some amusement and pass the time. However, since you have offered more, as a younger brother, I shall certainly accommodate your request. Li Kuan was delighted by this response, feeling that he could get along well with this person. Not only was he formidable in strength, but he was also articulate. Well then, brother, you have a total of 5 monkeys. How about 3 crystal cores for each? Li Kuan paused, feeling that Cao Ning's offer was somewhat low and did not meet his expectations, especially since many of his comrades had perished on this expedition. Just as he was about to negotiate for a higher price, Cao Ning continued, Of course, since Brotherly regards me as a brother, I shall add an additional 5 crystal cores. Seeing the resolute gaze in Cao Ning's eyes, Li Kuan understood that this was the highest price he would receive. Nonetheless, exchanging 5 monkeys for 20 crystal cores was still acceptable. All right, thank you, Brother Cao. However, I have one more request. Could you spare me some monkey corpses? Just 20 would suffice. Cao Ning waved his hand generously and replied, Feel free to take as many monkey corpses as you like. I have no use for them. Haha. Thank you, brother. I don't need that many. Just 20 will do, so I can report back satisfactorily. Upon witnessing Cao Ning's spirited demeanor, Li Kuan felt a surge of joy as well. He produced a cigarette and offered one to Cao Ning, and together they indulged in a moment of camaraderie over a shared smoke. By the way, Brotherly, I would like to inquire whether your armed department has welcomed many survivors these days. Indeed, quite a number, around several thousand, if I recall correctly. Why do you ask? Have you been unable to locate your family? Yes, my sister-in-law. We have been away for some time and just returned to Weiqing yesterday. After searching our home thoroughly, we could not find her. Neighbors who survived mentioned that she went to the Lianxing Mall when the disaster struck. We went to investigate, but the place was overrun with zombies. Yet, we found neither the living nor the dead, which leaves one feeling quite unsettled. What is your sister-in-law's name? Wong Luoyu. Li Kuan rubbed his forehead and exhaled a puff of smoke. Wong Luoyu? I don't believe I've heard of her, but there is no need to fret excessively. At the onset of the disaster, our rescue teams ventured into Lianxing Mall. At that time, the number of zombies was still manageable, and they managed to save some civilians. You could check the survivor records at the department. If we cannot find her through that, we shall devise another plan. Chapter 59. Cao Ning, are you a devil? What is this, brother? Upon seeing Cao Ning holding several black backpacks, Su Xiaowen and the others quickly gathered around. Hee, good stuff. With that, Cao Ning placed the backpacks on the table and opened them one by one. Oh my, is that a monkey? How adorable. Sister, look. This little monkey has golden fur. Is this a golden snub-nosed monkey? It resembles those from the zoo. As they beheld the baby monkeys nestled within the backpacks, the hearts of the women were utterly melted. Having lived for so long, it was their first time encountering monkeys so closely, especially such young ones. Brother, are these for us? Su Xiaowen clung to Cao Ning's arm, her face alight with excitement. Wang Luoxue, Zhang Lan, and Zhang Wei also looked up at Cao Ning, their eyes brimming with uncontainable enthusiasm. Well, sort of. How about we have these for dinner tonight? Are you looking forward to it? Upon hearing this, the women's eyes widened in shock. The thought of eating those little monkeys sent a wave of terror through them. Is he truly a devil? How could such adorable creatures be dinner? Brother, please don't eat the baby monkeys. They are too cute to be eaten. Honey, let's raise them instead. We could play with them. Yes, yes. Cao Ning, if you find it troublesome, we can take care of them. Reluctant to consume the little monkeys, the women continuously pleaded with Cao Ning to spare them. Seeing their expressions, Cao Ning couldn't help but chuckle, though he feigned reluctance as he said, "These 5 little monkeys mean 5 mouths to feed. They will consume quite a bit of food. What will we do once they are gone?" Upon hearing this, the women's faces fell. They understood the precarious world they were in. Food would undoubtedly become the most difficult and precious resource to acquire. The supplies on the bus were collected by Cao Ning at great risk to himself. Compared to 5 little monkeys, his safety was paramount. They did not wish to increase his peril for the sake of a few animals. Yet, the thought of those adorable monkeys becoming food weighed heavily on their hearts. With tears welling in her eyes, Su Xiaowen's cheeks glistened with glistening droplets. The other women were not faring much better, their own eyes reddening. Cao Ning realized he had gone too far with his jest, and quickly wrapped them in his embrace. "I was only teasing. These little monkeys are indeed for you. Look at you all, so easily startled by a joke." Upon hearing this, their faces brightened once more, with her eyes still glistening. Su Xiaowen sobbed as she playfully hit Cao Ning's chest. "Brother, you scared me to death. I thought you really intended to eat the baby monkeys." Suddenly, Cao Ning felt a grip tighten around his neck as he met the furious gaze of Wong Luoxue. In the future, if such jokes are made again, a fiery stir-fry of bull's penis is inevitable. Upon hearing Wong Luoxue's words, the others felt a flush rise to their cheeks, their eyes sparkling with an enigmatic glint. Cao Ning couldn't help but shiver slightly, but soon found himself somewhat intrigued. It seemed that life ahead would undoubtedly be quite splendid. "All right, henceforth, such jesting shall be a regular occurrence." "Ah, no, perhaps not." Upon hearing Cao Ning's assurance, the group cast him a sidelong glance before turning their attention to teasing a small monkey. "All right, each of you choose one, but don't hold them just yet. They've just been brought back from the zoo and are rather dirty. I'll go fetch a cage." With that, Cao Ning made his way to the storage compartment at the back of the vehicle. Currently, the baby monkeys were quite small, and it was uncertain whether they could be bathed. However, considering their size, it would be prudent to wait until they grow a bit larger. Despite their mutations, such tiny creatures could hardly be robust. If they were to be bathed now and met a tragic demise, it would certainly not be worth it. He recalled earlier at the Wong City department store, where he had raided a pet shop filled with cages and pet supplies. Although he was unsure if dog or cat food would be suitable, monkeys are omnivorous creatures, so it seemed plausible. Nevertheless, at this stage, they should still be drinking milk. Thus, he would need to prepare some cow or goat milk. These little ones seemed unaware of how to relieve themselves, so he would need to tend to their excretions as well. The thought of all this made his head spin. It felt as if he were bringing home several little ancestors. However, seeing Xiaowen and the others so jubilant made it all worthwhile. As for the hassle, that depended on the patience of these individuals. By the time Cao Ning returned, the others had already selected their favored little monkeys. "Brother, there's one yellow-haired monkey left. It's for you." Observing the 2 small yellow monkeys before Su Xiaowen, Cao Ning nodded with a smile. These 2, despite their diminutive size, were classified as level 1 mutated beasts, and their potential should be promising. As long as you all are pleased, that's what matters. I'll set up the cage. There are some pet supplies in the storage room, so choose wisely so that nothing gets mixed up. Hearing this, the group eagerly made their way towards the storage room, while Cao Ning began assembling the cage. Though the monkeys were small now, their energy was boundless. Thus the cage needed to be spacious. By modifying several large dog cages, he fashioned a connected little domicile. Fortunately, the bus had been expanded, allowing ample space. Otherwise, there would have been nowhere to place them. Once the cage was complete, Su Xiaowen and the others emerged from the storage room. Each of them held soft mats, small bowls, and other items ready to adorn the little monkey's cozy abode. Before long, the monkey's dwelling was prepared, and placing the little creatures inside brought a sense of accomplishment to everyone. "Have you all named the little monkeys yet?" Cao Ning inquired, observing the women chattering excitedly as they played with the small monkeys. "Brother, we've named them all. Mine is Ning Ning, Sister Luoxiwei S is OO. Sister Lan S is AIAI, and Sister Wei S is NINI. Cao Ning chuckled upon hearing this. The names were rather delightful. At least they hadn't resorted to names like Dog Egg or Little Egg. Now I need to think of a name for mine. Brother. We've already come up with one for you too. It's Chow Chow. Chow Chow? What kind of name is that? Chow Chow, Ning Ning, AIAI. A few names for the little monkeys came to mind, and Cao Ning paused in surprise. Cao Ning, I love you? He chuckled. Brother, what do you think? Sounds nice, right? Now, these little ones have become part of our family, so their names must be related to you as the head of the household. Haha, I think it sounds delightful. Cao Ning watched as the others laughed heartily, shaking his head in amusement. Names are trivial, as long as it brings joy to my woman. It matters not. After tidying up the little monkey's nest, they cleaned the surroundings and then settled onto the sofa to rest. Brother, where shall we go now? Are we heading to the Armed Forces Department? Yes, we must pay a visit to the Armed Forces Department. Is it because of those survivors? Not entirely. Then what else? Upon hearing Su Xiaowen's inquiry, the others turned their attention to Cao Ning. Earlier, I spoke with Li Kuan, the leader of a rescue team at the Armed Forces Department. He mentioned that when the disaster first struck, their team had been to Lianshan Mall and rescued numerous survivors. Wong Luoxiwei immediately became animated, trembling slightly as she asked, Darling, are you saying there's news about my sister from the Armed Forces Department? It's uncertain for now. We must investigate further. However, if there is even the slightest glimmer of hope, we cannot afford to give up. Chapter 60. Entering the Weiqing shelter. Although the Weiqing armed forces are situated within the confines of Weiqing, there remains a considerable distance from the urban area. Normally, the journey by car would take approximately half an hour. However, Cao Ning and his companions found themselves traversing the route on foot for over an hour. This delay was not due to the bus's inability to move swiftly, but rather because the soldiers leading the way were executing a mission. Their vehicle had already been destroyed by a horde of mutated monkeys. Consequently, they were sharing a vehicle with the survivors. Moreover, the survivors' vehicle had been severely damaged prior to exiting the city, necessitating multiple repairs along the way, which consumed a significant amount of time. Fortunately, they encountered few zombies during their journey, likely due to the armed forces' regular rescue operations that had cleared this area of the undead. Cao Ning, unhurried, drove leisurely behind, taking the opportunity to observe his surroundings. As the convoy approached the garrison of the armed forces, the appearance of the shelter gradually came into view. Upon seeing the makeshift shelter, Cao Ning could not help but gasp in astonishment. In such a short span of time, a wall of such impressive scale had been constructed. Judging by the vehicles parked beneath the wall, it was estimated to be at least 4 meters tall. It seems that the moniker of infrastructure fanatic was well-deserved. However, the snow obscured the materials used in its construction. Yet, merely from its exterior, it appeared remarkably formidable. Truly, this showcased the strength of the nation. The convoy soon arrived at the base of the wall, where Cao Ning noticed a group of soldiers emerging from a small building adjacent to the main gate. Li Kuan, seated in the lead vehicle, also disembarked, engaging in conversation. However, due to the distance, Cao Ning could not discern the specifics of their dialogue. Fortunately, it was not long before the duty soldiers dispersed, directing the survivors to disembark for inspection. Meanwhile, Li Kuan approached with a military officer. Chow, let me introduce you. This is Captain Wong Lin of the Weiqing Armed Forces Security Battalion. Hello, Comrade Chow. Upon seeing Wong Lin extend his hand, Cao Ning reciprocated warmly. Captain Wong, a pleasure to meet you. Just now, Captain Li briefed me on the situation during your journey. I appreciate your assistance, Comrade Chow. It was merely a small effort. We are all one family, military and civilian alike. Wong Lin assessed Cao Ning with a friendly demeanor, adding, regardless, I must thank you. I understand from Captain Li that you are here for your family, correct? Yes, my sister-in-law was at the Lianshan Mall when the disaster first struck. Wong Lin nodded and glanced at the bus behind Cao Ning. Comrade Chow, how many individuals are aboard your vehicle? Can they disembark? There are 5 of us, including myself. Is there a problem? Please don't misunderstand. For everyone's safety, all individuals entering the camp must undergo inspection. This is to prevent any infected individuals from infiltrating. Cao Ning understood Wong Lin's reasoning. After all, this was a necessary measure for the security of the camp. Upon returning to the vehicle, several women gathered around him. Brother, are we going to get off? Cao Ning glanced at the group and remarked with a smile, well, it's just a routine inspection to check for any signs of zombie infection. Please put on your clothes and let us descend together. Upon hearing this, the others hurriedly returned to find their attire. When Wong Lin observed the women disembarking from the vehicle, he was momentarily captivated. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, refraining from any inappropriate actions. Noticing the rosy complexions and vibrant appearances of the women, Wong Lin felt a sense of admiration. It was evident that Cao Ning was no ordinary individual. He had managed to care for these four women remarkably well. In recent days, numerous female survivors had arrived at the shelter, including those who were once wealthy entrepreneurs or affluent socialites, yet none exhibited the vitality of these women. After conducting a brief inspection and finding no anomalies, Wong Lin waved his hand and said, "All right, thank you for your assistance, Comrade Cao. Let us proceed to the camp." Upon hearing Wong Lin's words, Cao Ning expressed his gratitude and boarded the bus with the women. With Wong Lin and Li Kuan leading the way, they encountered no obstacles. This evoked envy among the survivors who were undergoing scrutiny by the soldiers. Despite arriving together, the disparity in treatment was striking. However, reflecting on Cao Ning's extraordinary combat prowess against the mutated monkey horde, many felt reassured. If they possessed such abilities, they would likely be even more esteemed. "Brother Cao, please park the bus beside that military vehicle. The space is ample." Under Li Kuan's direction, Cao Ning parked the bus next to several large military trucks. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, Cao Ning chose not to let everyone disembark this time, only bringing Wang Luoxue along. "Brother, Sister Luoxue, please ensure your safety. Rest assured. Just stay in the vehicle and don't come out unless necessary. Call me if you need anything." "All right, brother. Return soon." Cao Ning nodded and descended with Wang Luoxue. Seeing the imposing armored military truck parked beside them, Cao Ning felt a pang of envy. It exuded a commanding presence. If his bus could be transformed into something akin to this, it would undoubtedly be the most impressive long-distance bus in the world. He patted the truck's sturdy chassis and playfully inquired, "Old brother, is this vehicle for sale?" "Ahem. Weren't you heading to check on the survivor information? Let us go." "Come now, I was merely jesting. I could indeed purchase it. And here I thought of you as my brother. How our bond seems to have diminished. You only seek me out when you need crystal cores. Brother, how can you say such things? I'm not that kind of person. This is merely a matter of principle." Cao Ning rolled his eyes at this remark and chose not to respond further. Once the topic of weaponry arose, the individual became quite reticent. "Haha, let us proceed. I shall lead you to the survivors' quarters." Despite Li Kuan's many flaws, his eloquence was commendable. He spoke endlessly about the shelter, as if he had been involved in its construction from the very beginning. According to Li Kuan, the shelter was not yet fully completed. When finished, it would encompass a rectangular area measuring 400 meters by 400 meters. Approximately 160,000 square meters would constitute a level 1 shelter, capable of accommodating up to 100,000 survivors. However, the existing wall materials can only enclose the armed forces headquarters and a portion of the temporary area, and it will take some time before everything is fully constructed. The temporary area serves to accommodate survivors from Weiqing and its surrounding regions, to ensure the safety of the weapons and equipment. The armed forces headquarters and the survivors' quarters are separated by a wall. Currently, there are over 3,000 personnel in the armed forces and nearly 5,000 survivors. Along the way, Cao Ning observed the construction of the wall. The exterior is made of the kind of metal sheeting used at construction sites, while the interior comprises concrete pipes filled with sand and soil to support the metal structure. Wooden planks are laid on top, allowing soldiers to patrol back and forth. Many areas are still under construction, with both soldiers and survivors engaged in labor. "Brother, are we really letting these people work?" Li Kuan remarked, shaking his head as he glanced at the survivors who appeared to be idling. This predicament was unavoidable. With the main force deployed on external missions, the camp was short-staffed, necessitating the recruitment of survivors for labor. Although these individuals may not be particularly efficient, any assistance is better than none. "Surely they must be compensated for their labor?" Cao Ning inquired. "Absolutely. Without compensation, we wouldn't be able to recruit anyone," Li Kuan affirmed. Intrigued, Cao Ning urged Li Kuan to elaborate. When these individuals arrived, they brought nothing with them, no food, drink, or clothing. "Our camp's resources are also stretched thin, unable to support such a large number. So we can only offer supplies as payment. For a day's work, they receive 5 kilograms of rice and 5 kilograms of vegetables. Those who prefer not to take vegetables can exchange them for half a kilogram of meat." Cao Ning nodded in agreement, feeling that this arrangement was quite reasonable. At the very least, they would have enough to eat, and the safety here is far superior to the uncertainty of surviving outside with intermittent meals. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance to the survivors' quarters, where armed soldiers stood guard, saluting upon recognizing Li Kuan. After exchanging greetings, Li Kuan led Cao Ning and Wang Luoxue inside. Chapter 61. If he causes you trouble, feel free to strike. Upon entering the survivors' encampment, Cao Ning was pleasantly surprised. Contrary to his expectations of disarray and filth, the place exuded an air of neatness. Rows of military tents were meticulously arranged, and numerous trash bins lined the pathways. Even the makeshift utility poles did not create a sense of chaos. Brother Cao, our survivor camp is rather impressive, isn't it? Li Kuan said with a hint of pride, noticing Cao Ning's momentary astonishment. Yes, it truly differs from my expectations. The shelters in those foreign disaster films often resemble pigsties. Cao Ning responded. Huh, how can they compare to us? We have contingency plans in place, and when disaster strikes, our wartime supplies are immediately mobilized. It's just that this calamity has been overwhelming. Most people have transformed into zombies overnight. As Li Kuan spoke, a trace of sorrow crept into his voice, as if he carried the weight of a significant loss amidst the chaos. Enough. Since it has happened, let us face it with composure. Worrying excessively serves no purpose. Cao Ning reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Indeed, my brother speaks wisely. We must keep looking forward. Calm. The survivor management office is just ahead. With that, Li Kuan, his eyes glistening, strode purposefully ahead. Noticing the tension in his arm, Cao Ning glanced at Wong Luoxue, who also had red-rimmed eyes. It's all right. No matter what, I will always be by your side, she said, tightening her grip on Cao Ning's arm and resting her head on his shoulder. With Cao Ning beside her, she felt an infinite sense of security and the courage to confront anything. Before long, guided by Li Kuan, Cao Ning and Wong Luoxue arrived at a large military tent. A sign above the entrance read, Weiqing Armed Forces Shelter Survivor Registration Office. On either side stood large notice boards adorned with numerous missing person posters and recruitment information for the shelter. Many individuals were gathered before the boards, searching for information of relevance to them. A disheveled woman with bloodshot eyes clutched a family portrait, asking everyone if they had seen her husband and child, evoking deep sympathy. Alas, that woman is indeed unfortunate. We rescued her. When we found them, her husband and child had already been bitten by zombies. In a desperate attempt to save her, her husband jumped with the child. When she awoke, she had lost her sanity. Li Kuan's eyes glimmered with tears, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, Wong Luoxue buried her face in Cao Ning's chest, weeping uncontrollably, while Cao Ning could do nothing but offer comfort. The sight of that woman stirred a poignant ache within him. Witnessing a loved one leap to their death before one's eyes is a burden that no soul should have to bear. After a while, Wong Luoxue began to regain her composure, though she continued to sob softly. My dearest, should any misfortune befall you, I would not wish to continue living. Oh, you silly fool, what nonsense are you speaking? Such a thing will never occur. We still have a future ahead of us, with dreams of a little one to nurture and watch grow into adulthood. Therefore, we must cherish our lives. Yes, we must truly cherish our lives. As he held the delicate figure of Wong Luoxue, Cao Ning's hand instinctively formed a fist. Upon our return, I must ensure my beloved receives the Gene Warrior Serum. Initially, I had planned to wait until I had gathered enough crystal cores to purchase the loyalty serum. However, for 4 individuals, 20,000 crystal cores are required. Who knows how long that will take to collect? During this time, I cannot guarantee that no accidents will occur. I shall administer her the level 1 Gene Warrior Serum first, and then we can practice marksmanship. At the very least, she must possess some means of self-defense. Let us proceed inside. As they spoke, the two followed Li Kuan into the military tent designated for survivor registration. Upon entering, they were met with a crowd. There were far more people inside than outside, and the bulletin boards were filled with an abundance of missing person notices. Captain Li, you have arrived. At that moment, a formally dressed young man hurriedly approached Li Kuan and his companions. This was Director Sun, the head of the registration office. This is my younger brother, Cao Ning. And this is my sister-in-law. We are here today to search for someone. Li Kuan introduced them succinctly. Upon learning that Cao Ning was a friend of Captain Li, Director Sun's demeanor brightened. Since you are a friend of Captain Li, you are one of us. Please, follow me. He gestured for them to move ahead. Cao Ning felt an immediate dislike for Director Sun. He had noticed a fleeting glimmer of possessiveness in the young man's gaze directed at Wong Luoxue. Though it was quickly concealed, it had not escaped his notice. Li Kuan, perceiving Cao Ning's discontent, leaned in and whispered. His father was formerly the second-in-command in Weiqing and is now the administrator of this survivor camp. Pay him no mind. If he troubles you, feel free to retaliate. Cao Ning nodded, remaining silent. He cared not for the lineage of this man. Should he display any undue behavior, he would not hesitate to take action. Director Sun approached a desk and addressed a young woman behind it. Xiao Wang, put aside what you are doing and assist me in locating someone. He then turned back to Cao Ning with a smile. Brother Cao, may I inquire the name of the person you are searching for and their place of origin? Wang Liu, residing at the number 1 mansion in the Eastern District. The young woman, referred to as Xiao Wang, immediately began typing on her keyboard. Wang Liu, I apologize, but there is currently no resident at number 1 mansion by that name. Upon hearing the absence of information regarding her sister, Wong Luoxue's eyes turned red. and she could no longer contain herself, leaning into Cao Ning's embrace and weeping softly. This sensation was akin to a roller coaster, just when hope had begun to bloom. It was abruptly dashed. The sight of Wong Luoxue, tear-streaked and sorrowful, caused Director Sun to swallow hard with desire. He wished fervently that he could swap places with Cao Ning, to hold this beauty in his arms instead. However, he soon felt a chill. The man named Cao Ning had a piercing gaze fixed intently upon him. He instinctively recoiled, hastily concealing his longing look, and turned to the young man operating the computer, saying, "Xiao Wang, please conduct a thorough investigation, leave no stone unturned." Before long, Xiao Wang looked up at the group again and stated, "Director Sun, there is indeed no one named Wong Luoyu residing at number 1 mansion." Before Director Sun could respond, Cao Ning interjected, "When the disaster struck, she was at Lianshan Shopping Mall. Can this be investigated?" "All right, I will look into it," replied Xiao Wang, resuming his typing. Soon, he lifted his gaze towards Cao Ning and shook his head. Still no results. There is no one named Wang Luoyu among the survivors rescued from Lianshan Shopping Mall. Hearing the sobs of Wang Luoxue in his arms, Cao Ning gently caressed her back, offering continuous comfort. "However, you might consider seeking out the survivors from Lianshan Shopping Mall. Since Wang Luoyu was there during the incident, perhaps someone among them has seen her." Upon hearing Xiao Wang's words, Cao Ning's eyes lit up. Regardless, this could be a lead. Where are these survivors now? Let me check. The survivors from Lianshan Shopping Mall are currently in tents numbered 16 to 32 in Zone B. Armed with this information, Cao Ning promptly expressed his gratitude to Xiao Wang. "Thank you very much." "No need for thanks, it is my duty," replied Xiao Wang. Cao Ning then gently patted Wang Luoxue and softly said, "Let us go search for those survivors. Perhaps someone has seen Liu." "All right, I'll follow your lead." Cao Ning turned to Li Kuan and said, "Brother, I would appreciate it if you could guide us." "Haha, it's no trouble at all." Li Kuan waved his hand dismissively. Just as the group had taken a few steps away from the registration desk, Director Sun caught up with them from behind. "Captain Li, Brother Cao, allow me to accompany you. I am familiar with this area." Chapter 62. Only with a firm fist can one hold authority. As Cao Ning fixed his gaze intently upon him, Director Sun instinctively took a step back. "Cao, Brother Cao, what are you doing?" A flicker of unease crossed Sun's mind. Had his intentions been discovered? Surely not. He had not been that overt in his demeanor. He merely wished to befriend that enchanting woman. Or rather, to seek her guidance. There was no need for such a piercing look directed at him. "Director Sun, I appreciate your goodwill, but there is no need to trouble yourself with leading the way." "Ah, it's nothing. You are newcomers here, still unfamiliar with the survivors. If I delay your matters any further." Seeing Director Sun persist, Cao Ning furrowed his brow and strode confidently before him, whispering, "Director Sun, I trust some matters need not be spelled out in detail. Before undertaking certain actions, one must first contemplate whether they possess the capacity to bear the consequences." With that, Cao Ning lightly patted his shoulder. Although it appeared merely a gentle gesture, Sun felt an overwhelming pressure, causing him to stumble and fall to his knees. "Director Sun, such a grand gesture. I have no red envelopes to offer you." Despite the warm smile adorning Cao Ning's face to Director Sun, the man before him resembled a devil. The sharp pain radiating from his shoulder made it abundantly clear that this individual was not akin to the easily manipulated survivors. He was not someone Sun could contend with. As a scion of privilege, Sun's thoughts were often consumed with indulgence in the exploitation of power for personal gain. While women were indeed one of his passions, when faced with the prospect of his own life and livelihood, he could readily relinquish that desire. He sensed that in Cao Ning's eyes, not only was he insignificant, but perhaps even his father would be regarded with disdain. From a young age, his father had instilled in him 2 vital principles. The first, if you cannot win, join them. Do not hastily make enemies. If you seek to reclaim your honor, you must strike decisively at the opportune moment, ensuring your adversary has no chance for retaliation. Otherwise, refrain from action entirely. The second principle was to learn patience and humility. This was no longer the society of old. The era of pen pushers had faded. Now, it was the one with the strongest fist who wielded the power of voice. Once, his father had been so full of vigor, commanding respect and Wei Qing, yet now, before the captain of an armed unit, he had to bow and smile. Why? Because that man held a weapon, ensuring his safety and survival. As Director Sun pondered how to navigate this conflict, Cao Ning broke the silence. "Director Sun, the registration office appears quite busy. Should you not return to oversee matters?" "Ah, yes, indeed. Brother Cao, I shall not intrude any longer. Should any issues arise, feel free to call upon me. I still possess some influence here." Cao Ning nodded with a smile and refrained from further comment. Awkwardly, Director Sun mustered the strength to rise, exchanged a brief word with Li Kuan, and hastily retreated to the tent. Cao Laudi, it is indeed you. Just now, I witnessed that coward nearly soiling himself. Haha. Well, do not underestimate Director Sun. These second-generation individuals are not to be taken lightly. They possess the ability to adapt and endure, and who knows, they may become significant figures in the future. Li Kuan chuckled and nodded, refraining from further comment. He was well aware of the true nature of Director Sun, a cunning individual akin to his father. Although he had his fair share of flaws, he demonstrated considerable insight into the prevailing circumstances. This brief interlude did not consume much time. Under Li Kuan's guidance, they arrived at tent number 16 in Area B. At that moment, it was lunchtime, and many were busy preparing meals in the makeshift kitchen outside the tent. Of course, the armed department had a dining hall, but one had to exchange supplies for meal tickets. However, the majority of these survivors had been rescued from the outside. They had nothing to eat, and even their clothing consisted solely of what they wore. Fortunately, the armed department had ample wartime supplies, distributing essential items and military overcoats to each survivor. As for those wishing to trade for undergarments or seek better food, that depended entirely on their abilities. They could either work at the shelter to earn supplies or join the temporary rescue team, collecting useful items during their efforts for trade. Currently, the shelter had reverted to a barter system, as money held little value, akin to mere scraps of paper. The survivors, noticing unfamiliar faces in their midst, cast curious glances, especially at the neatly dressed and rosy-cheeked Cao Ning and Wong Luoxue, eliciting expressions of envy from all. The presence of the rescue team leader further enhanced the impression that these two individuals were anything but ordinary. Captain Lee, what brings you here today? A middle-aged man, busy cooking, handed his pot and spatula to a nearby person and approached quickly. He was unaware of the identities of the two young individuals, but he recognized the significance of Li Kuan. In the shelter, the captain of the armed department held a higher status than the managers of the survivors' residence. Those seeking favors would naturally strive to curry favor, provided they were not foolish. Li Kuan felt slightly awkward at the man's warm welcome, as he was unfamiliar with him and did not know his name. The middle-aged man, aware of Li Kuan's lack of recognition, did not mind, as he considered himself an unremarkable individual. However, it sufficed that they were becoming acquainted now. Captain Lee, I am Zhang Haobing, the manager of the Lianqing Mall survivors' residence. As he spoke, Zhang Haobing pulled out a crumpled cigarette pack from his pocket, offering 2 cigarettes to Li Kuan and Cao Ning. Cao Ning glanced at the nearly empty pack, noting that one cigarette had been half-smoked and extinguished, and waved his hand to decline. Li Kuan also shook his head in refusal. Seeing their steadfast rejection, Zhang Haobing awkwardly smiled and returned the cigarettes to the pack. Zhang, my apologies for interrupting your cooking. I wish to inquire about someone today. Captain Lee, please do not hesitate. I will share everything I know. Li Kuan nodded and turned his gaze toward Cao Ning. Zhang, during the calamity that befell my family, I was dining at Lianqing Mall. Here, take a look at this. Have you seen her? As she spoke, she urged Wong Luoxue to retrieve a photograph of Wong Luoyu from her phone and handed it to Zhang Haobing. Zhang Haobing promptly wiped his hands on his clothing and carefully examined the image on the phone. After pondering for a considerable time, he could not recall having seen this young lady in Lianqing Mall and subsequently shook his head. I'm afraid, my friend, I do not recognize this girl. But perhaps others might have. I will summon them to take a look. That would be much appreciated. Zhang, came the reply. Not at all, not at all. May I ask your surname? Just a humble surname, Cao Ning. Very well, Brother Cao. Captain Lee, please hold on for a moment. I will go and gather the others. With that, Zhang Haobing swiftly made his way toward the military tent at the back. Chapter 63, Hormones. Is the effect really that swift? Zhang Haobing demonstrated remarkable efficiency, swiftly gathering the survivors from the Lianqing Mall. Observing Cao Ning standing beside Li Kuan, an air of apprehension and confusion enveloped the crowd. Particularly, the sight of Wong Luoxue's flushed cheeks and her attire of renowned brands elicited envy and jealousy among the female survivors present. Zhang Haobing approached Cao Ning with a smile, stating, Brother Cao, all the survivors rescued from Lianqing Mall are here, totaling 74. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Apologies for interrupting your meal, but I gathered everyone here to locate one individual. Here is a photograph for your reference. With that, Cao Ning handed his phone to the frontmost survivor, a young woman named Wang Liu, who had been dining at the mall on the night of the disaster. As the survivors passed the phone amongst themselves, they reminisced, attempting to recall whether they had encountered the woman in question. Although 74 was not an overwhelming number, each minute spent waiting was an agonizing torment for Wong Luoxue. With each head that shook in negation, Cao Ning and Wong Luoxue felt their hopes diminish further. Just as Cao Ning began to lose hope, a faint voice pierced the oppressive silence. I think I have seen this girl. Who? Step forward. Cao Ning's eyes brightened as he sought the source of the voice. The crowd parted, revealing two youthful girls who appeared to be high school or college students, standing nervously before the assembly. "Fear not, young ladies. Please share what you know. Have you seen the girl in this photograph?" Upon witnessing Cao Ning's warm smile, the girls felt a degree of reassurance. "We're not entirely certain it's the same person, but the girl we encountered looked quite similar to the one in the photo. We were dining in the same restaurant, and she ordered a plethora of dishes, taking photos as she ate, almost as if she were a food blogger." As they recounted their experience, Wong Luoxue grew increasingly animated, recalling her sister's habit of photographing delicious food for her social media. "My dear." Noting the excitement in Wong Luoxue's eyes, Cao Ning nodded before turning his attention back to the two girls. "And then what happened?" "While we were in the midst of our meal, chaos erupted outside. The zombies were attacking indiscriminately, and many patrons within the restaurant were transformed into zombies as well. We were utterly terrified. As the memories of that fateful night flooded back, the two girls trembled, tears glistening in their eyes. "Do not be afraid. Take your time and tell us what transpired next." Eventually, the restaurant owner and the chef emerged with knives, urging those of us who had not been bitten to retreat to the kitchen while they attempted to rescue others. At that time, about a dozen people sheltered in the kitchen, and the girl in the photograph was among them. Despite the girl's somewhat halting narration, Cao Ning was able to piece together the crucial details. After the outbreak of the calamity, Wong Luoyu found refuge in the kitchen of a restaurant along with a dozen survivors. As the proprietor had yet to return, one individual ventured into the dining area to ascertain the situation. Unbeknownst to him, his actions attracted the attention of the undead. Fortunately, the kitchen possessed a rear exit, a passage typically used for transporting ingredients, through which the group hastily fled. Upon emerging from the corridor, they were met with the chaos of the mall. Numerous individuals had succumbed to the transformation into zombies, prompting the group to flee in a panic, instinctively heading towards areas with fewer undead. During this tumultuous escape, many became separated or were captured by the zombies. The last sighting of Wong Luoyu by two girls was in the children's amusement park on the 5th floor. However, the overwhelming swarm of pursuing zombies soon led to their disbandment. After hearing this account, Cao Ning and Wong Luoxue were at a loss for words. The silver lining was that Wong Luoyu had still been alive when they parted ways. The grim reality was that, after so many days, they were uncertain of her survival amidst the throngs of zombies within the mall. "What should we do, my husband?" Wong Luoxue was at her wit's end, relying solely on Cao Ning for guidance. "Do not panic. Let us return and discuss this," he replied. "Thank you for the information you've provided. Here are 2 boxes of biscuits. Take them," Cao Ning said, retrieving the treats from his backpack and offering them to the two girls. Initially, they intended to decline, but upon seeing the rare sight of biscuits, they suppressed their words, their mouths watering at the thought, having subsisted on bland fare for days. At that moment, Wong Luoxue added, "Please accept them. Had it not been for you, I would still be unaware of my sister's whereabouts." Embarrassed by the owner's generosity, the girls nodded appreciatively as they accepted the biscuits amidst the envious gazes of those around them. "Zhang Guancher, I appreciate your assistance today. Here's a box of cigarettes for you," said Zhang Hongbing, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the new pack. With only a few cigarettes left on him, he had been reluctant to smoke, and in their current circumstances, cigarettes had become a valuable commodity, sometimes bartering for essential supplies. Despite his temptation, he initially refused, insisting it was a trivial matter and that he had not exerted much effort. "Enough, Zhang Guancher. Please accept what my brother has given you," Li Kun interjected, prompting Zhang Hongbing to relent and accept the cigarettes. "Take good care of these 2 young ladies moving forward," he added. "Rest assured, I shall." Cao Ning replied with a nod towards Li Kun, before turning to leave with Wong Luoxue. Once outside the survivors' encampment, Li Kun had intended to invite Cao Ning and the others to dine at the Armed Forces cafeteria, but his invitation was firmly declined. Recognizing Cao Ning's resolute stance, Li Kun ceased his insistence, merely stating that they could seek him out should any issues arise. The 3 then parted ways in front of the bus. Upon returning to the vehicle, Su Xiaowen and her companions noticed Wong Luoxue's reddened eyes and immediately gathered around her. After listening to her narrative, they turned their gazes towards Cao Ning. "Brother, what shall we do now?" Cao Ning pondered for a moment before responding, "Let us first have a meal. I need to contemplate this matter further." Meanwhile, the operations command room of the Weiqing Armed Forces was filled with high-ranking officials, each holding a dossier, their brows furrowed in concern. Had Cao Ning been present, he would have been astonished to discover that his photograph and past experiences were meticulously detailed within those documents. "Have you all finished reading? What are your thoughts on this individual?" queried a senior official seated in the front left. He set down his report and rubbed his forehead. "Brigade Commander, I find numerous discrepancies regarding Cao Ning. How could an ordinary person suddenly become so formidable overnight? Is it conceivable for one individual to withstand hundreds of zombies? Even with steroids, such effects cannot manifest so rapidly. The brigade commander nodded in agreement, then turned to the others. What say you? Do you share this sentiment? A silence enveloped the room as each person exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. The crux of the matter was that Cao Ning's transformation was utterly unfathomable. Noticing the silence, the brigade commander pressed on. Regardless of your beliefs, the evidence is laid before us. I trust that the reports from Wanqing and Bashishi are not fabricated. Furthermore, it was indeed Cao Ning who facilitated the rescue of Li Kuan and his team today. There is no reason for them to deceive us regarding such matters. Upon concluding his remarks, the room fell again into contemplation. Just then, an elderly man seated to the right of the brigade commander spoke up. Brigade Commander Zhang. I believe I may have discerned the reason behind Cao Ning's remarkable strength. As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned toward the elder. Although he was not part of the Weiqing armed forces, he was renowned nationwide as an authority in genetic research, with a prestigious reputation even on the global stage. Had it not been for the impending new year and his visit home, he would never have been in a position to assist due to the zombie outbreak. Academician Wong. Please enlighten us. Brigade Commander Zhang sat up eagerly. While others were unaware of Academician Wong's research, he was well aware of its significance. This young man has undergone a complete transformation overnight. I suspect he may have uncovered the secret of the infected's brain nucleus. Chapter 64. The one-time use invisible bulletproof vest. After dinner, several women began to tidy up the table and wash the dishes, while Cao Ning retreated to the cockpit to indulge in a cigarette. Reflecting on the words of the two girls from the survivors' base, he felt a sense of unease. Zombies did not frighten him. However, the sheer number was daunting. No matter how skilled he was, how many could he truly vanquish? Once his stamina waned, he would inevitably succumb to the same fate as the undead. To gain entry into the Lianshan shopping mall, formidable firepower was essential. Yet, it could not be missiles. A single missile strike might very well obliterate the entire mall. Consequently, he opened the system's marketplace, perusing it in hopes of discovering suitable weaponry. Before long, he stumbled upon an array of advanced technology. A battle suit capable of withstanding missile damage, once donned, enveloped the wearer from head to toe. It not only defended against missiles, but was also impervious to water and fire, filtering out all harmful gases, maintaining a constant body temperature, rated at level 7. Priced at 50 million crystal cores. Then there was an all-terrain climbing vehicle, powered by solar energy, capable of carrying up to 6 individuals. With a maximum speed of 500 kilometers per hour, a true battlefield juggernaut. Its tires could morph into various forms, including suction cups for climbing buildings. Rated at level 6, priced at 40 million crystal cores. In addition, numerous other impressive pieces of equipment could potentially resolve his current predicament. Yet the required crystal cores were exorbitantly high, with only a few thousand crystal cores to his name. Facing such items priced in the hundreds of millions rendered him utterly impoverished. At that moment, a pair of delicate hands embraced Cao Ning from behind. Sensing a familiar fragrance, he instinctively leaned closer against the warm cheek of his companion. Darling, do not fret. This may indeed be your sister's fate, and we must not allow it to lead to your misfortune. Cao Ning, observing Wong Luoshue's reddened eyes, gently pinched her cheek. Just as he was about to speak, a tapping sound reverberated against the window. He turned to see Li Kuan and the camp commander, Wong Lin, standing outside the vehicle. Cao Ning hastily opened the window. Brotherly, Commander Wong, what brings you here? Do you have a moment, my friend? Our superior would like to speak with you, Li Kuan replied. Me? Is something the matter? Wong Luoshue's expression turned anxious upon hearing that the armed forces superior requested Cao Ning's presence. She was aware of some of his secrets and feared that someone might harbor ulterior motives. Wong Lin, noticing her concern, chuckled reassuringly. It's merely a conversation. There is nothing to worry about. Cao Ning pondered for a moment and nodded. Very well, since the commander has extended an invitation, I shall oblige. Please wait a moment while I change. With that, he closed the window. Su Xiaowen and the others, having overheard their exchange, gathered around. Brother, must you go? Cao Ning, touched by their worried gazes, reassured them. It's nothing to fret over. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters. You all stay put in the car. I will lock the doors. No one is to open the windows for anyone but me. Understood, brother. Please ensure your safety. Cao Ning gently ruffled her hair, donned his attire, and promptly stepped down from the vehicle. Let us embark, he exclaimed. Ha ha, my dear brother, your demeanor resembles that of one heading to a gallows. Our superior has expressed a desire to meet you today, to extend his gratitude. Indeed. After all, you have saved so many lives today. There is no need for anxiety. Cao Ning chuckled outwardly, but internally he felt exasperated. It was a commendable act, yet he felt uncomfortably central to the situation, as if his own escape was at stake. Engaging in light banter with the two companions, he frantically perused the system's marketplace. Soon, he discovered a product that piqued his interest, a disposable, invisible bulletproof suit, capable of withstanding gunfire for an hour upon wearing. Priced at 3,000 crystal nuclei, he gazed at his meager total of 3,088 nuclei with a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to make the purchase, for it pertained to his very survival. In a melee with cold weapons, he feared no one. Yet, regardless of his martial prowess, he remained vulnerable in the face of overwhelming force. His greatest dread lay in the possibility of an unexpected gunfight. System. Purchased the disposable bulletproof suit. Disposable invisible bulletproof suit purchased. Host, would you like to wear it now? Yes, wear it. Host. The disposable invisible bulletproof suit has been donned. If unused, it can be stored in the system's storage compartment for future use. Cao Ning clenched his fists, feeling an imperceptible barrier between his skin. The suit's form could shift at will, a remarkable feature, though he was uncertain of its true capacity to deflect bullets. He trusted that the system's offerings would not deceive him. After stretching his limbs, he nodded in satisfaction, now endowed with a means of self-protection. At the very least, he felt invincible for an hour. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. A resonant voice echoed from within the room. Report, Comrade Cao Ning has arrived. Very well. Please allow Comrade Cao Ning to enter. Wong Lin shot a glance at Cao Ning, encouraging him to proceed. Beside him, Li Kun whispered, go on in. We shall remain outside. Cao Ning nodded and strode purposefully into the chamber. The decor was quite modest, yet each piece of furniture exuded a sense of gravity. 5 individuals occupied the room, clad in military uniforms and one elderly gentleman with white hair. The officer seated at the head of the table rose and approached Cao Ning, extending his right hand with a smile. Comrade Cao Ning, we are immensely grateful for your assistance today. Without your intervention, we would have suffered considerable losses. Cao Ning reciprocated the handshake, smiling as he replied. It was merely a small effort. You are too kind, sir. Come, take a seat. Xiao Wang, pour a glass of water for Comrade Xiao. Once seated, Cao Ning began to scrutinize the individuals in the room. Aside from the officer who had spoken and the elderly gentleman who wore a smile, the others' gazes were imbued with skepticism and curiosity. Comrade Xiao, allow me to introduce myself. I am the head of the Weiqing Armed Forces, and you may refer to me as Commander Zhang. This esteemed individual beside me is Academician Wong from the Longwood Academy of Sciences, a luminary in our nation's field of genetic research. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, the attendant brought tea to the table. Cao Ning remained still, his gaze fixed on Commander Zhang. Commander Zhang, I surmise that my visit entails more than mere expressions of gratitude. Please feel free to speak candidly. Taken aback by Cao Ning's forthrightness, Commander Zhang and the others realized that this young man was not easily deceived. Nevertheless, since Cao Ning was so straightforward, Commander Zhang decided to dispense with further pleasantries. Comrade Xiao, your presence is not solely to convey thanks. We seek your insight on another matter. Please, proceed without hesitation. Cao Ning responded. We have received information from Bashi and are aware of certain aspects of your experiences. We wish to understand how you transformed into such a formidable presence overnight. Chapter 65, Administering Level 1 Gene Warrior Evolution Liquid to the Women upon Cao Ning's return. Su Xiaowen and the others immediately surrounded him, inspecting him inside and out. The concern evident in their eyes enveloped Cao Ning in an unprecedented warmth. You need not be anxious. I am perfectly fine, he reassured them. Hearing his words, the women exhaled in relief. For them, the hour and more of his absence felt as protracted as a year. Did soldiers arrive after I left? He inquired. Yes, not long after you departed. A multitude of armed soldiers surrounded the bus. However, they did not take any extreme actions, they merely encircled the vehicle, one of the women replied. Cao Ning furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Truly, soldiers are cautious by nature. They seek to exploit my vulnerabilities to prevent my escape. Yet, they underestimate both themselves and the bus. Brother, is everything all right? Su Xiaowen's concern was mirrored in the faces of the other women, united in their fates. Any misfortune befalling Cao Ning would spell disaster for them all. To survive merely as playthings for others was a fate worse than death. Everything is fine. I merely had a conversation with the leaders of the armed department and made a small transaction. Rest assured, your husband is quite capable. At this, Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei felt a tinge of shyness at being referred to as his wives. Su Xiaowen and Wang Luoxue shot him disapproving glances. While they were all on edge, he dared to jest. However, the relief that Cao Ning had not encountered danger eased their worries. As they settled onto the sofa, Su Xiaowen naturally leaned into Cao Ning's embrace. So, what are our plans moving forward? Tomorrow, we shall head to Lianxin Mall. What? Husband, did you just say Lianxin Mall? Their eyes widened in disbelief. Even Wong Luoxue appeared incredulous, though she yearned to know whether her sister was alive. The thought of the tens of thousands of zombies outside the mall made her instinctively oppose the idea of Cao Ning risking such peril. Husband, I understand your intentions, but you cannot go. There are far too many zombies. Noticing the worry and determination in Wong Luoxue's eyes, Cao Ning playfully pinched her cheek and smiled. Tomorrow, I will not be alone. The armed department will fully cooperate with me. The women were even more astonished by this revelation. Husband, did you promise them something? Consider it a mutually beneficial arrangement, a win-win collaboration. Cao Ning nodded, glancing at the women surrounding him before fixing his gaze on Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei. Sisters, I offer you one more chance. Will you follow me and become my women? Do not rush to answer. Contemplate this carefully, for if you choose to accompany me, you shall reside on this bus from now on. As he finished speaking, the sisters exchanged glances with Su Xiaowen. Seeing her encouraging approval, they nodded in agreement. We are willing. We have contemplated this before. In the current world, it would be impossible for the two of us to survive without you. Had we not encountered you, we would have likely perished from hunger in that small storage room long ago. Since fate has brought us together, it signifies that everything is predestined. My sister is right. With our parents no longer with us, you are now our closest kin. We do not wish to part ways. We are willing to be your women and to reside here. Although aware that they would not leave, Cao Ning felt a surge of joy. Su Xiaowen noticed Cao Ning's lips stretching into a smile that he could scarcely contain, and she playfully pinched his waist. Humph. Are you satisfied now? Who knows what sins we committed in our past lives that have led us to find ourselves in your hands in this life? Seeing Su Xiaowen pouting, Cao Ning leaned in and kissed her. They lingered in that embrace for quite some time. Do you not wish for this? I do. Su Xiaowen initially felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, but under Cao Ning's affectionate advances, her discontent quickly dissipated. However, brother, do not rejoice too soon. There are 4 of us, and we wonder if you can handle it. Upon hearing Su Xiaowen's words, the others looked at Cao Ning with flushed faces. Well, you should ask Luoxue, she knows. What are you saying, dear? Wong Luoxue's cheeks flushed even deeper, her heart fluttering at the thought of Cao Ning's fervor. Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei were hardly any better. Although they had not experienced it firsthand, they had witnessed many remarkable feats, truly exceptional, with Cao Ning's prowess. It seemed uncertain whether the 4 of them could manage. Su Xiaowen noticed the expressions of the others and felt a pang of jealousy, for she had not witnessed it. I do not believe it unless you let me see for myself tonight. Cao Ning gently pinched Su Xiaowen's pouting lips and smiled, saying, all right, but you must not cry. Oh dear. Su Xiaowen's modesty could no longer withstand the moment, and she suddenly threw herself into his embrace. Well, since everyone is willing, let us now discuss serious matters. Observing Cao Ning's earnest demeanor, the others straightened up. Are you not curious why I have become so formidable? Upon hearing Cao Ning's words, Su Xiaowen and Wong Luoxue instantly understood his intentions, their faces lighting up with anticipation. Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei, though unaware of the specifics, had always harbored such questions in their hearts. Not only was Cao Ning remarkably powerful, but they were also intrigued by this bus. Everything within it seemed logical, yet oddly illogical. Cao Ning smiled, saying nothing further, as he approached the control panel and retrieved 4 pre-prepared syringes. The reason for his newfound strength was this: the Gene Warrior Evolution Liquid. Under Cao Ning's explanation, the women's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Not only could it enhance their own strength, but it could also extend their lifespans by not merely a few years, but potentially hundreds or even thousands. They were not seeking immortality. Rather, they wished for the opportunity to share more time with Cao Ning. Moreover, with the extension of lifespan, one might fear that the deterioration of their appearance will be significantly delayed. The mere thought of one's visage potentially enduring for centuries sends a thrill through a few individuals, almost causing them to dance with excitement. However, do not rejoice too prematurely. This process does come with its own set of side effects, particularly the excruciating pain experienced during personal evolution. Rest assured, my dear brother, for the sake of the future, this slight discomfort is trivial. Indeed, one must be prepared to invest effort to reap rewards. Each person expressed their willingness to endure. It is no jest. Before the apocalypse, some women would brave the agony of undergoing surgical procedures for the sake of beauty. What is more, the injection of this serum entails only a brief moment of pain, and it is entirely natural and healthful. Cao Ning observed the eager expressions of the group and chuckled, shaking her head. Truly, they are like young calves unafraid of tigers, having never experienced the harshness of the serum. Nonetheless, this is an essential journey they must undertake. Once they endure the pain, it shall pass. All right then. Let us proceed in pairs. Otherwise, it will be difficult to care for you all during the simultaneous injections. Xiaowen, Luoxue, you shall go first. Upon hearing Cao Ning's arrangement, The others raised no objections. Su Xiaowen was already Cao Ning's girlfriend, and Wong Luoshui had become her woman, leaving little room for debate. With anxious yet apprehensive gazes from Su Xiaowen and Wong Luoshui, Cao Ning administered the first-level Gene Warrior Evolution Serum into their arms. "How do you feel now?" Cao Ning asked intently, her concern evident. To be candid, she felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the system had indicated that each individual's constitution varies. Should their pain threshold exceed her own, unforeseen complications could arise. "It feels quite all right. There's a warm, tingling sensation." "I feel the same." "Ah, it hurts. Darling, it hurts so much." Chapter 66. Sister Luo Shui remarked that dressing this way could allow one to take flight. Before she could finish her sentence, both of them were suddenly engulfed by an unprecedented agony, as if countless insects were gnawing at their muscles, bones, and vital organs. The sound of their teeth grinding echoed in the air, prompting Cao Ning to urgently address Zhang Lan. "Sister Lan, quickly fetch some towels. We must prevent them from biting their tongues." "All right." Cao Ning swiftly lifted the two and placed them gently onto the bed. At that moment, Zhang Lan returned with several pristine towels. Cao Ning hurriedly pried open their tightly shut mouths and stuffed the towels inside. Their cries had awakened 5 sleeping monkey cubs, who began to screech and squawk, causing Cao Ning's head to spin. It truly felt like bringing home a few lively ancestors. It seemed that once the bus upgraded again, a separate room would need to be prepared for the monkey cubs. Otherwise, their harmonious existence would be severely disrupted. "Cao Ning, you and Wei Wei keep an eye on Xiao Wen and Luo Shui while I fetch some food for the little monkeys." "Okay." Cao Ning nodded and continued to monitor the two. Fortunately, the ordeal did not last long, and they eventually ceased their trembling, gasping for air, taking advantage of their respite. Cao Ning opened the system to examine their profiles. Bus passenger, Su Xiaowen, passenger S physical condition, 213, Gene Warrior level, 1, passenger S occupation, student, passenger S skills, cultivation and growth of crops, passenger S loyalty, 100. Bus passenger, Wong Luo Shui, passenger S physical condition, 210, Gene Warrior level, 1, passenger S occupation, doctor, passenger S skills, internal and external medicine, passenger S loyalty, 100. Both individuals exhibited similar physical capabilities. However, compared to his own experience as a level 1 Gene Warrior, there seemed notably diminished, perhaps due to their constitution and gender, as women's strength is generally less than that of men. After a short while, they slowly opened their eyes. "Awake? How do you feel?" Initially taken aback, they rubbed their heads and gradually sat up. In an instant, they sensed a profound transformation in their bodies, experiencing an unprecedented clarity and comfort that almost coaxed moans from their lips. Moreover, they felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through them. "Brother, I feel incredibly comfortable now. And my strength has increased significantly. I feel like a powerhouse, capable of making you cry with a single punch," Su Xiaowen exclaimed, waving her small fist at Cao Ning, her face radiating excitement. "I can breathe so easily. It feels wonderful, and my vision is much clearer than before." As they spoke, both of them rose and began to move about the vehicle. "Luo Shui, Xiaowen, I feel like you've both grown taller and more robust." Indeed. How could you have changed so much?" Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei marveled as they circled the two. Previously, their heights had been nearly the same, but now, they towered over them by nearly half a head, approaching 175 centimeters. Long legs and a beautiful rabbit, so dazzling to behold. The most striking aspect is that her skin has become even more delicate, resembling that of a baby, fair with a rosy glow, brimming with collagen. Upon seeing Su Xiaowen and Wong Luoshui standing together, one cannot help but feel a profound sense of wonder. "Brother, look at my beauty." "Oh, you." Just as Su Xiaowen was about to inquire about Cao Ning's feelings, she turned and beheld the delightful sight of Cao Ning. A few women turned their heads at the sound, their faces instantly flushed with embarrassment. "Beautiful. Also beautiful." Did you not see how they saluted? Cao Ning never anticipated that after becoming a level 1 Gene Warrior, they could undergo such further development. This would surely evoke envy from everyone. Of course, she herself was no less, having made considerable progress in her own development. Who knows, perhaps after she becomes a level 3 Gene Warrior, there will be even more changes. "Brother, you are truly wicked. Whether wicked or not is uncertain, but regardless, you shall be wicked tonight." Su Xiaowen did not grasp the meaning. Yet the other three understood immediately. "Sister Luoshui, what does brother mean?" "Do not mind him. It is uncertain who will be wicked tonight." Wong Luoshui shot a glance at Cao Ning, and after speaking, she pulled Su Xiaowen toward the restroom. Cao Ning chuckled to himself, then turned to Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei, his eyes filled with excitement. What transformations might they undergo after their second development? Come, let us go to bed. Seeing Cao Ning's mischievous grin, the sisters' delicate faces flushed even deeper. However, thinking about their future life together, they felt at ease. After all, he is their man. What could possibly happen? After shedding their outer garments and reclining on the bed, they noticed Cao Ning staring with wide eyes, prompting them to assume a seductive pose. Husband, come here. No, can we be serious? We are here for serious matters. Yes, we are indeed here for serious matters. Come on. Zhang Wei's playful tone sent shivers through Cao Ning. Truly, her voice was sweet, soft, and charming, befitting one who cares for children. Cao Ning relished the delightful moment. And only then did the sisters settle down, burying their flushed faces in the blankets. It must be said, yoga pants are indeed exceptional. After the Jin warriors received their injections, the sisters' reactions were quite similar to those of Su Xiaowen and Wong Luoxue. However, this time, Cao Ning observed with great attentiveness. Taking out a long ruler, he obediently lay on the bed, measuring the visibly increased height. As the transformations continued to amplify, Cao Ning's pupils gradually dilated. Smack. Brother. What are you doing? Oh, how lewd. Husband, why are you not looking at us? Are you tired of us? Caught in the act by Su Xiaowen and Wong Luoxue, Cao Ning's face turned beet red. His illustrious reputation, tarnished by a mere ruler. Well, you see. I was mainly concerned about them. After all, it is their first time. Feeling guilty and conflicted, he resolved to make her pay tonight. Upon hearing Su Xiaowen's words, Cao Ning was momentarily caught off guard. Humph, Sister Luoxue has informed me. Brother, when did you become so wicked? Faced with Su Xiaowen's innocent, wide eyes, Cao Ning found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. Yet, regardless of how wicked you may be, my love for you remains. Hiss, Xiaowen, do you intend to murder your husband? Luoxue, come quickly to my aid. Caught in a bind, Cao Ning hurriedly sought help from Wong Luoxue, who was nearby, watching with amusement. Hee, darling, I too wish to corrupt you. The dinner was lavish. Yet Cao Ning found the meal somewhat lacking in flavor. Ever since Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei became Jin warriors, the four women had begun to discuss ways to better care for their skin and how to coordinate their outfits. They tried on one designer garment after another, scavenged from them all, seemingly oblivious to the reason behind their enthusiasm. Cao Ning lamented the changing times, exclaiming that with the arrival of the lilies, husbands were forgotten, which elicited peals of laughter from the women. As bedtime approached, Cao Ning adjusted the bus to sleep mode. Just as he pondered why Su Xiaowen had not yet finished her nightly routine, he beheld an angel with wings emerging against the light. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in astonishment. A transformation? Xiaowen, what have you done? Sister Luoxue said that, dressed like this, one could take flight. Chapter 67. The hunt begins with 200,000 crystals. The following day, as the sun ascended high in the sky, it marked the finest weather since the onset of the calamity. The snowfall had ceased, and the gentle warmth of the winter sun bathed the earth, instilling a sense of hope. Yet, in truth, the situation remained dire. Meteorological satellites indicated that despite the clear skies today and tomorrow, a new wave of fierce blizzards would commence the day after, accompanied by a further drop in temperature. Consequently, the armed forces in Weiqing were bustling with activity. Apart from the essential garrison personnel, nearly all soldiers were dispatched on missions to gather supplies and rescue survivors. The armed forces even encouraged survivors to venture out in search of resources, allowing them to exchange any surplus or unneeded supplies with the military. Thus, many survivors at the shelter opted to join the convoy into the city, hoping to amass sufficient provisions before the arrival of the second harsh winter. The gates of the refuge slowly opened, and orderly columns of vehicles emerged. The leading convoy was particularly conspicuous, comprising 2 armored vehicles paving the way, followed by a long-distance bus, along with several armored cars and military trucks in tow. Moreover, as the grand procession of vehicles advanced, several transport helicopters took off from the armed forces base, their destination mirroring that of the foremost convoy, Weiqing's urban area. Xiaowen, be sure to drink plenty of water to replenish yourself. You must have overexerted yourself last night, teased Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei, eliciting a shy reaction from Su Xiaowen, who wished to vanish into the ground. Since morning, the sisters had relentlessly teased her, claiming they were avenging her dark circles. All right, Xiaowen is bashful, so refrain from teasing her, Wong Luoxue interjected, approaching while supporting her waist, shaking her head with a smile at the sisters' antics. She too had been a victim the previous night, intending to orchestrate a perfect initiation for Su Xiaowen, only to find herself inadvertently drawn into the fray later on. Yet, the memory of their celestial escapades together made her weak at the knees. Casting a glance at the driver, Cao Ning, she felt an indescribable sense of contentment. Sister Luoxue, you are the best, unlike Lan and Wei who only know how to make fun of me. Wong Luoxue eyed Su Xiaowen, pushing a cup of water toward her. Drink more water, your throat is hoarse. Sister Luoxue, even you are mocking me. Woo, brother, they are all bullying me. Seeing Su Xiaowen feign tears, the trio couldn't help but laugh. Who dares to bully my wife? Come, let me give you a hug. At the sound from the cockpit, Su Xiaowen burst into laughter, staggering to the seat beside Cao Ning. It's just Sister Luoxue, Sister Lan, and Sister Wei. They're all mocking me. Observing Su Xiaowen's pouty, indignant expression, Cao Ning affectionately ruffled her hair. All right. Tonight I shall teach them a lesson and avenge you. Hiki, you are truly wonderful. Su Xiaowen's face lit up with joy as she linked her arm with Cao Ning's, her heart brimming with happiness and contentment. Gazing up at Cao Ning's chiseled profile, adorned with a faint smile at the corners of his lips, her eyes sparkled with an undeniable affection and attachment. Finally, I have become your bride. The journey into the urban area of Weicheng remained relatively serene, even when encountering small groups of zombies. The two armored vehicles at the forefront effortlessly crushed them under their weight. The modified armored vehicles were equipped with a prow resembling the bow of a ship, sharp and pointed, covered in razor-sharp blades. Any zombie daring to approach would be cleaved into countless pieces in an instant. Cao Ning expressed his satisfaction, activating the cruise control, allowing the convoy to proceed smoothly. After a little over 2 hours, they arrived at the outskirts of the Lianqing Mall. The towering inferno engulfing the exterior of the mall was palpable even from several hundred meters away, the intense heat waves washing over them. Above, 2 transport helicopters continued to hover, dropping incendiary bombs onto areas where zombies remained unscathed by the flames. Boom! As the fire raged, numerous cars parked nearby erupted in a series of explosions, sending zombies flying with each detonation. The Lianqing Mall had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Countless zombies writhing and shrieking in the flames, only to be reduced to charred remnants moments later. Several women witnessing the scene turned pale with fear. Cao Ning shook his head, urging them to return to the living quarters, draw the curtains, and find a television series to watch. He observed them huddled on the sofa. Still trembling slightly, he resolved that once the situation was under control, he would take the women to a safer place to confront the zombies, to bolster their courage. Although he could protect them, he knew he could not do so at every moment. He did not expect them to be formidable fighters, but he wished for them to possess the ability to defend themselves against threats. Relative to the surrounding buildings, the Lianqing Mall was situated in a slightly lower area. After enduring the searing heat of the flames, the melted snow water had pooled here, preventing the fire from lasting long. Seeing that most of the flames had been extinguished, Cao Ning offered a few words of advice to the women before stepping out of the vehicle. The soldiers in the convoy, upon noticing Cao Ning's emergence, donned their gas masks and disembarked as well. Li Kun swiftly approached Cao Ning, offering him a gas mask. Cao Ning waved his hand, indicating he had no need for such protection. Though he was only a level 2 genetic warrior, he was unperturbed by the smoke resulting from the fire. The enhancement of his physical capabilities encompassed not just strength and stamina, but also an elevated immune defense system. Seeing Cao Ning's calm demeanor in the face of the smoke, Li Kun ceased to press the matter. During a meeting with superior officers the previous day, he had learned through the account of academician Wong that Cao Ning possessed an extraordinary physique, with parameters far beyond the norm. It could even be said that he was a new breed of evolved human. As for the means to achieve this, it seemed only Cao Ning was privy to the secret. Thus, in pursuit of this technology, the armed department sought collaboration with Cao Ning. Cao Ning would provide the technology, while the armed department would exchange crystal nuclei in return. However, Cao Ning's asking price was exorbitant, demanding 200,000 crystal nuclei right from the outset. This caused an audible gasp among all present. 200,000 crystal nuclei were not merely 200,000 cabbages. That represented a staggering 200,000 zombies. If they were to be slain and piled together, the resulting heap would likely surpass that of a modest hill, creating a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Although the armed department had amassed a certain number of crystal nuclei, it fell drastically short of Cao Ning's demand. Yet, in their quest to possess this technology, they devised the plan for today, to hunt zombies in the urban area of Weicheng and gather crystal nuclei. After all, their ultimate goal was to eradicate all zombies and liberate the city. Thus they consented to his terms. This location was merely one of the targets for their hunt. There were, in fact, 8 other areas with substantial zombie congregations, designated for other teams to fulfill their collection missions. Cao Ning stretched, drew his long blade from behind, and grinned. Let us commence. You shall gather the crystal nuclei while I seek out individuals within the marketplace. Chapter 68. This kick could expel my bowels. Though Cao Ning was unfazed by the toxic smoke, The acrid stench of charred corpses made him feel nauseous. The remnants of the fire, although still warm, could not compete with the frigid temperatures, causing the flowing bodily fluids to quickly congeal. Distorted corpses littered the area, painting a scene of unimaginable horror. As Cao Ning drew nearer, some of the remaining zombies instinctively lunged for what they perceived as delectable prey. Faced with these grotesque figures, Cao Ning did not linger, striding purposefully towards the shopping mall. Despite the inferno claiming the majority of the zombies, several remained, emerging from hidden corners and lunging at Cao Ning with reckless abandon. With swift precision, he dispatched them. Most of the zombies were still at the lowest levels, with only a rare few reaching even the second tier, let alone the third. Therefore, even in the presence of dozens of them, Cao Ning's advance was unimpeded. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Lianqing Mall. Once exquisitely crafted, its façade had now been reduced to a molten shell by flames. The exaggerated appearance resembled a haunted house from an amusement park. A chilling breeze wafted from the gaping entrance, causing Cao Ning to shiver involuntarily. He intended to take a deep breath but was immediately deterred by the overpowering stench, prompting him to close his mouth. Shaking off the frozen bloodstains from his long blade, he boldly stepped inside. The interior was considerably better than the exterior. The fire had not penetrated deeply, allowing it to largely retain its original form. However, it was not without its own horrors, as the number of zombies inside far exceeded those outside. It appeared that zombies too feared fire, with many having rushed inside seeking refuge. Cao Ning's presence instantly roused the aimlessly wandering zombies, their eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger as they beheld what they considered a feast. A cacophony of moans erupted as countless zombies charged toward him. The commotion also attracted those on the upper levels, who, upon spotting Cao Ning at the entrance, disregarded the stairs and leapt down. Faced with such a horde, Cao Ning chose not to confront them head-on. He quickly retreated to the spacious square outside. With ample room to maneuver, he became like a tiger among sheep, charging, cleaving, and cutting through the mass. This spectacle left the warriors outside collecting crystal cores in awe. Their jaws agape. "Captain, is that still a human?" One stammered in disbelief. "It's like a reincarnation of Blade," exclaimed another. "Goodness, that kick could make me soil myself." "Captain, do we not need to assist?" Li Kuan asked, equally astonished, swallowing hard. Observing the man moving like the wind amidst the throng of zombies, he shook his head. "Never mind, if we intervene, who knows who would aid whom. By the way, let us have the communicator record this for the superiors." Understood. Despite Cao Ning's seemingly effortless prowess amidst the masses, the reality of the situation was far different. Initially believing these zombies lacked combat capabilities, he soon found himself grappling with a nagging uncertainty. He constantly sensed an invisible hand amidst the throngs of zombies, intermittently conjuring troubles for him. Yet, whenever he sought it out, it vanished into the sea of corpses. Ultimately, in frustration, he ceased his search and continued his slaughter of the undead. After a brief period, the ground around Cao Ning was littered with lifeless bodies. Taking a moment to rest and recuperate his strength, he glanced at the warriors diligently toiling nearby before striding into the shopping mall. The atmosphere within was considerably more serene now. Although zombies still lingered, they were merely trifles. It had been 7 or 8 days since the catastrophe began, and changes were inevitable. While he was aware that Wong Luoyu had been in the children's paradise on the 5th floor, he was uncertain if she remained there. The sole source of solace for him was that, during his recent extermination of the mall-s zombies, he had not encountered Wong Luoyu. Rather than heading directly to the 5th floor, he meticulously searched each level, leaving no corner unattended. Even the cashier's cabinets did not escape his scrutiny. There were not only zombies, but also survivors. Those in hiding could be likened to beggars, while those concealed in the snack store and supermarket fared somewhat better. The survivors hiding in clothing stores appeared emaciated from prolonged hunger, resembling mere shadows of their former selves. Upon seeing Cao Ning approach with a blade in hand, many among them gasped in terror, nearly choking on their fear. Upon hearing that a rescue team from the armed division was outside, numerous individuals expressed their gratitude before hastily scrambling for the exit. The sight of the myriad corpses strewn across the floor sent shivers down the spines of every survivor. In that moment, the figure of Cao Ning, wielding a single blade, became indelibly etched in their minds. "What should we do, Brother Kuan? Should we also venture out?" In a discreet corner on the 6th floor, 2 men, one lean and the other portly, gazed in horror at Cao Ning as he slaughtered the zombies below. "Go out? What nonsense. The outside is crawling with armed personnel. Do you think they can overlook what we've done? Then, what are we to do now?" The lean man pondered for a moment, then glanced back at Cao Ning. "Let us return for now and see what Wang Xiao decides. After all, he was a figure of prominence in Weiqing, and everything we've done these past few days was under his directive." Despite the frigid temperature surrounding them, beads of sweat continued to pour down the forehead of the portly man. The thought of their recent actions, should they be discovered, left him quaking with dread. Being executed would be a light punishment. Hearing the lean man's words, the portly man found no alternative but to retreat. The two made their way to the office area on the 7th floor, proceeding directly to the innermost door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? One Xiao. It's me, Xiao Gao. After a brief wait, the door swung open. Stepping into the cozy warmth of the room, both men exchanged glances of envy. What is the situation outside? A young man stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his back turned. Besides him, several burly men occupied the room. Along with a dozen scantily clad women huddled in the corners, shivering in fear. In the shopping mall, a figure wielding a long knife arrived, efficiently dispatching the zombies that plagued the vicinity. Subsequently, the slender man recounted everything he had witnessed. When he finished, Wang Xiao, standing by the windows, remained in a state of profound contemplation for an extended period. Is he searching for someone? Which floor is he on now? When we returned, we saw him preparing to ascend to the 5th floor. After a moment of silence, Wang Xiao suddenly let out a low chuckle. Since this individual possesses such prowess, let us wait and observe his intentions. With that, he turned and resumed his seat at the boss's desk, his gaze brazenly fixed upon the women cowering in the corner. Upon catching sight of Wang Xiao's delicate and handsome visage, the women trembled even more violently, instinctively retreating further. Yet, the space was limited, leaving them with nowhere to escape. Initially, when they first encountered this man, all the women believed they had found their prince charming. Little did they realize, he was the very embodiment of a demon, a paragon of depravity. Seemingly struck by a thought, Wang Xiao approached the women and spoke gently. Do you wish to live? Then you must obediently comply. Chapter 69. Are you afraid to see me? Cao Ning gasped for breath, his hands trembling slightly as he hung limply at his sides. Reflecting on the encounter in the square when he faced the zombies, he recognized a hidden force that had been tripping him up. He had finally unearthed the answer. It was the 3rd-tier zombie trapped before him. Moreover, this was no ordinary 3rd-tier zombie. He had been an athlete in life, as indicated by the insignia of the Chishan sports team emblazoned on his vest. After their recent skirmish, Cao Ning had to concede that this was the most arduous battle he had faced since becoming a Jin warrior. The skin of this 3rd-tier zombie was exceedingly tough. His 1st-tier weapons barely made a dent. This reminded him of the fantasy novels he had once perused, where sword cultivators of the same rank struggled against body cultivators with their formidable defenses. Nonetheless, this was also the most exhilarating fight, each punch connecting with flesh as Cao Ning pushed his strength to the limit. Despite the 3rd-tier zombie being nearly his equal in power, if he were to persist, he was confident that victory would ultimately be his. Yet, that assurance still came with a risk of defeat. To ensure a more secure outcome, he had expended a substantial amount of upgrade points to procure a 4th-tier zombie electric net. The expenditure of 40,000 upgrade points had made his heart ache. Though upgrade points and crystal cores could both be used to purchase items in the system shop, Cao Ning seldom used upgrade points for acquisitions, as the bus's upgrades relied solely on them. Were it not for the fact that he was spearheading this operation and had amassed nearly 180,000 upgrade points, he would never have dared to spend them. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, and the zombie electric net was reusable. Otherwise, he would have been utterly exasperated. Gazing at the grotesque zombie before him, Cao Ning contemplated what weapon could effectively vanquish it. A knife would not suffice, and he had no firearm. He found himself at an impasse. It appeared that fire would be his only recourse, and without hesitation, he set to work. On the 5th floor, there were several restaurants, and he quickly gathered the necessary tools. Before long, flames enveloped the 3rd-tier zombie. True to its classification, the speed of its combustion far surpassed that of other zombies. By the time Cao Ning finished his 2nd cigarette, the flames on the zombie's body began to subside. A poke with a stick revealed its fragility. Drawing out his long blade, he swiftly plunged it into the zombie's skull, and this time, it met with ease. To his dismay, he unearthed a yellow crystal core. Seeing that he had spent 40,000 upgrade points only to procure a 3rd-tier core left him feeling bereft of hope. No matter how he viewed it, he felt he had incurred a loss. Subsequently, Cao Ning, fueled by a surge of adrenaline, unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the zombie. It seemed that only through this relentless assault could he release the pent-up frustration within him. In the Lingsheng Mall, on the 5th floor's children's amusement park, Cao Ning surveyed the ground littered with the corpses of zombies, his brow furrowed in concern. Had Wong Liu turned into a zombie and wandered outside the mall? Otherwise, how could she remain so elusive? He scoured every floor, every corner, even opening the doors of the women's restroom. As for the survivors, he approached each one with a photograph, yet he remained empty-handed. After circling the entire 5th floor once more, he proceeded to the 6th floor. However, upon reaching the elevator leading to the 6th floor, he found it obstructed by a pile of debris. Cao Ning could not help but furrow his brow. Was this man-made? It was no small feat to create such a disarray at so many elevator entrances. However, this also indicated that there were indeed a considerable number of survivors above. Subsequently, he sought out several staircases that could lead to the 6th floor, each one, without exception, piled high with debris. Some were even more cluttered than the elevator entrances. To save time, Cao Ning chose an elevator entrance that was relatively less cluttered and climbed directly upwards. The entire 6th floor was dedicated to dining, bustling with the highest concentration of people in the entire mall. It was said that when the disaster struck, this area would have been ground zero. Yet, now the entire 6th floor was eerily silent. There were no zombies, not even the remains of any. Had it not been for the dried bloodstains scattered across the ground, one might have thought that no zombie crisis had ever occurred here. Creak. Cao Ning lifted his foot and discovered a shell casing lying where he had just stepped. Bending down to pick it up, he examined it closely. This bullet was certainly not from a handgun. Its length suggested it might belong to a rifle or a sniper rifle. Cao Ning's brow furrowed as he scrutinized his surroundings. It appeared that the shopping mall was far from tranquil. Without further hesitation, he donned a disposable bulletproof vest stored in his system compartment and cautiously began his search. Wielding a long knife, after a thorough exploration, he made a new discovery. The 6th floor was not devoid of zombies. Rather, they were all confined within the rooms. It seemed that many survivors in the restaurants had shut their doors to evade the calamity. Now, these establishments either housed a multitude of survivors or had all transformed into zombies. However, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The survivors hiding in the rooms looked at him as if they had seen a ghost, their faces etched with sheer terror. While he was confident in his ability to combat zombies, he did not expect to instill such fear in these individuals. Are you frightened to see me? Speak. Are you deaf? Cao Ning bellowed, witnessing their utter indifference. Please spare us. Came the desperate pleas as many dropped to their knees, repeatedly bowing in supplication. Cao Ning's brow tightened, sensing that something unusual had indeed transpired here. Stop crying. I am from the Weiqing Armed Forces Rescue Team. Let us discuss matters calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone ceased their weeping, staring intently at Cao Ning. After a long pause, the man at the front cautiously inquired, brother, are you serious? What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Am I simply bored? At Cao Ning's words, the survivors erupted into a cacophony of sobs, embracing one another in despair. Wow, we are finally saved. We can finally leave this place. My wife. Why couldn't you hold on just a little longer? Sob. In that moment, Cao Ning was taken aback. Though he had encountered survivors in this mall before, witnessing such profound anguish was a first for him. And there they were, weeping together in such numbers. Enough. Cease your tears. Pray, recount what has transpired. Upon hearing Cao Ning's words, the man at the forefront began to weep even more fervently. What a sight. A grown man crying over trivial matters. Speak up at once. Allow me to take the lead. Just then, a voice, ambiguous in gender, echoed from outside the door. Cao Ning whirled around abruptly and beheld a tall, elegantly androgynous man standing at the entrance, flanked by several burly figures clad in black, wielding rifles. Upon the arrival of this individual, all survivors ceased their lamentations, their eyes betraying an unprecedented terror. Some, overtaken by fear, even soiled themselves. In an instant, Cao Ning comprehended the source of such dread. It was undoubtedly linked to the man before him. Who are you? Who am I, you ask? Why not inquire of him? With that, the handsome man suddenly drew a handgun and aimed it at Cao Ning, firing a shot. Bang. Chapter 70, A Desperate Pursuit of Death. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets collided with an invisible iron wall, failing to penetrate even a fraction. Are you human or a ghost? Wang Xiao gazed in terror at the unharmed Cao Ning. Initially stunned, Cao Ning soon wore a sinister grin and strode decisively towards Wang Xiao. Don't come any closer. What are you all waiting for? Shoot. The burly men in black behind Wang Xiao, still in shock, reacted and raised their rifles to fire at Cao Ning. Rat-a-tat-tat. However, instead of the anticipated splatter of blood, Cao Ning's advance quickened. Who the hell taught you to shoot upon meeting someone? You. What's that? Is having a gun so impressive? With each strike of his palm, Cao Ning's force intensified, transforming Wang Xiao's handsome visage into a grotesque mask. Yet, instinctively, he refrained from begging for mercy. Throughout his life, no one had dared to strike him so, not even his own parents. Do you wish to see me killed? Go. Kill him. Initially hesitant, the black-clad men, recalling Wang Xiao's status, gritted their teeth and charged forward. Truly a reckless pursuit of death. Swish, swish, swish. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the men in black were sent flying as if struck by a speeding vehicle, sliding across the ground for several meters. After crashing against the wall and spitting out blood, they lay motionless. Continue. Let us see who else you can summon. Cao Ning smiled. His eyes filled with mockery and disdain as he regarded Wang Xiao. At this moment, Wang Xiao's heart was a tempest, his bodyguards, supposedly stronger than special forces. Were now utterly helpless. Smack. Another resounding slap struck his face. You were just talking, why go mute now? Where's that bravado? Bah. Before Wang Xiao could finish, Cao Ning crushed the hand that held the gun beneath his foot, the muscle and bones adhering to the weapon as if mere parchment. Speak up, don't mumble. Cao Ning turned to the closest male survivor. Witnessing Wang Xiao's pitiful state, the man regained his composure, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented exhilaration and madness. He is not human. When the catastrophe first struck, he wielded his gun, compelling us to confront the zombies. Anyone who dared to oppose him met a grim fate, including my wife and child. As he spoke, the middle-aged man's eyes gradually filled with a crimson hue, his lips trembling incessantly. It seemed as though his throat was choked, preventing him from voicing his anguish. After a prolonged moment, he continued, My child was merely 3 years old. Simply because I could not restrain my words, he hurled my son from the 6th floor. And my wife, 8 months pregnant, he shamelessly. At this point, the man could no longer contain himself and broke down into tears. Soon, the other survivors joined in, their own experiences no less harrowing, if not more so. People rose to denounce Wang Xiao's heinous acts. Their expressions twisted with a fury that seemed ready to consume him. After listening for a considerable time, Cao Ning was incensed. He had never encountered such depravity. Humph. A bunch of worthless scum. Dying is no great loss. Witnessing Wang Xiao's disdainful mockery, Cao Ning delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him sliding several meters before crashing against a stone pillar, spewing forth a torrent of blood mixed with flesh. Although that kick nearly cost him his life, Wang Xiao remained unyielding, his eyes filled with malice and madness, fixated on Cao Ning. You seem unconvinced? Cough, cough. Don't think that your meager skills make you invincible. If you have the guts, kill me. Do you believe? Damn. Before he could finish his sentence, one of Wang Xiao's arms was twisted into a grotesque shape by Cao Ning. Killing you would sully my hands. Rising to his feet, Cao Ning surveyed the surroundings before striding to the pantry, retrieving a large handful of spoons. You enjoy tormenting others, then let us see how you relish this taste. This beast is now yours to deal with. With that, he cast the spoons onto the ground. The survivors were initially taken aback. Then a glimmer of elation sparked in their eyes. However, upon hearing the intent to kill, they hesitated, reluctant to act. Do you not desire vengeance? We do. But his background? Cough, cough. Trash is ultimately trash. I'm right here. Do you dare to touch me? Witnessing the cowardice of the survivors, Wang Xiao's anxiety dissipated. No wonder they say you are worthless. Truly, you are like mud that cannot be molded. Observing the survivors in action, Cao Ning was filled with contempt and disdain. Upon hearing his words, the faces of each survivor turned crimson. They did not blame Cao Ning. They only loathed themselves. We are all human. Why should he be allowed to ruthlessly torment us while we cower in silence? Even when the opportunity for revenge lay before us, we remain so cowardly. I am not trash. I am not trash. A young man, filled with bloodlust and exhilaration, emerged from the crowd, shouting as he approached Cao Ning. He picked up a spoon from the ground and fixed his gaze fiercely on Wang Xiao. Without uttering a word, he plunged the spoon into Wang Xiao's abdomen, tearing out a chunk of flesh. You bastard. Wang Xiao's words were cut short as the young man drove the spoon in again. You beast. Today is your reckoning. Ha. As Cao Ning observed this frenzied youth, memories flooded back. He recalled the earlier claim that Wang Xiao had humiliated his newlywed wife in front of everyone and had subsequently disposed of her body amidst a horde of zombies. Watching the young man repeatedly stab Wang Xiao's belly with the spoon, the other survivors also displayed fierce expressions. Reflecting on their recent tribulations, they could no longer restrain themselves and rushed forward, seizing spoons from the ground. Please, don't kill me. Brother, don't let them near me. My father is the president of a multinational corporation, very wealthy. I can give you money. I have many women, they're all upstairs. I'll give them to you. Throughout this ordeal, Cao Ning remained silent. The existence of such a person was an affront to the world. Even if he were the son of a high-ranking official, he would still deserve death. The sight of him was utterly repulsive. Before long, Wang Xiao was reduced to a heap of bloody bones at the hands of the survivors, who, having avenged their grievances, collapsed to the ground in tears. After a long while, the survivors began to calm down. Noticing that Cao Ning still stood there, they approached him to express their gratitude. Cao Ning waved his hand dismissively, taking out his phone to inquire, Have you seen this girl? The survivors eagerly took the phone to look. Yes. One woman exclaimed. Where is she? What has happened? The woman hesitated, but under Cao Ning's unwavering gaze, she swallowed hard. This girl was captured by that beast this morning and taken upstairs. Chapter 71. I do not regret loving you. With a thunderous crash, the heavy door collapsed, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the women within the room. Soon, their eyes fell upon a stranger, a young man, who entered, dragging a blood-soaked man behind him. Cao Ning scrutinized the scantily clad women hiding in the corners. A frown etching his brow. Where are the others? He inquired, before unceremoniously casting the bloodied man to the ground. As the man lifted his head, disbelief washed over the women's faces. Was this not one of the devil's minions, the gaunt figure they knew so well? How had he come to this state? A few astute women, upon observing Cao Ning's fierce demeanor, suddenly realized something, their eyes sparkling with exhilaration. In the room, the gaunt man weakly raised his hand, gesturing towards a door behind the boss's desk. With a swift motion, Cao Ning severed the man's head from his body. The gruesome act inciting a ripple of unrest among the women. Yet, their eyes gleamed with a mixture of satisfaction and vengeance. Ignoring their reactions, Cao Ning approached the door and kicked it open with force. At that moment, the survivors who had followed Cao Ning began to stream into the room. Darling, we are saved. Xiao, I'm sorry for being late. Sister, that beast is dead. The sight of their loved ones reunited sent waves of emotion through the room, and soon it was filled with tears of joy. Those who had not found their relatives sank to the floor, weeping inconsolably. Silence. If you must cry, do it outside. A commanding voice resonated through the room, bringing an abrupt hush. The men beside the women draped their garments around them, gently assisting them towards the exit. There is a divine presence within. We must not disturb him. One woman turned to the man beside her and softly inquired, Little brother, who is that person? Sister, it is he who saved us. It was he who subdued that beast, Wong. The young man proceeded to recount the events that had transpired downstairs. The other women, upon hearing his tale, exhibited expressions of shock and incredulity. That beast is dead? Well deserved. Upon learning that Wong had met his end by being slowly tortured with a spoon, one woman felt a surge of dissatisfaction. If given the chance, she would have relished in devising a more heinous demise for him. Many shared this sentiment, having endured torturous hell because of that monster's perversions. The sight of their loved ones again was overwhelming, leaving some unable to confront the reality. With tear-filled eyes, one woman looked at her companion and choked on her words. Husband, do you still want me? My dear, this is not your fault. It is I who failed to protect you. Really? Is that true? Indeed, let us not dwell on the past. We must live our lives to the fullest. Rest assured, my dear, I shall never permit you to endure such suffering again. My husband. Upon hearing her spouse's words, the woman was overcome with joy, tears streaming down her face. If a man were to forsake her, life would lose its meaning. Naturally, each individual possesses a unique perspective on experiences. Some survivors, witnessing their partners in such despair, felt a surge of disdain. They believed their loved ones had brought shame upon them. What do you mean? I have endured so much to ensure your survival, and this is how you repay me? No, it's not a matter of no. You simply perceive me as tainted, do you not? Very well. If I have lost my dignity, I might as well embrace death. Before the man could finish his thought, the woman dashed outside, vaulting over the railing of the 7th floor. No. As she heard his plea, she turned back, tears glistening in her eyes, and smiled. Xiaoya, I do not regret loving you. Live well. With a thunderous crash, the sound reverberated throughout the entire mall. Everyone present stood in shock, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. The man hurried to the railing, witnessing the blossoming flower on the ground floor, his body trembling with anguish. Why must you be so headstrong? Why didn't you let me finish my words? Forget it. You are so timid. Surely you will be bullied down there. I shall join you. With that, he too leaped over the railing. At that moment, the other survivors snapped back to reality and rushed forward to dissuade him. Brother, please don't lose hope. Indeed, your girlfriend urged you to live well. Young man, think of your family. The road ahead is still long. The man shook his head, replying, Thank you all. My fiancé, E, and I grew up in an orphanage. Apart from each other, we have no relatives left. I ask you all to help bury us together. If that proves difficult, then please, set us ablaze. I hope you do not repeat my mistakes and fail those who are close to you. A resounding echo filled the mall once more, plunging everyone into silence. While they mourned for the couple, they understood this was his choice and thus respected it. Meanwhile, the women who had endured their own trials were weeping uncontrollably. They had suffered inhuman torment, yet that young girl had remained remarkably strong, offering comfort even in the face of despair. Many women, inspired by her encouragement, had persevered, just as they had been rescued. Fate had cruelly separated them from their loved ones. Reflecting on their own situations and gazing at the men beside them, their sobs grew louder. Through this ordeal, many survivors realized the importance of holding their battered partners close. Though the catastrophe had left them scarred, the presence of their loved ones provided solace. As long as life remained, there existed hope. Are you, Brother Cao Ning? Seeing that Wong Luoyu was alive and her clothes were intact, Cao Ning breathed a sigh of relief. He had been fearful that upon discovering Wong Luoyu's survival, she might encounter some misfortune. Fortunately, aside from appearing a bit listless, she was unharmed. It's me. Boo-hoo. Cao Ning go. That wicked person wanted to. Do not be afraid. That beast is already dead. Upon hearing that the one who had bound her was no more, Wong Luoyu suddenly lifted her head to look at Cao Ning, her face a canvas of disbelief. They are armed. Rest assured, I witnessed his demise with my own eyes. Wah. Wong Luoyu could no longer contain her emotions and embraced Cao Ning, weeping profusely. In recent days, she had fallen into despair, even contemplating ending her own life. Had it not been for the encouragement of those around her, she would have succumbed long ago. She had thought today would mark her tragic end at the hands of that beast, yet unexpectedly, Cao Ning had appeared. This revelation filled her with both excitement and confusion. Cao Ning go, how did you find your way here? Because of you. Me? Wong Luoyu was momentarily taken aback, quickly wiping away her tears. Although she shared a close relationship with Cao Ning, it was inconceivable that he would risk facing hordes of zombies to rescue her. The area surrounding the mall was teeming with the undead. How could he possibly dare such peril for her sake? Cao Ning noticed her bewilderment and smiled, saying, Your sister is downstairs. She will explain everything to you. What? My sister is still alive? Indeed, not only your sister, but also Xiaowen, Lanjia, and Wei Jia are alive. Wong Luoyu's eyes widened in astonishment, gripping Cao Ning's hand tightly, her gaze brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. Is that true? Why would I deceive you? You will see for yourself shortly. Come, let us return home. Chapter 72. He might be your man in the future. When Cao Ning returned to the bus with Wong Luoyu, disbelief lingered among everyone, including Wong Luoyu. Even when her sister stood before her, she felt as though it were an illusion. To be honest, after witnessing the horde of zombies scattered across the area yesterday, her hopes had diminished. Yet, her sister's voice pulled her back to reality. Sis. Woo-woo. Xiaoyu. As the two sisters embraced and wept, Su Xiaowen and the others felt their eyes welling with tears. They rejoiced in the reunion of the sisters while simultaneously lamenting their own inability to reunite with loved ones. They longed for just one more glimpse of their parents, but that was an unattainable wish. Enough. This is a joyous occasion, not a matter of life and death. Please. Have a seat. Luoyu has had a proper meal in days. Let us prepare something for her and allow her to freshen up. Upon hearing Cao Ning's words, Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei wiped their tears and hurried into the kitchen. Su Xiaowen headed to the storage room to find clean clothes for Wong Luoyu. Xiaoyu, why didn't you call me all these days? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Woo-woo, sis, my phone broke. Broken? You could have borrowed someone else's phone to call me. I was so frightened at that moment that I forgot. Later, I encountered that bad man, and he confiscated our phones. What kind of bad man? Subsequently, Wong Luoyu recounted the harrowing experiences she had endured over the past few days. Those who were busy also gradually became captivated by her tale. By the time she finished, everyone felt a deep sympathy for the young sister and shared in their anger towards the monstrous perpetrator. All right, that scoundrel is dead now. So you needn't be angry anymore? Cao Ning smiled, trying to comfort the women who were filled with righteous indignation. Brother, how did that person die? You needn't dwell on that. Revealing the details might keep you awake at night. Suffice it to say, in the end, there was nothing left but a pile of bones. Upon hearing about the man's fate, the women could not suppress a shiver. Only bones. The process must have been terrifying and brutal. Yet, considering his deeds, mere bones are too lenient a fate. He should have been ground to dust. In recent days, they had witnessed much and their characters had undergone significant transformation. No longer were they the delicate, sympathetic individuals they once were. Previously, they would have been filled with fear and anxiety. But now they yearned to shatter that man's very marrow. Hey, Sister Lan, do you smell something burning? Ah, my dish. With that, Zhang Lan hurried into the kitchen. Upon seeing the charred vegetables, everyone couldn't help but chuckle, lightening the previously heavy atmosphere. Since the stir-fry was now inedible, Cao Ning suggested they have hot pot instead, a gesture to welcome Wong Luoyu back. We can enjoy a proper meal later tonight. Wong Luoyu, a little food enthusiast, could hardly contain her drool at the mention of hot pot. Observing her sister's face brimming with longing, Wong Luoyu felt a mix of joy and sorrow. She promptly took Wong Luoyu to the shower to freshen up. The midday hot pot was lavish, with Cao Ning presenting an array of vegetables and meats he had gathered. Despite Wong Luoyu's petite frame, her appetite was formidable. The women had been well fed in recent days, and their craving for hot pot was not as intense as before. Most of them served the cooked food to Wong Luoyu and Cao Ning, with Cao Ning's plate nearly overflowing. All right, I'm about to burst, Cao Ning exclaimed. Brother, how can you eat so little? Come on, have some more meat to replenish your protein. You'll need the energy for tonight. Upon hearing Su Xiaowen's words, Cao Ning was momentarily taken aback. Why did that sound so improper? Su Xiaowen, realizing her blunder, felt her face flush. What was wrong with her? How could she utter such suggestive words? Had she changed so dramatically overnight? Noticing Cao Ning's unwavering gaze, she mustered her courage and cast him a flirtatious glance. Brother, what are you staring at? Just eat more. You've been busy all morning, time to replenish. The other women, except for Wong Luoyu, who was focused on her meal, joined in the playful teasing. Cao Ning felt as if he had returned to his childhood, being fed by his mother. Yet, this was quite pleasant. This was the essence of home. Without further ado, he decided to relish the affection of the women in his life and dug in. Observing Cao Ning devour his meal, the women wore satisfied smiles. He had become their pillar of strength. As long as he was safe, their lives were filled with hope. Through this experience, they came to appreciate Cao Ning's character and qualities even more, deepening their affection for him, especially for Su Xiaowen, who had just embraced womanhood. Her dependence on Cao Ning was profound. He was irresistibly attractive to her. If not for Wong Luoxue and the others watching, she would have gladly sat in his lap feeding him. This meal was a celebration of joy for all. As the women savored the moment, Cao Ning decided to step out for a breath of fresh air, patting his full stomach. Just as he exited, Li Kuan approached from a distance. Ciao. He nearly gathered all the crystal cores here, he announced, gesturing towards the sacks filled with cores. Cao Ning walked over, opened one bag, and was delighted to see it brimming with crystals. Notably, he spotted some yellow secondary crystal cores. It seemed he would become a level 3 genetic warrior tonight. Excellent. How many did we collect? He inquired. The exact count isn't in yet, but from a rough estimate, there are about 42,000. Upon hearing this figure, Cao Ning felt satisfied, aligning closely with his expectations. As for the other locations, they are mostly completed as well, and several teams are already on their way back. Did they mention how much they collected? The task has been nearly accomplished, with a surplus of 200,000 crystal cores. Excellent. Once we finish gathering everything, we'll head back. I will make a quick trip to the supermarket to collect some supplies. All right. We will also go over shortly to gather some resources. After the two parted ways, Cao Ning hummed a tune as he returned to the car. Upon hearing that Cao Ning was taking them to the mall, several women joyfully embraced him, showering him with affectionate kisses. This scene left Wong Luoyu's mind in a whirlwind. What is happening here? Isn't brother Cao Ning Xiaowen's boyfriend? Why are Lanjie and Wei Jie also kissing him? At 18, curiosity is at its peak. She pondered during their meal why these older sisters treated Cao Ning with such fondness, and it became even more apparent now. She quickly pulled her sister Wong Luoxue aside and whispered, Sister, what's going on? Observing her sister's bewildered expression, Wong Luoxue initially intended to reveal her relationship with Cao Ning to her in due time. However, given her sister's nature, it seemed unlikely that she could keep it a secret for long. Thus, it was better to speak openly, especially as they would be living together in the future without the need for apprehension. Indeed, what you see is the truth. They are all Cao Ning's women. What? This? Cao Ning is also your brother-in-law. Goodness. Sister, you. At that moment, Wong Luoyu's mind was not merely overwhelmed. It felt as if it had exploded. After contemplating for a while, she opened her mouth but could find no words to express her thoughts. Wong Luoxue embraced her, gently stroking her back. Do you dislike Cao Ning? Wong Luoyu shook her head. Although she had not met Cao Ning many times, she had learned from Su Xiaowen about the kind of person he was: responsible, hardworking, and humorous. She had always admired such qualities in a man. Then you must get along well with him in the future, understood? Yes, but why? Wong Luoxue gazed deeply at her sister and whispered in her ear. He might very well be your man in the future. Chapter 73. He truly deserves it. Brother, it's too large. We can hardly contain it. Darling, mine is nearly full as well. Despite the numerous corpses of zombies scattered throughout the mall, it does not diminish the enthusiasm of several women for their zero-cost shopping spree. Initially, Su Xiaowen and her companions posed in front of the mirror. But overwhelmed by the abundance, they decided to simply seize every item that caught their fancy, in pursuit of a more delightful shopping experience. Cao Ning brought in a small electric train from the mall, while the women busily transported their finds from the shops. Given that some items were previously touched by zombies, a few products appeared rather unsightly. Even after washing them, they still felt a tad unsettling. Thus, the goods displayed in the shops remained largely untouched, as they mostly transferred unopened items. Clothes, shoes, bags, gold and silver jewelry, cosmetics, and daily necessities were moved in bulk. Fortunately, all the women had become first-level genetic warriors, endowing them with physical abilities far superior to those of ordinary adults. Consequently, lifting boxes comparable to their own size was a trivial task. Cao Ning also participated in the zero-cost shopping, albeit with less fervor than the women. His primary focus was on digital electronics and entertaining gadgets, after all. Living in a bus necessitated some leisure activities. He couldn't possibly engage in procreation daily. Even the most resilient individual would struggle to endure such monotony. He sought to enhance his stamina and endurance, not to morph into an ostrich from a lychee. The quantity remained unchanged, it was merely the quality that improved. And he intended to utilize every available space. As he noticed the women filling the electric train, he recalled the words of General MacArthur, who once remarked that while women might beg for mercy in bed, they never falter when shopping. Thus, he boarded the small train and headed straight for the entrance, with the women trailing behind, anxious that their amassed supplies might tumble. Although the surroundings were deserted, in the interest of caution, Cao Ning refrained from opening the luggage compartment to load the items. Instead, he and the women transferred everything from the shopping carts into the storage room of their living quarters. They simply tossed the supplies inside. Cao Ning opened a small 1 meter by 1 meter door on the floor of the storage room. "Brother, can we just throw it in? Won't it break?" The women gazed curiously at the dark abyss of the cellar. "It won't break. Just toss it in. I'll tell you later how to retrieve the items." Upon hearing this, the others ceased their inquiries and began to pour the supplies into the cellar. Thus, they made several trips back and forth, nearly raiding every shop in the mall. They had gathered an abundance of food, drink, and entertainment, observing the countless supplies being stored in the bus. The women were instantly filled with a sense of achievement and security. Cao Ning even discovered 2 sets of globally limited edition home theaters and an audio store, planning to upgrade the bus with a karaoke system and a home theater. After all, the goal now was not merely to survive, but to thrive. Enjoyment was still essential. Speaking of indulgence, one could not overlook the allure of a massage bathtub, as a few individuals strolled into a flagship bathroom showroom. They were irresistibly drawn to a pulsating massage bathtub. The mere thought of unwinding in such a luxurious bath after a long day of toil was utterly delightful. Consequently, they all turned their gazes toward Cao Ning, hoping he would procure this splendid tub. Undoubtedly, Cao Ning harbored a keen interest in the bathtub, perhaps even more than the women present. Not only could it foster deeper relationships, but it also offered a platform for intimate conversations. However, after circling the tub, he shook his head. "Brother, what's the matter? Isn't it wonderful?" Su Xiaowen inquired, linking her arm with Cao Ning's, her curiosity piqued. "It is indeed splendid, but alas, it is too small for all of us to fit comfortably." Before he could finish his sentence, Cao Ning felt a sudden twist in his waist. "Brother, I never knew you were so considerate," she exclaimed, teasingly. Cough, cough. "I have always been quite thoughtful, haven't I?" he stammered. "Humph." Su Xiaowen shot him a knowing glance. She was well aware of his thoughts. Before she had become a woman, she might have been oblivious, but now, enlightenment had dawned upon her. Wong Luoxue and the others also displayed a hint of shyness. The idea of so many bathing together evoking thoughts of a certain film of a risky nature. Yet, among the group, there were those still innocent. For instance, Wong Luoyu, who boldly jumped into the tub, lying down in a starfish position. "Brother-in-law, this bathtub isn't small at all." The awkward atmosphere nearly suffocated them. "Ahem, Xiaoyu. It's dirty inside. Please get up." Wang Luoxue, noticing her Navi sister, hurriedly pulled her up. "Sister, it's really quite spacious." As her sister continued to explain, Wang Luoxue swiftly covered her mouth. Surely, she was well aware of the size. It seemed that upon returning home, a little education was in order for her sister. "Well, I can acquire a larger and better bathtub. Let us forget this one and move on to the next store." With that, Cao Ning exited the bathroom store without a backward glance. Observing his slightly guilty demeanor, the women exchanged knowing glances, then smiled at one another, linking arms and following him. Later, they ventured to the supermarket to gather provisions. Although the supermarket was chilly, many fruits and vegetables had spoiled, leading them to mostly select packaged goods. Fortunately, the cold storage was still operational, housing a plethora of meats and fresh seafood. Without further ado, they loaded their haul. As they were loading the final batch of supplies onto the bus, Li Kuan's convoy arrived. Upon seeing Cao Ning surrounded by 5 stunning women while they loaded supplies, envy rippled through the crowd. Food, drinks, and such beautiful women. This is akin to a heavenly existence. "Cao, my brother, it seems you've had quite the haul." "Ah, Li, please don't mock me. With so many family members, this might barely suffice." "Ha, truly, it's a challenge for you, isn't it?" Though Li Kuan wore a jovial expression, inwardly, he was seething. Not enough food? After transporting so many supplies back and forth, does he truly consider himself blind? The crux of the matter is that he has scarcely lifted a finger. It is predominantly the women who are laboring. Could it be that this fellow saved the galaxy in a previous life? It is maddening to contemplate. However, upon witnessing the heaps of supplies, Li Kuan glanced at the bus, harboring a significant doubt. Can this vehicle accommodate such an abundance of items? Nevertheless, one cannot perceive Cao Ning through the lens of commonality. There are certain things better left undiscovered. It is prudent to refrain from excessive inquiries that may lead to trouble. Very well, you may continue loading. We shall enter and gather some supplies ourselves. Once we have completed our task, we shall depart. Indeed, you may proceed. Observing Li Kuan and his group entering the marketplace, Cao Ning sensed a foreboding that they would soon unleash their ire. Chapter 74, Sudden Wealth. The bus upgrades again. This scoundrel, truly unworthy of being called a human. I have never encountered such shamelessness. He is indeed worse than a dog. Li Kuan's furious curses echoed as the convoy made its way back to the waiting shelter. The soldiers aboard the vehicle, uncertain of the relationship between their captain and Cao Ning, also harbored a desire to vent their frustrations. Upon entering the marketplace, the group was utterly taken aback. It was as if a horde had swept through, leaving chaos in its wake. Although there were still numerous garments within the shops, most were stained with the blood of the undead. To leave them behind felt wasteful, yet to take them seemed repugnant. Ultimately, adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, they collected what remained: clothes, shoes, and various daily necessities. As Li Kuan gazed upon the soiled supplies, his face turned ashen. However, considering that it was Cao Ning who had cleared out the zombies within the mall, he refrained from further complaints. After all, it was only fair to acknowledge the labor that had been undertaken. Yet, upon their arrival at the grocery store, Li Kuan could no longer contain his frustration. The sight of decaying vegetable leaves and rotten fruits was akin to begging for scraps. In an instant, his exclamations filled the entire marketplace. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, work had to be accomplished. He directed the others to salvage what they could while he himself rummaged through the pile of spoiled greens. From the outset of gathering supplies until their return to the shelter, a sour expression had not left his face, as if Cao Ning had stolen his beloved. Compounding his irritation, the radio incessantly relayed reports from other rescue teams boasting bountiful hauls, prompting him to curse throughout the journey. Cao, dear brother, you are truly detestable. As the convoy finally arrived at the shelter and came to a halt, Cao Ning observed Li Kuan approach, his face a mask of suppressed rage. He was well aware of the reasons behind Li Kuan's ire, yet he feigned ignorance. Brother, what brings you to speak thus? I didn't spare any effort today. You know precisely what I mean. That mall before Li Kuan could finish, Cao Ning thrust a package into his arms. Upon opening it and swiftly closing it again, Li Kuan asked, Cao, what is this? Brother, you have worked hard today. I must express my gratitude for your substantial help, oh dear. Between us, who needs such formality? Just take it back. Seeing Li Kuan's polite demeanor juxtaposed with his tight grip on the package, Cao Ning chuckled. You should keep it. Otherwise, it would mean you do not acknowledge me as your younger brother. Look, you're getting flustered. Fine. I shall accept it, Xiao Wong. Please tally the crystal cores and bring them over to Cao. Nearby, a soldier engaged in moving the crystal cores immediately acknowledged the command and began directing others to hasten their efforts. Xiao Wong inwardly sighed in relief, thankful that he had not joined the captain in berating Cao Ning on their way back. The captain, who had been vocally critical earlier, now wore a sweet smile while conversing with Cao Ning. It seemed he had made a subtle advancement in understanding the complexities of human relationships. Cao, I shall take my leave now. Once the other teams finish tallying the crystal cores, I will bring them to you together. All right, then I shall trouble you, my friend. Not at all. By the way, I must head to the command center tomorrow morning. Do not forget. Yes, I am aware. Watching Li Kuan leave with a package, brimming with satisfaction, Cao Ning returned to the vehicle. Brother, do you think Captain Li will say anything? A few women hastily gathered around, their faces etched with concern. Rest assured, Li Kuan is quite astute. Since he has taken the items, he will not speak indiscriminately. However, even if he does, it matters little. We can simply depart. Noticing that Su Xiaowen and the others wished to say more, Cao Ning gently urged them back into the living quarters. Enough of this. You need not dwell on it any longer. I will take care of everything. You should organize your belongings. We will dine shortly. And tonight we shall enjoy a splendid meal to welcome Luoyu. Upon hearing Cao Ning's words, the others fell silent. Since he asserted that all was well, they chose to trust him. The women resumed tending to the spoils of their recent endeavors. Garments were tidied as they changed into one after another. Observing the joyful laughter of the women, Cao Ning returned to the cockpit. Lighting a cigarette, he accessed the system interface. Noticing the balance of upgrade points displayed as 138. 975, his right hand trembled slightly as he held the cigarette. A wave of sudden wealth. Today, he had amassed a total of 188,975 upgrade points. During the skirmish against the level 3 zombies at the marketplace, he spent 40,000 upgrade points to acquire a zombie electric net. While transporting supplies, he also allocated an additional 10,000 upgrade points to expand the luggage compartment of the bus. Seeing nearly 140,000 upgrade points remaining, he was overwhelmed with excitement. This surge could potentially elevate his bus by 3 or 4 levels. System, upgrade the bus to level 8. Host, current upgrade points are insufficient. Then to level 7. Ding. As per the host request, the upgrade has been completed. Bus shell level 50,000. Current shell defense can withstand all medium missile attacks. Glass privacy attribute increased by 100. Can remain invisible for 5 hours each day. Bus power level 50,000. Current bus speed increased by 140 and endurance extended by 140. Can ignore obstacles for rapid travel for 1 hour daily at a speed of 1,000 km/h. Bus body level 50,000. Current bus interior maintains a constant temperature of up to 30 degrees Celsius. Parking power for 72 hours, and a 1,000-liter water tank at a constant temperature of 30 degrees Celsius. Equipped with purification for drinkability, bus chassis level 50,000. Current bus load capacity is 140 tons, driving noise reduced by 140, stability increased by 140. Tires can withstand rifle bullets, fuel tank maintains a temperature of 20 degrees Celsius. And 4 additional fuel tanks of the same size can be expanded. Bus living area level 50,000. Current bus area is 400 square meters, height is 3.5 meters. Alternate space does not alter the bus's appearance. Bus luggage compartment level 50,000. Current luggage compartment capacity is 18,110 cubic meters. Currently occupied 3,932 cubic meters. Alternate space does not alter the bus's appearance. Time stands still, cannot store living beings. Doomsday Fortress upgrade points. For 5975 seeing the completion of the bus upgrade. Cao Ning's hands trembled even more. He never anticipated that the upgrade would unlock new functions. What does invisibility mean? He queried. Indeed, host, once invisibility mode is activated, neither biological entities nor satellite radar can detect it. Does ignoring obstacles for 1 hour mean I can drive freely? Yes, host. But it requires pairing with a satellite positioning system. Simply select a destination within range, and the bus can autonomously navigate, disregarding any obstacles, including roadblocks, buildings, mountains, and oceans. The satellite positioning system can be purchased in the system mall. Impressive. This function is extraordinary. With this, no one can pose a threat. If someone were to target me with a nuclear bomb, I could instantly escape the blast radius. However, the satellite positioning system is quite expensive, requiring 200,000 upgrade points or a crystal core. Before that, he would need to remain cautious. Nonetheless, after this upgrade, he felt that continuing to enhance the bus might unveil even more new features. At this moment, his interest in hunting zombies intensified. Host, should we now renovate the living quarters? The living quarters? Observing that the area had expanded to 400 square meters, Cao Ning fell into contemplation. This time, he had to ensure proper arrangements, as there were more people on the bus. Beyond shared spaces, private areas were essential, especially with 5 young ones on board. A room must be provided for them. Otherwise, it would be unbearable. Ever since they boarded the bus, he had felt as though something was constantly watching him while he slept at night. Wait a little longer before transforming the living quarters, Tongzi. Understood, host. After completing the upgrade of the bus, Cao Ning turned his gaze towards the soldiers outside who were meticulously organizing the crystal cores. Hurry up. You're the last piece of the puzzle. Chapter 75, The Loyalty Elixir. Comrade Cao Ning, the transfer of 200,000 crystal cores has been completed. Well, I appreciate your hard work. After such a long time, this is my small token of gratitude. Upon seeing the package handed over by Cao Ning, filled with ready-to-eat provisions and spirits, several soldiers immediately declined. Take it. I have already discussed this with Captain Li. In that case, thank you, Comrade Cao Ning. Seeing the soldier accept the package, Cao Ning nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for your trouble today. Return home and rest early. Certainly, Comrade Cao Ning. With that, the soldiers departed promptly without lingering. After their departure, Cao Ning swiftly returned to the compartment, gazing at the piled-up crystal cores within. A gleam of green light sparkled in his eyes. So many tasks could be accomplished tonight. Observing Su Xiaowen and others still transporting crystal cores to the storage room, Cao Ning waved his hand grandly. In an instant, the crystal cores, including those in the women's hands, vanished. startled by the sudden disappearance of the sacks they held. The women turned to Cao Ning in surprise. Do not be afraid. They are still in the bus. Come, gather around. I have something to discuss. Cao Ning seated the slightly shocked women on the couch. We are a family. There are matters I should share with you. However, before we proceed, you must drink this. As he spoke, 5 vials of colorful elixirs materialized in Cao Ning's hand. Su Xiaowen was the first to seize a vial, examining it closely. Brother, is this the genetic warrior evolution liquid? The colors are so beautiful. Upon hearing her, the others curiously gazed at the elixirs. Cao Ning shook his head and replied, this is not an evolution liquid. It is a loyalty elixir. A loyalty elixir? What does that mean? Cao Ning looked earnestly at the women beside him and explained, in simple terms, the loyalty elixir ensures your allegiance to me. Should any thoughts or actions of betrayal or harm arise, the elixir will retaliate. Conversely, if you remain loyal, it will continuously nourish and maintain your health. If you drink this elixir, you shall not be able to leave me for a lifetime. Consider wisely before you partake. Then, Cao Ning turned his gaze to Wong Luoyu. He did not worry about the others, as they were unlikely to abandon him. However, Wang Liu was different, although she was currently with Wang Luoxue. Their parents were still alive, and he could not guarantee she would not leave. To be honest, he could employ force. Yet, there was no need. As every individual has the right to choose. As long as it does not infringe upon his interests, he would choose to respect their decisions. After hearing Cao Ning's words, the women remained silent for a while. Although they had previously declared their unwavering commitment to Cao Ning, the requirement to consume the loyalty elixir left them somewhat unsettled. However, upon further reflection, they came to understand Cao Ning's intentions. In this apocalyptic world, being cautious and prudent was, after all, the prudent approach. Not to mention, Cao Ning was responsible for so many lives. A slight misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Moreover, he could easily deceive himself into believing that this was merely a potion for maintaining health, without the need to elaborate so extensively on the loyalty elixir. It is evident that he holds himself in high regard. Brother, I shall never depart from your side. Cao Ning, my sister and I have previously expressed our willingness to be your women, vowing never to leave you. My dear husband, I am certainly destined to be with you. Upon finishing her words, Wang Luoxue turned her gaze towards her sister. Wang Luoyu, noticing that her elder sister, Xiaowen, Nian, and Wei were all looking at her, felt her cheeks flush. Cao Ning chuckled softly and said, Little Rain, you need not feel pressured. If you find, brother-in-law, will you treat me kindly in the future? Before Cao Ning could complete his sentence, Wang Liu lifted her small face to gaze at him. Little Rain, you. My sister mentioned today that if you wish to stay, you must become your woman. I do not wish to part from my sister and you. Observing Wang Luoyu's flushed cheeks, Cao Ning found himself momentarily at a loss for words. A sudden wave of guilt washed over him. Brother-in-law, I have never been in love, and I enjoy eating, apart from studying. I am quite inept at anything else, if you do not mind me. You may indulge in all these resources as you please. Really? A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Wang Luoyu's eyes. However, you must learn more skills, whether it be cooking, cleaning, or any other abilities. For a home relies on the contributions of everyone. It is insufficient for me to shoulder it alone. Wang Liu nodded vigorously, her joy evident in her smile. As long as Cao Ning did not despise her, she could always learn. Brother-in-law, then I shall partake as well. Witnessing Wang Luoyu's agreement, the others exchanged knowing smiles. Another sister had been added to their ranks. Yet, it felt quite pleasant, for they were all familiar with one another, free from duplicity. Very well, since everyone consents. Let us drink. With that, Cao Ning took the vial, pricked himself to draw a small amount of blood, mixed it, and handed it to several women. The women accepted the loyalty elixir without hesitation, rolling up their sleeves and injecting it into their arms. Contrary to their expectations of pain, they merely felt the potion enter their bodies, transforming into a warm current that flowed through every corner of their beings. In an instant, they experienced an exhilarating sensation, even more delightful than the feeling of becoming genetic warriors. Once they had sensed the changes within themselves, the women opened their eyes, now gazing at Cao Ning. Each pair of eyes brimmed with boundless admiration and affection. In truth, the loyalty elixir possessed a hidden effect that Cao Ning had not disclosed. Aside from ensuring absolute loyalty from the blood contributor, if administered to women, it would exponentially amplify their feelings of love. Naturally, men would not experience the same effect unless they already held such inclinations. It could only enhance their loyalty to an astounding 1000%, loyal unto death. Even willing to endure any indignities. Witnessing the transformation of his women, Cao Ning felt a sense of relief. Certain secrets could now be unveiled. Are you curious about why those crystal cores suddenly vanished? Several individuals nodded in unison, aware that Cao Ning was poised to unveil his secrets. The extraordinary nature of the bus, which you may have experienced previously, can be envisioned as an apocalyptic stronghold. It will continuously upgrade and evolve, providing us with an increasingly secure and comfortable environment. Cao Ning then began to elucidate the intricacies of the bus in detail, except for Su Xiaowen. The other women were left astounded by Cao Ning's explanations, their minds nearly overwhelmed. The capability to withstand missile strikes, storage space vastly exceeding that of a conventional vehicle, and the possibility of expanding the living quarters. Observing their astonished expressions, Cao Ning bestowed upon them the privilege to access the luggage compartment. He handed each of them a wristband. This is a privilege wristband. Come, allow me to instruct you on how to store and retrieve supplies from the luggage compartment. Having said that, he guided them to the control panel at the front. With a swift motion, a screen emerged seamlessly from the panel. Opening the inventory page, Cao Ning began to scroll through an array of items. Many of these supplies had been collected that very day, and the women leaned eagerly over Cao Ning to take a closer look. He casually selected a packet of chips, revealing the brand, flavor, and quantity available. After choosing a specific flavor and selecting a quantity of one, he confirmed his choice. Instantly, a packet of chips materialized on the control panel. He then demonstrated how to store it again, and the packet vanished from sight in an instant. This sci-fi-like operation elicited exclamations of astonishment from the women. Cao Ning stepped aside, inviting each of them to try their hand at the controls. The interface proved to be user-friendly, with options for voice commands to retrieve or store items, and the women were soon engrossed in the experience. Once they had become adept, Cao Ning smiled and declared, "All right. You will have ample time to explore this at your leisure. However, we have an important matter to attend to next." Chapter 76. Co-ed bathing, a harbinger of good fortune. The notion that a bus could be transformed into a sprawling 400-square-meter abode left the women in utter astonishment. Yet, amidst their shock, a wave of excitement and elation surged within them. Truth be told, the recent nights spent together, though lively, had been somewhat stifling and discomforting. Previously, it was Wong Luoxue, and now it was Su Xiaowen, each night growing more tearful than the last. This predicament compelled Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei to rise each morning with dark circles under their eyes as they made their way to the restroom to change their undergarments. Even if they cried together, it would have been preferable to merely watching others weep. Thus, Cao Ning opened her laptop and began discussions with the women on how to renovate their new home. To their delight, Zhang Wei's university major was interior design. Although she had not used 3D modeling software like 3D Max in years, she was still proficient with the user-friendly Colgia. Through their collaborative brainstorming, the vision for their 400-square-meter residence gradually took shape. The bus's driving cabin would remain untouched, serving as the entry point. Beyond the driving cabin lay an expansive living room, measuring 8 meters in length and 6 meters in width. The bus windows could be converted into floor-to-ceiling panes, maintaining the exterior appearance of the original vehicle. Directly across was an open kitchen, designed to accommodate a 10-person island, flanked by wine and snack cabinets. Proceeding further, a corridor unfolded. To the left was a communal restroom and shower, while to the right were a karaoke room and a dressing room, which would also serve as a space for laundry and clothing storage. At the far end were individual bedrooms, 3 on the left, 3 on the right. And directly facing the corridor was Cao Ning's room. Except for Cao Ning's slightly larger space, the remaining bedrooms were uniformly sized, approximately 40 square meters each equipped with its own private restroom and dressing area. Cao Ning desired to share her bed with others, yet acknowledged that women occasionally needed their own space during certain days of the month. Consequently, the storage room was scrapped, as everyone now had access to the operation console, allowing them to retrieve necessary items directly, thereby eliminating the clutter of excessive supplies. With the layout nearly finalized, Cao Ning summoned the system to commence the transformation of the bus's interior. In the midst of the women's astonishment, the bus's configuration began to evolve rapidly. During this process, Cao Ning integrated the collected appliances into the system and opened the system marketplace to procure advanced furnishings. For instance, air purification devices that worked instantaneously, rapid suction range hoods, pulsating massage bathtubs designed for relaxation, fully automated karaoke systems, fatigue-relieving beds, and holographic 3D televisions were among the acquisitions. With ample funds at her disposal, over 40,000 upgrade points and more than 170,000 crystal cores, these advanced technologies, while cutting-edge, paled in comparison to the exorbitantly priced weaponry, costing merely a fraction of a fortune. Ultimately, the total expenditure amounted to just over 100,000 crystal cores. As the realization of her dream home came to fruition, the women eagerly explored every corner of their new sanctuary. Each bedroom boasted an identical layout and furnishings, with a plethora of materials gathered from the marketplace, allowing for personalized decoration in the future. The windows are floor to ceiling, offering an expansive view, allowing one to see everything outside with utmost clarity. The privacy glass of the bus has now been upgraded to 100, even if one were to toss a flashbang inside. The exterior would reveal nothing but an impenetrable darkness. Standing by the window, Cao Ning couldn't help but reminisce about certain action films, regardless of anything else. He resolved to experience something exhilarating tonight. The room for the little monkey was quite nice as well, though the bed had been replaced with a soft mat. And it boasted additional climbing structures and ropes. Since the little monkey was quite active, it was better for the room to be simple, and the door was entirely transparent, facilitating easy observation of the monkey's antics. Thinking of the little monkey, Cao Ning activated the system again. He had exchanged crystal cores for these creatures. Although they were merely a few months old, they could not afford to be idle. He needed to elevate their levels to provide himself with combat support. With an abundance of crystal cores at his disposal, it was sufficient to upgrade them to level 2 mutant beasts. However, prior to that, he needed to tame them, ensuring their loyalty to both himself and his woman. Eureka! Cao Ning discovered a potion akin to a loyalty serum for taming beasts. After infusing it with his blood, it would guarantee absolute fidelity. Moreover, following a simple training regimen, the mutant beasts would be able to comprehend their master's commands. This taming potion could amalgamate the blood of 3 individuals, meaning that by combining his and his woman's blood, they would both become the masters of the little monkey. The prices of taming potions varied. The higher the level of the mutant beast, the steeper the price for the potion. He was particularly astonished to see that a level 10 taming potion was worth millions. Fortunately, the little monkeys were quite young, with 3 being of no rank and 2 at level 1. Cao Ning spent 13,000 crystal cores to procure 5 taming potions, 3 red and 2 orange. Just as he was about to exit the system's marketplace, a certain product caught his eye, a language potion for mutant beasts. Administering this potion would enable the beasts to articulate human language. This was remarkable. If he injected it into the little monkey, it would facilitate better coordination during future resource hunts and battles. However, the price was rather steep. Unlike the taming potions, this potion was more expensive for lower-level mutant beasts, while it was cheaper for those of higher rank. A level 10 potion cost only 10,000 crystal cores. Thankfully, the pricing was not entirely outrageous. The potion for unranked beasts was 110,000 crystal cores, or 1 upgrade point per vial, with the cost decreasing by 10,000 crystal cores for each subsequent level. Thus, Cao Ning decided to wait until the little monkey's level increased further before purchasing the language potion. Upon exiting the monkey's room, he noticed several women gathered around the shower area. The water was prepared. Was it time for a communal bath? Ah, brother, why did you come in? The sudden voice from behind startled the women. Why can't I enter? By the way, let us add more paddles, with so many of us. A sparse arrangement wouldn't be pleasing. Brother, you cannot join. Us sisters need to wash together. Ah, you don't understand, do you? Mixed bathing brings good fortune. Good fortune? Apart from the adorably naive Wong Liu and the somewhat innocent Su Xiaowen, Wong Luoxua instantly grasped the implication. They were a bit older than the two and occasionally indulged in romantic instructional films to alleviate their loneliness, thus possessing significantly greater knowledge in this area. Observing Cao Ning's unabashed demeanor, a hint of crimson crept onto the faces of the women. Brother-in-law, what do you mean by good fortune? Upon seeing those big, innocent eyes, Cao Ning found himself at a loss for words. She is still such a naive child. I mustn't let her know too much. Oh, it's nothing. You'll understand when we wash. By the way, everyone come out. I have something else to attend to. And then we can all wash together. Chapter 77. Evolutionary Level 3 Genetic Warrior's Brother. Why is Ning Ning not reacting? Su Xiaowen asked anxiously, gazing at the little monkey in her arms, who still had its eyes closed. There's no need to worry. Just give it some time. The medicine has just been administered, and it needs a moment to take effect. Cao Ning replied, having entrusted his own little monkey to Wong Luoyu. Initially, she observed the other girls with their monkeys, and though she said nothing, her eyes were filled with envy. Since she had chosen to follow him, Cao Ning felt it was only right to ensure she felt included. After all, he was the master, and it mattered little whose care the little monkeys were in. At that moment, Wong Luoyu cradled Cao Cao, the eldest among the monkeys, whose vibrant orange fur captivated her completely. Ah, it's awake. Haha, don't be mischievous. Seeing the monkey burrow into her embrace the moment it regained consciousness, Su Xiaowen couldn't help but giggle. The other monkeys, now awake, also sought their owners, clamoring for affection. The women distinctly sensed their little monkey's deep reliance on them. When the monkey in Su Xiaowen's arms caught sight of Cao Ning, it lunged towards his face, only to be caught by him, who playfully smacked its tiny behind twice. Whether from fright or pain, the little creature let out a series of wails. Unable to bear seeing her monkey mistreated, Su Xiaowen immediately scooped it back into her arms. Brother, it's still so young, don't hit it. You're spoiling it. As the saying goes, a young tree must be pruned to grow straight. The same applies to monkeys, they need to be trained from an early age. Brother, you're misquoting. That's not how the saying goes. Su Xiaowen pouted. Well, it's close enough in meaning. Now that these little monkeys have absorbed the medicine, we need to feed them the crystal course. The sooner they enhance their strength, the better equipped they will be to protect you when we venture out, he declared. Producing a sack filled with crystal cores, Su Xiaowen and Wong Liu's monkeys were of the first level, while the others were unranked. Distributing 10 crystal cores to each monkey based on their levels, Cao Ning continued. Brother, how can we feed them such hardcores? Indeed, darling, won't they choke? Now classified as level 1 genetic warriors themselves, the group found their strength had significantly increased. They each took a crystal core and squeezed it, only to discover it was as hard as diamond. Fearing that they might choke the monkeys, they hesitated. Don't worry. The gastric juices of mutated beasts possess strong corrosive properties and can digest the crystal cores. Although he too harbored some concern, the system had assured him that there was no issue, which generally indicated safety. Upon hearing Cao Ning's reassurances, Su Xiaowen hesitantly held a crystal core to the monkey's mouth. The little creature's eyes sparkled with excitement and desire, as if it had just encountered its favorite food. With eager little paws, it grasped the crystal core and shoved it into its mouth. In an instant, before Su Xiaowen could react, the monkey's throat moved, and it swallowed the core whole. Then, his gaze shifted towards Su Xiaowen, who pointed at the crystal nucleus on the table with her tiny finger, her eyes brimming with longing. Observing that the little monkey was unharmed, the others felt a wave of relief and began to feed their own little monkeys the crystal nuclei. However, they were still too small and could only consume 4 or 5 before becoming satiated. After their meal, they closed their eyes and drifted off to sleep. All right, let us leave it at that for tonight. It seems they need time to digest the crystal nuclei. Let us return them to their rooms and place the remaining nuclei beside them. Upon hearing this, the group rose and walked to the monkey's room, gently placing them back on their designated soft cushions. Watching the adorable little monkeys, they reluctantly closed the door, feeling as if they were leaving their own slumbering children behind. Soon after, Cao Ning made his way to the living room, retrieving the prepared level 3 gene warrior evolution liquid. The women, upon seeing the vial in his hand, gathered around him. It's nothing. It's not the first time, so there's no need to worry. Cao Ning reassured them with a smile, noticing their apprehensive expressions. Taking a deep breath, he uncapped the syringe and plunged it into his arm, just as he had done before with the evolution liquid. An inhuman pain coursed through his entire body, each part feeling as if it were being devoured by insects. As they witnessed Cao Ning convulsing in agony on the sofa, the women's eyes glistened with unshed tears, their hearts aching for him. Although they understood this was ultimately beneficial for him, seeing him in such distress was unbearable. Yet, the pain was fleeting. It arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. His trembling form gradually stabilized. Cao Ning slowly rose, leaning against the sofa, exhaling deeply. Observing the astonished and exhilarated expressions on the women's faces, he felt somewhat bewildered, instinctively touching his own face. Is there something on my face? Why do you all stare at me like that? Brother, you've become more handsome. More handsome? Yes, not only handsome, but your eyes. They're so beautiful, Su Xiaowen remarked, licking her lips as if she were gazing at an exquisite feast, eager to devour it whole. The others, mirroring Su Xiaowen's sentiment, felt as though they had encountered a radiant galaxy in Cao Ning's eyes, compelling them to explore further. Upon hearing their words, Cao Ning took a moment to sense his own transformations. The most immediate change was in his eyesight. Peering through the window into the night, everything appeared remarkably clear, as if it were daylight. Next, he focused on his physicality. Clenching his fists, he realized he possessed significantly greater strength than before. Now, when facing the level 3 zombie in the Lianxing Mall, he felt confident that he could shatter its skull with a single punch without exerting his full strength. He opened the system interface to examine his detailed information. Host of the Doomsday Bastion, Cao Ning. Host capability, 697. A healthy individual is rated at 100. Gene warrior level, level 3 Doomsday Bastion vehicle, long distance bus. Bus members, Cao Ning, Wong Luoxue, Zhang Lan, Zhang Wei, Su Xiaowen, Wang Liu. Bus overall level, level 7, 0300000. Doomsday Bastion upgrade points, 45,975. System storage, level 1 seedling blade. Level 4 capture electric net 2-3. With nearly 700 capability points, Cao Ning felt a sense of satisfaction. The suffering he endured was not in vain. However, upon glimpsing his weapons, he deemed it necessary to visit the botanical garden in search of mutated plants. The level 1 seedling blade was becoming somewhat inadequate for him. Noticing several women gazing at him intently, Cao Ning couldn't help but chuckle. All right, if I keep staring at the sky, it will soon be dawn. It's getting late. Let us indulge in a bath. Upon hearing Cao Ning's words, the women instantly blushed and shot him a few playful glares. Brother, you can't go. Why can't I? Caught in the depth of Cao Ning's gaze, Su Xiaowen found herself momentarily unable to resist. Then, it's settled. You mustn't lay a hand on me. Do you not trust me? I assure you, I shall not overstep. Seeing Cao Ning's earnest demeanor, Su Xiaowen chose to believe in him. Out of modesty, the women entered the water first, allowing Cao Ning to join only after they were fully submerged. As Cao Ning stepped into the shower room, he was greeted by an enchanting sight in the bathtub. Each woman possessed her unique charm. Some were regal, others youthful. Some pure, and others alluring. Ah, darling, you've startled Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, quickly close your eyes, don't look. Seeing Wong Luoyu's hands spread wide open, Su Xiaowen felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of Cao Ning's honest physique, her face filled with admiration and longing. The others mirrored her reaction, stealing glances time and again, unable to quench their curiosity. Having become a level 3 gene warrior, Cao Ning's physique was more perfect than ever, with defined muscular contours that exuded an aura of vitality. The thought of future endeavors made his lips involuntarily moisten. Ahem. Next time for sure. With a grin, Cao Ning stepped into the bathtub. Unbeknownst to him, a mist began to envelop the bathroom, swirling gently in an ethereal dance. Chapter 78. The Underground Command Center. Today, the sun shone brightly, casting its warm winter rays through the window onto the bed, enveloping the room in a sense of cozy languor. Cao Ning slowly opened his bleary eyes, intending to rise, only to be reminded of the weight upon him. Lifting the covers, he discovered Su Xiaowen, resembling a tiny octopus, firmly nestled against his chest, her lips curling into a smile as if lost in a delightful dream. Turning to glance at the clock on the bedside table, he noted it was already past 7 in the morning. Gently, he shifted Su Xiaowen aside and tucked her in snugly. He then made his way to the floor-to-ceiling window, stretching his limbs lazily. Outside, the atmosphere was already bustling. The previous day's rescue mission had brought back numerous survivors, and efforts were underway to record their information. Some survivors were also seen organizing their vehicles, hoping to gather additional supplies before the impending extreme cold set in. After freshening up, Cao Ning dressed and stepped outside. In the living room, he found Zhang Lan busy in the kitchen. Her elegant long hair was elegantly pinned up, with a few strands tucked behind her ears, and she wore a creamy white house dress that accentuated her alluring figure. As she hummed a cheerful tune while cooking, she suddenly felt something press against her lower back. Just as she turned to investigate, a pair of strong arms enveloped her waist. What delicious dish are you preparing? A languid, magnetic voice whispered in her ear, rendering her momentarily powerless, her body going weak. I'm making chicken soup. Cao Ning rested his chin on Zhang Lan's shoulder, inhaling the aromatic scent and tightening his embrace. How delightful. Is it really? It's just that I added a bit of cilantro, and I meant you. Feeling the solid warmth of his chest behind her, Zhang Lan experienced a rush of lightheadedness, her vision blurring slightly. As the temperature rose, her breathing quickened. Cao Ning, where is my sister? A voice abruptly shattered the intimate atmosphere between them. Instinctively, Zhang Lan attempted to pull away, but Cao Ning held her firmly, leaving her unable to move. Cao Ning, it's Wei, what's wrong? Noticing Zhang Lan's cheeks flushed crimson, Cao Ning ceased to tease her, placing a gentle kiss on her cheek before stepping away. Seeing Zhang Wei's surprised expression, he feigned a fierce demeanor, pinching her cheek playfully. Daring to interrupt, just wait until I deal with you. Zhang Wei instinctively took a step back, then, catching the playful glint in Cao Ning's eyes, she raised her hand to swat him. Cao Ning dodged effortlessly and strode towards the cockpit. Sister, that bad guy is bullying me. Sister, what's wrong with you? Observing Zhang Lan leaning on the counter, gasping for breath, Zhang Wei anxiously inquired. What's the matter? Just watch the soup. I'll go change my clothes. With that, Zhang Lan hurried off to her room. Change clothes? Didn't you just do that last night? Zhang Wei shook her head, lifting the lid of the pot, and was immediately greeted by the rich aroma of chicken soup wafting toward her. Wow, it smells wonderful. After the chicken soup was prepared, the others had also risen. Once they had freshened up, everyone gathered in the dining room to commence their meal. Xiaoyu, why are you staring at me? Eat. Upon catching a glimpse of Cao Ning's profound gaze, Wong Luoyu hurriedly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Last night had been an eye-opener for her. The images of soaring through the clouds and tumultuous waves had left her utterly spellbound. As soon as she closed her eyes in bed, those scenes flashed incessantly before her. She hardly slept a wink, and upon waking in the morning, she changed into fresh undergarments. Wong Luoxue observed all of this silently, understanding that some matters required personal enlightenment. The chicken soup that Sister Lon made this morning is delightful. You should drink more. You haven't eaten well for days and need to replenish your strength. All right. Brother-in-law. Wong Liu shyly nodded and began to sip from her spoon, yet the blush on her face remained unabated. As everyone finished their meal, a knock echoed from outside the bus. Brotherly, you're here so early. Is it early? It's almost 9 o'clock. The chief was up at 6 this morning. If he hadn't thought you worked too hard yesterday, he would have sent someone over much earlier. Cao Ning rolled his eyes. I'm not an old man. Why rise so early? All right. I'll tidy up and head out. After dressing, Cao Ning reminded the ladies a few times before stepping off the bus. Outside, besides Li Kuan, stood a squad of soldiers clad in black combat uniforms, each towering and reminiscent of elite special forces from the movies. Upon seeing Cao Ning, they offered a salute and fell silent thereafter. Li Kuan glanced at the suitcase in Cao Ning's hand, nodded, and strode towards the command center. When Cao Ning arrived at the command center, Dean Wong, Brigadier Zhang, and several senior officials from the armed department were already waiting at the entrance. Brigadier Zhang, Dean Wong. I apologize for being late. Brigadier Zhang harbored no displeasure, instead smiling and commenting on the previous day's exertions, indicating that a bit more sleep was perfectly acceptable. As he spoke, he guided Cao Ning into the building. Dean Wong merely nodded with a smile, his gaze fixated on the suitcase Cao Ning was carrying, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Unlike the previous visit to the third-floor conference room, Brigadier Zhang produced a card and swiped it at the elevator sensor. Cao Ning felt the elevator begin its descent. The lower level housed the wartime command center, significantly more secure than the upper floors. Noticing Cao Ning's confusion, Zhang chuckled and explained. Cao Ning nodded in understanding, refraining from further comments. Most armed departments in prefecture-level cities possess similar underground wartime command centers. These facilities are stocked with an abundance of weapons and supplies, as well as medical and research equipment, all in preparation for war. This is common knowledge among the Dragon Nation's populace, yet few are privy to the specific details of what lies within. After approximately a minute, the elevator doors opened slowly, revealing a vast air raid shelter. In the center stood a large screen, surrounded by countless displays, where numerous men and women in military uniforms busily attended to their tasks. Cao Xiaoyu, this way, please. As he spoke, Academician Wong led the group to a massive iron door. After entering the password and undergoing an iris scan, they finally stepped into the chamber beyond the door. The space was not particularly large, yet it was not crowded either. Several individuals clad in white lab coats were engaged in manipulating various instruments. Xiaoyu, shall we begin? Academician Wong stated, prompting everyone to turn their attention towards the briefcase held by Cao Ning. Not one to dawdle, Cao Ning was determined to honor his commitment. He placed the suitcase on a table and entered the password to unlock it. Inside, there were 6 compartments, 5 of which contained vials of a crimson reagent, while 1 remained vacant. This is what you seek. I refer to it as the Gene Warrior Evolution Liquid. Upon hearing this, the group perked up with interest. Gene Warrior Evolution Liquid? The name certainly sounds sophisticated. Cao Xiaoyu, can this be injected directly? Indeed, I administered it via direct injection. Academician Wong cautiously picked up one of the vials, scrutinizing it for a considerable time before he replied, Cao Xiaoyu, for safety reasons. We must conduct a test on this reagent first. Chapter 79, Assisting in the Diminution of the Apocalypse's Population. Cao Ning believed that Academician Wong's actions were entirely justifiable. Had their roles been reversed, he would have made the same choice. To readily accept an unknown entity would be the mark of a fool. Upon receiving Cao Ning's consent, Academician Wong handed the vial of serum to an assistant nearby. While they waited, Colonel Zhang led Cao Ning on a tour of the wartime command center. Observing the scattered red dots and extensive patches of black on the large screen, Cao Ning felt a surge of curiosity. Colonel Zhang, are those black dots zombies? Indeed. The situation nationwide is quite dire. Colonel Zhang replied, his eyes filled with sorrow and resignation as he gazed at the vast territories now cloaked in darkness. Colonel, do you know how this virus originated? Cao Ning inquired. Taken aback for a moment, Colonel Zhang shook his head. We have yet to receive specific information from Kyoto. What I know is mostly hearsay. Hearsay? Why not share it? We have no pressing matters at the moment. A casual conversation wouldn't hurt, Cao Ning encouraged. Colonel Zhang nodded and led Cao Ning into an office. What I've heard from some friends is that although this virus erupted from the cherry blossoms, there are shadows of the eagle sauce behind it. Eagle sauce? I've heard their situation is even more severe than ours. Are they truly capable of inflicting harm on their enemies while suffering losses themselves? Colonel Zhang scoffed. Haven't they engaged in such actions before? However, this time they seem to have miscalculated. They advocate for a so-called freedom, with the majority of the populace disregarding management and running amok. Many military bases fell overnight. As he spoke, Colonel Zhang's expression revealed a hint of schadenfreude. Can we view the satellite images from Eagle Sauce? Unfortunately not. Shortly after the disaster struck, they activated satellite shielding. We only possess data from 2 days prior to the outbreak. Cao Ning nodded, a thought suddenly striking him. If the bus could traverse the land with such speed, disregarding mountains and lakes, why not venture abroad? The official shelters across Long country would undoubtedly require a vast array of supplies to ensure the survival of their citizens. With global industry at a standstill, the production of goods was not a feasible expectation in the short term. If he were to scour for resources domestically, it would only exacerbate the already dire plight of the survivors. This was not an act of misguided compassion. Rather, he believed that if there were better alternatives available, he would naturally opt for the most advantageous choice. Since the onset of the disaster, he had lost count of the zombies he had dispatched. Though he appeared cold and unfeeling, a pang of discomfort lingered within him. Regardless of their pasts, they were still his compatriots. After each encounter, he would pause to light a cigarette, not solely for himself, but also to offer a moment of solace for the souls he had taken. While he held no belief in the supernatural, the act provided him with a measure of psychological comfort. However, the situation abroad would be different. There, he could act without hesitation, whether through pillaging or violence. Those who are not of my kin will surely possess different hearts. Thus, he would seize this opportunity to assist in the reduction of the population amidst the apocalypse. Furthermore, it is essential to take a few women out for a delightful outing. Particularly, there is Xiaowen, with whom I had once promised during our childhood that when fortune smiled upon me, I would take her on a journey around the globe. Although the current environment may not offer the charm of human experiences, it is gratifying to have fulfilled that promise. As the saying goes, life is unpredictable and the affairs of the world are difficult to foresee. While the two were engaged in light conversation, a knock echoed from the door. Come in. Report. Commander, the medication has been thoroughly examined. Colonel Zhang nodded and turned to Comrade Cao Ning. Let us proceed. Certainly. Upon their arrival at the laboratory, they found academician Wong and a group of researchers animatedly discussing matters with great enthusiasm. Colonel Zhang, it's true. It's indeed true. Colonel Zhang was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of exhilaration crossing his eyes. Sun Li, present. Commence the injection. Understood, Commander. With that, the soldier named Sun Li approached academician Wong and rolled up his sleeve. Cao Ning, observing Sun Li's decisive demeanor, could not help but silently commend him. Truly a soldier, exhibiting absolute obedience to orders. Academician Wong. There is no need to search for a vein. Just proceed with the injection. Upon hearing Cao Ning's words, academician Wong nodded in agreement. As the first-level Gene Warrior evolution fluid was injected into Sun Li's body, his reaction was akin to Cao Ning's. The intense pain caused this iron-willed man to collapse to the floor, convulsing uncontrollably. Those around him instinctively moved to assist, but were halted by Cao Ning's firm words. This is a trial he must endure. No one can help him. It will pass shortly. At Cao Ning's statement, the researchers turned their gaze towards academician Wong, who nodded and said, heed Xiao Xiaoyou's advice, do not intervene. As seconds turned into minutes, anxiety began to mount among the others, save for Cao Ning. However, thanks to Sun Li's robust physique, the evolution process concluded swiftly. Sun Li suddenly opened his eyes and sprang to his feet with a vigorous motion, stretching his limbs with audible cracks. Sun Li, how do you feel? Academician Wong and the others inquired with eager anticipation. I feel an overwhelming surge of power, as if the hidden injuries within me have vanished. Let us proceed to test it. With that, the group made their way to the laboratory and approached the strength testing apparatus. Sun Li, deliver a punch with all your might. Sun Li nodded, stepped up to the machine, took a deep breath, and then struck the testing board with tremendous force. A resounding crash reverberated through the room, causing everyone present to shudder. 1,626 kilograms, all who beheld the figure on the display gasped in astonishment. The pre-apocalyptic boxing champion, Ison, had recorded a punch of 450 kilograms, a remarkable feat yet. Sun Li's strike was equivalent to that of 4 champions. Quickly, let us measure his other physical parameters. They instructed Sun Li to lie down on a medical bed and to fix data cables to his body. A crowd gathered around to observe Sun Li's bodily metrics with keen interest. Cells, bones, muscles. Every time a set of data is displayed, it elicits gasps of astonishment from the crowd to the point where they become numb. Indeed, as Cao Ning previously remarked, this is the evolution of genes and the sublimation of humanity. The values now manifested in Sun Li have entirely transcended the realm of normal human parameters. Not only have his life functions enhanced, but several of his previous ailments and underlying injuries have also vanished. However, when the assistant handed a report to academician Wong, his heart sank significantly. The report detailed the data on the genetic serum, containing numerous unfamiliar components, yet the overall research direction appeared correct. It indicated that the serum comprised elements from zombie crystal nuclei and animal crystal nuclei. He could certainly pursue research along this line to replicate it. However, one critical point emerged. The current equipment in the shelter was incapable of fully purifying these crystal nuclei. In fact, no such purification devices existed globally. Consequently, the efficacy of the resulting serum would be greatly diminished, and some side effects would arise. Should these genetic serums be employed, the evolved humans would not be perfect. Academician Wong's hands trembled slightly. Although the research direction was accurate, they were hindered by a lack of technological equipment. Suddenly recalling the concoction brought by Cao Ning, Academician Wong quickly realized the implication. If such a flawless serum existed, there must surely be corresponding purification equipment. Cao, my young friend, from where did you acquire these serums? Chapter 80. A friendly spar? I haven't even tried my best. Found it in Wanqing. Found it. A look of helplessness flickered in Academician Wong's eyes. Could you at least concoct a more plausible excuse? Even a tale of extraterrestrial origins would be more compelling than this. Comrade Cao Ning, could you elaborate on where exactly you found it in Wanqing? Commander Zhang was acutely aware of the significance of this potion. Its source was of paramount importance for future scientific advancements. At the Wanqing bus station, upon hearing this name, Academician Wong, Commander Zhang, and others furrowed their brows in concern. To be honest, ever since they learned that Cao Ning possessed something capable of altering human genes, they had submitted a request to their superiors for the armed forces in Wanqing to assist in the investigation. However, the armed forces had succumbed to the disaster on the third day, and ultimately, it was the armed forces dispatched from the provincial government of Jiang province that went to the bus station to conduct a search. Unfortunately, the surveillance at the bus station had been deliberately destroyed, leaving them with no useful information. The only pertinent news was that the armory in the bus station security room had been looted. Based on their comprehensive assessment, they believed that Cao Ning was behind the tampering of the surveillance and the theft of the weapons. Yet, Cao Ning's refusal to speak the truth made their task exceedingly difficult. Should they resort to force? It was unlikely that anyone present could match his strength. As for Sun Li, who had just become a genetic warrior, he probably wouldn't fare much better. Who knew what other abilities Cao Ning might possess? His background was shrouded in mystery. He had transformed overnight. Moreover, upon learning of the situation, their superiors had put pressure on Weiqing, insisting that they thoroughly investigate what Cao Ning had experienced. Just as Commander Zhang was about to say something further, Cao Ning waved his hand. Commander Zhang, I will leave this with you, and we shall consider our accounts settled. As for how I acquired this item, all I can say is that I picked it up at the Wanqing bus station. If you continue to press for details, I fear the conversation will lose its value. Comrade Cao Ning, please do not misunderstand. We merely wish to gather some useful information, nothing more. Noticing the strained smile on Commander Zhang's face, Cao Ning merely nodded. Very well, since my presence is no longer required here, I shall take my leave. As Cao Ning prepared to depart, Commander Zhang and his companions found themselves in a quandary. Should they capture him or let him go? If they chose to apprehend him, what if they were powerless to subdue him? Such an action would irreparably damage their relationship with Cao Ning. Moreover, he had brought the evolution liquid. If a confrontation ensued, it would be tantamount to ingratitude. In a moment of desperation, Commander Zhang discreetly signaled to Sun Li, who was rising from the bed. Comrade Cao Ning, wait a moment. Cao Ning halted, turning to glance at Sun Li, who was now upright. Is there something you wish to discuss? Comrade Cao Ning, I would like to spar with you. Spar? Cao Ning surveyed the group surrounding him, a smirk of disdain creeping onto his lips. Were they testing him? Did they genuinely believe he was an easy target? Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and approached the apparatus used for strength testing earlier. With a gentle punch, the testing apparatus, along with its base anchored to the ground, was sent flying. Witnessing the instrument shatter against the wall, a wave of shock swept through everyone present. Is this still a human? Is there any need for sparring? I have yet to exert my full strength. Sun Li is no fool. That punch alone could have rendered him with catastrophic fractures. Not to mention, he hasn't even unleashed his full power yet. If he were to do so, it's likely that nothing would remain but ashes. I understand your thoughts, yet I urge everyone to remain calm. Some actions, once taken, cannot be undone. Comrade Cao Ning, you have truly misunderstood. Cao Ning waved his hand, interrupting Colonel Zhang's words. Colonel Zhang, I am merely an ordinary citizen, wishing to live a peaceful life. I may not comprehend the greater principles, yet I would never engage in actions that could harm the nation, unless someone seeks their own demise. The phrase seeking death resonated heavily, like a hammer striking each heart. Cao Ning gazed up at the underground bunker, smiling as he declared, this place cannot confine me. Upon hearing this, Colonel Zhang realized that further entanglement would lead both sides toward opposition. They had gathered extensive video footage and information regarding Cao Ning's journey back to Weiqing, particularly a statement from the bomb market. They had located survivors who had followed Cao Ning from the Wanqing bus station. According to their accounts, Cao Ning was far from a virtuous individual. One could even describe him as cold-blooded. Anyone who posed a threat to him or displeased him was swiftly dealt with. Especially during the incident at Wanqing department store, those survivors who defied Cao Ning's orders were left outside, where they were devoured by zombies, while he remained unfazed, continuing with his affairs. However, it was also noted that as long as one did not infringe upon Cao Ning's interests, he was quite reasonable and trustworthy. Reflecting on this, Colonel Zhang abandoned the notion of forcibly apprehending Cao Ning. Regardless, he was a resident of Weiqing and had provided substantial assistance upon his return. Both sentiment and reason dictated that enmity was unwise. Haha, Comrade Cao Ning, you were overthinking. We would never engage in such actions. Ah. It seems I have underestimated your character. My apologies, Colonel Zhang. And please, do not call me Colonel Zhang. I am likely of a similar age to your father. So you may refer to me as Uncle Zhang from now on. Very well, Uncle Zhang. My wife is waiting at home, you see. All right, let us return. You truly value your family. Observing the jovial exchange between the two, the hearts of the others settled. They genuinely wished to avoid confronting this anomaly. With the immediate tension dissipated, it was a cause for mutual relief. Academician Wong shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that the genetic serum still had a long journey ahead. Upon learning that Cao Ning would be leaving Weiqing the following day, Colonel Zhang and the others immediately urged him to stay. However, seeing the resolute expression on Cao Ning's face, they understood that his departure was inevitable. Several individuals exchanged contact information, expressing their intent to keep in touch. Upon witnessing Cao Ning exit the command center, Brigade Commander Zhang's smile instantly vanished. Commander, what shall we do? We have yet to accomplish the tasks assigned by our superiors. What should we do? I know what to do. If you possess the ability to retain him, I will personally commend you to our superiors for a promotion. Upon hearing Brigade Commander Zhang's words, the group fell silent. Acutely aware of their own limitations, they could not afford to entangle themselves in such trouble. Observing the silence of his subordinates, Brigade Commander Zhang continued. Let us report the situation to our superiors. Our capabilities are limited, and we cannot manage this matter. With that, he turned and returned to the command center. The others exchanged glances, sighed, and followed suit. Chapter 81. Internal Special Talents. As the sun ascended high in the sky, Cao Ning gently shifted his arm and leg that lay draped over him, rising to the window. He drew back the curtains, revealing a flurry of snow outside, devoid of yesterday's liveliness. Darling, you're awake. Upon hearing her voice, he turned back to see Zhang Lan, her sleepy eyes rubbing away the remnants of slumber. Utterly adorable. She seemed like a different person from the wildness of the previous night. Yes, go ahead and sleep a little longer. It's still early. Cao Ning stretched lazily, a smile gracing his lips. Zhang Lan's gaze was filled with admiration as she beheld the chiseled muscles adorning his frame. The sight of the still unzipped tent caused a blush to creep upon her cheeks. Are we not departing today? I should rise to prepare breakfast. A sudden discomfort in her lower body halted her intentions. All right, you should just rest. I'll handle breakfast. Cao Ning approached her, gently pinching her cheek upon witnessing her doubtful expression. Can you manage it? Did you not witness my capabilities last night? No, that's not what I meant. Just answer me, can I or not? With that, he leaned closer, their faces inches apart. The rush of hormones enveloped Zhang Lan, her heart racing like a startled deer. Despite their previous intimacy. Fine, if you insist. What would you like for breakfast? Cao Ning could not resist planting another kiss on her, captivated by her bashful demeanor. I desire noodles. Very well, I shall prepare them for you. You are truly wonderful. Zhang Lan couldn't help but wrap her arms around Cao Ning's neck, planting another kiss upon him. Honey, I am also hungry. Why didn't you ask me? At that moment, Zhang Wei tossed aside the covers, pouting. Humph, this is a lesson for you. You went to bed so early last night. Cao Ning chuckled. It was not intentional. It was your fault. What did we do? Zhang Wei looked at Cao Ning with a childlike innocence, as if guilty. Nothing at all. I was mistaken. Indeed, recognizing one's errors is the mark of a good child. Now, you both rest a bit longer. I shall head to the kitchen. With that, Cao Ning donned his robe and exited. Once Cao Ning left, Zhang Wei wrapped her arms around Zhang Lan's waist, indignantly exclaiming, Sister. I am your sister. We are allies. Indeed, we are allies. Zhang Lan replied earnestly, though the mischief in her eyes was unmistakable. Sister you, I shall ignore you. With that, Zhang Wei turned her back, determined not to relent until Zhang Lan apologized. Zhang Lan refused to indulge her, reaching out to tickle her sister. Haha, that tickles too much. Sister, please stop. I am sorry. Seeing her sister capitulate, Zhang Lan relented. However, once Zhang Wei regained her composure, she pounced on Zhang Lan, and the two sisters engaged in playful banter, abandoning sleep altogether. In the living room, Su Xiaowen and Wang Luoxue were engrossed in yoga before the television. Upon seeing Cao Ning emerge, the two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with playful reproach, as if silently accusing him of being a heartless scoundrel. However, unfazed, Cao Ning approached with a cheerful demeanor. What would you like to eat? I shall cook today. The surprise that flickered in their eyes dispelled any lingering displeasure. Brother, I relish whatever you make. Indeed, me too. Very well, then let us have noodles. How about some scallion oil noodles with a touch of sesame sauce? That sounds delightful. Brother, I've been yearning for this. Su Xiaowen's eyes sparkled with longing, reminiscing about the times when Cao Ning prepared breakfast, particularly the scallion oil noodles. The mere thought of that flavor made her swallow in anticipation. All right. You two practice while I head to the kitchen. With that, Cao Ning donned an apron and began his culinary endeavors. Upon witnessing his skilled hands at work, Su Xiaowen and Wang Luoxue lost their focus on yoga, rushing over to observe and occasionally tease him, amidst their laughter and playful banter. The scallion oil noodles were swiftly prepared. Just as Cao Ning called them to the table, Zhang Lan and her companions emerged from the bedroom, eyeing the ready dish. They approached eagerly, much like hungry kittens, quickly taking their seats. As the noodles graced their palates, a wave of satisfaction washed over them. Indeed, nothing could compare to the allure of a meal prepared by someone else, especially by one's own partner. Brother, are we heading to Yin City or Island City next? Cao Ning paused, momentarily taken aback. According to his initial plan, they were to visit Island City. Both cities were coastal, yet distinct in their own rights. Having visited both, he knew Island City was far more bustling than Yin City. He had intended to take the ladies for a zero-cost shopping experience there. However, as their next destination was abroad for a similar shopping venture, he decided against Island City, considering it a contribution to the nation. Let's go to Yin City instead. It's conveniently close to the land of the morning calm, and we can set off from there. The ladies had no objections. After all, wherever Cao Ning went, they would follow. Their curiosity about the outside world had waned, as nothing could rival the comfort and safety of their bus. After a brief respite following their meal, just as they were preparing to depart, a knock echoed from outside the bus. Uncle Zhang, brotherly, what brings you here? Spotting a number of individuals waiting outside, Cao Ning disembarked. Aren't you supposed to be leaving today? We came to bid you farewell. Lieutenant Zhang replied with a jovial smile. Haha, I appreciate the gesture, Uncle Zhang. But this gathering seems more than just a simple farewell, does it not? Noticing several fully armed soldiers standing behind Lieutenant Zhang, Cao Ning felt something was amiss. Given the current time frame, these individuals should be engaged in search and rescue operations in Weiqing. Haha, it's nothing serious, mainly to deliver some official documents to you. As he spoke, Lieutenant Zhang retrieved a red booklet from his pocket. Cao Ning accepted it and opened it to find his photograph alongside various details, with the title indicating internal special talent, complete with the Armed Forces stamp. Uncle Zhang, what is this? Are you not planning to venture outside? With this credential in hand, you will find it easier in areas with armed departments, as they will extend their assistance to you. After a brief pause, Commander Zhang continued in a hushed tone. The matter regarding the evolution fluid has been reported to higher authorities, and thus, the armed headquarters has issued you this certificate. Should you require aid, feel free to approach the nearest armed department. What is expected of me in return? Essentially nothing at all. If there is a pressing matter that requires your attention, they will seek your consent first. There will be no imposition. Upon hearing Commander Zhang's reassurances, Cao Ning felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been concerned that possessing this certificate would lead to frequent summons for tasks. If that were the case, he would rather forego it altogether. To be constrained by others for a mere convenience was not in his nature. However, if substantial compensation were involved, that would be a different matter altogether. Very well. I shall express my gratitude to the state then. Is there anything else, Uncle Zhang? Commander Zhang, looking somewhat hesitant, nodded and replied, Indeed. There is another matter to discuss. Chapter 82. Departure to Island City. Cao Ning understood that leaving would not be an easy task, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, patiently awaiting the words of Commander Zhang. Xiao, do you happen to know where you're heading next? Yanqing. Cao Ning had no intention of concealing his destination. Although the calamity struck unexpectedly, some facilities remained operational, such as surveillance cameras and satellites. Unless he activated rapid mode, they would know where he was going. Yanqing? Could we perhaps alter the route to first visit Island City? Uncle Zhang, that's rather disheartening. Just a moment ago, you mentioned there was nothing urgent to discuss. Yet now, never mind that. I want to let you assist me without compensation. Upon hearing the mention of remuneration, Cao Ning's eyes brightened. He immediately grasped Zhang's hand. Uncle Zhang, come now. We are close. Just speak frankly. Seeing Cao Ning's eagerness, Zhang couldn't help but twitch his lips. This young man truly wouldn't rest until he saw results. Here is the situation. Island City is currently under siege by mutated creatures. The higher-ups have ordered the armed forces near Island City to dispatch troops for assistance, and they hope you can be involved. What kind of mutated creatures? Cao Ning queried. ISNT the armed force and Island City military grade? With missiles and all, surely they can handle it? Zhang shook his head. These are mutated crustaceans like shrimp and crabs. They have already invaded the urban area, where many survivors remain. We cannot use missiles recklessly, and ordinary firearms are ineffective against the tough shells of these mutated creatures. If firearms are useless, then my participation would be futile. Cao Ning shook his head, fully aware of his limitations. With his current physique, he could hardly withstand bullets, let alone face those armored crustaceans. We're not asking you to eliminate these mutated creatures. Rather, we need you to rescue some individuals. Do you truly require my assistance for a rescue? Does that large armed force lack aircraft? They do. However, they have all been shot down by the mutated creatures. Cao Ning was taken aback. What formidable mutated beings could possibly bring down aircraft? Uncle Zhang, this situation seems quite challenging. The higher-ups mentioned your fondness for crystal cores. For this mission, the reward is 100,000 crystal cores. This isn't merely about the crystal cores. If those mutated creatures can shoot down planes, what do you think I could possibly do to rescue anyone? You might as well seek someone more capable. As Cao Ning turned to leave, Commander Zhang became anxious. Quickly grasping his arm, Xiao, if you feel the offer is insufficient, I can request additional funds from my superiors. Hearing this, Cao Ning fell into contemplation. The prospect of 100,000 crystal cores did stir a flicker of interest within him, albeit only a flicker, since the higher-ups had set this price. The crystal cores must be challenging to obtain. However, he had the system's shop at his disposal, whatever equipment he required. As long as he had sufficient upgrade points and crystal cores, he could acquire it. Yet, 100,000 crystal cores would not suffice. It appeared substantial, but in practice, it might not be enough. Therefore, he needed to negotiate for more funds. Uncle Zhang, let us do it this way. I am not entirely sure what the situation is like in Island City. When I arrive, I will assess the circumstances. If I can assist, we shall discuss it further. If not, there is no need for you to expend any resources. Upon hearing Cao Ning's words, Commander Zhang realized he had done all he could. He merely nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. We shall do our utmost, and leave the rest to fate. If it cannot be done, we shall not seek it. That is precisely the right attitude. Cao Ning replied. When do you plan to depart? I am preparing to leave right now. Excellent. Our Weiqing armed forces are dispatching 200 personnel, led by Li Kuan. They will accompany you for support along the way. All right. That is not an issue. Cao Ning nodded nonchalantly. Commander Zhang offered a few more words of caution before they parted ways. Upon Cao Ning's return, several women gathered around him. Brother, are we heading to Island City? Su Xiaowen and her companions had overheard their conversation from the doorway. Thus they understood that this journey to Island City might not be peaceful. Yes, we are going to take a look. If I can help, I will. If I cannot, it is not my fault. It will merely be a slight waste of time. Brother, hearing you say that reassures us. We thought you were going to risk everything for the crystal core again. Cao Ning affectionately ruffled Su Xiaowen's hair and smiled. How could I? I value my life, especially now that I have all of you. All right, you all should attend to your own matters. We will be departing shortly. As the gate of the shelter gradually opened, a sizable convoy emerged. Several armored vehicles led the way in front of Cao Ning, who comfortably activated the adaptive cruise control of the bus, following behind. The women were engrossed in a palace drama, so he refrained from interrupting them. He found such shows tiresome and preferred to admire the scenery outside. Today, the snowfall was particularly heavy, reducing visibility, which caused the convoy to proceed slowly. Nevertheless, the journey remained relatively calm. Any small groups of zombies encountered were swiftly crushed by the leading armored vehicles. However, trouble arose when they approached the cross-sea bridge, where an innumerable amount of vehicles had congregated, already blanketed by snow. Clearing this mess would likely take several days. Consequently, Li Kuan and several team leaders deliberated and decided to exit the highway and take the national road instead. Retreat was not an option. As vehicles were lined up behind them, they chose instead to crash through the highway barrier and descend. Fortunately, the surrounding area consisted of farmland, devoid of residential structures. The following vehicles also descended from the highway along with the armored convoy. The snow in the fields was thick, and combined with the unclear road conditions, the lead armored vehicles moved exceedingly slowly. Even with utmost caution, an accident still occurred. Crash! The foremost armored vehicle suddenly became ensnared in a snowdrift. Cao Ning felt a pang of dread and quickly pressed the brakes. Thankfully, after the first two vehicles got stuck, the third one managed to avoid the same fate. Observing this, soldiers from the convoy rushed over. Cao Ning advised the women to stay back and disembarked himself. Approaching the trapped armored vehicle, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The car was too heavy, causing the concrete cover of the ditch to collapse. He thought he had encountered some mutated creature. Upon seeing Li Kuan open the sunroof and climb onto the roof of the vehicle, Cao Ning chuckled. Brother, you really need to lose some weight. Look, you've crushed their cover. Damn, this is truly unfortunate. Stop laughing and lend a hand. With a hearty laugh, Cao Ning helped Li Kuan up. Aside from the driver, the others quickly climbed out as well. Captain, this ditch is too steep. The vehicle cannot ascend. We need a tow. All right, let the engineering vehicle from the rear come over and clear the surrounding snow. Li Kuan nodded and immediately directed the soldiers to commence the rescue operation. The edges of the ravine were coated in ice. Despite the towing vehicle's efforts, the armored vehicle's wheels kept slipping, rendering it almost powerless. Li Kuan had no choice but to instruct the soldiers to break the ice beneath the armored vehicle and scatter sand and sawdust. Fortunately, the convoy had prepared these supplies to avert such mishaps. This quickly proved effective, and little by little, the armored vehicle was hoisted up. Once the second armored vehicle was also pulled up, the soldiers working in the ditch collapsed onto the ground. The frigid weather made laboring difficult, as the cold air sliced through their lungs and nasal passages like a knife. Hey, what is that on you? Let me see. It looks like insect eggs. You have some too. You really have a lot. The soldiers exchanged glances, noticing their comrades covered in these eggs. Curiosity piqued about when these parasites had latched onto them, seemingly unfazed by the cold and constantly wriggling. Cao Ning and Li Kuan were smoking beside the bus when they suddenly heard screams from the ditch. They exchanged glances and hurried over. There, several soldiers who had just been working were frantically scratching their faces, blood streaming down, yet they did not cease, continuously exclaiming about the itching. Witnessing his subordinates in such a state, Li Kuan bellowed, "Who can tell me what is happening?" Chapter 83. The larvae of the mutant locust captain. It's bugs. Bugs? What kind of bugs? Speak clearly. The warrior's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror. It's those white worms on Wong Bin and the others. They burrowed straight into their flesh. Cao Ning focused his gaze and indeed spotted tiny white larvae on their bodies. They were about the size of rice weevils and could easily go unnoticed if one did not look closely. Li Kuan was about to step forward when Cao Ning abruptly pulled him back. "Captain, help me. It itches. It itches. I can't stand it. Kill me. Just kill me." Seeing his subordinate in such agony, Li Kuan struggled to break free. But Cao Ning's grip was like that of a vice, resolutely holding him back. Going up there is a death sentence. They cannot be saved. Let go. They are my comrades. Bang. A gunshot rang out, silencing the scene instantly. A soldier had drawn his sidearm and ended his own life. It hurt so much. 100 times worse than being shot multiple times. He realized he would not survive. Rather than endure the torment, he chose a swift exit. One after another, other soldiers, unable to bear the gnawing pain, drew their weapons to follow suit. Two, still clinging to life, opted to endure. Yet, their efforts were in vain, their skin visibly shriveled. Ultimately resembling desiccated corpses, their faces pressed against their bones. They collapsed to the ground, motionless. Surrounding soldiers watched helplessly as their comrades perished before them. Rage and despair swelling within them, their teeth grinding audibly. Li Kuan trembled slightly, partly for his comrades, partly due to the unknown creatures. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Cao, let him go." Seeing that Li Kuan had calmed down, Cao Ning released his grip on his arm. "They're doomed. This is not something you can conquer. Brother, do you know what these things are?" Cao Ning nodded in response. "Larvae of the mutant locusts." "Locust larvae? They can absorb flesh and blood?" Li Kuan was incredulous upon hearing Cao Ning's words. The locust's eggs hibernate underground during winter. They cannot appear unless the ground is turned over. Even then, they could be easily crushed. To encounter the larvae today was utterly terrifying. The world has changed. Did you ever think humans would become zombies? Cao Ning shrugged. He had learned through the system that these little creatures were indeed locust larvae. They are remarkably cold resistant and possess incredible jumping ability. Their instinct is to consume flesh and blood, allowing them to rapidly increase their levels. However, the larvae have their fears. Fire is their bane. These larvae are among the first wave of mutated organisms, currently without rank. Only upon evolving into adults will they possess crystalline cores. However, what perplexed him was how something that was clearly concealed beneath the surface could transform into a mutated creature. He had always believed that the emergence of mutated beings or animals was due to the infection spread by those who had been contaminated prior to the disaster. Yet, Witnessing the current situation caused him to waver in his convictions. Before the calamity erupted, the ground here had already been blanketed in deep snow. He found it implausible that an infected individual had ventured here to unearth the soil and infect the larvae of locusts. Similarly, he suspected that this unprecedented disaster was not as straightforwardly man-made as it seemed. Upon hearing Cao Ning's remarks, Li Kun merely nodded in silence. He was acutely aware that the transformations occurring in the world had shattered humanity's understanding of their surroundings. After Cao Ning's insights, he found even the notion of consuming flesh-eating larvae to be somewhat normal. He could even envision a dragon suddenly appearing one day without it seeming out of the ordinary. Bring the biochemical soldiers with flamethrowers. Upon hearing this, the guards beside Li Kun immediately summoned several soldiers to fetch the equipment. As flames were unleashed, Cao Ning spotted several zombies and mutated animals approaching from a distance. The recent gunfire had likely roused the zombies from the nearby village. With the mutated creatures and zombies drawing closer, Li Kun felt a surge of urgency and hastily instructed the soldiers to form a defensive line. However, they somewhat overestimated the efficacy of their weapons. Against the zombies, they fared reasonably well, dispatching them with a few shots. Yet, when faced with the mutated animals, a volley of bullets barely yielded any results. Moreover, these creatures moved with astounding speed, swiftly breaching their defenses, resulting in casualties among the soldiers. "Cao, my brother," Li Kun began, but Cao Ning anticipated his thoughts, nodding and asserting, "Tell the soldiers to cease firing and fall back. I will handle the mutated creatures." "All right, everyone. Switch to bayonets, cease fire, and retreat." As the gunfire ceased, Cao Ning charged towards the mutated beasts. There were mutated dogs, pigs, and even chickens, ducks, and geese, essentially. All the livestock common in rural areas were represented here. The chickens, ducks, and geese posed little challenge, but the mutated dogs and pigs were formidable foes. One was agile, while the other was a battering ram, viciously biting at the soldiers' vulnerable spots, causing significant losses among those retreating. Nevertheless, Cao Ning's arrival shifted the tide of battle. Faced with these low-level or unranked mutated creatures, his long knife sliced through them with the ease of cutting cabbage. In mere moments, he annihilated the mutated animals, leaving the onlookers in awe, their eyes wide with shock and excitement. "All right, everyone, let's hurry and clean up. Li Xiong, you and your team collect the cores from these zombies and mutated animals." With the immediate threat neutralized, Li Kun swiftly began organizing the recovery efforts. "Understood, Captain." As Li Kun approached Cao Ning, who was crouched beside a slain mutated pig, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my brother. I will ensure the collected cores are brought to you shortly." Cao Ning waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, "It's nothing, my brother. Please have someone move these mutated beasts to the bus. Come over here, a few of you." Li Kun called out to the soldiers who were laboring in the distance. Observing the soldiers transporting the mutated beasts, Cao Ning's heart brimmed with joy. Through the inquiry system, he had learned that these mutated creatures were indeed edible. Moreover, their meat was not only far more delectable than that of ordinary livestock, but also possessed nutritional value several times greater. "Bro, those few dogs are for you. Feel free to give them a try." Li Kun, taken aback by this revelation, murmured, "Little brother, can this meat actually be consumed? Let's do it and see." "You." "Haha, I was just joking. This meat is indeed edible, and its flavor is superior, with enhanced nutritional benefits." Upon hearing this, Li Kun gazed at the mutated dogs, unable to suppress a gulp. Just a few days ago, during a rescue mission, he had encountered numerous mutated beasts. At that time, he had not understood what a mutated beast was. He merely noticed that they, much like zombies, would attack any living human. He had assumed they too were infected by a virus and had ultimately incinerated them. Little did he know that they could actually be consumed. It felt as though he had just lost billions in potential wealth. Chapter 84. Arrival at Island City. Observing Li Kun's distressed expression, Cao Ning chuckled lightly. "Come now. What is there to mourn about? Do you think these mutated beasts can be consumed indiscriminately? It all depends on the species. Some mutated forms are inedible. Take the mutated venomous snake, for instance. One sip could send you to your grave." Upon hearing Cao Ning's words, Li Kun's heart settled somewhat. His anguish was not entirely unfounded. Ever since the outbreak of the catastrophe, although reserves of food were ample, they could not withstand prolonged depletion. Industrial operations had come to a halt, and virtually all goods could no longer be produced. Even if production were possible, a lack of sufficient raw materials rendered it futile. Thus, the primary objective of the armed forces nationwide had become the rescue of survivors and the procurement of essential food supplies, often prioritizing the latter over the former. Now that they had learned that mutated beasts could be consumed, it was imperative to relay this information promptly. Every morsel of food represented a glimmer of hope. As they conversed, Li Kun and Cao Ning discussed which mutated beasts were edible and which were not, with nothing pressing to occupy their time. Cao Ning engaged him in a lively dialogue, albeit the knowledge stemmed largely from the system's teachings. Unbeknownst to them, the aftermath of the skirmish had already been addressed. Although the battle was brief, the casualties among the soldiers were significant. Before even reaching Island City, they had lost over 10 men, with more than 20 severely injured and temporarily out of combat. This encounter served as a stark revelation for the soldiers. They had grown overly reliant on firearms when confronting zombies. In most instances, sufficient firepower rendered slaughtering the undead a trivial task, fostering a sense of arrogance and complacency. However, today's battle had delivered a harsh reality check. Unlike zombies, mutated creatures did not charge blindly at humans. They exhibited tactical awareness. Though they consumed flesh and blood, their agility and resilience had markedly increased post-mutation. A solitary beast may pose little threat, but when faced with a throng, emptying a magazine left one with a weapon less effective than a mere firewood stick. For instance, Cao Ning wielded a long knife with dexterity, able to strike wherever he pleased. Li Kuan and several captains compiled their observations and resolved to propose training soldiers in the use of melee weapons to the Weiqing armed forces. This was not to suggest abandoning firearms altogether. They remained essential. However, equipping soldiers with cold weapons for close combat was prudent, particularly in scenarios where ammunition ran low. The corpses of the mutated creatures lay piled beside the bus, and seeing no one around, Cao Ning opened the luggage compartment and unceremoniously tossed the carcasses inside before contentedly returning to the bus. A few women had stood by the glass, witnessing the entire scene unfold as the gunfire erupted. Initially, they had felt a pang of worry upon seeing the mutated beasts. Upon witnessing him effortlessly vanquishing the mutated creatures that had posed a challenge even to the soldiers, the onlookers erupted in exuberant cheers, their admiration and affection for Cao Ning intensifying. "Darling, can those mutated animals be consumed?" With sparkling eyes, the women inquired, to which Cao Ning replied with a smile, "Absolutely. Tonight, we shall prepare a grand feast. I assure you, the flesh of these mutated beings is far superior to the previous meats, and it is highly nutritious." Delighted, they exclaimed, "Wonderful. At last, we can savor fresh meat. But where shall we process this meat?" Upon hearing Zhang Lan's query, the previously joyful women suddenly appeared troubled. Their reluctance stemmed not from a distaste for handling the grotesque creatures, but rather from their desire to maintain the cleanliness of their home. A floor stained with blood would be quite unsettling. "Fear not. I will install a meat processor for the mutated creatures in the cargo hold. When the time comes, you can select whatever meat you desire from the control panel." Cao Ning's assurance brought them great joy, particularly Zhang Lan, who relished cooking yet detested dealing with the bloody aftermath, was pleasantly surprised by the bus's unexpected convenience, sparing her the task of skinning and chopping. After some light conversation on the sofa, the sound of horns echoed outside, indicating that Li Kuan and the others were ready. Cao Ning then rose and proceeded to the driver's cabin, igniting the bus. The journey ahead promised to be smoother, devoid of further mishaps. Despite the presence of numerous zombies, they were no match for the armored vehicle, which crushed them effortlessly. They also encountered several survivors, although they were now in the vicinity of Island City. The current situation within the city remained unclear to them, prompting caution against recklessly transporting these survivors to the Island City shelter. Instead, they left messages, instructing the rescue teams from Island City to retrieve the survivors once their support mission was completed. As they approached the urban area of Island City, the number of zombies increased, accompanied by a notable presence of mutated beasts. An intriguing phenomenon caught their attention. The zombies and the mutated creatures coexisted in an unexpected harmony. The sight of mutated dogs striding nonchalantly through the throngs of zombies, who displayed no reaction, sparked a thought in Cao Ning's mind. Could zombies be a form of mutated evolution? Though devoid of consciousness and akin to beasts in their savage behavior, their physical resilience and endurance had evidently heightened. Furthermore, these zombies seemed impervious to the cold. Even in tattered clothing, exposed flesh did not hinder their mobility. The more he pondered, the more logical this notion appeared, solidifying his belief that this sudden catastrophe was far from ordinary. The convoy was positioned to the west of Island City, while the armed forces were stationed to the east, near the sea. To avoid unnecessary complications, the convoy opted to circumvent the urban area by following the outer ring road towards the east. Island City, not only a hub of economic prowess but also a renowned tourist destination, boasted numerous attractions beyond its urban confines. The once resplendent scenery of yesteryears has vanished, replaced now by desolation and solitude, devoid of any semblance of vitality. This evokes an indescribable sensation in all, compelling them to silently gaze out the window. The thoroughfare encircling the city is bustling with vehicles, yet the armored trucks, resilient in their construction, carve a path through the chaos. At last, The convoy arrives at the coordinates dispatched by the island city's armed forces. The scene is a tableau of devastation, with the ground pockmarked by craters. Countless vehicles billowing black smoke, and several ablaze. The area is littered with the corpses of soldiers and survivors, alongside the remains of mutated creatures. Evidently, a conflict of considerable magnitude has transpired here. However, the absence of any living soul instills a foreboding sense of dread among the onlookers. Moreover, judging by the quantity of destroyed weaponry, it is likely that the station troops numbered no less than a battalion. A standard battalion consists of over 450 personnel, and the loss of so many raises grave concerns. What, then, could a mere contingent of fewer than 200 accomplish? Nevertheless, having arrived, Li Kuan dutifully reports the situation to Wei Qing. The call is answered by Brigade Commander Zhang, who falls into a moment of silence after hearing Li Kuan's account. He then instructs the convoy to remain stationary and await further directives. Upon receiving such orders, Li Kuan commands the soldiers to take turns on watch while they have a bite to eat and rest. The daylight of winter is fleeting, and before long, dusk envelopes the surroundings. As the command remains unreceived, Li Kuan organizes the troops to scout nearby buildings in preparation for the night. At that moment, a beam of light pierces the darkness from a distant street. Chapter 85. This support is no different from sending one to death. Do not move. Upon seeing the approaching figures, the station soldiers immediately halted them. Brothers, we are from the 3rd Reconnaissance Communications Company of the Island City Armed Forces. Noticing that the newcomers were clad in the combat uniforms of the armed forces, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Are you the reinforcements from the Wei Qing Armed Forces? Indeed. That is good. May I ask if Captain Li Kuan is present? He is. Please wait a moment. After speaking, the soldier exchanged a glance with a companion and swiftly ran off. The other soldiers formed a protective perimeter, encircling the few from Island City. Before long, Li Kuan arrived with several captains. Upon seeing them, the earlier speaker from Island City saluted. I am Li Lin, the deputy commander of the 3rd Reconnaissance Communications Company of the Island City Armed Forces. Hello, Comrade Li Lin. I am Li Kuan from the Wei Qing Armed Forces Support Unit. Both parties presented their credentials, confirming their identities, which alleviated the tense atmosphere. Li Kuan led Li Lin and his companions to a temporarily cleared room. Captain Li, what is the current situation? Li Lin took a sip of hot water and then smiled wryly. No need to call me captain at this point. I have no face to bear that title. Just call me Li Lin. Li Kuan and the surrounding captains furrowed their brows upon hearing this. The implication was clear. The casualties were significant. Had the entire company been decimated? Li Lin noticed the confusion on their faces, and his eyes began to redden. You were right. Only the 3 of us remain from the entire company. Upon saying this, the 2 soldiers beside him lowered their heads, their fingers turning white from gripping tightly. A wave of sadness and despair enveloped the room. Li Kuan and the others were deeply shocked. What kind of enemy could inflict such devastation upon a company? He had never encountered such a situation before. Even during the rescue in Wei Qing, when surrounded by zombies, they managed to break free with their weapons. Though there were casualties, they were merely 4 or 5 out of a team of 20. This was the first time he had witnessed a near-total annihilation of a company, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. I apologize, Captain Li, for my earlier outburst. It is all right, truly. Do not be too troubled. No one wishes to witness such events. Here, have a smoke to calm your nerves. He produced cigarettes and distributed them among the 3. Li, brotherly, what exactly transpired that led to such heavy losses? Though it felt somewhat like reopening wounds. Li Kuan ultimately voiced his concerns after much contemplation. After all, he was accompanied by nearly 170 or 80 individuals, almost equivalent to a company. He needed to grasp the specifics, otherwise he and his comrades might fall to a similar fate. Though he was not afraid of sacrifice, he did not wish for it to be in vain or without understanding. Upon hearing Li Kuan's inquiry, Li Lin shuddered and took a deep drag on his cigarette. Since the outbreak of the catastrophe, our battalion has been stationed here, clearing the surrounding area of zombies. 3 days ago, an unexpected surge of shrimp and crabs emerged from the sea, and upon reaching the shore, they began to assault the survivors' encampments and military bases. Many survivor gatherings that were caught off guard quickly fell, and even several military camps, suffering severe losses, had to merge their forces. At this point, Li Lin paused, his body trembling involuntarily. Shaking off the ash from his cigarette with trembling fingers, he continued, Our battalion is a combat unit, boasting superior firepower compared to conventional battalions. Yet, even so, we could not withstand the onslaught for more than 2 days. Now, our entire battalion is reduced to fewer than 50 brothers. Upon hearing this, Li Kuan and the others nearly leapt from their seats. Over 400 troops had dwindled to merely 40? What staggering losses! In just 2 days, a battalion had been reduced to a mere squad. These shrimp and crabs must be extraordinarily formidable. Li Kuan and his companions were at a loss for words. Not to mention that the 100 or so men under his command were drawn from regular units. Even the weapons and equipment they possessed were inferior to those of this combat battalion. Weicheng is not a strategic stronghold. The armed forces here are merely a conventional brigade, primarily tasked with maintaining stability, counterterrorism, transportation, and assisting law enforcement in executing missions. To be frank, since the disaster began, their arsenal consisted mainly of basic firearms and grenades. They didn't even possess more powerful weaponry like rocket launchers. With missiles rendered unusable, the only means left to inflict harm on the zombies were incendiary devices. A couple of days ago, in collaboration with Cao Ning to exterminate zombies, helicopters were deployed, and nearly half of their incendiary stock was expended, further depleting their already meager resources. Reflecting on these matters, the faces of everyone present bore expressions of bitterness. They felt utterly at a loss. However, Li Kuan was not one to easily surrender. He turned to Li Lin, who was absorbed in his smoking. Brotherly, could you elaborate on those mutated creatures? Mutated creatures? That's an apt name. Currently, it is unclear how many of these beings exist or the variety among them. We have only encountered 2 or 3 types at our station, yet their numbers are vast. One is the common blue crab, resembling a soccer ball, which you must have seen while cleaning up outside. These blue crabs are the easiest to deal with. Although their shells are tough, a few gunshots can take them down. What has inflicted the most casualties upon us is a creature akin to a tiger prawn. This creature is not only agile but possesses a hard shell that can withstand bullets. Our bulletproof vests are easily penetrated by its attacks. Furthermore, there is the octopus. While not numerous, if it adheres to you, its secretions can swiftly corrode both clothing and skin. Upon hearing Li Lin's account, everyone in the room gasped in shock. These creatures are truly terrifying. Facing such mutated beasts, there is little hope for their survival. Li Lin observed the expressions of Li Kuan and others, inwardly shaking his head in dismay. The individuals from Weicheng were of little use, their arrival for support akin to a death sentence. In his view, it would have been more effective to launch a few missiles. Relying solely on manpower was futile. If there were more people, it might be a different story. However, with zombies lurking everywhere, where could one possibly find reinforcements? It was a dire situation, beset on all sides. Yet, such thoughts remained unvoiced. After all, assistance had arrived. After a considerable pause, Li Kuan regained his composure and turned to Li Lin. Brotherly, what are your plans moving forward? Li Lin replied, I am uncertain. The latest directive is to remain on standby. Isn't it said that the armed forces in Island City are under siege by mutated creatures? Are we not going to rescue them? Observing the incredulous expression on Li Kuan's face, Li Lin sighed and shook his head. How could we possibly mount a rescue? We have attempted multiple times, but we simply could not breach their defenses. The mutated creatures besieging the headquarters are far more formidable. By the way, Captain Li, is there someone named Cao Ning who accompanied you? Seeing Li Kuan nod, Li Lin's excitement grew as he eagerly inquired, could you take me to meet him? Chapter 86, Achieving Freedom with Seafood. Cao Ning returned, carrying a large bag, and spotted several individuals standing outside the bus. As he approached, he recognized Li Kuan and a few unfamiliar faces. Brother Cao, what brings you here? Oh, I was just wandering around and stumbled upon some seafood. I plan to indulge in a grand seafood feast tonight. And these are? As soon as Cao Ning finished speaking, a glimmer of envy appeared in Li Kuan and his companion's eyes. Truly exceptional individuals stand out. What others view as perilous mutated shrimp and crabs is merely a meal in Cao Ning's eyes. Haha, Brother Cao, you must have quite the treat tonight. Allow me to introduce these 3. They are comrades from the Island City Armed Forces. Li Lin had been quietly observing Cao Ning, astonished by his youth. Were it not for the reports stating that this individual had single-handedly faced hundreds of zombies, he would have assumed Cao Ning was merely a recent university graduate. Upon catching Cao Ning's gaze, Li Lin promptly smiled and said, Comrade Cao Ning, greetings. I am Li Lin, the deputy commander of the 3rd Reconnaissance Communications Company of the Island City Armed Forces. Hello, Commander Li. May I inquire as to your visit? Well, the higher-ups learned of your arrival and sent us to escort you. It is already dark, and we shall head to the temporary camp tomorrow morning. Cao Ning nodded and replied with a smile, you can discuss this with Brotherly. There is no need to involve me. I prefer to avoid complications. Li Lin discerned the underlying message in Cao Ning's words. Initially eager to forge a connection, he recognized that his presence was unwelcome. Remaining any longer would be ungracious. Although slightly displeased, he acknowledged Cao Ning's importance and replied with a smile, very well, I shall not disturb you further, Comrade Cao Ning. Rest well, and we will set off in the morning. Understood. I have some things to attend to, so I want to see you off. With that, Cao Ning waved the shrimp and crabs he held. No need to see us off. Comrade Cao Ning, you have your tasks. We shall take our leave. As Li Kuan and the others departed, Cao Ning shook his head. Did they think he was unaware of their intentions? However, given the current uncertainties, it was prudent to observe closely. Gazing at the shrimp and crabs in his hands, he felt a surge of delight. He had unexpectedly discovered such treasures during a simple outing. Tonight, he would revel in the freedom of seafood. Here it comes, garlic shrimp. Be careful not to burn yourself. Cao Ning placed a fragrant platter of large shrimp on the table. The shrimp were substantial. Just 5 or 6 filled the dish to the brim. The tender meat was enough to make anyone salivate. Brother, look at my little belly. It's almost full. Fear not. I shall help you digest it tonight. Brother, you. Cao Ning's teasing glimmer in his eyes made Su Xiaowen's face flush instantly. Particularly as she sensed the ambiguous gazes from others, she wished to hide beneath the table. What's wrong? Do you not require my assistance with digestion tonight? Luo Shui. Yes, I want it. I want it. Disregarding the stares of others, Su Xiaowen eagerly tugged at Cao Ning's arm. Last night, he accompanied the sisters Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei while she slept alone in her room. As dawn approached, sleep eluded her. It was not that she envied the sisters for having Cao Ning. Rather, since being with him, she had grown accustomed to falling asleep in his embrace every night, and the sudden absence of that comfort left her restless. Initially, she had intended to join them, but it was their first time, and she chose to forego her desires. After all, having become Cao Ning's woman, she felt it was essential for her sisters to have a wonderful first experience. All right, let Luo Shui join too. I see you've had your fair share. Noticing the glimmer of longing in Wong Luo Shui's eyes, Cao Ning drew her into his embrace. Feeling his solid chest, Wong Luo Shui's cheeks flushed, and seeing that Su Xiaowen showed no objection, she subtly nodded in agreement. Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei watched enviously. Having become Cao Ning's women the previous night, they were utterly enamored with that sensation, wishing to awaken each morning to his presence and receive his morning kiss. Observing the expressions of the women, Cao Ning suddenly conceived a bold idea. However, he felt it was not yet the right time. Thus, he rose and approached the wine cabinet, meticulously selecting 2 bottles of the highest proof red wine. I recall that in films, red wine often accompanies seafood. Let us indulge in that tonight with a pop. He uncorked the bottle and poured the wine into a decanter. The serious demeanor of Cao Ning evoked an indescribable feeling among the women, akin to their man abandoning coarse grains for fine delicacies. Oh, if only we had candles. We could create a romantic candlelit dinner. Candles? I believe we have some. Allow me to check, Cao Ning replied as he headed toward the kitchen, recalling having seen candles somewhere. As they watched Cao Ning's retreating figure, the women exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent consensus, and rose to return to their respective rooms. Of course, this did not include Wang Luoyu, who was too engrossed in devouring a crab the size of a football to notice her sister's furtive movements. Tonight, her cravings were finally satisfied, as Cao Ning had returned with an abundance of crabs and large shrimp. Seeing the oversized delicacies, her eyes gleamed with tears of joy. From the outset of the evening, she had indulged the most, consuming 2 whole crabs and grinning with delight throughout. The meat of these mutant crabs was exceptionally flavorful, fresh and tender, devoid of any fishy taste. Especially the crab roe. It was her first time scooping it up with a spoon in large mouthfuls. Hey, Luoyu, where did your sisters go? They went back to their rooms, Wang Luoyu replied, her mouth stuffed with crab meat, making her words somewhat muffled. Back to their rooms? But we're still eating. I don't know. Seeing her cheeks puffed with food, Cao Ning chuckled and playfully pinched her nose. You little foodie, all you know is how to eat. What else do you know? Brother-in-law, have you grown weary of me? You once promised to take care of me. Upon hearing this, Wang Luoyu's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Cao Ning quickly replied, how could I ever be displeased with you? Eat freely, indulge yourself. Your brother-in-law can provide. Hee. I knew you were the best. With that, Wang Luoyu managed to stifle her tears, her previously aggrieved expression transforming into a radiant smile. Cao Ning chuckled and shook his head, marveling at the woman's rapid change of demeanor. However, he was not idle. He arranged the candles and activated the bus's lights, setting the scene for their romantic rendezvous. The once bright living room gradually succumbed to a soft dimness. The gentle illumination and languid music quickly enveloped the bus in an atmosphere brimming with intimacy. Just as Cao Ning prepared himself, Su Xiaowen and the others emerged. As they approached, Cao Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of gathering is this? Each of them donned high-slit cheongsams, their stockings adorned in varying hues. Do you find us beautiful, my lord? Indeed, exquisite beyond measure. The ladies leaned against Cao Ning, each exuding a unique fragrance that left him utterly captivated. He could not help but swallow hard. Is this truly mine to savor? My lord, allow me to feed you. Here, taste mine. Take your time to enjoy, sip the red wine to soothe your throat. This meal bestowed upon Cao Ning an unparalleled joy. As he savored his fill, he carried this bliss back to his own room. Chapter 87. The fall of the temporary outpost. The following day, the sky remained dreary and overcast. The snowfall appeared to be heavier than the previous day. The convoy navigated through winding paths and finally arrived at the temporary outpost of the combat battalion, a walled kindergarten. Although Li Kuan and his companions had mentally prepared themselves for the conditions they would encounter, the reality was far graver than they had anticipated. Under Li Lin's guidance, Cao Ning and Li Kuan made their way to the office building, where numerous rooms were filled with fallen warriors and severely injured soldiers. A somber atmosphere enveloped the faces of all present. Some soldiers, lacking resolve, trembled slightly. The thought of remaining here made them realize that their fate would likely not differ much from those around them. Silence reigned as they walked, the oppressive mood palpable. Suddenly, a voice laced with restrained sorrow and despair shattered the stillness of the corridor. "Commander, the brothers are nearly out of ammunition. Fewer than 20 can still stand. I understand your difficulties. Even if you cannot send personnel, support with some ammunition and medical supplies would suffice. Please, I urge you." As the last words echoed, a cacophony of furniture being overturned rang out, further intensifying the already tense atmosphere. Li Lin intended to enter and report but hesitated upon hearing the commotion within. It seemed that yet another plea for support had been dismissed. He was uncertain how many calls the battalion commander had made. Ever since the emergence of the mutated shrimp and crabs, the calls had been ceaseless. Once silence returned to the room, he finally knocked on the door. "Come in. Commander, reinforcements from Weicheng have arrived. Please, make haste." As Cao Ning and the others entered the room, they were greeted by a scene of chaos, with shattered furniture strewn across the floor. A weary-looking officer approached them briskly. "Comrades from Weicheng, you have worked hard. I am Liu Bin, the battalion commander stationed in the western city of Daohai." "Commander Liu, greetings. I'm Li Kuan, the captain of the Weicheng support unit. This is Comrade Cao Ning." Upon hearing Cao Ning's name, a flicker of light sparked in Commander Liu's eyes. Studying the young man who seemed reticent, he found it hard to fathom how Cao Ning could single-handedly contend with hundreds of zombies. Yet, the documentation from above compelled him to accept this reality. "Captain Lin, Comrade Cao Ning, I appreciate your arduous journey. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. I have little to offer." "Not at all, not at all." As they spoke, the group righted the furniture and took their seats. "Commander Liu, what are the arrangements moving forward?" Commander Liu paused, glancing nervously at Li Kuan and the others behind him. "Captain Li, how many personnel have you brought this time?" "We started with 200, however, due to unforeseen circumstances along the way, we are down to 174. "Do you have any heavy firepower?" 5 armored vehicles were equipped with 5 machine guns. Upon saying this, Li Kuan felt a tinge of embarrassment on his face. The only substantial weapon they had brought this time was the machine guns. In reality, Weicheng had quite a few more, but they too needed to defend themselves. And it was impossible to allocate all their weaponry for support. The mention of just 5 machine guns rendered Captain Liu silent. Although he understood that the reinforcements from outside would possess inferior weaponry, he never anticipated it to be so scant. 5 machine guns, how many rounds could that possibly sustain? Each could bear a maximum of 3,000 rounds. If the mutated shrimp and crabs launched an assault, they would be out of ammunition in no time. At that point, they would be left with nothing but close-quarter combat, which would be akin to inviting death against those hard-shelled shrimp and crabs. At that moment, a voice shattered the silence in the room. "Captain Liu, I would like to inquire what exactly I am to rescue as per the orders from above." Hearing this, Captain Liu sighed deeply and shook his head. "We are also uncertain about whom we are supposed to save. According to the original plan, we were to escort you near the armed forces vicinity, but now the route to the armed forces is swarming with zombies and those shrimp and crab monstrosities, making it utterly impassable." Upon hearing Captain Liu's words, Cao Ning found himself at a loss for words. Did this not mean he was of no consequence? Just as he pondered whether he should leave, gunfire suddenly erupted outside. Rat-tat-tat. "Captain, those beasts have begun their assault again." A bloodied soldier burst into the room. "Damn it, get the able-bodied brothers up. Captain Li, you all. Captain Liu, we heed your command. All right, follow me." With that, Captain Liu led the charge outside, with Li Kuan and the others close behind. However, Cao Ning did not leave. Instead, he approached the window. Though the building was not tall, the battlefield below was clearly visible. Countless mutated shrimp and crabs were assaulting the makeshift defensive line. Although the firepower on the line was fierce, the lethality was disappointingly low. At the forefront were the hard-shelled blue crabs, which often required 2 or 3 shots to bring down, while the tiger prawns, taking advantage of the soldiers' momentary distraction, leaped forward. If they landed on the soldiers' bulletproof vests, it was manageable, but against other defenses, they could pierce through in an instant. The defensive line began to suffer significant casualties. And just as it seemed they could not hold out any longer, Li Kuan led the reinforcements to the front. Although their combat prowess was somewhat lacking, they swiftly organized a net of firepower. Cao Ning shook his head. This was merely a ploy to buy time, utterly futile. There were still countless shrimp and crabs continuously converging here. Without weaponry of substantial destructive capability, these creatures would surely overwhelm the position in no time. Enough of this. I shall lend a hand. After all, these were valiant soldiers defending their homeland. With that resolve, Cao Ning turned and descended the stairs. Captain, the west wall has fallen. Captain, the south cannot hold. The brothers have run out of ammunition. Ammunition. We need supplies at the east wall. Captain, retreat. We cannot withstand this any longer. Indeed, Captain Liu, the scale of this operation is significantly larger than previous ones. We cannot withstand it. As he witnessed the defensive line continuously shrinking and his subordinates being overwhelmed and devoured by the mutated shrimp and crabs, despair filled Captain Liu's eyes. Could he be unaware of the need to retreat? Yet, he found himself encircled by the mutated creatures, rendering any escape utterly impossible. Soon, ammunition ran critically low, and the remaining soldiers had no choice but to draw their sabers and engage in close combat. However, how could mere blades easily pierce the exoskeletons of these mutated beasts? Captain Liu himself was struck multiple times by the mutated tiger shrimp. Had he not been wearing an additional bulletproof vest, he would have undoubtedly been pierced through. Just as despair settled upon them, a series of explosions suddenly erupted outside the walls. Countless mutated shrimp and crabs were obliterated in the blasts. But that was not all. Simultaneously, flames ignited at the explosion sites. Although the mutated shrimp and crabs craved human flesh, their instincts urged them to shy away from the flames. This allowed them a brief respite, granting Captain Liu and his men a moment to breathe. We are saved. Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived. Just as the crowd rejoiced, Cao Ning doused their hopes with a splash of cold water. Stop shouting, quickly find a vehicle and charge out. This fire will not hold for long. Chapter 88. How do you think you can keep me here? Watching the crowd still in shock, Cao Ning was tempted to slap someone. If you don't leave soon, I'll take off first. With that, Cao Ning drove the bus through the wall and sped away. At that moment, Captain Liu and the others finally snapped back to reality. They hurriedly called for someone to bring the vehicle to the main gate while he led a group into the office building to evacuate the injured. Once everything was prepared, they followed the bus's tire tracks. Facing streets teeming with zombies and mutated creatures, Cao Jing remained unfazed, driving the bus straight through. After a considerable time, they finally came to a halt in a spacious square. Not long after, 7 or 8 armored vehicles and military trucks followed closely behind. Upon seeing Cao Ning waiting outside the bus, Captain Liu and Li Kuan approached briskly. Cao Ning, did you set off those explosives? Who else could it be but me? Well, thank you, Comrade Cao Ning. Liu and the others were filled with gratitude. If not for Cao Ning, they might not have made it today. Enough with the thanks. I'm just looking out for myself. Tell your superiors that if there's nothing urgent, I'm planning to leave. Hearing this, Liu and the others grew anxious and quickly inquired, Comrade Cao Ning, where are you headed? The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it. Just inform your leaders. Will you? All right, just give me a moment. With that, Captain Liu stepped aside with a walkie-talkie to make contact. Li Kuan leaned closer and offered Cao Ning a cigarette. After lighting it, they both exhaled a plume of white smoke. Brother, how many did you lose this time? About 80 brothers have fallen. Li Kuan's eyes reddened, his hand trembling as he held the cigarette. This was their first encounter with these mutated crustaceans. Though they were mentally prepared, the reality was far more harrowing. Not only were the creatures agile with tough shells, but their lethality completely overwhelmed humanity. In a mere confrontation, many of their comrades were either dead or injured, often unable to react in time to their attacks. Enough sorrow, they died for their country, and the people will not forget them. While this was a rational sentiment, Li Kuan sighed, appearing conflicted. Noticing Li Kuan's hesitation, Cao Ning patted his shoulder. Don't dwell on it too much. Focus on moving forward. Think about what's next. What else can we do? Without orders from above, we can only hold this position. Isn't your father the deputy commander? Li Kuan shook his head, forcing a bitter smile. He would give me any special treatment. He raised me to believe that the highest honor for a soldier is to die on the battlefield, and I have no intention of becoming a deserter. Seeing the determination in Li Kuan's eyes, Cao Ning felt a newfound respect for his convictions. He recalled their first encounter, when Li Kuan had been too terrified to leave the vehicle, scared of the mutated monkeys. Who would have thought he would utter such words today? A true man. When have I ever not been a man? Haha, I have always been. However, I must admit, I envy you for your ability to leave at a whim, especially with so many beautiful companions by your side. Well then, who is in charge of the yin and yang? Haha. Just as the two were sharing laughter, Captain Liu finished his phone call and approached. Comrade Cao Ning, at present, you cannot depart. Why not? Cao Ning inquired. The higher authorities have stated that your task remains incomplete, and you are to remain on standby. Upon hearing this, Cao Ning frowned. Captain Liu, first and foremost, I am not a member of the armed forces, and thus this order does not bind me. Furthermore, while the armed forces headquarters did issue me a certificate, it was made clear that any tasks would depend on my willingness. There was no coercion involved. Captain Liu was momentarily at a loss for words, as he had believed that Cao Ning had joined the armed forces, unaware of the complexities involved. Comrade Cao Ning, this is a directive from above. Above? Have them speak to me directly. Well, all right then. With that, Captain Liu took out his walkie-talkie and began to call. After a brief moment, a voice of considerable authority came through the device. Xiao Lu, what seems to be the problem? Commander, Comrade Cao Ning wishes to speak with you. Oh. Let Comrade Cao Ning take the call. Captain Liu then handed the walkie-talkie to Cao Ning, whispering that their commander's surname was Wong. Hello, Commander Wong. This is Cao Ning. Greetings, Comrade Cao Ning. Your name resonates throughout the department. Xiao Lu has informed me of today's events. I am sincerely grateful for your assistance. Commander Wong, you are too kind. It was merely a small effort. I understand that I am to remain here on standby? Indeed, the island city still requires your presence. Commander Wong, you are likely aware of my reasons for coming to the island city, and besides, I am not a member of the armed forces. I am free to come and go as I please. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie before another voice emerged. Hello. Comrade Cao Ning, I am Deputy Commander Zhou Cheng of the Island City Armed Forces. Deputy Commander, greetings. I have heard your conversation. The directive to keep you here was given by me to Commander Wong. Hearing no response from Cao Ning, Deputy Commander Zhou continued. Comrade Cao Ning, I understand your status is unique, but regardless, you are a citizen of Longhua. In times of great peril, can you bear to watch your compatriots suffer? Deputy Commander, that sentiment is rather unkind. I am acutely aware of my own limitations. My presence or absence bears little weight. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Do not hang up just yet. Speak. Sensing Cao Ning's impatience, the voice on the walkie-talkie adopted a different tone. Cao Ning, what would it take for you to stay? What does stay entail? To serve the Island City Armed Forces. Then there is no need for further discussion. I have heard you have an affinity for crystal cores. Name your price. Or I can provide you with a unit to accompany you in combating zombies. All the crystal cores will be yours. Deputy Commander, may I ask you something? Go ahead. Is there no mission to save anyone in Island City? There will be in the future. All right, I understand. I have matters to attend to. I'm hanging up. Before Commander Zhou on the radio could finish his words, Cao Ning abruptly ended the call. Brother, you are quite bold. You hang up on the Deputy Commander's call just like that. Cao Ning merely chuckled, handing the radio to Captain Liu, and then turned to walk towards the vehicle. Cao Ning, where are you headed? Leaving. What else is there to do? Upon hearing Cao Ning's intention to depart, Captain Liu hurriedly stopped him. You can't leave. This is an order from the superior. I don't care who issued the order. What? Do you think you can keep me here? At that moment, Cao Ning was seething with anger. He had not anticipated being played during his trip to Island City. It appeared he had been too naive. Not only did he fail to earn any crystal cores, but he also incurred significant losses. The cluster munitions released at the temporary station had cost him nearly 30,000 crystal cores. Enough, Captain Liu. You cannot stop Brother Cao. Let him go. Turning to Cao Ning, he smiled and said, Brother, it seems some people are envious. I will speak to the old man about this. Do not take it to heart. Travel safely, and I hope we can meet again in the future. Haha. All right, take care, my friend. Until we meet again. Chapter 89. The bus has disappeared. Bang. That little rascal actually dared to hang up on me. Upon witnessing the beloved teacup of Commander Zhou shattered across the floor, an immediate silence enveloped the conference room. The intercom was on, and the sound was crystal clear, ensuring that everyone present heard the commotion. Truth be told, while they occasionally disapproved of Commander Zhou's style, they were equally displeased with Cao Ning's audacity. This young man was utterly reckless. After a moment of tense silence, a military officer, roughly the same age as Commander Zhou, spoke up. All right, old Zhou, you ought to calm down. Although this young lad lacks discernment, he is merely a youth, and a bit of temper is to be expected. Moreover, he has provided our department with something of great significance. Perhaps we should let it slide. Seeing his old rival come to Cao Ning's defense only fueled Commander Zhou's ire further. Was this not a clear indication of his own small-mindedness, quibbling with a young man? Nevertheless, he could not simply let it go. His desire to retain Cao Ning was not solely based on the young man's skills. More importantly, it was the treasures he possessed. He could not believe that Cao Ning only had a handful of evolution liquids at his disposal. Last night, he had perused the latest updates about Cao Ning, which mentioned that there were several women in his bus, all quite intimately connected. Given that Cao Ning had supplied the armed department of Weiqing with 5 bottles of evolution liquid, Commander Zhou was convinced that he would not hesitate to share them with his women. Therefore, he certainly had more in his possession. This was also the reason he was exerting pressure on his old subordinates to summon Cao Ning to Island City. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Umph. Does he truly believe that a modicum of success grants him immunity from the law? At this rate, where is the dignity of our armed department? Xiaowan. What do you say, Chief?" Commander Wong immediately stood to attention. "Go retrieve Cao Ning." "Old Zhou, you." Commander Zhou waved his hand, cutting off the man's words. "Old Xiao, do you not desire the evolution liquid? Has he not already given it to Weiqing? Do you believe that?" Upon hearing Commander Zhou's words, the soldier known as Old Xiao opened his mouth, but refrained from replying. Indeed, he did not believe that Cao Ning had handed over all the evolution liquids to Weiqing. He had also reviewed the latest information. Analyzing the situation, it was clear that Cao Ning still possessed evolution liquid. His initial thought had been that since Cao Ning had provided the liquid to Weiqing, they could wait for research and production to commence over there. There was no need for conflict between the parties. However, given that the evolution liquid was within reach, he saw no reason to seek it from afar. He understood that the evolution liquid was not merely a means to enhance physical strength, it could also extend one's lifespan and eradicate ailments. He had long been plagued by a hidden illness, and acquiring the evolution liquid could grant him additional years of life. Besides, who could say when Wei Cheng would be able to replicate the liquid? Thus, he chose to acquiesce. "Very well, Xiao Wong, proceed with your task." "Understood, Chief." Until Commander Wong exited, no one dared to voice an objection. Those present were not fools. They all recognized the value of the evolution liquid. The sooner they could procure it, the more unimaginable the benefits would be. This tacitly condoned Commander Zhou's actions. As soon as Cao Ning returned to the vehicle, he took the driver's seat, igniting the engine and accelerating in one fluid motion. He drove the bus swiftly out of the city. Observing Cao Ning's grave demeanor, Su Xiaowen and the others felt a tinge of concern. They had overheard the conversation outside the vehicle, and severing the call with the deputy commander was undeniably a slight. This was no trivial matter. "Brother, where are we headed next?" Su Xiaowen finally approached Cao Ning. "We're going to South Korea." "To South Korea? Right now?" "Yes. We must leave immediately. This place is not suitable for lingering." "Brother, is everything all right?" Cao Ning patted her arm reassuringly, smiling as he replied, "It's fine." Su Xiaowen nodded and rested her head on Cao Ning's shoulder. "Brother, we will stand by you through anything." "Ha, rest assured, it's nothing to worry about." With that, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. "Let us hope you do not act rashly." Yet, reality often diverges from expectation. As Cao Ning exited the urban area of the island city, 3 helicopters appeared above the bus. "Goodness, I should be known better than to trust you. You claimed that mutated creatures brought down the aircraft. What utter nonsense. Comrade Cao Ning, please stop the vehicle." The voice from the aircraft resonated inside the bus. However, Cao Ning paid no heed, instead pressing the accelerator even further. Seeing that the bus not only failed to halt but accelerated, Commander Wong quickly ordered the helicopter to position itself directly in front of the bus. "Cao Ning, if you do not stop, you will be committing an error. Let us discuss this amicably. I'll say it again, stop the vehicle. Hurry. Ascend. As the bus barreled towards him, Commander Wong urged the pilot to gain altitude. What a lunatic. Watching the bus race recklessly below, Commander Wong wiped the sweat from his brow. They had narrowly escaped disaster. "Sir, Cao Ning refuses to stop. Should we employ force?" "Where are you now?" "Approaching Beizi Bridge. It seems Cao Ning intends to leave the island city." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the call before the response came. "Let him reach Beizi Bridge. If he continues to ignore us, blow up the sides of the bridge to trap him." "Understood." As anticipated, the bus reached Beizi Bridge. After several more attempts to communicate, and seeing that Cao Ning still did not stop, Commander Wong decisively ordered the pilot to detonate the bridge ahead of the bus. Boom. The explosion on the road ahead caused Cao Ning to slam on the brakes. Glancing at the helicopters circling above, his expression darkened. "Cao Ning, step out of the vehicle." "That must be Commander Wong." Cao Ning activated the bus's loudspeaker. "Indeed, we just spoke." "Cao Ning, we are not imprisoning you. We merely request your presence as a guest. You need not fear." "Commander Wong, if it were you, would you believe such words?" "Cao Ning, let us not make this situation too awkward." "Haha, how amusing. It is you who have persistently sought trouble with me. However, I have a question to pose." "Speak." "Was it the intention of Commander Zhou to keep me here, or that of the armed headquarters?" After Cao Ning's inquiry, the only sound left was the whirring of the helicopter blades. After a while, Cao Ning's voice echoed from the bus once more. "It seems it was indeed Commander Zhou's directive. As a special talent within the armed department, does he not fear repercussions later?" Then why can you not return with me in peace? If that were the case, nothing untoward would occur. What if I refuse? Once again, silence enveloped the scene. Yet, shortly thereafter, a thunderous roar from engines erupted from behind the bus. Cao Ning observed through the rear radar that 4 or 5 armored vehicles had encircled them, blocking their escape route entirely. Do you truly believe you can capture me? The disdain in Cao Ning's tone was palpable, yet Commander Wong remained unfazed, continuing, Cao Ning, disembark. You cannot escape. Return with us. This time, however, the bus remained silent. Commander Wong had no choice but to command the armored vehicles to approach the bus, preparing for a forceful assault. Just as the armored vehicles advanced a short distance, a thick plume of smoke suddenly billowed from beneath the bus, enveloping it entirely, with the white smoke continually spreading outward. After waiting for a considerable time and noticing the smoke showed no signs of dissipating, Commander Wong felt an unsettling unease and ordered the armored vehicles to proceed further. As they drove into the fog, a voice of panic crackled over the intercom. Commander Wong. The bus has vanished. Chapter 90. The female leader of the Korean sanctuary. Is this truly the land of Korea? Observing the desolate and dilapidated streets outside, Su Xiaowen and her companions found it hard to believe they had arrived in Korea. The overwhelming presence of Korean script and the iconic architecture unmistakably confirmed their location within Korean territory. However, the Korea before them was utterly dissimilar to their expectations. In their minds, following the outbreak of the catastrophe, the cities in Korea should resemble those in the Dragon Kingdom. At worst, they imagined most buildings would be blanketed in snow, with a few more zombies roaming the streets. Yet, what lay before them was a scene of utter devastation, as if ravaged by war. Had a zombie apocalypse occurred, or perhaps a world war? How could it have come to this? Look over there. Has the entire city been annihilated? Goodness, so many. Following Wong Luoshue's pointing finger, they beheld hills of corpses, and not merely one mound. From the exposed bodies alone, they estimated there were at least 30 to 40,000, not to mention those buried beneath the snow. Korea's population is less than 1/30th of the Dragon Kingdom's, meaning cities are not densely populated. Apart from the capital, Seoul, which boasts nearly 10 million inhabitants, larger cities may have 2 to 3 million people, while smaller ones might only have a few 100,000. Currently, the bus was situated in a relatively prosperous southern city of Korea, known as Bangan City, which had over 1 million residents before the disaster struck. Given its scale, the accumulated corpses likely accounted for nearly a third of the city's population. It resembled a massacre. The bus gradually traversed the streets of the city center, sporadically encountering zombies that would rush forth to surround it. Yet, regardless of their numbers, they were all mercilessly crushed beneath the bus's wheels. During this journey, Cao Ning and the others also observed survivors, though those individuals remained hidden, sheltering within the crumbling buildings. Behind the curtains, they silently monitored the bus, which was clearly not a local Korean public transport vehicle. The exterior of the bus still bore resemblance to its former self, adorned with the markings of an intercity express line and the words luxury coach prominently displayed in Dragon Kingdom script. Some Korean survivors, familiar with Dragon Kingdom's language or who had visited before, immediately recognized the bus as originating from the Dragon Kingdom. Curiosity and concern rippled through those who witnessed this foreign bus in their homeland. Since the onset of the catastrophe, a flurry of speculations had circulated, with some claiming divine retribution while others suggested a leak of biochemical weapons. There were even assertions that this disaster was a ploy by a major power to unleash a supervirus upon the world, aiming for global domination. In an effort to maintain control over Korea, the narrative crafted by the Eagle Nation's influence suggested that the calamity originated from a certain Eastern superpower. The populace was urged to unite in resistance for victory. Through relentless indoctrination by the Eagle Nation and the Korean authorities, many began to believe this narrative. The spirit of unity among the people reached unprecedented heights, demonstrating remarkable cooperation with the actions of both the Eagle Nation and the Korean government. Yet, this disaster was not something that could simply be controlled. A few days later, the nation collapsed. Many citizens, through various channels, discovered that the outside world was not as the authorities and the Eagle Nation had portrayed. They realized they had been exploited by those in power, tirelessly gathering supplies only to receive insufficient food for themselves, let alone their families. Consequently, trust in the government waned, and they ceased to surrender the collected provisions. In response to this disarray, the authorities and the Eagle Nation shed their hypocritical facades, resorting to violent suppression. However, rather than restoring order, their actions intensified the chaos. Many, endowed with intellect and resources, rallied together, forming resistance groups. Clashes between civilians and the military became commonplace, often disregarding the threat of zombies as they engaged in combat with one another. Yet, A segment of the populace still believed this calamity was orchestrated, particularly blaming foreign influences, with a significant number placing their faith in the Dragon Nation. This led to widespread fear when buses from the Dragon Nation appeared at their doorsteps. On the top floor of an upscale office building, a figure scrutinized the buses through binoculars. "Sister, that bus is heavily fortified. The zombies pose no threat to it. What should we do? Should we send someone to seize it?" The room fell silent as all eyes turned to a poised woman seated at the forefront. Their gazes filled with admiration and hope. Sensing their attention, she relished the moment. Her name was Li Huanya, formerly a bodyguard for a wealthy family. Shadowing the heiress as she indulged in her daily escapades. Despite her unwavering dedication and diligence, the heiress often belittled her, subjecting her to daily humiliations due to her striking beauty. Though she frequently contemplated resigning, the heavy burden of her family's financial needs tethered her to this lucrative position. Capitalizing on her vulnerability, the heiress intensified her mistreatment, commanding her to perform increasingly degrading tasks, just when she believed her life would forever be one of servitude. The zombie apocalypse erupted. After days of fleeing, she recognized that the world had irrevocably changed. Faced with the burdensome heiress, she began to contemplate a different course of action. During yet another unwarranted tirade from the heiress, she chose to act decisively. She first eliminated the entire wealthy family and imprisoned the heiress. Utilizing her formidable skills and the resources of the affluent family, she assembled a loyal following, establishing her own power. The long-repressed aspects of her personality twisted into something darker at that moment of ascendance. Coupled with troubling childhood experiences, her disdain for men grew profound. Her faction consisted solely of women, forming a sisterhood that mirrored her own experiences, all harboring a shared aversion to men. Yet, do not underestimate this enclave of women. When it comes to defending their territory and seizing resources from rival shelters, they are as ruthless as any male-dominated faction. They spent their days either leading groups to scavenge for supplies or abducting men to bring back for their amusement. Each evening, a grand affair unfolded, where she would sit in a lofty position, savoring a glass of red wine, while quietly observing the women as they unabashedly tormented their latest prey. Occasionally, she would deliver a few slaps to the wealthy young lady bound at her feet, treated like a mere dog. She found this lifestyle to be exquisite. This was the essence of living. "Boss, if we don't act soon, that bus will escape our territory," a subordinate's voice snapped her back to reality. "Can you tell if the driver is a man or a woman?" "It's unclear. The windows are tinted. However, typically such buses are driven by men," she replied instinctively, touching her chin as she considered the implications. The bus was from Long Country, and its sudden appearance in the land of the beach suggested it might be laden with valuable goods. This vehicle could prove to be extraordinary. Yet, fortune favors the bold. If they succeeded, the rewards would be substantial. At the very least, they would acquire a sturdy bus, enhancing their safety while gathering supplies. She excelled at seizing opportunities. "Sisters, are you tired of beach men? Would you like to sample the flavor of Long Country men? I've heard they are quite formidable." Upon hearing the boss's words, a glimmer of excitement ignited in the eyes of the women gathered in the room. The mere thought of a whip cracking against the skin of a Long Country man, followed by his pleading submission, made many of them swallow hard in anticipation. "Boss, we're in. Excellent. Tonight, let us revel in delight." Chapter 91. Is there anyone who speaks the language of the Dragon Country? "Xiao Qiao, where are you?" "This is all a misunderstanding. The old commander merely wishes to see you. If there is anything to discuss, let us sit down and talk." "Xiao Qiao, speak up." "Hello, hello. Beep, beep, beep. Damn. Have you located the communication address yet?" "Not yet. But what is certain is that Cao Ning is no longer in the Dragon Country," murmured the technician seated beside Colonel Zhang, trembling slightly. He had never witnessed the colonel so furious. Ever since receiving a phone call that morning, his temperament had shifted dramatically, resembling a raging lion. Upon entering the communications room, his countenance had been anything but pleasant. One might think someone owed him a considerable sum of money. Smack. You can't even trace a single phone call. What happened to all that bravado you had in ordinary times? Keep searching. If you fail to find him, I suggest you go to the front lines for some training. Colonel Zhang sat in his chair, his face a grim shade of iron, slamming his teacup onto the table. The room fell silent. Everyone was too afraid to breathe, hastily lowering their heads to focus on their tasks, their fingers striking the keyboard with a rapid rhythm. They hoped to minimize their presence, desperately avoiding becoming the colonel's outlet for frustration. Colonel Zhang glanced around, let out a cold snort, and retreated to his office. Standing by the window, he lit a cigarette, the dense white smoke veiling the depths of his eyes. After a while, he retrieved his phone and dialed a remarkably familiar number. "Old Commander, I apologize. I have not completed the task you assigned." Yes, the location is outside the country." "All right, I will continue to follow up. Please rest assured." After ending the call, Colonel Zhang tossed his phone aside. Lighting another cigarette, he took a deep drag, a soft chuckle escaping his lips midway. Heh. That kid is indeed clever. Perhaps it's for the best that he is out of this mess. Brother, was that Colonel Zhang just now? Su Xiaowen, seated beside Cao Ning, had overheard most of the conversation. Yes, indeed. Could there be any issues? Nothing to worry about. Let us just enjoy ourselves and not overthink it. You have me here. I understand, brother. Upon hearing his words, an indescribable sense of security enveloped Su Xiaowen. She rested her head on his shoulder, closed her eyes, and clung tightly to his arm. Cao Ning gazed ahead, his deep eyes occasionally flickering with disdain and mockery. After a while, the bus came to an abrupt halt. Spotting the barricade ahead, Cao Ning furrowed his brow. He had a hunch that these barriers were not originally set up to block zombies. Rather, they seemed to be intended for him. Sure enough, at the moment the bus stopped, several masked, fully wrapped survivors emerged from the surroundings, wielding an array of weapons. All predominantly firearms. Seeing these armed survivors piqued Cao Ning's interest. They could be a valuable source of labor. As he beheld the mountain of zombie corpses piled in Nan City, ideas began to take shape in his mind. The individuals within the vehicle hastily disembarked, lest they provoke our ire. Although the outsiders conversed in their native tongue, he comprehended their words. Upon arriving in Bonan City, he had procured 6 sets of language kits from the system mall, equipping each person in the vehicle with the means to understand and express all languages and scripts on Blue Star. Brother, they are armed. Shall we charge forth? He jested. Haha, these are our laborers. It would be a pity if they perished. You go back to the living quarters and watch television with them. I shall descend to meet them. Brother, do exercise caution. Rest assured, they are merely minor threats and pose no real danger. Be good and go. After Su Xiaowen returned to the living pod, Cao Ning donned his attire and stepped off the bus. As the door swung open, a tall, handsome man emerged, eliciting a wave of relief among the Korean survivors present. He appeared to be a pretty boy. With a mere display of his firearm, they vacated the vehicle. It was a mystery how he had survived for so long. You're rather impressive. Since you were so cooperative, I shall spare your life. By the way, are there others on the bus? Have them all disembark before he could finish? Cao Ning interrupted. How many of you are there? The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting in chaos. Boss, he is from the Dragon Kingdom. Boss, they are the root cause of this disaster. We must eliminate him. Indeed, let us kill him. Enough. Silence. My head is pounding from your noise. At the boss's command, the surrounding survivors fell silent. Cao Ning chuckled at their indignant expressions. These Koreans had evidently been thoroughly brainwashed. You, lad, are you from the Dragon Kingdom? I cannot comprehend your gibberish. Fetch someone who speaks Dragon tongue. Though the boss did not grasp Cao Ning's words, the disdain and mockery in his eyes ignited a furious response. He aimed his weapon at Cao Ning. You've drawn the short straw. May your next life be more fortunate, perhaps as one of us Koreans. In a flash, before the boss could finish his sentence, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. His severed head rolled aside, blood gushing from his neck. His eyes still wide in disbelief. How had this Dragon Kingdom person acted so swiftly? Where did that blade materialize from? I abhor being threatened with a firearm, especially by animals. With that, he disdainfully flicked the blood from his long knife. It took a moment for the surrounding Koreans to react, shrieking as they retreated in terror. Their eyes brimmed with fear as they regarded Cao Ning. The noise was unbearable. With 2 swift strokes, 2 more Korean bodies fell. The blood pooling on the ground heightened the tension among the onlookers. Witnessing the demise of their comrades, the remaining individuals quickly fell silent. The superhuman speed and the sudden appearance of a long blade, combined with an expression devoid of mercy, evoked in everyone a sensation akin to that of an unfathomable deity. Observing a group trembling in fear, Cao Ning nodded in satisfaction. Is there anyone who can speak the Dragon Kingdom language? He inquired, watching as the group hesitated to respond. After repeating his question several times, a woman's voice finally emerged from his left. I can speak a little of the Dragon Kingdom language. Cao Ning turned to see several women stepping out from a nearby shop. Assessing this unexpectedly bold woman, he smiled and asked, You can speak the Dragon Kingdom language? Yes, sir. I have learned some for work purposes, she replied. Quite good. What is your name? Li Huanya. Chapter 92. As long as the task is completed, feel free to fumble. Li Huanya? A pleasant name. Pray tell, how many individuals do they have? Sir, Luba's shelter comprises a total of 54 individuals. Oh no. It's now 51. Upon hearing Li Huanya's immediate response, Cao Ning was somewhat taken aback. Noticing his surprise, Li Huanya smiled and remarked, Sir, I am also the leader of a shelter and possess considerable knowledge about the neighboring shelters. With this revelation, Cao Ning experienced a moment of clarity. Yet he found himself curiously observing Li Huanya before him. Given her position as a shelter leader, she must possess certain remarkable qualities. Miss Li, How many shelters are there in Nambang City, and approximately how many people reside in them? Li Huanya paused, contemplating for a moment before responding. Sir, there are 34 shelters, large and small, in Nambang City. As for the exact number of inhabitants, I cannot say for certain, but it is likely around 40 to 50,000. Cao Ning was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that such a populous figure could exist within a single city in the land of the morning calm. Upon learning that Lu Ba's shelter housed over 50 individuals, alongside the existence of 34 shelters, he had presumed the city's population to be around 10,000 at most. By your estimation, this city must have some rather sizable shelters, correct? Li Huanya nodded in affirmation. Indeed, among the 34 shelters, 3 are particularly formidable. The first is the official shelter of Nambang City, which accommodates over 20,000 survivors. The second is formed by several local corporations, housing more than 7,000 people. The third is a military base belonging to the Eagle Nation, with approximately 5,000 individuals. The remaining survivors are dispersed among the other shelters. 5,000 soldiers at the military base? Not quite. There should be over 1,000 soldiers stationed there, while the rest are seeking refuge. Cao Ning nodded, lost in contemplation. An air of silence enveloped the room, with everyone focusing their gaze upon him. Particularly, Li Huanya clenched her fists, trembling slightly. Initially, she had contemplated intercepting the bus to seize it and capture the driver. However, she was taken aback to learn that Lu Ba's shelter had acted first, prompting her to bide her time and observe the situation. What she could never have anticipated was that the bus driver would disregard the gun pointed at him and swiftly eliminate Lu Ba with an almost supernatural efficiency. This compelled her to alter her strategy. The handsome and towering figure of this Dragon Nation man was evidently beyond her control, not to mention his extraordinary abilities. She still struggled to comprehend the manner in which he had executed such a feat, yet she pondered that if she could leverage this Dragon Nation man effectively, her own strength could potentially ascend to new heights. As she contemplated ways to approach this Dragon Nation man, he suddenly spoke. Miss Li, I observe that your subordinates appear to be predominantly women. Surviving in these trying times must be quite challenging. Why do you not join the official shelter? At the official shelter, there is an endless amount of labor, and one often goes hungry. They treat people like livestock. Those of us who join would merely become playthings for the higher-ups in the shelter. Upon finishing her explanation, Cao Ning chuckled and shook his head. The actions of the nation in question are deemed quite ordinary. However, I suspect there is more to your reluctance to join the official sanctuary. Upon hearing this, Li Huanya was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Cao Ning. In just an instant, those galaxy-like eyes captivated her completely. It was only when Cao Ning inquired again that she regained her composure. Indeed, I aspire to rise above others. Upon uttering this, she shivered slightly, feeling as though she had no secrets left before him. Haha, splendid, Miss Li. I admire your candor. Thus, become my ally, and I shall elevate you to greatness. Sir, this. Seeing Li Huanya's flushed face, Cao Ning realized she had misunderstood and waved his hand dismissively. You are mistaken. What I mean is, assist me, and I will make you the leader of the city. Upon hearing this, Li Huanya exhaled a sigh of relief. Although somewhat disappointed, she felt fortunate as well. Despite the man's formidable strength and striking appearance, the thought of being intimate with him was still unbearable. Her aversion to men had been ingrained since childhood, and it was unlikely that one individual could alter her perspective. Sir, what must I do? You must have encountered these before? As he spoke, Cao Ning pulled 2 crystal cores from his pocket. I have seen them, within the brains of zombies. Excellent. First, gather these crystal cores for me. I noticed a considerable number of zombies piled up in the southern region. Do you think you can manage it within 10 days? Li Huanya was initially taken aback. Merely thinking of the seemingly endless mountain of zombies sent shivers down her spine. Completing such a task in 10 days seemed utterly implausible. That heap had been accumulating for 3 to 4 days, now frozen together, and with her limited manpower, finishing it all in 10 days was simply impossible. Sir, that might be rather challenging. Even with a few more 10-day cycles, it would remain unmanageable. You may not realize, but that represents nearly half the city's population. Cao Ning nodded nonchalantly, smiling as he replied, I am aware. It merely requires a fire. A fire? Li Huanya's eyes widened in astonishment. To ignite the mountain of zombies? What would become of Southern City? What if the fire spread uncontrollably and engulfed the entire city? What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Noticing Cao Ning's displeasure, Li Huanya gritted her teeth and said, Sir, if I can accomplish this, what rewards will I receive? The notion of rising above others seems far too abstract. Cao Ning laughed heartily, glanced around, then swiftly moved to confront a man he found displeasing, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man hurtling through the air. The man flew nearly 40 to 50 meters, crashing into a car, spewing blood, and collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. This scene left all present utterly astonished. Was this truly human strength? The man, who was quite portly, weighing at least 170 to 180 pounds, had been propelled so far by a single kick. Moreover, judging by the man's expression, it seemed he had not even exerted his full strength. You could possess such power. This spectacle caused Li Huanya to swallow hard, unable to restrain her astonishment. She is inherently a bodyguard, well aware of the terrifying nature of such power. Coupled with that dreadful speed, should she possess such abilities, there would be no rival in the entirety of Nambang City. She would be on the cusp of transcending the ordinary. Sir, I shall do it. Upon hearing Li Huanya's agreement, Cao Ning felt a surge of joy. This marked his first acquisition of a skilled worker. The rationale behind selecting Li Huanya was her resilience. In a post-apocalyptic world, a woman aspiring to establish her own faction must possess not only capability but also a fierce heart. In her gaze, he discerned an unquenchable ambition and a thirst for power. Crucially, if a woman were to rise above the men of the Bang, it would undoubtedly incite resistance, thus allowing him to reap greater rewards. Even if the benefits were meager, it would provide a source of amusement. Haha, splendid. You shall find yourself grateful for today's choice. I will be stationed at Nan Square for 2 days. During this time, you are to recruit individuals for work. Should anyone prove disobedient, you may inform me, and I shall intervene. Upon hearing Cao Ning's words, a flicker of delight crossed Li Huanya's eyes. Sir, can you also handle trouble from other shelters? Indeed, as long as you fulfill my tasks, feel free to stir up whatever you wish. Remember, if anyone is disobedient, you can reach out to me. Rest assured, sir, I vow to accomplish the task. Chapter 93, The Arms Deal Went Awry. Bang. Hooray. I hit it. Sister Luoxue. Your aim is the steadiest of all. Luoxue, do you have some secret? Please teach me. Remarkable. I didn't expect the second shot would blow the zombie's head off. Seeing the zombie's head explode downstairs, Su Xiaowen and the others cheered. Even Cao Ning nodded in appreciation repeatedly. It seems shooting requires a certain talent as well. On the second day in the city of Banshan, Cao Ning began training the women in marksmanship. He had contemplated this plan earlier, but various factors had delayed its initiation. Previously, in the country, the dense population meant a high number of zombies. Even firing a single shot in the wilderness would attract numerous undead. Although Cao Ning was not afraid of the sheer number of zombies, it was counterproductive for novices to practice their shooting skills. When faced with a horde, who could focus on individual headshots? They would simply spray bullets, which was not conducive to accuracy. While Cao Ning had little prior experience with firearms, he had watched numerous documentaries. New recruits typically start with stationary targets, gradually progressing to moving ones in a structured manner. Now, in the land of Banshan, both the time and place were conducive for novices to hone their weapon skills. The zombies present in Banshan City were few, having been previously cleared out, allowing for practice without drawing large hordes. Each person had ample time to adapt and practice. Another crucial factor was the abundance of military supplies here. The weapons and ammunition Cao Ning had collected from the Wanqing bus station would likely be exhausted in a single day of use. He had asked Li Huanya to gather some firearms, and to his surprise, she was quite efficient, delivering them by morning. Although the quantity was limited, it was sufficient for several days of practice. However, being a small refuge, the available firearms for trade were still relatively scarce. Thus, Li Huanya was assigned an additional task, to collect weapons and ammunition. Whether through theft or trade was not his concern. Nevertheless, Cao Ning assured her that if anyone crossed the line, she could seek his assistance. Unbeknownst to them, the group had spent an entire day shooting. Compared to their initial struggles with aiming, there were now occasional successful headshots. This improvement was largely due to their status as secondary gene warriors, which had further enhanced their physical capabilities and mental acuity. Thanks to the crystal cores previously collected, Cao Ning was now quite affluent. Unlike Longhua, where various factions were intermingled and nearly every refuge possessed firearms, here the risks were lower. He had swiftly produced secondary evolution liquid overnight, allowing the women to inject it. Not only did Su Xiaowen and her companions benefit, but even the little monkey had enhanced its strength. Following its first evolution, the monkey underwent a transformative change, maturing from infancy to young adulthood. Its physique had grown larger, and its height had increased significantly. The 3 first-level mutated monkeys, when standing upright, measure over 1 meter in height, and the 2 second-level mutated monkeys reach an impressive height of 1 meter and 3 centimeters. While they may not yet qualify as bodyguards, they are certainly capable of keeping watch. As several individuals fired their weapons from the rooftop, the monkeys dutifully followed Cao Ning's instructions, standing guard around the perimeter. If any zombies approached, they would emit loud calls, and if they encountered other mutated beasts, they would unite to fend them off. After a day of acclimatization, their synergy had improved considerably. Amidst the excitement of gunfire, the monkey stationed at the stairway let out a few calls upon spotting Li Huanya and several women ascending. Cao Ning and Su Shaoan set their weapons down. Although Li Huanya had seen the monkeys that morning, she was still taken aback by their presence again. This only fueled her curiosity about Cao Ning, who not only possessed these remarkably sentient monkeys but also had several strikingly beautiful and powerful women by his side. Upon first encountering these women, she felt an almost envious glint in her eyes. They far surpassed her own companions. Had she not known that she could not contend with Cao Ning, she would have attempted to claim them for herself. What do men possess that is so admirable? True love lies between women. Sir, I apologize for the interruption. After glancing at the women surrounding Cao Ning, Li Huanya composed herself. Is there something you need? Sir, today we collected over 21,700 crystal cores, and they have already been placed downstairs. Very well, that is commendable. Let us continue this endeavor tomorrow. And it would be best to increase our manpower to expedite the process. Cao Ning nodded in approval of the crystal cores collected by Li Huanya that day. Following his suggestion from the previous day, Li Huanya had set a fire amidst the mountains of corpses, creating smoke and flames that could likely be seen across much of the city. The fire raged for half the day, and with another half day spent collecting. They had amassed over 20,000 crystals, a commendable efficiency. Today, the zombies were charred, making the extraction of crystal cores substantially easier, and it was anticipated that their haul could triple by tomorrow. Understood, sir. Is there something else? Noticing Li Huanya's hesitance, Cao Ning furrowed his brow. Sir, there is a rather troublesome matter. Speak. Sir, today while we were trading arms with the Park Chongren Sanctuary, we were ambushed. Ambushed? Does Park Chongren possess a significant amount of weaponry? Indeed, his faction ranks just below the three major powers, and he was previously a prominent figure in the underworld, holding considerable smuggled arms. Sanctuaries like ours seeking firearms have no choice but to gather supplies ourselves or trade with him. As for the eagles and the affluent, we are not yet of their caliber. Then, if what you say is true, your previous transactions should have gone smoothly, correct? Indeed. But this time we were ambushed, likely due to the substantial quantity we were trading. He was envious. Although Li Huanya spoke with composure, the fleeting glimmer of unease in her eyes did not escape Cao Ning's notice. Yet, he said nothing, but he grasped some of Li Huanya's thoughts, which could be summarized in a few points. Either he wished to test his own abilities, expand his influence, or perhaps harbored a grudge against Park Chongren. Furthermore, it was conceivable that there was some connection between the two, prompting him to see if he could manage the situation. Do you require my intervention? Li Huanya nodded, her expression speaking volumes. How many individuals are involved? Where are they located? He estimated that there were approximately 4,600 people in that refuge, situated within Xingyi Primary School on Chihua Road, about an hour's drive from here. This individual was rather intriguing, having constructed a refuge within a school. Although the living conditions were uncertain, it was indeed a clever choice. Not only could the school's fortified walls withstand the majority of zombies, but they also served to effectively manage the survivors and the gathered resources. Moreover, the high mobility afforded by this location made it a challenging task to seize it with minimal cost. As Cao Ning paced back and forth, his peripheral vision caught sight of the zombies below, and suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Chapter 94. Infiltrating Park Chongren's Sanctuary. In the city of Bangnam, at Xingyi Primary School, as Cao Ning and Li Huanya arrived, darkness had already descended. Several searchlights swept across the open ground outside the school, illuminating the perimeter. Despite the heavy snowfall obscuring visibility, Cao Ning's keen eyes discerned numerous armed individuals patrolling along the walls. The original wrought iron fence had been fortified with sandbags, transforming it into a veritable fortress. Is this the only entrance to the sanctuary? Indeed. The other exits have been sealed off. Excellent. I shall proceed inside. And your task is to guard this entrance. Should anything transpire within, ensure that no one exits. Upon hearing Cao Ning's intent to enter alone, Li Huanya initially wished to dissuade him, but the calm demeanor he exuded caused her to swallow her words. As a former bodyguard in the pre-apocalyptic world, she had encountered many prominent figures. In the face of danger, nearly everyone exhibited signs of panic, their composure often betrayed by involuntary tremors. Yet, Cao Ning displayed no fear. Instead, he appeared exhilarated, enhancing his allure in her eyes. Though she was uncertain of his precise intentions, she resolved to seize this opportunity tonight. Sir, please exercise caution. Haha. I appreciate your well wishes. With that, Cao Ning dashed towards the wall with the swiftness of the wind. His speed filled Li Huanya with admiration, as she pondered when she might acquire such abilities. Upon reaching the wall, Cao Ning slowed his pace, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Noticing no one nearby, he deftly leapt and grasped the edge of the wall, peering to either side. The nearest guards were approximately 7 to 8 meters away. Two men engaged in conversation while smoking. Cao Ning paid them no heed and, with a determined effort, vaulted over the wall. He landed in a relatively secluded area with few people around and strode purposefully towards the center. Through conversations with Li Huanya, he learned that Xingyi Primary School was considered one of the premier institutions in Bangnam City. Although the campus was modest in size, it boasted comprehensive facilities, including an independent heating system. Park Changjin, a seasoned smuggler, possessed a shrewd business acumen. Survivors wishing to enter were required to pay a fee in supplies for protection and lodging to reside in the school's apartments. A fee of 20 pounds of food or 40 pounds of coal or firewood per person per day was required. Those opting for the classrooms, albeit in cramped conditions, could stay warm for 10 pounds of food or 20 pounds of coal or firewood daily. For those with limited resources, camping outside on the playground was an option, with a 3-meter by 3-meter plot costing only 10 pounds of food or supplies per day, accommodating an unlimited number of individuals. The cafeteria provided meals at reasonable prices, accessible to the general populace. Currently, resources were not overly difficult to gather. The majority of individuals resided in the school's apartments and classrooms, with only a few larger families opting to pitch tents on the playground. Thus, establishing a sanctuary here was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. The establishment of the shelter has been underway for 4 to 5 days now, and given the current population size, it is undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity. Cao Ning did not head towards the playground, but instead made his way directly to the office building. Upon noticing a guard relieving himself, he glanced around, swiftly covered the man's mouth, and dragged him to a shadowy corner. The startled guard, caught mid-relief, was filled with terror, his trousers still unfastened, and he intermittently soaked the ground in fear. Cao Ning tossed him onto the ground and placed a foot firmly on his abdomen. "If you wish to live, keep your voice down." The guard, muffled, nodded vigorously in response. "Brother, could I at least pull up my pants? I'm in a dire situation." Cao Ning frowned, catching a glimpse of his comrade frozen like ice, nearly bursting into laughter. "Just answer my questions directly. Whether you live or die depends on how swiftly you respond. Rest assured, brother, I am well acquainted with this place. Ask away." Observing the guard beneath his foot displaying a keen understanding, Cao Ning nodded in satisfaction. "Where are the supplies stored?" "The food is in the canteen. There is also plenty in Boss Pu's room. Daily necessities are on the left side of the first floor of the main building, while weapons are stored on the right side of the first floor." "How many guards are currently stationed at the base?" "Approximately. Over 800. Is it mealtime yet?" "The large canteen will open shortly. There is still an hour before meal service, but the small canteen has food available at all times." "There is a small canteen?" "Yes. It's where Boss Pu and his trusted aides dine. They have the liberty to eat whenever they please." But what?" "Brother, could you please let me pull up my pants? I truly cannot hold it any longer." With temperatures plummeting near -50 degrees, the guard felt his lower body completely numb, his speech trembling. "Speak quickly, or your life may truly be forfeit." Confronted with the icy indifference in Cao Ning's gaze, the guard felt as if he had plunged into a frozen abyss. What manner of person is this? Even during interrogation, is it necessary to deny a moment for such trivialities? Yet, he did not dare to resist, and immediately said, "I heard that Boss Pu made a significant profit today, and will be hosting a feast for his subordinates tonight in the small canteen." "Where's the small canteen?" "It's on the second floor of the large canteen, just to the right of this teaching building, directly connected to it." Excellent. I am quite satisfied. As long as you are pleased, brother, may I now pull up my pants?" With the questions finally exhausted, the guard's expression morphed into one of eager anticipation. "No need for that. It's already too late." "Brother, it's all right. Once we return, I'll warm up." Before the guard could finish, Cao Ning swiftly covered his mouth and delivered a punch that shattered his sternum. Truly impressive. Even this can be warmed up. Noticing a sizable trash bin nearby, Cao Ning surveyed the area to ensure no one was watching, hoisted the guard's lifeless body, and disposed of it within. With his desires now fulfilled, Cao Ning strode confidently towards the teaching building. In stark contrast to the desolation outside, the interior of the teaching building buzzed with lively activity, teeming with voices and energy. The classrooms flanking the first floor resemble a series of quaint marketplaces, bustling with an array of stalls displaying collected goods. Numerous buyers engage in spirited haggling with the vendors, clutching items in their hands. The current mode of exchange has transformed from currency to barter, evoking a sense of returning to simpler times. Beyond the trade of goods, several other classrooms host diverse ventures, such as bars and establishments of a more dubious nature. Observing the slender women clad in slightly revealing attire, Cao Ning felt a profound admiration for their audacity. They truly risk everything for the sake of survival. The warmth radiating from the throngs of people within, combined with the heating, creates a comfortable atmosphere. In such attire, one would surely freeze into a work of art if exposed to the elements outside. Navigating through the corridor, he arrived at the grand dining hall. As it was still prior to dinner, the crowd remained sparse, with small clusters of 3 to 5 individuals engaged in conversation, likely scavengers returning from their quests. Cao Ning chose not to join them, but instead made his way directly to the kitchen. Chapter 95, The Purified Zombie Blood. As Cao Ning had anticipated, the resources in this sanctuary were abundant, indeed, far beyond the ordinary. The storage room in the back kitchen was overflowing with supplies, and even the warehouse at the rear was largely filled with various provisions. In addition to rice, flour, oil, and salt, there was a substantial quantity of vegetables and fruits, along with an ample supply of poultry and fish. Given the current scale of over 5,000 people in the sanctuary, these resources could sustain them for at least 6 months. If these supplies were transported back, there would be no immediate need to scavenge for more. Who are you? Who allowed you to enter? As Cao Ning gazed enviously at the supplies, a man's voice echoed from the doorway of the kitchen. It was Boss Park who sent me. Upon hearing this, the man did not ease his guard. Rather, he became more vigilant. The only individuals permitted in the kitchen were a select few chefs, and the one standing before Cao Ning was clearly not someone he recognized. Nevertheless, he concealed his apprehension and approached Cao Ning with a faint smile. "Oh, so you are one of Boss Park's men. I wonder what brings you here." However, as the man drew near, he intended to strike with a powerful blow, only to find himself seized by the neck and pressed to the ground by Cao Ning. "Pathetic. You think such trivial skills can subdue me?" The expression of disdain on Cao Ning's face filled the man with dread. He was well aware of his own abilities, having spent years in underground fighting rings. While he may not have been among the elite, he certainly ranked within the top 20. Taking down a young opponent was well within his capabilities. Yet, before this young man, his pride and his strength felt as insignificant as that of a child, easily subdued. "Who exactly are you?" "I'm Ning, Dad." "Wait, you're from Long Country? The one who drove the bus yesterday?" "Oh, you know of me?" Seeing the young man acknowledge his identity, the fear in the man's eyes diminished somewhat, replaced by a flicker of disdain and mockery. "Huh, kid. I advise you to let me go. Otherwise, you won't make it out of here." "What boldness. How amusing. Boss Park and the brothers are upstairs. If I don't return, they will undoubtedly come down. No matter how formidable you think you are, my brothers will surely finish you off. I did not realize you were so significant. What brings you down here then? Who do you think you were to question me?" "Ah." Noticing the man still wore a defiant expression, Cao Ning tightened his grip on his neck, causing the man's face to flush crimson from the pressure. "Stop. I will tell you." As the pressure on his neck eased, the man gasped for air, his heart racing at the sight of Cao Ning's icy gaze. "I came down to fetch some liquor. The supply upstairs is insufficient." "Are you alone to fetch liquor? Do you take me for a fool?" No. I meant to have those people with me come to carry it." Seeing the man was not lying, Cao Ning chuckled lightly. "Very well, you may go." As the words hung in the air, they were abruptly silenced as Cao Ning snapped the man's neck, dragging the lifeless body into a secluded corner of the rear warehouse. He made his way to the section where the beverages were stored. The selection of strong liquor was rather limited, whether for weddings, funerals, or gatherings. It was customary to consume distilled spirits. Cao Ning had sampled this particular drink before, only to spit it out immediately. The taste was peculiar, and the alcohol content was low. Aside from a hint of alcohol, it bore little resemblance to anything resembling a proper drink. Indeed, it was inferior to the inexpensive erguotu from Longhua. It baffled him why this liquor was so highly praised online. However, this was not the time for critique. Cao Ning opened the system's storage compartment and retrieved a small white bottle. After unscrewing the caps of several boxes of liquor, he carefully dripped a few drops of a colorless and odorless liquid into each bottle. This was a remarkable concoction, an essential item for any journey or deadly endeavor. Derived from pure, natural zombie blood, it had been refined through a bus-like purification process, transforming it into a tasteless and scentless liquid. Not only did it retain the inherent capacity for mutation upon infection, but its potency and effectiveness had also been significantly enhanced. According to the system, those who absorbed this refined zombie blood would mutate into at least a level 2 zombie. Once he finished, he securely resealed the liquor bottles and stepped outside, calling out to a few survivors engaged in conversation at 2 tables. "Hey, you lot, come over and help move some things to the 2nd floor." Seeing Cao Ning's audacious demeanor, they had no reason to doubt him, especially since the inner circle of Boss Poo was known for their bravado. The group eagerly followed Cao Ning to the warehouse to transport the liquor. Upon reaching the small dining hall on the 2nd floor, they were met with a wave of heat. The hall was modest in size, likely less than half that of the one below, yet its decor was quite appealing. Dozens of tables were occupied, filled with people exchanging drinks and laughter. "Oldly, you're quite slow." "Huh, where's Oldly?" A robust man, his face flushed from drink, questioned, noticing that the newcomer was not his friend. "Brotherly isn't feeling well. He sent us up first." Cao Ning replied with a cheerful smile. "Ah, Oldly, truly shameless, trying to dodge the drinks. Let us not worry about him." "All right. You all go back now and bring the liquor over," the man concluded, giving a playful pat on the rear of the woman seated beside him. Feeling the warmth of his strong hand, she shot him a flirtatious glance. "You're incorrigible. Haha, just wait. Tonight will be even more scandalous." "Hurry along now," she teased, beckoning a few similarly adorned women around her, then swayed her impressive figure toward Cao Ning. "Hey there, handsome, you look unfamiliar. Are you new here?" The woman's eyes sparkled as she took in the tall, handsome Cao Ning. "Why yes, I just arrived today. I hope you'll take care of me in the future," he stammered, his cheeks flushed with shyness. The woman couldn't resist licking her lips. The allure of this charming young man was irresistible. The sight of his embarrassment indicated a lack of worldly experience, and she found it utterly delightful. "Since the apocalypse, I have spent my days in the company of these rough men who do not appreciate the delicacies of femininity. I have yet to experience the novelty of a charming young companion. No, after attending to those few individuals, I shall indulge in this delightful young man tonight. Otherwise, I would be depriving myself, allowing those brutish fellows to benefit. Young man, where do you reside?" I haven't found a place yet. Could you assist me?" "Sister?" Upon hearing this, the woman brightened, seizing Cao Ning's arm. "Not a problem. You wait outside for a moment. I will come to find you once I finish my tasks." With that, she playfully squeezed Cao Ning's muscular arm, her face illuminated with excitement. This is likely more than just a charming young man. Tonight is promising. "All right, I shall heed your guidance." "Yes, such a good boy. Just wait for me." Saying this, she planted a kiss on Cao Ning's cheek and called her companions to bring the wine to the tables. Each table was graced with 2 women. While the men engaged in playful games and sampled the wine, the women pouring drinks and exchanging flirtatious banter with those around them. To an outsider, one might mistake this for a corporate team-building gathering. Seeing the wine he had brought being poured into the glasses of those men, Cao Ning felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been concerned that the already opened bottles might raise suspicion, yet it turned out to be surprisingly effortless. Perhaps it was confidence or merely ignorance. The woman who had spoken to him earlier noticed he had not departed and raised her glass in his direction. Observing her lips forming the words "wait for me," Cao Ning quickly responded with a cheerful thumbs up and descended the stairs with a grin. "Forget it. I have no interest in zombies." He wiped the spot where the woman had kissed him, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Now that the main event was concluded, it was time to meet the leader of this sanctuary. Chapter 96, Kneel Down and Pour the Tea. In contrast to the teaching building, the security of the office building was considerably stricter. As Cao Ning approached the main entrance, he was intercepted by 2 armed guards. "Who are you looking for?" they inquired. "I seek Chief Park. It is urgent." The guards scrutinized Cao Ning up and down, their eyes filled with skepticism. The face seemed unfamiliar. Yet acknowledging the urgency of his request, they chose not to obstruct him. After summoning the internal guards via radio to relay the situation, they proceeded to search Cao Ning before finally granting him entry. "Young man, mind your eyes and ears. Do not gaze or listen where you ought not," one guard kindly cautioned as he noticed Cao Ning's wandering glances. "Understood, brother." Cao Ning replied with a smile and a nod. The distance from the entrance to the staircase was heavily monitored, with at least 4 or 5 guards on watch, particularly in the corridors housing weapons and supplies. Numerous guards patrolled incessantly. The security was stringent, rivaling that of a military base. However, these precautions were not his concern. Soon, these individuals would transform into zombies. The office building boasted 6 floors. Initially, Cao Ning believed only the first floor was stocked with supplies, yet to his surprise, the 3rd floor also contained provisions. The other levels were primarily designated for Park Chong-in and his confidants' rest. The air was filled with the sounds of women's screams and men's boisterous laughter. To Cao Ning, it felt less like the core of a shelter for 5,000 people and more like a den of indulgence amidst the apocalypse. Upon reaching the 6th floor, the leading guard exchanged a few words with those stationed in the corridor before departing. The guards present scrutinized Cao Ning once more, conducting another thorough search. "Speak cautiously. If you anger the chief, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear," they warned as they arrived at a door. "Rest assured, brother, I understand the rules. I will speak where necessary and remain silent where it is prudent," Cao Ning replied confidently. The young man is quite perceptive." The guard nodded in approval, then rapped on the door. "Chief, I have brought him." The moment the words were spoken, a deep voice resonated from within. Come in. The door swung open, and the guard led Cao Ning inside. The room was spacious, albeit cluttered with various items, beds, sofas, desks, and a plethora of supplies lining the walls. One could only wonder if Park Chang-in felt insecure, necessitating such a crowded environment. Inside the room were 5 individuals. A portly man with a fierce countenance occupied the center of the sofa, flanked by 2 attractive women with flushed cheeks. Additionally, 2 robust men loomed behind the sofa. Cao Ning recognized the women. They bore a striking resemblance to actresses from several popular Korean dramas. No wonder they appeared familiar. They were indeed celebrities. Yet, in this context, it seemed that stardom had rendered them mere playthings, devoid of any true agency. "Young man, what brings you to me?" the chief inquired. The man seated on the sofa observed the audacious young man gazing unabashedly at the woman beside him, feeling a twinge of displeasure. "Are you Park Chang-jin, the notorious Park?" "Indeed. If you are Park, then all is well." Upon uttering this, he casually settled into a single armchair, crossing his legs nonchalantly. The actions of Cao Ning caused the 3 men in the room to furrow their brows. "This kid is rather arrogant." "Hey, are you mocking me here? You've tarnished my goods." Before Park Chang-jin could finish his statement, he was interrupted by Cao Ning. "Tarnished? Are you referring to the goods of that woman, Li Hyunya?" "Exactly. Haha, so what if I have? It's of no consequence. But since you, Park, have sullied my business, prepare yourself for a grand spectacle." "A grand spectacle? What sort of spectacle?" "Shoo. Listen." As Cao Ning raised a finger to his lips, Park Chang-jin and the others, though perplexed, fell silent. Help. The room was on the 6th floor, and due to the thick walls and sealed windows, initially, the sounds were inaudible to Park Chang-jin and his companions. However, gradually, screams and cries for help pierced through the windows. Park Chang-jin frowned. "What is that sound?" "Third. Go take a look." "Understood, brother." The burly man known as the Third approached the window. Upon witnessing the scene outside, his expression shifted dramatically. "Brother, there are zombies everywhere." "What? Zombies? They've breached in?" With that, Park Chang-jin, initially portly, sprang to his feet with unexpected agility. He hurried to the window, his body trembling. After a brief moment, he turned, his face contorted with rage, glaring at Cao Ning. "Did you orchestrate this?" Cao Ning remained silent, merely nodding with a smirk. "Why? Is it simply because you undermined our supplies?" "Supplies are secondary. It's primarily because you irked me." "Irked you? Do you have no conscience?" "Regardless. There are compatriots down there, and you let the zombies in." Despite Park Chang-jin's nefarious dealings, he held a certain loyalty to his own people. Having ventured out into the world since childhood, he was well acquainted with the vicissitudes of human emotion. During his rise, many from his hometown had lent him assistance. Now, a significant portion of his trusted allies were once children of his neighbors and childhood companions. Once he gained power, he arranged various benefits for his hometown folks. A considerable number of those in the shelter were from his own village. Even if someone failed to meet the daily collection quotas, he would turn a blind eye. The sight of former companions turned into zombies filled him with a trembling rage, his teeth grinding audibly. "You uttered that they are your compatriots, but they are not mine." The moment Cao Ning's words fell, the room plunged into silence. "You are from the Dragon Kingdom?" "Indeed. Then you truly deserve to die. The 3rd and 4th brothers have killed him." As Park Chang-jin's words fell, he felt a splash of fresh blood on his face. Thud, thud. "Ah, a murder." The woman's piercing scream startled Park Chang-jin, and when he lowered his gaze, he was met with the sight of his 2 brothers. Now lifeless, headless corpses, blood gushing from their necks. One lost his balance and fell to the ground, his eyes filled with terror as he looked towards Cao Ning. "Do you now understand the price for provoking my ire?" As he saw Cao Ning approach with a smile, the others were gripped by fear and retreated hastily. "What do you actually want?" Regardless of the circumstances, Park Chang-jin was no stranger to tumultuous situations. Though his body trembled uncontrollably, he managed to regain his composure. "Since you have taken my goods, there must be consequences. Let me make it easy for you. This sanctuary now belongs to me." You are simply delusional." "So you refuse to come to terms?" Park Chang-jin's eyes burned with hatred, wishing nothing more than to tear the person before him into shreds. To drink their blood and feast upon their flesh. Not only had they unleashed zombies into the sanctuary and killed his brothers, but now they dared to covet the sanctuary he had painstakingly built. How could they even entertain such thoughts? Impossible, absolutely not, as long as I draw breath. Thud. Park Chang-jin's rotund head rolled away. There is an old saying in Longhua, those who know how to adapt their true talents. It appears you have not heard it. But what about you two? The 2 women huddled in the corner, desperately covering their mouths to stifle their sounds, trembling in fear. Upon catching Cao Ning's gaze, they wasted no time kneeling in supplication. "Appa, whatever you say goes, we will obey you. Appa, as long as you spare my life, I will do anything you ask." Cao Ning was pleased with their attitude, reclining on the sofa with a smile. Crawl over and pour me some tea. Chapter 97. Confiscation of shelter supplies. Bang, bang, bang. Boss, we cannot hold on any longer. The zombies have breached the perimeter. Brother, think of something. Don't come over. Ah, you idiot. Brother, open the door. Amidst the chaos outside, Cao Ning remained unfazed, leisurely savoring his tea. The only drawback was the quality of the tea, which left much to be desired. Two starlets knelt beside him, massaging his legs, and each time a knock, a shout, or a gunshot reverberated from outside, they trembled involuntarily. What's wrong? Haven't you eaten? We have. Then exert yourselves more. Sensing Cao Ning's dissatisfaction, the two women felt helpless. They had already expended every ounce of strength they possessed, yet he still demanded more. Appa, this is my utmost effort. Appa, I'm turning red. Cao Ning shook his head inwardly. Clearly, women who had not completed their genetic evolution were inadequate. It was akin to mere tickling. Nevertheless, any distraction was better than none, and since there was little else to occupy his time, he chose to indulge for the moment. Gradually, the gunfire outside diminished until it ceased entirely, leaving only the growls of zombies and the sound of them battering against the door. Cao Ning rose and approached the window, peering down to witness the playground wholly overrun by zombies. Even the guards atop the walls had vanished, indicating that the living within this shelter were few. It was time to reap the harvest. Cao Ning cracked his neck, unsheathed his long knife, and made his way to the door. The two starlets, still on their knees, looked on in confusion and fear. Appa, where are you going? To slay zombies. What? Do you wish to accompany me? Upon hearing the term slay zombies, their faces turned pale, and they hurriedly shook their heads in refusal. You two stay here. Soon, someone will come for you. All right, Appa, we will obediently remain in the room. Cao Ning said nothing further, twisted the doorknob, and slipped outside. The moment the door closed behind him, a cacophony of zombie roars erupted. The two starlets quickly scrambled onto the bed, pulling the covers tightly around themselves. Outside, Cao Ning unleashed a frenzy, with his current prowess as a level 3 genetic warrior. Dealing with level 3 zombies was child's play, let alone the lower-tier level 2 zombies. It was akin to slicing through vegetables, as he pushed forward relentlessly. After dispatching the zombies in the corridor, Cao Ning opened each door to search. Upon encountering male survivors, he wasted no time and executed them on the spot. When he found female survivors, he allowed them to remain, assuring them that help would arrive. These women would serve as valuable bargaining chips for future resource exchanges. If they were not needed, he would hand them over to Li Huanya, as she was already surrounded by a cadre of women, thus ensuring they had a place to belong. In this manner, Cao Ning fought his way from the 6th floor down to the entrance on the 1st floor. Along the way, he discovered several male survivors in the room designated for storing weapons and supplies. Had he not been quick to react, he might have been riddled with bullets the moment he opened the door. After dealing with the last of the survivors, he began to inspect the weapon crates that filled the room. Submachine guns, automatic rifles, and even machine guns, alongside an ample supply of rocket launchers and mortars, are all at hand. The ammunition stock is plentiful. Although much of this weaponry may not be of personal use, a portion can certainly be traded. Currently, his sole focus is on acquiring crystal cores. With a sufficient supply, all basic needs can be effortlessly met. The system's marketplace boasts a plethora of advanced technologies and an array of weaponry far superior to these firearms. Indeed, in Cao Ning's eyes, these weapons are less practical than essential living supplies. Observing the zombies meandering outside, Cao Ning did not hasten to descend. Instead, he positioned 1 or 2 heavy machine guns by the window and brought over crates of ammunition. Once the bullets were arranged, he pulled back the bolt and pressed down on the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. 2 streams of fire poured forth, and the zombies stood no chance against the heavy machine gun's projectiles, while the bullets from ordinary firearms merely punctured the flesh. Those from the heavy machine gun detonated like blossoms bursting open. The zombies fell in droves, akin to wheat being harvested, given the sparse population in the vicinity. After expending 2 crates of ammunition, the area was nearly devoid of living zombies. Task accomplished. Cao Ning retrieved his walkie-talkie and began calling for Li Xianya. All right. I understand, sir. When Li Xianya finally set down the walkie-talkie, she remained momentarily stunned. Was that it? They had been waiting outside the school, and when the outbreak occurred shortly after Cao Ning entered, she feared he had met a grim fate. Little did she know, he had obliterated the zombies, a staggering number exceeding 5,000. Was he human or divine? Boss, are we heading over now? A subordinate interrupted Li Xianya's reverie, glancing around at the others. The astonishment was palpable. Everyone was taken aback by Cao Ning's words. Let us proceed, following the sir's orders. However, caution is paramount. We must strike decisively when necessary. I do not wish for any mishaps. Rest assured, boss, we sisters are no novices to this. A robust girl, exuding confidence, swung her machete nonchalantly. Then let us set forth. With that, Li Xianya dashed towards the entrance of Xingyi Primary School. As they stepped onto the school grounds, despite their prior experiences, some could not suppress their nausea. The ground was strewn with remains, blood staining the once pristine white earth. Some zombies bore multiple gunshot wounds, their flesh torn asunder. Others lay with severed limbs, mouths agape, eyes darting wildly. Before long, they spotted Cao Ning approaching, a long blade in hand. Tonight, we shall cleanse this place thoroughly. It will serve as your stronghold henceforth. Li Xianya's eyes widened in disbelief. Her stronghold? Surely he jested. By the way, there are still numerous women within the office building. I shall leave their protection to you. At the mention of women, Li Xianya's expression brightened. Understood, sir. I will ensure their safety. The tremor in her voice was unmistakable. Cao Ning regarded her with curiosity. What could evoke such excitement? However, he did not dwell on it for long and continued, let us get to work. Those responsible for mining the crystal cores should proceed, while weapons, ammunition, and living supplies should be stacked outside. As for food, let's refrain from touching it for now. I have plans. Understood, sir. Under the admiring and reverent gazes of the crowd, Cao Ning strode towards the school exit. Before long, a large bus arrived, making its way directly to the warehouse behind the dining hall. Brother, with these supplies, we won't have to worry about food and drink for years, exclaimed one. And there's plenty of meat. Let us have hot pot later. Sure. Sister, now that you mention it, I am indeed feeling hungry. You are such a foodie, she teased with a giggle. Upon reaching the warehouse and witnessing the towering piles of supplies, Su Xiaowen and her companions were ecstatic. Although they held no interest in slaying zombies, they were always eager to assist in gathering resources, even without Cao Ning's prompting. With food at home, there is no need for worry. They believed that even if they couldn't consume everything, it was essential to collect as much as possible. Seeing the excitement on the faces of the women brought joy to Cao Ning as well. This is just the beginning. There are still plenty of living supplies outside. I noticed a considerable amount of cosmetics and clothing inside. Once we finish here, we shall head over. Chapter 98. Observing the attitude of the Eagle Nation in a lavishly decorated conference room, a dense haze lingered in the air. Despite the room being filled to capacity, silence reigned, creating an oppressive atmosphere. After an indeterminate period, the middle-aged man seated at the helm finally broke the silence. Let us all share our thoughts on how to proceed from here, he suggested. As soon as he finished speaking, the individual to his left promptly interjected, Mayor Li. I believe it is prudent to refrain from hasty actions at this juncture. Oh, please elaborate on your perspective, Mayor Li responded, intrigued. Although the intel suggests that the events of tonight were orchestrated by the recent arrival from the Dragon Nation, the specifics remain open to debate. Before he could complete his thought, a middle-aged man clad in military attire across the table slammed his cup onto the surface. Senator Jean, what do you imply? Are you displaying cowardice? Or do you still harbor sentiments for your brethren from the Dragon Nation? Upon hearing the military man's remarks, Senator Jean immediately rose, vehemently pointing a finger at him. Colonel Park, refrain from slandering me. I, Jean Shang, am a citizen of the Eagle Nation now. Let us discuss matters at hand without deviating into irrelevance. Rather than squabbling here, perhaps you should venture out to confront the undead. Your incessant pontificating only reveals you as a timid turtle. How dare you, Jean? If you possess any courage, utter those words again. Provoked by Senator Jin's insult, Colonel Park shot up as if a cat had its tail stepped on. Indeed, what of it? You are nothing but a coward. Were it not for your influential family, you would amount to nothing. You are courting death. With that, Colonel Park brandished his sidearm, directing it at Senator Jean. Enough. In these trying times, must we resort to infighting? Sit down. Seeing the imminent escalation towards violence, Mayor Li's authoritative voice rang out, commanding attention. Faced with the mayor's displeasure, the two adversaries exchanged glances filled with animosity before reluctantly returning to their seats. While both men boasted formidable backgrounds, they were mere juniors in the presence of Mayor Li's esteemed family, which held considerable sway. Consider your postures, gentlemen. Do you wish to appear ineffectual? What mockery would that invite? Mayor Li, I apologize for my lack of composure. Mayor Li, my sincerest apologies for the trouble caused. Observing the shift in their demeanor, Mayor Li nodded in satisfaction. He did not expect his subordinates to be exceptionally capable or clever. He merely required their obedience. Though the influence of their respective factions was significant, their overall demeanor remained respectful in the presence of the mayor. This is how it should be. Camaraderie among colleagues is essential, particularly in these tumultuous times. The populace already harbors skepticism towards the government. If word of our discord spreads, what will become of public perception? As Mayor Li's admonition resonated, both men felt a flush of shame, instinctively lowering their gazes. Colonel Park, what is your take on tonight's affairs? Mayor Lee. Whether or not the Dragon Nation individual is truly behind this, the information does not emerge from a vacuum. I recommend apprehending this individual post-haste. Humph, you speak so lightly. What happens once he is captured? What if he is not the one in charge? Councilman Jean snorted coldly. If he is not, then so be it. After all, he is merely a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Just kill him. You. Upon witnessing the escalating tension, Mayor Lee struck the table. Enough with the bickering. Let us proceed according to Councilman Jin's proposal. Park Changran has the backing of the Eagle Nation. They are the ones who should feel urgency. Let us observe the Eagle Nation's stance. Hearing Mayor Lee's words, Colonel Park initially wished to voice his thoughts, but, after a moment of contemplation, chose silence and nodded in agreement, albeit casting a venomous glare at Councilman Jean. The rift between them had deepened this evening. It was not about avenging Park Changran, but rather a matter of principle. After all, Councilman Jean had just labeled himself a coward. While this may have been true, it was hardly appropriate to state it aloud. Councilman Jean, seemingly oblivious to Colonel Park's glare, soon retreated to his office. He summoned his personal secretary, whispered a few instructions, and sent him on his way. Lighting a cigarette, he turned his gaze to the window. Cao Ning, I did not anticipate your arrival in the land of the stick. Quite intriguing. Bonham City is not large. Virtually every whisper and rustle is swiftly known to the various factions. Not to mention the significant news of the fall of nearly all personnel in the second largest refuge after the three major sanctuaries. Concurrently, similar meetings were convened in various refuges throughout Bongnam City. Without exception, the discussions revolved around a single Dragon Kingdom man. Some aligned with the official refuge chose to remain passive, while others reveled in misfortune. Furthermore, many were deliberating a departure from the refuge. Given their proximity to Xingyi Primary School, whether conflict ensues here or not, it remains a perilous ground. This night is destined to be one of sleeplessness for many in Bonham City, and the same holds true for Cao Ning. At this moment, the bus resembled a fashion runway. Once the women returned, they began trying on the clothes they had brought back, with Cao Ning as the sole audience. He lost count of how many outfits had been paraded before him. Ultimately, the impromptu fashion show concluded when several women, their stomachs growling with hunger, called for dinner. The mere mention of food brought a wave of relief to Cao Ning, who promptly dashed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. He felt that if he continued to watch, he might succumb to embarrassment. Why choose to model anything but ordinary attire? Upon witnessing Cao Ning's flustered demeanor, several women stifled giggles, glancing at each other and then at their own outfits, their faces flushing with bashfulness. They could hardly believe their newfound audacity. It was all Cao Ning's fault for leading them astray. In contrast to the survivors outside who were enduring the cold and hunger, the atmosphere inside the bus was quite delightful. Having brought back a substantial amount of ingredients from the cafeteria's storeroom, tonight's dinner was sumptuous. With hot pot and barbecued meat on the menu, and complemented by a touch of alcohol, the group soon found themselves well-fed and merry. Opening the sound system to embark on a karaoke session, Cao Ning reclined on the sofa, indulging in the melodious voices of the women around him, relishing the moment. Since the calamity struck, it had been quite some time since he had experienced such relaxation. Undoubtedly, his ability to enjoy this moment stemmed from his own strength. Thus, the pursuit of greater power must not waver. Tomorrow, he would determine where to harvest another wave of opportunities. Chapter 99. The first encounter with the eagle saw soldiers as the warm morning sun spilled onto the bed. Cao Ning rose lazily, stretching her limbs. After tucking in Su Xiaowen and Wong Luoxue with their blankets, she made her way to the window. The weather was quite pleasant today. Although snowflakes still danced in the air, they were far fewer than in the past couple of days. The playground outside was bustling with activity, as a group of survivors transported supplies to the office building, while another group burned the zombies from the previous night. Despite the visible fatigue etched on their faces, the excitement in their eyes was unmistakable. Ever since Cao Ning declared this place a sanctuary for Li Huanya the night before, her followers had erupted in jubilant cheers. This location was vastly superior to the previous office building. It not only boasted more space and heating, but also had walls that provided a measure of safety. Of course, that was aside from the behavior exhibited by Cao Ning's sixth subordinate last night. They all understood that their relocation was largely thanks to the Dragon Kingdom national aboard the bus. Thus, upon rising to work this morning, each individual endeavored to maintain silence, so as not to disturb the slumbering passengers of the bus. Cao Ning observed the women working with remarkable efficiency and could not help but nod in approval. Those who had endured the trials of war and the baptism of blood were indeed different. They were far superior to the women she had encountered yesterday, who were embroiled in the sordid business of human trafficking. After watching for a while, Cao Ning turned and exited the bedroom. Upon entering the living room, she found Zhang Lan busily engaged in the kitchen. The aroma wafting through the air was delightful. What delectable dish was she preparing? Feeling the firm warmth of her chest, Zhang Lan quivered slightly. I am making preserved egg and lean pork congee along with some pastries. Go wash up. It's time for breakfast. Ah, my dear wife. You are wonderful. Let me steal a kiss. You're teasing me so early in the morning. First, I must brush my teeth and wash up. And I'll rouse everyone, or it will be cold soon. Very well, Commander. Zhang Lan smiled as she watched Cao Ning's retreating figure. What a cheeky younger brother he was. After everyone had finished breakfast, and before they could catch their breath, the sound of knocking echoed from outside. Cao Ning approached the window and furrowed her brow. There were quite a number of people outside. Among them were several clad in combat uniforms, unmistakably Eagle Sauce soldiers. Darling, why do those individuals look so menacing? Several women gathered, their eyes filled with concern as they beheld the armed soldiers. Who knows? You all stay in the bus. I will go out and take a look. Be careful. Nodding in acknowledgement, Cao Ning donned her clothing and prepared to step outside. After a moment's thought, she opted to wear her concealed bulletproof combat attire. As the bus door swung open, a tall and handsome young man descended, causing the armed survivors outside to stiffen, their grips on their weapons tightening instinctively. At that moment, Li Huanya, standing at the entrance, approached Cao Ning. Sir, these individuals are from the Eagle Sauce military base in Bangnan City. Cao Ning nodded. It was evident that these foreigners in military garb were indeed Eagle Sauce nationals, as they were numerous in Bangzi Nation. He cast his gaze towards the foremost Eagle Sauce soldier. Why such a formidable display early in the morning? Is there something of significance at hand? Upon hearing Cao Ning speaking in the language of the Eagle Nation, the military leader ceased his scrutiny of him. Frankly, since his arrival, he had discerned nothing particularly remarkable about this individual. He was merely taller and more handsome than average. Otherwise, he bore no resemblance to the formidable figure described in last night's intelligence report. Excuse me, sir. Some events transpired here last night, and we are here to investigate. The leader inquired. May I ask if you are from the Dragon Nation? Indeed. Cao Ning replied with a hint of displeasure, waving his hand dismissively. State your business directly. Spare me the trivialities. Upon witnessing Cao Ning's impatience, the soldier's demeanor faltered. Since his arrival in the Eagle Nation, these yellow-skinned individuals had never dared to exhibit such insolence. Regardless of the fact that the man before him hailed from the Dragon Nation, he regarded him with disdain. Sir, I hope you will cooperate with our investigation. Otherwise, do not blame us for employing unconventional methods. Are you threatening me? That is one way to interpret it, the soldier replied with a calm demeanor. Having threatened many before, no matter how formidable they appeared, they ultimately capitulated. I am most curious to witness your unconventional methods. You very well, seize him. Before he could finish his command, the soldier's head was abruptly severed from his body. It was only when the headless corpse crashed heavily to the ground that the Eagle soldiers behind him reacted, immediately raising their weapons and opening fire on Cao Ning. Rat-a-tat-tat, countless bullets rained down upon Cao Ning, seemingly intent on transforming him into a sieve. Yet, as the bullets struck his clothing, they simply fell away, rendered ineffective. After the magazine was emptied, Cao Ning remained unscathed, wearing an expression of disdain. How can this be? The bullets cannot kill him? Is he a man or a ghost? I understand now. There exists a martial art in the Dragon Nation known as the Golden Bell Shield, and he must have mastered it. All present were left in utter astonishment, particularly Li Huanya, whose eyes brimmed not only with shock, but also with yearning and fervor. She felt immensely fortunate to have found such a powerful ally. Furthermore, if she performed admirably, perhaps she too could attain similar abilities in the future. You wretched fools! As soon as the words left his lips, Cao Ning brandished his long blade and charged toward the Eagle soldiers. The contingent of Eagle soldiers, accustomed only to indulgence and revelry, had never encountered such a swift assault. They attempted to fire their weapons again, but their magazines had long been emptied. As they reached for fresh ones, their bodies were separated from their heads. Only when the last soldier fell to the ground did Cao Ning wipe the blood from his blade and sheathe it. Except for a few who had witnessed Cao Ning's extraordinary abilities, the surviving soldiers were nearly paralyzed with fear. The Eagle Nation revered spirits and deities, and given their considerable life pressures, they sought solace in various cults, both virtuous and nefarious. Now witnessing Cao Ning's prowess, they were left convinced he was a deity descended from the heavens. Miss Li, do you have any idea why these Eagle Sauce individuals have come here? Upon hearing Cao Ning's words, Li Huanya shuddered. Sir, the backing of Park Chongren is precisely the Eagle Sauce people. Oh, you certainly did not mention that yesterday, Miss Li? Sensing Cao Ning's dissatisfaction, Li Huanya fell to her knees in a state of trepidation. I beg your pardon, sir. Please punish me. Observing Li Huanya trembling, Cao Ning let out a cold snort. It was evident that Li Huanya was aware of the relationship between the two parties. and her silence was likely an attempt to gauge his limits. However, this was of little consequence, for no one could match his strength. Nonetheless, such behavior displeased him, and it was only fitting to administer some form of reprimand. Very well, since this has transpired, let it be. Thank you, sir. Huanya shall never commit such a mistake again. I hope you will keep your word. However, given that a mistake has been made, some punishment is necessary. You speak the truth, and Huanya will accept any punishment. At this moment, Li Huanya was filled with fervor towards Cao Ning. She felt that following such a formidable individual was an honor, no matter the task assigned to her. 200,000 crystal cores in 5 days. Sir, while 200,000 crystal cores is reasonable, 5 days seems rather. Are you attempting to haggle with me? I would not dare. Please rest assured. I will certainly gather 200,000 crystal cores within 5 days. Ultimately, Li Huanya clenched her teeth and acquiesced. Although the timeline was tight, it was not insurmountable. If necessary, she could request assistance from nearby shelters. Should they refuse to comply, it would be justifiable to have the Sir eliminate them, particularly after last night. Though she was unsure of the methods Cao Ning employed to transform everyone in that shelter into zombies, she wholeheartedly endorsed such actions. She believed that life would only grow more arduous, as resources were limited, and with more people, there would be less to go around. Hence, fewer people would mean more for herself. Noticing the sly glint in Li Huanya's eyes, Cao Ning discerned her thoughts. However, he found it beneath him to engage. As long as the task was accomplished, the means were inconsequential. It was merely a matter of how many lives would be lost. After all, this was in the land of the sticks. It mattered little if they all perished. Very well, this matter is settled. Since they have come knocking, mark the location of that Eagle Sauce military base. Chapter 100. It's too trendy. My rheumatism is acting up. Sir, if you intend to drive the bus, it will take at least 4 to 5 hours. Upon seeing the location marked by Li Huanxia, Cao Ning furrowed his brow. This military base of Eagle Sauce is not nearby. No wonder they opted for a helicopter. All right, I understand. I have some free time, so I might as well take a stroll. You should attend to your own matters. Very well, sir. Noticing Li Huanxia's hesitation, Cao Ning encouraged. If there is something on your mind, just speak up. Sir, do you require me to guide you? I am familiar with this route. No need. Just focus on your tasks. Don't forget, you only have 5 days. If you can't gather 200,000 crystal cores in that time, you'll have to rely on your own people. With that, Cao Ning returned to the bus. As the bus departed from the school, an indescribable emotion flickered in Li Huanxia's eyes. Although this person is easy to converse with, getting close to him is quite a challenge. She wondered how long it would take to attain his level of strength. Perhaps she should take it step by step? As long as she could complete the tasks he assigned, she believed that day would eventually come. Xingyi School is located to the west of Bangnan City, while the military base of Eagle Sauce lies 40 kilometers outside the eastern city limits, nestled within a great mountain. Under normal circumstances, the journey would take no more than 2 hours. However, at present, it would require over 4 hours to reach. Exiting the school, they arrived at the main road of Bangnan City. The buildings here are predominantly low-rise, with most shops standing at 4 to 5 stories. Some shops had accumulated snow at their entrances, nearly as tall as a person, while vehicles on the road were haphazardly parked, creating an air of desolation. Yet, shadows flitted across the upper floors of several shops. Cao Ning speculated that these individuals were likely scouts sent by various shelters. Otherwise, such structures would be utterly unsuitable for human habitation. However, since they had not provoked him, he saw no reason to approach them uninvited. The bus gradually left the city center, only to be obstructed by a jumble of vehicles as they reached the eastern city outskirts. Some cars were heavily coated with snow, while others bore only a light dusting, clearly indicating human intervention. It seemed there was a shelter nearby that frequently engaged in acts of road robbery. Brother, shall we take a detour? I have a feeling there are no good people around here. Upon hearing Su Xiaowen's remark, Cao Ning chuckled. How do you know there are no good people here? Humph, do you underestimate me? Regardless, I have gained some knowledge along the way. With so many cars parked here, it is evident that someone intends to rob. Are there good people among robbers? Observing Su Xiaowen's earnest demeanor, Cao Ning affectionately ruffled her hair. It seemed his wife was truly astute. Hee, shall we bypass them then? No need for a detour. Someone will assist us. What the? Seeing the survivors surrounding them, or rather, these individuals should not be termed survivors but rather trendsetters. Their extravagant appearances were reminiscent of celestial beings. One might mistake them for a troupe of shamans, their faces adorned with heavy makeup that would likely terrify even the undead. My dear husband, what has happened? My goodness, is this even human? Upon hearing Cao Ning's exclamation, several individuals watching television in the residential area rushed over. The sight of these artistic individuals outside was beyond description. A profound mix of emotions overwhelming me. This is unbearable. The humidity is unbearable. My rheumatism is acting up. With that, Cao Ning pressed the accelerator and sped off. I had thought that this group would scatter upon seeing the bus charge towards them. To my astonishment, they not only failed to retreat but surged toward the bus, shouting, "Long live the Lord!" Who are these people? It feels as if they have been brainwashed. I shared the sentiment, having previously heard about the various cults in that country. Surely, this is some kind of cult. Brother, drive faster. These people are utterly deranged. Everyone quickly found their seats, realizing this spectacle was far more thrilling than watching television. After all, such madness was only something I had witnessed in films. And this was my first encounter with it in reality. Cao Ning remained silent, his foot firmly pressing the accelerator. Bam! The bus collided with the pile of cars ahead, creating an opening. The distance was too short, so Cao Ning reversed the bus. Ignoring the survivors rushing toward them, he simply crushed them under the wheels. Witnessing their companions perish beneath the vehicle only fueled the fury of the remaining survivors. Some fired guns, while others wielded hammers and picks to assault the bus. Yet, such damage was trivial against the sturdy bus. As the bus remained unscathed, someone yelled, "Blow it up," prompting the surrounding survivors to retreat. The occupants of the bus were puzzled when suddenly, a plume of white smoke erupted from the rooftop of a shop on the left. Boom. The cups inside the bus trembled slightly. Damn it, they are using a rocket launcher. Cao Ning was enraged. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with these lunatics. But now they dared to bombard him. It seemed there were many who were courting death. The bus reversed a short distance, shifted into drive. And Cao Ning floored the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward rapidly. Bang! The bus crashed through the obstructing vehicles. Once clear, Cao Ning did not ease off the accelerator, but continued driving until he saw that the buildings on either side were unoccupied before finally bringing the bus to a halt. I am preparing to deal with these people. Who among you wishes to accompany me? I can only take one person. The women exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with indignation and excitement, though some appeared uncertain. You will inevitably encounter bloodshed in the future. To strive for a better life, we must fight together. Brother, I will go with you. My dear husband, I shall accompany you as well. I will go too. Observing the eagerness of the others to join him, Cao Ning felt a sense of comfort. He had expected some resistance, but was pleasantly surprised by their enthusiasm. Brother, I want to face this alongside you. In the past, I could only watch you confront these challenges alone, which pained me, feeling helpless. Now that I have become a genetic warrior, I possess a measure of self-defense. Honey, I feel the same way. We are family and we must face this together. However, for the sake of safety, Cao Ning ultimately decided to take only one person, the sharpshooter Wong Luoxue. The others felt a tinge of disappointment upon seeing that Wong Luoxue was chosen, but reflecting on their own marksmanship, they refrained from voicing their discontent. Instead, they silently resolved to hone their skills, aspiring to assist Cao Ning in the future. Luoxue, put on this outfit, Cao Ning said as he presented a combat suit to Wong Luoxue. What is this garment, dear? It feels so light, almost weightless. Wong Luoxue inquired curiously, examining the suit in her hands. This is an invisible bulletproof suit. Once worn, you simply press this small button, and the suit will envelop your entire body, rendering you invisible and capable of withstanding an hour of gunfire. Is it really that remarkable? Does that mean wearing it makes one invincible? She asked, astonished. One could say so, but it cannot withstand missiles or explosives, and it is designed for a single use. Should it be struck by a bullet, it becomes ineffective after enduring any amount of ammunition within that hour. Wong Luoxue nodded, her understanding vague yet present. Then she lifted her face to gaze at Cao Ning. Is this suit very expensive? As long as you are safe, no amount of money is too great, Cao Ning replied. Hearing this, Wong Luoxue felt a surge of happiness and, on tiptoe, planted a kiss on Cao Ning's cheek. You are truly wonderful, she said, before donning the invisible bulletproof suit under the envious gazes of the others. Chapter 101. Has the secret of the crystal core been discovered by the Eagle Nation? My dear, this garment is truly extraordinary. It can be touched, yet remains unseen. Wong Luoxue exclaimed with delight as she caressed the invisible bulletproof attire. Oh, how astonishing. There are even more wondrous things to come. Is that truly the case? Indeed, but we must attend to our primary objective. With that, Cao Ning gestured towards the nearby gathering of the Korean trendsetters, who were regrouping after their fruitless pursuit of the bus. They had returned to their sanctuary, a structure resembling a, standing 5 stories tall. What shall we do now, my dear? We need to find a vantage point. Cao Ning surveyed the surrounding buildings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon an office building across from the. Though it stood only 11 stories high, it offered a view into the 5 stories interior. Follow me. With that, Cao Ning led Wong Luoxue and 5 mutated monkeys towards the office building. Initially, he had intended to take only Wong Luoxue, but for her safety, he decided to include the 5 little monkeys. Despite their modest level, they posed no threat to the ordinary survivors they might encounter. It seemed likely that the trendsetters had cleared the area, as they encountered few zombies along the way. The duo and their 5 monkeys swiftly reached the perimeter of the office building. However, upon arriving at the entrance, they stumbled upon several survivors, dressed similarly to the trendsetters. They were likely sentinels for the group. Cao Ning instructed Wong and the monkeys to remain still while he advanced towards the office building. 3 survivors were smoking at the entrance, engrossed in what appeared to be an entertaining conversation, oblivious to Cao Ning's approach. Without hesitation, he dispatched them swiftly. Not rushing to summon Wong Cao Ning proceeded into the building. Given the presence of survivors at the entrance, it was unlikely that any zombies lurked within. He merely needed to listen for any conversations. Methodically, he searched each floor, even inspecting the restroom stalls. Ultimately, he discovered several survivors on the 10th floor. After dealing with a few who were fast asleep in their rooms, he arrived at a large conference room. From outside, he could hear the sporadic sounds of a woman weeping and a man's reprimands. Testing the handle, he found it locked, so he forcefully kicked the door open. "Ah, for heaven's sake. I haven't finished enjoying myself yet. You'll all be dead soon enough." Upon entering, Cao Ning was greeted by a shocking scene. 7 or 8 survivors engaged in the most primal of human activities, resembling a bizarre costume party. Noticing the silence from the doorway, a man pushing a cart turned around. "Who are you? Do not concern yourself with my identity. Please continue." Cao Ning replied with a smile, lighting a cigarette, adopting the demeanor of an onlooker. "Ah, how insufferable. Who do you think you are? Speaking to me in such a manner? Never mind that. Hurry up. This is the most thrilling scene I've ever witnessed. Do you still need to charge for this?" At Cao Ning's remark, the man instantly grew furious and lost all interest. Striding over naked, he seized the pistol from the table. "You're courting death." Before he could finish his sentence, his arm, along with his hand, was severed from his body. The others, witnessing this gruesome sight, quickly sprang to their feet, grasping their nearby weapons. Who are you? Do you have any idea about the stronghold of our Holy Master Society?" "Huh. Nonsense about the Holy Master Society. Did the Holy Master send you to do this?" Cao Ning exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes brimming with disdain and mockery. "Dare to insult the Holy Master. Kill him." In the instant several of them unleashed gunfire, Cao Ning tumbled forward, landing before them. Wielding his long knife with precision, he disarmed them, severing their arms. "Oh, my arm. Spare me." Seeing them writhing on the ground, clutching their severed limbs, Cao Ning delivered a swift kick. "What a nuisance. If you dare to utter another sound, you shall perish." Witnessing the blood dripping from the gleaming blade, the remaining individuals immediately gritted their teeth and fell silent. Cao Ning fixed his gaze on the initial man, whose eyes now reflected sheer terror and malice, placing a foot upon his head. "Do you not yield?" "I yield. I yield. Brother, I yield. It hurts. Can you speak civilly?" I can. Once he sensed submission beneath his foot, Cao Ning withdrew it. "Now, tell me, how many members does your so-called Holy Master Society have?" There are over 1,040. Noticing a flicker of uncertainty in the man's gaze, Cao Ning pressed his foot down on the severed arm. "Speak clearly. If you fail to tell the truth, your life shall be forfeit." "I'll tell you. We have 340 members in the Holy Master Society. We were on a mission earlier. Many may have perished, but the exact number is unclear." "Ah, now you're being obedient. By the way, why did you intercept that bus?" "The bus? Brother, do you know? You all fired at me, and I still don't know. Are you from the Dragon Kingdom?" The man gazed at Cao Ning in disbelief, his voice quivering. "What do you think?" Upon hearing Cao Ning speak in the language of the Dragon Kingdom, the man trembled uncontrollably. Cao Ning delivered another kick. "Why are you shaking? Are you having a seizure? Speak. Why did you intercept my vehicle?" "Brother, I don't know the specifics. I'm merely a minor leader, just following orders from above. If that is the case, you have no value left to live." No, brother, don't kill me. I have crucial information that could spare my life." "Speak." "Our Holy Master Society is backed by the Eagle Sauce military base. We frequently trade with them. They supply us with firearms, and we provide them with personnel and provisions." Cao Ning, visibly displeased, kicked him once more. "If you utter any more nonsense, you truly shall meet your end." I recall an occasion during a trade when we overheard 2 American gentlemen conversing with our president, mentioning that the next trading session would require a larger population, seemingly for some experiment necessitating a substantial number of survivors. Upon hearing this, Cao Ning displayed keen interest, and the man beneath him exhaled in relief. Indeed, it had been several days, with each passing day witnessing an increase in numbers. Moreover, they provided our president with some experimental products, claiming we should conduct internal trials. I had heard there were quite a few survivors at the military base. Why would they engage in population trading with you? My dear fellow, I too find this perplexing, which leads me to suspect something amiss. Additionally, apart from a single translator from our nation, I have not encountered any other survivors engaging in trade with us. Upon hearing this, Cao Ning furrowed his brow. An experiment? What sort of experiment involves living individuals? Have these Americans also uncovered the secret of the crystal core? Chapter 102. The destruction of the St. Lord Society. Upon witnessing Cao Ning's silence, the others dared not even breathe audibly. They could only clutch their bleeding, severed arms, trembling in fear. This news is rather good, the man exclaimed with delight, promptly inquiring, Brother, does this mean we can survive? Absolutely not. What? Before he could finish his sentence, Cao Ning swiftly beheaded several of them. Shaking the blood from his long knife, he disdainfully retorted, What is there to question? Raising his gaze, he noticed two naked women on the bed, huddled together, shivering with terror and anxiety. Are you two part of the St. Lord Society? And no. We were captured. Oh, then you may leave. Upon hearing that this merciless killer intended to let them go, their eyes instantly filled with joy. Really, brother? Yes. As long as you do not deceive me, you may go. The two women quickly shook their heads, insisting they were captives with no ties to the St. Lord Society. Cao Ning waved his hand dismissively, prompting them to hastily don their clothing. As they approached him, they repeatedly expressed their gratitude for being spared. However, in an instant, two swift wind sounds pierced through their bodies. One woman looked at Cao Ning in disbelief. Did you not say you would let us go? Hee. I said I would if you did not deceive me, but clearly, you are not innocent. With such heavy makeup and dressed so flamboyantly, how can you claim to be unrelated to the St. Lord Society? Watching as their faces contorted in stubbornness before they fell lifeless, Cao Ning exited the room. After searching once more and confirming the office building was devoid of life, he brought Wong Luoxue and the 5 little monkeys upstairs, arriving on the 9th floor. The optimal vantage point for shooting, Cao Ning retrieved his binoculars to survey the 5-story building of the St. Lord Society. A cursory glance revealed that the layout of the 5 floors was fundamentally similar, resembling dance studios with numerous spacious areas. The 1st to 3rd floors were the most populated, with many makeshift tents constructed from tattered cloth, each accommodating around 20 to 30 individuals, gathered around fires for warmth. The 4th and 5th floors had fewer people, but their equipment appeared superior, with most armed with firearms. Moreover, it was evident that the 5th floor stored food and other supplies. Husband, everything is ready. Turning around, Cao Ning noticed Wong Luoxue already aiming her gun at the 5-story building, though her face bore a faint pallor. This was her first experience in taking a human life, and she was undeniably anxious. Unlike killing zombies, which are mindless creatures, the individuals in her crosshairs were very much alive. Despite their enmity, she found it difficult to pull the trigger. Cao Ning discerned Wong Luoxue's distress as her breathing quickened and her hands trembled slightly. However, to ensure his beloved could thrive in this apocalyptic world, this step was essential. Compassion and leniency could often lead to one's own demise. Relax. There is no rush. I believe in you, my dear. Feeling the encouragement from Cao Ning, Wong Luoxue gradually began to adjust her mindset. After taking a deep breath, she finally opened her eyes. There was less uncertainty than before, and more determination. Through the scope, she identified her target and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of shattering glass soon echoed through the desolate street, followed by the cries of the survivors. Bang, bang, bang. Though Wong Luoxue's face grew increasingly pale, her finger on the trigger did not falter. After exhausting the magazine, she immediately replaced it with a new one. Cao Ning nodded in appreciation. Wong Luoxue had taken a significant step forward. However, he was not idle either. Upon witnessing the chaos unfolding among the 5-story building, he raised a handheld rocket launcher. This rocket launcher had been discovered among the survivors in that very building, and now it served as a formidable weapon against the sect of the Lord. Boom. A plume of white smoke surged towards the 5th floor. Boom. Several windows on the 3rd floor, along with the walls, were instantly obliterated. As the smoke dissipated, a scene of devastation emerged, with countless survivors crying out in despair. Cao Ning did not pause. He fired several more rounds. Each floor succumbed to the explosive onslaught. Of course, the sect of the Lord was not without its defenses. Many agile individuals quickly sought cover to ascertain the source of the attack. In truth, they need not search far. The white smoke from the rocket launcher clearly indicated the point of origin, emanating from the 8th or 9th floor of the adjacent office building. Consequently, those armed began to return fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The dense hail of bullets erupted around Wong Luoxue and Cao Ning. Wong Luoxue instinctively ducked, but remembering her invisible bulletproof suit, her gaze solidified with resolve. 1 hour of invincibility. Yet the two remained stationary, firing a few shots before relocating to another room. During this time, Cao Ning offered minimal assistance. Wong Luoxue relied solely on herself. Whether it was repositioning or reloading, she accomplished it all on her own. Practical combat was indeed the swiftest path to enhancing one's abilities. As the magazine ran dry, Wong Luoxue began to load new ammunition. From her initial clumsiness, she gradually became adept. At a glance, she resembled a seasoned femme fatale. The cacophony of gunfire quickly attracted nearby zombies. Although the surrounding undead had been mostly cleared out by the sect of the Lord, a significant number still roamed the entire area. They surged towards the source of the commotion. The office building where Cao Ning was situated was relatively safe, not directly on the street. So the influx of zombies was manageable. However, the sanctuary of the sect of the Lord was in dire straits. Being street-facing and suffering from 2 large breaches on the first floor due to the rocket fire. Sensing fresh flesh, the zombies rushed towards the openings. The first and second floors housed primarily the lower-tier members of the sect of the Lord, who were poorly equipped with weapons. Forget firearms, even decent knives were scarce. Many improvised with whatever was at hand. Bricks, wooden planks, iron pots, and kitchen knives. These items offered little to no threat to the zombies. Furthermore, during this period, the zombies had evolved. Now, most had become first-tier zombies, with a notable number reaching the second tier. Like sheep entering a den of tigers. The Holy Lord Society found itself in a dire predicament, suffering relentless setbacks. Not only had countless zombies surged through the 2 breaches on the first floor, but the entrance had also succumbed to the onslaught. Countless undead shattered the fragile glass, completely obstructing the corridors. The members of the Holy Lord Society were rendered incapable of escape, engulfed by despair. Today, it seemed that the Holy Lord Society was destined for annihilation. Meanwhile, on Cao Ning's side, the relentless gunfire attracted a substantial number of zombies, allowing Wong Luoxue to shoot with confidence. He descended the stairs accompanied by 5 young monkeys. Although the monkeys were devoid of invisible bulletproof combat gear, Cao Ning had armed them with weapons, 5 razor-sharp machetes. After eliminating several advancing second-tier zombies, Cao Ning urged the young monkeys forward. He positioned himself nearby, occasionally intervening to keep the second-tier zombies contained within a certain perimeter. Unlike ordinary humans, mutated beasts exhibited distinct behavior. Zombies would cling to their prey, rarely launching an attack against mutated creatures. The 5 young monkeys, wielding machetes, moved with remarkable agility. Under Cao Ning's direction, the mutated monkeys darted back and forth, striking the zombies' heads with precision. Each blow was executed with the efficiency of cleaving a ripe watermelon, cleanly parting the flesh with no unnecessary movements. With each zombie they dispatched, the monkeys erupted in jubilant screams. Keep up the good work. Tonight, I shall treat you to chicken legs. Chapter 103. Is Eagle Sauce your father? What are you saying and doing? Under the command of Cao Ning, the little monkeys coordinated with increasing synergy. Soon, the zombies infesting the office building were vanquished. He instructed the monkeys to guard Wong Luoxue while he stealthily approached the 5th floor of the Holy Lords Association. From the rooftop of a shop directly opposite, he observed the situation within the Holy Lord's premises with clarity. Aside from a handful of survivors resisting on the 4th and 5th floors, the lower 3 levels had been largely overrun by zombies, with an estimated 2,000 to 3,000 undead amassed in the vicinity. Lacking heavy firepower, he opted for the most primitive weapon, a long knife. With little hesitation, he drew his blade and leaped down from the shop. As he neared the horde, it was akin to a tiger charging into a sheep pen. No zombie could withstand a single strike. The survivors on the 5th and 6th floors quickly noticed the formidable Cao Ning. Almost everyone recognized the figure wielding the long knife, the very bus driver who had attempted to intercept them. The Dragon Kingdom man who had obliterated the 4th largest shelter overnight. They contemplated taking advantage of the chaos to shoot him. But as soon as the survivors of the Holy Lords Association peered out, they were met with a bullet to the head from Wong Luoxue atop the office building. With several casualties sustained, the Holy Lord survivors refrained from targeting Cao Ning, redirecting their fire towards the office building while fending off the zombies surging from below. Cao Ning acted swiftly, cutting through the zombies on the lower 3 floors in the absence of advanced undead. The survivors on the 4th floor, who were bracing at the door, suddenly noticed an eerie calm outside, leaving them momentarily perplexed. Although the exterior had quieted, a profound sense of unease began to envelop them. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. They knew the Dragon Kingdom man had arrived. Several survivors instinctively retreated a couple of steps, slowly raising their weapons. When the footsteps ceased at the threshold, the guards at the door squeezed their triggers. The wooden door was instantly riddled with bullets, splintering into fragments that flew in all directions. Upon emptying their magazines, the survivors swiftly replaced them but refrained from further gunfire, instead advancing cautiously towards the door. With a resounding kick, the door flew open, and several survivors dashed out. However, beyond the threshold lay only the corpses of zombies, devoid of any other presence. As they stood bewildered, a chilling voice emerged from behind them. "Are you looking for me?" A shiver ran through everyone. It was the language of the Dragon Kingdom. Just as they turned, Cao Ning's blade was upon them. One strike for each, swiftly dispatching them. He scoured the fourth floor, eliminating survivors hiding in various rooms. This time, not only the men were slain, the women were not spared either. The indoctrination by the Holy Lords Association had been too severe. If these women were released, they could easily manipulate more individuals. After clearing the fourth floor, Cao Ning approached the breach created by a rocket, signaling to Wong Luoxue across the way that he intended to ascend from that point. Wong Luoxue, gazing through the scope, observed that Cao Ning was unharmed, instantly alleviating her anxiety. Following Cao Ning's instructions, she ceased firing her sniper rifle. The survivors above Cao Ning felt an immediate reduction in pressure, their retaliatory efforts diminishing. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, the sound of the sniper rifle from the opposite side ceased, leading them to believe that their adversaries had exhausted their ammunition. Just as they contemplated a moment's respite, a man wielding a long knife emerged from below. Before the survivors could react, he fell victim to Cao Ning's blade. Subsequently, he commenced a systematic clearing of the enemy, room by room. To their astonishment, it became evident that the Holy Lord was indeed engaging in a brutal game. Among the scant few rooms, there were 2 or 3 women, and in some, there were even over a dozen scantily clad figures. The array of implements was astonishing. There was nothing one could imagine that he did not possess. Upon seeing Cao Ning enter, the women displayed little reaction, their eyes hollow and devoid of life. Cao Ning could not help but muse, such as the apocalypse. The law of the jungle prevails, magnified several-fold compared to the previous society that devoured its own. Regardless of any cosmetic enhancements, these women were not lacking in beauty. In the outside world, they would have been considered exquisite. Yet now they had been reduced to mere playthings for the powerful. However, he harbored no intentions of rescue. He merely shut the door behind him. Whether they lived or died was entirely up to them. Traversing the corridor, he made his way to the innermost chamber. The moment he kicked open the door, a hail of bullets erupted from within. Yet, as they struck Cao Ning, they fell impotently to the ground. After a volley, some attempted to reload and continue firing, only to be silenced by Cao Ning's lethal strike. The room was nearly filled with 20 individuals, and when they beheld Cao Ning, unflinching amidst the hail of bullets, their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. For a moment, none dared to move, even holding their breath in fear. "Continue. Why have you ceased fire?" Cao Ning remarked with disdain. "Are you human or divine?" "I am the young lord." Upon hearing this, the occupants of the room fell momentarily speechless. Eventually, it was a somewhat portly middle-aged man who dared to break the silence. "Sir, may I inquire about your purpose here? If you cannot converse, then find someone who can. Have you already forgotten the incident where you attempted to intercept me?" Sir, we were compelled." Seeing the middle-aged man's look of distress, Cao Ning found amusement in the absurdity. Robbing him was supposedly a matter of necessity? "Sir, it is true. We were ordered by the Eagle Sauce people to halt your vehicle. If I refuse, they will annihilate us." The middle-aged man wore a face of sincerity, as though he had suffered a grave injustice. Truly, as a high-ranking member of the Holy Lord Society, his skills in manipulation were commendable. "Eagle Sauce is your master? Do you heed their every command? Would you eat excrement upon their bidding?" Enough with the excuses. I care not whether you were genuinely coerced by Eagle Sauce, but since you intercepted my vehicle and bombarded it, you owe me an explanation. "No problem, sir. Please feel free to specify your desires, be it supplies, firearms, or women. Do you possess a substantial stock of resources?" Upon hearing Cao Ning relent, those within the room exhaled in relief. It is indeed preferable to negotiate. Even if everything is taken, it matters not. We can always resort to theft again. The pressing concern is simply to survive. Indeed, we have plenty. All the resources are stored in the warehouse behind me. As he spoke, the slightly plump middle-aged man hastily gestured towards a room behind him. Seeing Cao Ning remain unfazed, he timidly approached the door of that room. The moment he opened the door, a flicker of ecstatic delight flashed in his eyes. He quickly stepped aside and turned to face Cao Ning, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "You are doomed today, kid." Chapter 104. Have you truly bewitched yourself? Is this all? Am I doomed? Cao Ning kicked at the green-skinned figure beneath his feet. Yet, this could hardly be deemed a human. Its physical prowess and strength surpassed that of an ordinary individual by several magnitudes, rendering it a mutant. It's impossible. How could you possibly slay the messenger of the divine?" The middle-aged man, who had previously boasted of Cao Ning's inevitable demise, now lay paralyzed with fear upon the ground, a puddle of yellow liquid pooling beneath him. "The messenger of the divine? Have you truly bewitched yourself into folly?" Cao Ning mused, feeling as though these individuals had been struck senseless. It seemed inconceivable that anyone could conjure such a name without years of mental stagnation. How utterly juvenile. They were undoubtedly too engrossed in their delusions. Now, speak. What substance has this individual been injected with? How do you know? If you linger any longer, you shall meet the same fate as him. With that, Cao Ning crushed the head of a mutant beneath his foot. This scene elicited gasps of horror from the onlookers. This was undoubtedly a display of inhuman strength. They were all too aware of the formidable nature of these mutants. Their flesh and bones were exceptionally resilient. Alongside their enhanced physical attributes, their martial prowess had increased exponentially. They could easily overpower 10 opponents and even tear apart zombies with their bare hands. Yet now, one of their kind had been obliterated by a single kick from a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. I'll tell you, it was the Eagle Sauce people who provided us with the serum. Eagle Sauce? Is that true? Yes. They claimed the serum could significantly enhance human capabilities across the board. Intriguing. Do you know how it is produced? Sir, how would I be privy to such information? Is there any serum left? Yes. It's in the safe. There are 4 vials remaining. Bring them forth. Of course. The middle-aged man scrambled to a concealed cabinet, flinging it open to reveal a safe within. He opened the safe to find not only gold bars and contracts, but also a small black box. He retrieved the box and placed it upon the table, unveiling 4 vials of green serum. Cao Ning picked one up and gave it a shake. Without inspecting it closely, he noticed various impurities floating within the green liquid. Its quality appeared rather subpar. Nevertheless, it was essential for the big boss to analyze it. If its composition closely resembled that of his own serum, then a visit to the Eagle Sauce military base would prove most intriguing. Well done. You shall be granted an audience with your master. With that, Cao Ning slowly approached the middle-aged man. The glimmering blade in his hand sent the man retreating in terror. Sir, spare my life. I do not wish to meet the master all the supplies. I will give you everything, even the women. They are yours. No matter how he pleaded for mercy, he could not escape the fate of the blade. Witnessing the gruesome dismemberment of their leader, the others displayed sheer terror. Though the door stood wide open, none dared to flee. Their bodies felt as though they were weighed down by lead, leaving them utterly immobilized. Cao Ning paid no heed to them, and instead entered the warehouse. He cast a cursory glance around, nodding in satisfaction. Although the stockpile was not as extensive as that of the school's warehouse, it was still a third of it. After all, this location was in close proximity to the Eagle Nation's military base. And being in league with them meant the weaponry was far superior to that of the school's lot. The spoils from their excursions and raids were substantial as well. Move all these supplies downstairs, he commanded, observing the lack of response from the people in the room. With a swift motion, he drew his long blade and executed one of them. If you don't move, you'll all meet the same fate. At this, a group finally reacted, dragging their leaden legs into the supply warehouse, fearful that their slowness would render them the next victims of his wrath. Cao Ning then stepped aside to retrieve his walkie-talkie, instructing Su Xiaowen and the others to bring the bus over. He also asked Wong Luoxue to tidy up the place for the Master S meeting. In no time, the bus arrived at the ground floor. Seeing that the driver was Zhang Wei, Cao Ning was somewhat astonished. Wei, impressive. You seem quite adept at driving. Hee. Isn't it amazing? I've had lessons. You learned to drive a bus? Not exactly. I initially wanted to accompany my sister on a road trip in an RV. So I took lessons for a larger vehicle and obtained AB license. It was easy to figure this one out. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's explanation, Cao Ning promptly gave her a thumbs up. Then when I'm fatigued, you'll take over as the second driver. Absolutely. Zhang Wei felt a surge of joy at her newfound responsibility. At last, she could contribute to Cao Ning's efforts. The survivors, busy transferring supplies, were taken aback upon witnessing the laughter shared between Cao Ning and the women. Are these the women of the Dragon Nation? They far surpassed those from the Korean nation. It was no wonder that Cao Ning had disregarded the women upstairs. With such a group by his side, he wouldn't need anyone else. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have your eyes dug out. At Cao Ning's reprimand, the Korean survivors quickly bowed their heads and resumed their work. Don't dawdle. Ensure they work diligently. Anyone caught slacking off will be punished. The playful group of 5 monkey cubs, upon hearing Cao Ning's order, swiftly approached the survivors. The women watched with delight as the monkey cubs brandished long sticks, truly resembling overseers. They hadn't anticipated the myriad uses of these little creatures. Not only could they slay zombies and serve as bodyguards, but now they also acted as supervisors. What a remarkable return on investment. Before long, the group successfully transported the supplies and weapons from the building. Upon seeing the mountain of goods, the women burst into smiles. Among the items were not only food but also numerous essential supplies. They gathered around the bounty, chattering excitedly. Sir, may we leave now? Noticing the hopeful gazes of the survivors, Cao Ning pointed towards the house. There are still a few more items to collect. Follow me. Cao Ning led everyone through the remaining floors, conducting a thorough search until he confirmed that there were no more useful supplies. He then dealt with the remaining individuals. What a delightful day it had been, brimming with fruitful gains. Dear husband, your hard work is much appreciated. And you too, Luo Xue. You have exerted great effort today. Yes. Sister Luo Xue, I shall treat you to an extra chicken like tonight. Sister Luo Xue, I hope you will impart more of your wisdom to me in the future. Su Xiaowen and the others gazed at Wong Luo Xue, who carried a long rifle, filled with envy. Although they were yet unaware of the brutality and bloodshed of battle, their desire to assist Cao Ning was palpable. The bus was situated at a considerable distance, rendering it nearly invisible from their vantage point. Nevertheless, the cacophony of gunfire and explosions served as a stark reminder of the intensity of the situation. The thought of Cao Ning and Wong Luo Xue fighting side by side while they remained on the bus filled them with a sense of unspoken frustration. Thus, they silently vowed to diligently practice their marksmanship, refusing to be a burden any longer. Enough of this, we can practice shooting later. For now, let us focus on loading the supplies into the vehicle, as there are other matters to attend to. Chapter 105, The Transaction as they approached the Eagle Sauce military base. 5 kilometers away, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The journey had been remarkably smooth, with minimal obstacles, and the presence of zombies was disappointingly scarce. However, numerous watchpoints lurked both overtly and covertly. Had the bus not been equipped with a radar system and cloaking mode, it would have likely been detected long ago. Cao Ning maneuvered the bus to an abandoned factory. During the journey, Zhang Lan and her companions had prepared dinner. Thus, as soon as the bus came to a halt, Cao Ning indulged in a delightful meal. The day's harvest was plentiful, and several women were busy organizing the supplies. Meanwhile, Cao Ning occupied the driver's cabin, beginning to analyze the potions collected that day. Upon reviewing the analysis report, Cao Ning felt a sense of bemusement. The potions concocted by the Eagle Sauce were primarily derived from the purified substances within zombie crystal cores. However, the composition was rather chaotic, containing materials of varying grades. And the purification techniques were subpar. Most critically, there were no components from mutated animal crystal cores. The remaining substances were predominantly akin to hormones. These hormones, when combined with the zombie crystal cores, could indeed unlock certain latent potentials in humans, significantly enhancing various physical attributes compared to an ordinary individual. Their capabilities were equivalent to half that of a level 1 gene warrior. However, the side effects were considerable. The most evident manifestation was a transformation of the body into a green hue. Furthermore, the excessive use of hormones would severely deplete the body's vitality. This stood in stark contrast to the evolution liquids of gene warriors. Most importantly, this potion was not suitable for everyone. If half of a group of 10 survived, it would be deemed a success, with a notable risk of turning directly into zombies. Observing these findings, Cao Ning felt somewhat reassured. Although the secrets of the crystal cores had been partially unearthed by these Eagle Sauce individuals, their understanding was still limited. Presently, they could only be classified as failed products. However, this sparked his curiosity to witness the production process of such concoctions. With ample time before their scheduled rest, he resolved to inspect the Eagle Sauce military base. Although Su Xiaowen and her companions contemplated dissuading him, they ultimately relented upon seeing Cao Ning dressed and prepared, merely advising him to exercise caution. Cao Ning's pace was swift. Despite relying solely on his legs, he moved with a speed that rivaled that of an automobile. Before long, he arrived at the exterior of the Eagle Sauce military base. At first glance, it appeared significantly smaller than Wei City's armory. However, in terms of overall weaponry, it was far superior. The area was encircled by walls, with searchlights positioned every 40 to 50 meters, sweeping the ground below. Occasionally, a zombie lured by the light would emerge, only to be swiftly dispatched by the snipers stationed in the towers. Consequently, the cleared ground surrounding the military base was littered with numerous zombie corpses. After circling the perimeter of the base, Cao Ning found himself at an impasse. The density of the lights posed a considerable risk of detection at his current speed. Just as he contemplated retreating, he heard intermittent voices emanating from a nearby location. Cao Ning initially suspected he was hallucinating, for he had just passed by that spot without noticing anything unusual. Upon listening intently, he indeed discerned voices emanating from the vicinity. Promptly, he stealthily approached the source of the sound. To his astonishment, he discovered a pit large enough to accommodate 2 individuals, which had appeared on the ground, previously blanketed by snow. The voices were clearly emanating from this subterranean cavity. "Those fellows from the north are incredibly slow. What time is it already?" One murmured. "Let us not be hasty. They must be delayed by some unforeseen circumstance. Well, let us wait a bit longer. If they don't arrive soon, we shall return, for these white folks are not easy to deal with." All right, I'll follow your lead. But is there truly no issue with the items we are trading? Rest assured, there is no cause for concern. There is an abundance of these items. Most are merely semi-finished products that are not easy to handle. Thus, when we trade these, the white folks tend to turn a blind eye. As long as we don't overstep our bounds. When you strike it rich, don't forget your little brother. Fear not, you shall not be overlooked. The mention of white folks and trading piqued Cao Ning's interest. Although he was unaware of the specifics regarding the items being exchanged, their value is undoubtedly significant. Moreover, the involvement of Americans further underscored the item's rarity. He had anticipated overhearing more pertinent information, yet the two men quickly diverted their conversation to matters concerning women. However, Cao Ning remained patient. Since there was a trade to anticipate, he would simply wait. As time elapsed and the night grew colder, Cao Ning began to suspect that the trading event might be cancelled. Just then, he heard a cacophony of faint footsteps approaching from a distance. Utilizing the dim light, he discerned that 4 male survivors, each laden with backpacks, were making their way toward him. You're late. Apologies, Changgu. We encountered some delays on the road. Enough with the pleasantries. Do you have the goods? Yes, it's all in the bags. The newcomers hastily placed their backpacks at the entrance of the pit. Moments later, a masked figure emerged from the depths of the hole, methodically opening each of the 4 bags. Upon inspecting their contents, the masked individual nodded approvingly. He then retreated into the pit to retrieve a small black box. Excellent. Here is what you requested. One of the men, upon seeing the box being handed over, eagerly accepted it. Upon opening it, a flicker of confusion crossed the eyes of the 4. Changgu, why are the potions not all the same color this time? What? Do you think I'm deceiving you? Not at all. It's just that this batch seems different from the previous 2 trades. Rest assured, the effects are identical. The variance in the color of the crystals accounts for the differing hues of the potions. Despite the masked man's assurances, the newcomers still appeared uneasy. Their skepticism was rooted in disbelief. Rather, they were merely couriers. Should any mishap occur, their leader would undoubtedly hold them accountable. If you don't trust me, then we shall cease our dealings henceforth. Please, Brother Chang, we are primarily concerned about potential issues. After all, we are not professionals. Moreover, you and our leader share a bond as classmates. Upon hearing the masked man's intention to cancel future transactions, the 4 of them were taken aback. If the transactions were to be cancelled, their leader would surely be furious. If it weren't for my slight acquaintance with Jin Sheng, there would be no way you could acquire such resources. Indeed. Rest assured, I shall not deceive you over such trifles. The usage shall remain as it has always been. Upon hearing the masked man's words, the 4 could only nod in agreement. Since the individual had spoken thus, any further inquiries would likely incite discord. It would be best to return and report the situation truthfully to their leader. How to proceed thereafter would depend on him. Seeing their agreement, the masked man dragged the 4 large bundles into the opening. Meanwhile, the 4 of them hastily carried the small black box southward. Cao Ning glanced at the sealed opening, noted its location, and quickly pursued the direction in which the 4 had departed. Chapter 106. Infiltration of the official shelter in Bang'an City. Captain, I have a foreboding feeling. Speak your mind. I fear that this new serum will lead our experiment to ruin. What's the big deal? Failure is quite common. Our supply of test subjects is dwindling. If the serum causes the loss of those we've painstakingly cultivated, the boss will not forgive us. What are you afraid of? We simply report the facts. If something goes awry, let the boss contact Chang. After all, we are merely errand runners. Besides, there are plenty of zombies. We can always cultivate more. True. But you know the boss is unpredictable. When he loses his temper, it doesn't matter who you are. Have you forgotten about Vice Captain Lee? He nearly had his mouth ruined for mistakenly recording a single piece of data. Enough. Let me think. The captain shuddered at the thought of his subordinate still struggling to articulate his words. Upon noticing the captain's silence, the other 3 fell silent as well, their eyes occasionally darting towards him, hoping for a viable solution. For a moment, the desolate wilderness echoed only the sound of their disordered footsteps. Before long, the 4 arrived at an off-road vehicle parked by the roadside. They scanned their surroundings, finding nothing amiss, and quickly boarded the vehicle to depart. Unbeknownst to them, at the moment the engine roared to life, a shadow swiftly nestled atop their vehicle. Cao Ning was not far behind, initially intending to intercept the group. However, after overhearing their conversation, he promptly abandoned that plan. He had assumed that this faction was trading the serum for personal use, only to discover it was intended for some sort of experiment, seemingly related to zombies. This piqued his interest. He was eager to observe the effects of failed serums on the undead. The off-road vehicle traveled for approximately an hour without entering the city center of Bang'an, instead navigating along the outer ring road towards an area of offices and residences. The road sign indicated Bangnan University Town, but beside it stood another sign reading Official Shelter of Bangnan City. As far as the eye could see, every building's windows glimmered with varying degrees of light. Notably, the two tallest structures in the center shone brightly, resembling beacons in the darkness. Consequently, a considerable number of zombies congregated outside the walls, roaring in frustration at their confinement. Perhaps due to the encroaching night, the area, illuminated by floodlights, resembled a scene from hell. Instead of entering through the main gate, the off-road vehicle wound its way to an underground parking lot entrance devoid of zombies. Suddenly, floodlights illuminated the vehicle, casting a clear glow on its exterior. After a brief wait, the underground parking lot's gate creaked open, revealing two soldiers clad in military uniforms and armed with firearms. After confirming there were no anomalies among the four, they waved their hands, allowing the gate to fully open. As the vehicle entered, the gate slowly closed, and the floodlights swept the vicinity before extinguishing. In an instant, darkness enveloped the surroundings, as if the preceding events had never transpired. Emerging from behind a towering tree, Cao Ning surveyed the imposing wall that loomed over 3 meters high, curling his lip in disdain. This barrier might suffice against zombies of the second level or lower. Yet a third-level zombie could effortlessly scale it. After transforming into a third-level genetic warrior, Cao Ning's vision had undergone a remarkable enhancement. Not only had his eyesight improved, but he could perceive objects in the night with clarity akin to that of daylight. Thus, the surveillance devices affixed to the wall were laid bare before him. The entrance and exit of the underground parking lot were monitored by 4 infrared cameras. Attempting to scale the wall from this point would undoubtedly attract attention. So Cao Ning proceeded a distance until he felt he had evaded the camera's gaze before vaulting into the campus. The tranquility of the campus was palpable, yet it carried an eerie, unsettling aura. Perhaps recalling the horror films set in academic settings, a shiver coursed through Cao Ning. Wrapping his coat tighter around himself, he retrieved a signal tracker. The screen flickered erratically, likely due to being underground. But soon, the moving light on the display ceased its dance. After assessing the direction and distance, Cao Ning set forth toward the indicated location. Although the campus was expansive, its security measures were notable. Occasionally, he spotted individuals on bicycles, equipped with flashing warning lights, patrolling the grounds. Yet, these measures did little to deter Cao Ning, who swiftly followed the signal tracker to the vicinity where an off-road vehicle was parked, an aged educational building that appeared somewhat decrepit. Regardless of its state, it hardly resembled a place dedicated to research. The illumination within its rooms was dim, flickering in a manner reminiscent of candlelight, rather than the vibrant glow one would expect from a center of scientific inquiry. Nevertheless, since the vehicle had halted here, he resolved to investigate further. However, after taking only a few steps, he spotted a group of armed guards emerging from the side of the building. He quickly stepped back, observing that there was not just one but a second team of guards, totaling over 30 individuals circling the structure. The sight of such a sizable contingent eased Cao Ning's apprehensions. Throughout his journey, he had yet to encounter a building so heavily protected. Thus, it was highly probable that this educational facility was involved in research pertaining to zombies or experimental subjects. After waiting a moment and calculating his timing, Cao Ning seized the opportunity when the two teams could not see one another and swiftly darted to the side of the building. He initially intended to enter through a second-story window, but found them all securely shut, compelling him to ascend further. Upon reaching the rooftop, an unexpected and awkward scene unfolded. Several guards were gathered there, smoking. Yet, thanks to Cao Ning's quick reflexes, before they could utter a word, he drew his blade and struck. In the blink of an eye, 3 headless corpses lay before him. Without lingering, Cao Ning pushed open the door leading down from the rooftop. The layout and style of this educational building are quite similar to that of Xingyi Primary School. A long corridor stretches forth, flanked by classrooms, each adorned with 2 large windows. However, the curtains are drawn, obscuring the view within. Cao Ning casually approached one classroom and paused to listen at the door, but heard nothing. As he turned the doorknob, he discovered that the door was locked from the inside. Who could be outside? Suddenly, a man's voice resonated from within the room, causing Cao Ning's hand to falter before he relinquished the handle. "The boss is looking for you." "The boss? I've only just returned. Why would he seek me out again?" "I'm not sure, but you need to hurry." "Good grief. Will I ever get a decent sleep again?" "Just a moment, I'm getting dressed." Before long, the door swung open from the inside. The individual who emerged was taken aback upon seeing Cao Ning, clad in black, standing outside. "Who are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Cao Ning seized him by the throat and thrust him back into the room. Chapter 107, Brother. Those are the experimental subjects. Upon observing the dazed expression and weakened limbs of the individual beneath him, Cao Ning finally ceased his actions. "Dare to call out, and I shall end you. Do you understand?" The man, his face flushed and devoid of awareness, nodded vigorously, as the hand that held his fate withdrew. He gasped for breath. Brother, we have no enmity, right? None. Absolutely none. So what are you? I am willing. The man was momentarily taken aback. What could this imply? Is it permissible to act with impunity simply because one possesses strength? Is there such audacity in bullying others? Had he truly considered himself a mere soft target to be manipulated? However, upon closer inspection of his assailant's strikingly handsome visage, his heart swelled with delight. Brother, as long as you are willing, that suffices. I wonder what it is that you seek from me. His face, adorned with obsequiousness, nearly elicited a chuckle from Cao Ning. This individual undoubtedly understood the wisdom of acquiescence. I shall inquire, and you will respond honestly. The younger man would surely divulge everything without reservation. Indeed, quite so. Cao Ning remarked, patting his face, thoroughly pleased with his attitude. What is your name? Jin Yongshun, he replied, hastily producing his identification. Upon inspection, Cao Ning found it to be accurate. Unexpectedly, he was a graduate student from the Department of Biological and Biochemical Sciences at Bangnan University. Where is your laboratory for the experimental subjects? This. Jin Yongshun hesitated, aware that he had signed a confidentiality agreement. Revealing such information would yield consequences beyond his capacity to endure. Slap. A resounding imprint appeared on Jin Yongshun's left cheek. On the third basement level. On the third basement level. He spoke while clutching his face, biting his lip tightly, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Witnessing his delicate display, Cao Ning nearly retched. Control your expressions. Woo, you were still crying. Observing Jin Yongshun's tear-streaked visage, Cao Ning delivered another sharp slap to his right cheek. His features swelled instantly, transforming from mildly handsome to grotesquely swollen. Brother, it hurts so much. My boyfriend has never struck me like this. Could you be gentler? How utterly absurd. Slap, slap, slap. Initially believing he had encountered someone with sense, he found instead a submissive wretch. Only when Jin Yongshun had lost his voice did Cao Ning relent. Come, leave me there. You damned. Let us go, let us go. Brother, please don't hit me again. Cao Ning, unable to resist the mixture of resentment and excitement in Jin Yongshun's gaze, felt an overwhelming urge to strike him once more. It was thoroughly irritating. He fully understood and respected others' preferences, but only under the condition that they were not directed toward him. It was uncertain how Jin Yongshun had traversed the world before, but now his exaggerated movements were almost comical, were it not for their public surroundings. Cao Ning would have relished the opportunity to press his head down and deliver a thorough kicking. Finally reaching the elevator, Jin Yongshun seemed to regain some semblance of normalcy. The descent of the elevator was unusually prolonged. It could not merely be to the standard third basement level. By the passage of time, it was evident that it must extend beyond 10 floors. To prevent Jin Yongshun from making an escape upon the elevator's opening, Cao Ning brandished a dagger, pressing it against his lower back. To his astonishment, Jin leaned back against him, casting a flirtatious glance in his direction. This utterly revolted Cao Ning, who was tempted to plunge the knife into him. At last, just as Cao Ning's tolerance was on the verge of eruption, the elevator reached the third basement. Isn't Team Leader Jin supposed to have just returned? Why is he coming down again? Greetings, Team Leader Jin. Upon the door's opening, two young individuals clad in white lab coats stood outside. Jin Yongshun, at a loss for words, merely nodded with a smile. Their gaze shifted to Cao Ning, who stood behind Jin, their expressions revealing confusion. Team Leader Jin, who is this? This is a prodigy of Mayerly. Now, you two should take a break. I still need to examine a set of data. With that, he strode out, and Cao Ning followed closely behind. Observing the receding figures of the two, the young researchers stepped into the elevator. Wow, has Team Leader Jin changed his taste? This one pales in comparison to the previous one. Why do you care so much? What, do you wish to share a bed with Team Leader Jin? Well, that could be a possibility, but I wonder if Team Leader Jin can keep up. Before the somewhat delicate-looking researcher could finish, he was pulled into the embrace of a tall, dark-skinned colleague. Don't even think about it. If I can't satisfy him, how could you? Of course. Cao Ning was oblivious to all of this. Had he known, he would have preferred never to have set foot in this land. As they traversed the seemingly endless corridor, their pace was neither hurried nor slow. On either side lay various laboratories, where through the glass, numerous researchers were seen diligently at work. Almost every experiment was accompanied by one or two zombies, some lifeless, others restrained for sample extraction. The further they progressed, the more gruesome the scenes became. There was a large chamber filled with the corpses of zombies, where several individuals donned in gas masks were tossing the bodies into a massive mixer. The resulting flesh puree flowed into large barrels, which were subsequently wheeled into a refrigeration unit. Venturing further inward, they stumbled upon a room housing scantily clad living individuals, each filled with despair and numbness in their eyes. What purpose do these living beings serve? Jin Yongshun paused, casting a look of revulsion at the survivors confined within the chamber. These living specimens serve as sustenance for the experiments. You use living beings as sustenance? How can this be justified? It is the law of the jungle. The weak do not deserve to live. Cao Ning considered himself no paragon of virtue. Yet he believed in preserving a baseline of humanity. If he were to resort to using living beings as sustenance, he feared he could not bear it. Nevertheless, he remained silent. After all, they were not his compatriots. They were all Koreans, and if they were to perish, so be it. Their demise was of little consequence. At the corridor's end stood a large metal door, which Jin Yongshun accessed with a swift series of biometric scans. The illumination within this space is notably brighter than that of the corridor, complemented by an array of sci-fi decorations, leading Cao Ning to almost believe he had stepped into another realm. Upon crossing the threshold, he found himself in an expansive area, akin to the interior of a vast bowl. His position was perched along the rim, where a circular corridor encircled the walls, approximately 4 to 5 meters above the grand hall's floor. The area beneath was impressively vast, comparable to at least 3 or 4 football fields. Within this environment, alongside the researchers, numerous heavily armed guards patrolled the circular walkway. Captivating the eye, particularly on the right side of the hall, were dozens of limbless zombies restrained upon metal plates, their bodies riddled with tubes filled with a green liquid, reminiscent of the synthetic beings depicted in films. Jin Yongshun seemed to discern Cao Ning's gaze and remarked with a smile, "Oppa, those are the experimental subjects." Chapter 108. Eliminate him. Provide an explanation to Senator Jin. Astonishing. Third-level zombies as experimental subjects. Cao Ning momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Were these individuals ignorant or simply fearless? Did you capture these zombies? No. We cultivated them. Cao Ning was taken aback. How could one cultivate third-level zombies? Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. Who would have thought that mere weeks after the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, methods for cultivation would already exist? However, what was the source of Jin Yongshun's melancholy? Did he harbor some unspeakable secret with these zombies? It seemed that Jin Yongshun detected Cao Ning's astonishment and wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes. Many of them were my boyfriends. A chill ran down Cao Ning's spine. Initially, he assumed Jin Yongshun was merely homosexual, but it appeared his tastes were quite peculiar. Upon noticing Cao Ning retreat a few steps, Jin Yongshun hastily reached out to him. "Appa, please. I don't have such extravagant tastes." "Appa, you're overthinking it. They were my boyfriends when they were alive." "Alive? How did they end up like this? I no longer love them." Cao Ning was momentarily speechless, struggling to find words. To cease loving is to destroy? Jin Yongshun was indeed a peculiar sort of deviant. Are you saying they only became like this later? Yes, they are all my masterpieces. What do you think, Appa? You are truly remarkable. Oh dear, Appa, how can you say that about them? Enough. Witnessing Jin Yongshun's bashful demeanor made Cao Ning feel nauseated. He distanced himself, feeling quite repulsed. Observing Cao Ning's reaction, Jin Yongshun appeared somewhat heartbroken, even stamping his foot in indignation. Cao Ning rolled his eyes. Had he not been eager to uncover the means of zombie cultivation, he would have dispatched Jin Yongshun already. This was far more revolting than slaying zombies. How do you cultivate these zombies? Before he could finish his sentence, a commotion erupted below. A group of researchers clad in white lab coats surrounded a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority as they approached the glass enclosure housing the experimental subjects. Once seated, several researchers presented various potions to the two individuals. However, they were too distant to overhear their conversation. Nevertheless, it was evident from their nods that they were quite pleased with the researchers' displayed results. Before long, the man departed amidst the throng of researchers. The one seated in power is my father. Upon noticing Cao Ning's curiosity, Jin Yongshun smirked. Your father? Indeed. He is a senator in Bang'an City. A senator? Although Cao Ning was oblivious to the status of a senator in that land, Jin Yongshun's evident pride suggested that it was a position of considerable importance. Appa, come with me. Although I know not where you hail from, I felt an instant connection with you. Slap. Appa, you. Slap. 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 Seeing Jin Yongshun being beaten mercilessly, Cao Ning finally ceased his assault. You disgust me, he muttered, still feeling a sense of revulsion, and delivered a few more forceful kicks. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the guards. Upon realizing that the victim was the esteemed leader Jin of the Research Institute, a group of guards rushed over. Don't move. If you do, we'll open fire. Leader Jin, are you all right? Do you need to go to the medical station? Seeing Cao Ning stop, the head guard hurried to assist Jin Yongshun. Jin waved his hands repeatedly, gazing at Cao Ning with deep affection. Appa, I know you can't accept this right now, but I can. Don't say anything. Just the sight of you makes me nauseous, Cao Ning retorted, visibly gagging. As he observed Cao Ning's reaction, a fierce glint began to manifest in Jin Yongshuan's eyes. So, you refuse to accept me? I could care less about your feelings. This time, Cao Ning dispensed with the pleasantries and directly employed the essence of his homeland's language. Dragon countryman? You are from the Dragon country? Jin Yoshun and the guards appeared taken aback. I'm your father. You are that Dragon countryman who drives the bus? Jin chuckled. Well? You're not entirely foolish. Haha. Fortune favors the diligent. Capture him. Upon hearing Cao Ning acknowledge his identity, Jin Yongshuan's eyes brimmed with ecstatic joy. At that moment, Cao Ning appeared to him as an unparalleled treasure, one he longed to bind and study immediately. From the information he had gathered over the past few days, he understood that Cao Ning harbored numerous secrets. If he could unravel them, he might obtain the answers he sought. The guards nearby had heard of Cao Ning and recognized him as the individual who had stirred chaos in Bangnan City recently. Their eyes sparkled with delight. Capturing this person would be a monumental achievement. They raised their weapons in unison. Kid, I advise you to behave, or you'll face dire consequences. Haha. Tonight we shall achieve great glory. Cao Ning cast a disdainful glance at the crowd, and in an instant, a long knife appeared in his hand. Before the guards could react, he charged into their midst. Oh no. Block him. Open fire. Kill him. In the ensuing chaos, the bullets fired did not find their mark on Cao Ning, but instead struck many of their own comrades, with the enemies inadvertently aiding him. Cao Ning's slaughter accelerated. In no time, alarms blared, and the venue was illuminated by flashing yellow lights. The researchers below, hearing the commotion and witnessing the bloodshed above, hastily evacuated. Shortly thereafter, all the guards, save for Jin Yongshun, lay lifeless on the ground. These worthless fools think they can take me down. Cao Ning's words trailed off as he observed Jin Yongshuan's expression. Was this pervert rendered speechless? Rather than fear, there was a hint of excitement and exhilaration in his demeanor. Appa, you are incredible. Damn, what a true psychopath. No, you truly possess remarkable prowess. Might I extract a mere drop of your blood? Just a little. For if I could obtain your essence, my research. Before he could complete his sentence, Jin Yongshun clutched his severed arm, writhing in agony upon the ground. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. Cao Ning paid him no heed, instead dragging him downstairs by his collar. At that moment, the first floor was already teeming with guards who had come to lend support. Except for an elderly man with a head of white hair, the other researchers had fled in terror. Upon witnessing Jin Yongshuan's dismemberment, blood pooling around him, the guards urgently implored Cao Ning to release him. However, Cao Ning disregarded their pleas and directed his attention towards the elderly figure behind them. Are you the one in charge here? Indeed, and who might you be? Excellent. Excellent for what? The elderly man queried, his confusion palpable. This pervert can finally meet his demise. I am utterly repulsed. With that, Cao Ning swiftly decapitated Jin Yongshun, casting the head aside with disdain. How dare you? He is the son of Councilman Jin. And what of it? What of the councilman's son? Observing Cao Ning's nonchalant demeanor, the old man's face drained of color and fury. After stammering for a moment, he finally managed to eliminate him, and provide Councilman Jin with an explanation. Chapter 109, More Painful Than Death. As the formidable Cao Ning advanced step by step, the elder's face turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. He still couldn't comprehend the situation in mere moments. The well-equipped guards had all perished. Nevertheless, he feigned calmness and remarked, Young man, you have stirred up a great calamity. I advise you to surrender obediently. Smack. I. Smack. You. Smack. Stop hitting me. My old bones cannot withstand this. You wretched old fool. With that, Cao Ning seized the elder and brought him before the third-level zombies. Observing the undead creatures that roared at him incessantly, Cao Ning scrutinized them closely. Indeed, they were third-level zombies, akin to those he had encountered in the Mall of Weiqing. Moreover, he sensed that if these zombies possessed hands and feet, they would undoubtedly surpass the one he had faced in Weiqing. What are these potions? This is classified information. I grant you one more chance. If you do not comply, I shall feed you to the zombies. No, please. Humph. You refuse my hospitality and choose punishment instead. As he tightened his grip on the elder's neck, preparing to thrust him toward the clawing third-level zombies, the elder could no longer contain his terror and soiled himself. I'll talk. Please let me go. Cao Ning cast a disdainful glance at the yellow liquid on the ground and tossed the elder aside. The elder collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, shivering at the sight of the zombie's gaping maws. My patience is limited. If you linger any longer, I'll talk. The potions were provided to us by the Americans. It cannot be that simple. I am aware of the capabilities of those people. While their concoctions may enhance human abilities, they do not possess the power to evolve zombies. The elder paused, reflecting, then sighed. Indeed, in addition to the American agent's potions, they also contain the brain matter and flesh of living humans. Human brains? Yes. Cao Ning glanced at the tubes inserted into the zombies, furrowing his brow. Why resort to such methods? Our research has revealed that the cores of zombies contain components that can enhance human genes, not only augmenting various human capabilities, but also prolonging life. The more formidable the zombie, the higher the purity of these components. Noticing the elder hesitating to speak, Cao Ning shot him a glare. The elder, frightened, quickly continued, "Young man, are you from the Dragon Kingdom? Why do you ask? We have received intelligence indicating that the Dragon Kingdom has developed a genetic serum that seems to have achieved these capabilities. Have you injected such a serum?" Upon hearing the elder's words, Cao Ning fell silent. It appeared that the genetic evolution liquid he had previously provided to the genetic warriors in Weicheng had been replicated by them. Somehow, the information had leaked. Yet, he felt this was somehow connected to the vice commander from Island City. With this thought, a cold smile crept upon Cao Ning's lips. How many living beings are required to cultivate such a zombie? The situation varies. If the zombies are of decent quality, it would require around 30 to 40 individuals. He chuckled, remarking on the ruthlessness displayed as they disregarded the lives of their fellow beings for such a trivial matter. Upon hearing Cao Ning's words, the elder's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, he did not perceive any wrongdoing in his actions. Although they contradicted moral principles, sacrifices are inevitable on the path of technological advancement. Should this method succeed, those who perished would be deemed heroes. Observing the elder's continued lack of remorse, Cao Ning shook his head. He was akin to that perverse Jin Yo Shun, both being madmen. Now that he was aware of such matters, the elder's existence had become unnecessary. However, it was not yet the time to end his life. He would require the elder's iris later when they ventured outside, so Cao Ning decided to wait until then. After binding the elder, Cao Ning approached the zombies with a blade in hand. With a swift stroke, he pierced the head of one zombie. "No, you cannot kill them." Witnessing his research being so callously extinguished by Cao Ning, his heart bled profusely. This pain was more unbearable than death itself. As he wailed incessantly, Cao Ning paused and offered a deal. If the elder released himself and the experimental subjects, he would procure anything desired within Bang'an City. Yet, regardless of the elder's pleas for mercy, Cao Ning remained indifferent. It was absurd. These were third-tier zombies, crucial for producing fourth-tier genetic warrior evolution liquid. Thus, they could not be spared. Ultimately, wearied by the incessant whining, he dislocated the elder's jaw. With the incessant noise silenced, Cao Ning felt a wave of relief. His pace quickened as he worked. In no time, the third-tier zombies had been efficiently dealt with, yielding a total of 83 crystal cores. Furthermore, within a warehouse, he discovered an additional 43 third-tier crystal cores, 3 from mutated animals, and 1 from a mutated plant. The quantity of other crystal cores was astonishing, numbering in the tens of thousands. Finally, he located a ledger, revealing that the entire warehouse contained over 70,000 crystal cores. These were indeed valuable assets. A strategy was needed to transport them away. Beneath the ground, it is impractical to rely solely on one's own strength to ascend. Moreover, the bus is quite distant, and the back-and-forth journey would consume an excessive amount of time. The most prudent course of action would be to procure a vehicle to transport these cores back. However, the adversaries will not allow an easy escape, thus it is imperative to eliminate all individuals present here. Grabbing a backpack, I first placed the third-level cores inside. As for the others, they could be addressed after neutralizing the foes. Approaching the elder, I noticed his eyes were filled with boundless disdain and indignation. Had it not been for his dislocated jaw, he would likely have already summoned for help. Consequently, I dragged the despondent elder towards the main entrance. After confirming my fingerprint and iris, the door slowly creaked open. Yet, at the very moment of opening, a multitude of projectiles surged towards us. Reacting swiftly, I shielded the elder with my own body. In an instant, he was riddled with bullets, his expression one of sheer astonishment. I doubt he ever fathomed he would perish at the hands of his own kind. Peering through the elder's form, I discerned the situation outside. The corridor was densely populated with guards, surely numbering in the hundreds. Once they had exhausted a magazine of ammunition and were preoccupied with reloading, I seized the opportunity and charged at them. Before long, I had cleared the entire corridor of its guards. However, the elevator required verification, so I retraced my steps, locating several researchers who had been hiding in their chambers. Dragging them towards the elevator, I successfully passed the verification process and boarded. Initially, I aimed for the second or first basement levels, yet the researchers lacked the necessary clearance, forcing us to the first floor of the office building. As the elevator doors opened, I was greeted by a throng of armed guards. Just as I contemplated another bloodbath, a middle-aged man emerged from behind the guards. It was Jin Yoshin's father, Councilman Jin. I had expected him to seek retribution, given that his son had met his demise at my hands. He seemed incredulous about the chaos unfolding below. It appeared he was genuinely unaware of the events, as he wore a smile upon his face. Greetings, Cao Ning. Chapter 110. Oh dear, it is all about dear. Very well, you may all withdraw. This is a close acquaintance of mine. Upon hearing the words of Counselor Jin, the surrounding guards exchanged glances filled with bewilderment. A friend of Counselor Jin? A friend who has penetrated the sanctuary? That is a matter involving hundreds of lives. Nonetheless, the guards dared not voice their concerns, for Counselor Jin was the second in command of the official sanctuary. Inciting his displeasure could very well mean they would not see the light of day again. Thus, the guards retreated one by one. Yet, a few among them cast a lingering glance at Cao Ning before hastening towards the central building. Once the area was cleared, Cao Ning finally spoke. Counselor Jin, might I inquire as to your intentions? Haha, is it not a delight to have friends come from afar? Friends? Surely Counselor Jin is aware that I have taken your son's life. Do you believe we can still remain friends? Cao Ning remarked with a hint of amusement, doubting that the elder was oblivious to the truth. He was eager to discern the elder's true motives. Upon hearing this, Counselor Jin's brow furrowed, and his smile gradually faded, replaced by an expression of anguish. I am aware, however, your actions were justified. Indeed, that ungrateful wretch has committed countless heinous acts. Were he not my son, I would have long sought his demise. His current fate is but a reflection of his misdeeds. Cao Ning was taken aback by Counselor Jin's demeanor. Logically speaking, having killed his son, no matter how despicable that Jin Yongshun may have been, he should at the very least seek retribution against him. Yet, how could it be that he seemed so indifferent? Could it be true, as Counselor Jin suggested, that he had completely lost hope in his son, caring not whether he lived or died? Or was there another layer to this situation that eluded Cao Ning? He could not decipher it. But one thing was for certain, it was not evident upon the elder's countenance. Perhaps it was due to his long tenure in high office, where emotions were seldom displayed. In any case, this elder was not to be underestimated. One must remain vigilant. After all, the ability to feign indifference over the death of one's own flesh and blood spoke volumes of his depth of character. This is not a place for conversation. Follow me. Without waiting for Cao Ning's response, Counselor Jin strode purposefully towards the exit. Cao Ning observed the retreating figure of the counselor, contemplating briefly before following suit. With the system in his possession, he felt assured in his ability to handle most situations. However, he lagged slightly behind Counselor Jin and, in the dim light, failed to notice the counselor's clenched, white-knuckled fists and the subtle tremor of his frame. Soon, the two arrived at a solitary villa, likely once the residence of a professor at Bangnan University. However, the area was now teeming with guards, whether on patrol or returning to the villa. Any guard or survivor who spotted Counselor Jin hastily approached to pay their respects. Counselor Jin responded with a warm smile, graciously acknowledging their greetings. The obsequiousness displayed by the guards and survivors underscored the counselor's considerable influence in this domain. Upon reaching the villa, Counselor Jin entered a code, and the door slowly creaked open. I reside here alone. Feel free to take a seat while I fetch something to drink. With that, Councilman Jin casually made his way to the liquor cabinet in the living room. Cao Ning furrowed his brow at the scene. Their demeanor suggested a familiarity akin to long-time close friends, entirely disregarding the presence of a stranger. To him, it evoked a sense of unease, reminiscent of a weasel delivering New Year greetings, harboring ulterior motives. Upon entering the villa, the bright lights illuminated the space, revealing an interior design reminiscent of the Gallic rooster. Rich in artistic flair, it was evident that the previous owner of this villa must have been someone who cherished quality in life. Soon, Councilman Jin returned, carrying a pot of boiling water and tea leaves. Do sample this tea. It was brought back by a dear friend from the mountains of Longhua. He rambled on about the tea's origins while preparing it for Cao Ning, as if engaged in casual banter among friends, completely oblivious to the events of the evening. However, this only heightened Cao Ning's vigilance. Noticing Cao Ning's indifference to the tea, Councilman Jin ceased his chatter, lifting his own cup to sip, his face blossoming with delight. Truly exquisite, sourced from the mother tree. Councilman Jin, let us dispense with the pretense. What is it that you wish to discuss? Surely, you did not summon me merely for tea at this late hour. Huh? What is wrong with enjoying a cup of tea? Yet, seeing Cao Ning's unchanging expression, Councilman Jin fell silent. An air of authority suddenly enveloped the room. You must be wondering how I know about you, correct? Cao Ning simply nodded, choosing not to respond. Councilman Jin remained taciturn, dipping his finger into a water stain and inscribing the words Armed Forces of Long on the table, then gesturing between himself and Cao Ning. At this, a flicker of change appeared in Cao Ning's eyes. Is Councilman Jean also affiliated with the armed forces of Longhua? A spy, probing for information? However, one would think that only high-ranking officials within the armed forces would be privy to such knowledge, even if there were a breach of confidentiality. It shouldn't be known to the deputy of a city in the Bangzi nation. Otherwise, the intelligence organization of Longhua would be woefully incompetent. Thus, the likelihood that Councilman Jean is a spy for Longhua grew significantly. Noticing the shift in Cao Ning's demeanor, Councilman Jean smiled and remarked, "Indeed, that is precisely what you were thinking." Cao Ning pondered for a moment, scrutinizing Councilman Jean. He found himself at a loss regarding Jin's intentions. Was he not concerned about exposing his own identity? Did he not fear that Cao Ning might eliminate him? Nevertheless, he was curious about Councilman Jin's true purpose and thus inquired. And then, upon hearing those two words, the smile on Councilman Jin's face widened. He continued to trace in the water stain, writing 3 characters, Bangnan City. I wish to request your assistance. Cao Ning's brow furrowed at this declaration. Councilman Jean certainly had grand ambitions. Despite the dire state of Bangnan City, where its populace was nearly extinguished, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Should Councilman Jean succeed in seizing the entire city, the benefits would be immeasurable. Without further ado, one could easily assume the role of a landowner. The people and resources here would be at his disposal. Yet, it remains uncertain whether this is his own aspiration or an edict from the armed forces. Senator Jean is a cunning old fox. Upon noticing the perplexity in Cao Ning's eyes, he discerned his thoughts. Thus, with a subtle gesture, he pointed upwards. At the sight of Senator Jin's signal, Cao Ning's pupils constricted in an instant. If this indeed originates from a command by the armed forces, then the ambitions of the Dragon Nation are substantial. This inevitably evokes memories of that enchanting ancestor. Amidst the chaos of war, conquering the world. Oh dear, oh dear. It's all about us. Nevertheless, this is not without merit. Although there exists some discord between himself and the armed forces, he is still a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Should the territory of his homeland expand, it would indeed be a splendid outcome. What course of action do you intend to pursue? Chapter 111. We shall accompany you together upon observing the words on the table and witnessing Senator Jean make a gesture akin to slicing his throat. I realized that despite his lack of understanding of the political landscape, aspiring to leadership is not merely a matter of eliminating a couple of individuals. Each person wields their own influence, particularly in a nation like Korea. To speak candidly, the visible authorities are merely puppets elevated by interest groups. Should one leader be assassinated, it is likely that his faction would elevate another in his stead. Although the population has significantly dwindled, there remains no shortage of individuals willing to heed their commands and benefit their interests. These factions are indifferent to who occupies the position of power. Perhaps that may not suffice. There is a meeting tomorrow. I will only bring you along. As for the others, you need not concern yourself. Cao Ning pondered for a moment, a glint of mockery illuminating his eyes. What can I gain from this? What do you desire? 500,000 crystal cores, he penned down, having conducted a rough calculation. Given the scale of Bangnan City, which once boasted a population exceeding 1 million, it is commendable that even 1/10 of that remains post-zombie outbreak. Excluding those who perished without transforming into the undead, there would still be nearly 800,000 zombies. Previously, he had informed Li Huanya that he required 200,000 crystal cores within 5 days. Thus, requesting 500,000 cores is not unreasonable. Upon seeing this figure, Senator Jean could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. 500,000 crystal cores. This represented nearly half of the prior population, now all turned into zombies. How long would it take to eradicate them? Nevertheless, to dominate Bangnan City, he must primarily rely on Cao Ning's formidable combat prowess. What he valued was Cao Ning's swiftness in dispatching foes. He believed that once adequately prepared, those adversaries would meet their demise before they even realized what had transpired. After a moment of contemplation, Senator Jean dampened his fingers with moisture. Agreed. But the eagles must also be dealt with. Cao Ning was hardly surprised by the mention of eliminating the eagles. If Senator Jean aimed to seize control of Bangnan City, the eagles' military base would be an unavoidable obstacle. This was not merely due to their advanced firepower, but also because they represented a significant interest group behind the scenes in Korea's power hierarchy. Given Senator Jean's position, it is improbable that this cadre of eagles would endorse him. Even if they could not ascertain his status as a spy, they would certainly be aware of his origins from the Dragon Nation. The eagles have long been wary of the Dragon Nation, even if Senator Jean altered his nationality. Their trust would remain tenuous. This caution stemmed from a prior incident where a professor from the Dragon Nation acquired eagle nationality and took a position at a prestigious eagle university. Enduring the scorn of his compatriots, he successfully unearthed and nurtured numerous talents to be sent back to the Dragon Nation. Although this had a considerable impact on Eagle research, more importantly, it delivered a resounding slap to their pride. Consequently, in the aftermath of this event, the Eagles began to adopt a comprehensive strategy against the Dragon Nation. Furthermore, as Korea is their subordinate, it is even less likely they would permit a former citizen of the Dragon Nation to assume leadership of a city, regardless of its perceived insignificance to the Eagles. Regarding the destruction of the Eagle Sauce military base stationed in the southern city, one cannot help but ponder whether it would draw the attention of the military establishment back home and what repercussions might ensue. It is evident that there would be consequences. However, they are not particularly concerning. After all, distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst, even if reinforcements from other military bases were to arrive. Cao Ning possesses the means to counteract their efforts. Why not strike at multiple targets? Such actions would undoubtedly deter these stationed Eagle Sauce bases from taking swift action. As for the potential use of missiles by the Eagle Sauce forces, that consideration does not even enter his mind. He plans to strike and relocate, ensuring that missiles could never reach him. Moreover, he secretly hopes that the Eagle Sauce military does employ missiles, as it would be even more advantageous for him if they were to suffer significant losses. Cao Ning nodded in agreement, although he proceeded to voice his new demands, namely, for additional weapons and ammunition. Director Jean, taken aback by Cao Ning's request for weaponry, found himself perplexed. He had seen the bus owned by Cao Ning and could not fathom how one could mount weapons on such a flat roof. Nevertheless, in pursuit of his own plan, he acquiesced. One must make sacrifices to reap rewards. He appreciated that Cao Ning was forthcoming with his demands. After all, high expectations pose no issue. What is worrisome is the absence of requests. Thus, the initial collaboration between the two was solidified at that table. As for whether Cao Ning believed in the arrangement, he held little faith. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Even if this were a trap set by Senator Jean, it would merely cost some lives. Should Senator Jin's claims prove accurate, it would only save him the time of organizing a collection of crystal cores, allowing him to enjoy a leisurely outing with his companion. With another meeting scheduled for the following day, Cao Ning decided against returning to the bus that night, as the back-and-forth travel was too time-consuming. Accommodations were easily arranged within Senator Jin's villa. Jean perceived that minimizing Cao Ning's exposure during the upcoming meeting would be prudent. In a simple bedroom on the second floor, the furnishings were modest but new. As Cao Ning lay on the bed, he contemplated making a video call to several women. However, the thought that the house might be under surveillance prompted him to stow his phone away. He opened the system marketplace in exchange for a mid-tier all-purpose scanner. The choice of a mid-tier device over a high-tier one stemmed from the exorbitant cost of the latter and the fact that many features would go unused. After thoroughly inspecting the room, he indeed uncovered 2 listening devices. Yet, he paid them no heed and activated the signal blocking function of the all-purpose scanner. Upon receiving a video call from Cao Ning, Su Xiaowen and the others initially felt elated. However, upon hearing that Cao Ning would not be returning that evening, their eyes welled up with tears. They had grown accustomed to his company at night, even if they did not share the same bed on occasion. The mere presence of Cao Ning in the bus allowed them to sleep soundly and securely. "I will stay here for just one night and return tomorrow morning. Then I can spend some quality time with you," Cao Ning assured them. Despite his words, Su Xiaowen still felt a twinge of reluctance. "Brother, please return. Without you, we feel unsettled. What could be worse?" Upon seeing Su Xiaowen hesitant to speak, Cao Ning teased with a smile. "What could be worse than us accompanying you to sleep?" Ouch. He had previously mentioned this request to Su Xiaowen, but she had been rather shy, although Wong Luoxue was always by his side. The addition of Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei evoked a sense of tremor within her. To his surprise, Su Xiaowen agreed to this condition to persuade him to return. "Brother, come back. We will be with you, and you may have your way." Su Xiaowen's face flushed crimson, her voice lacking confidence. Observing the women on the screen, Cao Ning's heart raced with desire. Did he not wish to return to embrace his wives in a shared slumber? Certainly not. Nevertheless, having solidified plans for the morrow, he remained resolute in his decision, realizing that Cao Ning would not return that evening. Su Xiaowen and the others had no choice but to relent, merely admonishing him to exercise caution and refrain from any reckless bravado. Cao Ning repeatedly assured them. And only then did the women relent. After closing his phone, Cao Ning felt a wave of gratitude. How fortunate he was to have such wonderful wives in this lifetime. He was thankful for the apocalypse in the system. However, the system remained unresponsive to Cao Ning's gratitude, adopting a cool demeanor, stating it was aware, and then fell silent. Cao Ning silently scorned the system for its aloofness after receiving a rare compliment. Subsequently, he chose not to dwell on it further. Lying in bed, Just as Cao Ning closed his eyes, he abruptly opened them again, smacking his forehead in realization of his near oversight. Chapter 112. This old dang is quite the pretender. As the flickering sunlight penetrated his eyelids, Cao Ning slowly opened his eyes. Initially taken aback by the undulating curtain of water surrounding him, he quickly regained his composure. Reaching for the water cup on the bedside, he filled it to the brim, reflecting on the events of the previous night. A smile crept upon his face as he shook his head in disbelief. Fortunately, he had exercised foresight and taken precautions. It must be said that those ruffians are prone to engaging in unsavory antics. Not only did they send spies to probe his defenses, but they also resorted to cutting off water, electricity, and heating, attempting to force him out. However, their actions had little impact on him. Last night, while resting, he had procured a disposable flexible safety shelter from the system's marketplace. The item was reasonably priced and offered excellent value. When deployed, the shelter enveloped every corner of the room. Similar to a disposable invisible bulletproof vest, it could be utilized indefinitely as long as it was not under attack. In the event of an assault, it could withstand bombardment from a rocket for up to an hour. Furthermore, the shelter was equipped with independent water, electricity, heating, and cooling facilities, operational for 72 hours. Should these resources deplete, one would need to replenish them within the system. Of course, it was imperative that this device be used within the confines of the room, not exceeding 60 square meters. Thus, the activities of those ruffians last night had no bearing on him. Aside from an initial incident where someone attempted to scale his window, and upon finding it securely fastened, he had simply ignored it, sinking into a deep slumber. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Cao Ning activated the external surveillance of the safety shelter and observed a woman clad in a maid's outfit standing at the entrance. "Sir, are you awake?" "Yes, I am." "Is there something you need?" "The meals are prepared. You may come down to eat." "All right, you may go ahead. I will join shortly." "Very well." With that, the maid turned and departed. However, Cao Ning did not retract the surveillance. Instead, he redirected the lens to survey the exterior of the villa. He wondered whether Senator Jean had severed ties with these individuals. Although the villa had been tidied up, remnants of battle and stains of blood were still discernible. It appeared that the previous night had been quite tumultuous. Nevertheless, such matters were beyond his concern. The presence of a maid inviting him to breakfast indicated that the situation was not dire. With that thought, Cao Ning rose to dress and then stored the safety shelter within the system's storage compartment. He opened the door and made his way downstairs. Upon entering the living room, he found Senator Jean seated on the sofa, sipping tea while perusing a tablet. This further confirmed Cao Ning's suspicions. Perhaps it was the senator's inner fortitude that allowed him to remain so composed. Had it been his own home under siege, he would have already taken action. There was no way he would remain as leisurely as Senator Jean, who seemed unfazed as if nothing had transpired. "Awake? The meal is prepared. After we eat, we shall convene." Hearing footsteps on the stairs behind him, Senator Jean turned and smiled. Cao Ning nodded and approached the dining table. This breakfast was the most sumptuous he had ever encountered. In addition to the usual breakfast, there was an abundance of fresh seafood. Moreover, in the kitchen, a woman clad in a maid's uniform was diligently preparing congee. Truly, she was a figure of considerable repute in the city, capable of indulging in such lavishness even amidst a post-apocalyptic world. Cao Ning did not inquire whether Senator Jean had eaten. Instead, he lifted his bowl and began to select dishes. However, when the first morsel entered his mouth, Cao Ning abruptly paused. Without uttering a word, he resumed his meal with other dishes. Observing Cao Ning savoring his food, Senator Jin's smile broadened. "I must trouble you today. Do eat more." Have you eaten?" "I am quite full." Soon after, silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of Cao Ning chewing. Once the meal concluded, Senator Jean suggested that Cao Ning apply some makeup to avoid recognition by those with ulterior motives. After all, the events that transpired at the research facility the previous night had already become known to other high-ranking officials here. Although he had preemptively dealt with the video surveillance, the people involved were astute, each possessing a multitude of ulterior motives. While Cao Ning's true identity remained uncertain, it was evident he was linked to enemy forces, and they would not be easily deceived by a mere misunderstanding. Consequently, various factions dispatched their agents to the villa to probe Cao Ning. Despite the bloodshed, these individuals ultimately refrained from escalating the confrontation, retreating under the guise of misunderstanding. However, numerous guards had seen Cao Ning's appearance the night before. If he were to appear brazenly, those individuals would undoubtedly be prepared. Thus, to eliminate these threats entirely, it was imperative to ensure absolute certainty. Cao Ning, having no objections, allowed the maid to apply his makeup. After the transformation, he gazed into the mirror. Remarkably, the maid's skills were commendable at first glance. he appeared as an entirely different person. Senator Jean was equally pleased with the outcome. Once all preparations were complete, the two made their way to the central office building. They declined the close protection of guards, opting instead to have them follow at a distance. Throughout their journey, Senator Jean continuously introduced Cao Ning to the sanctuary and its regulations. To avoid suspicion, Cao Ning refrained from looking around, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Before long, they arrived at the office building. "Ah, Senator Jean, did you sleep well?" Upon seeing Captain Park and his entourage blocking his path, Senator Jean maintained a composed demeanor. "Quite well. As splendid as ever." "Humph. As long as you sleep well, I hope you continue to do so." "Haha, then there is no need for your concern." Captain Park. Hearing Senator Jin's words, Captain Park felt as though he had struck a pillow with his fist, instinctively clenching his hand, yearning to deliver a couple of blows. This old man was exceedingly adept at feigning nonchalance. However, due to his position, he had to suppress his ire. "What? Captain Park, did you not have your meal? Must you stand here and taste the northwestern wind? Go ahead and eat. Just don't be late for the meeting. You. Move aside." Senator Jean paid no heed to Captain Park's flushed face, striding confidently towards him. In an instant, the gazes of the two individuals ignited with fierce intensity, rendering those around them unable to lift their heads. Their positions within the sanctuary stood at the pinnacle. Although Commander Park wielded authority as the military leader, holding the reins of power, the search and rescue team of the sanctuary was under the command of Councilman Kim. While their equipment may not have matched that of the military, they could still hold their ground in a direct confrontation. Ultimately, however, Commander Park found himself at a disadvantage, as his position as the commander of the Bangnam City Defense Corps was merely a shadow cast by his family's influence. Prior to the outbreak of the zombie crisis, he had spent his days indulging alongside the eagle-eyed and the affluent. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the wealthy, he was nothing more than a high-end bodyguard. His presence could never rival that of Councilman Kim, who had ascended from humble beginnings. As his aura diminished, so too did his stature, prompting him to unconsciously take a step back and yield the path. "Thank you, Commander Park." Councilman Kim smiled as he patted Commander Park on the shoulder, leading Cao Ning toward the lobby of the office building. Yet, after only a few steps, the voice of Commander Park echoed from behind. "Wait a moment. Who is he?" Chapter 113. A worthless individual reliant solely on family. "This is my assistant." Minister Jean paused, turning to look at Chief Park. "Assistant? I do not recall ever encountering this individual. Unable to manage you, do you believe your companions can?" Chief Park seemed to have found an outlet for his frustration and immediately pressed on. His intent was not merely to embarrass Minister Jean, but primarily due to his unfamiliarity with Cao Ning. It was not that he had encountered many individuals that he could easily remember. Rather, it was the aura emanating from Cao Ning that was far from that of a mere clerical assistant. Though he had not experienced the true trials of warfare, he had encountered many who exuded a bloodthirsty essence, and Cao Ning surpassed them all in intensity. He had a nagging suspicion that the man before him could very well be the one responsible for the massacre at the Research Institute the previous night. Furthermore, the fact that Minister Jean had replaced his assistant so swiftly following the incident only intensified his belief in his instincts. However, he was not one to act recklessly. He quickly instructed those around him to summon the guards who had been on duty at the teaching building the night before. Seeing Chief Park's actions, Minister Jean narrowed his eyes, his tone turning decidedly unfriendly. "What is this, Chief Park? Unable to touch me, you intend to target those around me? Humph. No need for your interruptions. I suspect this individual beside you is connected to last night's events." In the face of Minister Jin's accusations, a flicker of excitement and mockery passed through Chief Park's eyes. The minister's attitude provided him with further reason to believe that this man was indeed linked to the previous night's incident, as he had never before made such statements, even when his secretary of over a decade had faced his ire. "Evidence. Evidence? I will summon the guards from last night. They will confirm whether this man is indeed the same." Chief Park had crafted a clever scheme, but Minister Jean retorted, "How can we trust your motives? Who knows if you've secretly instructed them? You are spouting baseless accusations." Chief Park's face flushed crimson from the rebuke. Minister Jean spoke the truth. Chief Park had indeed engaged in falsifications for personal gain in the past. However, as long as he did not encroach upon anyone's significant interests and had the backing of his family, such matters had faded away. Yet, these truths were known only to a select few in the upper echelons, and now being publicly called out by Minister Jean left him momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. After all, he was from the military, adept at navigating the realms of corruption and the extravagant expenditures of the elite, but had little experience with such governmental disputes. Just as he pondered how to defend himself, a commanding voice resonated from behind. "Minister Jean, Chief Park, why are you not entering?" At the sound, the crowd parted to form a path. The newcomer was none other than Mayor Lee of Bangan City, the current figurehead in authority. Seeing Mayor Lee, Chief Park appeared as if he had found a savior, quickly approaching him to recount the events that had just transpired. After listening, Mayor Lee's gaze shifted to Cao Ning. He scrutinized him from head to toe before leaning in to whisper a few words to his secretary. The secretary nodded repeatedly and hurriedly rushed outside. Noticing that Congressman Jean seemed poised to speak, Mayor Lee interjected first. Congressman Jean, please remain calm. Director Park's actions are motivated by our shelter's safety. Mayor Lee, even if Director Park is concerned for safety, he cannot unjustly accuse others. It seems to me that he is merely pursuing personal vendettas. Upon hearing Congressman Jin's words, Director Park swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Mayor Lee. Exuding an air reminiscent of a fox borrowing the authority of a tiger. Congressman Jean, one must speak with evidence. Humph, your petty demeanor disgusts me. Likewise. But since you allege I am acting out of personal spite, pray tell, where did this individual come from? Why did you change assistants today? Mere hours after last night's incident? What? Must I seek your approval to change an assistant? Huh, that is unnecessary. For who are you, Congressman Jean? However, if you cannot elucidate this matter, it implies a connection between this person and last night's events. Humph, Assistant Sun has been unwell these past few days. I granted him leave yesterday, a fact well known to the logistics department. Is there any issue with my bringing a temporary assistant today? You dimwit. As more and more people gathered, Congressman Jean chose to let loose his frustration. Oh, for heaven's sake, who are you even referring to? I'm referring to you. All you do is drink and chase women. What else are you capable of? A worthless individual relying solely on family. Upon hearing Congressman Jean publicly airing his shortcomings, Director Park was instantly incensed. Though he was aware that his position as director was obtained through less than honorable means, he refused to be portrayed as utterly disgraceful. This was pure slander. Disregarding the decorum of the setting, he stepped forward, ready to confront. Enough. Do you not realize where we are? Are you not ashamed? Truly. As the head figure, his words carried weight. At his command, Director Park halted his aggressive movements, though his gaze remained fixed on Congressman Jean. In turn, Congressman Jean regarded Director Park with eyes full of mockery and disdain. Here you both are, an elected official and a director, causing a ruckus. What will the common folk think of us? Observing the escalating tension, Mayor Lee interjected once more. Congressman Jean, Director Park's actions were indeed somewhat excessive. Yet they were driven by a concern for the safety of our shelter, would you not agree? Seeing Congressman Jean silent, Mayor Lee's brow furrowed. In truth, there were significant issues surrounding Congressman Jean following the events of the previous night. He contemplated forcibly retrieving someone from Jin's residence. Yet the rescue team's authority lay within Jin's grasp, and the area surrounding the villa was under the influence of the rescue team. Moreover, he had numerous supporters backing him. Acting impulsively could result in a complete breakdown of their fragile peace and provoke even worse repercussions. Thus, he had hastily convened a meeting with all senior officials to compel Congressman Jean to relinquish the individual in question. However, the current setting was not suitable for such confrontations. Maintaining his public image was still paramount. Congressman Jean, I instructed my secretary to summon the guard from last night for a confrontation. If he has indeed misidentified the person, I shall request Master Park to extend an apology to you. Upon hearing Mayor Lee's words, even if Congressman Jean was reluctant, he had no choice but to lower his head. Observing that both parties had calmed down, Mayor Lee intended to enter the office building. However, upon noticing Cao Ning, he instinctively dismissed that thought. One reason was his own safety, and another was the potential threat posed by this individual, should he indeed be the one from last night. The confined space of the room was not something an ordinary person could manage. Although it was cold here, the area was spacious and, crucially, there were many guards present. If this person was confirmed, apprehending him would be much simpler. As he contemplated this, Mayor Lee felt quite pleased with his decision. Consequently, he resumed casual conversation with Master Park and Congressman Jean. Of course, everyone present was aware of the mayor's intentions, and thus they cooperated willingly. The three titans of Bangan City stood beneath the office building, engaged in jovial discourse, surrounded by numerous executives. Public servants arriving for work, unaware of the situation, hesitated to ascend the building and remained standing below. Unbeknownst to them, the crowd gathered increasingly larger. Just as Mayor Lee began to feel impatient, his secretary arrived with a dozen guards in tow. Mayor Lee briefly outlined the situation and instructed the guards who had supported the teaching building last night to identify Cao Ning. Thanks to the makeup applied that morning, nearly all the guards shook their heads in denial. Are you certain? Look closely. Upon hearing Master Park's words, the guards stepped forward for a more thorough examination. In the end, they still shook their heads, asserting that it was not him. Mayor Lee, Master Park, and their entourage sighed in unison. Since it was not the individual in question, Mayor Lee felt it inappropriate to pursue the matter further. Just as he was about to concede when he heard one guard muttering quietly, "What did you say? Speak up." "Mayor, I said nothing. It's all right. Just repeat what you said a moment ago. You won't be blamed for any mistake." "Well, I just thought his physique resembled that of the person from last night." "Physique?" Everyone scrutinized the individual closely, as if suddenly struck by a revelation. "Secretary Wong, fetch a basin of water." "Certainly, Mayor." Just as Secretary Wong turned to head towards the office building, a phrase in Longwa language instantly silenced the entire assembly. "Congressman Jean, is everyone present?" Chapter 114. Are you traitorous? The surrounding individuals gazed at Cao Ning in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless. However, Councilman Jean comprehended the situation, turning to Cao Ning, who was flexing his wrist, and instantly grasped his intentions. Following a swift glance around the vicinity, he nodded slightly. Most had gathered. That suffices. The charade is exhausting. As the two conversed in the language of the Dragon Nation, Colonel Park issued a loud reprimand. "What are you discussing?" he demanded. "You are a fool." With that, a long blade suddenly manifested in Cao Ning's grasp, and he lunged toward Colonel Park. "Do not approach." The colonel was cleaved in two, blood splattering onto all present, particularly on Mayor Lee, whose face was soon smeared with the crimson liquid. Yet, the two bulging eyes of Lee appeared strikingly prominent, like lanterns. It was not until a part of Colonel Park's body crashed onto him that he finally reacted, disregarding the blood on his face as he stumbled backward. "Seize him." "Damn you." Cao Ning swiftly delivered a blow to Mayor Lee. However, before the blade could reach him, his secretary interposed himself in a desperate attempt to intercept the strike. Judging by his agility, he seemed to possess some skill, aiming to catch the blade with empty hands. Yet, before he could comprehend the blade's sharpness, a silver flash had already sliced through him from top to bottom. In disbelief, the secretary was kicked aside by Cao Ning, landing atop the fleeing Mayor Lee. "Mayor Lee, your subordinate is quite loyal," Cao Ning remarked, observing the secretary's half-formed body atop Lee's. The mayor nearly retched at the sight. Trembling as he pushed the corpse away, his trousers already stained a sickly yellow. You're the bus driver from the Dragon Nation?" "Ah, I didn't expect to be so renowned." As Cao Ning's words resonated, a stir swept through the crowd. They were astonished to learn that this individual was the infamous Dragon Nation man who had caused quite a stir in Bangnan City over the past few days. A demon who regarded human life as trivial and took lives without a second thought. Many began to retreat, eager to distance themselves from the scene. "Whoever moves will die." The low voice, though not loud, resonated with the force of thunder, freezing the crowd in their tracks. All eyes were drawn to Cao Ning, who gripped the blood-stained blade, causing everyone to swallow hard. The timid among them dared not utter a sound, covering their mouths and trembling in fear. "Councilman Jean, it is time for your people to emerge." Very well." Councilman Jean wiped blood from his face and hastily retrieved a walkie-talkie, summoning the rescue team. "Councilman Jean, are you betraying the nation?" Mayor Lee's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jean. "Betrayal? Mayor Lee, how you misuse such terminology. I merely seek to eradicate the malignant tumor plaguing our country." "A malignant tumor? What do you mean?" Councilman Jean crouched before Mayor Lee, patting his cheek with a mocking glint in his eyes. "You, my friend, every day, like a dog, you grovel before the eagle, living without dignity. You are the malignancy of the nation." "No, that is not accurate." "It is, slap. It is not what it is. You are but a dog. A dog to the eagle, and because of you, countless compatriots have perished." Slap, slap, slap. "Were it not for you, the students of the esteemed girls' high school would not have become playthings for those brutes. Were it not for you, our shelter could have saved more lives. Were it not for you, our rescue team would not have suffered such grievous losses." As Senator Jean recounted Mayor Lee's transgressions, he struck him with resounding slaps, embodying the fury of a patriot confronting a treacherous traitor, wishing fervently to end his life. The atmosphere was thick with silence, broken only by the echo of slaps, until Mayor Lee succumbed to unconsciousness, at which point Senator Jean released him. Cao Ning, leaning against the wall and smoking, observed the scene with detached amusement. When Senator Jean glanced in his direction, he raised his hand in a gesture to continue. Jean nodded in affirmation and addressed the crowd. "Fellow compatriots, I understand your bewilderment regarding my actions in apprehending these two individuals. This has been a burden I have carried for far too long. Since the onset of calamity, we have endured much. We could have saved more lives, yet these two, in their pursuit of favor from the eagle, have shamelessly sacrificed their own compatriots, offering them as subjects for grotesque experiments." "Senator Jean, is this true?" The crowd erupted in disbelief, though some remained skeptical. After all, Mayor Lee's demeanor towards the public had been amiable. It seemed unjust to label him as a villain. as he had consistently sought to address the plight of the common folk without displaying any indifference to their suffering. The crowd buzzed like a flurry of restless ducklings. Senator Jean raised his hand to quiet them, and once silence fell, he produced a recording device and pressed play. "Mayor, is everything truly all right? What if they cause a commotion?" The familiar voice emanating from the speaker caused the crowd to freeze. It was unmistakably that of the severed Captain Park. Moments later, a voice even more recognizable followed. "They are all worthless. Should they dare to stir trouble, eliminate them all." Worthless? Those words had escaped Mayor Lee's lips. Some still found it hard to believe, but the next statement plunged them into despair. This time, the Eagle requires 2,000 individuals for experimentation, including 500 women. Seek out the younger ones, particularly the daughters of those wretches. This time, they must not only possess beauty but also robust constitutions, for the last batch perished shortly after. And General Mike is not pleased. As the recording concluded, the crowd erupted in outrage, their eyes glistening with tears of fury, teeth clenched in indignation. Witnessing Mayor Lee, disoriented and mumbling incoherently, they felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate him. "Comrades, I bear guilt. I am powerless. I have failed to rescue our brethren." As he spoke, Councillor Jin's eyes brimmed with tears, and he bowed deeply to those present. The surrounding crowd, witnessing Councillor Jin's sorrow, was also overcome with emotion, hastily insisting that it was not his fault, but rather that of Mayor Lee and Director Park, those wretched creatures, whether their sentiments were genuine or merely feigned. Cao Ning found the spectacle quite entertaining, finishing one cigarette only to light another. It resembled the fervor of electioneering, indeed amusing. Once the crowd's emotions had stabilized somewhat, Councillor Jean proclaimed, "Comrades, as the saying goes, one must break before one can stand. Since the onset of the disaster, the global landscape has shifted. We can no longer endure oppression from foreign powers. We must cleanse ourselves of this humiliation. Expel the Eagle." Upon hearing the call to expel the Eagle, the crowd collectively gasped. For years, the weight of the Eagle had pressed upon them, nearly suffocating. Whenever they erred, not only were they exempt from punishment, but they were also forced to smile and return the offenders. There was fear, disdain, and undeniably, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration in many eyes. Expel the Eagle. Long live our great nation. Inspired by a few, an increasing number of voices rose in fervent chant. Expel the Eagle. Long live our great nation. While the atmosphere was electric, many gazes still reflected scorn and pity. Was the Eagle, so formidable, truly so easily vanquished? Such notions were but the dreams of fools. Some even whipped out their phones to record the unfolding events, preparing to report back to the Eagle for accolades. Chapter 115. The southern city of Bangnan is yours. Councillor Jean, not blind to the situation, had been keenly observing the expressions and movements of the hostile factions from the very beginning. With a cold snort, he inwardly cursed their foolhardiness. "Everyone, please quiet down. I have matters of importance to discuss." Upon hearing Councillor Jin's call, the crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed upon him. "Before we can drive out the Eagle Nation, we must first cleanse our ranks of internal traitors. Do you not agree?" "Indeed, Councillor Jean speaks the truth." The people around him nodded in agreement. They were not fools. If the Eagle Nation were to learn of their affairs, it would certainly jeopardize their grand ambitions. In fact, their endeavor could be extinguished before it even began. "Very well. After enduring humiliation for so many years, I can finally root out these parasites of the nation, the lackeys of the Eagle Nation. Rescue team, here." Unbeknownst to them, the perimeter was already filled with warriors clad in blue and red combat uniforms. The composition of these individuals was diverse, yet their overall caliber was commendable. They comprised city rescue personnel, police officers, and numerous retired soldiers. Bangnan City had only two armed forces. One was the military, primarily tasked with exterminating the city's zombies, and the other was the rescue team, responsible for the safety of shelters and the rescue of survivors within the city. However, with the establishment of numerous private shelters, their external rescue operations had been scarce, and they had primarily focused on maintaining order within these sanctuaries. From this moment on, I shall call out names for arrest. Should anyone attempt to flee, they shall be killed on the spot. Understood? Understood. The captain of the rescue team, a burly man, had served as Councillor Jin's driver since his retirement from the military. With Councillor Jin's support, he had ascended to the position of captain of the city rescue team. Following the outbreak of the disaster, he had come to command over 3,000 rescue personnel, thus becoming a staunch ally of Councillor Jin. Upon receiving the command, he swiftly organized the crowd into two factions. One group formed a large encirclement around the gathered individuals, while the other took position beside Councillor Jin, awaiting orders to apprehend the traitors. Seeing this unfolding scene, a wave of unrest swept through the crowd, many eyes filled with trepidation. "Councillor Jin, what are you doing?" "Yes, Councillor Jin. Even if you're apprehending traitors, you cannot restrict our freedom." This is a violation of human rights. As a few outspoken individuals voiced their protests, a growing sense of unease permeated the assembly. Could it be that they were aware of something they should not know? And that they were to be silenced? Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, silence enveloped the crowd. Enough. The counselor is apprehending traitors. If you're innocent, stand still. The counselor will not wrongfully accuse a good person. The resolute captain of the rescue team holstered his weapon and stepped aside, allowing Counselor Jean to take center stage. Counselor Jean was quite pleased with the captain's actions. He was indeed a loyal protege. It seems that additional burdens must be placed upon him in the future. Fear not, for as long as one remains true to oneself, there is no need for trepidation. I shall only pursue traitors. With this declaration, he produced a sheet of white paper from his pocket, inscribed with a multitude of names. Li Changpu from the Southern Materials Bureau. No, I am not a traitor. You are mistaken, Counselor Jean. In the crowd, a middle-aged man, his face contorted in terror, knelt upon the ground, vociferously proclaiming his innocence. Still attempting to argue. On the 18th of last month, you were seen in the company of Mayor Li at the Yuntai Hotel meeting with foreign agents. Have you forgotten so quickly? No. I merely went to study a foreign language. I truly am innocent. Li Changpu, pleading on the ground, insisted it was a complete misunderstanding. How could frequent visits to the hotel with Mayor Li for language study render him a traitor? Still deflecting. Seize him and ascertain the extent of his betrayal against our compatriots. Yes, the rescue team captain gestured, and two members stepped forward. Witnessing Li Changpu's desperate struggles, they unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. Even as he succumbed to unconsciousness, he continued to cry out in protest of his innocence. Yet, no one cared for his plight. At that moment, Counselor Jin's influence soared to unprecedented heights. Many, upon hearing his words, deemed him a loyal patriot. Thus, they would not dare question Jin's list. Those with guilty consciences, wishing to vanish into the earth, would never risk taking a stand. One after another, officials once held in high esteem were apprehended by the rescue team. Some, like Li Changpu, vociferously protested their innocence, while others remained silent, bearing expressions of despair. This was not merely a pursuit of foreign agents, it was Counselor Jin's purge of opposing forces. With their very lives at stake, what resistance could they muster? Naturally, some refused to succumb to fate, daring to seek an escape. Regrettably, mere flesh could not shield them from bullets. Before they could run far, the outer rescue team riddled them with gunfire. By noon, Counselor Jean had successfully cleared the area, leaving nearly half of the individuals apprehended. Cao Ning remained, seated atop the stone lion in front of the office building, munching on seeds. This spectacle was far more entertaining than any television drama. However, it must be said that Counselor Jean was indeed ruthless. Whether they were foreign agents or political rivals, none were spared. Once all was concluded, the scene was left with only Cao Ning and Counselor Jean, alongside the rescue team leader and several members. As Counselor Jean approached Cao Ning, the rescue team leader intended to follow. No need to worry. Upon hearing this, the leader halted, though his gaze remained fixed upon Cao Ning. Counselor Jean nonchalantly settled onto the steps beside Cao Ning, producing a cigarette and attempting to ignite it with a lighter. Yet, despite his efforts, the lighter refused to spark. Just as he was about to concede, a lighter fell into his lap. Counselor Jean chuckled, his hands trembling slightly as he finally succeeded in lighting the flame. Comfortable. Observing the expression of sheer enjoyment on Senator Jin's face, Cao Ning chuckled with intrigue. This splendid southern city is indeed your dominion. However, it is still early. Besides the military base of the Eagle Nation, there exists a conglomerate alliance as well. Are you unable to contend with them? Although it poses certain challenges. They are merely challenges. Haha, then I wish you swift success. Brother Cao, your words are indeed reassuring. I shall depend on you in the future. Hiki. Well, let us dispense with the pleasantries. I must prepare to take my leave. Upon hearing Cao Ning's words, Senator Jean instinctively clenched his fist, then smiled and said, Captain Zhang, please gather your team and bring the crystal cores for loading. The rescue captain paused in surprise, glanced at Cao Ning, then nodded in agreement. As they watched the rescue captain depart, neither Cao Ning nor Senator Jean uttered a word, simply sharing a moment of silent contemplation with their cigarettes. After a while, two large trucks approached from the distance and halted before Cao Ning. The rescue captain leaped from the vehicle, carrying a ledger in hand. Sir, this is our entire inventory of crystal cores, estimated to be over 93,000. Please take a look. Senator Jean received the ledger without a glance and immediately handed it to Cao Ning. Brother Cao, these are the earnest deposits, once we secure the Eagle Nation. The remainder shall be yours with both hands. Chapter 116. The Advantages of Having Sisters. Outside the window, snowflakes danced gracefully in the air. Inside the main suite of the bus, the atmosphere was vibrant with the essence of spring. The The presence was overwhelmingly delightful. Glancing at the enchanting companions murmuring beside him, Cao Ning chuckled softly, shaking his head. He had only left for one night, yet he had not anticipated such a severe consequence. It seemed that Su Xiaowen and the others had conspired, dragging him back into the room during daylight. They vowed to fight until the very last drop. However, he could not simply concede. The battle was fierce and reciprocal, yet ultimately, his formidable strength prevailed, subduing the group. This experience was indeed exhilarating, albeit somewhat taxing. Clearly, he needed to enhance his capabilities further, as there was only a single level separating him from the others. He intended to rise, but Su Xiaowen and Wong Luoxue held him tightly around the waist, compelling him to remain reclined. He managed to extricate his arm, gently pushing them inward through their flowing hair. Observing them clinging to him like playful kittens brought an indescribable sense of satisfaction to Cao Ning. After lounging for a while longer, he decided to open the system panel and review his information. The data regarding the bus and the companions remained largely unchanged. The only notable improvement was in the physical capabilities of the women, a benefit derived from the absorption of loyalty potions. Although the increase was modest, it was better than nothing. His upgrade points were still over 40,000, which was far from sufficient for enhancing the bus. It appeared that his focus should shift towards hunting zombies and mutated flora and fauna. In addition to acquiring upgrade points, he needed to collect advanced crystal cores. Currently, to evolve into a level 4 genetic warrior, he was still missing a level 4 animal crystal core. Aside from the evolution liquid, his weaponry also required an upgrade, as the level 1 long sword was becoming increasingly inadequate, especially when facing level 3 zombies, fearing it might break under pressure. Moreover, he needed to gather more resources. Despite having secured a considerable amount from dismantling 2 shelters, he realized the necessity for long-term planning. He sensed that, apart from the zombie catastrophe, other natural disasters were likely to follow. With the global network still operational, survivors with access were sharing information online, whether seeking rescue or sharing grievances. Nearly every survivor shared a consensus. This calamity would not conclude easily. After all, with snow falling at the equator, no one could guarantee that other disasters would not occur. Therefore, in this moment of absolute advantage, it was imperative to collect as many resources as possible. As he contemplated his next move to gather crystal cores, he felt a gentle warmth on his cheek. Had she awakened? Upon seeing Zhang Lan open her eyes, Cao Ning affectionately ruffled her hair. Dear husband, what are you thinking about? She inquired. I was pondering where we might go next for some leisure. Leisure? In a place as devastated as this, where can we possibly enjoy ourselves? It would be far more comfortable to stay at home. Zhang Lan pouted. After traversing such a long distance, she had little hope left for any excursions. The scenic spots and historical sites had been largely destroyed, venturing out now merely meant gazing at crumbling ruins. A sight that was becoming monotonous. The only interest lies in the prospect of acquiring goods at no cost, yet within the confines of this desolate city. Such an endeavor proves to be quite elusive. Either other shelters have seized the opportunity, or the landscape has been reduced to ruins, significantly inferior to that found domestically. Thus, it is preferable to remain on the bus, indulging in culinary delights and leisurely activities. The camaraderie among sisters brings forth its own advantages, crafting desserts together, engaging in card games, singing, and binge-watching series. Most importantly, the presence of Cao Ning in the evenings transforms each moment into a celestial experience, provided one possesses sufficient stamina. After years of relentless toil and financial gain, never has there been a sense of relaxation and joy quite like this. Therefore, unless Cao Ning insists on venturing out for target practice, she would rather remain indefinitely aboard the bus. Indeed, while such sentiments are expressed, it is not entirely prudent to remain confined within the vehicle. Formidable zombies and creatures may emerge, and thus, we must seize this opportunity to enhance our capabilities. My husband is right. I have grown complacent. Observing her sheepishly stick out her tongue, Cao Ning leaned in to plant a kiss. We shall have ample time for you to indulge in laziness. Do not forget, the higher the level of a genetic warrior, the longer we shall thrive. Yes, we must strive for longevity. Very good, she exclaimed. Husband, I want that too. And me, brother, I wish to stay by your side forever. Noticing that Su Xiaowen, Wong Luoxue, and Zhang Wei had all awakened, Cao Ning promptly nodded in agreement. All right, it is getting late. You must be hungry. I shall prepare a meal for you. Glancing at the clock, which approached 10 in the morning, Cao Ning attempted to rise but was abruptly pulled back by Wong Luoxue. Husband, feed me first. How do I do that? Cao Ning was momentarily bewildered as Wong Luoxue wrapped her arm around his. Humph, you are biased. Last night you fed Xiaowen, Lan Lan, and Wei Wei until they were full, yet I am still waiting. But you said you didn't want any. I want a baby. By mid-afternoon, they finally sat down to their first meal of the day: stir-fried beef tendons, clear-braised venison tendons, and charcoal-grilled oysters. Yet, these culinary delights were crafted with love by the women in his life, and they must not be taken for granted. Under the eager gazes of the ladies, they even polished off the soup. Apart from Cao Ning, Wang Liu felt somewhat unsatisfied. Having gone hungry since the previous day, she had anticipated a better feast. But upon seeing the spread, she hesitated to begin eating. Although the dishes were undeniably exquisite, their flavors fell short of expectations. Initially intending to protest for something different, she ultimately acquiesced under the influence of her elder sisters. After the meal, Cao Ning languidly collapsed onto the sofa, lost in thought. Indifferent to the playful teasing of the women surrounding him, entering what could only be described as a sage mode. After tidying the dining area, the women gathered around him. Some fed him fruit, others massaged his legs, and still others offered back rubs. Only then did Cao Ning smile contentedly. Let us prepare fewer of these dishes in the future. You all know my limits, and I nearly became nauseated. Oh dear husband. This is merely a proactive supplement. We cannot focus solely on production. We must replenish regularly. Brother, Luo Xue is correct. We should heed her advice. She is the expert. Zhang Lan and Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. From yesterday to today, it has been quite a whirlwind. They were fearful of injuring Cao Ning's back. You all, sigh. Very well. Faced with the eager gazes of the crowd, Cao Ning had no choice but to acquiesce. Darling, you're being so good, give me a kiss, Mua. After Cao Ning's agreement, the others finally felt satisfied. Where shall we go next, darling? Upon hearing Zhang Lan's inquiry, the others turned their attention to Cao Ning. The morning's discussion had been interrupted. Yet they had still caught wind of it. It was not yet the time to completely relax. There was a pressing need to enhance their strength. Cao Ning turned over and retrieved a tablet. He opened the map of Bangnan City and began his search. In truth, he wished to venture to Daba Mountain, located 140 kilometers away from Bangnan City, but based on previous experiences, such a round trip would take at least 5 or 6 days. He had an arrangement with Councilman Jean, and once Councilman Jean secured the third largest consortium as shelter in Bangnan City, they were to proceed to the military base of Eagle Sauce together. Given the strength of the official shelters, acquiring the consortium's shelter should take no more than 3 days. Therefore, for the time being, it was prudent to select a destination that was closer. With this reasoning in mind and considering his current needs, he ultimately settled on a more suitable location. Let us head to the National Geological Park of Bangnan City. Chapter 117. Level 3 Mutated Plant. Ice arrow grass, how delightful it is. The weariness that enveloped my body has utterly dissipated. I never anticipated that such a splendid place would exist here. Remarkably, we have it all to ourselves. On the very first day in the National Geological Park of Bangnan City, the group stumbled upon this pristine mountaintop hot spring, untouched by pollution. In stark contrast to the surrounding snow-capped scenery, a few resilient plants thrived near the spring. The water temperature hovered around 40 degrees, and mist billowed upwards, creating an ethereal ambience akin to a hidden paradise. Upon entering this park, the group initially felt as if they had arrived in a world before the apocalypse. This location is far removed from urban areas, with very few survivors or zombies in sight. Adjacent to the hot spring lies a resort hotel, which has suffered minimal damage. It appears that the establishment received news of the zombie outbreak and evacuated hastily. Apart from a few disheveled rooms, the overall facilities remained intact. If not for safety concerns, the group might have genuinely considered staying in this luxurious hotel. However, this notion was quickly dismissed. Despite the opulence, the frigid temperatures would necessitate an exorbitant amount of fuel to heat the place, rendering it impractical. Nevertheless, the group did not overlook the resources available. They collected snacks and beverages from the vending machines and gathered food and drinks from the kitchen storeroom. They even acquired several large barrels of pickled vegetables, sufficient to sustain them for years to come. After a long day of activity, Cao Ning and the women luxuriated in the hot spring, sipping on drinks while admiring the snowy landscape, reveling in the comfort. With their safety assured, Cao Ning released 5 young monkeys into the surroundings. Since their previous venture against the Holy Master, Cao Ning had recognized the immense potential of these young monkeys. In recent days, he not only trained the women in marksmanship but also took the monkeys along to hunt other mutated beasts. The young monkeys have developed an impressive synergy, now capable of understanding simple commands. Thanks to the accumulation of numerous crystal cores, these monkeys have evolved into level 3 mutated beasts, exhibiting significant enhancements in speed, endurance, strength, and agility. They even surpassed the original level 3 mutated Monkey King in prowess. Now, on the periphery of the geological park, the young monkeys encountered virtually no adversaries. During their time in the park, they served as guardians for the women. On one occasion, While exploring a hidden cave, a level 3 mutated snake suddenly lunged towards the group, targeting Wong Liu. Upon witnessing the snake's gaping maw revealing its sharp fangs, Wong Liu froze in terror. Cao Ning intended to strike down the creature, yet one of the monkeys, positioned alongside the group, swiftly restrained him. As fellow level 3 mutated beings, the confrontation between the snake and the monkey was a fierce contest. However, the snake leveraged its size advantage in an attempt to constrict the monkey. Fortunately, the monkey's teeth were exceptionally sharp, sinking deeply into the snake's vulnerable spot until it was severed in two. As the young monkey valiantly dispatched a formidable mutated snake, cheers erupted from the onlookers and the other juvenile monkeys. Cao Ning felt a deep sense of satisfaction, declaring that the initial trade had indeed been worthwhile. At that moment, Cao Ning and her companions were luxuriating in a hot spring, while 5 young monkeys stood guard nearby. Just as they were admiring the sunset, the monkeys emitted unsettling cries. Exchanging worried glances, they hastily donned their clothing and emerged from the warm waters. After several days of training, Su Xiaowen and her companions had developed a commendable synergy. Upon returning to the bus, Su Xiaowen, Wang Luoxiue, and Zhang Lan donned their combat attire, armed themselves, and cautiously clambered out of the bus's sunroof to survey their surroundings. Zhang Wei and Wang Luoyu busily prepared ammunition, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Cao Ning approached the young monkeys, wielding her newly upgraded level 2 long knife. Noticing the monkeys' continuous growls directed at the dense forest, she too peered into the shadows beyond. Although the twilight enveloped the area, it posed no hindrance to Cao Ning. The acute sensitivity and instinctual awareness of danger possessed by animals undoubtedly surpassed that of humans. After a prolonged observation, Cao Ning discerned something unusual within the thicket. A patch of pale green, nearly translucent vegetation was frantically spreading outward, halting just shy of 10 meters from her. However, in other directions, the growth persisted unabated. "Brother, what are these plants?" "Darling, step back a bit." Clearly, Su Xiaowen, Wang Luoxiue, and Zhang Lan, positioned atop the bus, had also spotted the peculiar flora through their scopes. Not entirely sure, but they are undoubtedly mutated plants. Just as she contemplated using the system to identify them, the plants unexpectedly launched an assault. With a swift whoosh, countless pale green ice needles hurtled toward Cao Ning and the young monkeys. Uncertain of the ice needle's potency, Cao Ning dared not take risks and quickly donned a disposable, transparent bulletproof vest. When the ice needles struck her, they shattered upon impact. However, the same could not be said for the young monkeys, who screeched in distress, leaping in all directions as they were pierced. No matter how they attempted to shield themselves, the needles found their mark. "Fall back! Fall back!" Seeing the young monkeys battered and bruised, Cao Ning shouted urgently. She was unaware if the ice needles possessed any additional toxins beyond their piercing capabilities. Responding to their owner's command, the young monkeys fled rapidly toward the bus, leaving behind their painful cries. The women watched in anguish as the monkeys appeared like hedgehogs, each wounded and suffering. Wang Luoyu was particularly distraught, tears streaming down her face. She had yet to become Cao Ning's beloved, but during her time spent with him, these young monkeys had been her cherished companions, forging a bond far deeper than with others. Just as she attempted to rush down to assist them, Zhang Wei intervened, blocking her path. "Xiaoyu, do not be hasty. Woe is me. Sister Wei, Chu Chao and the others have all sustained injuries. Let us pause for a moment. We shall await my husband's return. If there are toxins present, any contact could prove detrimental. This, Sister Wei. Woe is me." Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, Wang Liu managed to regain some composure, averted her gaze from the monkey cub, and nestled into Zhang Wei's embrace, weeping softly. At that moment, Cao Ning returned, hastening to examine the monkey cub, covered in wounds and adorned with ice needles. "Master, what plant was that? Are these ice needles poisonous?" "Host, it has been detected that this is a level 3 mutated plant known as ice arrow grass, a flora with a strong territorial instinct. The more land it occupies, the higher its level. The ice arrows it launches possess strong penetrative capabilities, yet they contain no toxins." Hearing the system's response, Cao Ning finally felt a sense of relief. As long as there are no toxins, the monkey cub's resilient skin will heal in a few days. How should we deal with these ice arrows? Should we simply pull them out? They can either be pulled out or subjected to fire or boiling water. Once these ice arrows exceed 0 degrees, they will melt away. Boiling water? How convenient. The hot spring is right nearby. Consequently, Cao Ning swiftly led several monkey cubs to the hot spring, instructing them to leap into the water. The monkey cubs understood Cao Ning's intent and, without hesitation, jumped into the hot spring one after another. Before long, Cao Ning observed the ice needles melting from the monkey cubs' bodies, visibly dissolving. "Master, how can we eradicate the ice arrow grass?" "By employing fire or hot water. The ice arrowgrass is sensitive to high temperatures and flames. To completely eliminate it, one must locate the mother plant and incinerate it. Having obtained the desired answer, Cao Ning headed straight toward the bus, retrieved a barrel of gasoline, and proceeded toward the ice arrowgrass, enveloped in a disposable invisibility bulletproof suit. The effectiveness had yet to expire. Chapter 118. The ice arrowgrass evolves into a level 4 mutant plant. The quest for the ice arrowgrass's mother plant proved to be far more troublesome than anticipated. Despite expending an entire barrel of gasoline, I succeeded in killing only a few, while the area of the ice arrowgrass expanded significantly. Moreover, the plants bore a striking resemblance to one another, making the search for the mother plant exceedingly arduous. This predicament left Cao Ning in a quandary. Not only was he unable to locate the mother plant, but his disposable invisible bulletproof suit was also nearing its expiration. As he observed the increasingly dense ice needles, he had no choice but to retreat from the thicket. Sensing the threat dissipate, the ice arrowgrass surged ravenously towards Cao Ning's bus. How spiteful, faced with the dense cluster of ice needles. Even the most resilient bulletproof attire could not quell the tremor in Cao Ning's heart. Noticing that the ice arrowgrass was less than 100 meters from the bus, he hastily retrieved another barrel of gasoline and poured it in the direction of the advancing plants. The effect was commendable, as the wall of flames hindered the advance of the ice arrowgrass. Yet, it merely served as a temporary barrier. Those ice plants distant from the fire continued their relentless approach. It was as if they had sworn not to relent until they had claimed Cao Ning's life. Presently, he had but two options: either locate and incinerate the mother plant or vacate the premises altogether. The most prudent course of action would be to leave this perilous locale. Yet Cao Ning felt a pang of reluctance. After all, this was a level 3 mutant plant. Acquiring its crystal core would enable him to elevate his long dagger to a level 3 weapon. Such an advancement promised a qualitative leap. Just as Cao Ning contemplated his choice, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Host. Detection indicates that the current ice arrowgrass has evolved into level 4 ice arrowgrass. What? It's already at level 4? Yet, through the dimming flames, he discerned that the ice arrowgrass had proliferated extensively. The entire thicket of ice arrowgrass shimmered under the glow of the setting sun, akin to a thorny rose, both alluring and perilous. No, I must retreat at once. This plant is far too sinister. Attempting to locate the mother plant amid this vast expanse of ice arrowgrass would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even should he expend several disposable bulletproof suits, the likelihood of success remained grim. If he desired the crystal core of the ice arrowgrass, he could either venture to Bangnan City to procure destructive incendiary devices or purchase advanced technology from the system's marketplace. However, upon reviewing the prices, Cao Ning felt a pang of hesitation. Thus, he concluded that securing resources without expenditure would yield the best value. Observing the flames gradually extinguishing, Cao Ning swiftly returned to the bus. Su Xiaowen, Wong Luoxue, and the others soon gathered around him, their faces etched with concern. Darling, what should we do now? Should we retreat? Indeed, we must withdraw. The ice arrowgrass has escalated to level 4, which cannot be vanquished by conventional weaponry. All right, then let us hasten our departure. It's a pity about the hot springs here. As they gazed at the nearby mist-shrouded hot springs, the group expressed their regret. Ever since the calamity struck, they had struggled to find such a picturesque and tranquil haven, and now they had barely begun to enjoy it before being forced to leave. Enough of this sorrow, my friends. We shall return in a few days. The hot springs will still be here. Brother, given the perilous nature of this place, will we truly come back? Su Xiaowen glanced at the approaching ice arrowgrass, unable to suppress a swallow in her throat. The wounds on the little monkeys were still vivid in her mind. Even those with tough hides could not withstand its assault. How could her group possibly endure it? It was certain they would return, as this mutated plant had advanced to level 4. If they could obtain its crystal core and forge it into a level 4 weapon, their strength would experience a transformative leap. The very thought of wielding a level 4 long sword and wreaking havoc sent a wave of excitement through Cao Ning. The women, though somewhat apprehensive upon hearing his words, ultimately supported his decision. The bus departed from the hot spring hotel just moments before the fiery wall extinguished. As the ice arrowgrass sensed its adversaries attempting to flee, it spread wildly in pursuit, unleashing countless icy needles. Although the sound was inaudible, the sight of the densely packed ice shards shattering against the glass left the group somewhat rattled. Fortunately, the bus moved swiftly, soon escaping the range of the ice arrowgrass's attack. It was only after exiting the Bangnan Geological Park that the vehicle's speed began to decrease. As the bus made its way towards the city center of Bangnan, the intercom emitted a series of beeps. Sir, are you there? The voice belonged to Li Huanya, which surprised Cao Ning. Though she reported her daily findings every night, she had never contacted him at this hour. Was there something troublesome afoot? I'm here. Speak directly if there is something to discuss. Sir, someone from the official shelter just visited and stated that we are to merge with the official shelter. Merge with the official shelter? Whose orders were these? Cao Ning furrowed his brow, reasoning that Councilman Jean should be aware of the relationship between Li Huanya's shelter and his own. Surely he wouldn't dare to cross such a line. I'm not entirely sure. The visitor was an official representative from the shelter, she replied. All right, I understand. I will inquire with Councilman Jean about this. Understood, sir. By the way, do you wish to join the official shelter? Sir, I escaped from the official shelter. Ah, so she had no desire to re-enter. Very well. I comprehend. Is there anything else you need, sir? Actually, have you recently confiscated any weapons of mass destruction? Weapons of mass destruction? Yes. Missiles or incendiary devices. Sir, we haven't come across any of those. Most of what we've gathered are standard firearms and ammunition, with the most powerful being 2 rocket launchers. All right, I shall figure out the weapon situation myself. I will terminate the call now. As he closed the intercom, Cao Ning fell into deep contemplation. This Councilman Jean was quite intriguing. It was unclear whether he was simply foolish or out of touch with reality. Did he truly believe that becoming the head of the official shelter granted him unchecked power? Nevertheless, it was not yet time for conflict. He still required Jin's assistance against the ice arrow grass. Thus, Cao Ning reopened the intercom to contact Councilman Jean. What can I do for you, Cao? Nothing of great importance. I have merely realized that it won't be long before Bangnan City ceases to exist. On the other end of the intercom, there was a moment of silence, followed by a shift in Senator Jin's tone, which became both authoritative and somewhat somber. Brother Cao, what do you mean by that? Senator Jean, you misunderstand. I have been exploring the geological park these past few days, and today I discovered a mutated plant. Ah, I thought it was something significant. Isn't it just a mere flower or grass? There are plenty of mutations in the city. Hearing the dismissive tone in Senator Jin's words, Cao Ning chuckled. It's a level 4 mutated organism. It has the potential for infinite expansion. What do you mean by infinite expansion? Brother Cao, could you be more specific? Isn't it obvious? This mutated plant can reproduce indefinitely. Not only does it propagate at an astonishing rate, but the larger the area it occupies, the higher its level. I estimate it has likely taken over the entire geological park by now. What? Brother Cao, you mustn't be deceiving me. Why would I deceive you? If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. All right, brother, I'll wait for you there. Chapter 119, The Eastward Diversion of Calamity. Cao Ning terminated the intercom, promptly turning the bus around and pulling over to the roadside. Brother, aren't we heading to the city center? Su Xiaowen inquired, sensing the bus had come to a halt as she leaned in with curiosity. Not for now. The one surnamed Jean will arrive shortly. We shall entrust him with the handling of this icy arrow grass. Brother, if they come, can we kill them? Perhaps. But the cost would be considerable. After pondering for a moment, Cao Ning concluded that eradicating the frost grass solely through fire would likely require an extensive amount of gasoline. After all, the quantity of the icy arrow grass was no small matter. When they departed, the frost grass had already claimed dominion over the entire mountaintop of the Hot Spring Hotel. By the time Councilman Jean arrived, it was likely to have overtaken half of the geological park, coupled with subsequent explorations, tests, and the transportation of weapons and ammunition. It was estimated that the entirety of the geological park would ultimately be overrun. And what if we cannot kill them? If we cannot, then it is simply their fate. We must continue with our duties. Oh dear, brother. Cao Ning enveloped Su Xiaowen in his embrace, captivated by her bashful demeanor, and could not resist planting a gentle kiss on her lips. Brother, please don't. They're all behind us. Upon hearing Su Xiaowen's words, Cao Ning adjusted her face to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked, and Su Xiaowen was the first to falter. Xiaowen, look at me. Wah, what is it? Brother? Do not ever feel constrained in the future, understand? At his words, Su Xiaowen trembled slightly, instinctively lowering her head. Brother, what are you saying? How could I feel constrained? I am happy every day. Humph, have you learned to lie as well? I know you all too well from childhood. And no, brother. Still lying. With a playful slap on Su Xiaowen's backside, her cheeks instantly flushed, and tears welled in her eyes as she nestled into Cao Ning's embrace, murmuring, Brother, I was wrong. I truly am not constrained. Seeing Su Xiaowen's pitiable expression, Cao Ning tenderly caressed her hair. Xiaowen, we have been betrothed since childhood. Our bond is the deepest. Luo Shui and the others understand this as well. Sometimes, you need not compromise your own happiness. If you are unhappy, speak up. Over the past few days of hunting, the women had gotten along well, yet there were not insignificant conflicts amidst their camaraderie. As the saying goes, 3 women create a drama. What more could be said of 5? No matter how harmonious the relationship, there would inevitably be moments of discord. Whenever conflicts arose, Su Xiaowen was always the first to step forward to mediate, even at the expense of her own interests. Afterwards, she would often retreat to find solace. Cao Ning observed all of this keenly. In truth, there were no significant rifts among them. Moreover, he could discern that Luo Shui and Zhang Lan were encouraging Su Xiaowen to take charge. Although their interactions were amicable, a leader was necessary. And they were all aware of Su Xiaowen's esteemed position in Cao Ning's heart. Yet, seeing her at times too meek, they wished for her to assert herself, to be a commander rather than merely a peacemaker. Brother, I fear I might burden you. What burden could I possibly have? I merely wish for you to be your true self. Smile when you are happy, express your discontent when you are not, and strive for what you desire. Do not keep it bottled up inside. I understand now, brother. Upon seeing a glimmer of light in Su Xiaowen's eyes, Cao Ning affectionately ruffled her hair. Have you not noticed that over the past few days, Luo Shui and the others have been constantly asking you to arrange plans? Yes, I can sense it, and I understand their intentions. However, my experience does not match theirs, and I fear making mistakes. You tend to overthink. In this apocalyptic world, there is little room for extensive experience. Nearly everyone is starting from scratch. Thus, from now on, pursue your endeavors with confidence. If anything goes awry, you still have me, understand? Warmth enveloped Su Xiaowen's heart upon seeing Cao Ning's reassuring gaze. She did not expect him to observe her so keenly and care for her so deeply, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Brother, I understand. Yes, that's more like it. So tonight, let it just be the two of us. What is wrong, brother? Are you unwilling? Seeing Su Xiaowen pout with a displeased expression, Cao Ning quickly kissed her. I am willing. I merely worry you may not handle it well. It's all right, brother. I can manage. Very well then. Hee, you are the best, brother. Finally, we can spend time alone together. The speed at which Su Xiaowen's mood shifted left Cao Ning both amused and exasperated. Yet, since she was so delighted, he decided to indulge her. It seemed tonight would allow for a bit more rest. After approximately 2 hours, a convoy gradually approached the end of the road. The lead vehicle pulled up alongside the bus, and the window lowered. A well-wrapped Counselor Jean leaned out. Cao, what is the current situation? Cao Ning also leaned out to observe the convoy that accompanied Counselor Jean. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. The vehicles primarily carried conventional weapons, making this expedition little more than a reconnaissance mission. They would hardly inflict significant damage on the ice aerograss. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. But let us go and see. All right, I must trouble you, Cao, to lead the way. Cao Ning said nothing but nodded, then closed the window. He started the bus, leading the way towards the National Geological Park. Before they even reached the entrance of the park, all were awestruck by the sight before them. From the moment they entered, the area was densely populated with frost grass. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, it resembled an open-air gold mine. Brother, is this the level 4 mutated plant? Yes, had we arrived any later, it likely would have evolved into a level 5 mutated organism. By then, not only would Banyan City be in peril, but several neighboring cities would likely fall as well. Is it that severe? What do you think? When I first discovered them, the area was only slightly larger than a small car. Now, it stretches across the mountains. Counselor Jean understood that Cao Ning's words contained a hint of exaggeration. Yet the reality was undeniable. Furthermore, numerous ice aerograsses have now breached the fence and begun to spread outward. Brother Cao, do you possess any effective methods? If you had a good solution, would I still need to seek your counsel? Upon hearing Cao Ning's words, Counselor Jean felt a twinge of anxiety. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Previously, he had navigated the challenges posed by lower-level mutated flora and fauna with relative ease. However, confronted with the vast expanse of ice aerograss, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Brother Cao, you must assist me. I truly do not know how to handle this. Surely, setting the entire park ablaze is not an option. You truly intend to use fire? Witnessing Cao Ning's resolute gaze, Counselor Jean struggled to believe it. To incinerate the entire park would not only require an immense amount of fuel, but, if not managed properly, it could jeopardize the entire city of Bangnan. Of course, fire is not the sole method. Upon hearing Cao Ning's assertion, Counselor Jin's eyes brightened. Brother Cao, do share. What other methods exist? The term diverting misfortune is not unfamiliar to Counselor Jean, is it? Chapter 120, Return to the Eagle Military Base, a dangerous scheme? Cao Ning, are you suggesting? Suddenly, Senator Jean was struck by a jolt of realization, gazing incredulously at Cao Ning. Indeed, it is precisely what you were imagining. Cao Ning nodded affirmatively, leaving the matter ambiguous. What, Senator Jean, are you afraid? The mere thought of luring those mutated plants to the Eagle military base made Senator Jean uneasy. Although he was determined to eradicate the Eagle presence in Bangnan City, it required meticulous planning and preparation. This impromptu strategy filled him with trepidation, fearing that the outcome might spiral out of control. Should it fail, his current strength would be insufficient to withstand the Eagle's retaliatory strike, given that their weaponry was the most advanced available, with just a few old firearms and cannons. He felt utterly powerless. If it proves unfeasible, then you must devise your own solution. Do not blame me for not warning you. In a couple of days, Bangnan City could very well be abandoned. Cao Ning, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Deceive you? I have no reason to. As he spoke, Cao Ning gestured towards the entrance of the geological park. There, the ice arrowgrass had surged over the fence, spreading into the square beyond the park. This sight rendered Senator Jean and his companions visibly distressed. Indeed, as Cao Ning had indicated, the invasive growth was alarmingly swift. At this rate, it would undoubtedly reach the city center within 2 days. Observing Senator Jin's fluctuating demeanor, Cao Ning chose to remain silent. He had relayed the necessary information. What followed was no longer his concern. He too coveted the crystal cores of these mutated plants, but it was not an endeavor he alone could undertake. Spending a significant number of crystal cores for just one level 4 core did not seem prudent. As Cao Ning prepared to leave, Senator Jean could no longer contain himself and hastily inquired, "Cao Ning, what do you propose we do?" Cao Ning paused, a sly smile gracing his lips as he turned to face Senator Jean. "Have you reached a decision?" "Yes, I have. Regardless of the circumstances, I must protect Bangnan." "Huh. Splendid. Do you know how far this place is from the Eagle military base?" Upon hearing this, Senator Jean quickly summoned his companions to retrieve a map of Bangnan City. Spreading it out on the car hood, he began to analyze. "Cao Ning, the straight-line distance to the military base is not great, roughly 16 kilometers, but..." Cao Ning waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "No need to concern ourselves with that. But we cannot traverse that distance in a straight line. We must pass through factories and villages. The vehicle cannot navigate that." Cao Ning chuckled again, shaking his head. "Who said anything about driving? Are you suggesting we run there? What other option do we have? If we take the main road, do you have any idea where these ice arrowgrass will spread? Moreover, if you attempt to drive, you will be captured by the Eagles before you even approach." After a moment's contemplation, Senator Jean ultimately acquiesced to Cao Ning's proposal. "Cao Ning, I concur with this plan, though luring them might prove challenging. Furthermore, our fuel reserves are dwindling." This is not a big deal. Let me tell you, the ice arrowgrass holds a grudge. If you provoke it a few times, it will surely chase you to the ends of the earth. From the way it burned, it behaves in the same manner. Just a spark ignited it, and it relentlessly pursued its target, shooting ice needles as if they were falling rain. "What, are you suggesting I act as bait?" Noticing the hesitant demeanor of Congressman Jean, Cao Ning immediately halted his inquiry. "How could that be? I merely wish to ascertain the extent of the damage caused by this mutation." Observing Congressman Jin's guilty expression, Cao Ning scoffed. This Jean fellow certainly had not concealed his thoughts well. "It's manageable, somewhat stronger than a bullet." Stronger than a bullet? Wouldn't that result in considerable casualties? A general success is often built upon countless fallen soldiers. To achieve victory, sacrifices are inevitable. However, if we act swiftly, there should be no significant issues. Hearing Cao Ning's assertion, Congressman Jean found himself momentarily speechless. Yet he acknowledged the truth in it. Attempting to expel the Eagle's forces would inevitably incur loss of life. Should this baiting strategy succeed, the losses would undoubtedly be significantly mitigated. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, my brother. I will make arrangements immediately." With that, Congressman Jean summoned his subordinates and assigned tasks. The endeavor of luring the enemy is fraught with peril, yet to Cao Ning's surprise, there were indeed volunteers. Moreover, those selected appeared quite exhilarated, suggesting that Congressman Jean possessed a knack for mobilizing people. Encouraged by Jean, the chosen individuals enthusiastically rushed to the vehicle to transport gasoline. Cao Ning had previously mentioned that the ice arrowgrass could shoot ice needles, thus the group poured gasoline into glass bottles, preparing for a long-range incendiary assault. Although the method seemed somewhat rudimentary, it proved to be effective. After enduring the damage from several petrol bombs, the ice arrowgrass shifted its focus toward those who had thrown the incendiaries. As the flames began to wane, an onslaught of ice needles rained down from all directions. Even though the individuals were somewhat prepared, immediately raising heavy wooden boards as shields, they still suffered injuries from the ice needles. Just as Cao Ning had stated, the power of these ice needles indeed surpassed that of bullets. The first group lost their combat effectiveness, and the second group took their place to continue the mission. Back and forth, this allowed Cao Ning to ascertain the effective range of these ice needles, approximately 40 meters. The operatives grew increasingly adept, hurling incendiary devices while sprinting towards the military base. The ice arrowgrass, too, pursued them with vengeance in that direction. Both Cao Ning and Congressman Jean returned to their vehicles, following suit. After more than 2 hours, as darkness enveloped the sky, the baiting team arrived at the periphery of the Eagle's military base. Along the way, wherever the ice arrowgrass had passed, not a blade of grass survived. Be it mutated beasts or zombies, they were instantly transformed into sieves. When they were 2 kilometers from the military base, Cao Ning halted the bus. After instructing several women, he disembarked and made his way towards the base. Upon reaching the base, he witnessed several members of the baiting team being intercepted by patrolling soldiers of the Eagle forces. "Who are you?" "Commander, we are from the refuge of Bangan City, and we have been assaulted by mutated plants." Upon hearing this, several American soldiers erupted into laughter, their bodies shaking with mirth. These yellow-skinned folks are truly worthless, frightened by a mere mutated plant. They jeered. "No wonder they are so eager to fawn over me." One soldier, John, chimed in, "I've had my share of fun with a few. I even played in front of their husbands, and afterward, they would offer me a cigarette, saying I worked hard." He chuckled. "Next time, let us do it together." The 2 members of the ambush team who understood English clenched their fists, their knuckles turning pale. Yet, under the eaves, one must bow their head before fully severing ties they had to endure. Just as the laughter of the American soldiers began to fade, a sudden rustling sound enveloped the surroundings, silencing everyone. Just as one soldier was about to speak, he was instantly pierced by translucent ice needles, becoming an unwitting pincushion. Chapter 121. Is there not enough death yet? The surroundings were engulfed in darkness as several American soldiers, though unable to see clearly, raised their weapons and opened fire indiscriminately. They paid no heed to the soldiers standing before them, shooting them down without remorse. In a desperate attempt to suppress their inner fears, they relied on the meager firepower at their disposal. Yet, it was painfully evident that such trivial firepower was woefully inadequate against the unknown threat lurking in the shadows. As icy projectiles continued to pierce the darkness, the American soldiers fell one by one. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Even without uttering a word, the guards stationed atop the walls became aware of the chaos below. In an instant, multiple searchlights illuminated the scene. When the light flooded the area, a collective gasp echoed through the ranks. During the day, the outer perimeter of the walls had been blanketed in snow, but now, unbeknownst to them, it was overrun with crystalline plants. These plants incessantly expelled icy needles from their cores. Moreover, they spread with alarming speed toward the walls. The guards understood they were under siege by a formidable invasion of mutated flora. They hastily raised their weapons and began firing, but soon realized their bullets were utterly ineffective. A single bullet might pierce 2 or 3 mutated plants, yet those very plants multiplied exponentially. Even the fixed heavy machine guns atop the walls proved futile. No matter how dense the barrage, it was akin to a drop in the ocean. A soldier sounded the alarm, and chaos erupted within the walls. Many believed a horde of corpses was upon them, hastily donning their gear and rushing toward the walls. However, upon witnessing the scene outside, they were left in a state of shock. How were they to combat this? Most soldiers possessed only a few spare magazines, and it was not long before they were depleted. The survivors tasked with transporting ammunition were overwhelmed, their legs burning from the frantic pace, unable to keep up with the relentless consumption of bullets. In the end, the American soldiers, bereft of ammunition, resorted to picking up stones to hurl at the mutated plants. Even this was futile, as the number of mutated plants continued to swell. Who can tell me what these things are? Why can they not be killed? Ammunition. Ammunition. Bring up the supplies quickly. The mutated plants are nearing the southern wall. Find cover. These icy needles are too lethal. In a moment, the eastern, southern, and western walls descended into utter disarray. On a towering battlement, numerous high-ranking military officers stood witness to the calamity below. As they beheld the grim situation on the 3 walls, their faces darkened with fury and despair. Since the onset of the disaster, there had never been such a catastrophic loss. Where had these creatures emerged from, and what purpose did the scouts serve? A middle-aged man in a general's uniform slammed his fist on the table in anger. Had the scouts stationed outside provided timely warnings, the military base would not have been caught so off guard. Particularly upon witnessing the soldiers being mowed down like grass, his heart bled for them. These soldiers represented the very foundation of their power. In such a brief span, dozens had been slain, while many others lay grievously wounded, writhing in agony on the ground. As the other officers witnessed their superiors' fury, they dared not utter a word, uncertain of what to say. The officers were not required to stand guard at night, and many would often gather to indulge in revelry and women. These few had clawed their way up from the depths of debauchery and were still in a daze. At that moment, the intercom on the table crackled to life with Sasha's voice. "This is Mike. General, these plants are flammable. requesting support with gasoline and incendiary devices. We need to establish a defensive line outside. Is this true? Indeed, our battalion has conducted experiments, and these mutated plants retreat from open flames. However, we currently lack sufficient fuel. Very well, hold your positions. I will dispatch support immediately. Setting down the intercom, the general turned to the senior officers. Did you all hear that? They nodded in agreement. First, deploy the riflemen to force back these mutated plants, clear the area, and construct a firewall. Let those soldiers prepare Molotov cocktails. Air squadron, carry incendiary devices, and clear the surrounding areas of the base. Tank battalion, move out and engage indiscriminately. And the self-propelled artillery, as well. With the general's command, the officers promptly retrieve their intercoms to contact their respective units. Once the orders reached the various divisions, the military base erupted into a flurry of activity. The tank battalion was the first to respond, elevating their cannons to fire upon the exterior walls. The thunderous booms echoed as they indiscriminately unleashed their firepower. The exact number of targets remained unknown, but they fired with abandon. It must be noted that the power of these shells was substantial. While they could not entirely eradicate the mutated creatures, they successfully impeded their advance. Following closely were the air squadrons, deploying both armed helicopters and rescue helicopters. The armed helicopters dropped incendiary devices while the rescue helicopters, laden with gasoline, descended toward the explosion sites. A wall of flames gradually formed outside the perimeter, effectively halting the incursion of the mutated plants. On the walls, soldiers busily filled Molotov cocktails, while their compatriots hurled them into the fray. As the situation began to stabilize, the general and senior officers atop the tower let out a sigh of relief. However, their respite was short-lived. Just as a soldier was about to throw a Molotov cocktail, an ice arrow from a concealed plant pierced his neck. The incendiary device slipped from his grasp, igniting a conflagration that engulfed the nearby soldiers. Dozens of soldiers ablaze ran about in a frenzy, igniting other fuel canisters in the process. The explosive chain reaction echoed ominously. In no time, a second firewall blazed across the walls, claiming hundreds of lives in its wake. Witnessing this catastrophe, the general and senior officers were left in a state of shock. Caught in a dilemma of whether to intervene or refrain, they could only watch helplessly as the flames continued to spread uncontrollably. Cao Ning, your method indeed proves effective. With such a minimal cost, it has dealt a significant blow to the Eagle Nation. Senator Jin's eyes sparkled with astonishment and exhilaration. However, in stark contrast to Senator Jin's exhilaration, Cao Ning maintained a rather placid demeanor. A significant blow? That seems excessive. How many have actually perished? At most, a few hundred, merely a minor inconvenience for them. Upon hearing Cao Ning's words, Senator Jin and the surrounding guards could not help but gasp in disbelief. These are living beings, not mere vegetables. This operation has led everyone to reevaluate their perception of Cao Ning, heartless and unyielding. Observing the towering flames of the inferno, Cao Ning curled his lip in disdain. This is insufficient. The death toll is far too low. With that, he charged towards the first wall of fire. Chapter 122. This mutated plant is as ferocious as a rabid dog. General, the first firewall outside the walls has vanished. What? The American general, who was engaged in strategizing defenses with several senior officers, abruptly rose to his feet. He hastened to the window and seized a pair of binoculars. Upon gazing at the scene outside, his countenance drained of color. General, the second firewall on the wall is also showing signs of extinguishment. General, the mutated plants are attacking again. We request immediate support. As the intercom relayed a series of grim tidings, the general felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Had it not been for the support of the senior officers behind him, he would have collapsed to the ground. The general steadied himself, trembling, and lifted the binoculars once more to survey the chaos. Bring out the stored fuel. Upon hearing the general's command, several senior officers exchanged glances, their expressions laden with concern. General, our fuel reserves are running low. General, we should retreat. If we leave now, we still have a chance. Indeed, General. The losses have already been substantial. If we continue, escape will become impossible. The senior officers clamored to articulate the current predicament, overwhelming the general with their cacophony of voices. Enough. Silence. With the general's reprimand, the officers fell quiet, their eyes betraying a mix of pessimism and resignation. The general, though competent, was stubborn to a fault. Aware of the lurking dangers, he still chose to march towards them. This was the land of the Koreans, not the Americans. And one could hardly fathom his resolve to endure this ordeal. Everyone was acutely aware of the gravity of their situation, and no one held out hope for a return to America. However, the prospect of departing to a safer locale, where they had personnel and weaponry to assert dominance, was undeniably appealing. Despite the soldiers stationed here enjoying a semblance of superiority in Korea, their lives were often constrained by moral standards. It was only when catastrophe struck that they truly experienced the essence of unrestrained living. Previously, during their leave, they would indulge in drinking and frivolity, even clashing with local law enforcement, yet they faced disciplinary actions for their antics. Now, however, they could pursue their desires freely, liberated from societal constraints. The darker aspects of human nature had been fully unleashed. As long as they fulfilled their superiors' orders, no one was there to supervise them. Thus, while they loathed the disaster, they simultaneously wished for its continuation. Though the general faced the window, he could sense the thoughts of those behind him. He too yearned to leave, to escape this place. But where could he go? There were over 30 American military outposts scattered throughout Korea. Beyond the capital, all were guarded by local military forces, and the surviving bases had effectively divided the nation. If he departed from Busan, he would be at the mercy of others. Having served as a general for over a decade, he could not bear the thought of bowing to others. Furthermore, there was a secret biological research center here, working on a serum to enhance human genetics. If successful, he could leverage this advantage to seize control of Korea and perhaps even conquer the world. In this nation, there exist only 3 biological research centers. One is located in the capital, another in Gyeonggi City, and the last one is situated here. Although the researchers at the capital's biological research center are numerous, most of them were on vacation prior to the disaster and have not returned. Apart from a few professors who are managing the situation, it could be described as little more than a hollow shell. The center in Gyeonggi City, the most recent and also the most unfortunate, differs from the others as it was not constructed within a military base. It was situated far from the Gyeonggi military base and coincidentally met its demise during the Winter Festival parade, leading to the complete annihilation of its personnel. Now, the only intact biological research center remains here. Prior to this, many larger military bases had approached to negotiate relocating the research center to their facilities, all of which I declined. Should I choose to leave this place now, it would necessitate relocating the entire center. Finding a secure location would surely provoke these military bases into action. Despite their pretenses of camaraderie, driven by self-interest, they would resort to any means to achieve their goals, even if it meant my total destruction. Should I seek refuge with them, my aspirations of future dominion would be irrevocably shattered. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to steadfastly defend this location. I refuse to believe that I cannot vanquish these mutated plants with the weaponry at my disposal. Mobilize the aircraft to eliminate the surrounding mutated creatures. As for the remaining matters, they can be addressed tomorrow. Upon hearing the general's command, several senior officers contemplated voicing their objections but ultimately swallowed their words. They reluctantly agreed and began coordinating through their radios. Before long, the base reverberated with the sounds of roaring engines. Witnessing the aircraft descend into the sky, an air of unease enveloped everyone present. These aircraft represented the ultimate trump card of the base. Their power was undeniable. Just days before the outbreak of the disaster, the base had deployed them to bomb the zombies in the city, achieving remarkable results, albeit at a significant cost in ammunition. After several days of relentless bombardment, the stockpiles had dwindled. To prepare for future contingencies, operations had to cease and the base was placed on standby. It had barely been a short while since the last engagement, and now we were forced to deploy this last resort. How would we cope with even greater calamities in the future? Modern warfare hinges upon logistical support. When the supplies run dry, what remains to fight with? Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the raging flames illuminated the entire military base. Witnessing the countless mutated plants outside the walls being incinerated, nearly everyone felt a substantial alleviation of their burden. Nonetheless, this did not halt the frantic activity around them. Due to the power of the bombs, the drop zones were set at a considerable distance from the walls, leaving a plethora of ice arrow plants encircling the periphery. Sensing the encroaching threat of the flames, they recklessly advanced toward the walls. However, compared to earlier, the pressure had significantly lessened. Instructing the pilots, I urged them to investigate the source of these mutated plants. Something about this situation feels distinctly amiss. Upon witnessing the containment of the mutated plants, the inhabitants of the tower exhaled a collective sigh of relief. However, as they reflected on the situation, a growing sense of unease enveloped them regarding the peculiar emergence of these aberrant flora. Patrols were conducted daily, and logically, such a widespread incursion should have been detected much earlier. Yet, the arrival of these mutated plants on this night was so abrupt that it caught everyone off guard. The emergence of these plants could be attributed to 2 possibilities. They either sprouted suddenly in the vicinity of the base, or they were deliberately guided here by someone. From the recent confrontation, these mutated plants exhibited a tenacious and vengeful demeanor, akin to wild dogs. When struck, they clung fiercely to their aggressors. After approximately an hour, the pilot on duty relayed crucial information. It was suspected that the origin of these mutated plants lay within the geological park in Bang'an. Furthermore, the trajectory of their advance suggested deliberate guidance. Upon receiving this news, the atmosphere within the tower shifted dramatically. Following a brief silence, the general slammed his hand on the table. It was evident that tonight's events were premeditated and organized. Notify our intelligence personnel in Bang'an City to gather further information, he commanded. Understood, General. Additionally, make arrangements for a collective visit to the geological park tomorrow. Chapter 123. Infiltrating the Eagle Nation military base buzzing. As several aircraft sliced through the heavy snowfall towards the horizon, Cao Ning exhaled a plume of white smoke and extinguished his cigarette beneath his foot. Councilman Jean. This news is quite remarkable, he remarked. It's just average, Councilman Jean replied, wearing an expression of pride. Having observed the Eagle Nation establishing 2 firewalls outside and atop the perimeter last night, Cao Ning initially intended to extinguish the flames to deplete the Eagle Nation's resources. However, to his surprise, the Eagle Nation promptly deployed fighter jets armed with missiles directly to the geological park. One missile strike decimated a significant portion of the ice aerograss, likely damaging the parent stock and thereby stifling its spread. With the subsequent loss of power from the ice aerograss, Cao Ning was compelled to abandon his original plan. He had considered returning to rest and devise a new strategy, but Councilman Jean unexpectedly approached him with urgent news. His informant had relayed that several high-ranking officials from the base would be visiting the geological park today to inspect the origin of the ice aerograss, potentially leading to carpet bombing. Though uncertain of the veracity of this information, it sparked an idea in Cao Ning's mind. Regardless of whether these officials proceeded to the geological park following last night's skirmish, the majority of the personnel dispatched for surveillance today were likely focused on the direction of the ice aerograss. Additionally, given the severe damage sustained by the eastern, western, and southern walls last night, it was expected that a considerable number of workers would be mobilized for repairs. Thus, today presented an opportune moment to either launch an attack or continue to deplete the Eagle Nation's strength. Success would be celebrated, while failure would only result in a minor expenditure of time. Unlike the sanctuary of Park Changren, Cao Ning could infiltrate the military base and introduce the zombie purification fluid into the cafeteria. Through Councilman Jean, he learned that, to facilitate the control of survivors, the Eagle Nation had constructed walls within their military base. Due to their mistrust of the Koreans in their search for experimental subjects, the level of surveillance was akin to that of a prison. Only those granted permission by the Eagle Nation could enter or exit, with most being women tasked with serving the Eagle Nation personnel. Moreover, Eagle Nation soldiers and survivors were segregated in terms of living and dining arrangements. To ensure the safety of their own food supplies, the Eagle Nation prohibited strangers from approaching the kitchens and storerooms. Therefore, this time, Cao Ning decided against using the zombie purification fluid. Furthermore, as Councilman Jean had mentioned, the Eagle Nation was seeking live subjects for experimentation in the coming days. Consequently, Cao Ning instructed Councilman Jean to lead a team overnight to capture zombies, loading them into a truck to deliver a generous gift to the Eagle Nation. Initially, Councilman Jean was hesitant, as this plan had not undergone thorough deliberation or simulation. However, considering Cao Ning's capabilities, he ultimately chose to support the initiative. In recent days, Councilman Jean had risen to prominence within the sanctuary, implementing sweeping reforms that significantly enhanced the living standards of the survivors. His standing within the official sanctuary surpassed that of the former mayorly. As a result, the rescue team under his command had grown to over 4,000 members. With the addition of Park's military forces, the official sanctuary now boasted an apparent combat strength nearing 10,000. Therefore, capturing several trucks full of zombies was hardly a daunting task. Today, upon my arrival here, I was taken aback. Indeed, the news from last night proved true, as numerous aircraft were already heading towards the geological park early in the morning. Very well, I shall enter first and await my signal. Once you see the gate open, make sure to drive the bus right in. Do not let me down. Rest assured, Brother Cao. Senator Jean replied with a smile and a nod. Cao Ning, having nothing further to say, turned and dashed towards the military base. Observing Cao Ning's retreating figure, Senator Jean instinctively clenched his fist, his eyes brimming with an indescribable emotion. Approaching the northern perimeter wall, Cao Ning began to scrutinize his surroundings. Just as he had anticipated, the number of guards was significantly reduced compared to what he had witnessed 2 nights prior. Utilizing remarkable speed, he swiftly maneuvered beneath the wall during the guard change. Hearing the sounds above gradually fade away, Cao Ning leapt up, grasping the edge of the wall. Seeing no one to either side, he vaulted over. The top of the wall was quite broad, approximately the width of a vehicle, and below it was similarly constructed from sandbags filled with sand. Standing atop the wall, he could discern a considerable portion of the military base. To the north lay what appeared to be the survivors' living quarters, a place of dismal hygiene. As far as the eye could see, there were brightly colored tents haphazardly erected, with litter strewn about carelessly. Thankfully, it was winter. Had it been summer, an outbreak of disease would have been a trivial concern. Compared to the orderly survivor shelter in Weiqing, even the official shelter in Bang'an City paled in comparison. At this hour of the morning, the roads were bustling with people. Some were cooking outdoors, while others wandered aimlessly. Each individual was engaged in their own pursuits. Yet a singular shared trait marked them all, a palpable aura of despondency. It was not that they were on the brink of death, but rather that they exuded a sense of numbness, despair, and helplessness, akin to the living dead. The only hint of vibrancy came from the gaudily dressed streetwalkers, who incessantly beckoned to passing men, their faces perpetually adorned with mechanical smiles, regardless of the insults hurled at them. Witnessing this, Cao Ning could not help but shake his head. He found it utterly incomprehensible why these survivors chose to flock to the Eagle Nation's military base. Perhaps the ingrained sense of subservience had yet to dissipate. There lingered an impression that the Eagle Nation held a superiority. After scanning the area, he lost all desire to continue observing. Just as he prepared to depart, a loud command rang out from nearby. Yellow skin, stand still. Cao Ning turned to see two soldiers from the Eagle Nation striding towards him, one black, the other white, both imposing in stature. Who are you? What are you doing here? The white soldier scrutinized Cao Ning closely, and upon noticing he bore no weapons, he inquired further. If I claim to be lost, would you believe me? Huh. Your English isn't half bad for a yellow skin. Just come clean. How did you get up here? I truly am lost. Humph. You're asking for trouble if you keep this up. If you don't start talking, don't blame us for being unfriendly. Cao Ning glanced around. Several soldiers were making their way towards him. Thus, the notion of employing force was retracted, as acting now would likely stir the proverbial hornet's nest. Commander, I climbed up here. Climbed up? This place is over 4 meters above ground. How could you possibly ascend here? One soldier remarked, incredulous. Indeed. I was a rock climber in my past. Upon hearing Cao Ning's assertion, the two exchanged glances before responding. Regardless of the reason, your presence here is inappropriate. You must accompany us. With that, they each took hold of Cao Ning, escorting him towards the exit. Observing the intruder being subdued, the approaching American soldiers slowed their pace, subsequently returning to their respective posts. Descending the perimeter wall, the two soldiers led Cao Ning to an office fashioned from shipping containers. The room was modest, occupied by 3 soldiers warming themselves by a fire. The 2 soldiers saluted one of them, then nudged Cao Ning forward. Captain, we discovered this individual on the wall. Chapter 124, The Unflinching Killer. Upon witnessing Cao Ning's nonchalant demeanor, a palpable gloom settled over the 3 individuals in the room. They had never encountered such audacious arrogance before. Smoking right in front of them? It appeared that without a lesson, these yellow-skinned individuals were truly oblivious to the authority of their superiors. Bang. Close the door. You stay. Yes. After the soldier shut the door, his gaze towards Cao Ning brimmed with mockery and desire. He had observed everything Cao Ning had done moments ago. He knew that today would be entertaining. It had been a while since he had indulged, especially with such a tall and handsome yellow-skinned man. Boy, it seems this is your first visit here, and you are unfamiliar with the rules. No worries, we have ample time to educate you today. As they spoke, the group began to strip with sinister grins. Witnessing their actions, Cao Ning was engulfed in disdain and revulsion, extinguishing his cigarette but underfoot. Are you certain? Too much force might break it. Upon hearing this, the group erupted into even more reckless laughter. Haha, this kid has some spirit. Experience does bring pleasure, much better than a cucumber. Captain, the usual rule applies. You go first and let the brothers have a taste. Haha, let go. Before the captain could finish his sentence, a large hand seized his throat. The others were momentarily stunned by Cao Ning's speed. Was such swiftness even possible for a human? Gurgle. However, there was no time for contemplation as the captain's face turned crimson. As if he were on the brink of death, the others hastily grabbed nearby weapons, directing them at Cao Ning. FK, do you want to die? Release the captain. Let him go. We can talk this over. With the captain now grasped by the throat, all prior bravado had vanished, replaced by a desperate plea in his eyes, resembling that of a victim. Hee, I warned you it will break. Splatter. Before anyone could react, they were splattered with thick blood. Cao Ning had crushed the captain's throat as he attempted to cover the gaping wound. He collapsed like a heap of mud on the floor. A gaping hole gushed blood, faintly revealing the cervical vertebrae beneath. Glancing at the morsels of flesh clinging to his hand, along with the connecting blood vessels, Cao Ning felt a wave of nausea. He then seized another black man, gripping his chin and forcefully stuffing the remnants of flesh into his mouth, wiping his hands on the man's body. Ugh! Overwhelmed by the pungent scent of blood, the black man immediately expelled the bits of flesh, leaning against the chair as he retched. To make matters worse, a yellow liquid seeped from his trousers. What filth! Weren't your ancestors fond of consuming raw blood and flesh? How is it that after a few years among people, your tastes have become so refined? You ugh! Filth! Cao Ning delivered a powerful punch to the retching black man, instantly obliterating his head. Seeing a comrade meet such a gruesome fate, the remaining members were engulfed in terror and began to retreat. Is this even human? This is nothing short of a monster. The cold-blooded psychopath. Observing the actions of several individuals, Cao Ning smirked disdainfully. What is this? Didn't you just express a desire to train me? Now you've lost your nerve? Upon hearing Cao Ning's words, the group immediately fell to their knees. Who would dare respond to that? Were they not courting their own demise? Witnessing their frantic bowing and pleading for mercy, Cao Ning casually seated himself in a chair. He stoked the fire, adding a few pieces of charcoal. The flickering flames cast an even more terrifying shadow upon him. Bring me the military base's defense plans. The group gasped in horror, ceasing their kowtowing. That information was classified. If it were to leak, the general would ensure they experienced a fate worse than death. Just as they hesitated, a shadow as swift as lightning lunged towards a white man. Thud. The man collapsed instantly, his body convulsing uncontrollably. A piece of charcoal was lodged in his forehead, and blood and matter pooled beneath him. I will only say this once. Cao Ning's voice boomed once more, as he sprang up and snatched several maps from the table. At this point, who cared about confidentiality? Survival was the priority. After laying the maps on the table, the two men returned to their kneeling position, gazing up at Cao Ning with obsequiousness. This amused Cao Ning. They say the Eagle Nation's military is formidable. But what he witnessed today differed from the rumors. Nevertheless, it was merely a moment of amusement as his focus shifted back to the defense plans. There were both comprehensive and detailed maps. Cao Ning quickly scanned the contents, imprinting the entire military base's information into his mind. It must be said that the defense of this military base was extensive, thanks in part to the Eagle Nation's abundant weaponry. He clearly noted the positions of tanks, artillery, air squadrons, and defensive points along the walls. Truth be told, he found himself quite envious of these armaments. However, such large assets were evidently immovable, and he would ultimately have to relinquish them. As he continued to observe, a particular location caught his eye, marked with the designation of a research facility. It appeared that the evolution liquid he had encountered previously originated from this place. He would need to remind Councilman Jean not to destroy it. How many personnel are currently stationed at the military base? An officer resembling a commander inquired, somewhat perplexed. Sir, do you refer to the military or the survivors? Both, sir. There was an incursion of mutated plants last night, resulting in significant losses. However, the military should still have around 4,300 personnel. According to the latest report, there are also approximately 23,000 survivors. Upon hearing this figure, Cao Ning furrowed his brow. Only 20,000? Previously, Li Huanyu had mentioned that the military base housed a considerable number, at least 30 to 40,000. Yet now, the data seemed inconsistent. What could 20,000 crystal cores accomplish? Perhaps just enough to procure a few cluster bombs. However, it mattered little. Having something was better than nothing. Can you open the north gate? It is possible, but it requires the approval of the defense team. Defense team? Indeed, regardless of who seeks entry into the military base. One must first report to the guard unit to gain access to the gates. Where's the guard unit? It is located at the northern gate. Lead the way. The two exchanged glances, finding in each other's eyes a flicker of hope and exhilaration. The guard unit was undoubtedly far superior to their own patrol team. Perhaps this would present an opportunity for escape. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth, swiftly piercing the skull of a white soldier. His eyes were filled with disbelief and profound regret. Sir, only one of you is necessary. Is there any dissent? Observing Cao Ning's displeasure, the sole surviving officer of the American forces immediately shook his head, indicating that everything would proceed according to Cao Ning's directives. After washing his face, the two made their way towards the Northern Gates Guard Unit. Chapter 125, The Fall of the Eagle Sauce Military Base. As they approached the defense team, several armored vehicles undergoing maintenance caught Cao Ning's attention. Along the way, he had observed that the mere presence of a handful of zombies would hardly stir any significant turmoil within these walls. Although the northern perimeter was somewhat vulnerable, it was only relatively so compared to the other three walls. All requisite heavy weaponry was present. The heavy machine guns mounted on the walls were not merely for show. It was likely that before the trucks even entered, they would be turned into Swiss cheese by the gunfire. Thus, creating a bit of chaos within was indeed necessary. What kind of vehicle is that? Cao Ning inquired, pointing towards a specific direction. Sir, that is an automated rocket launcher. The officer replied cautiously. Is the firepower formidable? Cao Ning continued. Quite so. A single shot can obliterate a tank without issue. Let us go have a look. With that, he motioned for the officer to lead him towards the automated rocket launcher. Captain Miss, what brings you here today? A black man working on the armored vehicle greeted them first. Nothing much, just accompanying a friend for a look around. Your friend? The black man scrutinized Cao Ning, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Hadn't Captain Miss previously looked down upon those of Asian descent? Why was he now so chummy with one? However, he kept his thoughts to himself, assuming that perhaps Captain Miss had simply altered his demeanor recently. Hello, you can just call me Dad. Cao Ning jested, albeit regretting the hasty choice of words the moment they left his mouth. The notion of being the father of such a robust individual was rather unsettling. Nevertheless, having uttered it, he decided to let it be. Hello, Dad, I'm Jack. Jack grinned widely, revealing an unsettlingly bright smile. Could you show me this rocket launcher? Cao Ning asked. Jack's expression faltered momentarily, for the automated rocket launcher was classified equipment, typically off-limits to outsiders, even for close observation. However, upon noticing Captain Miss nodding in approval, he pondered briefly before agreeing, reasoning that a mere glance would not diminish his stature. It was a chance to do Captain Miss a favor, and even though he was merely an assistant, his influence was not negligible. Moreover, there were plenty of young women in the survivor camp. Helping Captain Miss today might afford him some pleasant company later that evening. Absolutely. Since you are a friend of Captain Miss, you are one of us. Feel free to look around. Would you like me to give you a detailed introduction? That would be splendid, especially since you are the expert. Jack beamed at the compliment, for he was a mechanic primarily responsible for the upkeep of various armored vehicles. He relished being acknowledged as a professional, thus he began to elaborate on the intricacies of the vehicle. Particularly, when he mentioned that the vehicle could be programmed to strike multiple targets sequentially, he envisioned installing 2 such units atop his bus. The thrill of dispatching zombies and mutated creatures would be utterly exhilarating. The launch device is remarkably advanced. How wonderful! Observing Jack skillfully manipulate the turret with the remote, Cao Ning feigned astonishment. Upon hearing Cao Ning's exclamation, Jack's delight intensified. Jack, may I have a turn? Is that appropriate? Jack's face betrayed a hint of discomfort, unlike when he introduced the armored vehicle to the two. After all, this device was equipped with missile launch buttons, and an accidental discharge would lead to consequences far beyond his capacity to bear. Jack, I am merely curious. I wish to take a look. Rest assured, the benefits will certainly not be scant. Benefits? What benefits? 10 beautiful women. Are you certain you can handle that? 10? Are you serious? Absolutely. The mere thought of being surrounded by 10 enchanting ladies, serenading him, caused Jack to swallow hard. All right, but just a brief turn. I cannot afford to be negligent for too long. Jack glanced around cautiously and whispered, You need not worry. Just a short playtime. And then I'll return it to you. Cao Ning grinned as he took the remote and began to operate it based on Jack's earlier commands. Turning, tilting, adjusting the angle. The operation was quite straightforward, and in no time, Cao Ning had mastered it. After swiftly designating a target, he pressed the launch button. Yet, the missile launcher remained unresponsive. Did you just press the launch button? I accidentally held it down, but I didn't T-push it. Thankfully, it was locked. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Cao Ning examined the remote, looking for any locks, but found none, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Where's the lock? Ah, it's on this small screen. Only through fingerprint verification can one launch the missile. Upon hearing this, Cao Ning pondered. While it was convenient, it required a fingerprint to unlock, yet it was inconvenient as one would need to find someone to bypass it. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside such thoughts for now. He was not inclined to contemplate what the future might hold. Jack, may I borrow your fingerprint? What? Before Jack could finish his sentence, Cao Ning delivered a swift punch to his throat, then pressed his index finger onto the small screen. The remote's light instantly shifted from red to green. At that moment, Cao Ning pressed the launch button once more. Boom. Amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of onlookers, a rocket shot straight towards the north gate, instantly creating a massive breach in both the gate and its surrounding wall. Everyone was stunned. Yet, there was no time for reaction. The second, third, and fourth missiles were launched. One by one, rockets soared toward their pre-designated targets. Boom, boom. Everyone was screaming and fleeing for their lives. Yet Cao Ning stood rooted in place, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented excitement. Apart from breaching the Eagle Sauce military base, he was utterly fascinated by this fully automated rocket system. This weapon was remarkable. If mounted on his own vehicle, it could be operated via a tablet, eliminating the need to disembark. While it might not match the destructive power of cluster bombs available in the system's marketplace, its cost-effectiveness was undeniable. The critical point was, this device incurred no expense. The quantity of Eagles is equivalent to one's own capacity. After all, with a spacious cargo hold, one can accommodate a great deal. I must confer with the system shortly to explore the possibility of merging this vehicle. Suddenly, the air raid siren reverberated throughout the military base, causing many to believe that mutated plants were launching another attack, and they rushed out brandishing their weapons. Little did they know that what awaited them were bombs raining down. In an instant, the base was engulfed in cries of despair, blood flowing like a river. Everyone was bewildered, judging by the force of the explosions. Had they inadvertently struck their own? Before they could gather their wits, a horde of zombies emerged from the billowing smoke. These creatures appeared to have been starved for ages, and upon seeing the bloodied ground and wounded, they lunged forward without hesitation. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers were compelled to act swiftly. Those armed retaliated with their weapons, while the unarmed sought refuge within the buildings. This predicament proved dire for the survivors from the east. They had anticipated the protection of the military base, only to find themselves in a place where they were inadequately fed, poorly rested, and treated like dogs. The sudden upheaval cast them aside, as the survivor camp prohibited firearms, leading to a swift takeover by the zombies. Infections spread like a snowball effect, and before long, apart from a few office buildings, nearly the entire base fell to the undead. At that moment, the ominous sound of helicopter rotors echoed from above. Chapter 126. The unyielding nature of fate. After merely stepping outside for a brief moment, the home was lost. On board the helicopter, the general and several officers were rendered utterly speechless. Initially, when the distress signal from the base was received, they were still directing bombardments on the geological park. At first, they dismissed the situation, believing that, despite the base being under attack, their strength would suffice to handle it. However, as the pleas for help continued to pour in, the general realized that the base had encountered a catastrophic disaster, one potentially graver than the previous night's turmoil. Reluctantly, he called off the bombing mission and hastily summoned everyone to return. The two locations were not far apart, and they returned in a short while, only to be met with the horrifying sight of the base overrun by zombies, plunging them into despair. This was their foundation, their very capital. Without it, they would have no means to seek refuge in another base. General, the fuel in the tank is running low. If we do not clear the runway, we may. The voice crackling through the intercom intensified the general's anxiety. In recent times, in an effort to conserve fuel, the requirements for each mission had been meticulously calculated. This time was no exception. They had even added extra fuel to account for unforeseen circumstances. First, clear the areas where the zombies are concentrated within the base. We will descend to clear the runway. If fuel runs out, we shall find a place to make an emergency landing. Understood. Gazing at the throngs of zombies below, the general and his companions understood the daunting challenge of clearing the runway. They were not facing hundreds or thousands, but tens of thousands of the undead. Were it not for the soldiers equipped with weaponry occupying the higher buildings to resist, they might have considered abandoning the scene altogether. The helicopter's machine guns unleashed a merciless barrage, slicing through waves of zombies. Yet, they soon encountered a critical issue. Ammunition was dwindling. A helicopter could only carry a limited supply of rounds, a few thousand at most. Below lay tens of thousands of zombies. Therefore, the general had no choice but to call for fighter jets to return, intending to create a quarantine zone between the runway and the base. The control tower, situated near the runway, also housed several survivors. However, to isolate the zombies, destruction was unavoidable. Boom, boom, boom. In no time, a blazing barrier of fire separated the runway from the base. Before exhausting the ammunition aboard the aircraft, they managed to clear the majority of the zombies from the runway. The remaining scattered zombies could be dealt with using firearms. Meanwhile, several fighter jets also began dropping bombs within the base. The devastation wrought by these explosives far surpassed that of machine guns, as hordes of zombies were engulfed in flames or disintegrated into mere flesh. This brought a glimmer of hope to the American soldiers hiding in the office buildings, motivating them to resist the zombie onslaught with renewed vigor. Yet, the moment of jubilation was short-lived. A plume of white smoke swiftly surged towards one of the fighter jets. Boom! The aircraft erupted like a firework in the sky. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a second, third, and fourth jet followed suit in a chain reaction of explosions. Everyone was left in a state of shock. Was this yet another instance of friendly fire? Who could be such a nihilist as to perpetrate this chaos? Several warriors, armed with sniper rifles, immediately aimed their scopes at the source of the missile launch. To their astonishment, they spotted a yellow-skinned man, casually smoking a cigarette while seated at the front of a rocket launcher, greeting them with an audacious demeanor. However, upon closer inspection of the man's features, A chill ran down their spines. Captain, it's that Dragon Country man. Which Dragon Country man? Be specific. The captain, who was impatiently firing at targets below, retorted. The one who drives the bus. What? Where is he? Right there on that fully automated rocket launcher. Upon hearing this, the captain was taken aback and swiftly snatched the sniper rifle from the marksman. Peering through the scope, he was instantly drenched in sweat. Although he had never seen the man in person, he had heard countless rumors about him, from the massacre of his comrades at Xingyi Primary School to the annihilation of the Holy Lord Society. He had always doubted that a single individual could achieve such feats. But now, witnessing the Dragon Country man leisurely smoking on the rocket launcher, indifferent to the frenzied zombies below, he was utterly convinced. One man, with merely a few rocket launches, had reduced their seemingly impregnable base to such a state. This was no ordinary individual. Can we hit him? We can. Then why are we just standing there? Shoot. He passed the sniper rifle to the marksman. Bang, bang, bang. The snipers were left dumbfounded. The bullets appeared to inflict no harm upon the Dragon Country man. Upon contact with his body, the bullets fell as if striking an invisible wall of air. What is this? Why do the bullets have no effect on him? Undeterred, the marksman continued to fire multiple rounds at Cao Ning. Even after emptying the magazine, Cao Ning remained unscathed, even giving a thumbs-up gesture in response. Subsequently, he discarded his cigarette, and a long knife materialized in his hand. He leaped into the horde of zombies below, commencing a frenzied slaughter. Without lingering, he continued to advance toward their office building while dispatching foes. Captain, that man is coming towards our building. I see him. I'm not blind. Everyone pay attention. When that knife-wielding man gets close, fire at him together. Understood. Understood. The others, having witnessed the knife-wielding Cao Ning, were acutely aware of his terrifying reputation from the rumors of the past days. Their gazes were fixed upon him, their grips on their weapons tightening. The captain's suspicions were confirmed. Cao Ning's target was indeed the Eagle Country soldiers occupying the building. Initially, he had no intention of confronting them, as the remnants of these Eagle Country forces were meant to be dealt with by the agents of Senator Jean. However, these men had dared to fire upon him. He cherished his invisible bulletproof attire, which had sustained no damage even during the recent aerial bombardment. Now, merely due to a few gunshots, it was at risk. This was a matter of financial loss. He would not rest easy until he had exacted vengeance upon these men. Soon, he arrived in front of an office building. With a leap, he shattered the glass and ascended to the second floor. Before the soldiers could react, Cao Ning began to kick them out one by one. The cries of despair from outside brought him a sense of relief. These individuals were not to be wasted. Given their physical prowess, they had a high potential to transform into level 3 zombies. Such treasures could not be disposed of so easily. Following this method, Cao Ning swiftly cleared out the soldiers from several buildings. Regardless of their pleas for mercy, his approach was resolutely ruthless. Once the area was secured, the effectiveness of his bulletproof vest was nearing its end. After donning a new one, he proceeded towards the airport runway. According to Captain Mrs. Final Words, to gain access to the biological research facility, he needed the general's iris and fingerprints. Thus, he planned to take the general with him. This way, he would conserve his strength rather than exert it on entering the facility. He sought answers without resorting to violence. Although his physical capabilities were formidable, he often relied on external assistance. Just as he crossed the isolation line, he spotted a group of soldiers escorting several high-ranking individuals approaching him. At that moment, an air of silence enveloped both parties. Chapter 127. Old man, what were you barking like a dog? Hello, is that you, the bus driver from the Dragon Kingdom? Upon witnessing Cao Ning wielding a long knife, the general felt an ominous premonition that the recent upheavals at the base were inexorably linked to this individual. Oh, am I truly that famous? It was you, wasn't he it? You did this. Observing the general's clenched teeth and furious demeanor, Cao Ning could not suppress a grin. Let us discuss it civilly. What have I done? Don't unjustly accuse me, or I might just sue you for defamation. Is it not you who has turned my base into this state? Indeed, I did. FK, kill him. The general's eyes turned crimson, filled with a fierce rage, as if he longed to devour Cao Ning alive. This was the very foundation upon which he sought to establish his presence in the world, and it had been obliterated by a mere individual from the Dragon Kingdom. His singular thought was to eliminate him. One death would not suffice. He needed to die again. Swish, swish, swish. A few soldiers wielding rifles had their arms severed by Cao Ning in an instant. Ignoring their anguished cries, Cao Ning advanced and crushed one skull beneath his boot. I despise being threatened with a gun. Observing Cao Ning's brutal ferocity, the crowd instinctively took several steps back. Even the general, who had just been shouting defiantly in Cao Ning's face, now exhibited a flicker of fear in his eyes. Old man, what were you barking about just now? Say it again. Cao Ning cleaned out his ears, his eyes brimming with disdain and mockery. You claimed you would kill me. Why are you suddenly silent? Where has that bravado gone? Noticing the elderly man's continued silence, Cao Ning approached and delivered a resounding slap. The blow left the general dazed, stars dancing in his vision. As a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Since you're all playing mute, perhaps you need not speak at all. Swish, swish, swish. The long knife claimed more souls. I'll speak. I'll speak. A terrified soldier quickly knelt, begging for mercy. The general, witnessing his subordinate's cowardice, felt a surge of rage. Cao Ning cast a glance at the general before turning to the soldier with a smile, asking, "What did this old man say just now?" Just as he prepared to continue, he felt an overwhelming sensation as if 1,000 needles were piercing his back. He understood that this was the wrath of the general. Yet, in order to continue speaking, he relayed the general's earlier threat to kill Cao Ning. Upon finishing, he pleaded for Cao Ning to spare his life. The result, however, was that he lost his head to the long knife. "Traitor, you died well." The general spat venomously. Slap. A resounding blow echoed across the battlefield. "You are worthless, daring to speak yet unwilling to stand by your words." The general, clutching his swollen left cheek, glared darkly at Cao Ning. Today, not only had he lost the base, but his dignity had also been trampled by this man from the Dragon Kingdom. Regret washed over him for having provoked this individual. Had he foreseen the events of this day, he would have never taken on the role of leader. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he suddenly recalled the deceased Park Chang'an. Had it not been for the desire to elevate him, I would still reign as the emperor of this southern city. Just as the general was engulfed in his own remorse, a series of anguished cries pierced the air. The splattering blood abruptly yanked him back to the grim reality. What do you truly intend to do? I shall comply with whatever you desire." Witnessing his subordinates fall prey to Cao Ning's blade, fear finally gripped him. He was no longer the formidable eagle general who commanded dread. Cao Ning, upon observing the terror in the general's eyes, felt a flicker of disdain and boredom. He had initially believed this eagle general to be a tough character, only to discover he was but another cowardly figure. "Accompany me to the research facility." This. Smack. "What? Are you unwilling?" "Of course, I am willing. I am willing." The general's obsequious demeanor elicited a swift kick from Cao Ning. As the general trudged ahead, shielding his face with his hands, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. With the base now lost, the only strength he could rely on was that of the evolved beings in the research facility. Although he was oblivious to Cao Ning's true prowess, he held faith in his evolved allies, who could confront 100 foes single-handedly. Cao Ning, discerning the general's unwillingness, chose to remain silent. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations were rendered futile. As the two exited the isolation zone, they were swiftly detected by the wandering zombies. The sight of the ravenous creatures lunging towards them instilled a sense of dread in the general. Just as he attempted to flee, Cao Ning seized him by the collar. "Why are you running?" "Sir, they are approaching." "Fear not, you shall not perish before I conclude my business." With that, Cao Ning propelled the general through the throng of zombies towards the research facility. The biting cold felt like shards of glass against his face, leaving the general astounded. In the midst of carrying him, Cao Ning effortlessly dispatched the encroaching zombies, his breathing steady as though engaged in mere play. Such prowess was far beyond that of his evolved soldiers. The more he witnessed, the deeper his despair grew. By the time they reached the research facility, he resembled a beaten dog. Cao Ning, taken aback by the sudden transformation of the general, had no inclination to delve into the matter. He grasped the general by the collar, pried open his eyes, and directed him towards the iris scanner. Subsequently, he pressed the general's hand onto the fingerprint scanner, and the grand doors of the research facility creaked open. Upon entering, rather than encountering bustling researchers, he was met with a sea of gun barrels. "Release the general." The sight of his well-equipped subordinates sparked a glimmer of hope in the general's previously despondent gaze. "General, what is your take? We hold no significant animosity. Perhaps we could share a drink. In these turbulent times, it is better to have more friends than foes, is it not? Oh, do you believe this mere handful of men can subdue me? No. The gentleman certainly would not regard these firearms with any seriousness." Although the general verbally insisted otherwise, a glimmer of pride lingered in his eyes. In his perception, any human being would inevitably succumb to the force of bullets. Even if Cao Ning were exceptionally formidable, he would still have to bow before such a multitude of weapons. Just when he believed that Cao Ning would relent, he suddenly felt an inexplicable lightness in his body. Then, without warning, he collided with an unseen object, rendering him momentarily dazed. As he gradually regained consciousness, the air around him was filled with countless wails of despair. "Oh, you." Upon witnessing the scattered limbs and severed arms, the general nearly retched. This Dragon Country individual is nothing short of a monster. He has reduced his own soldiers to mere human sticks. You are correct. I indeed have not regarded these firearms with any concern. You are a demon. May you meet a wretched end. Huh. That is of no concern to you. With that, Cao Ning seized the general and made his way towards the elevator. The true research facility lies underground. Thus, the elevator necessitated the general's authorization. After scanning his iris and fingerprint, the elevator commenced its descent. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the elevator finally halted. As Cao Ning stepped out, still holding the general, a powerful shockwave abruptly propelled him backward. He crashed heavily against the wall, plunging into unconsciousness. Chapter 128. So, it is a mere servant of three families. Cao Ning slowly opened his eyes, nearly blinded by the glaring light above. As he attempted to shield his eyes with his hand, a wave of pain surged through his entire body. It felt as though his limbs were bound by some unseen force, rendering him utterly immobile. Just as he contemplated calling for help, a few chilling voices reached his ears. Professor, this individual's skin is impervious to incision. Is the nanoscalpel ineffective? Indeed. Several have already broken. If all else fails, employ the chainsaw. We must acquire his blood sample at all costs. Before Cao Ning could fully grasp the situation, a profound sense of weakness enveloped him once more. His eyelids grew heavy, and the conversation around him faded into a distant murmur. Detected that the host has sustained severe injuries. Shall automatic healing mode be activated? Yes. Initiating healing. This treatment will cost 50,000 crystal cores. Guardian mode activation will consume an additional 100,000 crystal cores. Damn, how exorbitant. Why not just rob someone? Is the host satisfied with this service? If unsatisfied, the automatic guardian mode and healing mode will be cancelled. Satisfied. Cao Ning gritted his teeth as he spoke. Thank you for your affirmation. Upon accessing the system interface, he was met with the sight of his dwindling crystal cores, prompting an overwhelming sense of despair. 150,000 crystal cores. This was the fruit of his arduous scavenging over a considerable period, now reduced to naught. He yearned to uncover the identity of the one responsible for his predicament. He would surely flay them alive. Yet, this experience served as a wake-up call. Ever since acquiring the system, he had sailed smoothly, encountering scarcely any setbacks. The sheer dominance of his power had rendered him somewhat complacent. It appeared that henceforth, he must exercise caution, regardless of the time or place. Naturally, he must reclaim what he had lost, and with interest. When Cao Ning next opened his eyes, the pain had dissipated entirely. A renewed vitality coursed through him, leaving him with a sensation akin to resurrection. His vision returned to its former acuity, allowing him to confront the overhead light without trepidation. Only then did he take stock of his surroundings. He found himself in a chamber entirely encased in glass. Apart from himself, several individuals clad in white biosuits were manipulating an array of instruments. Outside the glass, a number of familiar faces gathered, including none other than the politician Jean, who had recently forged a camaraderie with Cao Ning. Brother Cao, how do you feel? A cold voice echoed within the glass enclosure. Observing Cao Ning's silence, Jean smiled and continued, Haha, dear brother, you have endured much for me. Had it not been for your efforts, I would not have secured this base so swiftly. Is this your method of repaying kindness? Cao Ning replied, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was originally intended to save you, yet I find myself immensely curious about Brother Chao's condition. Curiosity warrants bombarding me? Cao Ning swiftly discerned the layout outside the glass chamber and noted the artillery position behind Senator Jean. He realized why he had fainted immediately after exiting the elevator. The invisible bulletproof vest could withstand bullets, but not artillery shells. Senator Jean was aware of Cao Ning's immunity to bullets, and thus took a gamble, opting for a more formidable attack. To his surprise, the gamble paid off. Caught completely off guard, the force of that shell was indeed immense. Had it not been for the system's automatic protective mode, he would have been obliterated. Meanwhile, the American general must have been reduced to ashes. Cao Ning, I have no desire to engage in idle chatter. You know what I want. What do you want? How am I supposed to know if you don't say? Humph. Let's be frank. I seek the genetic serum injected into you. Hand it over, and I shall let you go. Serum? What serum? I have no idea what you're talking about. Seeing that Cao Ning pretended to be oblivious, Senator Jean slammed the glass wall with a fist. Brother, sever his legs and see if he talks. Brother? As he watched the American man approach with a chainsaw, a smirk danced in Cao Ning's eyes. He had long suspected that Senator Jin's identity was far more complex than merely being a spy for the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, he had planted listening devices in both his home and office. During this time, he had overheard conversations in American dialect, albeit veiled in ambiguity. Yet, snippets of those dialogues revealed that Senator Jean had affiliations with Americans. So he was indeed a traitor. Humph. I am an American citizen by birth. Oh. How proud you are. Spare me your sarcastic remarks and hand over the serum. Cao Ning chuckled. I might consider giving you the serum. But I have a question for you. Answer me, and I shall comply. Speak. I wish to know how you became aware of my identity within the armed forces. Humph. Brother, sever his legs and see if he talks. Senator Jin's expression shifted, clearly reluctant to answer that question. Very well. The brother wielding the chainsaw could hardly contain his excitement. Ever since obtaining Cao Ning, his interest had been piqued. Not only could no blade pierce his flesh, but astonishingly, no instruments reacted to his body. It was as if he possessed a physique beyond human comprehension. Young man, bear with it, hee. When the chainsaw made contact with Cao Ning's thigh, the anticipated carnage did not ensue. Instead, sparks erupted from the chainsaw. What on earth is this? Everyone stood in shock. Was his body made of steel? In the midst of their bewilderment, Cao Ning swiftly seized the chainsaw from the brother's grasp. You. Before the brother could finish his sentence, Cao Ning's other hand broke free from its restraints, gripping the brother's throat. You're quite the pervert. Let me see how you fare. Don't. Jean, save me. Ah. Cao Ning wielded a chainsaw, descending directly from his senior's head. But the chainsaw lacked sharpness and became lodged at the chin. Releasing his grip on the neck, the senior collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing. Subsequently, Cao Ning, seemingly unfazed, tore apart the chains binding his feet. He leaped from the bed and smiled at Councilman Jean outside the glass wall. Is that all? Don't be so arrogant. Step outside before boasting. As he spoke, Councilman Jean produced a remote control and pressed a button. Slowly, a metallic barrier, as thick as a forearm, began to rise outside the glass wall. This was the fence of the special alloy city. And I doubt you can tear this apart as well. Observing the metal barrier close, Councilman Jean felt a surge of confidence. Cao Ning surveyed his surroundings and kicked the glass wall, shattering it. With a crash, the bulletproof glass, several centimeters thick, was torn open by Cao Ning, causing those outside to lose their composure. A body of steel, endowed with innate strength, they suddenly questioned the reliability of the special alloy barrier. As expected, Cao Ning forcefully tugged, creating an opening wide enough for a person to pass through. Upon seeing Cao Ning emerge from the barrier, Councilman Jean collapsed to the ground. Defeated. Now utterly defeated. Approaching Councilman Jean, Cao Ning placed a foot on his chest. Now, tell me, how did you discover my identity? Chapter 129, The Death of Councilman Jean. Though Cao Ning's kick bore little force, to Councilman Jean it felt as if a mountain had descended upon him. With a splutter, he expelled a mouthful of old blood. Yet, despite this, he remained unyielding, his eyes brimming with resentment and malice. Ah, quite resilient. Cao Ning regarded him with disdain and pressed down with increased force. Councilman Jin's face turned a deep shade of purple, his breath quickening as if he could suffocate at any moment. One might wonder why such a hard-headed individual chose the path of treachery. Did the air abroad possess an exceptional sweetness? Cough, cough. Cao Ning, do not revel too soon. Your days are numbered. Humph, whether I live long is uncertain. But should I fail to obtain a satisfactory answer, you will certainly not survive. I shall never divulge the truth, cursing my own inadequacy for not avenging my son. Ah, that deviant? Upon hearing Cao Ning's words, the gradually unfocused gaze of Councilman Jean sharpened, fixating intently upon him. You are the deviant, valuing human life so cheaply. After spewing another copious amount of blood, Councilman Jin's complexion paled further, and he found his breathing somewhat eased. I grant you one final opportunity. Cough, cough. While I may not be able to end your life, I shall certainly vex you. Observing the still vocal Councilman Jean, Cao Ning's patience began to wane. Although he yearned to eliminate him, the thought of how his own identity would be exposed in the foreign land left him feeling discontent. Despite his current capabilities allowing him to dismiss such matters, the situation was undeniably irksome. Though Councilman Jean possessed some influence in the foreign land, his recent actions suggested that he was merely a pawn, likely prodded by a more powerful entity or organization behind him. It was highly probable that he had been thrust into the limelight to gauge Cao Ning's strength. Faced with an adversary harboring animosity and potentially vast resources, Cao Ning could not afford to be complacent. As the saying goes, a visible threat can be evaded, but a hidden dagger is perilous. He did not yet consider himself invincible, as a single missile could suffice to extinguish his life. Of course, this required these individuals or organizations to persist in their probing. He resolved to dismantle them before they could test him further, for only then could he roam freely. As he contemplated whether to administer a potion of loyalty to Councilman Jean, he inadvertently caught sight of the councilman's aide, who was concealed among the crowd. Cao Ning had encountered this individual on a few occasions, sensing a demeanor of calm reliability coupled with a ruthless disposition. Zhang, cease your hiding and approach. Upon hearing his name called, the already trembling aide turned even paler. He had intended to flee, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering him immobile. If you dare to feign death, then your life shall be forfeit. I dare not. I shall come at once. Witnessing the once mighty aide now stumbling awkwardly, All present refrained from mocking him. Transforming oneself, one might not surpass Assistant Zhang by much, perhaps even struggling to walk. These individuals, to varying degrees, have heard of Cao Ning's past exploits. When confronted by fully armed guards, he would kill without hesitation, rendering any attempts at resistance utterly futile. In the presence of such a ruthless figure, it is inevitable for anyone to feel apprehensive. Observing Assistant Zhang's trembling form, Cao Ning flashed a grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Assistant Zhang, you have been by the side of Senator Jean for quite some time. Do enlighten us. Enlighten you on what? What do you think? My previous remarks certainly carried weight. I, Zhang Zaya, do you dare? Just as Assistant Zhang was about to speak, Senator Jean, pinned beneath Cao Ning's foot, summoned an unexpected force and shouted, silencing him. Zhang, witnessing the senator's bloodshot eyes and menacing glare, instinctively took a few steps back. Although Senator Jean now resembled a cornered beast, the years spent in his service, coupled with his past intimidation and ruthlessness, still sent tremors through Zhang's heart. Cao Ning glanced at the hesitant Assistant Zhang and applied more pressure with his foot. Senator Jean coughed up a large quantity of blood, his expression instantly waning, as if he were on the brink of death. Assistant Zhang, this old dog is doomed, but you are young. There lies a chance for you to survive. Cao Ning's words jolted Zhang back to reality. Mr. Cao, are you truly suggesting I can survive? Zhang, Zaiha, do not forget who saved your mother's life. At the mention of this, Assistant Zhang swallowed his words. Yet, facing the bloodied Senator Jean and the inscrutable Cao Ning, he, being a clever man, understood the necessity of choosing wisely. Despite the senator's significant past favors, the prospect of survival overshadowed all else. I have stated, provided I receive a satisfactory answer, you stand a chance to live. Cao Ning's declaration served as a revitalizing tonic, further solidifying Assistant Zhang's resolve. I will speak. I hope Mr. Cao can spare my life. Zhang Zaya. Before Senator Jean could finish his plea, Cao Ning's foot silenced him. Blood, unable to escape, flowed back, choking the senator, whose eyes turned crimson. Body trembling, legs flailing in a desperate struggle. However, it was not long before his movements grew feeble, reduced to occasional spasms. Ultimately, silence enveloped him. Cao Ning withdrew his foot, revealing Senator Jin's nose crushed into his face, blood seeping from his eyes, the eyeballs bulging grotesquely, resembling a restless spirit. Speak. Confronted with the senator's tragic demise, Assistant Zhang swallowed hard. Very well, I shall speak. Mr. Cao, I learned of your identity solely through Senator Jean. Humph. If those are merely empty words, there is no need for further discussion. Certainly not. While I am unaware of how you, esteemed senator, have come to know this, I must recount an incident from a few days ago when I visited the senator's chambers. I observed him conversing via satellite phone in the language of the Dragon Nation. Although I am not proficient in that tongue, I am familiar with certain sensitive terms. During the call, he mentioned words such as serum, minister, and armed forces. Serum, minister, armed forces? Indeed. Observing Assistant Zhang's affirmative expression, Cao Ning fell into deep contemplation. He had harbored suspicions regarding the domestic armed forces. Yet he reasoned that his overall relationship with them had been relatively amicable. Despite his subordinate position, it had been previously agreed upon. He had contributed significantly during the events in Weiqing, and thus, he believed the nation should not cling to such grievances. The only point of contention lay with the armed forces in Island City, as they had broken their promises, prompting his retaliatory actions. Furthermore, he had acted out of self-preservation, not treason. However, human nature is intricate, and even the noblest of groups can harbor a few despicable individuals. Therefore, vigilance is imperative domestically. Is there more? Yes, indeed. Senator Jean also communicated with the Eagle Nation, specifically that professor. As he spoke, Assistant Zhang gestured towards the glass chamber where several Caucasians lay in a pool of blood. He had previously informed the professor that due to his extraordinary constitution, if captured, it was crucial to extract the serum promptly and develop a genetic serum before the Eagle Nation's security agency arrived. Chapter 130. A general success built on thousands of fallen bones. The Eagle Nation's Security Bureau. This agency is well known among the inhabitants of Blue Star. Aside from the Dragon Nation and the Bear Nation, there is no territory they dare not traverse or govern. Their primary responsibility involves the eradication of individuals, organizations, and even nations that pose a threat to the Eagle Nation. This bureau often exhibits its might in other countries, compelling many to acquiesce under the pressure of the Eagle Nation to avoid oppression, particularly in nations like the Land of the Morning Calm and the Land of Cherry Blossoms, which act as sycophants to the Eagle Nation. The investigators from this bureau sometimes wield more authority than the presidents of those countries. Beyond their power, the investigators are not ordinary individuals. Even the least capable among them are members of elite special forces. They are equipped with the most advanced weaponry. This is common knowledge, widely recognized by all. Now, as the apocalypse descends, even a military base of the Eagle Nation in the land of the morning calm can develop genetic serums, albeit imperfect ones. However, as the technologically superior Eagle Nation, their domestic research institutions should be capable of creating far more effective genetic serums. Coupled with the combat experience of these investigators, their combat capabilities are likely formidable. Of course, it is also possible that their serum development is on par with what exists here, yet caution is warranted. One may criticize the Eagle Nation, but one cannot claim they are inept. Are you certain you heard correctly? Is it indeed the Eagle Nation Security Bureau? Indeed, it is the Eagle Nation Security Bureau. Senator Jean had established contact with them long ago. I even assisted the senator in delivering items to the Eagle Nation's embassy several times. Assistant Zhang nodded rapidly in affirmation. What did you deliver? Just some documents. The specifics remain unclear. Some were sealed, likely intelligence-related materials. Since the calamity struck, I have not returned. And Senator Jean has been communicating via encrypted satellite phone. Cao Ning unconsciously nodded, although he did not fully obtain the answers he sought. He now understood the broader picture. One faction involved certain high-ranking officials from the domestic armed forces, while the other was the Eagle Nation Security Bureau. Naturally, Cao Ning could not entirely trust Assistant Zhang's words. Though these individuals may show loyalty, they harbor many ulterior motives. Yet, considering the current situation, it seems that the only entities with potential conflicts or the ability to uncover his secrets are these two. Given his present capabilities, choosing to confront them directly would not be wise. It is better to adopt a more cautious approach and enhance his own strength as much as possible. When he reaches a level where he can withstand missiles, he can emerge and sweep through his adversaries with ease. However, should he encounter them, he must not show weakness. The more one retreats, the more they appear vulnerable to bullying. This also provides him the opportunity to gauge their capabilities, though not the answers he desired. The information he received was nonetheless valuable. Observing Cao Ning's somewhat satisfied demeanor, Assistant Zhang secretly exhaled in relief. Given this exchange, his chances of survival might have improved. One more thing. Mr. Cao, you mentioned that I should speak freely. Assistant Zhang's face was full of sycophancy, resembling a devoted lapdog. The hearts of those present were filled with disdain and jealousy. They felt shame for Assistant Zhang's demeanor, as he groveled before a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, simultaneously, they harbored envy, for he had managed to present a favorable countenance to this individual, thereby securing a chance at survival. What has become of the crystal cores I asked you to prepare? Upon hearing Mr. Chao's inquiry, Assistant Zhang exhaled a sigh of relief. At last. It was not a matter of intelligence. As an assistant, his knowledge was limited, and high-level confidential information was beyond his reach. However, when it came to these tangible tasks, he was acutely aware. Mr. Cao, we currently have only 280,000 crystal cores in storage. The remainder is still being collected. After all, the target is 500,000 cores across the entire city. Aside from excavating crystal cores, we must also eliminate zombies, and time is of the essence. Mr. Cao nodded, finding this figure somewhat satisfactory, at least within his acceptable range. Very well, let us load the existing crystal cores onto the vehicle. You will accompany me, while the rest of you continue the collection. This matter is entrusted to you. Faced with Mr. Chao's arrangement, Assistant Zhang was more than willing. After all, being assigned work indicated that he still held some value. The thought of surviving brought him to the brink of tears. Observing Assistant Zhang's expression of gratitude, Mr. Cao felt a sense of amusement. This individual was indeed cut out for the role of a puppet soldier. Since he was to be a puppet soldier, he would certainly need subordinates. These people will be entrusted to you. After saying this, he patted Assistant Zhang on the shoulder and walked toward the artillery. As Mr. Cao departed, all eyes turned to Assistant Zhang, their gazes brimming with a yearning for life, adorned with obsequious smiles directed at him. The one who now held the power over their fates was a former colleague. Although their usual rapport was not particularly close, they had all worked under Senator Jean. By virtue of this camaraderie, they believed they could survive. At that moment, Assistant Zhang was also filled with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Such treatment had previously been reserved for Senator Jean. As he surveyed the surroundings, he pondered for a moment, seemingly resolved to a certain decision, and hastened to Mr. Cao, who was tinkering with the artillery. Mr. Cao, these individuals are staunch loyalists of Senator Jean. It would be too lonely for him to journey to the netherworld alone. Upon hearing this, Mr. Cao paused, then regarded him intently, chuckling as he patted Zhang's shoulder. Can you operate this cannon? You served as a gunner in the military. Assistant Zhang, somewhat puzzled, nodded nonetheless. With that, Mr. Cao stepped aside, allowing Zhang to take control of the cannon. Then they shall be entrusted to you. What? Are you unwilling? Did you not express concern for Senator Jin's solitude in the afterlife? Assistant Zhang suddenly comprehended Mr. Chao's intentions, gazing at his former colleagues facing the cannon. He swallowed hard. To be frank, he did not wish to harm these individuals. After all, they had shared work and drinks, and a few were even relatives. However, these people were primarily devoted followers of Senator Jin. In their presence, Cao Ning executed Senator Jin, and the reason they refrained from seeking vengeance was their acute self-awareness. Cao Ning was formidable, a force so overwhelming that it instilled despair. After all, he was a man who could withstand even cannon fire. Though fiercely loyal, they were not devoid of intellect. With Senator Jin's demise, aligning with such a powerful figure promised far greater prospects than under the previous master. However, should they attempt to enlist this individual, the prospect of Cao Ning departing was daunting. They would undoubtedly be unable to maintain control. Moreover, the day's betrayal for personal gain would undoubtedly be broadcast far and wide. While survival remained the paramount goal, a sterling reputation was not to be scorned. As the adage goes, a general's success is built upon the bones of countless. If you do not descend into hell, how can I ascend to greatness? Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Assistant Zhang spun the dial, slowly lowering the cannon's barrel, aiming it at himself. What does Assistant Zhang mean by this? Why is he directing the cannon towards us? Does he intend to end our lives? We are colleagues, after all. Zhang Zaihe, what are you doing? I am your elder from the same lineage. Flee quickly. The Zhang is about to fire. Boom.